Chapter 1. Rebirth and Recruitment of Workers. As Ruoxi gazed into the mirror, she felt as if she were in a different world. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her beautiful face bore no blemishes whatsoever. This was a luxury she had never dared to dream of during her 2 years in the apocalypse. That I have actually been reborn 6 months before the apocalypse. Before she could ponder this further, a woman burst into the room. It's the first day of sophomore year. Just because you don't want to study doesn't mean others don't. Get out of here and don't waste my time. Ruoxi recognized the woman before her. Tilting her head, the woman's innocent eyes masked the malice lurking beneath. Zhang-yi, I thought you were already dead? In the first year of the apocalypse, Zhang-yi had fallen behind and been devoured by zombies. Ruoxi held a rather unfavorable impression of Zhang-yi, who, despite being merely a maid, was arrogant due to her status as her grandmother's illegitimate child and her close relationship with the butler, often treating Ruoxi with disdain. Zhang-yi frequently spoke ill of Ruoxi in front of their grandparents, who already had little affection for their only granddaughter, growing increasingly disdainful thereafter. Seeing Ruoxi's face, which could incite envy even in deities, Zhang-yi dug her nails in her palm, sneering, "Dream on, and curse me while you're at it." With that, she aimed a slap at Ruoxi. Having survived 2 years in the apocalypse, Ruoxi was more than capable of dodging the blow, but upon seeing a familiar figure outside the door, memories of her past life flooded her mind, leaving her momentarily dazed. In this life, she no longer yearned for familial affection. Smack! Ruoxi turned her head, and the slap landed on her shoulder instead. Ouch! My dear, does it hurt? The newcomer was Ruoxi's grandmother, Zhang Lao, adorned with jade bangles and gold jewelry, her wrinkles barely visible. Despite being over 60, she appeared younger than many women in their 40s. Zhang Lao caressed Zhang-yi's hand, showing great concern, completely oblivious to the fact that her own granddaughter had just endured a slap. Ruoxi observed the two, deep in thought. Zhang-yi was Zhang Lao's illegitimate daughter, while the butler was Ruoxi's grandfather's illegitimate son. Both were rather liberal-minded, living their lives openly with their illegitimate offspring. The two old folks had no capital of their own and relied solely on Ruoxi's inheritance. Indeed, this old codger in his 60s was using her inheritance to bully her, allowing others to strike and scold her as they pleased. In her previous life, she had been exceedingly foolish. In this life, she would safeguard her inheritance and stockpile resources. Ruoxi's tone was icy. Get out. What? Zhang Lao's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if the sun had risen in the west. Her once obedient granddaughter was now shouting at her. It was utterly incomprehensible. You useless thing, who indulged your foul temper. Zhang Lao raised her hand, intending to strike Ruoxi. Ruoxi sidestepped and seized Zhang Lao's wrist. With a twist, she swung her hand toward Zhang-yi's face. Caught off guard, the self-satisfied Zhang-yi received a slap that was several times more forceful than her attempt at striking Ruoxi. Zhang Lao stared in shock at the glaring handprint on her precious daughter's face, wishing she could take the blow in Zhang-yi's stead. Pointing a finger at Ruoxi, she spat, "You little wretch, feeling all high and mighty now, are you? Just wait until I hit me. Go ahead," Ruoxi commanded sharply. "After you're done, don't expect a single cent of the inheritance. Tomorrow, her 400 billion inheritance would be fully credited." Ruoxi pressed her lips together, her gaze fixed on Zhang Lao, her eyes radiating a chilling intensity. A mere glance was enough to plunge one into an icy abyss. Zhang Lao hesitated, a chill creeping down her spine, causing her to shudder involuntarily. If I were desperate for your paltry inheritance." With that, Zhang Lao, under the pressure of Ruoxi's gaze, awkwardly smiled and retreated, dragging Zhang-yi along with her. Zhang-yi, covering her face, shot Ruoxi several resentful glances, but ultimately refrained from speaking out. After all, the entire estate relied on Ruoxi's inheritance for its survival. Once they managed to swindle Ruoxi's inheritance, they would see how she continued to flaunt herself. Zhang-yi thought to herself. As they walked away, Zhang Lao muttered, "That little wretch must be sick, barking like a mad dog." Zhang-yi chimed in, "Let's not stoop to her level. She isn't worth it." Suddenly, Ruoxi appeared behind them, placing her hands on their shoulders, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping them both. "Are you still barking? Do you need a leash to keep you in check?" Zhang Lao clenched her teeth, choosing not to respond while blocking Zhang Yi, who was itching to act. She was merely a granddaughter. What kind of storm could she stir? In the end, wouldn't the inheritance still belong to them? Once they secured the inheritance, they would have plenty of ways to torment Ruoxi. Zhang Yi stomped her foot, her expression one of murderous intent as she begrudgingly turned to leave. Watching their retreating figures, Ruoxi's expression remained indifferent, concealing the cold, lethal aura in her eyes. In her previous life, when the apocalypse suddenly descended, she had been betrayed by her family and the ones closest to her, cast into a tide of zombies, leaving no trace behind. Ruoxi could sense that remnants of her past life lingered within her, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, she had only two objectives: stockpiling resources, digging into the earth. The estate where she currently resided was situated in a bustling city, rendering it unfavorable for tunneling. Thus, Ruoxi ventured to the outskirts. After a day of surveying, she selected a winery as her starting point, aiming to excavate an underground passage connected to several abandoned courtyards. Once the apocalypse arrived, Ruoxi planned to take refuge underground, utilizing the 6,000 square meters of the winery along with the several 100 square meter courtyards. Digging the underground passage was merely a precaution, a backup plan if one hideout was discovered. Another would remain. Upon exiting the winery, Ruoxi unexpectedly struck up a conversation with an elderly villager. Upon learning that Ruoxi was seeking workers to excavate a basement, the elderly woman mentioned that she knew many laborers. Thus, beneath the locust tree at the village entrance, Ruoxi leisurely cracked sunflower seeds, awaiting their arrival. Before long, a dilapidated truck came to a stop nearby, and a dozen middle-aged men dressed as workers emerged, their clothes speckled with bits of cement and hard hats atop their heads. They appeared rather frail. Ruoxi was astonished to notice that several among them were disabled. This group of workers must have a kind-hearted leader, Ruoxi mused. Ruoxi nodded. Thank you, I appreciate your help. Oh, no need to be polite. It's a small matter. The elderly woman waved her hand and approached the group of workers, exchanging a few words. The workers turned their gazes toward Ruoxi, their smiles warm and genuine. Ruoxi hastily set down her sunflower seeds and walked over. From the driver's seat of the truck emerged a young man, around 30, handsome and well-built. His posture was straight, his shirt soaked with sweat, although he wore a worker's helmet. He appeared quite refined. Sporting glasses, he approached the elderly woman, who began to introduce him. This man was named Wu Weigua, the leader of the workers who also served as the driver. Chapter 2. Stockpiling Resources Part 1. Ruoxi spoke earnestly. Brother Wu, may I ask how many workers you have in total? The project will last approximately 2 months, and I need around 100 workers. Wu Weigua replied. With such a long timeline, will the wages be a fixed monthly amount? Finding work in this field is challenging, especially for middle-aged men and those with disabilities. Upon receiving a project with a fixed monthly salary, the workers felt a sense of security, particularly since rain could halt work. If it rained continuously throughout the month, the workers' livelihoods would be compromised, hence the fixed salary was reassuring. Ruoxi was direct in her approach, presenting the project timeline and the number of workers required. Perhaps moved by Ruoxi's straightforwardness and generosity, Wu Weigua felt a surge of nervousness. Ruoxi, let us sit down and discuss this, he suggested. Ruoxi nodded in agreement. The elderly woman, touched by Ruoxi's sincerity, poured beer into glasses for both men. Come, Wu, you must be exhausted from work. Have some beer to cool down. I will go slice some fruit. The elderly woman's husband was among the workers, and the terms Ruoxi offered were so favorable that she was already overjoyed. Wu Weigua sat upright, exchanging pleasantries, and continued the conversation with Ruoxi. A daily meal, 3 meals a day, and accommodation included. Excellent. Due to the attractive offer, Wu Weigua felt slightly uneasy. We have many disabled workers. Are you certain you want to collaborate with us? Ruoxi smiled, appearing like the girl next door in front of Wu Weigua. Disabled individuals are still human. As long as they can work, it's perfectly fine. Perceiving Wu Weigua's concerns, Ruoxi added, rest assured, those who rely on their own capabilities to work need not worry about the opinions of others. I am very willing to cooperate with you. Wu Weigua found himself admiring Ruoxi. Individuals like her, who regard the disabled fairly, were quite rare in this era. After reaching an agreement, Ruoxi left her contact information and departed. The contract would be signed a few days later, as Wu Weiguan needed time to gather over 100 workers. By now, night had fallen, and thoughts of the loathsome elderly couple at the estate filled Ruoxi's eyes with a chilling resolve. She booked a hotel and began formulating detailed plans for the construction of underground tunnels and bases. Since childhood, Ruoxi had harbored a dream of excavating the earth. She envisioned creating rooms underground and cultivating vegetables for sustenance. Regrettably, in her previous life, she had encountered inhumane circumstances and ended up buried in the ground. The underground space, with its thin air and numerous harmful substances, necessitated an abundance of plants to release oxygen and absorb toxins. Hence, plants were essential. She envisioned cultivating 10,000 each of various plants: Philosticas, Asparagus setaceus, Chlorophytum comosum, Taxus cuspidata, Strelitzia, Pachira aquatica, Hylocereus, aloe vera, Aspidistra and others. As these plants were suitable for pot cultivation, they would thrive even underground. She would place dozens of them outside at once, storing the excess in her space. Next, she considered construction materials: cement, floor tiles, and wall coverings. Due to the dimness of the basement, careful selection of wall decoration materials was essential to ensure moisture resistance, waterproofing, sound insulation, and durability. The wall coverings would utilize PVC environmentally friendly materials, offering excellent moisture and waterproofing properties. The floor tiles would consist of glazed tiles, rich in color and smooth in texture, ensuring strong waterproofing. For wall decorations, she chose diatom mud, capable of absorbing harmful indoor gases while providing a pleasant texture. The finishing panels would be made from plywood, teak, beech, and water birch. Typically, a basement requires a year to become habitable, thus necessitating human intervention to accelerate the maturation process. She planned to incorporate numerous chlorophytum plants, employ electronic air purifiers, place water bowls as formaldehyde dissolves in water, and use activated charcoal bags. This approach could potentially eliminate 95% of harmful substances within 4 months, making it ready for habitation post-apocalypse. In the 2 months preceding the apocalypse, a global economic crisis erupted, causing prices to soar, compelling Ruoxi to stockpile 90 of supplies within 4 months. At midnight, the arrival of her 40 billion inheritance brought her relief. Only when the inheritance was securely in her possession did her anxious heart finally settle. In her previous life, the inheritance had been deceitfully taken by a cold-hearted family, and this time they would receive not a single cent. Thus began her formal stockpiling. For items such as food and daily necessities that supermarkets could not supply in bulk, she opted for online purchases. Fruits and vegetables, rich in vitamins, were essential to amass. She planned to procure 5,000 pounds of honey pomelo, 2,000 pounds each of red-fleshed and white-fleshed dragon fruit, 800 pounds of kiwi, 2,000 pounds of passion fruit, 2,000 pounds of lemon, 1,000 pounds of honey tangerine, 6,000 pounds of longan, 8,000 pounds of lychee, 4,000 pounds of orange, 6,000 pounds of apple, and 10,000 pounds of banana, as it aids digestion in times of crisis, along with 4,000 pounds of peach, avoiding fuzzy peaches to prevent hemorrhoids. Moreover, she intended to acquire 4,000 pounds of mango, 6,000 pounds of jackfruit, 6,000 pounds of jujube, 2,000 pounds of water pear, 4,000 pounds of green pear, 4,000 pounds of bayberry, 2,000 pounds of starfruit, 4,000 pounds of cantaloupe, 8,000 pounds of strawberry, 1,000 pounds of avocado, 1,000 pounds of hawthorn, and 4,000 pounds each of purple sweet potato and orange sweet potato, along with 1,000 pounds of Hainan wax apple, 2,000 pounds of pineapple, and 4,000 pounds of cherry tomatoes, with various grape types totaling 4,000 pounds each. The total expenditure was around 1 million, an incredibly reasonable price. When purchasing fruits, she could not forget persimmons and durians. Ruoxi procured 2 nearly 3-meter persimmon trees, complete with leaves and fruit, transported from 1,000 kilometers away in the south. She planned to place them at the entrance of her space for protection and as a charm, costing 20,000 yuan. Additionally, she reserved 2 durian trees from a neighboring country, intending to position them at the center of her space. These 2 durian trees would yield over 800 durians, shipped from abroad, with a total cost of approximately 400,000 yuan. This was solely for aesthetic pleasure, as happiness was paramount. She also planned to acquire 10,000 pounds each of various vegetables. Ruoxi was not skilled in cooking and intended to recruit a chef when the opportunity arose. However, abduction was a complex endeavor. The law was stringent, and such actions were illegal. She resolved to be a law-abiding citizen. Perhaps she would wait until the apocalypse to consider such matters. She ordered 10,000 pounds each of soy sauce, salt, vinegar, ketchup, monosodium glutamate, shrimp paste, fish sauce, and oyster sauce. She also planned to acquire 20,000 pounds each of chicken essence, honey, sugar, maltose, Sichuan pepper, chili, ginger, scallion, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and dried tangerine. Peel.As the apocalypse loomed. The ocean was polluted with corpses, and the absence of manpower to produce salt led to its scarcity. Thus, she decided to purchase an additional 40,000 pounds of salt. Chapter 3. Stockpiling, Part 2. For whitening, utilize African toothpaste, and for toothache, employ Yunnan Baiyao, with a quantity of 20,000 tubes each. Opt for electric toothbrushes with soft bristles, as hard bristles can be detrimental to dental health, with a total of 100,000 sets. The nationwide dental health rate is below 4%, indicating that nearly every individual has experienced dental issues. Ruoxi has once again contemplated acquiring another dentist. Towels, mirrors, combs, facial cleansers, toners, sunscreens, shower gels, bath sponges, shampoos, conditioners, slippers, various basins. A case of drinking water containing 20 bottles. Let us procure 1 million cases. Storage boxes, in sizes small, medium, and large, let us acquire 6,000 sets. In the event of an apocalypse, survival in the wilderness becomes inevitable. Tents, sleeping bags, camping lamps, outdoor drinking vessels, insulated bags, lighters, hiking backpacks, climbing shoes, assorted knives, first aid kits, raincoats, mosquito repellent, and incense. 6,000 sets, undoubtedly essential. As for toilet paper, having purchased numerous plants and an abundance of grass stalks with no immediate use, it seems prudent to invest in toilet paper nonetheless. Let us begin with 100,000 cases. By the time these selections were made, dawn had already broken at 6 o'clock. Ruoxi, I inadvertently stayed up all night. It's no matter, perhaps I shall forego sleep entirely. Ruoxi had grown accustomed to the life in the post-apocalyptic world, where enemies would launch midnight raids to seize food. She had learned to remain vigilant throughout the night, her senses heightened. Thus, she applied some makeup and set out to procure supplies. Ruoxi possesses an obsessive-compulsive nature. Once a task has been designated, it must be executed immediately. She has rented a spacious courtyard to store supplies, intending to transfer them into her space when no one is around. Next on our list are rice, flour, oil, wheat, buckwheat, green beans, and red beans. Purchasing these from an ordinary supermarket has proven challenging, as the supply cannot keep up with demand, and accumulating them gradually is exceedingly cumbersome. Ruoxi made an extravagant purchase of 1,000 orders on a certain grocery platform. The following day, upon receiving her goods, she was unfortunately met with account suspension. Undeterred, she acquired a new phone number and registered another account to continue her shopping spree. After exhausting 4 accounts, she amassed a stockpile of 20 tons of rice and oil. Alas, it seems she may have overindulged in her acquisitions. Ruoxi sighed in exasperation, attributing her predicament to her excessive wealth, which compelled her to purchase everything in sight and hoard it in her space. A glance at her mobile balance revealed an astonishing 39 billion. How can I still possess such a vast fortune? She exclaimed. I suppose I shall continue to stockpile. Barbecue was undoubtedly essential, so Ruoxi arrived at the barbecue restaurant early, effectively clearing out every establishment along the street. She couldn't even be bothered to inquire about the types of barbecue. Without uttering a word, she tossed her card onto the table. All-inclusive, charge it. The patrons behind her gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. What kind of extravagance is this? Having grown accustomed to the peculiar stares throughout the day, Ruoxi adeptly donned sunglasses, a mask, and a hat, before taking a seat in a luxurious Maybach. Bystanders murmured, "Are the wealthy of today truly this ostentatious?" Continuing her spree, she decided to acquire some snacks. 2,000 pounds of spicy and sour boneless chicken feet, 400 pounds of chocolate cereal, 2,000 packs of shredded duck, 2,000 boxes of beef cubes, 200 pounds of egg rolls, and a staggering 10,000 packs of various spicy strips. She ordered 40,000 bags of tomato-flavored chips and 20,000 bags of cucumber-flavored ones. Additionally, she procured 1,000 pounds of jelly, 10,000 packs of Wong Wong snow cakes, and 10,000 marinated eggs. For the connoisseurs, she ordered 2,000 pieces of purple candy from the Fighting Nation, alongside 6,000 boxes of assorted chocolates, including strawberry, cocoa, matcha, durian, and milk flavors. Fragrant candies and chewing gum, each totaling 10,000 boxes, featuring rose lychee, jasmine green grape, hibiscus, and orchid flavors, were also included. Furthermore, she collected 10,000 boxes of fruit-flavored milk candies, strawberry, blueberry, green plum, pineapple, cola, apple, grape, lemon, durian, and chocolate. She acquired 4,000 packs of cheese sticks, 20,000 pounds of northeastern cured sausage, and 60,000 grilled chicken and duck necks in sweet and sour, black duck spicy, and durian flavors. Lastly, she ordered 1,000 boxes of mung bean cake, 4,000 pounds of bread and purple rice, black rice, rye, and milk lactobacillus flavors, 2,000 boxes of handmade green dumplings, and 2,000 boxes of mooncakes, with fillings of matsutake mushrooms, pepper beef, golden coconut, durian, red bean paste, rose flower paste, wisteria paste, and nut flavor. For beverages, she requested 5,000 cartons each of yogurt, pure milk, lactobacillus drinks, coffee, milk powder, goat milk, water, fruit and vegetable juices, fruit teas, and protein drinks. Lastly, she decided to purchase an assortment of jars and bottles. Upon glancing at the list, Ruoxi noted the remaining items: firearms, pharmaceuticals, seafood, various meats including pork, beef, lamb, rabbit, chicken and duck, ice, electrical appliances, generators, and some special daily necessities. Purchasing seafood from a market seemed rather mundane. Why not head directly to the seaside noodle shop in Yangon to procure fresh catches? Without a moment's hesitation, she purchased a plane ticket and, 2 hours later, landed at the noodle shop. Just as she arrived, her phone rang, displaying a call from Zhang. Ruoxi decisively ended the call. The screen illuminated with hundreds of missed calls. It was evident that the Zhang family's insatiable relatives were anxious, eagerly vying for her inheritance. Ruoxi was aware of their urgency and decided to let them be anxious. It was reported that the noodle shop was experiencing unrest recently, and for safety's sake, Ruoxi hastily employed 10 bodyguards, all of whom were retired Special Forces soldiers, renowned for having received the highest accolades from the United States and ranked among the top 3 in the global bodyguard hierarchy. Upon entering the slaughterhouse, she was taken aback by the horrific scene that unfolded before her eyes. Living individuals were bound to the chopping boards, with a blade reminiscent of ancient guillotines poised above them. Several sinister-looking individuals stood nearby, pressing down on the victim's shoulders and methodically slicing open their abdomens from the side. They proceeded to meticulously peel away layers from the incision, exposing the kidneys in their entirety, severing the connections to the kidneys. It was then that she reached the most repulsive part. A mosaic of images assaulted Ruoxi's eyes, and a wry smile tugged at her lips. She seemed to have arrived at the wrong place. Feigning covering her eyes, she inquired of the escorting bodyguard, "Esteemed sir, I specified a slaughterhouse for pigs, chickens, and ducks. How have you brought me to a place for harvesting kidneys?" The bodyguard, donning sunglasses and with hands nonchalantly in his pockets, stood respectfully to the side. Upon hearing Ruoxi's words, his stoic facade crumbled. He must have misheard. This employer had paid a king's ransom to hire them as bodyguards, merely to witness the slaughter of pigs. He had presumed it was to rescue someone from this organ-harvesting den. "My apologies, I misunderstood your intentions. This place is unsafe. I shall escort you out immediately." However, in the subsequent moment, they were besieged by a group of masked assailants brandishing firearms. The leader of the masked men threatened, "You audacious little rodents dare to infiltrate our headquarters single-handedly. Truly, your audacity knows no bounds. Within 100 li, everyone knows this territory is ours. Guarding a lucrative cache, with layers of defenses making entry exceedingly difficult. Even stray dogs receive a slap upon passing, and the ants on the ground tremble in fear. How these few rodents manage to sneak in undetected remains a mystery. Upon hearing the word headquarters, Ruoxi's legs trembled slightly. If she heard correctly, this was the headquarters for harvesting kidneys, heavily guarded. No wonder the bodyguard she hired for 200 million had requested a helicopter. She had assumed it was a professional habit of retired soldiers, but it was to evade the formidable defenses. The bodyguard seemed to perceive Ruoxi's fear and reassured her. Rest assured, we will safeguard you. Do you have guns? No. Do you have artillery shells? No. Do you have tanks? Ruoxi's voice grew increasingly faint with each question. No. Then what do you have? She lamented, on the verge of tears. Our lives are enough. Chapter 4. The future tycoon is a chef. They traverse the dense tropical rainforest teeming with insects at breakneck speed, the trees blurring past like fleeting phantoms. Bullets whizzed by like a sprawling spiderweb. The bodyguards moved with agility, navigating the rainforest with ease. The relentless jostling nearly caused Ruoxi to regurgitate the durian she had just purchased for 400 yuan. Blast it! The wind is too strong, causing my eyes to ache, and tears stream uncontrollably. Well, this 200 million is worth it, although it is a bit hard on the eyes. Just as they were about to escape, they encountered a dead end, a wall bristling with electrified wires crackling ominously. After sprinting over 10 kilometers, the bodyguards were drenched in sweat, their breath coming in ragged gasps. Their initial confidence had been thwarted by this imposing wall. Damn, retreat immediately. Their minds swiftly processed several solutions, making decisive judgments without hesitation. Ruoxi, who had long resigned herself to her fate, rubbed her forehead, a dark cloud forming above her head. It seemed she had to take matters into her own hands. Without a word, she retrieved a signal flare from her pocket, ignited it, and launched it into the sky. A burst of iridescent smoke shot skyward, startling a flock of birds from the trees. Before embarking on this venture, she had prepared a contingency plan. If she encountered danger, she would launch this signal flare, and the people she had hired would arrive in a helicopter to rescue her. She had initially believed these 10 Special Forces soldiers to be reliable, but now it seemed they had even taken the wrong route, rendering them untrustworthy. Having experienced death once, she valued her life dearly, meticulously considering all possibilities and preparing backup solutions in advance. As Ruoxi lifted her gaze, the sky was shrouded in mist, and her beloved awaited her outside, likely arriving sooner than those who were engaged in the gruesome task of organ harvesting. Wait, what was that large bird hanging from the tree? Beside the electric fence, on a crooked tree, a bird the size of an adult clung to the branches, slowly making its way toward the other end of the limb. At the very edge of that branch, it extended just beyond the confines of the wall. That's not right. That's a person, Ruoxi exclaimed in shock. The bodyguard followed her gaze and clearly saw the figure perched on the branch. The individuals in this place were either lured here under false pretenses or kidnapped. Each year, countless souls yearned to escape, which was hardly surprising. Given Ruoxi's youth, it was likely that her compassionate heart would urge them to save this individual. Unable to restrain himself, the bodyguard added, "Saving a life comes at a different price." "Very well, let us rescue him," Ruoxi replied, her voice steady and composed as if she were fully aware of the gravity of the situation. The bodyguard wore an expression of confidence, as if he could read her thoughts. "I possess wealth, but no ailments," Ruoxi continued, her tone calm and low, emphasizing that everything in this world must be evaluated based on its cost-effectiveness. Upon hearing her merciless words, the bodyguard tilted his head in surprise, casting a sidelong glance at Ruoxi. It was quite unexpected. He had assumed she was a sheltered flower, protected by her family. Yet, it seemed she was rather astute, or else she wouldn't have chosen to employ them. The escape was fraught with challenges, yet fortunately, the bodyguards exhibited remarkable agility. Soon, 2 helicopters roared into view, their blades slicing through the air, creating a tempest that bent the trees at sharp angles. A dozen men clad in black emerged from the helicopters, donning sunglasses and standing in perfect formation, creating 2 orderly lines. At that moment, Ruoxi's anxious heart finally settled as she leaped down from the bodyguard's shoulder. With her hands clasped behind her back, she feigned calmness, her gaze enigmatic, exuding an air of authority. Excellent. Arriving 10 minutes early doubles the reward. One of the bodyguards suddenly widened his eyes, startled by something he had seen. Watch your head. A mysterious object plummeted from the tree above. Ruoxi quickly looked up, and a shadow loomed larger. Thud. Crash. Moments later, Ruoxi, sprawled on the ground, managed to rise, grateful for her quick reflexes that had saved her from an untimely demise. How unfortunate it would have been to die so soon after being reborn. Who throws things from such heights? She muttered in irritation. When she finally discerned the figure lying on the ground, her eyes widened in astonishment. This was indeed a person. A youthful face, skin fair and delicate, with strikingly defined brows and a prominent nose. He resembled an exquisite creation from the hands of a divine artisan, breathtaking and regal. Many of the bodyguards were momentarily entranced, having never encountered such beauty, especially in this impoverished setting. Be cautious. Keep your distance. One bodyguard warned Ruoxi, even as they lifted the youth, binding his arms. Miss, how shall we handle this individual? As she gazed at the boy's face, fragmented images flashed through Ruoxi's mind. Visions of a youth possessing dual abilities, vanquishing a zombie king, wielding countless weapons, and reigning as a sovereign in a post-apocalyptic world. These were likely events destined to unfold in the future. How could memories of experiences she had not lived before surface? Never mind the reason. She decided to set aside. Since this youth appeared to be a future powerhouse, why not take advantage of that? She noticed the spatula firmly gripped in his palm, and her gaze deepened, concealing her true thoughts. A spatula? Could he possibly be a chef? Just when she was lamenting her inability to find one, here he was, delivered to her doorstep. Following her command, the bodyguards gently placed the youth in another helicopter. Their movements careful. After all, he was undeniably striking, like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Even the typically cold-hearted employer broke their own principles to save him. Indeed, even the most unfeeling employers find it difficult to resist the allure of a handsome face. Sensing the bodyguard's unusual gazes, she shrugged. Don't misunderstand. He was crushing my leg, and I demand compensation. Unbeknownst to her, she had summoned 2 wheelchairs from her space and seated herself in one. Make one for him too. Once he awakens, he can repay me. The bodyguard, who had initially been moved by the situation, found himself bemused by Ruoxi's peculiar behavior. After all, those who could afford to hire them as bodyguards surely wouldn't quibble over such trivial sums. It was evident she was speaking in contradictions. I understand. We all do. Wealthy individuals enjoy saying the opposite of what they mean while indulging in playful antics. Ruoxi pinched her brow in disbelief. She harbored no such intentions towards a youth. She merely wished to recruit a talented chef. In the opulent presidential suite, the young man's eyelashes fluttered slightly, signaling a potential awakening. I know you are awake. Rest assured, I will not harm you. Seated in her wheelchair, Ruoxi supported her face with one hand while the other toyed with a spatula tightly gripped in the boy's hand. This spatula was unremarkable, merely crafted from gold. Yet, the young man seemed quite attached to it, unwilling to relinquish his hold even in unconsciousness. You saved me. The boy concealed the coldness lurking in his eyes, maintaining an air of calmness, though a chilling aura surrounded him. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. Such a domineering declaration elicited a smile from Ruoxi. In her presence, even the wealthiest of magnates appeared dimmed. Chapter 5. Hoarding Goods, Part 2. I do not lack money, but I am in need of a chef. In response to Ruoxi's request, the young man revealed a glimmer of cold menace. How do you know my culinary skills are exceptional? Have you investigated me? Ruoxi gazed at him as if he were a fool, pointing to the golden spatula in his hand. I would indeed like to investigate, yet your life dossier has been thoroughly erased, and pursuing the matter would require financial expenditure. However, I am aware that a mysterious force has been relentlessly pursuing you. By remaining with me, you at least stand a chance of survival. Otherwise, with your fragile physique, you would not last 3 days. Noticing the boy's silence, Ruoxi grew disinterested in further engagement and gestured for her bodyguard to escort her out. She was confident that the boy would acquiesce to her demands. "Consider it carefully, my petite and charming little chef." With that parting remark, only the heavy, furious breaths of Fu Yunmo filled the room. He hung his head, seemingly pondering Ruoxi's earlier words. Suddenly, he lifted his head sharply, his keen eyes narrowing as they fixed upon the clock on the wall. Meanwhile, Ruoxi was startled while observing the surveillance feed. Truly, as a future overlord of the apocalypse, he effortlessly detected the hidden camera she had set up on the official vehicle. Her expression shifted, causing the bodyguards, who sat upright, to feel an unsettling chill run down their spines. This employer was the most peculiar, unique they had ever encountered. A mere expression could determine their salary adjustments, leaving their moods fluctuating unpredictably, akin to a cancer in love. Upon arrival, they disembarked. As per usual protocol, the men in black exited first, forming two rows. Clad in sunglasses and dark suits, they exuded an imposing aura. The wealthier one is, the more they cherish life, especially in a place where legalities hold little sway. Finally, they arrived at a true slaughterhouse, the air thick with the stench of waste. There were two reasons for not purchasing seafood and meat directly in coastal cities. First, the sheer volume would attract national and media attention, leading to potential scrutiny once the apocalypse began. Second, the government prohibited weapons, and the area around the noodle shop was chaotic, with numerous underground markets facilitating the acquisition of firearms and other armaments. Ruoxi leisurely accepted the white handkerchief offered by the man in black, covering her nose and mouth as she surveyed the pigsty. The pigs, chickens, ducks, and rabbits here were all destined for slaughter and sale in the marketplace. As a devoted carnivore, she needed to stockpile a substantial amount of pork, lamb, beef, rabbit, chicken, and duck. She arranged for the immediate slaughter of 5,000 each of pigs, rabbits, chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and her willingness to forego haggling enabled her to select the entire quantity within 2 hours. Incurring a total expenditure of 20 million. For seafood, she opted to harvest fresh catches directly from the sea. Her acquisitions included 10,000 pounds each of mud crabs, hairy crabs, red crabs, and king crabs, along with 20,000 pounds each of lobsters, prawns, razor clams, abalones, sea cucumbers, scallops, and shrimp meat. Furthermore, she procured 500 pounds each of various fish species, including sharks, halibut, conger eels, rockfish, salmon, sand smelts, pompano, skates, yellow croakers, monkfish, leather jackets, red snappers, flathead fish, Pacific staghorn sculpins, sardines, redfish, bighead carp, pomfrets, arrowtooth flounders, hairtails, marbled sole, noodlefish, blackfish, goby fish, mullets, crucian carps, red cutlass fish, Chinese knife fish, assorted fish, mandarin fish, bighead bream, grenadier fish, grass carp, turbot heads, tuna, octopuses, isaza fish, rockfish, and cuttlefish. As the seafood was destined for global distribution, a considerable quantity of ice was stored, which Ruoxi promptly transferred into her dimension. She acquired 40 tons of ice, deeming it just the right amount, anticipating that the post-apocalyptic temperatures would rise rapidly, leading to widespread heat stroke. She foresaw eventual global power outages rendering air conditioning useless, necessitating the use of ice for maintaining body temperature. The seafood harvesting would require at least 2 days to complete, which was the duration she intended to stay here, as it was also the true purpose of her visit to the noodle shop, to facilitate her endeavors. She spent 100,000 on acquiring an array of items including food preservation vessels, tableware, cookware, soup pots, cooking utensils, bedding sets, and wedding supplies, but considered it inadequate. Consequently, she purchased 200 sets each of sleds, roller skates, skateboards, swimming goggles, kayaks, and skis, anticipating the potential for boredom in the post-apocalyptic world. To alleviate potential boredom, she acquired 2,000 sets each of golden handcuffs, electric shock handcuffs, electronic bracelets, and shackles. She also procured 1,000 sets each of automatic mahjong machines, chess sets, playing cards, rabbit checkers, and Go sets, along with 1,000 units each of digital cameras, surveillance cameras, video doorbells, smart sockets, and smart clothes racks. Additionally, she obtained 4,000 units each of desk lamps and LED light tubes, and 10,000 flashlights, complemented by 40,000 units each of AA and AAA batteries. To further enhance her post-apocalyptic lifestyle, she invested in 50 units each of ice cream makers, shaved ice machines, fried yogurt machines, juicers, meat grinders, soy milk makers, ovens, kebab machines, smart cooking machines, coffee machines, multifunctional machines, curling irons, weighing scales, walkie-talkies, massage chairs, eye massagers, foot massagers, cervical massagers, portable hot and cold boxes, microwave ovens, and robotic vacuum cleaners. She also acquired several appliance suites. She secured 20,000 generators, 20,000 cooling patches, 10,000 bottles of refreshing mint spray, and 5,000 smart spray air conditioning small fans. Furthermore, she obtained 5,000 sets each of sunscreen sets, skincare sets, sunglasses, and parasols. She also purchased mint seeds and fresh mint, prioritizing quantity over precise measurements, ensuring a seemingly inexhaustible supply. Lastly, she acquired 400 sets each of utensils for making milk tea, cakes, and ice cream. Ruoxi pondered within her heart, seeking an opportune moment to employ her financial prowess to meet the illustrious tech magnate. In addition, she wished to procure several intelligent robots to assist in household duties. Upon reaching the threshold, a rich and enticing aroma wafted through the air, irresistibly drawing her inside. Oh, how delightful it was! She indulged voraciously at a grand table laden with exquisite delicacies, surrounded by an array of fruits, delectable pastries, and refreshing beverages. Ruoxi paused for a brief moment, her lips curling into a smile as she remarked, "So, is this the result you have been contemplating all morning? I find it rather satisfactory." The youth, clad in a Pikachu apron, momentarily halted the serving of his dishes, turning his face away in a haughty manner, letting out a disdainful huff. "Cooking for you is merely a temporary arrangement. One day, I shall take my leave. Under someone's roof, one must lower their head. The noodle shop is currently unsafe. Once I return to my homeland, I shall uncover who has stolen my passport and even hired an assassin to eliminate me." What had initially been a warm scene was shattered by the boy's icy words. Noticing the youth's bluntness, Ruoxi remained unfazed, elegantly dabbing her mouth with a handkerchief. "I have prepared the contract. The duration is 2 months, including meals and accommodation. 2 months is ample time for her to master all culinary skills. Once proficient, she would kick him to the curb before the apocalypse." Chapter 6. The 6th day of rebirth. By the way, what is your name? The boy, awkwardly removing his peculiar apron, averted his gaze from Ruoxi and coldly uttered 3 words, "Fu Yunma." Pardon? The previously composed Ruoxi suddenly found herself unsettled. Who, then, was the person sitting before her? Ruoxi pondered to herself. It surely must be a mere coincidence, perhaps a case of sharing the same name. However, in the next moment, she watched in disbelief as Fu Yunma effortlessly unlocked her phone. If it were an ordinary person handling her device, she would undoubtedly have berated them for their impudence, let alone someone so presumptuous as to access her phone without permission. As Ruoxi gazed upon the visage that resembled a celestial being, every curse word became lodged in her throat. Indeed, she was enamored with beauty. Uttering profanities in the presence of such a handsome face was beyond her capabilities. Moreover, she was certain that Fu Yunma would be unable to unlock her phone. "My dear little chef, meddling with your master's possessions may lead to consequences, you know." Her tone was gentle, imbued with a hint of playful coaxing. Yet Fu Yunma discerned an undercurrent of displeasure and veiled threat within her words. Rarely did anyone express dissatisfaction towards him, stirring an unusual sentiment within his heart. "Are you seeking to procure firearms and ammunition?" Upon hearing this, Ruoxi was hardly able to remain composed, nearly overturning the entire table in her agitation. She recalled that her phone was fortified with dual protections and operated on a dual system, each portal guarded by distinct locks. In less than 2 minutes, Fu Yunma had managed to breach these safeguards. What nonsense is this? I am a model citizen of society. Do not slander my character. The sight of her indignant demeanor struck Fu Yunma as endearing, prompting a natural smile to grace his lips. I have a friend who deals in weaponry. I could introduce you to him. Perhaps sensing the gravity of his words, he added, he will sell to you. If he does not, he might as well forfeit his business altogether. Such domineering assertions conveyed a sense of security, as if implying, should he refuse, there would be dire repercussions for him and his family. Ruoxi tugged at the corners of her mouth, feeling as though someone was shielding her. Thank you. I shall ensure your salary is increased. However, she could never easily trust Fu Yunma, hence she instructed the dozen bodyguards to accompany her, armed and ready, as a precaution against potential deception. Observing the woman fully equipped for confrontation, Fu Yunma's brows furrowed slightly, his silence echoing his discontent. She does not trust me. Sensing the darkening mood of Fu Yunma, Ruoxi flashed him a sweet smile, as delightful as honey. Then she turned away, leaving behind a cold and unfeeling silhouette as she headed to procure weaponry. Fu Yunma averted his gaze, no longer wishing to look at her, his fists unconsciously clenching. He felt utterly mad for voluntarily offering to assist this woman. Even more absurd was the fact that her defensive actions had incited a silent anger within him due to her lack of faith. After all, she was merely a woman who had rescued him for her own benefit. Once the 2 months elapsed, their relationship would be entirely severed. Fu Yunma seized the Winnie the Pooh plush toy that Ruoxi often clutched, striking it with a heavy blow. It seemed he was suppressing something, exuding an aura of danger, his chiseled jawline radiating a chilling wrath. What are you doing? Ruoxi unexpectedly appeared behind him, snatching the crumpled doll from his grasp. What discontent do you harbor against me to take it out on a child? She exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. This is a limited edition doll, one I painstakingly collected, and I only dare to embrace it occasionally. Yet now, you treat it like a mere punching bag. Her gaze bore into him, icy and sharp, exuding an ominous aura. Under such a penetrating stare, Fu Yunma's bloodthirsty eyes revealed his evident fury. For the sake of a doll, she was shouting at him. What of it if I choose to strike it? Find someone who wouldn't. The atmosphere grew increasingly sinister, and then Ruoxi suddenly smiled. Surely, you do not still consider yourself the lauded titan of the tech world? There's someone currently usurping your position domestically. She continued. Weapons have been procured and entrusted to the bodyguards, all under a confidentiality agreement, ensuring utmost safety. A substantial sum was expended to unearth your identity. Fu Yunma, the genuine tech luminary, was being impersonated by an imposter. Numerous individuals were stationed at various airports, all with the intent to apprehend Fu Yunma. However, his pampered disposition should not be indulged. Alarm bells rang within Fu Yunma's mind. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Ruoxi replied nonchalantly. Your passport, identification, and research achievements are all missing. Do you not hold a sense of urgency within? She added furthermore, your research findings have been sold at a low price to a machinery company by that imposter. In just a few brief sentences, it was as if a thunderous bomb had detonated, leaving Fu Yunma's profound, bottomless black eyes filled with chaos and disarray. His once proud and exalted identity was being usurped. The research achievements he had tirelessly pursued across various nations were being undercut by the very perpetrator who sought to harm him. Who was it that relentlessly pursued him? Orchestrating this intricate web of deception, Ruoxi cast a glance at Fu Yunma's clenched fists, veins bulging with intensity, as she calmly sat beside him, idly toying with a doll. So be it. If one doll wrinkled, there would always be another. After all, it was merely a limited edition doll worth over 10,000 yuan. Surely, the underlying implication was not lost on Fu Yunma. His thin lips pressed together in silence. How could he possibly be oblivious to Ruoxi's meaning? Damn it, why did it feel as though he was completely at her mercy? Ruoxi spoke in a delicate and petulant tone. I tell you this merely to caution you. Do not harbor delusions of leaving me. If you were to cook well every day and my spirits were lifted, perhaps out of sheer benevolence, I might even consider assisting you in your quest for revenge. Fu Yunma looked up, his gaze falling upon a face that was both charming and innocent. Yet the words that escaped her lips were chillingly ruthless. Initially, he had assumed she was merely a pampered heiress. Yet he was taken aback by her merciless decisiveness in action. What kind of person is Ruoxi, truly? Feeling the probing gaze of Fu Yunma, Ruoxi raised an eyebrow playfully, her fingers delicately grasping his chin as she regarded him from her lofty perch. With a deliberately lowered tone, she crafted an air of intimacy. My delicate little chef, should you choose to leave me now, you shall possess nothing. Fu Yunma turned his head away, his voice tinged with ambiguity. You are my savior. I shall honor the 2 months I promised you. My service is merely an act of gratitude. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Ruoxi took in the delicate blush adorning Fu Yunma's cheek. With a gentle smile, she rose, creating distance, and turned to depart. What an unexpected delight this was. Now, she had acquired a weapon and discovered a means to obtain an ultra-intelligent robot. Very well, she declared. On the 6th day of her rebirth, she would officially embrace a life of leisure. Thank you, Fu Yunma replied in a nonchalant manner. Yet the corner of his garment was twisted in his grasp. He gazed at her retreating figure, akin to a flower atop a lofty peak, beautiful yet unattainable, while he himself had plummeted from the heights of divinity to the depths of despair. Chapter 7. Returning home inside the car, Ruoxi lounged comfortably, while Fu Yunma, anxious and restless, stared out the window. Ruoxi was startled by the term. It had not crossed her mind. But could this be possible? To eliminate a researcher, even at the risk of attracting national attention. Ruoxi was genuinely taken aback by Fu Yunma's audacity. Truly, for one engaged in scientific inquiry, his imagination was commendable. If only it could be directed elsewhere. Elsewhere? Fu Yunma met her languid gaze, feeling the atmosphere around them grow stifling. He turned his head, evading her eyes. Surely, it could not be as he feared. What could her true intentions be in saving him? Over the past few days, Fu Yunma had been perplexed, resolving to make this inquiry his new research topic. It was known that this woman was extraordinarily wealthy. What 5-star chef could she possibly lack? The only conceivable explanation was that Ruoxi had fallen for him at first sight. Yet, for a wealthy heiress like her, what man could she not have? Why then, had she set her sights on him? This seemed to plunge him into another conundrum. As Ruoxi raised her gaze, she beheld the cool visage of the youth, Fu Yunma. His complexion was fair and luminous, with a sharply defined jawline, surrounded by an aura of chilling serenity, akin to the pristine snow of winter. Damn it! How could this man increasingly resemble a domineering protagonist from comic? Before her 400 billion, even the wealthiest tycoon would pale in comparison. How could she allow Fu Yunma to overshadow her? Inside, Ruoxi's heart simmered with discontent, her gaze deep and her brows slightly furrowed, revealing a sharpness and displeasure. Yet her beauty remained captivating and radiant. Like a flower on a high peak, she was both alluring and unattainable. The temperature within the vehicle plummeted, prompting the bodyguards to tighten their leather jackets, shivering with unease. What was going on with these two? Each wore an increasingly dark expression. Had they not enjoyed themselves last night? Uncertain, we dared not inquire. Soon, Ruoxi and her companions entered the VIP passage at the airport, typically reserved for celebrities. This time, Ruoxi decisively purchased exclusive access to the passage, decreeing that no one could enter without her permission. With her fortune of 400 billion, she lacked for nothing and indulged in extravagant spending. After all, she had that wealth to squander. The journey home proved smoother than anticipated. Throughout, Ruoxi dozed with her eyes half closed, while Fu Yunma maintained a stoic silence. Each directed their gaze elsewhere, maintaining a respectful distance. The bodyguards, bewildered, exchanged glances, their heads adorned with question marks. What had transpired between these two last night? Had they overindulged in revelry and grown weary? Or perhaps, after shouting too long, their voices had failed them? They seemed to be sulking, yet not entirely. Upon disembarking, Fu Yunma obediently followed Ruoxi, dragging his suitcase and remaining silent. As Ruoxi prepared to enter the vehicle, she was unexpectedly grasped by a hand adorned with an abundance of gold and silver jewelry. In his relentless pursuit of her, Zhang Lao had even resorted to lingering at the airport. How fortunate indeed. A meticulous glance at Zhang Lao revealed his disheveled appearance, with remnants of sleep still lingering in the corners of his eyes. The former air of opulence had vanished, replaced by dark circles that spoke of fatigue. This thought brought a subtle smirk to Ruoxi's lips, tinged with amusement. Although she had been abroad these past few days, she remained acutely aware of the happenings back home. She had disposed of the villa estate that had once housed Zhang Lao and his wife, leaving these parasites without refuge, forcing them to sell their jewelry and designer bags to afford rent. In truth, they could have utilized the funds Ruoxi had previously bestowed upon them to purchase a modest dwelling. However, having been indulged by Ruoxi for so long, they held disdain for anything less than grand estates, ultimately leading to the inevitable conclusion that their limited funds were swiftly exhausted. Ruoxi withdrew her hand from Zhang Lao with an air of detachment, inquiring, "Do you have business with me?" Witnessing Ruoxi's abrupt dismissal, a surge of pent-up anger flooded Zhang Lao's heart, his eyes momentarily glinting with cunning malice. His weathered face contorted, and he procured a handkerchief, feigning tears while deliberately raising his voice to attract the attention of passers-by. As anticipated, the bystanders, unaware of the underlying circumstances, began to rally in support of Zhang Lao. My goodness, how heartless can this woman be? This elderly lady nurtured her through thick and thin, and now that she has achieved something, she has forgotten her roots. Even looking down upon the old woman. How disgraceful, exclaimed one elderly onlooker. Why does such a person even have the audacity to live? Can we not trade her life for the return of those who have made significant contributions to society? Zhang Lao inwardly reveled in his triumph, barely suppressing a chuckle. Had it not been for the audience, the corners of his mouth would have risen in delight. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma, who had been maintaining a low profile, lifted his gaze, observing Ruoxi's silhouette with a touch of intrigue and curiosity. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed such a domineering grandmother. Who said she is my grandmother? The girl's voice rang out, resonant and clear. From the moment I was born, my parents abandoned me to her care, and she, like a tossed ball, passed me off to others. Until I turned 10, she had never fulfilled any parental responsibilities, and even after that, she merely squandered my adoptive parents' inheritance like a leech. To put it plainly, she has never raised me. Rather, I supported her for 8 or 9 years. Ruoxi's words resonated with a profound clarity, akin to pearls cascading upon a jade plate, their lingering echoes captivating the hearts of those who listened. The previously chattering passers-by fell into a hushed silence, some expressing sympathy for Ruoxi's plight. How unfortunate for this young woman to be burdened with such a self-centered grandmother. Yet, a faction of the crowd questioned the veracity of Ruoxi's statements. How naive, they thought. Today's youth weave their tales without a second thought. And yet you dare to believe her fanciful fabrications. As Ruoxi squinted her eyes, she reflected on her parents who had abandoned her at birth, showing no concern for her well-being. They traveled across the country, and whenever funds ran low, they would seek financial assistance from old Zhang, who, in turn, would demand her adoptive parents' inheritance. This situation epitomized the adage that parents are true love while children are mere accidents. The thought elicited a bitter laugh from Ruoxi. After being cast aside by that couple, old Zhang promptly relinquished her to an orphanage. Following 3 or 4 years in the orphanage, she was adopted by a wealthy couple who were unable to conceive. Unfortunately, after nurturing her for a few years, both passed away due to illness, leaving her with a staggering inheritance of several billion. Chapter 8. The basement is complete. The apocalypse is approaching. Old Zhang and his band of leeches seem to have heard of her impending inheritance from somewhere. Perhaps her adoptive parents had foreseen this scenario during their lifetime and deliberately arranged for a lawyer to draft a will. The stipulation was that Ruoxi would only receive the full inheritance upon reaching the age of 20, a precaution against her being deceived at a tender age. At 20, she would possess the capacity for independent thought before inheriting her wealth. Regrettably, in her previous life, she had been misled by a scoundrel and relinquished her inheritance. As the apocalypse loomed, she was ensnared in a tragic fate orchestrated by old Zhang and his cohorts, ultimately meeting a gruesome end amidst a horde of zombies. Ruoxi suddenly burst into laughter, causing old Zhang's heart to race. After all, her money was simply the fruit of his labor. How selfish to resort to selling off family assets. Sooner or later, I shall reclaim every penny of the inheritance, leaving that little wretch Ruoxi with nothing. Oh dear, my chest aches. With a cunning glint in his eye, old Zhang collapsed. However, Ruoxi showed no inclination to assist. Observing coldly with a face that seemed to say, "Continue the performance. I relish the spectacle." Passers-by, wary of being implicated, hesitated to intervene, while someone called the authorities. Left with no choice, old Zhang awkwardly lay on the cold ground, continuing his charade, his inner fury towards Ruoxi intensifying. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped Fu Yunma, a typically stoic figure. He had not anticipated that Ruoxi possessed such wit. Her life story was undeniably tragic. He had assumed she was merely a pampered heiress, but her past was fraught with adversity. With Fu Yunma's laughter, the attention of the crowd shifted to the strikingly handsome youth. Bystanders gazed at him with admiration. Wow. The cool and aloof young man smiled, and he smiled at me. In that moment, everyone forgot about the theatrics of old Zhang sprawled on the ground. As Ruoxi greeted old Zhang with a friendly smile, she ascended into the luxurious vehicle, closely followed by Fu Yunmo. "Oh, you little scoundrel." Old Zhang swiftly sprang to his feet, chasing after Ruoxi's car for a few meters. Unfortunately, all that was left for him was the noxious fumes akin to those of a gas canister. The kind passerby who had just assisted old Zhang in dialing 110 witnessed this scene and immediately felt disheartened. It turns out he was merely feigning illness. Evidently, the girl had not lied. This old woman was simply selfish, resorting to moral coercion. In an instant, public opinion gravitated heavily towards Ruoxi's side. Bystanders began to point fingers at old Zhang. Bah, what a bunch of worthless people. Do you not understand the virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young? Having had little rest in recent days, coupled with a long wait at the airport, Ruoxi had not washed her face or brushed her teeth, and her mood was exceedingly foul. Following this incident, old Zhang felt as if he might explode with rage. Meanwhile, the construction of the basement project had commenced for 5 days. Thus, Ruoxi took Fu Yunmo to the dust-laden vineyard site. Observing the uneven cement floor, Fu Yunmo's lips curled slightly. Is this truly the home of this woman? So shabby and dilapidated, reminiscent of Shui Bao Chai's humble abode. Many workers, unfamiliar with Ruoxi, merely cast a fleeting glance before returning diligently to their tasks. At this moment, Ruoxi resembled a superior conducting an unexpected inspection, effortlessly engaging in casual conversation with the workers. "Are you content with your wages? How is the food? Any grievances?" The workers replied with a chuckle. "Well, our pay is comparable to that of other construction sites, and on rainy days, we receive an extra 100 or so in subsidies. The cook we hired has over 20 years of experience, offering a variety of flavors. In short, we are absolutely delighted. Earning a living here has garnered envy from many in my village." Achoo! Achoo! In contrast, Fu Yunma sneezed several times, appearing quite unaccustomed to the surroundings. Ruoxi cast a fleeting glance at Fu Yunma, her expression tinged with disdain. How could this man be so arrogant? Fu Yunma remained silent. Over a month later, the basement was nearly completed. Ruoxi is now preparing to purchase tools to eliminate formaldehyde. Your identity has been substituted by someone else, and you can independently search for information without needing to follow me constantly. With a flick of her delicate hand, Ruoxi tossed a stack of money to Fu Yunma. If it's insufficient, feel free to ask me for more. As she stepped on the accelerator and drove away, Fu Yunma was left behind, momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, the vibrant red vehicle had already vanished into the distance. He glanced down at the tens of thousands in cash cradled in his arms, his handsome face darkening to an ashen hue. To everyone's astonishment, Ruoxi resorted to throwing money at him. 2 months swiftly passed, and Fu Yunma found himself in a state of utter helplessness. As Ruoxi's basement nears completion, the process of formaldehyde removal commences. 1. Electric fans are strategically placed in every corner to circulate air. 2. Physical adsorption methods are employed, utilizing activated carbon and zeolite. 3. A constant application of eco-friendly spray is implemented. 4. Environmentally friendly materials have been utilized in construction, which is already accomplished. 5. Plants are positioned to absorb harmful substances from the air. Only after these measures are taken and formaldehyde levels are tested to meet standards can one move in. In the fortnight preceding the apocalypse, a global economic crisis erupted, leading to the collapse of numerous companies. Zhang Lao and his cohorts, accustomed to a life of luxury, found themselves destitute on the streets, unwilling to seek employment and relying on relatives for meager sustenance. In a frenzy, they scoured for Ruoxi, begging for financial assistance. Seeking solace, Ruoxi opted for a brief retreat by the seaside. Ruoxi lay on the sun-drenched beach, donning her sunglasses and basking leisurely in the warmth. In the distance, the sunset painted the horizon in hues of crimson, gradually merging with the tranquil surface of the sea. Seagulls soared freely across the sky. After a while, a languorous charm enveloped Ruoxi as she turned over, feeling fatigued from her repose, and sought something to engage her. With time on her hands, she pondered ways to spend money. For Ruoxi, the act of spending was a tiresome endeavor, akin to a daily routine of going to work. Are you weary of the culinary delights I prepare? As Ruoxi lifted her gaze, her starry eyes were adorned with a few delicate pearls at the tips of her lashes. Perhaps it was the result of an extended slumber, for her every movement exuded an effortless, languorous beauty. The contract stipulated that Fu Yunma would be employed for merely 2 months, yet in reality, he had lingered by her side for 6. Disguised in a false identity, Fu Yunma remained a target of pursuit by those relentless foes in the country. Thus, he found himself compelled to stay near Ruoxi, taking on the role of a humble chef. Whenever he reflected on his former glory as a distinguished figure in research, now diminished to the status of a mere cook, a tempest of unquenched rage brewed within him. However, each time he witnessed the blissful smile gracing Ruoxi's face as she savored his culinary creations, he gradually became ensnared in the web of her heartfelt praises. In truth, embracing the life of a chef was not without its merits. But what if one day Ruoxi grew weary of his dishes? Chapter 9. I am not short of money. Then he would fervently experiment with new flavors, ensuring she would always indulge in novel delicacies, never to tire of them. Yet, what if there came a day when Ruoxi no longer cherished food? In that case, he would confine her until her passion for gastronomy was rekindled. A shadow of inscrutability lingered in Fu Yunma's gaze, obscuring the tumult of emotions within. Ruoxi cast a glance around her, oblivious to the peculiarities of the person beside her. She lowered her head, continuing to indulge in delectable treats, and began her shopping spree. 2,000 packages of sanitary napkins for both day and night. Concerned that her substantial purchases of pharmaceuticals might attract governmental scrutiny, Ruoxi boldly opened 10 chain pharmacies. Cold medicine, aspirin, norfloxacin, amoxicillin, smecta, analgesic tinctures, pain relief tablets, antipyretics, eye drops, disinfectants, sleeping pills, and so forth. Very well, she reclined in contentment. What other medications were there? Ruoxi took a bite of the fruit that Fu Yunma had offered her, her cheeks puffed up like a soft little bunny. Fu Yunma gazed at her silently, waves of emotion stirring within him. She had been shopping incessantly these days. Was she preparing to retreat into the mountains? The mountains? Ah, what a splendid place. By the way, the contraceptive pill. Ruoxi suddenly stood up, nearly toppling the fruit platter held by Fu Yunma, her betrothed and sister, who had betrayed her, with the fundamental reasons for her demise in the previous life. Within the Tiger Squad, these two had become inseparable, not forgetting to conspire against Ruoxi, fostering discontent among the other members of the team. Consequently, when pursued by a horde of zombies, it was unanimously decided that Ruoxi should be the bait to lead them away to their doom. Thus, as the apocalypse approached, should an opportunity arise to lure these treacherous individuals into the fray, she would confine them and, with a mischievous grin, provide them with contraceptives. Along with a little something extra, Ruoxi contemplated this in her heart. She had to admit that her thoughts might be somewhat far-reaching, yet they were undeniably pragmatic. The grievances of her past life could not simply be forgotten due to her rebirth. They must be repaid with interest. Contraceptive pills? Fu Yunma's thin lips pressed tightly together, and his sword-like brows furrowed, as if he had just consumed a worm, his expression exceedingly unappealing. If Ruoxi is merely stockpiling goods, that would be one thing. But purchasing this? Surely she is not preparing to establish a harem in the mountains? The mere thought of this caused Fu Yunma's heart to tremble unexpectedly. What is the purpose of this purchase? Fu Yunma concealed his emotions and inquired with an air of nonchalance. Ruoxi leisurely sipped the vintage wine from 1982, her crimson lips becoming even more enchanting, while her eyes radiated a confident brilliance. It is useful. The specifics, however, were not something Ruoxi wished to elaborate on. After all, it was merely a small chef she had taken under her wing. Why engage in such lengthy conversation? As long as her palate was satisfied, that sufficed. What is its utility? Fu Yunma pressed further. As Ruoxi lifted her gaze, she met the gaze of those profoundly dark eyes, and a chill of sweat broke out along her back. What could be the matter? It seemed the little chef harbored some discontent towards her. Was it dissatisfaction with his salary? If that were the case, he ought to voice it instead of staring at her in such a manner. One might mistakenly think she had stolen his wife. Oh, my delicate chef, do you perhaps have grievances of late? I have certainly noticed your diligent efforts over these past days, presenting an array of new dishes daily, each distinct from the last. If it is a raise you desire, I assure you, I have ample funds available. Simply propose a figure, and I shall transfer the sum directly into your account. Observing Fu Yunma's increasingly ominous expression, Ruoxi raised an eyebrow slightly. You really ought not to remain cooped up in the kitchen all the time. Your face has become so darkened, resembling smoked meat, leading one to believe I am deliberately mistreating my staff. Before Ruoxi could finish her thought, Fu Yunma set down the peeled apple, turned away with an air of indifference, and headed to the beach to indulge in surfing. I'm not lacking in money. Ruoxi picked up a sweet apple and took a bite. In her line of sight, a group of handsome men and beautiful women by the seaside, dressed in light attire, created a picturesque scene. You claim to be wealthy, yet here you are working for me, she scoffed. Just a future tycoon, that's all. Chapter 10. The Sudden Tsunami. As Ruoxi hummed a gentle tune, she continued to recline languidly. She silently admired Fu Yunma's well-defined abdominal muscles, which appeared even more robust and handsome under the sunlight, exuding an air of brooding authority typical of a future magnate. Ruoxi couldn't help but marvel at his striking features. Gradually, her gaze shifted upward, and she sensed something amiss. Why were the waves rising higher and higher? From all directions, the cries for help echoed, as handsome men and beautiful women frantically fled. It was only then that Ruoxi realized a tsunami was imminent. She recalled that this area rarely experienced such disasters, which was why she chose to reside here. In her previous life, there were no reports of casualties from tsunamis in this location. It seemed that her rebirth had triggered a chain reaction of butterfly effects in this lifetime. Under the shade of a coconut tree, Ruoxi found herself at a considerable distance from the sea. Unhurried, she rose to her feet, biting into the apple that Fu Yunma had peeled for her. As she made her way to the seaside villa, she called home. Ah, this apple is quite sweet. An apple? Had this been her previous life, Ruoxi would have hastily dashed into the ocean to rescue Fu Yunma. After all, he was a future magnate, a life of immense value. To plunge into the water now would be tantamount to courting death. Even if she were to find him, she might end up sacrificing herself in the process. Having been granted a second chance at life, she could not afford to gamble with her own existence. Moreover, Fu Yunma was destined to be a prominent figure in the impending apocalypse. How could he possibly meet his ends so easily? Wait a moment. If she could be reborn, what else was beyond the realm of possibility? Ruoxi's crimson lips pressed together in hesitation for a moment. Ultimately, she discarded the apple core and seized a surfboard, racing towards the shore. In her youth, Ruoxi's adoptive parents enrolled her in numerous extracurricular activities, predominantly sports. Their residence was by the seaside, where Ruoxi learned to surf from a young age and even acquired a certification a few years ago. At the age of 18, She specifically trained in skydiving and obtained a professional parachuting license. In the eye of the tsunami, Fu Yunma gazed at his surroundings, reminiscent of a curtain of water, as he navigated swiftly through the tumultuous waves. However, as time progressed, despair began to engulf him. The once radiant glimmer in his eyes dulled as he realized he was trapped in an abyss with no visible escape. In a moment of desperation, he decided to take a chance. Perhaps there was a slim possibility of breaking free from the raging waters. The trials grew increasingly demanding, testing both psychological resilience and physical endurance. A single misstep could lead to demise. Fu Yuma's gaze flickered, his mind conjuring the serene and exquisite visage of Ruoxi as she slept. He imagined her peacefully resting, hoping she wouldn't be swept away by the waves. In that instant, he found himself wishing for her presence amidst the chaos, though he also feared for her safety. Suddenly, a familiar figure dashed in from one direction, her movements adept and resolute. Fu Yunma's breath hitched. Ruoxi's arrival shattered the fiancé he had maintained. Strangely, in this perilous moment, he felt a surprising calmness. After all, mortality is an inevitability. Yet, witnessing Ruoxi's courageous entrance stirred something within the depths of his long, lonely heart. Perhaps, being a charming and gentle cook wouldn't be such a bad fate after all. Abruptly, darkness enveloped him, his ears ringing as his body succumbed to unconsciousness. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ruoxi, having finally located Fu Yunma, felt tears of frustration welling up. The space within the eye of the tsunami was shrinking, and they were on the verge of being engulfed by the waves. How could Fu Yunma fall asleep at such a critical juncture? This formidable figure was utterly unreliable. Chapter 11. The Advent of the Apocalypse and a termination contract? Fu Yunma's lips were parched and cracked, his striking features taking on a pallid hue. The enchanting allure of his peach blossom eyes was overshadowed by an abyss of darkness, evoking a chilling sensation as if one were plunging into an endless void. He clenched the contract tightly, crumpling it before discarding it into the trash. "Ruoxi, oh Ruoxi, you pulled me from the depths, only to abandon me. The thought of leaving? Out of the question." Meanwhile, Ruoxi, who was inspecting the furniture in the basement, felt a strange sensation as if someone were maligning her from behind. After completing her assessment, she ascended the stairs from the basement to the first level. The basement comprised 2 levels, both habitable. The second level served as a precautionary measure, a refuge in case of an intrusion on the first level. The passage to other courtyards was also located on the second level. Continuing her ascent, she noticed an array of shovels and cement tools in the stairwell, alongside a dedicated room filled with construction equipment. Why were there so many tools left behind when the basement was already constructed? The world had become exceedingly dull. Perhaps she could excavate a few meters beneath the Earth's surface. Digging through the earth? Oh, joy! With a joyful bounce, Ruoxi approached the door leading to the ground. Flanking her on either side stood 2 intelligent robots, equipped with omnidirectional cameras that offered a complete 360-degree surveillance. The door itself was smartly welded shut. Entry required the intricate process of facial recognition, fingerprint unlocking, and voice command input of a designated keyword. After overcoming 5 layers of security, one must then signal an OK gesture to the camera. Should 3 seconds elapse without this gesture, concealed machine guns would unleash a fierce barrage upon the entrance. Ruoxi nodded in satisfaction, having to admit that Fu Yunma was quite capable. He could create robots and was adept at cooking. During her moments of ennui, he would serenade her with songs while playing the piano, violin, or guitar, alleviating her boredom. However, this fellow was exceedingly reserved and lacked conversational prowess. Suddenly, Ruoxi opened the door, encountering those familiar eyes. Instinctively, she attempted to shut the door, but his fair hand was swifter, blocking her way. "You are avoiding me," he stated affirmatively, a sunny smile gracing his typically expressionless face. Clad in sportswear instead of a white shirt, he appeared as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Ruoxi raised an eyebrow and cast a glance at Fu Yunma, remaining remarkably composed. Previously, Fu Yunma had embodied the archetype of a stoic senior, but now he had adopted a more vibrant demeanor, reminiscent of a sunny young man. It seemed that his encounter with the specter of death had granted him a new perspective. Fu Yunma's dark eyes sparkled with mirth, his gaze fixated solely on Ruoxi. Why is the master silent? His voice, slightly husky yet imbued with a touch of magnetism, lingered in the air. Master? Ruoxi averted her gaze, her eyes darting away, her thoughts swirling with uncertainty. Could it be that this fellow has lost his senses? He is not a pet of mine, so why address me as his master? This is rather embarrassing and demonstrates a remarkable lack of emotional intelligence, diminishing my impression of him significantly. Does he dislike this form of address? Fu Yunmo cast his eyes downward, a look of disdain evident upon his face. She must have constructed that basement for the purpose of imprisoning those men for her amusement. Why seek out those courtesans? Why engage in trivial pursuits like an ordinary wealthy woman? Is he incapable of satisfying her needs? In Fu Yunmo's perspective, the construction of a basement by a wealthy woman serves but one purpose: to keep men. With this thought, he discreetly glanced behind Ruoxi, searching for signs of any men. Master, it is quite cold outside. May I come in and rest for a while? Upon hearing a hint of grievance in her tone, Ruoxi was immediately struck with an unsettling chill. Pray tell, was she the sole person feeling the weight of awkwardness? The embarrassment was palpable, her fingers digging into the ground in sheer discomfort. This simply could not be allowed. The basement was to be her sanctuary in the impending apocalypse. How could she possibly permit anyone to trespass? Witnessing Ruoxi's refusal, Fu Yunma's suspicions only intensified. There truly was a man concealed within. Ruoxi felt a tinge of impatience. Why are you still here? Our relationship is merely contractual, and the agreement has long expired. The salary I provided you is sufficient for your accommodation. Am I paying you inadequately? Are you dissatisfied? Do not presume that addressing me as master will secure your stay. Your sweet words are nothing but empty flattery. Fu Yunma's earlobes turned a subtle shade of crimson, creeping up to the nape of his neck. I could take action as well. The statement struck Ruoxi like a bolt from the blue, causing her to stare incredulously at the handsome man whose cheeks were now flushed. But wait, Fu Yunma was supposed to be a future magnate, wasn't he? Although at present, his esteemed position in the realm of scientific research had been usurped by unsavory elements. Yet, with all the knowledge he possessed, how could he possibly degrade himself to the level of clinging to a wealthy woman for gain? Ruoxi cannot help but inquire, surely, you haven't become a fool from surfing, have you? In Chapter 12, Fu Yunma, once the aloof senior, has transformed into an adorable little puppy. What is a brain? Master? Fu Yunma blinked his innocent, large eyes, his originally handsome visage now taking on a more cartoonish charm. Ruoxi was struck by the illusion that a little puppy tail had sprouted from behind him. She even fancied that his lips formed a W shape. How utterly delightful. How she longed to pet that big puppy's little head. Lost in such thoughts, Ruoxi found her hand inexplicably resting on him, pausing for a moment in astonishment. As she caressed a few times, oh, how delightful it felt! Unable to restrain herself, she continued to stroke him. Fu Yunma's eyes sparkled like stars as he shook his little head and nuzzled Ruoxi's fair wrist. Master's hand is so soft, I wish to kiss it. His tone was soft and tender, imbued with a youthful innocence, yet laced with an enchanting, beguiling charm. It was as if tiny cat paws were playfully dancing around her heart, igniting a delightful tickle that spread warmth throughout her being. Like an electric current radiating from her wrist, Ruoxi helplessly covered her face. Bewildered, she wondered why he had rushed over to her. Shouldn't he just stay home? The apocalypse is imminent. Ruoxi abruptly withdrew her hand from Fu Yunmo's grasp, swiftly shutting the door with her other hand. Yet, at the very moment the door was nearly closed, she caught sight of a group of grotesque figures. These beings moved with an unsteady gait, their faces a pallid white, their heads adorned with a verdant hue reminiscent of lush meadows. They grinned, revealing jagged teeth, with bits of flesh lodged between them. Could it be zombies? The apocalypse had arrived prematurely in this lifetime. Ruoxi swiftly glanced around, noticing that she was alone with Fu Yunma outside the door. Meanwhile, a horde of zombies was charging towards them. Fu Yunma's eyes were clouded with a misty haze, his cheeks puffed out like an irate little squirrel. Oh dear. Those hideous creatures behind us are terrifying. I'm quite frightened. As she spoke, Fu Yunma burrowed into Ruoxi's embrace. Ruoxi's enchanting eyes resembled the shimmering depths of the ocean, dark and enigmatic like a domineering CEO. Now, with an abundance of wealth, he has truly become that tyrannical figure, pampering a charming young companion. With relentless pursuers behind her, Ruoxi had no choice but to pull Fu Yunma into her world. In the first level of the basement, within a delightfully pink living room, as Ruoxi scrolled through the news, she languidly reclined on the plush sofa, her right hand tenderly caressing the hair of Fu Yunma, who knelt beside her. Fu Yunma wore an expression of sheer bliss, while Ruoxi pondered the intricacies of life. Initially, she had intended to venture out to acquire a small puppy or kitten to alleviate the monotony of the impending apocalypse. However, it seemed the end times had arrived prematurely, and now she found herself with an additional little brother resembling a puppy. Ruoxi cast a resentful gaze at Fu Yunma, yet her stomach betrayed her with a growl. How embarrassing. She was hungry. Although she claimed to have been learning culinary skills from Fu Yunma for over 2 months, she had spent the past 6 months merely consuming meals, never even stepping into the kitchen. Despite Fu Yunma's apparent lapse in intellect, it was reasonable to assume that he still possessed the ability to cook, and that his culinary skills had surely become second nature by now. As Ruoxi lowered her gaze, she resembled an ailing emperor languishing upon a dragon bed, her tone feeble. Huan, I am hungry. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunma shook his little head in confusion, unable to comprehend. Mistaking Fu Yunma's meaning as an indication of his inability to cook, Ruoxi felt tears welling up in her eyes. Alas, this foolish boy not only seemed to have lost his wits, but also lacked culinary skills. What purpose did Fu Yunma serve if he could not prepare a meal? This was not a shelter for lost souls, wailing in despair. Given my hunger and your inability to cook, it would be best for you to take your leave. There is no place for you here. Ruoxi spoke with an unvarnished bluntness, appearing as though she had never known Fu Yunma during these past 6 months. If she could derive no benefit from him, why should she indulge in the altruism of taking him in? The world outside was rife with suffering and destitution. Saving one soul would not remedy the plight of many. Thus, in this apocalyptic era, selfishness became a prerequisite for survival. This lesson was born from the tragic demise Ruoxi experienced in her previous life. The human heart is inscrutable. What if betrayal lurked beneath the surface? Fu Yunma lowered his gaze, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth in a solitary moment. How utterly heartless. After 6 months of unwavering care, she could so callously cast him aside. Chapter 13, Childhood Sweethearts. Fu Yuvin's call I can cook. Whatever you desire, I can provide. With that, Fu Yunma dashed into the kitchen, ready to prepare. Please wait a moment, my esteemed master. Ruoxi suddenly sat up and followed into the kitchen. The little puppy must have gone awry. Surely it wouldn't set the kitchen ablaze. Ruoxi remained unconvinced, just as she was about to step inside. She was gently ushered out by Fu Yunma. Adorned in a Pikachu apron, he squinted his eyes with a tender smile, while softly pushing Ruoxi's shoulder. The master is my little princess. You mustn't enter the kitchen, for the smoke and grease will tarnish the attire of the little princess. Ruoxi argued passionately. I shall don an apron as well. It is absolutely unacceptable for Fu Yunma to remain alone in the kitchen. What if he ends up setting the place ablaze? The smoke would surely tarnish the delicate complexion of the little princess, rendering her visage less than appealing. Her hands are intended for exquisite manicures, not for wielding an oil-coated spatula. Fu Yunma smiled gently, nodded slightly, and then shut the kitchen door. Standing outside in a daze, Ruoxi wore a perplexed expression. Has this fellow truly lost his senses? Unsure, she decided to observe further. Thus, Ruoxi reclined on the sofa, as the television broadcasted live updates of the unfolding chaos outside. A horde of zombies surged forth, and despite the police's gunfire, the undead continued to rise. In a bid to protect the civilian populace, the airport had been commandeered by the government as a refuge for those fleeing the disaster. The emergency passage was overcrowded, filled with wails of despair. Many individuals were on the verge of collapse, weeping uncontrollably, and some were even clad in nothing but nightwear. A few were dressed solely in their undergarments. Ruoxi turned off the television and began to indulge in a television series she had previously downloaded on her computer, tearing open a large packet of sweet and sour duck necks, succumbing to her inner couch potato. For her, a devoted homebody, this was sheer bliss. Before long, Fuyunma presented her with a plate of fruit, meticulously diced into neat cubes and speared with toothpicks. "You should enjoy some fruit first. My new dish will be ready shortly," she remarked, embodying the demeanor of a cool and domineering female CEO. The sight of her engrossed in the drama was truly captivating, never failing to delight the eye. Ruoxi lifted her gaze to glance at Fuyunma. This little puppy, after becoming foolish, had also grown considerably sweeter in speech, displaying potential traits of a scoundrel. Fortunately, her heart, much like an iron tree that seldom blooms, remained unyielding. Otherwise, she would have long been ensnared in Fuyunma's gentle embrace. Ruoxi believed that by providing Fuyunma with a safe space, she was offering him solace. In return, Fuyunma prepared meals for her, tending to her culinary needs, which seemed to create a harmonious partnership. When the time came for Fuyunma to leave, she could easily usher him out. After all, she would eventually tire of his cooking and would desire a change of chef. She resumed her attention to the television, savoring the sweet strawberries Fuyunma had sliced for her. Delightful. Soon, Fuyunma had finished preparing the meal. In Ruoxi, she had indulged in enough snacks and fruits. Gazing at the lavish spread of five-star cuisine before her, she found herself unable to eat another bite. "I am full. Please enjoy this yourself." Ruoxi turned and entered her room, her back exuding an air of indifference. This scene deeply wounded Fuyunma's heart. He gazed at the meal before him, finding it tasteless. Yet, he feigned compliance, nodding obediently as he kindly reminded, "Remember to stand for a while after you've eaten, master." Lying down immediately after a meal can lead to weight gain. Being alone had its advantages. One could do as one pleased. After eating, if one wished to lie down, one could do so. With a treadmill available, exercising was an option if weight gain occurred. Clearly, Fuyunma's well-meaning words fell on deaf ears for Ruoxi. "Don't forget to wash the dishes," she said. 3 lines of frustration appeared on Fuyunma's forehead. Did this woman possess not a shred of romantic sensibility? Nevertheless, he mused, perhaps it would suffice to pamper her into dependency. Then she would be unable to part from him. Ruoxi's personal chamber is quite expansive, equipped with a password lock, fingerprint scanner, and facial recognition for enhanced security. Spanning an impressive 500 square meters, is the largest room in the basement, featuring a private bathroom, study, cinema room, and a walk-in closet. Each smaller room is secured with its own unique fingerprint and password locks. The entrance to the second level of the basement is discreetly concealed within the storage closet's partition. Ruoxi felt a sense of relief, fortunate that she had been sensitive to numbers since childhood, enabling her to memorize them swiftly and retain them easily. Upon reaching the second level of the basement, her breathing began to grow labored. Ruoxi retrieved 60 potted plants from her space, arranging them in various locations. The previously placed pots had also begun to wither, prompting Ruoxi to press her lips together in contemplation, faced with a dilemma. Humans rely on the oxygen emitted by plants for survival, while plants depend on the carbon dioxide exhaled by humans. Currently, despite the abundance of plants, oxygen was scarce. In simple terms, there were too few people. Suddenly, Ruoxi recalled that during her stockpiling, she had idly accumulated several tons of marble and diluted hydrochloric acid in her space. By combining these, she could generate the carbon dioxide necessary for the plants. Alternatively, industrial methods could be employed, such as the high-temperature combustion of limestone. However, igniting limestone underground posed significant safety risks. Thus, utilizing marble and diluted hydrochloric acid would suffice. Having entered the laboratory, Ruoxi donned protective gear and began synthesizing carbon dioxide. Prior to this, she had fertilized and loosened the soil for the plants, also plugging in the artificial sunlight to provide them with supplemental illumination. After busying herself for over an hour, Ruoxi inhaled deeply, relishing the abundance of fresh oxygen. At that moment, her phone screen illuminated, displaying a multitude of missed calls and messages. Scrolling down, she encountered an unfamiliar number, likely belonging to the dog parents' adopted darling daughter, Ma Li Su. The next instant, a call arrived from her childhood sweetheart, Fu Yuan. Fu Yuan. The sight of this familiar name caused Ruoxi's heart to palpitate. This man, who had grown up alongside her and once vowed to protect her for life, had engaged in illicit affairs with Ma Li Su after the apocalypse, together with Zhang Lao, the dog parents, and their adopted daughter Ma Li Su. They had cast her into the horde of the undead. Memories surged forth, engulfing Ruoxi in a vortex of the past. Fu Yuan had been a beacon of light, rescuing her from the mire. In her most trying moments, he had given her everything he had, even during a school team-building exercise. When she had tumbled down a precipitous hillside, Fu Yuan had instinctively reached out to grab her, ultimately falling with her during their descent. Fu Yuan had exerted every ounce of strength to shield her frail form from the relentless impacts. Later, at the hospital, the examination revealed that she had sustained only minor abrasions. Fu Yuan, however, was left with paralyzed legs, unable to walk again. From that day forward, Fu Yuan was confined to a wheelchair, and she had cared for him with unwavering devotion. She recalled that day in the hospital, when the radiant sunlight stirred the white curtains. Fu Yuan, seated in his wheelchair, attempted to rise. Yet, no matter how hard he strained, he could not budge an inch. Even in this state of decline, Fu Yuan's eyes remained serene, a hint of bitterness playing at the corners of his lips. He raised his head, gazing up at her. His voice, clear and gentle, resonated with emotion. "Little she, what am I to do? I am so heartbroken. I long to embrace you, but I realize that the last time I took the initiative to hold you seems to have been the final time." Her palms grew clammy as she knelt down, her hands trembling as she embraced Fu Yuan tightly. "It used to be you rushing towards me. Now, it is my turn to rush towards you." Just as she was about to speak, Fu Yuan interjected, She, how about we get engaged?" "Yes. She, don't despise me, okay? If you despise me, I will. Be unhappy. I won't. Never. If she ever despises me in the future, just let me know, and I will leave obediently, without pestering or disturbing you." Clearly, she had honored her promise, never once despising Fu Yuan. Yet, upon encountering a new love, Fu Yuan had unhesitatingly cast her aside. Ruoxi felt a pang of remorse regarding Fu Yuan's legs. Could this be the reason why Fu Yuan had later betrayed her and cavorted with Ma Li Su? Did Fu Yuan so desperately want to see her dead because she was the one who had caused his legs to become paralyzed? Gazing at the phone screen, Ruoxi swiped upwards and answered the call. "Hello, Shi, are you all right? Where are you now? I'll come and pick you up." The person on the other end sounded anxious, but Ruoxi remained unmoved. Her voice was indifferent. "There's no need. I am doing very well now. I know that I've been distant towards you these past few months due to family matters, but I've been doing it all for our future together. I also know that you have been feeling down these days because of my coldness, but now that the apocalypse has arrived, she be good. Now is not the time to be throwing a tantrum. Quickly send me your address. I will brave any danger to bring you to my side." Upon hearing this, Ruoxi reached for a bag of snacks and began to nibble on them. On the one hand, he was accusing her of being inconsiderate and unreasonable, while on the other hand, he was playing the victim, claiming that it was all for their future. But it may not necessarily be for their future. Considering that Fu Yuan ultimately married Ma Li Su, Ruoxi rolled her eyes elegantly, pondering over the course of the past few months. She had been preoccupied with traveling, exploring various places, and constructing a basement, all while neglecting to pay attention to Fu Yuan. How had it come to the point where Fu Yuan was deemed too busy and indifferent, leading to her discontent? ISNT listening to Fu Yuan's theatrical performance far more entertaining than watching a television drama? Well, do go on. The other party paused for 2 seconds. Taken aback, what? Cece, stop teasing. I sacrificed so much to save you, and now I can only sit in a wheelchair. My mother cherishes me like a treasure, and I treasure you as well. Standing before you in such a humble manner, I feel I owe an apology to my parents. Upon hearing this, Ruoxi interjected. I've grown tired of this routine. Can we change the script? Fu Yuan, exasperated, found himself at a loss for words. Beside him, Melissuo compassionately patted his back and took the phone. Sister, please don't be angry with the young man. As a girl alone in the world, it's quite easy to be devoured by zombies, and being consumed by them is painful. Plus, it could lead to death. Ruoxi continued to munch on the crispy tomato-flavored potato chips. Oh my, this little white lotus certainly has a penchant for meaningless chatter. She rambled on with an abundance of vacuous words. Who are you? The mistress entangled with Fu Yuan. Ruoxi spoke with a tone rich in sarcasm, yet somewhat indifferent. Molly Sue continued calmly. No, dear sister, I am a child adopted by my parents, and they are here with us now. I know you have longed to be by their side all these years. Please send over your address, and we shall come to fetch you, shall we? This woman truly has no shame, as the young gentleman is willing to extend a lifeline to her, yet she chooses to sulk. It is only a matter of time before she meets her own demise, and to claim she is the young gentleman's mistress? Nonsense. I am the legitimate girlfriend. Thank you very much. That wretched woman, Ruoxi, is merely engaged to that young man. It is not as if they are married, yet she speaks of being a mistress, as though she possesses some kind of superiority. Molly Sue seethed with internal disdain, although her outward demeanor remained demure. Meanwhile, Fu Yuantan was like dry straw ignited by a spark, his fury escalating with each passing moment. Upon receiving an inheritance amounting to billions, Ruoxi became indifferent to her parents, grandparents, and younger sister. For days on end, it was he who arranged for caregivers to look after her family. Despite his considerable sacrifices for her, she responded with skepticism towards her feelings for them. Does Ruoxi truly distrust him so profoundly? The comparison leaves Fu Yu feeling quite unsettled. Cece, just look at little Sue. She is considerate of my stress. Can't you learn from her and be a bit more composed? Molly Sue blushed shyly, gently tapping Fu Yu's chest with a small hammer. No, my sister is simply pampered by her grandparents. I grew up without parents, more introverted, and not as lively as my sister. Observing Ma Li Su's demeanor, Fu Yu felt a flicker of comfort in his heart. Did you hear that, Cece? If you truly don't want to come, then just leave. I won't indulge you. Before he could finish his sentence, Fu Yu halted, his gaze fixed in a daze upon the phone screen. The call had ended. A full 5 minutes ago. She. Fu Yu gritted his teeth, venting the fury of being abruptly disconnected. It had always been him to end the calls first. This time, Ruoxi actually hung up. Without a word, she severed the connection. Has Ruoxi lost her mind? Oh no, another wave of zombies is upon us. Young sir, let us hastily flee to the next refuge. Mary Sue commanded the bodyguard beside her to push Fu Yuhan's wheelchair as they frantically rushed outside. In their haste, one of her shoes fell off, but there was no time to stop and retrieve it. The group, covered in dirt and disheveled, found themselves in a most precarious situation. Over here, as Ruoxi opened the television application, reclining on the plush sofa, she leisurely tore open a packet of snacks, savoring the moment. To her astonishment, due to the sudden onset of the apocalypse, a beloved television series, which had previously updated at a glacial pace, had now released all its episodes at once. With satisfaction, she munched away, finding the experience delightful. Chapter 15. Fu Yunma's injury suddenly. A jarring sound pierced the tranquility from the upper right corner above her, reminiscent of fine china shattering. Ruoxi furrowed her brows slightly and called out to Fu Yunma to wash a dish. What was he up to now? She intended to continue lounging, but the thought of Fu Yunma's foolishness crossed her mind. Ruoxi struggled to rise and abruptly pulled open the door leading to the basement. Through the peephole, she beheld Fu Yunma, a tall figure of over 6 feet, lying motionless on the ground. Shifting her gaze to the right, she noticed blood oozing profusely from his wrist, pooling into a shocking and vivid crimson stain upon the floor. As Ruoxi, she was enveloped in a cold sweat. She swiftly exited and rushed to stand before Fu Yunma, crouching down to assess his breath. The man, dizzy and clad in formal attire, felt an overwhelming silence within, urging the wretched woman to tend to his wounds. It hurts. How are you still alive? The delicate tips of her fingers glided over the slightly warm tip of the aloof youth's nose, while his exquisitely beautiful lips, reminiscent of cherry blossoms, appeared rather pale. provoking a wicked urge to crush and mold them. One must admit, this little pup is rather handsome, though he's far too tall, lacking any semblance of cuteness. Observing the woman before him hesitating to speak, Fu Yunma felt as if his heart were being toyed with by tiny feline claws, an unsettling sensation. What is it? Why leave your words half-spoken? If he has any flaws, he wished for her to voice them, so he could amend them. Otherwise, he feared Ruoxi would ultimately cast him aside. Regrettably, Fu Yunma, on the verge of unconsciousness, was unable to articulate his thoughts and could only stifle his concerns within. As she gazed upon his gruesome wrist and the shattered bowl nearby, Ruoxi began to piece together the sequence of events. This man managed to topple while washing a dish, fortuitously landing upon the shards, yet narrowly avoiding any critical arteries. One could only ponder whether to deem this misfortune or serendipity. Ruoxi, with an air of calm, proceeded to search for the household medical kit. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma remained in a fixed position, his muscles numb and aching. Coupled with the continuous bleeding from the wound on his wrist, he felt both tingling and pain. Where could the medical kit be? Let me take a look. Ruoxi stood in the living room, glancing around. Fu Yunma shook his head in exasperation, unable to refrain from offering a reminder. The medical kit is in the drawer on the far right shelf. This foolish girl standing there shouting, as if the medical kit would soar into her hands on its own. Oh, I found it, thank you. Ruoxi retrieved the medical kit from the drawer, only to turn and sense something amiss. You haven't fainted, have you? She raised an eyebrow, silently urging Fu Yunma to begin his excuses. Fu Yunma, feeling wronged, pursed his lips and rose on his own. He took the medical kit from Ruoxi's hands and proceeded to bandage the wound on one wrist with the other hand. By the time Ruoxi would have tended to his injuries herself, he would have already consumed the soup of the Meng Pe. How pitiful! This woman, Ruoxi, didn't even feign concern. Truly heartless. I've just awakened. My apologies, master, for causing you trouble. As long as you understand. Ruoxi patted her empty hands, switched on the television, and began to gnaw on a duck neck. She immersed herself in her own enjoyment, as if the earlier scene had never transpired and that Fu Yunma did not exist. It was amusing. She had only offered Fu Yunma lodging and sustenance for a single day, and already she had injured her wrist while washing a dish. In the preceding 5 or 6 months, Fu Yunma had never manifested such a situation, yet today. Wait, hadn't Fu Yunma seemed a bit dazed after surfing by the seaside a few days ago? Oh, she had inadvertently forgotten. As Ruoxi lifted her gaze, she met the sight of those glistening, puppy-like eyes. Perhaps it was the piercing coldness of Ruoxi's stare that caused Fu Yunma to stumble momentarily, nearly losing his balance. Biting his pale lip, tears of grievance shimmered in his eyes. Ruoxi pressed her lips tightly together, her long and graceful legs crossed, casting a cold gaze upon the exceedingly unsightly bandage that adorned Fu Yunma's wrist. With a visage reminiscent of a celestial being, how could he have managed to wrap such an unattractive bandage? Come here. Ruoxi's voice was chilling. Her inherently soft and sweet tone transformed into a commanding decree reminiscent of a domineering CEO, imbued with an overwhelming sense of authority that brooked no dissent. Chapter 16. You're no less worthy than anyone else. As Ruoxi raised her eyebrows, her striking visage was enveloped in indifference. It was not a deliberate display of arrogance. Rather, her natural demeanor often resembled that of a stoic and aloof countenance, which she did not consciously manage her expressions. Fu Yunma lowered his head, the fingertips clutching his Pikachu apron turning pale, his exquisite face marred by an expression of unwavering resilience. Master, I am injured. Could this woman truly be so heartless as to prey upon the vulnerable? If she truly intended to harm him, what recourse would he have? What indeed? But to remain unyielding in the face of adversity? He was unlike the men who frolicked playfully with Ruoxi. With this thought, Fu Yunma cast a furtive glance at the unlatched door to Ruoxi's room, an abyss that seemed to stretch infinitely. A shadow flickered in his subdued gaze. Was this vast space concealing numerous men? As Ruoxi arrived so late, was she perhaps ensnared by those charming scoundrels, unable to extricate herself? Fu Yunma's throat felt parched, tears shimmering in his eyes, as he bit down on his lower lip. He playfully reproached, "Master, could it be that you have once again been ensnared by some younger brother to treat me with such indifference?" The languid and mischievous Ruoxi narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, her expression inscrutable. She appeared disinterested in the seemingly romantic atmosphere. "Could you speak to me properly? Have you been swept away by the tide, learning to speak in riddles? I summoned you here, so do not evade the topic." Although she was unsure where Fu Yunma had acquired such terms, her straightforward demeanor found them quite ineffectual, even sending shivers down her spine. "Oh, come on." Fu Yunma, suppressing his tears, pouted in grievance and knelt before Ruoxi, inadvertently tugging at his wound. "Master, it hurts. Serves you right. Hold it in." Ruoxi, without a hint of mercy, whispered her judgment, only to realize that she still clutched an unfinished duck neck in her hand. "Wait a moment. Let me finish this first. You can stand up and take a seat on the sofa." However, Fu Yunma pouted in irritation, resembling a small squirrel, remaining utterly still. As Ruoxi savored the final bite of the duck neck, a look of pure enjoyment adorned her face. Upon glancing up, she discovered Fu Yunma still kneeling on the ground, and her smile abruptly faded. "Are you waiting for me to assist you in standing?" Her expression was devoid of any warmth, resembling that of a fierce tigress or the stern king of hell. Fu Yunma's cheeks puffed up even more, his earlobes flushed crimson, and his already reddened eyes began to shed tiny pearls of tears. "Whoa, master, you are so fierce to me. I did not dare to wait for my master to help me up. Just look at this pitiful sight." Had it been an ordinary person, they would have swiftly helped Fu Yunma to his feet and scolded anyone who dared to bully such a well-behaved child. Ruoxi pouted and rose to her feet. Fu Yunma's sobs were intermittent, and his eyes sparkled as they were filled with Ruoxi's presence. Was she finally going to support him? If he did not lend him a hand soon, his legs would surely buckle beneath him, and his tears would run dry. However, in the next moment, Fu Yunma's pupils dilated in shock. Ruoxi brushed past Fu Yunma without a word. "Well, it's good that you dare not," she remarked. Fu Yunma stiffened, his back straightening with tension, his pale fingertips clutching the corner of his Pikachu apron with fervor. What was he truly hoping for? Suddenly recalling something, Ruoxi turned back and added, "If I were to rise and sit on the sofa, only to kneel unexpectedly afterward, then I shall no longer want you." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunma supported himself on the sofa, struggling to stand. Despite being a head and a half taller than Ruoxi, he appeared both youthful and endearing. In contrast, Ruoxi, standing at 160 centimeters, exuded an aura as commanding as 190 centimeters. "If the master does not want me, I will behave from now on. I implore you." As he spoke, Fu Yunma began to whimper. Ruoxi disdainfully curled her lip. "Oh, if you're going to cry, do it less often. If you must weep, go to the Great Wall." But Meng Jiang wept at the Great Wall due to the death of her spouse. "My master is not dead, so if I were to cry, it doesn't seem quite right, does it?" After receiving a glare from Ruoxi, Fu Yunma obediently closed his mouth and lowered his head. Upon catching sight of Fu Yunma's lush mane, Ruoxi's immediate reaction was one of astonishment. "Wow, this fellow has been engaged in research for such an extended period, and yet he is not bald." She mused. What a delightful sight, so adorable and fluffy. Resembling a little puppy, I can't help but want to ruffle his hair. Her thoughts brimming with affection. Her hands did not linger idly, but instinctively reached out to caress the delicate, soft strands. Ah, it truly feels wonderfully pleasant to the touch. Ruoxi, with a stiff and aloof demeanor, slightly curved her lips into a contented smile. "Master, please refrain from tugging at me. I shall become bald." Fu Yunma gently swatted Ruoxi's hand away, his movements tender, yet her delicate, fair-skinned hand remained unblemished. Ruoxi attempted to lift it once more, only to have Fu Yunma swat it down again. Fu Yunma, resembling an agitated kitten with its fur bristling, pouted his glistening lips in indignation. His entire demeanor was a silent accusation of his anger, yet Ruoxi remained indifferent. "You are no less than anyone else. You are human and not inferior in any way. From now on, do not refer to me as your master, do not kneel at random, and do not weep at the slightest provocation. You are a grown man and should learn to take care of yourself. Our relationship is merely one of employment, and you are not my pet. Ruoxi incessantly tugged at Fu Yunma's fluffy hair, her expression a curious blend of seriousness and aloofness. How delightful it was to ruffle such splendid locks. Her little hands could hardly resist the temptation. Yet, the act of tousling another's hair felt so embarrassingly intimate. Perhaps she could inquire about the cost of his splendid mane, contemplating the whimsical idea of having it shaved and fashioned onto a doll, allowing her the liberty to indulge her whims at any moment. However, as this notion flickered through her mind, she swiftly dismissed it. Fu Yunma was a person who valued his image. He would likely refuse such a proposal. Moreover, it would be rather unkind to threaten him. She found herself incapable of such callousness. Fu Yunma lowered his gaze, the elongated lashes casting shadows over the fervor concealed within his eyes, every cell in his being rejoicing in silent jubilation. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I have lost everything. You are all I have left. Please do not forsake me. I promise to heed your words from now on. Ruoxi rested her fingers delicately against her chin, feigning deep contemplation. Oh, I see. Chapter 17, The Little Crafty One. Ruoxi, with a serious demeanor, declared, I desire your hair. Would you be so kind as to shave it all off and present it to me? In an instant, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. If you won't give it, then so be it, you miser. Fu Yunma furrowed his brow, tempted to express his irritation. Yet, upon beholding her adorably chubby little face, he found himself both exasperated and amused. This little woman truly harbored no feelings for him. What then was the root of the issue? Was it that the aloof type did not appeal to her? Or perhaps the playful puppy-like charm was also uninviting? Could it be that other men had sufficiently satisfied her, leaving her disinterested? Such thoughts eluded him. The complexities of a woman's heart were exceedingly challenging to decipher. A subtle smile graced his lips very well. As Ruoxi braced herself for rejection, to her surprise, Fu Yunma readily agreed. It was as effortless as discussing the splendid weather, leaving her utterly bewildered. Noticing Ruoxi's silence, Fu Yunma added, However, I have one request, and I wonder if my little princess could acquiesce. The words flowed from him, and he gazed at Ruoxi with an expression brimming with hope, his entire demeanor radiating affection. Ruoxi felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she fished out a tissue to dab at her lips, wiping away the grease. It seemed the foolish Fu Yunma was indeed lost in the throes of infatuation. Perhaps their seclusion in the basement had influenced his behavior. Yet, it did not hinder her straightforward manner of speaking. I have plenty of money. Tell me how much you need. Although, in this post-apocalyptic world, money had become nearly meaningless. She felt compelled to offer it to Fu Yunma. I don't want money. Then what do you desire? The conversation concluded with Ruoxi's forthrightness. Fu Yunma remained silent, clutching the medical kit, his tall frame curled up in the corner of the sofa, resembling a forlorn puppy. She chose to overlook the jealousy etched on his handsome face, as dwelling on it could lead to impulsive decisions. After all, she was a passionate woman, and the thought of being alone with a solitary man made Ruoxi wary of the day she might succumb to teasing this big puppy. As Ruoxi approached her door, poised to enter the password, she noticed someone intently gazing in her direction. Turning around, she found Fu Yunma seated upright, ostensibly watching television. However, the screen was devoid of illumination. Fu Yunma maintained a stoic expression, yet his eyes discreetly shifted to the right, casting a furtive glance at Ruoxi. Alas, he had been discovered. Quickly, he redirected his gaze to its original position. After a few moments of silence, with no sound of the door opening, he could no longer contain himself, and his eyes once again subtly darted to the right to steal another look at Ruoxi. To his surprise, their eyes met in a sudden connection. He could only respond with an awkward smile, slightly tilting his head in an attempt to ease the tension. With a twinkle of mirth in her eyes, Ruoxi nodded, suppressing her laughter. Your television is off. It was only then that Fu Yunma turned his gaze to the screen before him, utterly caught off guard, his eyes frozen in disbelief. How strange. It had been on just moments ago. Had he inadvertently pressed the power button? Where was the remote? Rising from his seat, Fu Yunma began to search for the elusive remote control. Amused, Ruoxi couldn't help but chuckle at Fu Yunma's comical, bewildered demeanor as he looked around. Silly boy. Noticing her laughter, Fu Yunma felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, nearly laughing at his own foolishness. It was entirely his fault for being so focused on Ruoxi that he had been caught sneaking a glimpse of her door code. Oh dear. He felt as though he might burst from humiliation. By the way, since you forbade me from calling you master, what shall I refer to you as now, my little princess? He attempted to divert the conversation, hoping to make Ruoxi forget the awkwardness of the moment. Ruoxi settled herself and picked up a box of beef cubes, tearing it open to indulge in the treat. You may call me Xiao Shi or Little Drama Queen, whichever you prefer. Little Drama Queen? Fu Yunma tilted his head, displaying a look of perplexity. This is because I am a Cancer, often referred to as the Little Drama Queen, known for my knack for sarcasm and wit. However, in my heart, I truly believe that the title of Little Drama Queen is more fitting for you. Ruoxi silently mused. Well then, dear Little Drama Queen, I look forward to your esteemed guidance henceforth. Ruoxi nodded slightly, affirming with a soft hum. While appearing aloof on the surface, her inner monologue revealed a different story. Wow. I exude such an air of coolness, like a formidable female CEO. How impressive. If I cannot be the woman behind a domineering chairman, then I shall become the domineering chairwoman myself. Today, I am once again the charmingly confident Ruoxi. However, that simple hum pierced through Fu Yunma's heart like a thorn, leading him to spiral into a whirlwind of thoughts. Was he truly so intolerable to converse with? What made him fall short compared to those other men? As Ruoxi joyfully savored her beef cubes, her face radiated happiness, and in her playful demeanor, the heart of a foodie found solace. She had little inclination to ponder the emotional journey of Fu Yunma, for they were not intimate friends. What need was there for such ambiguous conversations? A straightforward woman finds her own joy, at least free from the distractions of romantic entanglements. By the way, I just touched your head without washing my hands. They're all greasy. I sincerely apologize, but it's entirely your fault for being so adorable that I couldn't resist giving a little rub. You wouldn't mind, would you? This playful apology, laced with flattery, rendered one incapable of harboring anger. Even if one were upset, it would be difficult to express it. After all, Ruoxi had apologized and even complimented him. A faint smile of resignation graced Fu Yunma's face, nearly shattering hours of pretense. Clenching his teeth, he thought, how could I ever blame you? How could I dare? Oh no, he had a cleanliness obsession. This simply wouldn't do. He needed to bathe immediately. As Ruoxi turned on the television, a fleeting silhouette brushed past her, creating an illusion, accompanied by an enticing scent reminiscent of osmanthus duck neck. How could I not be surprised? Ah, the fragrance emanating from Fu Yunma is indeed that of osmanthus. It harmoniously complements the aroma of the duck neck, both alluring and tantalizing. Suddenly, it struck me that I had neglected to assign a room for Fu Yunma. I certainly cannot allow him to sleep on the living room sofa. Ruoxi gently brushed her clothes and, with a large bunch of room keys in hand, skipped joyfully to select a room for Fu Yunma. The first room greeted her with an enchanting aura of youthful charm. A bear-shaped armchair, a petite round table, cat paw cushions, a pink bunny throw blanket, a whimsical quilt, fairy-like curtains, an array of playful decorations, a dreamy shell lamp, a magical bedside lamp, and countless adorable plush toys adorned the space. It was simply too delightful, yet she decided to pass. In total, there were 14 rooms, each overflowing with charm and dotted with toys, resembling a fantastical doll castle, which seemed rather unsuitable for Fu Yunma to reside in. Sigh. Ruoxi felt a slight headache as she contemplated the task of preparing a vacant room for Fu Yunma. The mere thought of it seemed rather troublesome. Additionally, there were masculine necessities to consider. Although there was ample space for them, she found herself lacking the motivation. As Ruoxi rummaged through the space in search of men's clothing and daily necessities, she couldn't help but grumble. Once Fu Yunma emerged from his bath, she was determined to make him do something to reward her. Chapter 18. Little Fuzu, a little mischief maker. Could you do me a favor? Fu Yunma tapped on the glass door of the bathroom, which was shrouded in a veil of steam, yet one could still faintly discern the muscular contours of his shoulders. As Ruoxi reclined comfortably, the variety show coincidentally reached its commercial break. She rose and approached the bathroom door, where the two began to converse through the barrier. "What is up, Zayafuzzy?" The use of her full name felt overly formal, but Zayafuzzy was quite endearing, a delightful pairing with the chef. Upon hearing this appellation, Fu Yunma surprisingly felt little aversion. In fact, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. Truly, she was a little master of mischief, crafting names that resonated with intimacy. Fu Yunma feigned astonishment and inquired, "Why do you call me Zayafuzzy?" Ruoxi stood at the door for a while, her nostrils filled with the delicate fragrance of osmanthus, a scent that was faint yet sweet, evoking the sensation of being beneath the ginkgo trees in autumn, basking in the essence of osmanthus wine, rich and fragrant. Her tone softened involuntarily as she remarked, "Because of the blessings, it sounds so festive and delightful." Fu Yunma, leaning against the wall, nearly lost his balance, almost falling in a most undignified manner. He straightened himself, cleared his throat, and forced a semblance of calm. It dawned on him that it was not merely the playful names little actress and little blessing that resembled those of a couple, but rather that he had overlooked the fact that the person before him was an unequivocal straight woman. However, he noticed that the tone of little actress had softened while speaking to him. She was no longer the icy figure he once knew. Progress had been made. He must continue to encourage it. Fu Yunma cautiously inquired, "Well then, could you do me a favor, little actress?" Ruoxi was quite displeased with the feeble tone in which the other party spoke, as if she were the one bullying him. Was Fu Yunma truly foolish? Or was he merely pretending? Despite being dazed from the waves, he still managed to know when to bathe, prepare meals, and tend to his wounds. This thought prompted Ruoxi to question Fu Yunma's motives for clinging to her. In her past life, Fu Yunma was a formidable figure in the apocalypse. In this life, why was he not forming alliances and establishing a base, but rather persistently entangling himself with her? Did she possess a base? Fu Yunma was not to be trusted. He was quite devious. Speak plainly, without beating around the bush. Had he committed another error? "Do you have any men's clothing here?" he asked, his voice diminishing with each word until he fell silent. How could a girl possibly have men's clothes? Wasn't that an obvious question? Ever since he met the little diva, he found himself confined to the kitchen day after day. The oppressive heat was even more unbearable than the chill of the laboratory. Yet, the thought of the little diva's adorable and radiant smile upon tasting his newly developed dishes made him gradually lose himself in her repeated praises of delicious. He became a soulless machine, solely focused on culinary experiments, indifferent to the fact that his scientific identity had been overshadowed by a schemer. After all, compared to the sterile laboratory, he much preferred the sweltering, fragrant kitchen, where the flames seemed to whisper of the delectable creations soon to emerge. "Yes, I placed it in your room. Your room key is by the door." As Ruoxi released the tension that had been gripping her heart, she realized it was due to this matter. Initially, she had thought that Fu Yunma was alone in the bathroom and had inadvertently injured himself. "By the way, while bathing, you didn't come into contact with your wound, did you? It must be difficult to avoid touching the injury on your wrist while washing your hair and bathing." "Ouch, it's almost inevitable. I'm fine. The wound no longer hurts, so you needn't worry, my little drama queen." Fu Yunma tilted his head to glance at his numb hand, now thoroughly soaked and heavy with water. He managed a nonchalant smile. He was accustomed to pain. It no longer bothered him. Oh, that's a relief. As Ruoxi listened to the sound of the television, the advertisement concluded and the program resumed. She turned her head, preparing to settle onto the sofa to continue enjoying the light-hearted and humorous variety show. However, she realized that the clothes she had changed out were tossed into the washing machine, leaving her without anything to wear. Could I trouble the little darling to pass me a set of clothes? Chapter 19, A Misstep in the Bathroom. Oh, Ruoxi reluctantly stood up, pulling her hand away from the nougat, and went to fetch clean clothes for Fu Yunma. Why not simply take the clean clothes and bathe? It turned out to be because she had just used her hands, which had devoured duck necks, to ruffle his hair. Ruoxi casually picked up a set of dinosaur-themed pajamas and approached the bathroom door, gently knocking. "I've brought it. Please open the door Just a crack will suffice. Don't open it too wide. To her surprise, his fingers were even slimmer than her own. The man's hands were more delicate than those of a woman, revealing just how slender Fu Yunma truly was. Ruoxi suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Fu Yunma. Despite her culinary skills, she was unable to satisfy her own appetite, leaving herself so gaunt. In the midst of her daze, Fu Yunma's hand abruptly tightened, grasping her wrist with fervor. A sensation of weightlessness enveloped her as the bathroom door gradually creaked open. In the blink of an eye, she was pulled inside. The atmosphere shifted to an eerie silence, as warm, steamy air enveloped her surroundings, creating an intensely sultry ambience. Ruoxi shielded her face with a small dinosaur pajama, her entire body collapsing softly against the ground. Yet, she still dared not open her eyes to look, her mind a chaotic tangle. If only she had known better. If only she had refrained from such gestures. Oh, how she lamented her fate. Simultaneously, Ruoxi felt a twinge of relief for having concealed her face in advance with her pajamas. Otherwise, it would have been akin to a Klitsch idol drama, culminating in an unexpected kiss. A truly mortifying predicament. After a prolonged moment, the person pinned beneath her remained utterly still. Ruoxi tightly wrapped her small face, too timid to utter a sound. After all, when Fu Yunma had asked her to hand him his clothes, her impulsive hands had betrayed her, leading to the current awkward predicament. As long as she remained unembarrassed, it was the others who would bear the discomfort. In her heart, Ruoxi sought to console herself, yet her heart betrayed her. This was indeed a scene she had never encountered before. How should she initiate a conversation? Surely, Fu Yunma did not believe she had intended this, did he? Ouch! Fu Yunma winced in pain, reaching back to touch the nape of his neck, his hand stained with blood. Beneath him lay the trembling instigator of this chaos, leaving Fu Yunma momentarily uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Mischievous little one, might you rise for a moment? Fu Yunma chuckled helplessly. With his left hand bandaged, the blood had thoroughly soaked through, rendering his wrist numb and immovable. Thus, he was compelled to support himself with his right hand, struggling to sit upright, while simultaneously propping up the shivering Ruoxi. With his firm abdominal muscles beneath her trembling form, Ruoxi felt a movement from Fu Yunma, and her hands, unbeknownst to her, encountered something firm. As she rubbed it, it seemed to yield a soft texture, with its contours distinctly pronounced. Though she could not ascertain what it was, she became irresistibly drawn to the sensation. Noticing Fu Yunmo's lack of resistance, Ruoxi unabashedly continued to knead and explore. Wow, little Fuzi, what is this? It feels even better than your hair. Could it possibly be the man's abdominal muscles? Oh dear, she felt guilty. May she be punished. Fu Yunmo was laid bare before Ruoxi. Chapter 20. Is this something I can view without expense? In that fleeting moment, the air around them seemed to solidify, its density diminishing rapidly. Tiny droplets of condensation on the adjacent mirror slid down its edges, producing a clear, rhythmic sound of dripping water. On Ruoxi's flawless cheeks, a faint blush graced her skin, and her almond-shaped eyes brimmed with bewilderment. In this moment, she yearned for time to freeze, wishing to evade any sorrow. Below her, Fu Yunma propped himself up with both hands against the ground, struggling to maintain his balance. Unwiped droplets of water trickled down his soft, dark hair, gliding along his elongated neck and cascading into the alluring dip of his collarbone. Shimmering like gems under the soft yellow light, his face was taut, his gaze distant, and his eyes resembled the deepest of lakes. A mere glance from him felt like a gentle caress of spring, drawing her into a sea of tenderness. For reasons unknown, as she beheld Fu Yunma's exquisite visage so near, Ruoxi's first impulse was to mercilessly tease him, to see him cry, his small face flushed crimson, eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet unable to retort. Such a feeling was utterly delightful. Lost in these thoughts, Ruoxi suddenly became aware of her own legs straddling Fu Yunma. Looking down, she found her hands resting squarely on his chest, feeling the rapid rhythm of his heartbeat. No, she could distinctly sense that her own heartbeat was far more fervent. A sense of shyness enveloped her, despite her embarrassment. The sight of his solid 8-pack abs ignited an irresistible urge to touch them. Thus, with a forced smile, Ruoxi playfully patted Fu Yunma's abs. How awkward this was, she thought, laughing nervously. Surely this would dispel the awkwardness. She sighed in relief, then gave his abs a few more hearty pats. Oh my! The sensation was truly exquisite. Having indulged enough, she contemplated slipping away, yet hesitated, fearing that Fu Yunma might be left in an uncomfortable position beneath her. Fu Yunma, having endured several playful slaps from Ruoxi, wore a rather displeased expression. His left hand was still wrapped in bandages, the wound having reopened. Combined with the recent jolt and the weight of Ruoxi pressing down on him, he bore both external and internal injuries. Little troublemaker, I truly cannot endure this any longer. May I rise now? This was the second time he had made such a request. Ruoxi pressed her crimson lips tightly together, her heart in turmoil. She was acutely aware that Fu Yunma's wound caused his lips to pale and his complexion to appear frail, suggesting he was in a rather dire state, likely on the verge of fainting at any moment. Yet what if he were left completely exposed? The words remained unspoken, too bashful to escape her lips. She was, after all, a pure-hearted child. However, maintaining such a rigid demeanor was not ideal. Suddenly, she recalled her persona as the domineering female CEO in Fu Yunma's presence. The moment the thought crossed her mind, regret washed over her. Oh dear, this felt rather reminiscent of a wicked stepmother's demeanor. She could distinctly sense Fu Yunma's body stiffen, a wave of unease washing over her. He was currently an injured party, and here she was seemingly tormenting him. It felt exceedingly cruel. Ruoxi added, "Never mind, you may proceed, but could our little diva rise first? A cherished little diva must be indulged solely by oneself." A reluctant smile tugged at the corners of his lips. With his left hand injured, he was primarily relying on his right hand for support, which was now beginning to tremble slightly. A one-handed princess, Carrie, should be feasible. One cannot deny the little diva. Her every whim must be fulfilled. Is she feeling fatigued in her legs and unable to rise? Perhaps you could lean against the wall, and I shall assist you. Such words embody the essence of a considerate and warm-hearted gentleman. Ruoxi's expression remained largely unchanged, her brows conveying an air of aloofness, exuding authority without anger. She appeared as steady as an old dog, yet inside, she was in a flurry of anxiety. What if Fu Yunma were truly unadorned below? She felt faint. Oh heavens! Let the storm come with greater ferocity. Just as the tension reached its peak, the ringtone of a phone echoed from the sofa in the living room, signaling an incoming call. With the winter holiday just concluded, she was still somewhat disoriented. The whimsical tune of Bears on the Loose played, and Ruoxi instinctively sprang to her feet, her body beginning to sway. With hands crossed before her, she danced, her hips swaying rhythmically. She even began to sing along. The fragrance of fresh grass mingled with the sweetness of berries. In the midst of her playful singing, she tossed her little dinosaur pajamas at Fu Yunma's face and skipped out of the bathroom. Fu Yunma, still processing the moment, stared in astonishment at the doorway, his pupils dilating in shock. Clutching the adorably mismatched dinosaur pajamas against his handsome features, his mind was a blank slate. What had just transpired? What had he witnessed? The typically indifferent Ruoxi was dancing before him, adorned with a soft and endearing expression. The transformation from a domineering queen to a sweet girl was as shocking as Qatar losing to Ecuador in the World Cup. His charade of innocence was an excuse born from the folly of being overwhelmed. Ruoxi was stirred by a particular song. Here, Ruoxi answered the phone, seeing Wu Weigua's name displayed on the screen without hesitation. The connection was poor, filled with static, and his voice was fragmented. Ruo, are you safe? Where are you? I'll come get you and take you to the temporary shelter. Hearing the concern in his voice, a warm current flowed through Ruoxi's heart. For the past 6 months, she had been traveling the globe, knowing these beautiful sights would soon be lost forever. Many picturesque locations would become desolate after the apocalypse, vanishing from the world. To Ruoxi, each landscape was precious, a testament to life. Since the end times were near, she wanted them to live on in her memory and photographs, a record of their existence. Consequently, she managed most of the underground construction remotely, relying on Wu Weigua to handle the practical aspects. She was grateful for his trust, especially since they hadn't met in person for half a year. Wu Weigua's efforts to find work for disabled laborers demonstrated his loyalty and compassion. Thinking of this, Ruoxi's tone softened. Brother Wu, don't worry, I'm doing well. Take care of yourself and be cautious of others. She had ample supplies to help him temporarily, but ultimately, he needed to become self-sufficient in the post-apocalyptic world. Though she couldn't afford to be naively charitable, like the farmer and the viper, she wished him well. After a lengthy exchange of concern, Wu Weigua repeatedly pressed Ruoxi for her location. When she declined, he sighed heavily. Ruo, I know people have been trying to recommend workers to you, but you still chose us, giving us disabled people stable and generous employment. You're a kind soul, and we're indebted to you. If you ever need help, come to me, and I'll do everything I can. Hearing this, Ruoxi's smile deepened. Brother Wu, how are things on your end? I heard you formed an apocalypse team. Fu Yunma emerged to see Ruoxi, usually expressionless, smiling with the tenderness of an April breeze. Her every movement radiating charm. Who is my precious being on the phone with? A storm brewed in Fu Yunma's eyes. She never smiled at him like that. The torn bandage revealed a ghastly wound. The skin was waterlogged and pale where it hadn't healed. He watched silently as the woman on the sofa laughed and joked on the phone, his lips pressed into a thin line, his expression unreadable. Almost without hesitation, he walked toward Ruoxi, a sweet, sunny smile on his face. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Ruoxi looked up to meet Fu Yunma's smiling gaze. In an instant, Fu Yunma sat beside Ruoxi. Was I not attentive enough in the bathroom? In the bathroom, he sensed that she not only adored his hair, but also reveled in his physique. It was a promising sign. To win a woman's heart, one must not only capture her stomach, but also ignite her desires. By constantly arousing her, she would gradually become accustomed to his presence and unable to live without him. Ruoxi, who was listening to Wu Weigua describe the post-apocalyptic situation, was taken aback. What did you say? Could she be hearing correctly? As if anticipating her reaction, Fu Yunma opened his mouth to repeat himself, but Ruoxi interrupted. Wait, let me transfer 100,000 to you first, then say it again. She needed to pay for this. A minute later, Ruoxi smiled with satisfaction as she looked at the transfer record. Suddenly, she looked up, her eyes gleaming. What were you saying? Say it again. Fu Yunma was exasperated. She is still the same unsophisticated woman. Wu Weigua, who had been droning on about the post-apocalyptic situation without receiving any attention, was left dumbfounded. Wu Weigua kept calling out, hello, hello. Ruoxi realized she hadn't hung up. She gestured for Fu Yunma to be quiet, then took the phone and walked to her room, leaving Fu Yunma alone on the sofa once more. Realizing what had happened, his handsome face darkened with anger. Interrupted by the woman, he had forgotten that he came to gather information about the man on the phone and to feign injury. He even tore off the bandage to show the gruesome wound, hoping Ruoxi would feel sorry for him and show him some care. Now, she had vanished. It's best to avoid men fresh out of the shower. Let Fu Yunma calm down on his own. Ruoxi had noticed Fu Yunma's wound and pale complexion when he came out of the bathroom, but she didn't want to help him. To be precise, she wasn't used to helping others proactively. If Fu Yunma was so injured that he couldn't care for himself, she would help him. After all, she couldn't just let him die in her house. Besides, Fu Yunma was still capable of speaking, so he didn't need her help. Ruoxi lay on her plush, pastel-hued bed, gently caressing her abdomen. Hunger had struck again. Ever since her rebirth, her appetite had grown insatiable, particularly for meat. She opened the refrigerator, gazing at the plethora of ingredients, yet feeling at a loss as to how to proceed. Suddenly, a faint squeak emanated from the wall, reminiscent of some creature gnawing away. Residing underground, one inevitably encounters neighbors dropping by unannounced. Sure enough, a large groundhog burrowed through the crevice in the wall, locking eyes with Ruoxi. In that moment, the air fell into a profound silence. Ruoxi's mind swiftly churned, concocting two contingency plans. Chapter 21, The Young Ones. However, this approach might easily provoke the family of gophers, inciting their retaliation, which is rather unwise. Should they simply allow the gophers to proliferate unchecked? Ruoxi discreetly surveyed her surroundings. Being situated in the lowest level of the basement, the walls were constructed with the sturdiest materials, leading one to believe that a gopher would not easily infiltrate this space. Even if it were to force its way in, it would surely lose a tooth in the process. Yet this particularly large gopher appeared merely dusted with some grime, its two prominent white teeth standing out conspicuously. Had it emerged from a crevice in the wall? Could it be that the underground passage connecting 12 courtyards had been excavated by this gopher? Ruoxi rolled up her sleeves, seized a broom from the side, and swiftly dashed towards the gopher. The gopher, however, remained unperturbed, hopping playfully before leisurely turning to escape. Ruoxi, this little rascal won't be so smug for long. The underground passage is rigged with traps. Once the gopher is ensnared by the cage, it will be too late for it to flee. Ruoxi bound the little gopher's neck with a rope and tethered it to a post, allowing the creature to struggle with all its might. Ruoxi smiled warmly at the gopher, which trembled and settled down, its tiny eyes averted from her gaze. Upon reaching the underground passage, she discovered the entrance and retrieved 2 packets of potent rat poison from her space, carefully placing them inside before sealing the hole with cement and painting it white, to preempt any potential visits from the gopher family. Should they notice the absence of their companion, Ruoxi thoughtfully laid down dozens of powerful adhesive traps in the corners. After clapping her hands, she chose to ignore the gopher that was tethered there, treating it as a makeshift watchdog at the entrance of the passage. Thus, she acquired a gopher pet. Suddenly, the sound of a tender infant's cries echoed from the room. Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback, thinking she must have misheard. However, as she drew nearer, she realized that the infant's cries were growing increasingly louder. Sure enough, at the edge of the plush bed, a plump little baby was slowly crawling, perilously close to tumbling off. The baby's face was round and cherubic, adorned with delightful baby fat, clad in an irresistibly adorable rabbit-themed onesie. With a pair of large, dark eyes resembling black grapes, the baby appeared somewhat dazed, fixating on Ruoxi's direction, slowly raising its chubby little hands, yearning for a cuddle. Ruoxi's heart raced as she swiftly approached and seized the little one's collar. How did this tiny creature manage to escape during the stockpiling days before the apocalypse? While vacationing by the seaside, she had discovered a baby girl rummaging through a university's trash bin. This delicate, rosy-cheeked infant before her was indeed that very child. It was not uncommon for young university students to dispose of their offspring in such a manner. During her travels, Ruoxi had lacked the inclination to care for a child and had temporarily placed the baby into her space. It seemed that in her haste to retrieve the rat poison, she had inadvertently brought the child along as well. She set the little one down, allowing her to entertain herself. Ruoxi retrieved a baby bottle, preparing to mix formula to satiate the little one's hunger. After scooping half a bottle of powder and pouring in boiling water, she fell into deep contemplation. Why won't the formula dissolve? Is the bottle too small? Or is there insufficient water? After observing the little one rolling on the floor for a while, Ruoxi shook her head in frustration. She lacked experience in childcare, and it was exasperating. Suddenly, the melodious sound of a piano floated up from upstairs. It was Fu Yunma practicing the piano, with a bleeding head and a bandaged left hand. How could Fu Yunma neglect his recovery and still have the mind to play the piano? Ruoxi could not help but express her disdain with a slight pout. Suddenly, the world before her dimmed. If Fu Yunmo could effortlessly play the piano with one hand, surely he could manage caring for a child as well. With this thought in mind, Ruoxi picked up the little one, though her lack of experience rendered her movements rather clumsy. The infant's tender cheeks were puffed out, resembling a small rabbit with 2 cherry radishes stuffed in its mouth. Unable to resist, Ruoxi reached out to touch the cherubic face. The sound of bubbles emerged as her fingers pressed against the infant's plump cheeks, creating a delightful, squelching noise. In an instant, the little one's bunny pajamas were soaked with drool, and moisture lingered at the corners of its mouth. How could those eyes be so large? The entirety of the child's face seemed to be dominated by those enchanting orbs. Ruoxi expressed her disdain with a mocking tone. The little one's face flushed a vivid red in response to Ruoxi's words, and the corners of his eyes turned crimson as he pouted in grievance, resembling a little rabbit. The deafening cries of the little one grew increasingly louder. Ruoxi pressed her thin lips together, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed at the wailing little one. She restrained the flailing chubby hands and opened the door to the living room. The sound of piano playing abruptly ceased, revealing Fu Yunma in a white shirt, the top button undone, subtly accentuating his smooth contours. As their eyes met, an enchanting brilliance sparkled in his gaze, captivating the heart. The golden-rimmed glasses added an air of refined elegance, tinged with a hint of mischief. For an ordinary person, such a heartfelt exchange with Fu Yunma would have inevitably led them to fall hopelessly in love. Yet, Ruoxi merely furrowed her brows, her eyes deepening in thought, with her left hand tucked in her pocket and her right hand holding the sobbing child. This stark contrast rendered the romantic scene utterly incongruous. She lowered her gaze, avoiding Fu Yunma's eyes, and looked at the child, whose tears and snot mingled together, an unsightly sight compared to the dignified little Fu's eye. With a sense of helplessness, Ruoxi retrieved a few sheets of paper to wipe away the water stains. At that moment, Fu Yunma's gaze shifted to the little one, his expression somber. Had this little darling been born to the little diva? The child appeared to be merely a few months old, and for the past half year, the little diva had been by his side, evidently lacking the time to bear a child. Had she given birth to this little one before their acquaintance? Fu Yunma's mind was a tangled mess as he approached Ruoxi, feigning indifference. He managed a strained smile. "What an adorable baby! Who gifted her to you?" In response to Fu Yunma's inquiry, Ruoxi paid little heed, tossing the little one onto the carpet to play by herself. Who would willingly give away their own child, especially to someone as unreliable as me? I found her in a trash bin. Found in a trash bin. The initial fantasy was swept away like leaves in a tempest, leaving behind a suffocating sense of disappointment. It is well known that mothers worldwide often jest that their children were found in the trash. This little one truly was the little diva's flesh and blood. Observing Ruoxi preparing formula and the red-faced child frolicking on the carpet, Fu Yunma ultimately relented. He vowed to treat the two of them well in the future, ensuring they would not endure any hardship. Chapter 22. The little bunny is too young to watch television, so I shall take on the task. But who is the child's father, and where is he now? Perhaps he is hiding in the little diva's room. The thought struck Fu Yunma, leaving him feeling superfluous and insignificant. This little darling is so utterly charming. Where could she have been found? Ruoxi, let me tell you, you won't be able to find anything either. Even if you were to provide Fu Yunma with the address, he wouldn't be able to scavenge anything from the trash bins. However, to Fu Yunma, Ruoxi's words transformed into an implication. She was instructing him on how to conceive, yet he remained incapable of doing so. Fu Yunma nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Indeed, he cannot bear children. Well, Ruoxi chose to ignore Fu Yunma as she examined the baby formula instructions. Had she known, she would have tossed this little rascal into the police station. What a hassle it was. Xiao Fu's eyes still entertained the notion of adopting another child. Utterly unaware of the hardships that come with raising a child, having never done so before, the two were engrossed in their own dialogues, entirely out of sync with one another. Fu Yunma reached out, attempting to touch the little one, only to have his hand swatted away with a sharp sound. Ouch! That stung. His deliberately extended left hand was lightly struck, yet it hurt quite a bit. Nevertheless, everything was worthwhile in the pursuit of capturing the little troublemaker's attention. The little one seemed to think, I sense you are seeking trouble, but I lack the evidence. With tear-filled eyes, the child let out a heart-wrenching wail that preempted Fu Yunma's response. Wah! Ruoxi was already quite vexed by her inability to comprehend the ratio of water to milk powder, and on top of that, the little one was creating a ruckus, making her head ache. Xiao Fuzi, do not bully her, quickly soothe her to sleep. In a concealed corner, Fu Yunma shot a fierce glare at the little one. However, the child only wailed louder, as if intending to overturn the entire basement. He had no choice but to relent. A gentle smile gracing his face as he tenderly caressed the child's tiny belly. Sweetheart, time to sleep. If you don't, the big bad wolf will come and gobble you up. For a moment, The wailing grew even more intense, the cries filled with sorrowful tones. Fu Yunma furrowed his brow. Still crying? If you continue, your mother won't give you any milk powder. Wah wah wah. Fu Yunma, do not frighten her, or you shall have no dinner tonight. As Ruoxi approached, she carried a large bottle filled to the brim with milk and forcefully inserted it into the little one's mouth. The temperature was just right, and the formula had nearly dissolved entirely. Instantly, the infant ceased its cries, eagerly sucking and gurgling at the bottle. Ah, very well. Fu Yunma, having received a reprimand from Ruoxi, sulkily closed his mouth and nestled into the corner of the sofa, cradling his injured wrist. He resembled a small, bullied puppy yearning to lick its wounds for solace. However, Ruoxi was wholly absorbed in tending to the infant, scarcely sparing him a glance. Thus, Fu Yunma was left to seek his own sense of presence. What is the little one's name? This inquiry caught Ruoxi's attention. She had yet to bestow a name upon the child. The wailing echoed like 1,000 troops crossing the Yangtze River, astonishing her to the core. Then let us call her Xiongboqi. Xiongboqi. What? Fu Yunma thought he must have misheard. Ruoxi gazed at Fu Yunma with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool, and repeated the name once more. Xiongboqi, such a formidable name. Easy to recall. The crux of the matter lay in her fear of forgetting a different name. Although her memory was generally sharp, she possessed a peculiar flaw. She could never quite retain the names of others. Fu Yunma inquired, is the child's father's surname Xiong? As Ruoxi turned on the television to select her preferred channel, she discovered that the internet connection was down, leaving her no choice but to reach for her computer. Who would have known? Perhaps she could be called Ruoxi, embodying the tranquility of a maiden and the agility of a rabbit. This phrase metaphorically alludes to an army, exuding an impressive aura. Any name would suffice, for I am not particularly adept at naming things. It is evident that you indeed lack this talent. Fu Yunma sat idly beside her, cradling the little one in his arms. This time, the tiny creature, nursing from the bottle, surprisingly did not struggle and was exceptionally well behaved. Then I shall call you Tutu, he mused, as the way she suckled resembled that of a small rabbit. Quite adorable. Tutu playfully kicked him with her little foot, her chubby finger pointing at Ruoxi, with her hands on her hips. The authoritative gesture radiated an air of seriousness, resembling a miniature adult. Fu Yunma was momentarily stunned. This little one ought to be named Xiongboqi, a miniature version of her mother. Tutu appeared somewhat displeased, likely thinking that the television show was uninteresting, as she wished to watch Peppa Pig. With a mischievous grin, Fu Yunma placed Tutu beside Ruoxi. Tutu, unable to comprehend Fu Yunma's words, merely made smacking sounds, burrowing into Ruoxi's embrace while clutching her little bottle. As Ruoxi was engrossed in a particularly captivating scene of the television drama. Her view was abruptly obstructed by the small bundle before her. Instinctively, she lifted the baby bunny and tossed it from Fu Yunma's embrace. With a stern expression, she declared, "She is still too young to watch television. It is detrimental to her eyesight, so I shall take care of it." Fu Yunma nodded in agreement, affirming her words. "I believe you are correct. What business do young children have with television?" Though the baby bunny could not comprehend the conversation, she seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere. Just as she was about to whimper, her chubby little lips were silenced by a pacifier. With a gentle grip, Fu Yunma restrained the baby bunny, preventing her from disturbing Ruoxi's viewing. Concerned that the little one might cry and disrupt Ruoxi's enjoyment, he had thoughtfully retrieved the pacifier to soothe her. Observing the now tranquil baby bunny, Fu Yunma let out a sigh of relief. This little rascal was indeed quite the handful. Ruoxi presented the freshly prepared milk tea and an assortment of snacks from the snack box, indulging in both while enjoying the television. The refreshing milk tea glided smoothly down her throat, delightful and pleasing to the palate, utterly satisfying. Casting a casual glance at the other two, she noticed a large and a small figure embracing each other, emanating an extraordinary sense of harmony and affection, while the little rabbit had ceased its cries. In her heart, Ruoxi could not help but admire Fu Yunma. When it came to caring for children, little Fuzi displayed quite a talent. "Since you can't cook with one hand, why don't you help me look after the child? I will handle the cooking," she suggested. Fu Yunma raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Can you actually cook? After all, he was well aware that Ruoxi seldom ventured into the kitchen. It was he who served her meals, while she simply took her seat and awaited her food. How could such a little diva possibly know how to cook? It would be a miracle if she didn't set the kitchen ablaze. Ruoxi detected a hint of disdain in Fu Yunma's tone. Propping her chin on one hand, her beautifully arched brows raised slightly, she fixed a frosty gaze upon him. I could certainly learn, unlike certain individuals who, after injuring their hands while washing dishes, find themselves incapable of cooking. Fu Yunma. Why do I feel insulted? Ruoxi rummaged through the supplies from her storage space, uncovering numerous baby essentials, yet she found herself lacking in toys. A sense of frustration washed over her. She had never intended to stock up for a child in the first place. Chapter 23. The disturbing call from the parents suddenly, an idea struck her, and her deep gaze flickered towards Fu Yunma. At that moment, Fu Yunma was being mercilessly tugged at by the little rabbit, struggling in vain, his face contorted in agony. It seemed that the little rabbit had taken quite a liking to the small fortune. Fuzzy, as a researcher, surely you can create some toys? Ruoxi handed 2 packets of spicy strips to Fu Yunma, and he accepted the rabbit from her hands. Finally liberated from the clutches of the little demon, Fu Yunma felt tears welling up in his eyes as he nodded slightly. I can do whatever you desire. Suddenly, he realized that he was holding 2 packets of spicy strips, leaving him momentarily stunned. He had never tasted such a thing, merely catching glimpses of it in the supermarket. The last time he encountered these snacks was when Ruoxi savored them with delight. His mother had always groomed him as the heir, imposing numerous restrictions on his freedom from a young age. In contrast, that fellow Fu Yuhan enjoyed a life of unbridled freedom. He wondered if his mother had noticed his disappearance, if she realized that the current Fu Yunma was an imposter. Most likely, she had not. A tinge of bitterness began to swell within him, yet he concealed his emotions without leaving a trace. All that Ruoxi beheld was the gentle, healing smile of a tender little pup. However, Fu Yunma remained oblivious to the fact that his subtle gestures after receiving the spicy strips had already caught Ruoxi's keen eye. Ruoxi conjectured that her little darling must be thinking of something distressing and in need of solace. Accustomed to her domineering ways, she was not one to offer comfort easily. With a calm tone, she remarked, "Do not be sorrowful, my dear." Upon hearing this, Fu Yunma lifted his gaze, a flush of warmth spreading across his face. What? Has the little diva finally acknowledged me as a man? Yet, the tone and words felt rather peculiar. Noticing Fu Yunma's silence, Ruoxi assumed he found her verbal consolation lacking and that monetary support would be more effective. "If you desire anything, just use my card," she suggested. However, upon uttering this, she felt it was inappropriate. In this apocalyptic era, money seemed to hold little value. Stacks of cash served merely as decorative pieces with no other practical use. As Fu Yunma's cheeks grew increasingly crimson, Ruoxi added, "You still have injuries concerning the toys." Hearing the first part, Fu Yunma believed the little diva had finally remembered his wounds and felt a pang of sympathy for him. Yet, just as a smile began to form on his lips, Ruoxi's next words extinguished it. "You should hastily create a few toys. What if one day your injuries are too severe and you perish? Then, there would be no one left to make toys." Fu Yunma, though he understood that the little diva intended to comfort him, he couldn't fathom why this attempt at solace only deepened his sorrow. In Ruoxi's embrace, the once lively rabbit instantly fell silent, its tear-filled eyes fixated on her, nearly radiating affection. Faced with the adorably plump infant, Ruoxi maintained her impassive demeanor, as cold as if gazing upon a stranger. Her voice was neither warm nor cold. "You keep staring at me, yet I shall not allow you to watch Peppa Pig." She pondered the potential chaos that might ensue should the child, with unerring accuracy, leap into muddy puddles, leaving her carefully stored cement in disarray. In that moment, Ruoxi resembled those obstinate mothers online, who, under the pretense of caring for their children, forbade them from watching television. Her intentions were not truly for the rabbit's benefit. Rather, she simply wished to prevent it from lounging about passively, watching television with little effort, much like those well-meaning relatives who, upon witnessing a child's blissful life, felt compelled to burden them with extra homework. Having endured the rain herself, she wished to break others' umbrellas. Thus, she added, if you refrain from crying for 2 days, you may watch 3 hours of Peppa Pig, but only after you have spent 2 hours on current news reports and foundational knowledge. She had forgotten that the rabbit was merely 6 months old, incapable of speech or walking, and likely unable to comprehend a single word. As a first-time mother, she was inexperienced. The rabbit gazed at Ruoxi with a silly grin, drool pooling at the corners of its mouth, its soft, chubby cheeks resembling 2 little dumplings. Utterly adorable. With a tiny head, Ruoxi believed that she could effortlessly showcase 10 of these little meatballs at once. Beside her, Fu Yunmo remained silent as a flock of crows flew overhead. In just a few short months, the competition had already begun, and she could already envision what the future life of the little rabbit would entail. Why aren't you eating the spicy strips I gave you? Ruoxi once again tossed the rabbit to Fu Yunmo, snatching up a spicy snack and tearing it open, releasing an enticing aroma of chili oil that enveloped the air. With a look of sheer delight, she savored the treat, clearly relishing every bite, much to the envy of Fu Yunmo and the rabbit. Her phone vibrated incessantly. Ruoxi glanced at it, activated the Do Not Disturb mode, and tossed it onto the sofa, returning to her leisurely indulgence. It was likely a call from her parents, presumably seeking to reprimand her. In this carefree moment, she embraced the tranquility. Suddenly, a sound behind her indicated the call had been connected. Ruoxi calmly turned her head to gaze at the bewildered Fu Yunmo. Just a single glance plunged him into an icy abyss, frost biting at his very core. He hastily waved his hand, pitifully attempting to justify himself. I apologize, I couldn't control the rabbit, and she accidentally answered the call. It should be fine, right? No sooner had the words left his lips, and without being on speakerphone, a furious voice erupted from the other end, its fury palpable. Fu Yunmo froze entirely, desperate to end the call. Yet, Ruoxi effortlessly seized the phone, responding, "Hello, which grandchild is this?" If Dechong were to leap like thunder, his forehead swelling with anger, rolling up his sleeves in a manner suggesting a readiness for confrontation. Yuan Xiaocui stood by, attempting to intervene with simple gestures, her petite face radiating purity and innocence, exuding an enchanting grace. The other men, seeking refuge against the wall, could not help but feel a twinge of compassion, wishing to embrace Yuan Xiaocui tenderly. "Strong baby, let us not act this way. No matter how rebellious she may be, she is still our daughter." Observing the beauty of his wife's visage, Dechong's demeanor softened somewhat. That unworthy creature, I would rather disown her as my daughter." He insisted on obtaining an address to ensure her safe passage, yet she had the audacity to reject him. How contemptible. As he spoke, he held his phone close, deliberately directing his words for Ruoxi to hear. The more incensed she became, the more pleased he felt. The earlier conversation he had overheard between the man and woman on the other end of the line echoed in Ruoxi's mind, and she could only describe it in 2 words, vulgar and, adding another 2, repugnant. Her tone was frigid, as if conversing with a stranger, devoid of any trace of emotion. If Dechong was momentarily speechless, his face would instantly contort into an expression of utter discontent. "You insolent girl, what did you say? Repeat that if you dare, you wretched." Regardless of the coarseness of the words hurled at her, she maintained an expression of unwavering calm. Ruoxi's gaze silenced Fu Yunmo, indicating that she could resolve this trivial matter on her own. After all, it was merely a matter of speaking on the phone. At their age, in their 40s, still calling each other baby seemed rather juvenile. Affection is one thing, but to use others as stepping stones for their own love, venting their frustrations on women, reflects a complete lack of masculinity. Your request for my address is merely a means to summon me to your side, expecting me to shield you from danger. There is no need to disguise such exploitation with grandiosity. You are akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. Oh, but that's an insult to dogs, for at least they nurture their young. You, on the other hand, abandon your offspring without fulfilling even a moment of parental duty, and then dare to seek financial aid from me, asking me to facilitate your demise. When will you 2 scoundrels meet your end? Only then will I consider sending you my address, so that I might send your remains to the dogs, a small gesture of virtue, albeit one that even the Buddha would disdain. Still, it would lend a modicum of purpose to your wretched existence. Chapter 24. If you lock it. Lock it for life, a barrage of harsh truth struck, and Ruoxi longed to interject several times, only to find that his words fell short of Ruoxi's swift tongue. You, were it not for my sewing, could you have been born? Could you possess 40 billion? Moreover, you are perfectly fine now. If Chong were so incensed that words failed him, coupled with the inability to interject, his cheeks would flush a deep crimson in frustration. Were Ruoxi present, he would undoubtedly deliver a few resounding slaps, not ceasing until she acknowledged her transgressions and offered an apology. Alas, this was merely a phone call. His grip on the device tightened gradually, on the verge of crushing it. Just then, Yuan Xiao Chui deftly snatched the phone away. Her tone was gentle, a stark contrast to Chong's demeanor. My dear daughter, I realize we have not been attentive to you, allowing you to grow up feeling unloved. However, this does not justify your disobedience toward your father. He is the creator, and regardless of his mistakes, his actions are rooted in a desire for your well-being, fostering your independence and instilling in you the virtues of resilience. Truly, she epitomizes the quintessential green tea. This so-called mother bearing an uncanny resemblance to the memory I hold, equally self-deceived and delusional. As Ruoxi listened, she couldn't help but chuckle, completely disregarding Yuan Xiaocui's words. At that moment, her phone chimed, indicating it was running out of battery. She felt a sense of relief after venting her frustrations, after years of pent-up grievances. It was the first time she expressed herself so openly, leaving her feeling utterly liberated. This phone was merely a backup, devoid of any privacy concerns. So she felt no trepidation about Fu Yunma discovering anything. Fu Yunma nodded, surprised to witness such a pronounced emotional shift in the little diva for the first time. However, what he had heard earlier made his heart ache for her. How desperate she must have felt to utter such harsh words, disavowing her uncouth parents. From now on, he vowed to take good care of her, to heal her wounds, and to help her emerge from the shadows of her childhood. Wawa, the little rabbit, stretched out its tiny paws and playfully circled Fu Yunma's shoulders, as if to say, "Count me in." He pinched the rabbit's chubby cheeks, suddenly finding the child increasingly adorable. Gazing at that handsome face, Wawa grinned foolishly, raising its tiny fist and playfully tapping bang on Fu Yunma's face. Returning to the room, it was now 6:30. The perfect moment to witness the sunset. As Ruoxi hummed a soft tune and opened the door to the passage. She was taken aback to find a mole lying asleep on the ground. The chosen spot to witness the sunset was a quaint little courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Although the passage to this serene location was not particularly long, it was still a considerable distance. Upholding her principle of minimizing exertion, Ruoxi retrieved a medium-sized bicycle from her space and opted to cycle there. The design of the underground passage was perfectly suited for this purpose, allowing for a seamless ride comparable to that on the surface. In less than 6 minutes, after a gentle turn, she arrived at her destination. First, she activated the surveillance system to check for any zombies or other survivors in the vicinity. After a meticulous observation, she confidently entered her password and fingerprint, completing facial recognition before venturing outside. The courtyard, having been neglected for an extended period, was overrun with wild grass, and the wooden house stood empty and desolate. If the place appeared more inviting, it would attract many desperate souls seeking refuge, thus exposing the underground exit. Therefore, the more forlorn the courtyard, the better. From her space, she brought out a lounge chair and a small table, draping it with a rose-scented, orange tablecloth. She placed a water bottle and a few fresh flowers atop the table. A basket filled with assorted snacks and a passion fruit milk tea with a straw awaited her indulgence. Reclining on the lounge chair, the breathtaking and unique sunset on the distant horizon enveloped her in a gentle, romantic ambience. Soft instrumental music played from her phone, and everything unfolded as planned. Breathing in the fresh air, she took a sip of her milk tea and began to doze off. It was quite pleasant. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed nearby. suggesting the presence of more than one person. It could either be zombies or fleeing humans. The next moment, voices of conversation approached from afar. To her astonishment, there were indeed visitors to this secluded spot, something she had not anticipated. This location, nestled at the mountain's base, rarely attracted visitors. Most sought refuge in the city or rural areas for farming, as cities provided access to food at supermarkets. The resources surrounding this courtyard were scarce, with hardly any fruit to quench one's thirst. Soon, a group of several individuals strolled by, engaged in laughter and conversation. In an instant, Ruoxi found herself unable to look away, for one among them bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Yunma. Upon checking the surveillance of the basement's first floor, she discovered Fu Yunma cradling a rabbit and watching television. Thus, the figure outside was an imposter, the man who had threatened Fu Yunma's life. After surveying the courtyard, the group soon retreated, leaving behind only the man and a middle-aged woman. The woman carried herself with grace and elegance, sharing a striking resemblance to the man. In she recognized her face from a photograph she had seen tucked within Fu Yunma's wallet. It must be Fu Yunma's mother. What a small world this is. Ruoxi moved a stool to sit in front of the door, watching the play unfold. A simulated wooden camera stealthily hovered near the two individuals, capturing their conversation with precision. Donning headphones allowed for a clear understanding of their discourse. The man remarked, "Clearly, someone witnessed his presence in this vicinity. How could a living person simply vanish?" Mother Fu scoffed softly. "Perhaps he has been devoured by zombies. In such desolate wilderness, even wild beasts would steer clear of him." Occupying the position of heir, yet remaining utterly ineffectual, what is the purpose of his scientific pursuits? In this apocalyptic world, his skills are utterly useless. It would be better if he perished swiftly. Such cold-hearted and merciless words are difficult to believe as having emerged from the lips of Fu Yunma's own mother. Ruoxi felt a sense of astonishment in her heart. To secure the family inheritance, one would go to such lengths as to orchestrate the demise of one's own son, merely to place a substitute in his stead. Is this truly worth it? With the apocalypse looming, regardless of the family's vast wealth, money has become as worthless as scrap paper, serving no purpose whatsoever. Why does Mother Fu remain so intent on bringing harm to her own child? The conversation between the two in the courtyard had yet to conclude, filled with terms and phrases that eluded Ruoxi's understanding, likely pertaining to their specialized discourse. Ruoxi entered the underground lounge with an inscrutable expression, her mind brimming with an exquisite idea. How could she possibly let her prey slip away when it was so tantalizingly close? Of course, mere contemplation was insufficient. Action was imperative. After a considerable wait, the man and Mother Fu finally reached the trap's mechanism. Beneath the surface lay a cunning trap, equipped with mechanical cages that could be transported to the lounge. Concealed within a faux wooden camera was ether. Upon pressing the release button, the gas would be unleashed. Before long, the two conversing animatedly were rendered unconscious upon ground. With a deft activation of the trap, the ground beneath them gave way, and they began to descend slowly, emitting barely audible sounds, before the earth restored itself to its former state. Thus, two living souls vanished without a trace. The underground trap was enveloped by golden cages, with a series of subway-like tracks beneath, facilitating the gradual movement of the cage with its captive. In no time, the cage, along with its occupants, appeared before Ruoxi. The tracks vanished, leaving behind a flat expanse of ground. In the center of the lounge hung a curtain. As Ruoxi pulled it down, a concealed golden door within the wall descended, separating the control panel from the cage containing the unconscious duo. She arranged a dozen pots of plants to prevent suffocation. Hidden within the foliage were miniature cameras, while an overt smart camera in the corner followed human movement for recording purposes. After locking the door, she took her seat at the control panel, her gaze fixed on the surveillance monitors. Throughout the process, Ruoxi maintained a cold demeanor, her movements precise and efficient. On the monitors, the group of bodyguards, noticing the prolonged absence of the two individuals, entered to investigate, only to find them missing and commenced a search of the courtyard. Ruoxi had long devised a plan. When a mechanism was activated earlier, she took the opportunity to step outside and deliberately open the back gate of the courtyard, leaving behind traces of a struggle. Her intention was to mislead the bodyguards into believing that someone had already exited the premises. As anticipated, the bodyguards soon discovered the open back gate and the signs of a disturbance, prompting them to rush out in pursuit. The back gate of the courtyard led up the mountain, providing ample opportunity for their search. Meanwhile, the two individuals who had been captured regained consciousness, bewildered and shouting in distress. The walls were soundproofed, ensuring that even if there were people outside, their cries would remain unheard. Ruoxi hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal this matter to Fu Yunma as it pertained to avenging him. Fu Yunma still possessed a photograph of his mother in his wallet, suggesting a profound attachment to her. If he were to discover that she had secretly imprisoned his mother, would he not seek every means to compel her to release her? It was uncertain. The human heart is inscrutable. Ruoxi pressed her lips together, her eyebrows knitting into a shape. In the apocalyptic world, every step she took demanded utmost caution, never allowing herself to be complacent. Yet, the imprisonment of these two individuals was solely for the purpose of avenging Fu Yunma. One day, he would inevitably come to know. Ruoxi took a bite of the colossal lobster purchased for 200,000, seasoned with garlic and a spicy aroma, exuding a refreshing and delightful flavor. Tender and bursting with juice, it was simply exquisite. After savoring a sip of milk tea to ease the moment, she thought about how Fu Yunma had yet to dine. She decided to pack a portion for him, while subtly probing his opinions regarding his mother. As Fu Yunma beheld the lobster before him, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. The tail of the lobster was larger than his face, prompting curiosity about its original size and whether the petite Ruoxi truly savored such indulgences. After taking a few bites, he was pleasantly surprised by the taste. "Did you prepare this? It seems even more delectable than what a professional would conjure." His expression was one of sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered something utterly bizarre. How could it be? When has the petite diva ever cooked, let alone so splendidly? Ruoxi cleared her throat softly, but of course, it was not her own creation. It was a delightful meal she had packed away in her space before the apocalypse, while staying at a five-star hotel. If she were capable of producing such exquisite flavors, what purpose would there be for Fu Yunma? Yet, she could not allow Fu Yunma to discover her secret of possessing a space. Therefore, she reluctantly accepted the title of culinary god. Naturally, it was not my handiwork. Could it possibly have been prepared by an air fryer? Fu Yunma nodded thoughtfully. That is indeed a possibility. If only one could believe that it was the air fryer that did the magic, rather than her own hands. Why does it feel as though she is being looked down upon, even though the truth is that she did not prepare it? That damned desire to win has begun to rear its head once more. Do not doubt me. Next time, I shall personally show you. Next time, she will have mastered every culinary skill. She will diligently toil away in secret, only to astonish Fu Yunma. Fu Yunma muttered softly, "What comes out can only be for show." Ruoxi narrowed her eyes, sensing imminent danger. "What did you say?" Fu Yunma, towering at over 6 feet tall, found himself shrinking under Ruoxi's pressure, instinctively retracting his neck. "It's nothing. By the way, the little rabbit is asleep in the cradle, so please keep the television volume down. Look at how considerate this man is." Ruoxi uttered a soft HM, realizing that the television had received a signal and began watching the live news, lowering the volume. "You should eat quickly. The lobster will get cold if you don't." After their brief exchange of glances, Ruoxi noticed that Fu Yunma was quite tall. It seemed necessary to devise a means to restrain Fu Yunma to prevent any inappropriate actions on his part. How about handcuffs without a keyhole? Xiaofu, do you enjoy wearing handcuffs? Ruoxi, unreserved in her inquiries, posed her question without hesitation. Donning gloves, Fu Yunma elegantly dissected the lobster with a fork. Upon hearing Ruoxi's words, he noticeably stiffened, though his striking features betrayed little emotional upheaval as he raised his gaze with a smile. "As long as you cherish it, I shall too." Methodically dabbling a napkin to his lips, every gesture exuded grace. Yet, unbeknownst to others, at the utterance of her playful remark, a rush of blood surged through him, rendering his skin uncomfortably warm, with even the lobes of his ears subtly adorned with a blush. Handcuffs. Perhaps they wouldn't be so bad. Ruoxi did not glance at Fu Yunma. She took out the keyless handcuffs and approached him, ready to restrain him without uttering a word. However, Fu Yunma blocked her. Ruoxi raised an eyebrow in displeasure. You are unwilling? Indeed. The words spoken by men often serve merely as a facade. They express willingness on the surface while harboring reluctance within. Very well, if you are unwilling. I shall not compel you. After all, there are various means to suppress an individual beyond mere handcuffs. Fu Yunma shook his head. Handcuffs are acceptable, but dear, yours lacks a keyhole. Once fastened, it cannot be undone. Do you intend to bind me to your side for eternity? Is this a subtle declaration of affection? Fu Yunma blinked innocently, his dark eyes shimmering, while a faint, warm smile graced his cherry blossom lips. However, Ruoxi did not delve into the deeper implications of his words. She merely rummaged through the space, entirely oblivious to whether the handcuffs had a keyhole. No need. The ones without keyholes are far more entertaining. If we are to lock it, let it be for a lifetime. At this remark from Fu Yunma, the air around them thickened, interspersed with pink bubbles. Chapter 25. I like you, and no matter how long it takes, I shall wait for you. Of course, this is merely the world as seen through Fu Yunma's eyes. Ruoxi remained expressionless as she brushed away Fu Yunma's hand. For some inexplicable reason, gazing at the obedient little Fuji, Ruoxi's mind conjured an image of him as a fluffy little puppy, prompting a desire to pet his small head. One should strive to attain whatever one desires. As Ruoxi tiptoed closer to Fu Yunma's face, a sense of anticipation lingered in the air. The playful little imp. What could she possibly be up to? Fu Yunma's eyes sparkled with a certain expectation, his cheeks flushed with shyness, and his eyelashes fluttered gently. A heartlock, binding for a lifetime. It seems that even a straight girl can occasionally awaken to deeper feelings. However, instead of the anticipated softness, an unexpected warmth enveloped his head. Ruoxi's fair fingers delved into Fu Yunma's thick hair, gently massaging it. Ah, how delightful! With her other hand, she deftly cuffed Fu Yunma's wrists, the sound of the clink echoing in the air. Fu Yunma, taken by surprise, stared blankly at Ruoxi, an expression of astonishment etched on his face. In Ruoxi's eyes, he resembled a foolish little puppy, adorably daft. How charming! Oblivious to the fact that his hands were restrained, Fu Yunma's attention was wholly captured by Ruoxi's compliment. Astonishing! The little diva actually deemed him adorable. Just then, the bunny in the crib stirred awake, creating a commotion. Fu Yunma instinctively broke free from Ruoxi's grasp and rushed to the bunny, anxiously cradling it in his arms, soothing it with gentle words. There, little bunny, time to sleep. His patient efforts to lull the baby back to slumber made him completely forget about Ruoxi. Ruoxi gazed at her suddenly empty hands, calmly lowering her poised toes. The once tormented Xiao Fuzi, who had suffered at the hands of human infants for an extended period, had abruptly transformed into a different person. Is this still the Fu Yunmo she once knew? Ruoxi began to contemplate her current relationship with Fu Yunma. She had taken a child named Tutu, yet lacked the ability to care for him and had entrusted the responsibility to Fu Yunma. Fu Yunma had sustained injuries to the back of his head and his left wrist, rendering him incapable of cooking and only able to assist with childcare. To prevent him from engaging in any rash actions, she had placed handcuffs on him, which made caring for the child rather inconvenient. It seemed as though she had unwittingly relegated a future overlord of the apocalypse to the role of a mere caretaker. This, perhaps, was rather inappropriate. Xiao Fuzi, have you ever considered venturing out to explore the world beyond? Suddenly, Ruoxi uttered such a statement. Fu Yunma, who was feeding the child, paused momentarily, the handcuffs emitting a faint sound. The little rabbit cried even louder, as if accusing the man before her of denying her milk. Fu Yunma's complexion turned somewhat grim, pale and weak. His tone was gentle yet feeble. I merely wish to stay with you, dear little mischief. Are you attempting to send me away? Outside, it seemed rather appealing. Yet, the allure of the outside world paled in comparison to the infinitesimal charm of the little mischief. He would never venture out alone. The little mischief had saved his life. Had it not been for her, he would have perished long ago. Over the past 6 months, he had lingered beside the little mischief, utilizing the pretext of evading those who hunted him. Gradually, he found himself captivated by this enigmatic woman, brimming with secrets and self-assurance, yearning for a deeper understanding. However, the little mischief was as cold-blooded as a creature devoid of emotion. Despite half a year of close proximity, he had come to grasp his own feelings, yet she remained an enigma. The little mischief was indifferent and meticulous. Her gaze towards him was no more affectionate than that of a pet, perpetually guarded against him. This woman possessed wealth, but lacked a heart. It was already commendable that she regarded him as a man. Yet, he feared that in her heart, he was merely a temporary cook. Jealousy. Jealousy towards those men whom the little mischief sheltered within her room. What distinguished them from him, enabling the little mischief to be devoted to them? Everything the little mischief desired, he possessed. What he lacked, he would strive with all his might to attain. Do you truly offer me not a single chance? Ruoxi furrowed her brows, her long, fair hands delicately crossed atop her legs. Her expression was strikingly indifferent, emanating an aura of coolness akin to the pristine snow of winter. Clad in adorable pajamas, she nonetheless projected an impression of a tailored suit, complete with a tie and polished leather shoes, complemented by a luxurious watch adorning her wrist. She gazed at Fu Yunma with a softness reminiscent of a domineering so, observing his cherished wife. What opportunity do you seek? The chance to cook? Even when injured, you still contemplate preparing a meal. The corners of Fu Yunma's eyes gradually reddened, his lips pressed together in a pained expression. The opportunity to pursue you. Forget about cooking for now. You are, Ruoxi's profound gaze settled, unfathomable in its depths. So, are you pursuing me now? In her previous life, she was betrayed by her kin, suffering a significant emotional trauma that left her with acute stress disorder and depression. She sought solace in gluttony and yearned to heal through travel. Having fixated on her childhood companion, Fu Yunan, she had little interaction with other men, rendering her somewhat oblivious to matters of the heart. She genuinely believed that Fu Yunma merely regarded her as a sanctuary, never contemplating anything beyond that. In stark contrast, Fu Yunma was acutely sensitive, bowing his head to conceal his emotions. Like a rabbit with an instinctive understanding, she gently touched the back of his head with her small hand and flashed him a sweet smile. Truly, she was an adorable little imp, her affection for him casting a charming filter over her perception. I've been pursuing you for several months. Have you not noticed? Even the faintest hint should have caught your attention. Her tone was laced with a touch of lament and a hint of sarcasm. Unbeknownst to her, upon witnessing Fu Yunma's pitiful demeanor and his sarcastic tone, she couldn't help but laugh. She pinched the middle of her brow and sighed, truly. I find myself at a loss with you, my little drama queen. I am not a little drama queen. You're the one who embodies that title. He retorted. You remain oblivious to the fact that I harbor feelings for you. You dense fool, my little drama queen. I have made my affections abundantly clear. Yet what man would willingly serve as a woman's exclusive chef for over half a year without any reward? I respect your pursuit of excitement, as I understand your youth. But after I have openly declared my affection, your repeated rejections have crushed my tender heart time and again. Fu Yunma gazed at Ruoxi's face, ultimately unable to utter any harsh words, forcing out just 2 syllables through gritted teeth. You, fool. His heart felt heavy, an overwhelming sense of frustration engulfing him. This was his first experience with love, and there was much he did not understand, leaving him to suppress his feelings in silence, too timid to voice them. Noticing that Fu Yunma, with handcuffs binding his wrists, was unable to hold the quiet rabbit comfortably, she gently took the unusually calm creature from his grasp. However, something seemed amiss, for as soon as the rabbit was nestled in her arms, its little paws began to squirm incessantly. Now at last, the two could engage in a private conversation. Ruoxi retrieved 2 bottles of red wine from 1988, filled the glasses halfway, and arranged them elegantly on the dining table, complemented by a few fresh flowers in a water bottle. With a gesture invitingly directed at Fu Yunma, who appeared perplexed by her intentions, she signaled for him to take a seat. Let's have a heartfelt conversation, shall we? Let's express our innermost thoughts. Fu Yunma nodded slightly and took a seat opposite her. His left hand, recently injured, rested on the table. Ruoxi cast a glance at it, but chose to remain silent. Speak your mind. If you truly harbor no feelings for me, I shall not pursue you any further. I will leave quietly. As he uttered these words, he bit his lower lip, tension evident in his jawline, having mustered considerable resolve to articulate such a statement. A flutter of anxiety gripped him. Had he been too harsh? Would the delicate Ruoxi be upset? While others regarded him as a mere backup, he found himself preoccupied with the well-being of others. Fu Yunma silently berated himself for his lack of fortitude, for being a lovesick fool. Once a heartthrob pursued by countless admirers, he now found himself repeatedly diminishing his own dignity for Ruoxi. Yet, in the face of affection, dignity becomes utterly inconsequential. It seemed he had irrevocably fallen under Ruoxi's spell. Although he spoke with such firmness, deep down, he understood that even if Ruoxi would cast him aside, he would stubbornly cling to her presence. For a long time, Ruoxi remained silent, prompting Fu Yunma to discreetly lift his gaze, only to discover that Ruoxi had already taken a sip of wine. The dim light danced upon the wine glass, and, as she indulged in a few tastes, her red lips glimmered with a lustrous sheen, seemingly enticing him to partake. Fu Yunma felt a momentary pause in his breath, his Adam's apple bobbing as he fixated on her crimson lips, his gaze growing increasingly profound. He displayed his vulnerability solely in Ruoxi's presence, before others. He remained the aloof and unapproachable senior. After a while, Ruoxi parted her lips. Are you certain that you truly like me? What if it is merely a fleeting whim? She pondered, reminiscent of Fu Yuan, who fell for every new woman he encountered, swiftly shifting his affections. With Fu Yuan as a cautionary example, she nearly concluded that all men were of the same ilk, lacking integrity. Yet now, she found herself harboring a flicker of hope for Fu Yunma. Perhaps there was merit in exploring this further. Could he be her salvation? In Fu Yunma's eyes, although Ruoxi's face bore no expression, he inexplicably sensed an undercurrent of sorrow emanating from her. A pang of compassion gripped his heart. I like you, genuinely like you, but I won't burden you with phrases like I would do anything for you. We share a remarkable affinity. Coincidentally, I enjoy cooking and have a fondness for children, and you currently find yourself in need of someone to assist with childcare and meals. So, would you consider compromising a little and sharing your life with me? Upon finishing, Fu Yunma hastily added a few more words. Rest assured, I will never be a source of trouble for you. As Ruoxi's gaze fell upon the wrist of Fu Yunma, his heart skipped a beat. Today's injury was merely an accident. I shall exercise utmost caution in the future and ensure that I will never disturb you again. His expression was one of earnest sincerity, his hands resting on the dining table, somewhat at a loss, lips pressed tightly together as he exchanged glances with Ruoxi, nearly baring his heart for her to see. Observing Fu Yunma's earnest demeanor, Ruoxi found him utterly endearing, her luscious lips curling into a playful smile that made her appear enchanting. How foolishly charming he was. She felt an irresistible urge to ruffle his hair, curious about the thoughts swirling within his mind. He seemed so oblivious, his demeanor reminiscent of a lovesick fool devoid of intellect. Yet, why did her heart flutter ever so slightly? Although Fu Yunma was oblivious to the reason behind Ruoxi's laughter, he too succumbed to a silly grin, tilting his head playfully. Ouch, the pain! He had forgotten that in the bathroom, he had been knocked down by the mischievous little imp, resulting in a bleeding wound at the back of his head, which still throbbed. Wait, don't move. Ruoxi rose and approached him, carrying a medical kit. As Ruoxi's icy fingertips inadvertently brushed against his ear, Fu Yunma's entire body stiffened, rendered motionless in the moment. Indeed, he remained utterly still with a sigh. She flicked his forehead gently. Her tone, a blend of sternness and tenderness, was one that Ruoxi had never before possessed. Fu Yunma's tense expression softened slightly as the fragrance of a young girl enveloped him, mingled with a hint of wine, an intoxicating combination that rendered him powerless to resist. Every cell in his body rejoiced, completely captivated by Ruoxi's presence. Soon, Ruoxi had finished bandaging. Having been accustomed to injuries in her previous life during the apocalypse, she had honed her skills in self-dressing wounds. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the bandage on his wrist, askew and disheveled, causing her previously relaxed brows to furrow once more. Let me change your bandage as well. However, upon realizing that Ruoxi had finally acknowledged his injury, Fuyuma felt no joy. Would the little drama queen be upset if she saw his wound? If he chose not to change it, would she sulk? What do you think I am? I don't whine about pain, he murmured softly. I've already lamented. You just didn't see it. These words, laden with unspoken emotions, caused the tenderness on Ruoxi's face to gradually fade. She had indeed noticed, but chose to ignore it. In this regard, she had failed. Couldn't you make it more obvious? Stop making me guess every time. It's exhausting. She endeavored to temper her tone, yet it still bore the weight of reproach. Fuyuma obediently nodded. Understood. Next time, I shall present my wound directly to your face, so that the little drama queen will recognize my plight. Ruoxi. She was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Truly, it was inappropriate to label her as a little drama queen. Rather, Fuyuma deserved the title without question. One should not subtly play the victim. Yet, without resorting to such tactics, you seem disinclined to engage with me. You could express your thoughts directly and candidly, articulating whatever comes to mind. I assure you, I would not take offense. As Ruoxi conversed calmly with Fuyuma, her hands deftly wrapped up without a hitch. And soon the task was complete. I like you, Fuyuma declared, his fervent gaze fixed upon her, reflecting her exquisite and serene beauty, as if she were his entire world. This sudden and candid confession caught Ruoxi off guard. However, Fuyuma showed no signs of halting his words. I hope you can grant me a chance. I will love you sincerely. I enjoy cooking and taking care of children, which could alleviate some of your burdens. After a lengthy discourse, the final statement was the crux of his proposition. The allure of Fuyuma's offer was compelling. Ruoxi's heart, already wavering, now found itself in disarray. Allow me to ponder for 2 minutes. Fuyuma respected her request and nodded. Very well, I shall wait for you, no matter how long it takes. However, I wish for you to feel no undue pressure, for my affection is solely my own affair. It bears no weight upon you. Even if you were to reject me, I will not be disheartened. If I must perish, let me do so with clarity. Chapter 26. Words are easy, actions are not. Then there was the matter of the men she sheltered in her room and the identity of the father of her child. Little diva, may I inquire about those men in your abode? Fuyuma hesitated, observing Ruoxi's unchanging expression, before continuing. What is your relationship with those men? Ruoxi tilted her head in confusion, 3 large question marks hovering above her. A man in her room? When did that happen? What a misunderstanding this was. Zayafuzi certainly had a vivid imagination, befitting someone immersed in research and culinary innovation. There are no other men in my room. Why do you suddenly ask such a thing? As a lifelong singleton, I have never indulged in such matters. She quickly covered her mouth, realizing she had said too much. Having never possessed a man, despite her considerable wealth, seemed indeed disproportionate. I am not a frivolous person. It is merely that I have yet to encounter someone who stirs my heart. Fuyuma. He had assumed that this little diva was like others in her circle, frivolous and carefree. He had spent considerable time overcoming this psychological barrier. Yet now, this little diva revealed to him that it was unnecessary to overcome anything, for the issue simply did not exist. Nevertheless, none of that mattered now. She could not suppress the joy bubbling within her heart. If they were to be together, they would be each other's first love. With that thought, a smile crept upon her lips. No matter how the little diva may be, I am fond of her. As Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat, her expression remained indifferent. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, she voiced her concealed doubts, deftly redirecting the previous conversation. I know where the ones pursuing you are. The computer flickered to life, revealing the surveillance footage from the lounge, where the individuals were imprisoned in a cage, barely clinging to life on the ground. Among them were 2 familiar faces to Fuyuma. One was his mother, and the other was the very mastermind behind his persecution, the false heir in the scheme. How could they possibly be confined in such a manner? Fuyuma's complexion changed abruptly, a tumult of emotions brewing within him. Can you enlighten me on this? Initially, he assumed that the little troublemaker was utterly indifferent to his plight. Yet, to his surprise, she had been harboring concern for him, silently seeking vengeance on his behalf. With a sharp tongue but a tender heart, she treated him with remarkable kindness. He resolved to care for her with even greater fervor in the future. Observing his hesitation, Ruoxi speculated that he still held onto fantasies about his mother. Therefore, she produced a voice recorder and pressed play. Perhaps she was devoured by zombies. In such desolate wilderness, even beasts would steer clear of her. Occupying the position of heir without any actual contribution, indulging in research, what use is that in the apocalypse? It would be better for her to perish swiftly. This voice was all too familiar to Fu Yunma, who bowed his head in silence, mistaking his demeanor for sorrow. Ruoxi continued to savor her red wine. Your mother regards you as a mere tool. Not only is she aware of the plot to eliminate you, but she may also be an accomplice. Naturally, she wishes for your demise. Should you show her mercy or pity, consider that I have never known you. I would release both her and you, allowing you to. These words were, of course, a test. There was no way she would let them go so easily. They had not saved her life. Their supposed goodwill in avenging her meant little to her. If Fu Yuma were to oppose her, what recourse would she have? Certainly, it would be to confine them indefinitely. To release them so readily would invite further retaliation, which would be detrimental to her. Suddenly, Fu Yuma lifted his gaze. Such a scenario will never transpire. My life was nearly forfeited at their hands. If forgiveness is to be sought, let them pay with their lives. His expression was grave, earnest in its intensity. I long to slay them myself. Ruoxi raised an eyebrow. Oh, as anticipated, yet surprising. Allowing them to perish like this is rather dull. We ought to introduce some novel experiences to make them truly comprehend the repercussions of provoking you. This task of devising new endeavors shall be entrusted to you. Please prepare a detailed plan for me, and we shall implement it on them one by one. Excellent. This is precisely the approach we must take. It is essential to recognize the focal point of your existence, and while past grievances should not be forgotten, they need not be regarded with excessive gravity. Rather, let them serve as a source of amusement in life. Ruoxi felt a sense of relief. It appeared that Xiao Fu Zi was quite commendable. She did not exhibit an overly sentimental disposition and was capable of cooking and caring for children. By the way, what did you just say? This inquiry left Fu Yunmo in a state of confusion. Had he inadvertently uttered something amiss? Ruoxi gently tapped Fu Yunma's head. Fool! Just a few minutes ago, you professed your affection for me. Have you already forgotten? It seems you do not care for me as much as you claim. Although Fu Yunma struggled to comprehend her words, he instinctively reiterated in response to Ruoxi's inquiry, I like you very much. The little tease had just confessed her feelings for him, declaring her affection. Could this not be interpreted as an acceptance of his heartfelt confession? Ruoxi curled her lips slightly as she approached Fu Yunma, adjusting his disheveled collar. She verbally dismissed his claims as mere tricks for young girls, insisting she desired to witness tangible actions. In an instant, the man, feeling the pressure, experienced a buzzing sensation in his head, a rush of warmth surging to the top. His fingers tightened momentarily, and in the next heartbeat, he suddenly lifted her. With a swift motion, he encircled Ruoxi's neck with his arm, drawing their bodies perilously close, their noses almost touching. His hand caressed her skin, his slender fingers gently pressing against her lips, softly grazing them. The sensation was tender and intoxicating, stirring something deep within. Yet, even in this predicament, Ruoxi remained entirely composed, her eyes glimmering with playful intrigue. It was as if she was confident that Fu Yunma would not dare to act against her. A vexing woman, indeed. Fu Yunma silently lamented his predicament. He realized, with a hint of dismay, that he truly hesitated to provoke the little vixen, fearing her ire. He found himself utterly ensnared by her charm. Nonetheless, this feeling was not entirely unpleasant. His gaze reflected the woman's exquisite beauty as he fixated on her luscious, tempting lips, his expression inscrutable. Ruoxi increasingly sensed something amiss and yearned to break free and escape, when suddenly a warmth enveloped her lips. It was as if an insulator had transformed into a conductive entity, sending a delightful shiver coursing through her entire being, rendering her legs weak. She had never experienced anything like this before. What should she do? She felt utterly inexperienced. She was merely formidable in words, yet her practical skills were non-existent. As she remained motionless, Fu Yunma's hold tightened, even pressing his fingers against her cheeks, compelling her to pucker her full lips. "Extend them," he commanded, his voice resonating with a magnetic allure. As Ruoxi experienced a momentary lapse in her cognitive faculties, she stared blankly, surrendering herself to the whims of the man before her, utterly at a loss. What? Yes, just like that. Playing the fool. She remained an innocent child, blissfully unaware of the world around her, observing the once audacious woman transform into a timid little kitten. Fu Yunmo realized that the little minx merely spoke bravado without the courage to act. With an amused sigh, he pressed closer. Gasping for air, their breaths intertwined. Desire surged within them. Rendered weak by his various attentions, she collapsed against him, her body languid and pliable. The atmosphere thickened with an escalating tension of intimacy. Chapter 27. A woman 3 parts drunk, performing until you weep. Ruoxi felt as though a century had passed, yet the man showed no signs of relenting. Rather, his fervor intensified. At last, the little rabbit awoke, wailing. She nudged the man gently, her tone soft and reproachful, saying, "The baby is awake. Could you check if she has wet her diaper?" Oh dear, this was her first experience with love, and she was utterly inexperienced. "Sobi, Sobi, Sobi." Fu Yunma cleared his throat, nodding, though the corners of his eyes remained tinged with crimson. Ruoxi's gaze was hazy as she exclaimed, "Oh, dare you command me? Before my 400 billion, even the wealthiest tycoon pales in comparison." She then mumbled a few words, which Fu Yunma barely caught, and he affectionately shook his head. "Indeed, you are the domineering CEO. I shan't compete with you. Thus, I shall be the pampered wife of the domineering CEO." As she let out a soft hiccup. She felt a delightful haze enveloping her senses. "You are my little chef, my exclusive darling, and the caretaker of my child." The words exclusive and caretaker echoed in Fu Yunma's ears, filling him with an overwhelming sense of happiness, almost compelling him to clench his fists in delight, his brows dancing with joy. "All right, your devoted caretaker will now tend to our little 1's slumber. You stay here obediently, and do not wander off." With a gentle tone akin to lulling a rabbit to sleep, he comforted Ruoxi, treating her as if she were a cherished infant. The one he adored was indeed his little treasure, a darling deserving of celestial pampering. In a rare moment, Ruoxi nodded obediently, propping her chin on one hand while leaning against the dining table, watching Fu Yunma as he sweetly coaxed the rabbit. The tenderness in his demeanor was so profound it could overflow, as if the rabbit were his own daughter. "Little chef, I'm here. Are you feeling dizzy, my little troublemaker? Just wait for me for 2 minutes, and I shall prepare a hangover soup for you." Ruoxi's head swayed precariously, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. "Why are you so kind to me? You don't harbor any ulterior motives like those protagonists in novels, do you? Are you simply being nice to fulfill some quest?" The intoxication of the moment lent her the courage to voice her innermost thoughts, questions she genuinely wished to ask. With a soft chuckle, Fu Yunma could not help but respond to the absurdity of her inquiry. "What sort of question is that? If I had some sort of system, would I still require your assistance? You saved my life twice already. My desire to treat you well is entirely spontaneous, without reason. As for the cause, you may ponder that for yourself." Ruoxi, in a state of confusion, shook her head gently. "I cannot comprehend. Would you kindly elucidate your thoughts directly?" Fu Yunmo's silhouette became visibly rigid, as he slowly turned to meet the gaze of the bewildered woman. In that moment, upon witnessing the misty glimmer in Ruoxi's eyes, he realized that her previous words were not uttered in jest. She truly did not grasp the depths of his feelings. Alas, all the words spoken and gestures made were in vain. After a prolonged internal struggle, he once again bowed to the innocence of the naive darling. "Because I cherish you, I adore you, I cherish you. Now, dear little darling, let this resonate within you. Come, repeat after me thrice. expecting Ruoxi to be uncooperative. A playful smile danced upon her luscious lips, enchanting and captivating. I cherish you. I adore you. I cherish my lovely wife. Upon uttering these words, her dreamy gaze remained fixed upon Fu Yunmo, her eyes sparkling with joy. The dining table was adorned with fresh roses, while soft, heartwarming melodies floated through the air. In that moment, it felt as though they were the only two souls in existence. Above them, individual magnetic fields began to intertwine, extending toward one another. At the center, these two lines of magnetism fused into a singular, heartfelt connection. In that instant, they resonated on the same frequency, becoming beings of shared magnetism. Ultimately, it was the playful laughter of Tutu that disrupted their magnetic resonance. Having never witnessed Tutu smile before, Fu Yunmo was taken aback. She could actually laugh. Ruoxi tilted her head in confusion, pondering, if rabbits are also human, why do they not smile? Indeed, it was a valid point. Fu Yunmo, feeling awkward, turned his head in circles, only to wince as he recalled his injury at the back of his head. Ruoxi's cheeks were flushed and plump, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. Zaya appeared quite peculiar. Had he also indulged in some libations, rendering him so foolishly oblivious? Observing Fu Yunmo's earnest concern for Tutu, and considering they were now together, it was time to reveal Tutu's origins. Tutu is not my biological daughter. Upon hearing this, Fu Yunmo exhibited no sign of surprise, as though he had known all along. Regardless of her parentage, since the little troublemaker had chosen to adopt her, I shall treat her as my own flesh and blood. Moreover, she hesitated, her displeasure evident as she blinked. This particular trait of Zaya irritated her immensely. He often spoke the first half of his thoughts, leaving the latter half to trickle out like a reluctant stream. Such a nuisance. Your habit of leaving thoughts unfinished is rather poor. Enough already. I have no desire to hear the second half. In a fit of petulance, she turned her head away, refusing to look at Fu Yunmo. He stood frozen for a moment, but upon regaining his senses, he quickly apologized. I am sorry. It is indeed a bad habit of mine, and I shall amend it. I hope the little troublemaker can grant me this chance for redemption. If there essay next time, feel free to cover my mouth. After a brief pause, with Ruoxi still refusing to turn her head, Fu Yunmo grew anxious. Finally, he implored, what is the next line? Fu Yunmo nodded vigorously. The little troublemaker truly had a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. Such a delightful contrast. Furthermore, childbirth is a painful endeavor. Adopting Tutu alone suffices, for she is exceptionally charming. The little troublemaker need not endure the trials of bearing children in the future. Just the thought of it filled him with happiness and contentment. Ruoxi shot him a disdainful glance. TCH, is this all? Look at your meager aspirations. Seeing you so pleased, I thought it was something of great significance. Fu Yunmo shook his head earnestly. This is indeed significant. Everything concerning the little troublemaker and all related matters is of utmost importance. Chapter 28. Why didn't you stop me? Ruoxi. Attend to your child. Do not gaze at me. Where did you learn such flattery? Oh my goodness, it makes me blush. Due to intoxication. Her throat felt parched, and her speech carried a nasal tone. Fu Yunmo chose not to observe Ruoxi's expression, mistakenly believing she was playfully being coy, as a rosy hue blossomed upon his face. Over here, small beads of perspiration adorned Ruoxi's delicate visage. She activated the small fan, welcoming a gentle breeze that alleviated the effects of the alcohol. Phew, it seems I have indeed overindulged. She staggered to her feet, leaning against the wall as she made her way to her room. Had she known better, she wouldn't have consumed so much. The aftermath was rather intense. She let out a hearty burp, waving her hand through the air to disperse the scent of alcohol. Observing the man still coaxing the bunny to sleep, Ruoxi chose to bypass him. Yet, as she passed, her hand was suddenly grasped. Sit here obediently for a moment. I shall prepare a hangover soup for you. Fu Yunmo ruffled the hair of the tipsy little woman. He wished to sweep her into his arms, only to find his hands bound by handcuffs, leading him to suppress a smile. Indeed, these cuffs restricted his movements considerably. However, as long as his little darling found delight in them. He would never remove them. As the man entered the kitchen, Ruoxi had no intention of remaining still. She teetered and leaned against the wall before collapsing onto the sofa. Familiar with the surroundings, she opened a drawer and retrieved 2 packets of beef jerky, savoring the morsels. Delicious. Suddenly, a wave of thirst overcame her. Xiaofuzi, I am thirsty. I desire a fragrant pear, she muttered to herself, and Fu Yunma, just finishing his tasks, seemed to hear her call, yet hesitated, unsure. Peeking out, he found Ruoxi sprawled on the sofa, her mouth still occupied, and he could only shake his head in exasperation. Emerging from the kitchen, he declared, "First drink the hangover soup, then I will peel your fragrant pear." He retrieved a peeler from the apron pocket, ready to prepare the pear for her. Ruoxi straightened her posture, her vision somewhat blurred, as her hand gestured aimlessly in the air. "No need to peel it. I can simply bite into it." With that, she opened her mouth and aimed to bite down on Fu Yunmo's right hand. "Ouch! All right, whether peeled or not. Just let go for now, and I shall wash it for you." Ruoxi bit down quite hard, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Fu Yunma's forehead. However, he did not immediately shake her off. Constrained by handcuffs, he was unable to push her away with his injured left hand. He leaned his forehead against Ruoxi's. Their faces mere inches apart, both flushed and warm, their proximity intensifying the heat between them. With a look of disdain, Ruoxi released her grip and distanced herself from Fu Yunma, letting out a satisfied belch after finishing her drink. "Hey, your face is so hot. Keep your distance," she exclaimed. Fu Yunma responded, "First, you should drink the hangover soup." With little time to wipe away the saliva from the bite marks on his hand, Fu Yunma's obsessive cleanliness seemed to wane as he lifted the hangover soup and presented it to Ruoxi. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of her vomiting on him, she surprised him by not retching at all. Without even glancing at the contents by her lips, she took a hearty sip. In a sweet, syrupy voice, she said, "I'm being good, see? I drank it, so can I have a fragrant pear?" The bitter hangover soup was consumed merely for the sake of indulging in a pear. Fu Yunma had also prepared some snow pear candy, intending for her to savor it before taking another sip. He helplessly tousled Ruoxi's tousled hair, his expression one of endearment. "All right, I'll wash it for you right away, my little drama queen." Ruoxi disdainfully swatted away the hand that was patting her head, retrieving a spicy duck neck to nibble on. "If you want to give me a fragrant pear, you should have done so earlier instead of rambling on," she exclaimed. "You clearly do not wish to share your pears, so I shall not bother. I have my duck neck," she muttered in an odd tone, her mouth not ceasing its movement. Her cheeks flushed crimson, the aroma of alcohol mingling with the spiciness of the duck neck, a scent that stung the senses. Despite her inebriation, she remained intent on her snacks. What a peculiar rationale. Speaking a few words to her equated to withholding the pears. Fui surprestas mal. Deciding to refrain from further trivialities and retreated to the kitchen. He set about washing the pears for his little diva. Any delay might provoke her ire. Burp, a contented belch mingled with the scent of liquor as Ruoxi cradled her overindulged belly, a hint of melancholy in her expression. "After consuming so much, why didn't you stop me? Eating this much at night will make me gain weight." In a fit of pique, she turned her head defiantly, moving to a spot 2 meters away from Fu Yunma. If he did not offer her food, she would sulk. If he did provide it, she would still find reason to fume. Fu Yunma found himself utterly perplexed by women. How could someone so utterly adorable exude such charming navet? Though he remained unaware of the reason behind her vexation, he knew it was imperative to soothe her. Neglecting her feelings would only harm their relationship. The little diva had never held much affection for him. As this thought crossed his mind, a twinge of bitterness began to spread within him. "Forgive me, for it is my own desire to indulge that has led to this predicament. I feared gaining weight. Thus I enlisted your help to consume these treats." Watching her enjoy the snacks, he had been so caught up in his own pleasure that he forgot about her, neglecting the fact that she too would face the consequences of indulgence. In such a scenario, one must combat magic with magic. As she shook her head, sensing something amiss, a foreboding feeling washed over her. Surely it could not be. As expected, Fu Yunma continued, Since my little diva dislikes snacking and fears gaining weight, I shall take it upon myself to handle these treats from now on. Allow me to bear the burden." Ruoxi exclaimed, "No way. You're being evasive," her crimson eyes shimmering with tears of frustration. "All I asked was for you to restrain me a little. I never said I disliked snacks. I suspect you've been plotting against my treats. I won't share them with you. If I want to eat, I shall eat. Snacks are simply delightful, and even if it costs me 400 billion, I will indulge until I burst." "Woo-woo, Xiao Fuzai is bullying me." Fu Yunma pursed his lips, feeling quite aggrieved. "But if I let you have the snacks, you'll get upset, and I want to know what to do. You're the one bullying me." So endearing. The intoxicated little diva was irresistibly charming. Internally elated, she still presented a fade of grievance. This left Ruoxi momentarily speechless, as she burped contentedly, her little belly kicking, swaying back and forth. "I can eat snacks, but you must definitely restrain me. Ideally, in a manner that doesn't truly restrict me. If you genuinely stop me, I will be upset." Fui un fin de contemplation. "So it's like this? You want me to hold you back, but only as a pretense. Not genuinely. I don't understand." The words lingered on his lips as Ruoxi's sorrowful gaze pierced through him. With such a little diva making such a declaration, Fu Yunma dared not admit his confusion. "I understand, I truly do. How did it turn into a threat?" He had initially intended to play the fool and tease the little diva. Chapter 29. Animal-type superpowers. Wu Weigua adopts Ruoxi's parents. In one fleeting moment, Ruoxi was enveloped in slumber, only to succumb to sleep once more. Fu Yunma, lacking the access code to her room, could not enter and was left with no choice but to endure a night on the sofa. To prevent the delicate creature from tumbling down, he opted to lay a makeshift bed on the floor. The woman's porcelain complexion, tinted with a faint blush from intoxication, revealed a charmingly innocent sleeping visage. Her ruby lips gently puckered, embodying a perilous allure. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. Suddenly struck by a thought, Fu Yunma arose, activating his phone's camera to capture Ruoxi's form. "Dinner is served," he declared, intent on recording evidence. At the mere utterance of those words, Ruoxi sprang awake, her eyes darting around. "What are we eating? Is there sweet and sour pork? Any new dishes? All your favorite dishes are here, but before you indulge, you must promise me one thing." The inebriated Ruoxi responded with a puzzled expression. The following noon, Ruoxi awoke languidly, stretching her weary limbs. "Why do I feel so exhausted?" she mused, twisting her neck to alleviate the soreness. "A shower is in order. I shall never drink so much again." The television flickered, the news intermittently breaking up due to poor signal. Yet she could discern the grim report. The horde of zombies was growing ever more formidable, and those bitten would succumb to the virus. The government had lost control of the situation, prompting the populace to construct makeshift bases. Walls towering over a meter higher than the Great Wall were encircled with electric fencing. Experts proposed the excavation of underground bases within these temporarily secure havens, reminiscent of historical strategies to wage guerrilla warfare against zombies. However, mere basements would prove inadequate to withstand a zombie onslaught. Deeper excavations were necessary. Yet the deeper one ventured, the thinner the air became. In the absence of oxygen, human survival grew increasingly precarious, and remaining underground would eventually deplete their food supplies. Thus, the expert suggestions were swiftly dismissed by the masses. At this juncture, the specialists began to exhibit their cleverness. Yet the practicalities of implementation remained woefully unplanned. As Ruoxi clutched a cushion, she casually wiped her hair with a towel. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure on the television. It was Wu Weigua, the same as she remembered, carrying a patient whose legs had been blown off, making his way toward a white tent. His face was covered in dirt, and the weariness in his eyes was unmistakable. Was this the base of Brother Wu? On the 5th day of the apocalypse, individuals began to awaken their abilities. With Brother Wu's remarkable stamina, she wondered if he had awakened as well. Lost in thought, she received a call from Wu Weigua. "Little sister, are you sure you want to come to our base? You're still in Z City, right? Although there aren't many zombies in the wilderness, the scarcity of resources globally means that wild beasts will undoubtedly attack humans. it's still quite unsafe. Rest assured, most of the people at our base are strong men. If you come, you will undoubtedly be our cherished treasure, and we will treat you well." His reassuring words touched Ruoxi. "Brother Wu, please don't worry. I stay home most of the time and rarely go out, so I am not in any danger. Thank you for your repeated concern." She seized the opportunity to change the subject. "I just saw you on a TV drama and wanted to ask if your base has already seen the emergence of ability users. It's inconvenient for me to go out alone, and I don't wish to be a burden to you. I want to understand how to awaken my abilities before I join you." This statement was merely to placate Wu Weigua. Currently, with her space ability in hand, she occasionally stepped into her small yard to bask in the sun and breathe in the fresh air. Unless absolutely necessary, she would remain indoors. Seeing Ruoxi's determination, Wu Weigua sighed. "All right, I know you always have your own ideas. Please take good care of yourself. If it becomes unbearable, send me your address, and I will personally come to fetch you. We have indeed seen quite a few ability users at our base, and I have awakened a fire-based ability as well. There's really no secret to it. After battling with zombies, it awakened naturally." Battling with zombies? Ruoxi pursed her lips and furrowed her brow. The closer she drew to the zombies, the more rapidly her latent abilities would awaken. Yet, she had scarcely encountered any zombies thus far. What was she to do? Suddenly, she recalled that there were still 2 living individuals confined at her home. Perhaps she could start with them. "Might you enlighten me on the various types of abilities?" In her previous life, she had perished before awakening her powers, only aware that Fu Yuan possessed healing abilities, while Mali Su wielded water-based powers. The specifics of other abilities remained elusive, and there were few members in her team who had awakened their powers. Wu Weigua explained that water-based abilities could unleash powerful jets akin to fountains, categorized into levels and countered by fire-based abilities. Currently, the base was abundant in healers, which was fortuitous for assisting patients. However, those bitten by zombies required higher-tier abilities for effective treatment. Wood-based abilities were neither plentiful nor scarce. Yet those who could adeptly wield them were rare, often struggling to control their direction and inadvertently harming their teammates. Overall, the collective level of abilities was rather low, compounded by the difficulties in securing supplies and the sporadic zombie attacks. Progress had surged in the initial days, but had now stagnated. Listening to his account, Ruoxi appeared deep in thought. It seemed that reliance on the laboratory for research into the zombie virus was imperative. She thought of Fu Yuma. In her last life, he was a formidable figure in the apocalyptic realm, a leading expert in scientific research. Yet now he found himself relegated to the role of a mere cook, even a caretaker. It seemed a great disservice to Fu Yuma. However, there was indeed a laboratory here. If Fu Yuma wished to study the zombie virus, she could assist him in procuring resources, allowing him to focus on his research, provided he continued to prepare her meals and tend to the child. Noticing Ruoxi's silence, Wu Weigua added a few more remarks. "By the way, I heard that another base has produced an ability user capable of understanding animal psychology, referred to as an animal ability user. They can communicate with animals that have turned into zombies and manipulate their minds, turning them against the human zombies and inciting a brutal conflict between the two." Ruoxi, animal superhumans? Quite an intriguing term. Wu Weigua cleared his throat twice. It is uncertain whether this is merely a rumor. It may well be deceptive. If such superhumans truly exist, what do we have to fear from zombies? The apocalypse would no longer be termed an apocalypse. It could simply be called the battle between animals and humanity. Moreover, I have encountered your parents. In a sudden jolt of realization, Ruoxi thought, "You took them in? Hiss, these 2 vampires are running amok. Had I known, I would have lured them in and confined them, rather than allowing them to burden others." Wu Weigua remained oblivious to the subtle discord in Ruoxi's tone. "Of course, they are your biological parents, having fled here in desperation. As the elder brother, I must extend proper hospitality." Chapter 30. The Captives, by Jingjing and Fu Yanhai. Yesterday, their original base was fortuitously invaded by zombies, forcing them to flee under the cover of night. By chance, our base is nearby, and we managed to rescue them. Oh, and let's not forget your sister and brother-in-law. In this dire moment, they have not abandoned one another, suggesting a strong bond between them. Ruoxi let out a cold laugh. They are not a couple. One is my former fiancé, and the other is my sister, adopted by my parents who abandoned me in my childhood. This group of vampires has once again gone to Brother Wu to drain blood, using her name to indulge in feasting and revelry. It seems I must quickly devise a plan to lure them over and confine them properly. Allowing them to roam freely for a few days has led them to believe that this apocalyptic existence is rather amusing. Abandon you? What a family of rats. They claim to me that you shared a close bond. Yet here we are. Wu Weigua expressed profound remorse, as if awakening from a dream. How dare they treat you this way? Abandoning you while your sister consorts with your former fiancé, exploiting your name to deceive me for food and drink. No wonder Ruoxi's sister appears so demure and reliable. Her family within the base dares to bully others. I initially intended to turn a blind eye, but it seems that family has also mistreated Ruoxi's sister. However, now that I have brought her to reside in the base, and since they have dared to mistreat you, I shall not show them kindness in the future, he declared with righteous indignation. Ruoxi was secretly plotting something. No need. Brother Wu, you don't have to deliberately seek trouble with them, she said. But they treated you that way before. You're my sister, and now that I have the ability, I must avenge you. Wu Weigua replied. With a smile, Ruoxi remarked, not causing them trouble does not equate to letting them off the hook. They seem to enjoy taking advantage of my name for their own sustenance. So let us deny them any provisions and allow them to fend for themselves. As long as your base refrains from feeding them, they will inevitably depart in search of nourishment. Once they emerge from the base, they will surely place the blame on me and reach out to me. At that point, I can lead them back here and set a trap for them. My intentions are twofold. Firstly, to spare Brother Wu any undue concern. Secondly, to prevent any information about the underground base from leaking, which could spell disaster for us. Wu Weigua praised her, saying, brilliant. Sister Ruo truly has her own ideas. However, if they were to starve within our base, it would be challenging to explain to our teammates. We must control the rations and ensure their basic needs are not met. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while, and ultimately, Wu Weigua once again extended an invitation to form a team with Ruoxi. Ruoxi unhesitatingly declined. At that moment, Fu Yunma knocked on the door from outside, inviting her to dinner. Ruoxi, wait a moment. Let us first proceed to the underground passage to inspect the newly acquired pet gopher. A cozy little abode has been prepared for it, and the gopher is soundly asleep. Upon arriving at the lounge, I observed through the surveillance that Fu Yunma's mother and that man appeared to be in a rather poor state of mind. I activated the broadcasting system, adjusting the voice modulation. What are your names? The sudden voice startled the two, causing them to huddle in the corner, trembling. The man exclaimed, who are you? Why have you captured us? If my men find out, you will regret this. Perhaps realizing he was still imprisoned, he faltered. To answer your question, I am Fu Yunma, a renowned technology magnate in the country. If you dare to harm me, the outside world will not spare you. Upon hearing this threat, Ruoxi let out a derisive laugh. You mentioned the outside world, yet you are confined in a place devoid of light. With just a flick of my finger, your lives will be as insignificant as those of tiny ants. As she spoke, she pressed a button, and the floor above their cage began to descend ominously. In less than 3 minutes, they will be crushed to death or suffocate. I will grant you anything you desire. I have resources, I possess firearms. Whatever you wish for, I can provide. I implore you, show mercy and spare us. The man was genuinely terrified, while Fu Yunma's mother had already been rendered speechless by fear. Though her tone remained steady, it resonated hauntingly in the man's ears. This beside me is my mother. And Jingjing, she is part of the Fu Corporation. Ruoxi interrupted sharply. What I seek to know is not this. I inquire, who are you? And who sent you to assassinate Fu Yunma and usurp his identity? Judging by the man's lack of intelligence in his responses, it was evident that he was not the one who had embroiled Fu Yunma in this perilous situation. There must be a mastermind lurking behind him. Due to a day and night of hunger, both the man and Jingjing felt their limbs growing weak. And Jingjing clung desperately to the man's hand, akin to a drowning fish grasping the sole lifeline, revealing her profound trust in him. Trusting a man who impersonates her own son? With a slight furrow of her brows, Ruoxi struck the table with a forceful demeanor that exuded authority. Do not attempt to feign a deep maternal bond. You share no blood ties whatsoever. If you continue this charade, prepare to face the consequences of starvation. She threatened fiercely. She was utterly disinclined to squander time on these two, as the exquisite dishes prepared by Fu Yunma awaited her indulgence. Suddenly, driven by an unknown provocation, the man leapt to his feet, pointing vehemently at the camera. My mother is indeed my biological mother, who granted her the right to have only Fu Yunma as her son. Iae me Fu Yunai, Fu Yunmoese, twin brother. Since childhood, he has monopolized our mother's affection, receiving everything he desired. Why should this be so, when I am also her flesh and blood? Ruoxi pressed her lips together, pondering whether they were twins, which would explain their striking resemblance. Yet, something felt amiss. The situation could not be that straightforward. If they were indeed twins, why was only the younger brother left behind, while the elder brother was raised as an illegitimate child, hidden from view? She couldn't fathom that such a colossal entity as the Fu group could not accommodate a pair of twins. There had to be a deeper secret at play. Since you remain unwilling to reveal the truth, I shall no longer indulge in meaningless dialogue with you. The mechanism reactivated, and the floor of the cage descended at double the speed of the last time. The tension escalated, and the burly man began to sweat profusely. At that moment, Bai Jingjing stepped forward. He is indeed my son. However, I, driven by selfish motives, did not wish for both sons to be entangled in the family power struggle. So he was raised elsewhere since birth. I orchestrated the assassination attempt on Fu Yunma, intending for him to take Fu Yunma's place, and that was my design. Ruoxi was bewildered by this perplexing maneuver. Why? Fu Yunma is also your biological son. How could you, as a mother, resort to such actions? Bai Jingjing scoffed. Inheriting the family business is his destiny, yet he suddenly delves into research and quarreled with me over studying abroad. Since his birth, he had been groomed as the heir, and now he claims not to care about the Fu family's wealth? She felt momentarily deranged, laughing to herself. How foolish! If he does not inherit, shall that unworthy, illegitimate child take his place? I sometimes regret not sending him away when he was young and keeping in high instead. Upon hearing this, Ruoxi understood that these two were beyond redemption. Fu Yunma owed them nothing. Those decisions were not his to make. It was Bai Jingjing who acted unilaterally, creating this farce of a true heir. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. You nearly killed Fu Yunma. Now you shall remain trapped in this small cage for eternity. This is your retribution. With that powerful remark, Ruoxi switched off the loudspeaker and exited. Stop. You can't just leave like this. I'm hungry. Bring us food, or you are committing murder. Feed them, change their clothes, and bathe them. Huh. Such a dream. Perhaps, if the mood struck her, she might toss them a stale bun. Yet, Ruoxi sensed that this matter was more intricate than it appeared on the surface. However, with them confined, there was no rush. She could take her time, knowing they would eventually grow hungry. Fu Yunma had no idea how long he had been waiting outside. Behind him lay an array of delectable dishes, fruits, milk tea, ice cream, and cakes, everything one could desire. Ruoxi sat down, her fork in hand, gazing at the abundant spread before her, momentarily rendered speechless. Can you truly believe that with just the two of us, we could possibly consume such a vast array of dishes? In the days before the apocalypse, any surplus could have been shared with the bodyguards. Yet now, with only the two of us and but 2 mouths to feed, how could we ever manage to finish such a feast? Fu Yunma lowered his head, resembling a chastised little puppy, exuding an air of utmost grievance. I merely feared that you might not be satiated, thinking you would indulge in snacks later in the afternoon. Ruoxi placed her hands on her hips and confidently declared, You are mistaken. Even if I am full at noon, I will still crave snacks in the afternoon. Eating has nothing to do with hunger. It is purely about desire. She had already forgotten that just the previous night, she had resolutely stated that she would handle the cooking while Fu Yunma would solely be responsible for taking care of the children. Now, due to her reluctance to rise from bed, all the cooking and childcare duties had fallen upon Fu Yunma, who was hindered by his own physical limitations. Suddenly, as she stood up to serve herself some vegetables, her foot unknowingly stepped on something, producing a ding sound. Your height is 1. 65 meters, and your weight is 120 gene. Please maintain this. Ruoxi, still stuffing her mouth with braised pork, responded, "Excuse me, is that polite?" Ha. Ruoxi forced a smile as she kicked the weighing scale aside, swallowing a few pieces of meat before finishing what was already in her mouth. She then stuffed 2 more ribs into her mouth. Fu Yunma continued to lower his head, struggling to stifle his laughter. "What if I switch the scale? Why don't you give another try, you little drama queen?" This mischievous suggestion caused Ruoxi to choke momentarily, nearly getting caught by the meat. "Forget it, I don't care about my weight." She jested, "How could I not care?" Wailing internally, "Oh, my slim waist and my coveted abs." Catching a glimpse of her reflection in the nearby, full-length mirror, her face appeared plump and rosy. She didn't look excessively overweight, yet she was not slender either. The main issue was to avoid being overly domineering. A cold expression would render her somewhat greasy. Her mind had already conjured visions of certain someone, causing Ruoxi's mood to plummet to an abyss. "What are you staring at? It's just about losing weight, something that can be accomplished with time." Fu Yunma's inquisitive gaze lingered on her, and Ruoxi's confidence began to wane. She weakly suggested, "How about you supervise me throughout this process? I promise I'll slap you in the face." Wasn't it just a matter of being a bit heavier? She would never concede defeat, despite her 400 million woes. Her face hardened, her jaw clenched, and her expression turned grim. A touch greasy. Ruoxi felt a profound sense of despair as she gazed at the lavish spread of delicacies before her, yet found them utterly tasteless. Just moments ago, she had been perfectly content, but after being subjected to Fu Yunma's whims, her appetite had vanished entirely. "Oh dear, I haven't finished my meal yet. Why are you taking it away?" With every dish she desired to savor, Fu Yunma simply whisked it away, unable to bear it any longer. Ruoxi picked up a few cherry tomatoes and began to munch on them. "Who cares about your little bit of meat? I am on a diet. I shall indulge in fruit." Fu Yunma, with a helpless gesture, added with embellishment, "Not only must you control your diet, but you also need to incorporate exercise." Ruoxi, "In the days to come, I shall embrace the embrace of dumbbells, treadmills, and jump ropes. My diet will consist of cold dishes featuring eggs, fruits, and chicken breast, accompanied by a daily intake of 2,000 milliliters of warm water." Ruoxi bit into a cucumber, diligently performing squats while holding dumbbells in her hands. The little rabbit raised its tiny fist and encouraged her, "Keep it up." Ruoxi nearly dropped the cucumber she was gnawing on. "Bunny, can you talk now?" To her astonishment, the first words the little one learned were to encourage her in her weight loss journey. Oh dear, she simply must shed this weight. Spitting out the cucumber, she resolved to begin her endeavor. 5 minutes later, on the sofa, Ruoxi lay languidly, her eyes devoid of spirit. Exhausted, she decided to take a brief respite before resuming her activities. With familiarity, she opened the drawer to retrieve some snacks, only to have her hand intercepted by another. As her gaze ascended, she beheld the tender, soft visage of the little rabbit. Further up, she encountered the enigmatic smile of Fu Yunma. At last, the evening arrived, and she opened the snack drawer once more. After enduring such toil throughout the day, indulging in a modest amount of snacks in the evening seemed hardly excessive. Suddenly, she reached in again, savoring the moment. Given her substantial physical exertion today, a small treat now should pose no issue. Fu Yunma remarked, "Just hold on a little longer. You managed to resist all day. If you indulge now, all your efforts will be in vain." Ruoxi shook her head resolutely and picked up a pile of snacks. "I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. No one can deter me from indulging in snacks today." Fu Yunma replied, "Then go ahead and enjoy." Ruoxi, what does Fu Yunma mean by this? Isn't he supposed to supervise her weight loss? Why is he echoing her instead? Doesn't he realize he should be stopping her? Weight loss shouldn't be so dramatic. Feeling dizzy and having a stomach ache, she managed to endure it all day, planning to reward herself in the evening, deceiving herself. Well, if that's the case, she might as well continue being a blissful plump person. His tone was calm, as if he had truly relinquished his role in supervising Ruoxi's weight loss. Chapter 32. Thriving in the Shadow of Love. Ruoxi's cheeks puffed up in indignation. Her expression one of frustration. She certainly did not aspire to be a cheerful, plump person. Her ambition was to become a joyful and domineering female CEO. While she may vocally declare her resignation from dieting, she earnestly requested that someone oversee her weight loss journey. Though her words were mere banter, and she had not genuinely indulged in snacks, her playful antics were evident. Fu Yunma couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable antics, finding her utterly delightful. "Everything you say is etched in my heart. I shall not forget. This is my first experience with love, and I hope that whenever I falter, you will guide me, just as you did earlier." Ruoxi pouted, murmuring softly, as if my romantic experiences are particularly extensive. "In truth, I have only been in one relationship." Suddenly, she sensed something amiss and abruptly raised her head, casting a glance at Fu Yunma, accusingly inquiring, "When exactly did we enter into a romantic relationship? You are merely my cook." Once those words escaped her lips, a loud bang resonated in her mind, conjuring fragmented images, a bouquet of roses, flickering candlelight, the magnetic pull of love. The scenes in her mind were hazy and unsteady, likely due to the inebriation she had experienced. Shaking her head slightly, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Oh dear, what foolish antics had she engaged in while intoxicated last night? Retrieving her phone from her pocket, she tapped to play a video. On the screen, half of Ruoxi's flushed face appeared, illuminated by soft light. The girl swayed slightly, waving her hand at the camera. Her cherry-red lips moved, uttering, "I like you." A deeper voice resonated, imbued with a magnetic charm and a playful smile. "Say it 3 times, who does Ruoxi like?" The lingering melody, interwoven with a touch of hypnotic allure, made one feel inexplicably obedient. As expected, the girl with the chubby cheeks smiled sweetly, letting out a satisfied burp, adorably naive. "I like you. Ruoxi likes you. Ruo likes Fu Yunma. Is it acceptable now?" The video abruptly cut to black at this point, leaving the events that followed shrouded in mystery. Ruoxi fell silent instantly, her expression cold. A myriad of emotions churned within her, yet she maintained an outward semblance of calm. Oh my goodness, could it be that the foolish girl from earlier is truly her? She yearned to escape this sorrow-laden world, wishing fervently to depart without delay. If it were possible, she would take flight on the spot and flee the earth under the cover of night. Clearing her throat twice, she feigned composure. "Oh, I see. It's already quite serious. I was intoxicated last night and spoke nonsense. Please do not take it to heart." Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from somewhere, drawing her gaze towards Fu Yunma's pocket. Did this fellow actually possess a voice recorder? Leaning back, she realized, as long as you little Fuzi do not initiate a breakup, I certainly will not be the first to say it. The girl's solemn vow struck Ruoxi like a flurry of slaps across her face. Ruoxi pressed her lips together and instinctively exclaimed, "But I will resort to emotional withdrawal to compel you to break up first." She understood the implications of this statement. Emotional withdrawal. It's all right, as long as you are willing to be in a relationship with me. If you find yourself dissatisfied later on, you can simply express your desire to part ways, and I shall not persist. However, I shall ensure your satisfaction, striving for perfection in all matters. Ruoxi nodded slightly, murmuring in acknowledgement. She turned to grasp some low-fat meat jerky, taking a few bites and remarking, "Not bad at all." After a brief visit to the restroom, she discovered she had lost 5 pounds. She found the process of weight loss quite straightforward. On a certain day in the future, lying on the massage chair, Ruoxi endured Fu Yunma's unconventional techniques, her delicate waist aching beyond words. In agony, she exclaimed, "Fu Yunma, how could you set me up? You lured me with exquisite delicacies that day. Upon my discovery, you swiftly changed the subject. Speak quickly. Were you not captivated by my beauty, succumbing to temptation?" Fu Yunma replied, "You are mistaken. This has been premeditated." In the gym, Ruoxi donned a white tank top, her well-defined abs evident as she performed squats, her face appearing much more toned than it had 2 weeks prior. Her visage had seemingly shrunk 2 sizes, her nose elegantly pronounced, radiating an almost golden glow. Beside her, Fu Yunma and the little one, Tutu, energetically applauded from their small stools. "You're amazing, little darling. Mother's wonderful." Tutu's chubby cheeks puffed with excitement as Ruoxi She wiped away her sweat and playfully pinched the soft roundness of Tutu's face. The sensation was delightful. Tutu, unfazed, grinned widely with drool spilling forth. Mama, hug. The cherubic little one, still unable to walk, mustered all her strength to stand up with her tiny, pudgy hands clenched tightly. Fuyunmo exclaimed in astonishment. Ruoxi, the little bunny can walk now. In the next moment, the bunny inevitably tumbled over, landing in a rather unfortunate manner. Its tiny face flushed with embarrassment, eyes glistening with unshed tears, and with a sulky pout, little pearls of sorrow cascaded down. Ruoxi understood that she ought to feel a pang of sympathy. Yet, for reasons unknown, a hint of amusement danced within her. Indeed, it was more than just a hint. Ha ha ha. She burst into a hearty laugh, clutching her belly. Fu Yunma had not intended to laugh, but it seemed Ruoxi's mirth was infectious, and he too found himself chuckling, albeit rather ungraciously. Suddenly, the little rabbit's cries ceased, its tear-filled eyes gazing upon the two adults who were laughing to the point of breathlessness. Initially, its small head was filled with confusion, but upon realizing the situation, its cries intensified, attempting to rouse the oblivious adults with its wails. Oof. Here I am, still on the ground, and they haven't even offered a hand to help. As Ruoxi experienced a moment of inspiration, a rather splendid idea emerged. She leaned closer to Fu Yunma and whispered a few words in his ear. Fu Yunma hesitated, gazing at Ruoxi. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped them. Fu Yunma fervently nodded in agreement, asserting, there is nothing wrong with this. We are doing this for the sake of our beloved rabbit, to ensure she thrives in the shadows of our affection. Subsequently, the two positioned themselves before Rabbit, turning their backs to the light. Rabbit, with tears streaming down her face like delicate blossoms in the rain, appeared utterly heart-wrenching. Struggling to catch her breath, she wiped her blurry eyes with her tiny hands, casting a hopeful glance towards them. Yet, in the next moment, her expression shattered, and she succumbed to despair. No longer pouting, she opened her mouth wide and cried out in anguish. As the gaze shifted upward, Fu Yunma and Ruoxi, with their strikingly handsome faces, formed a heart shape with their hands. The light illuminated their shadows behind them, perfectly enveloping Rabbit. Under the immense love of her unreliable parents, Rabbit was moved to tears. Gasping for breath, after several minutes of weeping, she finally spread her small hands and lay back, ceasing her cries. Despite her tender age, her face bore an expression of profound disillusionment with life. As Ruoxi gazed at the adorable bunny, she found it rather amusing and proceeded to take several pictures of the little creature with her phone, envisioning their potential as delightful emoticons. In Chapter 33, the mischievous little one has become increasingly playful. Since their last encounter, the bunny has stubbornly refused to drink milk whenever it sees its mother. Faced with this challenge, Ruoxi resignedly decided to put aside her own grievances. She resolved to dangle before the bunny daily, enticingly exclaiming, "Look, my dear bunny, I have some sweets. Just take a whiff of their delightful aroma." The bunny stretched out its tiny paws, attempting to grasp the tempting treats, but alas, it found nothing but air. Ruoxi revealed a triumphant smile. However, the little bunny was too small to indulge in sweets, so perhaps it was better to have milk instead. "Oh, I won't give you any." The bunny pouted on the verge of tears, seizing the moment before the tears could fall. Ruoxi deftly inserted the empty milk bottle into the bunny's mouth. The bunny kicked her legs in defiance, refusing to comply. The bottle was too large and contained no milk, making it light enough for her to easily toss it aside. Consequently, Ruoxi kindly replaced it with a pacifier, effectively silencing the bunny's drooling mouth. At that moment, Fu Yunma approached, carrying a pot of crayfish. Upon seeing Ruoxi teasing the bunny once more, he wore a look of affectionate indulgence, though his tone was somewhat stern. "Are you picking on a child again? Look at how old you are." He shook his head, exuding a sense of helplessness. As Ruoxi turned her expressionless face, she mimicked Fu Yunma's tone and declared, "In my heart, you shall forever remain my little darling." Oh, how absurd. I wonder who uttered such a sentimental phrase before. Fu Yunma's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as he turned away haughtily. Dinner is ready. Today we have your favorite garlic and spicy crayfish. The little troublemaker has indeed become increasingly mischievous of late. As Ruoxi settled down, donning her gloves and preparing to peel the small crayfish, she was interrupted. Fu Yunma remarked, "Allow me to take care of that. You may simply indulge in the sauce." Observe how tender and considerate he is as a partner. Unfortunately, Ruoxi was not enamored with this romantic gesture. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she declared, "You do not understand. I relish the act of doing it myself, savoring the essence of the shrimp's head. This pleasure is one you have likely never experienced." He insisted on doing everything for her, allowing her to merely recline in comfort. Thus, he intended to foster her dependence on him, ultimately making her unable to part from him. Yet, it appeared that she was more astute than he had anticipated. Recalling something, Ruoxi opened her laptop, revealing a live surveillance feed of Bai Jingjing and her son in captivity. At that moment, Bai Jingjing, having gone half a month without personal care and subsisting solely on steamed buns, bore little resemblance to her former opulent self. Her hair was disheveled, resembling that of a madwoman, clutching a bun while muttering incoherently. Fu Yunhai, in a fit of impatience, bellowed, "Can you not be quiet? It is your disobedience that has kept us imprisoned." He continued, "Is it so difficult to admit your fault? You were wrong, and yet you incited me to harm my brother. Look at us, tearing each other apart. Are you satisfied now? Are you happy?" In this dire moment, he unhesitatingly chose to betray his own mother, yearning for Ruoxi's sympathy and attention. Perhaps, if he displayed contrition, that woman outside would notice his good attitude and release him. Fu Yunhai fantasized within himself. His heart was filled with yearning, having endured enough of the intolerable itchiness, the lack of bathing, and the meager existence of gnawing on buns. Beside them lay the detritus of their lives, reeking unbearably, for there was no restroom. Bai Jingjing shook her head, her eyes vacant. "I'm not at fault. I'm not at fault. He is my son. Who told him not to heed his mother? If he dies, it is his own doing." Fu Yunhai, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Jingjing. "You have lost your mind, you lunatic." He then drew closer, striking her several times across the face. Bai Jingjing, unable to evade, was kicked twice. Fiercely clutching the dry bun, her lips stubbornly repeating, "I'm not at fault, I'm not at fault, ha ha ha." Ruoxi gazed at Fu Yunhai's handsome face, which bore a striking resemblance to that of Fu Yunma, and was immediately filled with revulsion. How absurd! Despite her own desire to see her younger brother meet his demise, she now feigned innocence, shifting the blame onto her mother, devoid of any semblance of masculinity. What a disgrace to manhood! She took a few bites of the succulent shrimp tail, savoring the delightful flavors that slid down her throat. Quite delightful indeed. A brief compliment was warranted, lest Fu Yunma become overly conceited. Turning her head, she noticed Fu Yunma, motionless, fixated on the computer screen, his expression inscrutable. Ruoxi believed that he was paying for her mother. After all, who would remain indifferent upon witnessing their mother suffering so profoundly? Even though her mother had nearly caused her demise, one cannot help but feel a twinge of empathy. She comprehended the sentiments of an ordinary person. Ruoxi, with a profound expression, patted Fu Yunma on the shoulder. "Are you feeling empathy for your mother?" She mused. "I can't help but think how revolting it is that that man bears an uncanny resemblance to me. How can I subtly suggest to the little drama queen to rid him of that face?" Most importantly, she believed in speaking her mind without reservation. The guessing game that couples often play, akin to espionage, was time-consuming and detrimental to their feelings. Consequently, he was unaware of when he had begun to overtly imply his thoughts. A slight tremor coursed through his heart. It seemed the little drama queen was subtly transforming him. The difference, however, lay in the fact that she was nurturing his growth, while he was teaching her to rely on him. Every trivial detail made him yearn for her dependence, hoping she would never be able to part from him. It appeared that she was instructing him on how to be loved, while he was guiding her on how to love him. Did she, at this moment, harbor feelings for him? Fu Yunma's palm tightly enveloped Ruoxi's delicate hand. With just a glance, Ruoxi discerned that this tall young man had once again succumbed to fanciful thoughts. She wondered what melodramatic scenario he was conjuring this time, involving unrequited love. A slight headache ensued as she rubbed her temples. Ugh, she had long maintained that she shouldn't be referred to as the little drama queen. Fu Yunma had certainly earned that title. Fu Yunhai, with a visage identical to that of Xiao Fuzai, was indeed quite insufferable. She contemplated finding an opportunity to mar that face while urging him to enjoy his meal. Yet, Fu Yunma continued to clasp her hand, reluctant to release his grip. It will dirty your hands, and besides, with her sharply arched brows, she exuded an air of formidable authority. Is there a pause? Leaving the previous statement incomplete, Fu Yunma, towering in stature, was momentarily taken aback. I apologize. Moreover, I do not wish for you to come into contact with any other man. Not even a single finger. Ruoxi appeared deep in thought. Rather than confronting Fu Yunhai directly, she contemplated marring his visage. Was she to enlist the pet groundhogs she had nurtured to carry out her scheme? That creature, which only knew the cycles of eating, sleeping, and relieving itself, was perhaps best left aside. The sentry mice, as long as they did not complicate matters for her, were already doing well. Are you suggesting that they turn upon one another? Fu Yunmo nodded in tacit agreement. Ruoxi accepted his offerings. One is your mother, the other your twin brother. Can you truly be so heartless? Chapter 34. By Jingjing and Fu Yunhai's internal strife. Fu Yunmo spoke calmly, stating, when they sought to bring about my demise, the bond of kinship between us had long since vanished. Ruoxi nodded and rose to her feet, clapping her hands. It turned out that the division of individuals was at play. A warm current flowed through her, lifting her spirits. After finishing her meal, she reclined to watch some television. The ringtone of her mobile phone echoed once more, and it was the same individual again. Over the past fortnight, that family of 6, including her so-called biological parents, had been driven out of the base by Wu Ji's subordinates, unable to endure the pressures any longer. They attributed their misfortunes to Ruoxi, accusing her of lacking the influence to protect them adequately. When the first call came through, Ruoxi answered, and to her surprise, the tone on the other end had softened considerably, exuding warmth. Their intent was clear. They wished for Ruoxi to plead on their behalf before Wu Go, seeking refuge and kindness. She could hardly fathom the audacity of such a request and promptly hung up. Meanwhile, Fu Yuantan, seemingly endowed with the aura of a protagonist, had unexpectedly regained the ability to walk. In a mere half-month, he had even established the Tiger Squad, mirroring the trajectory of his previous life. According to Wu Go, in the days that followed, he had the opportunity to interact with this squad, most of whose members had awakened their extraordinary abilities and possessed abundant resources. It was perplexing. They had been expelled from the base devoid of any supplies. Yet mere days later, they found themselves in possession of ample provisions. Furthermore, the previously paralyzed Fu Yuantan had astonishingly risen to his feet. It was truly uncertain whether this was mere fortune or the result of a protagonist's halo. Ruoxi gazed at the television, which was now devoid of power across the globe. The outside world had descended into chaos, a realm where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Numerous starving individuals sought refuge in gas stations, deceitfully ensnaring their unsuspecting brethren to sustain themselves on their flesh. It was merely the 45th day of the apocalypse, and already society had spiraled into such disarray. Ruoxi pondered how to systematically manage the 6 individuals, including Fu Yuan, once she deceived them into coming over. As she walked to the stairwell, she passed by the expansive lime room, filled with tools for excavation and basement expansion. Currently, the basement was occupied solely by her and Fu Yunma, who was preoccupied with childcare. Xiao Fuzi, please assist me in designing a systematic apparatus that can efficiently utilize the structure of the lime room to restrict movement and segregate each individual into their own designated space, allowing for a division of labor in the excavation and construction of our base. Did you not comprehend? Ruoxi earnestly shared her thoughts with Fu Yunma. He nodded in a dazed manner, saying, now I understand. Just as Ruoxi was about to express her gratitude, he added, if I assist this little artist, what benefits do I gain? He blinked his large eyes, filled with curiosity. Ruoxi shook her head candidly. No, but feel free to tell me what you desire. As long as you assist me, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Of course, except for that. Her gaze turned a shade bashful as she glanced elsewhere. Fu Yunma furrowed his brows slightly, tilting his head in confusion. Which one? Ruoxi pressed her crimson lips tightly together and declared, I shall take vengeance for you first. Dealing with Bai Jingjing and Fu Yunhai. You simply focus on washing the dishes and take care not to harm yourself. She patted Fu Yunma's shoulder and, with a swift motion, darted into her own room. In an instant, the living room was left with a bewildered Fu Yunma, standing there in a state of disarray. Which one was it? He merely wished to sit for a while in the little diva's room. Surely that was not too much to ask? Ruoxi leaned against the door, exhaling a sigh of relief, as if she had survived a calamity. Alas, there have been no new dramas to indulge in lately. Having consumed an excessive amount of domineering CEO novels, her mind incessantly drifts to those captivating wall-slam moments. It is the author's fault. The vivid descriptions have immersed her to the point of envisioning herself as the assertive CEO, though in truth, she embodies that role herself. With a light pat on her cheek to restore her composed demeanor, she proceeded to the confinement area. Observing the surveillance, she noted that Bai Jingjing lay motionless on the ground, surrounded by a swarm of flies, her complexion a ghastly yellowish hue, starved to the point of emaciation. Bai Jingjing still possessed the energy to perform for the camera, ostensibly engaging with the lens for no reason. Fu Yunhai, I offer you a chance. Ruoxi smirked, her eyes shimmering with a hint of scorn. The spectacle of dogs biting dogs was about to commence. Upon hearing his name called, Fu Yunhai hurriedly scrambled to his feet, eagerly ingratiating himself. Thank you, beautiful sister, for this opportunity. At last, the heavens do not forsake those with determination. Even if this madman conceals his true name and voice, so what? With his prowess, uncovering the identity of his captor after his escape would be a mere trifling matter. Ruoxi spoke slowly. Do not rush. There are conditions. The woman beside you appears to be on the verge of collapse. Why not engage her in a scuffle to rouse her senses? Before my very eyes, she sleeps so unabashedly. And, as her most beloved son, do you not feel compelled to intervene? Her words dripped with playful sarcasm. Ah, the most beloved son. Fu Yunhai's expression stiffened. This may not be appropriate. After all, she is still my mother. Ruoxi savored a piece of dried meat while sipping on sweet milk tea. Bai Jingjing, for the sake of her son, even contemplated the unthinkable, taking the life of her other son. Your brother nearly perished at your hands. Indeed, she has treated you with great kindness, and your reluctance to part with her is understandable. Offering a glimmer of hope to Fu Yunhai, she quickly donned a smile and said, Yes, indeed, you are truly magnanimous. Ruoxi continued, Since she has shown me disrespect, you, as her son, ought to bear the consequences on her behalf, should you not? When she pretends to be filial in her presence, she pays no heed to familial bonds while seizing her own mother-esque sustenance. How ludicrous that Xiaofuzi is burdened with such eccentric relatives. She truly is unfortunate. Yet, in this regard, she and Xiaofuzi are quite compatible, both possessing peculiar and unsavory kin who have inflicted torment upon them. Fu Yunhai's expression suddenly shifted. This is unnecessary, I believe. She is already an adult. It is not yet time for me to provide for her. He awkwardly chuckled, attempting to steer the conversation away, retreating the moment his interests were threatened. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Jingjing, having awakened at some point, fortuitously overheard this exchange and felt her heart sink. This was the son she had cherished so delicately, fearing he might shatter. He was hardly more considerate than Fu Yunma, who only immersed himself in his laboratory. She had once presumed that her elder son would be more attuned to her needs than the younger, yet it appeared that neither was worthy of her hopes. Feeling utterly disheartened, she propped herself against the wall and inquired, Son, what did you just say? Fu Yunhai turned his head, startled. Had this useless old woman awakened? Did she notice him snatching her bun again? And would she erupt in anger once more? How selfish. Shouldn't a mother ensure her son eats first? If her son is not satiated, how could she find solace in her own meal? You heard everything. Why ask so many pointless questions? Such cold-blooded words. Even a venomous serpent could not utter with such cruelty. Bai Jingjing, incensed, trembled with rage, resembling a madwoman as she clashed violently with Fu Yunhai. The air was filled with a cacophony of insults and the sounds of struggle, escalating the tumultuous scene. Ruoxi rested her chin on her hand, pondering deeply. One couldn't help but wonder, in the clash between mother and son, who would emerge victorious. Chapter 35, A Slash to the Face. The kind that disfigures. Are we playing that game? Although Bai Jingjing possessed a petite frame, her ferocity matched that of Fu Yunhai, showing no sign of weakness. In retaliation, Fu Yunhai seized her hair and delivered a brutal kick to her abdomen. Before long, Ruoxi sensed something amiss. The apparent frenzy of their altercation belied the fact that their blows were surprisingly gentle, merely appearing severe. These two were conspiring to perform a charade in her presence. What was their intention? To draw her out? With a click of the computer settings, she discovered that the plants concealed miniature cameras, revealing angles beyond the surveillance's reach. Sure enough, Bai Jingjing's pocket remained unscathed despite being struck, indicating it contained something substantial and hard. It appeared both individuals were concealing aggressive weapons, biding their time to approach Ruoxi and eliminate her. With a confident smile, she declared that these two were hardly worthy of her life. Although the cage that held them was a sealed chamber, its walls were equipped with numerous mechanisms. Concealed behind the wall adorned with potted plants was a gas that induced unconsciousness. Whenever the plants began to wither, she would activate the release mechanism to incapacitate them, replacing the dying flora with new ones. After all, it would be a pity to let them suffocate to death so easily. Fu Yunma bore the grotesque scars from being pursued by Fu Yunhai's men, marks that remained indelible. Yet, was it truly necessary to deploy the incapacitating fog on these two? Perhaps it would be more entertaining to toy with them a while longer. With an air of intrigue, she curled her lips into a smile. Life in the post-apocalyptic world had become exceedingly dull, thus she decided to engage in a simulation game. From her spatial storage, she retrieved konjac and pig gelatin, commencing the meticulous process of crafting a human skin mask. On the wall hung a photograph of Mary Sue, serving as her model as she endeavored to create a visage that mirrored the radiant beauty of the original. Having been out of practice for quite some time, her techniques had grown somewhat rusty, prolonging the task. After approximately 15 minutes under the blow-dryer, she stood before the full-length mirror, her face now bearing a striking resemblance to Mary Sue S. The next step involved emulating Mary Sue S. attire, eschewing the white shirt. She recalled that Mary Sue adored floral pattern dresses paired with chic little shoes. Her hairstyle was equally adorable, adorned with two gleaming star-shaped clips. After a complete transformation, she was nearly indistinguishable from Mary Sue. And what her eyes, Ruoxi, donning colored contact lenses, could easily deceive even Mary Sue herself into believing she was gazing into a mirror. With a gentle smile directed at her reflection, she shed her previous expressionlessness, radiating an aura reminiscent of fresh green arrows and delicate white flowers. With a strategically chosen lip gloss and a spritz of gardenia-scented perfume, she had truly embodied Mary Sue. As time elapsed, Bai Jingjing and Fu Yunhai, noticing Ruoxi's prolonged absence, began to fear their carefully laid trap might once again go awry. They slumped in silence, exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, with a creak, the door swung open, and stepped a girl with an innocent and demure appearance, causing Fu Yunhai, who had not encountered such beauty in ages, to be momentarily captivated. He became so entranced that it was only Bai Jingjing's pinch that jolted him back to reality. Who was this enchanting figure? His mind faltered at the sight of such beauty. However, it dawned on him that the only individuals who could appear in this context, aside from those holding them captive, were few and far between. Each time the plants withered, someone had replaced them with fresh ones in their slumber. Perhaps this captivating woman was merely a servant? It was a distinct possibility. He instantly adopted a pitiful demeanor, pleading earnestly. "Miss, you possess a kind heart. I am terribly hungry. Could you spare me some food?" With such an innocuous appearance, he believed it would be easy to charm her. Yet, Ruoxi was somewhat repulsed by the grotesque expression he wore, reminiscent of Fu Yunma. However, she skillfully mastered his taste, her innocent doe-like eyes darting about. But I can hardly feed myself. What benefit would there be in sharing my food with you? Fu Yunhai clutched the cage, pressing his face against the iron bars, hope igniting in his gaze. Whatever you desire of me, I shall comply, as long as you provide me with sustenance. Ruoxi, what if I desire your face? She smiled innocently. Even Fu Yunhai failed to perceive the underlying strangeness, believing yet another woman had succumbed to his charm, falling for his exquisite visage. As long as you provide me with sustenance, I am entirely yours. Ruoxi slightly tilted her head, her gaze fixed on the silent Beijingjing. Beijingjing stared back at her with unwavering intensity, her demeanor exuding an air of utmost vigilance, her hands clasped behind her back. Ah, is that so? Then I shall not take you, but rather the life of the woman beside you. How does that sound? Fu Yunhai was taken aback, exclaiming, what? It was hard to fathom that someone who appeared so innocuous could utter such venomous words. At this moment, Beijingjing was utterly flustered, for she was acutely aware of her son's temperament. He would go to any lengths for his own interests. Ruoxi broke into a smile, jesting, I want your skin. The words, uttered one by one, echoed like the sinister laughter of a malevolent spirit from the abyss. Fu Yunhai, with a faint smile, replied, Sister, you must be joking, right? He subtly leaned back, retreating a few steps. Ruoxi, not at all. It's fine to be shameless. With the experiences from the previous two encounters, Fu Yunhai dared not easily let his guard down. He sensed that there would be a twist. It felt as though this woman was toying with him. Ruoxi chuckled softly, just make a few delicate cuts on the face, enough to reach a level of disfigurement. My expectations are not high. No, it's not a feeling. It's a certainty. A wave of dread washed over Fu Yunhai as he exchanged a glance with Beijingjing. Ruoxi surveyed everything with a calm demeanor, unwavering like a mountain. If you remain silent, I shall assume you have silently acquiesced, she declared, and I shall provide you with the sustenance you desire. With that, she unexpectedly strode out. Fu Yunhai and Beijingjing exchanged glances, puzzled and unable to comprehend her actions. Before long, Ruoxi returned bearing a platter of chicken, the air filled with the enticing aroma of succulent juices, causing the hungry onlookers to salivate at the mere whiff. Fu Yunhai could scarcely believe his eyes. Is this truly for us? Ruoxi nodded slightly, then shook her head. To be precise, it was a reward for you. Once finished, you must scar your own face, leaving it disfigured. Were it not for the latter part, this would be a romantic gesture. Fu Yunhai swallowed hard and, summoning his courage, replied, All right, I agree. Regardless of the consequences, he decided to eat first and think later. After all, this girl seemed quite amenable. A few sweet words afterward would surely suffice to smooth things over. Previously, that madman on the intercom had tormented her for over half a month, and she still only provided a single bun each day, being exceedingly stingy. She had not eaten for 3 days, and the bun had been snatched away. Chapter 36. Had I known, I would not have acted. Fu Yunhai's voracious demeanor was utterly comical. Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh, and said, Do you know what you resemble at this moment? With his mouth stuffed with food, Fu Yunhai mumbled indistinctly, What? Shreds of meat were lodged between his teeth as he clumsily grabbed a piece of chicken from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks puffed out. Ruoxi nonchalantly beckoned with her delicate fingers. You resemble a dog. Indeed, a poodle at that. She stifled a laugh behind her rosy lips. Her words dripped with sarcasm, yet her tone was imbued with a gentle warmth, as if one were enveloped in a haven of tenderness. Fu Yunhai, grinning foolishly, hurriedly swallowed his chicken, forcefully swatting away the hand that Beijingjing extended. Whether a dog or not, he is still the dog of a beautiful sister. Beijingjing let out a deep sigh, her expression one of utter dejection. It dawned on her. Her son was thoroughly spoiled. What a misfortune. Ruoxi disdainfully waved her hand through the air. Ugh, such greasy and disgusting words. Gazing at that handsome face, uttering such phrases felt less like a pleasure and more like torment. Hurry up and eat, and remember to mar your own face afterward. The stench of human refuse mingled with the aroma of chicken soup in the air, growing increasingly pungent. Remaining in this place for even a minute felt like suffering. Turning on her heel, She strode out without hesitation. Fu Yunhai had been paying close attention to Ruoxi's movements from the beginning. Seeing her about to leave, he quickly scrambled to his feet. Hey, don't go, miss. Just a little more, please, I beg you. Fu Yunhai froze for a moment, realizing that Ruoxi's earlier words were no jest. This woman truly wished for him to be disfigured. A glint of malice flashed in his murky eyes as he turned his gaze toward Bai Jingjing. Bai Jingjing instinctively recoiled, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Surely this ungrateful wretch wouldn't he? Fu Yunhai seized Bai Jingjing by the neck. Since you want to witness someone being disfigured, why not scratch my mother's face instead? Bai Jingjing rasped, struggling against him. Yet, having already fought Fu Yunhai earlier, her strength was depleted, and with no food or water, she found herself too weak to resist. You are my own flesh and blood. How ungrateful and heartless you are. Let me go. I am your mother. Fu Yunhai tightened his grip with a fierce glare. You lunatic, shut up. You're driving me insane. He then looked towards Ruoxi, his demeanor shifting to that of a sycophant. Miss, just wait a moment. I'll mar her face right away. Then you can provide us with food in the future. He rambled excitedly. It was evident that after being confined for over half a month in a small cage, with nothing to do but stare blankly at the surveillance cameras, his mental state had deteriorated. Of course, he was not the only one affected. Bai Jingjing, as if under some sort of stimulus, widened her eyes. Her face contorted with a neurotic expression, her hands gripping her own neck, slowly tightening. Perhaps startled by her behavior, Fu Yunhai stumbled back a step. That very step afforded Bai Jingjing the opportunity to draw a knife and slash at Fu Yunhai's face. The two commenced yet another brawl. However, this time, the weapon intended for Ruoxi was turned upon themselves. Amidst their fighting, they hurled insults at one another, retreating. I'll hit you, I'll hit you. The clamor was deafening, overwhelming their senses. Ruoxi lowered her gaze and secured the door. Finally, the world fell into a serene silence. After verifying the system settings and ensuring there were no disclosures, Ruoxi made her way through the underground passage, opened her door, and stepped outside. To her dismay, she realized only then that she was still wearing a pigskin mask, her visage resembling that of Mary Sue. Clad in a white floral dress, an attire she would have never donned before, she was met with an unexpected reaction. As soon as Rabbit laid eyes on Ruoxi, mistaking her for a stranger, he burst into tears. Ruoxi gently pinched her brow, letting out a sigh as the child began to wail once more. She feigned a fierce demeanor and declared, "The louder you cry, the louder I shall laugh." Startled by her mock ferocity, Tutu hiccuped through her tears and momentarily ceased her sobbing. Ruoxi tilted her head in confusion, realizing that this little creature had succumbed to such a tactic. If it were to cry again, a mere scold would suffice. Oh dear. This time, the rabbit wept even more fiercely, opening its mouth wide. Ruoxi pressed her lips together, realizing that she had just cried herself weary and needed a moment to compose herself. Rabbit, why are you crying again? Fu Yunhai was drawn by the sound of her sobs. Upon seeing Ruoxi's unfamiliar face, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sense of astonishment. Ruoxi shook her head in resignation. It seemed her mimicry was so exquisite that even Fu Yunhai failed to perceive it. Just as she was about to speak up to alert Fu Yunhai, he surprisingly interjected before her. What are you up to, little performer? Are you engaging in cosplay? Ruoxi, you recognized me? Despite my changed appearance and the fact that I'm wearing colored contact lenses, you can't possibly have identified me by my eyes alone. She gasped, realizing that she had indeed miscalculated. Fu Yunhai, with merely a glance, discerned her identity. Fu Yunhai offered a faint smile. It's all in the physique. After accompanying this little diva on her weight loss journey for so long, how could I not be familiar with her figure? The physique? Confused, Ruoxi pondered. She had only heard of recognizing familiar individuals by their silhouettes or physical forms, but the notion of identifying someone solely by their physique was entirely foreign to her. How does one discern a person by their physique? I am at a loss. Could you enlighten me? Upon seeing Ruoxi's earnest expression, Fu Yunhai shook his head. This is a unique secret, not to be divulged. If you choose not to share, that's fine. I shall freshen up. Enduring this unattractive visage is somewhat torturous. With that, she proceeded to rummage through her sleepwear. Fu Yunma thought to himself. I merely intended to provoke her curiosity, yet she is not adhering to the expected script. Standing before her, he teased, little troublemaker, why not inquire further? Perhaps I might just reveal the secret to you. Ruoxi wore a calm expression and shook her head. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested. She brushed aside Fu Yunma's hand, intending to enter the bathroom. However, Fu Yunma stubbornly refused to step aside. Promise me a condition, and I shall reveal it to you. Indeed, it was yet another condition. She still owed the surname Fu a favor. Without hesitation, Ruoxi entered the bathroom and locked the door. You have yet to disclose the conditions from our last encounter, and while you propose further stipulations, I am no fool. Fu Yunma, filled with melancholy, regretted his earlier actions. The little bunny continued to cry, leaving him no choice but to suppress his feelings of sorrow and comfort the child into slumber. Chapter 37. Activities between couples before long. Ruoxi emerged from the bathroom and settled onto the sofa. The little bunny had fallen asleep once more, indulging in a cycle of slumber and meals. This was unacceptable. Perhaps a fitness regimen could be devised for her, or the cultivation of hobbies might suffice. After all, you play both the guitar and piano. After an extensive list of suggestions, she unwittingly assigned numerous tasks to the 7-month-old bunny. Fu Yunma sighed, a vein of frustration appearing on his forehead, and gently reminded her. Let me point out, the bunny is merely 7 months old. He borrowed a towel from Ruoxi's hand and skillfully turned on the hairdryer to dry her hair. Seated on the sofa, Fu Yunma watched as Ruoxi positioned herself on a low stool directly in front of him. The little bunny, roused from her slumber by Ruoxi's movements, was placed on the carpet, where she idly played with her toy car. The scene was heartwarming, resembling a true family of 3. Ruoxi lowered her head to play with her phone, discreetly activating the camera, angling the lens towards herself and the enigmatic Fu Yunma behind her. At that moment, Fu Yunma's piercing gaze radiated warmth, his eyes brimming with affectionate tenderness. With his striking visage and subtly alluring physique, he seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Such a man is undeniably captivating. Ruoxi pretended to be engrossed in her phone, capturing a candid photograph of herself and Fu Yunma with a soft click. Alas, the camera emitted a sound. Did Fu Yunma not hear it as well? As she glanced at the screen, she fortuitously locked eyes with Fu Yunma in the frame. Caught in the depth of his affectionate gaze, Ruoxi instinctively averted her eyes. Oh dear, the covert photography has been unveiled. She swiftly turned off her phone and tucked it away in her pocket. How utterly embarrassing. Fu Yunma stifled a laugh. His lips pressed together. No need to feel awkward, my little mischief maker. If you wish to take pictures in the future, simply do so openly. After all, we are now a couple. Ruoxi appeared somewhat bewildered. What activities can couples engage in? Is it permissible for couples to take photographs openly? In 1 minute, I demand a comprehensive list of all things couples can do. Even while posing questions, she did not forget to assert her dominance. It seemed that this little troublemaker was determined to probe until the very end. Fu Yunma remained silent, his earlobes tinged with crimson. Ruoxi could not help but remind him, what are you thinking? Your earlobes have turned crimson. He, slow to respond, had yet to grasp the situation. Fu Yunma's face flushed a deep red, and in the end, he could not utter a single word, his eyes tinged with embarrassment, resembling someone who had been wronged. I just realized the internet is back. Why not, dear little mischief maker, take a moment to search the browser? Ruoxi nodded slightly, opening her phone to reveal 2 messages from a chat application, the sender's nickname being sensitive. How fortuitous that her own nickname was dull, perfectly mirroring that of this individual, reminiscent of couple nicknames. For reasons unknown, the moment she encountered the term sensitive, the visage of Fu Yunma immediately surfaced in her mind, leading her to subconsciously associate sensitive with him. Upon clicking in, it was indeed Fu Yunma. Sensitive, little mischief, bunny sleeps every day. Would you like to come out and play with her for a while? Curiosity compelled Ruoxi to double-tap Fu Yunma's avatar. I patted sensitive, and I adore you even more today. This chat application seems to possess a touch of mind-reading. Ruoxi bit her lip, as if confronted with a dilemma. The domineering CEO, unfamiliar with chat applications. had just finished drying his hair. With a grimace, Ruoxi turned on the television, resorting to watching an old drama from over a decade ago. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma was absorbed in his phone, where he stumbled upon a message prompting a double tap to interact, causing the corners of his mouth to involuntarily rise. This solitary message had the power to elate him for quite some time. It was impossible for the little darling to utter such words herself, for she was a girl of stubborn disposition. Thus, feeling vexed, Ruoxi looked up and caught sight of Fu Yunma grinning foolishly. Curiosity piqued, she quietly approached him. Leaning in closer, "What are you laughing at?" The sudden enlargement of her face startled Fu Yunma, who, feeling guilty as if caught in the act, stammered, "In nothing." In an instant, his earlobes flushed crimson. Ruoxi furrowed her brows, puzzled by how Xiaofuzi frequently blushed so easily, even when nothing significant had transpired. "Xiaofuzi, may I pose a question? When you double-tap a profile picture on the chat app, does it possess some sort of divination, capable of revealing the user's innermost thoughts?" Fu Yunma was initially baffled. What? However, upon reflection and in light of the recent tap notification, he quickly comprehended. How could this little troublemaker be oblivious to the settings of the chat app's tap feature? Moreover, did she truly perceive that statement as an invasion of her private thoughts? It seemed that her inquiry might even resemble a confession. The "I adore you so much" today accompanying the tap certainly suggested as much. Fu Yunma struggled to contain his inner elation, realizing that this little troublemaker remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation, utterly confused. He then took out his phone to instruct Ruoxi on how to configure the tap feature. Upon mastering the lesson, Ruoxi suddenly realized the foolishness of her earlier inquiry. A furtive glance was cast towards Fu Yunma, and upon observing his composed demeanor, albeit with a slight flush to his cheeks, she breathed a sigh of relief. The thought had terrified her. She had feared that it resembled the sort of divination often associated with astrology. Ruoxi is an ardent aficionado of astrology. By the way, regarding your earlier request for me to search, I found some intriguing suggestions. Firstly, donning matching outfits for a leisurely stroll is a delightful idea, though it remains to be confirmed. Additionally, sharing a ride on a Ferris wheel, enjoying the ocean's embrace, strolling hand in hand along the boulevard, flying kites together, witnessing the breathtaking sunrise and sunset, and embarking on mountain hikes. Ruoxi felt a slight headache. It seemed that there were hardly any tasks left for them to accomplish. They were currently in the basement. However, raising a pet or a puppy together, would a rabbit suffice? Fu Yunma couldn't help but chuckle. A rabbit is our little darling, not merely a pet. However, if we were to raise it, it would indeed count. Ruoxi nodded and remarked, "Let us not indulge in drunkenness again. I have experienced it before and prefer to avoid a repeat. After all, she easily succumbs to intoxication, and it would be unwise to fall into Fu Yunma's schemes once more." Fu Yunma's eyes sparkled with amusement as he suggested, "How about watching a movie together instead?" The two of them instantly found harmony in the idea. "Ruoxi, how about a horror film?" Fu Yunma coughed twice. "Shouldn't couples watch romantic movies together? Why choose horror?" Oh, he gets it. This is the moment to showcase his boyfriend skills. The little diva is truly a genius. However, Ruoxi did not consider it deeply. She merely felt that life was too mundane and craved a bit of excitement. She wanted to experience the thrill of extreme survival. Most importantly, she wished to learn some frightening techniques to amuse the perpetually weeping rabbit. After all, isn't childhood meant for play? Chapter 38. Sensitivity and insensitivity are aspects of a relationship that require nurturing and adjustment. Ruoxi spoke earnestly. We must cultivate the psychological resilience of rabbit from a young age, allowing her to gradually develop independence. Fu Yunma appeared somewhat taken aback, yet found nothing peculiar about it. Do you wish to take Rabbit along to watch a horror film? After all, he and the little diva had embarked on their relationship in a rather unconventional order. Marriage first, love later, and children thereafter. However, must we truly include Rabbit, this little light bulb, into our intimate world? Fu Yunma cast a reluctant glance at Rabbit, who, oblivious to the adult conversation, lifted her heavy head, giggling foolishly while fiddling with her toys. In the eyes of a child, toys hold the utmost significance. Ruoxi dismissed the idea, stating, "Since I have adopted her, she's as good as my own daughter. Naturally, I must take her along to enjoy the delights of the cinema. Bringing along Tutu is primarily to allow her to experience the treacherous thrills of the supernatural realm. Ha ha ha." Ruoxi harbored a mischievous grin in her heart, yet her countenance bore an air of righteous indignation. "If you find my unmarried status with a child distasteful, then perhaps we ought to forego this romance altogether." Fu Yunma felt aggrieved, profoundly so. "My dear, that is not what I meant. You have misunderstood. What I intended to convey is that couples should spend time alone together to nurture their bond. And the little one is far too young to comprehend the complexities of cinema." Ruoxi interjected, "Are you implying that as long as there is a rabbit present, we cannot cultivate any feelings?" She was straightforward, finding the profound nature of the situation perplexing, and preferred a more direct approach. Such vague insinuations felt akin to the tiresome phase of flirtation, evoking a sense of distaste and even weariness in their interactions. It was merely a movie they were watching, yet he seemed to be overthinking it. She pondered what thoughts were truly occupying this man's mind. Fu Yunma grasped her hand. His face flushed, yet he was unable to utter a single word, enveloped in a suffocating silence. Ruoxi pressed her lips together, unable to suppress her inner grumbling. How was it that this little fortune-teller resembled the male protagonists in novels, harboring thoughts yet remaining silent, stifling emotions until the female lead departed in sorrow, only to pursue her in a dramatic quest for reconciliation? Or perhaps all men in the world shared this trait, particularly adept at bottling up their feelings? If you have something to say, just say it. I understand you wish to convey your thoughts through the film or wish to engage in some activity. But allow me to offer a piece of advice. Keeping it bottled up is detrimental to your health. Fu Yunma. My health is perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern, but please refrain from bringing it up. Seizing the opportunity to shift the conversation. You still owe me a favor, and you, little diva, are not permitted to play tricks. Ruoxi raised her eyebrows, signifying her discontent. It became apparent that Xiaofuzi's intentions had finally been unveiled. However, must such convoluted measures be employed? It left her feeling as though she had previously deceived him. Am I the sort of person who resorts to underhanded tactics? If there is something desired, simply articulate it. I shall endeavor to accommodate. Fu Yunma cast a cautious glance behind her, as if she were a priceless porcelain figurine, fragile enough to shatter at the slightest touch or a harsher tone. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Ruoxi felt a tumult of emotions within her. Perhaps in the realm of love, the one who harbors affection first invariably tends to invest more and compromise to a greater extent. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that her solitary existence allowed her the freedom to pursue her desires unimpeded by Fu Yunma's influence. In retrospect, her unconscious actions seemed strikingly akin to the subtle manipulation of Fu Yunma. Ruoxi gazed at Fu Yunma, observing the weariness etched upon his features. He had lost the spirited vigor of youth that marked their initial acquaintance, replaced now by a profound despondency. The current Fu Yunma, preoccupied with her and the rabbit, had seemingly abandoned his scientific pursuits, resembling little more than a devoted housewife. Indeed, he epitomized the archetype of an infatuated lover. The scars of a past life had rendered him cold and detached, as if trauma had transformed him from a once innocent soul into a villain. Perhaps it was time for her to engage in some earnest self-reflection. If this state of affairs were to persist, she feared for Fu Yunma's mental well-being. Why was this sudden introspection surfacing? Could it be that she harbored discontent, contemplating the dissolution of their bond? Ruoxi delicately rose on her tiptoes and gently patted his shoulder, hoping to impart a sense of security to the anxious man. I wish to continue our conversation, and thus I do not wish to see you abandon the things you once cherished for my sake, centering your life entirely around me. That would be unjust to you. Fu Yunma felt a rush of warmth enveloping him, rendering him disoriented. Unfair to him. This little darling truly is remarkable, so tender-hearted. He realized that she had been consistently teaching him. She encouraged him to voice any grievances directly, and even to express his desires candidly without any circumlocution. She instructed him on how to articulate what he yearned for. Throughout his life, he had never dared to openly express his affections, instead burying them deep within until, on a rare occasion, he finally acquired something he longed for. Yet sometimes, such moments arrive too late. He finds himself receiving what he desired only when it is no longer needed, thus missing the opportunity. This little darling was the first to teach him the art of straightforward expression of affection. A warmth coursed through him, an unfamiliar sensation that defied description, utterly enchanting. This feeling was entirely new. Was it the audacity of being loved without reservation? As Ruoxi stood on tiptoe, feeling somewhat fatigued, she was suddenly lifted up at the waist. Raising her gaze, she found Fu Yunma in a state of confusion, resembling a startled fawn. She couldn't help but smile wryly. Alas, when two novices in romance engage in a relationship, lacking any inherent talent for it, one being somewhat oblivious and the other overly sensitive, a period of adjustment is inevitable. Ruoxi did not pry away the hand resting on her waist and continued speaking. Fu Yunma, in a state of panic, shook his head fervently, no need to say. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped her lips, causing her spine to stiffen in an instant. Chapter 39. Allowing Fu Yunma to enter her room freely. Ruoxi extended her index finger, placing it gently against his lips, stifling the words he yearned to utter. Hush! I am currently imparting to you the art of love, for I genuinely wish for our relationship to endure. It was almost comical, a novice instructing another who had yet to even engage with a woman on the nuances of romance. Even Ruoxi found herself stifling a laugh. Your previous approach to love, the way you expressed your affection for me, was flawed. I too have erred. Thankfully, we have recognized this early on, granting us the opportunity to amend our ways. Fu Yunma's fingers tightened imperceptibly as he embraced the slender waist of the woman he adored. His limbs rendered motionless by a mixture of trepidation and admiration. I shall adhere to your guidance. I will follow your lead. Ruoxi shook her head in disagreement. Your current attitude is not right. You must retain your own thoughts and not solely heed my words. Do not diminish your own stance, nor abandon your original passions and interests. You must learn to love yourself. I, too, have erred. I should not elevate myself too high and must learn to love others. To love you. This sudden declaration of affection left Fu Yunma momentarily stunned, standing there in bewilderment. Amongst the myriad of words, he only absorbed 3 significant ones. I love you. His heart swelled with joy. Yet Ruoxi realized she had wasted her breath. She was at the mercy of this hopeless romantic. With her hand resting on Fu Yunma's neck, she playfully drew him in closer. Though he instinctively tried to evade her, the firm grip around his waist rendered him inexplicably compliant. As he gazed into her enchanting face, all pretense faded away. An overwhelming love glimmered in his eyes, almost spilling over. Yet, beneath that affection lay a morbid yearning. The handcuffs, unbeknownst to him, had long since fallen away, hitting the ground with a soft thud. Ever vigilant, Fu Yunma's attention was entirely captivated by the woman before him, oblivious to everything else. Inch by inch, they drew nearer. The warmth of her breath caressed his jawline, stirring a tempest within his heart. Just as their lips were on the verge of meeting, Ruoxi gently adjusted her position, resting against his shoulder and whispering softly into his already flushed ear, I know what conditions you desire. You wish to enter my room, do you not? Fu Yunma's expression turned awkward, frozen in place. Observing his reaction, Ruoxi understood she had hit the mark. He likely already knew the password, yet remained unaware of how to bypass the fingerprint and facial recognition locks. Moments earlier, Fu Yunma had stolen another glance. Allowing you into my room is permissible. You may come and go as you please, but you cannot simply enter without engaging in some activity. Fu Yunma's mind went blank. Gaining access to her room was already a luxury. What more could he possibly do? What did she mean by do something? Ruoxi exhaled a warm breath, causing a delightful, tingling sensation in his ears, the warmth spreading throughout. I have a laboratory. Why not assist me in researching the zombie virus? This was entirely beyond Fu Yunma's expectations. A zombie virus? What purpose do you have for this? You are injured. Ruoxi gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him. It was merely a diversion, a pastime. By the way, Have you made any progress regarding the division of labor for the basement expansion project? Fu Yunma nodded slowly. Such trivial matters are nothing to worry about, my dear. I assure you that I will complete the entire project within half a month. Ruoxi felt genuinely delighted for him. This version of him was vibrant and full of life. She took a step back and clasped the man's hands. The handcuffs have been removed, granting you your freedom. You can now be regarded as the master of the basement. Fu Yunma was elated from within, bursting with joy. At last, you acknowledge me. He had awaited this moment for so long. In that instant, he was as joyful as a child who had just received a coveted sweet, exuding innocence. Ruoxi helplessly shook her head, exclaiming, "Alas, this fellow truly offers no peace of mind." As she opened the door, Fu Yunma finally beheld the scene within. In the past, he had fantasized about a realm filled with soft and adorable elements. Yet what greeted him was unexpected. The first thing that caught his eye was, astonishingly, a wall of bookshelves. Upon entering, he discovered another layer of mechanisms. The wall was expansive, and the books complex in their variety. He surmised that the switch might be hidden among the tomes. However, Ruoxi simply kicked the wall beside her, seemingly at random, and to his astonishment, the bookshelf slid aside. The most perilous places often conceal the greatest safety. A clever ruse indeed. The clever little schemer was remarkably astute, splendid. As he gazed around, he was met with an abundance of pink hues, the space neither too large nor too small. Fu Yunma wandered about, only to find that there was no extra space designated as a laboratory. Ruoxi suddenly remarked, "Bring the rabbit over. I shall take you all out to witness the sunset." She deliberately diverted Fu Yunma's attention, all to ensure that the method of unlocking the door to the second underground chamber remained unseen by him. Ruoxi was a person of considerable vigilance. Entering her room merely granted access to the first layer of her emotional defenses, not the entirety. Fu Yunma obediently stepped outside, providing her the opportunity to approach the bookshelf. The bookshelf slid into the side wall, revealing an empty space into which Ruoxi stepped. With her hand in her pocket, she activated the button, and in the next moment, it was as if she were descending in an elevator, moving straight downwards. Upon reaching the second underground chamber, she ascended the stairs and opened the door leading back to the first layer from within. Indeed, the door to the second layer could only be opened from the inside first. A simple lock secured the exterior, rendering it impossible to enter even with a key. At that moment, Fu Yunma entered, pushing the plump rabbit along, perfectly timed. In their presence, Ruoxi pressed the wall mechanism, revealing the door leading to the second underground level. Calmly, she retrieved the key and, with a decisive click, unlocked it. As she beheld the staircase before her, identical to that of the ground level, Fu Yunma grasped the implication. There was indeed a second layer to the basement. However, with the rabbit nestled in the cart, descending the stairs posed a challenge. Ruoxi descended and remarked, "This is simple. I shall summon the elevator for you." At the foot of the stairs, she tapped against the wall, and an elevator gradually descended beside the staircase. Fu Yunma, as if he had stumbled upon a new world, expressed his astonishment. Meanwhile, Tutu, with a playful demeanor, exhibited curiosity in response to the novel spectacle before her. Ruoxi first led Fu Yunma through the underground passage to confront his relatives. On the screen, the grotesque figures of a man and a woman lay sprawled on the ground, surrounded by excrement and blood. Their faces had been grotesquely marred, twisted in a horrifying manner. Fu Yunma gazed at Ruoxi, his heart aching for her. In her quest for vengeance on his behalf, she had sullied her own hands. Ruoxi teased, "Do not look at me. I merely fanned the flames without laying a hand on anyone, and I even lost a fragrant chicken in the process." Clearly, this is the consequence of their mutual destruction. Chapter 40. Chun Xuanbei. Fu Yunma pushed Tutu, directly bypassing the lounge. Ruoxi called out to him, "Are you just going to leave like this? Don't you want to see them?" Fu Yunma shook his head, displaying a calm demeanor. "They're a thing of the past. I wish to focus solely on my future." The future, as Ruoxi exchanged a knowing smile with him. The two pushed the little rabbit along the corridor. This corridor stretched on endlessly, and after what felt like an eternity, Ruoxi grew weary and retrieved a bicycle from her space. Come, take a seat. Without hesitation, Fu Yuma mounted the back of the bicycle. Perhaps I should ride. You can simply sit back. The neglected little rabbit whined in protest, its vocal complaints aimed at the unreliable parents. Go for it. The rabbit could only utter this phrase, yet it was sufficient to capture the attention of the two adults. Fu Yunma's expression stiffened, a hint of conflict flickering across his face. What shall we do with the rabbit? Maybe I should get off and push it, he suggested, all the while tightening his embrace around Ruoxi's waist, showing no intention of dismounting. Ruoxi declined, saying, just place it in the basket at the front of the car. Fu Yunma, reluctantly releasing her grasp, alighted from the vehicle to embrace the rabbit. The basket appeared rather worn, which seemed rather inappropriate. Subsequently, she lifted the rabbit and gently placed it in the basket at the front of the car. Ruoxi, this old fellow is truly insufferable. Soon, we arrived at the entrance, where a quaint villa awaited us. It had been a long time since I had witnessed the beauty of the outside world, and Fu Yunma inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Accompanied by the little rabbit, we wandered through this villa adorned with vibrant flowers and lush greenery, gathering blossoms as we set up a blanket on the grass, transforming it into an impromptu campsite. As the sun descended in the west, the villa's lawn stood tall, complemented by a staircase leading upwards. On the opposite side lay a riverbank, where the wind blew fiercely. It is hard to fathom that amidst a world littered with corpses, there exists a family of three, blissfully enjoying a leisurely camping experience. Ruoxi sat upon the riverbank, a gentle, warm breeze tousling her hair. Following her gaze, one could see Fu Yunma and Tutu frolicking amidst the blooming flowers. Yet, her mind was far from appreciating the picturesque scenery. She had come with ulterior motives, intent on a transaction. On her phone, Ruoxi had engaged the services of an assassin platform, not for murder, but for abduction. Fu Yuan and Ruoxi's parents had formed a formidable team, and Ruoxi had enlisted the aid of a hired hand to infiltrate their ranks, with the intent of capturing and incapacitating them. Ruoxi desired those 6 individuals, yet she did not wish to take their lives directly. Instead, she instructed the assassins to deliver them. The terms proposed were 2 crates of ammunition, 50 rifles, along with 1,000 packs of compressed biscuits and 10 boxes of bread. In this apocalyptic world, such provisions would suffice to sustain the 100 members of their elite assassination group for several days. The transaction was scheduled to take place here, at 10 o'clock in the evening. It was currently 6, and Ruoxi merely wished to observe the sunset and scout the vicinity, safeguarding against any unforeseen influences on the transaction. Xiao Fuzi, all play on this patch of grass, but do not wander too far, she instructed. Fu Yunma and Tutu, having been confined in a school for 2 years, embraced their newfound freedom with exuberance. Suddenly, the air was filled with a faint rustling of sounds. Though subtle, Ruoxi could easily discern the source. Vehicles speeding by, accompanied by the cacophony of hurried footsteps. She swiftly dashed before Fu Yunma, urging them to flee to the basement. The entrance to the basement lay beneath the dam's lighthouse, featuring a small window through which they hurriedly squeezed. Fu Yunma obediently followed, biting his lip as he gazed outside. There is no one out there, and no zombies either. What is happening? Ruoxi shook her head and said, no, someone is coming by car, and not just one. Indeed, 3 sports cars swiftly surged into view, closely followed by a horde of zombies. Fu Yunma was taken aback, exclaiming, how did you know someone was approaching? Just a moment ago, there was no sign of movement. Ruoxi pressed her red lips tightly together, her gaze fixed intently on the sleek sports cars outside. My adoptive parents had a penchant for extreme sports. Their keen sense of hearing proved invaluable in outdoor survival, and naturally, they imparted this skill to me, teaching me to cultivate a tranquil mind and listen closely to the faintest sounds. As she prattled on, it appeared that one of the cars outside had stalled, abandoning its pursuit. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, and without uttering a word, she dashed outside. What if the person she sought was already dead? Fu Yunma reached out in an attempt to restrain her. Wait, there are zombies out there. As she spoke, she swiftly locked the basement door with a password and fingerprint lock, ensuring that entry now required facial recognition. In the space, she retrieved a sports car, accelerating towards the encroaching zombies. Inside the abandoned vehicle, Uncle Lee was in a state of frantic urgency. I'll rush out to draw their attention. Young master, take the opportunity to escape from the rooftop. Chun Xuanbei clenched his fists tightly. His eyes, which seemed capable of freezing the very air, betrayed a flicker of panic. Yet, he maintained his noble posture, unyielding in the face of danger. His thin, cool lips pressed together as he managed to utter a mere 2 words. Thank you. Uncle Lee, in a flurry, opened the car door, ready to confront the zombies head-on, when Chun Xuanbei called out to him. Wait, someone is coming. In the distance, Ruoxi's sports car sped towards them, crashing into the zombies that had lunged at their vehicle. She swerved the car, colliding with the undead. Uncle Lee heard a woman's voice calling out. Young master, the driver of the approaching vehicle is instructing us to keep our windows closed, lie down, and cover our mouths and noses with cloth soaked in alcohol. Without hesitation, Chun Xuanbei felt a surge of curiosity about this unexpected ally. Let us follow her instructions. After a considerable time, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as the commotion outside ceased. The zombies that had been clawing at their car seemed to have vanished, but it was uncertain if they had retreated. Uncle Lee dared not lift his head. Young master, it appears the zombies have left. No sooner had he spoken than a woman's voice rang out, commanding and resolute. Open the car doors and come out. Her authoritative tone resembled that of a sovereign, exuding an overwhelming sense of dominance. Chun Xuanbei was momentarily taken aback, but complied. As he opened his eyes, Uncle Lee was startled by a zombie lying prone in front of the car. A zombie! Chun Xuanbei, observing the slumbering undead outside, opened the car door without hesitation. Quick, get out! Chun Xuanbei covered his mouth and nose, hastening to the front of Ruoxi's car, sliding into the passenger seat. Meanwhile, Uncle Lee, due to his age, was slower in his movements. Just as he prepared to open his door, he was engulfed by the awakening horde of zombies. Chun Xuanbei watched impassively as Uncle Lee was gradually dragged away, his demeanor cold and detached, as though observing a stranger. It was then he noticed that the driver was, in fact, a strikingly beautiful woman who appeared to be a university student. With a furrowed brow, Ruoxi disregarded the man's astonishment. Where are the people I instructed you to bring? Her tone was icy, yet her voice retained a youthful, almost childlike softness. Judging by her voice and appearance, this woman truly seemed quite young. To think she was the one offering such generous terms as an employer. Chun Xuanbei was inwardly astonished, yet he adeptly concealed his emotions. The other 2 vehicles should now be parked safely. You appear to be merely 18. Chapter 41. One hand delivers the person, the other hand delivers the goods. The underlying implication was that her youth prompted doubts regarding whether Ruoxi possessed the necessary materials they required. Ruoxi displayed an air of composure as she swiftly maneuvered, forcefully colliding with the zombie in a manner reminiscent of a seasoned warrior. The graceful contours of her exposed arms accentuated her fierce and valiant spirit. Without uttering a single word, she demonstrated her resolve through her actions. Chun Xuanbei cleared his throat twice and continued. Where are the supplies you prepared? I will exchange the person for the goods. This woman possesses her own distinct attitude. Ruoxi furrowed her delicate brows, expressing a hint of regret for having rescued him. Chun Xuanbei smirked derisively at her. He was the young master of a criminal syndicate, while the 5-star assassin organization was merely a trivial diversion for him. Countless women sought to capture his attention, begging for a morsel of his favor. Could this woman before him be merely toying with him, engaging in a game of seduction? The overt threat amused Ruoxi. She found it laughable. There is nothing that material resources could not resolve. If a problem persisted, it simply meant that the resources provided were insufficient. You still lack the commanding presence of a true mogul. Why pretend otherwise? Don't you find it rather awkward? Chun Xuanbei thought he misheard her. What did you say? Ruoxi scoffed. You won't learn unless I teach you. You ought to do it this way. Tilting her head, she cast a disdainful glance at Chun Xuanbei, akin to observing a naive child. Have you learned, man? Her tone was imbued with arrogance. and Chen Xuanbei's gaze deepened as he fixated on her exquisite eyes. The two held each other's stare, yet Ruoxi's presence was not diminished in the slightest. She grinned widely. What is the matter? Unable to produce 100 pounds of apples? Then refrain from issuing such commanding words. Without supplies, you are unworthy. Chen Xuanbei fell silent, averting his gaze and centering himself. Do you possess any? At this moment, having compressed biscuits and bread was already considered a decent meal. Fruits were a luxury, tainted by the zombie virus. Though they existed, they were inedible. Well, it just so happens that I do. Not only did she possess apples, but other fruits as well. Her resources were ample. With a teasing smile, she added, I don't have any. As she spoke, she retrieved an apple and tossed it to Chen Xuanbei. Confused, he caught the apple, but his body recoiled in shock, instinctively throwing it away. There's a virus. Panic flashed across his face, a stark contrast to his previous aloof demeanor. Hey down. Ruoxi laughed. Once he regained his composure, Chen Xuanbei's expression darkened as he questioned, Did you deliberately frighten me with an infected apple? Ruoxi picked up the discarded apple and took a bite, releasing a cascade of sweet, syrupy juice. So delightful. Chen Xuanbei hesitated, his words caught in his throat. You actually dare to eat an apple? Ruoxi gazed at Chen Xuanbei as if he were a fool. These are the fresh apples I have stored, free from the zombie virus. Do you truly believe yourself to be Snow White? If I intended to harm you with a poison apple, I would not have saved you in the first place. Chen Xuanbei appeared to be convinced. Do you still have any apples left? Ruoxi raised an eyebrow in delight, regretting it now. Are we craving something to eat? Chen Xuanbei remained silent, pressing his lips together. He certainly would not divulge to Ruoxi that he had not tasted fruit in over half a month, subsisting solely on compressed biscuits and some spicy snacks made from assorted grains. In this apocalyptic world, fruit had become a luxury. Noticing his silence, Ruoxi decided to disregard him. Yet, unable to restrain himself, he ventured, How about I offer you 100 packets of compressed biscuits in exchange for an apple? Ruoxi wore a face of disdain. Do you think I am in need of that bit of compressed biscuit? The apples are gone. Chen Xuanbei. At last, they arrived at the designated trading spot, where Ruoxi delivered a swift kick that sent Chen Xuanbei tumbling to the ground. Confounded by the unexpected blow, Chen Xuanbei seethed with anger. The rest of the subordinates hurriedly gathered around, inquiring, Young master, are you all right? As Ruoxi alighted from the vehicle, she unexpectedly encountered familiar faces. This group of subordinates were none other than the elite soldiers she had hired at a premium price during her procurement of arms and ammunition in the southern regions. To her astonishment, they were now serving this stoic man. The subordinates also recognized Ruoxi, exclaiming, Miss Ruo, what brings you here? Chen Xuanbei, suppressing a surge of anger, inquired, Do you know each other? One of the subordinates leaned in closer to explain the situation in a hushed tone. Chen Xuanbei's expression darkened further. Ruoxi was aware that he had discovered her acquisition of a considerable quantity of firearms and ammunition. TSK, this group of special forces truly lacks professional integrity. They signed a confidentiality agreement, yet still divulged their work details to others. Displeased. Enough with the delays. Where is the person I seek? Her subordinates, not comprehending, inquired. Who are you referring to? Ruoxi narrowed her sharp eyes, stating, One hand delivers the person, and the other delivers the goods. Her subordinates gasped in surprise, finally realizing that Miss Ruo was indeed the generous employer. Their reaction was rather sluggish and verbose. This group of special forces was truly unreliable. Ruoxi secretly muttered to herself as she nodded. We are almost at the rendezvous. 6 individuals, not a single one should be missing. Upon receiving Chen Xuanbei's approval, her subordinates escorted Ruoxi to the vehicle and opened the trunk. Please confirm whether these are the 6 individuals. Ruoxi cast a cursory glance. Her parents, looking disheveled and grimy, and the unconscious Zhang Lao, still clutching the golden bracelet, alongside her grandfather, who seemed to possess no presence whatsoever. Conversely, Fu Yuan and Ma Lisu appeared relatively unscathed, having been bound together. Astonishingly, after such a long-distance leap from the trunk, neither of them bore a trace of dirt upon their faces. Ruoxi quickly sensed something amiss and was about to raise a warning when Fu Yuan acted first. Fu Yuan broke free from her restraints, brandishing a small knife against the throat of her subordinate, threateningly declaring, "Ruoxi, what on earth are you trying to accomplish by having them kidnap us?" Ma Lisu, timidly hiding behind Fu Yuan, spoke up, "Sister, we have called you multiple times, hoping you would come so we could protect you. But why? Why are you so foolish as to betray your own body and incite others to abduct your family? When Mom and Dad awaken to this, how heartbroken they will be. You are a girl. You must learn to love yourself." In her words, Ma Lisu had defined Ruoxi as one who had resorted to selling her body to have the special forces kidnap them. Chun Xuanbei, watching from the sidelines, appeared detached, finding amusement in the fact that this woman had requested the abduction of her own kin, demonstrating a remarkable cruelty towards her own family. Speak a bit more, and you may find you have no further opportunities. Chapter 42. Global excavation of underground chambers in a sudden twist. Ruoxi executed a side kick, disarming Fu Yuan of a knife. The subordinate seized the moment to hide behind Ruoxi, gingerly touching his neck as if he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Ugh! Fu Yuan cradled her wrist, which throbbed with agony, her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? How could you possess such remarkable skills? You cannot truly be Ruoxi. Tell me where the real Ruoxi is hidden. She seemed resolute in her belief that the Ruoxi before her was an impostor. Regardless of her thoughts, Ruoxi remained indifferent, raising her right hand in a dismissive gesture. Each of you, harboring any benevolent intentions towards me, I regret to inform you that we are not acquainted. In a commanding tone, she instructed, "Rebind them," this time tightly, as if securing crabs. It was as if she were the leader of this group of special forces. At this moment, Chun Xuanbei stepped forward. "Do not move. Let the employer handle this herself." The subordinates, initially prepared to act, hesitated, knowing the employer was a woman and a previous client. "Young master, she has yet to surrender the supplies. If she were to perish, what would happen to the supplies?" Chun Xuanbei's eyes bore an expression of indifference as he pointed towards Ruoxi's vehicle. "She drove here. Naturally, the supplies are in the car." With the young master's order given, the subordinates had no choice but to remain still, casting Ruoxi an innocent glance. Throughout the entire ordeal, Ruoxi maintained an air of calm, unperturbed and with her hands tucked into her pockets, as though she were merely an observer at a theatrical performance. The scene had divided into 3 factions, and Fu Yuan began to retreat, contemplating an escape by car. "How tedious," Ruoxi suddenly remarked. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had appeared behind Fu Yuan, swiftly inserting a syringe filled with a potent sedative into his neck. Though Fu Yuan was not entirely oblivious, having prepared to crouch and evade, Ruoxi seemed to anticipate his every move. The syringe plunged downward with a swiftness that outpaced his descent. As Fu Yuan succumbed to unconsciousness, Ruoxi's soft, icy laughter echoed in the air. "On the day you tripped me on the lawn, was it not your intention? Yet, why did you then roll down to shield me from danger? Was it merely to earn my trust, even feigning paralysis?" Fu Yuan's complexion turned ashen. His lips parted as if to speak, but the effects of the drug overwhelmed him, and he collapsed before he could utter a word. "You are truly Ruoxi, the genuine Ruoxi." With that, only Ma Lisu remained. Ruoxi waved her hand decisively, plunging the syringe into Ma Lisu's back. Earlier, Ma Lisu had rambled incessantly, yet Ruoxi had absorbed not a single word. When Ma Lisu attempted to kick her, Ruoxi effortlessly deflected her, sending her sprawling several meters away. Indeed, she was but a fragile flower, weak and unable to withstand the storm. With a light-hearted chuckle, Ruoxi lifted the individuals and bound them together like crabs before unceremoniously tossing them into the trunk of her car. To ensure they remained unconscious, she administered 2 more injections. As she placed them in the trunk, Ruoxi discreetly retrieved the transaction materials from her concealed space, positioning them before Chun Xuanbei and the others, cleverly using the car's body as a shield. As Ruoxi extended her hand towards Chun Xuanbei, she proclaimed, "A pleasant collaboration." Chun Xuanbei observed the hand suspended in midair, exuding an aura of formidable strength, leaving him curious about the woman's training regimen. Offering an olive branch, he presented the zombie virus to Ruoxi, stating, "Our organization offers quite favorable conditions. While we have never recruited women before, I am willing to make an exception for you. Such a skilled individual must not be overlooked. If we cannot enlist her, then she certainly must not be allowed to join another faction." Chun Xuanbei's gaze was profound, devoid of any emotion. Not only was Ruoxi taken aback by his words, but his subordinates were equally astonished. Nevertheless, Ruoxi declined, "I have a penchant for fruits, and without them, your organization holds no appeal. A woman burdened with 6 dependents could hardly survive in this merciless apocalypse." Chun Xuanbei pondered whether Ruoxi had lost her mind, seemingly indifferent to her own survival. Or perhaps she was affiliated with another organization. A flicker of shadow passed through his eyes as he remarked, "In this dystopian world, there are no absolute adversaries or allies. What do you think, Miss Ruoxi?" Upon hearing this ominous declaration, Ruoxi sensed danger and hurriedly entered the vehicle. They intended to silence her. The special forces raised their weapons and unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Ruoxi's car, only to discover that no matter what they did, the tires remained unscathed. As Ruoxi sat in the driver's seat, Chun Xuanbei rushed past with a roar. All he could glimpse was her enchanting profile, stirring an unsettling restlessness within him. His subordinates were poised to give chase, but Chun Xuanbei halted them. "Do not pursue her. Let her be. She is merely a foolish woman." Upon reaching the riverbank, Ruoxi, like a well-oiled machine, cast 6 individuals into the basement and activated the automatic transmission mechanism. As the door swung open, a tall figure stood within. The moment Fu Yunma laid eyes on Ruoxi, his dark gaze sparkled with life. Yet, upon noticing the 6 individuals beside her, particularly the countenance of Fu Yuran, his expression soured abruptly. "Little troublemaker, who are they?" Ruoxi detected an unusual expression on his face as he gazed at Fu Yuan, and a thought struck her. Could they be related, given that they both share the surname Fu? "You know Fu Yuan?" Fu Yunmo replied with a nod. "Yes, he is my father's illegitimate son." Perplexed, Fu Yunmo inquired, "What is wrong?" For the moment, she set aside Fu Yunmo's affairs to address the 6 individuals on the ground. The construction site on the first floor was still underway, so they had no choice but to confine them in a golden cage, to restrict their movements. They were shackled with chains on their hands and feet, each assigned their own designated area. In the lounge, the wounds on the faces of Fu Yunhai and his mother oozed with pus and blood, grotesquely severe. Meanwhile, in the basement, 8 individuals were detained, complicating management tasks. However, they represented a valuable labor force that could assist in the construction of the basement. To prevent them from shouting, Ruoxi planned to render all 8 individuals mute with poison. Just when she believed everything was proceeding according to plan, tranquility was shattered one fateful night. A global blackout ensued, and the last news broadcast on television reported numerous bases had discovered methods for storing oxygen and were hastily digging basements, emulating the trench warfare tactics of the last century against zombies. Chapter 43. Infection with the zombie virus in the first summer of the apocalypse. Bases outside were embroiled in battles over food supplies. Meanwhile, Ruoxi lounged on a cool mat, indulging in ice cream and playing video games. Beside her, the little rabbit entertained itself with toys, embodying a laid-back parenting style. Fu Yunmo cautioned, "They've awakened. Are you sure you don't want to see them?" Judging by his expression, he likely already knew that the 6 confined individuals were Ruoxi's relatives. Ruoxi silently turned off the gaming console and switched on her computer. She pondered the progress of the zombie virus research. With a sense of professionalism, she commenced her work, clearly not intending to visit Fu Yuan and the others. Fu Yunma shook his head in resignation. After all, she was his girlfriend, and he could only indulge her. The structure was peculiar, resembling a mutated species, yet it bore a striking resemblance to a parasite. If the host remained unfound for an extended period, the virus would ultimately perish. Ruoxi furrowed her brows and inquired, "How many viruses remain now? Is it a significant amount?" Fu Yunma's expression appeared somewhat despondent as he replied, Not much, just a little left. However, I will do my utmost to discover a method to prolong life. You must promise me not to venture out into danger again. He spoke incessantly, resembling a father who was deeply concerned for his daughter. Ruoxi could not help but be amused by his adorable demeanor. Indeed, boyfriends with a nurturing disposition often appear rather naive. You are a bit foolish, aren't you? Fu Yunma shook his head earnestly. No, you should say little fool. You are truly silly. Ugh. Fu Yunma had begun to exude an overwhelming charm once again. His words had become increasingly syrupy throughout the day. If Ruoxi, this straightforward girl, has begun to adopt a sarcastic tone, it's no wonder that the meals have recently lost their savor. Fu Yunma, momentarily taken aback, wondered what. Ruoxi gently tapped his forehead. You have been cutting corners, secretly indulging in the oil, and now you have become an old oil stick. Fu Yunma felt somewhat dissatisfied, and the two began to bicker playfully. Tutu clung tightly to her small frame, trembling slightly. Oh dear, the little troublemaker and little dumpling are quite noisy. Although her speech was not yet fluent, she could just manage to call out her parents' nicknames. Ruoxi cast a skeptical glance at Fu Yunma. Who taught her to call me that, you? Fu Yunma quickly shook his head. It's unjust. She learned it all on her own. Ruoxi seized a nearby feather duster and chased Fu Yunma around the room, while Tutu clapped her hands joyfully on the side. However, in the next moment, the smile on Tutu's face shifted to Ruoxi's. Before them played a terrifying zombie movie, and Tutu screamed more pitifully than the ghouls on screen. She curled up in Ruoxi's embrace, but Ruoxi found it uncomfortable and tossed her to the equally frightened Fu Yunma. Fu Yunma fared no better, covering his ears. He buried his head in Tutu's arms. The situation seemed to spiral into the realm of unpredictability. Initially, he had envisioned the little drama queen seeking refuge in his embrace. Yet now it had transformed into him seeking solace in Tutu's arms instead. Tutu was frightened too, her little legs kicking vigorously until she finally managed to shove her father away. In the end, Fu Yunma and Tutu sat side by side, backs turned to the movie screen, kneeling with their heads buried in the sofa. Meanwhile, Ruoxi munched on popcorn, casting a bemused glance at the duo, akin to observing two lunatics. Wasn't it just a horror film? Did they truly need to be this terrified? Fu Yunma and Tutu nodded vigorously. It was utterly terrifying. Mama, I miscarried. Daddy, it's frightening. Ruoxi sighed helplessly, urging them to muster the courage to confront the storm, asserting that they had now reached the ordinary part, which was far from terrifying. Fu Yunma tentatively inquired, "Is that true?" To which Tutu, in a sweet childlike voice, exclaimed, "No, no, Daddy, please don't." Yet ultimately, Fu Yunma could not resist Ruoxi's allure and turn around, only to be met with a breathtaking visual spectacle that nearly caused his heart to leap from his chest. Ruoxi, with an expression of disdain, wrapped her arms around the trembling Fu Yunma, fiercely protecting him. Even if a ghost were to truly appear, what is there to fear with my shield around you? Fu Yunma inhaled a deep breath of her comforting scent, finally suppressing the turmoil within. Yet, apprehension still lingered. He clenched his fists, a faint bruise marred his wrist, subtle and concealed beneath his clothing. As he brushed his fingers over the bruise, a tempest of emotions surged within him. Ruoxi frequently furrowed her brows, sensing that something was amiss. In her previous life, Fu Yunma was a formidable figure in the apocalypse, commanding a million stronghold with decisive action and an organized mind. Yet now this man, who appeared frightened by a horror film and timid in demeanor, could he truly be the mighty Fu Yunma of the end times? Little Fuzi, what was your major in university? Fu Yunma's body continued to tremble, psychology. As Ruoxi pondered, an inexplicable sensation of being ensnared washed over her. Could it be that Fu Yunma was merely feigning his current demeanor? If so, it would imply that he was adept at concealing his true self. This feeling of unease lingered within her, steadfastly refusing to dissipate even after the film concluded. "Little diva, what troubles you?" "The movie has ended," she remarked. "I feel somewhat fatigued. I shall take a brief rest. You and Tutu should retire early as well." Fu Yunma, wearing a perplexed expression, glanced at the clock on the wall. It was merely 8 o'clock. The little diva was known to be a night owl, seldom retiring before 2 in the morning. And even sleeping by midnight was considered an early night for her. What could be amiss today? Little diva, are you unwell? Indeed, she felt a touch weary. Life among the three of them was supposedly free and unrestrained. Yet, Ruoxi could not quite articulate the sensation that something was amiss. Perhaps the novelty had worn off, and she was growing weary of it all. Having such thoughts, Ruoxi felt undeniably like a callous woman. Fu Yunma attended to Tu, observing Ruoxi's slender silhouette. His emotions a tumultuous blend. He raised his right hand, revealing a bruise that had become increasingly pronounced, with dark lines beginning to spread outward. His throat felt parched and bitter. In the study of the zombie virus, the inevitable consequence was the transmission of the virus itself. Perhaps this was for the best. At least the little diva need not fear the death associated with the zombie virus, nor would she have to venture outside to desperately procure it. By the way, little Fuzi, what do you have concealed in your hands? Fu Yunma's expression remained serene, nothing of significance. He extended his hand, casually revealing a glimpse, his sleeve conveniently obscuring the skin infected by the zombie virus. Ruoxi did not ponder much and said, "Go and incapacitate those 8 individuals. Then bring any one of them to the laboratory for experimentation." Fu Yunma inquired in confusion, "What is the matter?" Ruoxi spoke lightly, suggesting the need for a vessel to contain the zombie virus, emphasizing that the virus must not be allowed to vanish. In Fu Yunma's heart, words clamored to be expressed. Yet ultimately, he swallowed them down. He yearned to reveal that he had already been infected by the zombie virus and that he no longer required anyone else's assistance. However, fearing that the delicate Ruoxi might worry for him upon hearing this, he decided against it. Noticing Fu Yunma's unusual demeanor, Ruoxi tiptoed and gently ruffled his hair. Chapter 44. An inescapable fate of becoming a zombie Ruoxi. The viral antigen has yet to be developed, but that does not imply it will remain elusive indefinitely. We have ample time, so there is no need for haste. Take it slow. Fu Yunma lowered his head, revealing a radiant smile. Indeed, however, you may not have much time left. Suddenly, Fu Yunma inquired, "Little troublemaker, have you not always desired my hair?" Ruoxi tilted her head, expressing her bewilderment. "What is wrong? Your hair is indeed remarkably soft, making it irresistible to touch." This compliment, had it been in the past, would have sent Fu Yunma into a jubilant leap. Yet now, he lowered his gaze, his long lashes obscuring the color of his eyes. "Since you admire it so, I could shave it off and gift it to you." Ruoxi chuckled softly, "Silly boy. You are now my boyfriend, and I can touch you whenever I please. Why would you need to shave it off and give it to me? Once shaven, it won't look as appealing." Fu Yunma fell silent, unable to bring himself to deceive her. Ruoxi discerned that Fu Yunma was in a state of profound despondency. "What troubles you? We still have ample time. The research on the zombie virus can progress gradually. If we cannot achieve results, it is of no consequence. I will take care of you. So what is there to fear? At worst, we shall live our lives in the basement, and that would not be so bad." Fu Yunma appeared somewhat comforted, his eyes sparkling as he nodded in agreement. In truth, he was uncertain how much time remained for them. However, he resolved to accompany the little diva for as long as he could. Should he ultimately become a zombie and pose a threat to her, he would quietly depart. Fu Yunma's gaze fell, his long lashes casting shadows over the tumultuous emotions swirling within his eyes. As Ruoxi licked her lollipop, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Today's candy lacked its usual sweetness. Perhaps it was due to Fuzi's dismal mood, which had robbed her of the joy of indulging in sweets. She harbored a nagging suspicion that Fuzi was concealing something from her. Before bedtime, she intended to visit the confinement room. "Would you accompany me?" Fu Yunma eagerly nodded, trailing behind her. Suddenly, Ruoxi came to a halt, and Fu Yunma, unable to stop in time, collided with her, his sturdy chest making contact with the back of her head. Ruoxi was momentarily dazed from the collision and crouched down, letting out a soft hiss. Fu Yunma quickly extended his hand to assist her, inadvertently revealing the bruise on his wrist. "I apologize, little troublemaker. Are you all right?" Just as his hand reached out, Ruoxi seized his wrist firmly. Ruoxi gazed intently at the bruise, the dark lines swirling and spreading around it. She coldly inquired, "What is this?" "It's nothing," came the reply, "just a minor mishap while cooking. It will heal in a couple of days." Upon seeing that he still refused to speak the truth, Ruoxi was both furious and amused. Who, after all, has not only sustained bruises but also allowed living entities to sprout beside them? Perhaps the blow was too severe. Yet, Ruoxi's expression grew increasingly frigid as she scrutinized Fu Yunma's face, her gaze deepening with concern. For she had distinctly observed, during Xiao Fuzi's emotional turmoil moments ago, that his eyes were not merely crimson. Rather, they were infested with numerous strands of black. This, indeed, is a harbinger of zombification. When exactly had he been infected? Could it have been during their last outing for a trade, when she had instructed Fu Yunma to wait for her inside, and he had ventured out alongside her, only to be injured by a zombie? "Did you come out to look for me when I asked you to wait at the basement door?" Fu Yunma quickly refuted. "I remained obediently inside, never stepping out." Ruoxi, unwilling to indulge in unnecessary chatter, inquired sharply, "How did you contract the zombie virus?" Fu Yunma was momentarily taken aback, attempting to resist for a moment, but ultimately surrendered. With a sigh, he turned his head away, unable to meet Ruoxi's gaze. "How did you come to know?" Ruoxi could not bring herself to reveal to him that his appearance was already undergoing changes, so she resorted to deceit. She guessed. "So how exactly did the infection occur?" "Speak the truth." Fu Yunma weakly stated, "Perhaps it was during the research on the virus that I accidentally got infected, but I am uncertain." Ruoxi searched for her memories. On that day, when she rescued Chun Xuanbei and handed him an apple from the car, she distinctly noticed a straight figure in the corner, which did not resemble a zombie, but rather appeared to be human. "On the day I ventured out to save others, you emerged, and I saw you." She played a trick on Fu Yunma. At such a critical juncture, Fu Yunma decided to confess everything, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "However, I encountered that group of zombies. Yet, instead of attacking me, they surrounded me for a while before choosing to bypass me." Ruoxi was taken aback. What? Her mind momentarily short-circuited, leaving her utterly perplexed. The zombies did not attack Fu Yunma. Instead, they encircled him. A particularly absurd suspicion ignited within her. Had no one saved him in the previous life, Fu Yunma would have perished long ago. The one who lived on was Fu Yunhai, existing under Fu Yunma's guise. Thus, could it be that the future overlord of the apocalypse, the legendary hero lauded by all for uniting multiple bases, might actually be Fu Yunhai? Ruoxi felt as though she were losing her sanity with this speculation. Thus, even though she had saved Fu Yunma twice, could she still not alter the fate that he was destined to die and become a zombie? Ruoxi would prefer to believe that Fu Yunma was merely infected by the zombie virus within the laboratory. At least this would offer a glimmer of hope for salvation. Ruoxi lifted her head, a profound sense of loss enveloping her entire being, akin to aimlessly drifting in an endless ocean. Restlessness, agitation, and sorrow consumed her. "Xiao Fuzi, I yearn for a drink," she murmured. Without hesitation, Fu Yunmo turned to fetch the wine. "Very well, just wait for me." Whatever Ruoxi desired, even if mentioned casually, Fu Yunmo would take it to heart, diligently ensuring it was fulfilled with remarkable efficiency. Ruoxi merely composed a research report, and upon emerging, she beheld the exquisite array of fine wine and delectable dishes adorning the dining table, enhanced by the soft glow of candlelight, creating a captivating ambience. However, instead of taking a seat as she drew back a chair, Ruoxi retrieved a multitude of roses, arranging them throughout the living room. The fragrance of the blossoms permeated the air, exuding a vibrant vitality. Ruoxi has already sensed that due to Fu Yunma's presence, her supernatural abilities are on the verge of awakening within her, merely awaiting a catalyst. Fu Yunma emerged with a plate of Ruoxi's favorite garlic and spicy crayfish, accompanied by a simmering hot pot. Upon witnessing the room adorned with exquisite roses, he paused in his steps. There exists an unspoken understanding between him and the little diva, an unaccounted-for rapport that has formed over time. Even in silence, they could discern each other's thoughts. This is also the reason Fu Yunma often tilts his head, unable to confront Ruoxi directly. Yet, he comprehends that what he perceives in her eyes is merely the fiancé the little diva wishes him to see. Her true thoughts will forever remain concealed beneath the surface. Despite their long acquaintance, he still finds himself unable to fully understand her. Is the little diva preparing to relinquish him? Rest assured, it is a sweet romance, devoid of excessive heartache. There may be a hint of melancholy, as a touch of gentle sorrow can be quite delightful. Chapter 45. Out of Control. Ruoxi opened a bottle of red wine and poured it into glasses. What are you dawdling for? Sit down and drink. Tonight, we shall not cease until intoxication. Fu Yunma felt an inexplicable urge to laugh and interjected. I wonder which little fool it was last time who collapsed after the very first glass. Ruoxi paused, her lips curling in displeasure. You talk too much, just drink. This time, you go first. You hardly drank last time. Perhaps aware that he had been infected with the zombie virus and that his lucidity would not last long. Fuyumo grew increasingly audacious. All right. After a few cups, he continued to down several more. Ruoxi paused with her chopsticks over the hot pot, utterly astonished. She never anticipated your remarkable drinking prowess. Damn that competitive spirit. She grabbed her wine glass and took a hearty gulp. However, after just a small sip, she set it down again. Last time, she had succumbed to inebriation while Fu Yunma remained sober, taking advantage of her state. This time, though, Fu Yunma had downed several bottles, yet showed no signs of intoxication, his demeanor as composed as if he were merely sipping plain water. Ruoxi picked up the red wine with a hint of suspicion, glancing at the alcohol content, doubting whether she had mistakenly chosen the wrong bottle. To her astonishment, she indeed had. Instead, she had inadvertently selected a bottle of potent white liquor, boasting an astonishing 60 degrees. Turning around, she gazed at Fu Yunma as if he were a peculiar creature. Yet, this creature was still relentlessly pouring himself strong spirits, unable to cease. Ruoxi hurriedly advanced, abruptly snatching the wine glass from his hand. Stop drinking. Are you trying to throw your life away? Fu Yunma tilted his head back, his gaze hazy and unfocused, a smile gracing his lips. It was a carefree smile, yet it inexplicably tugged at the heartstrings. As usual, Ruoxi gently ran her fingers through his hair, playfully tousling it. Fu Yunma leaned comfortably in Ruoxi's embrace, silently grinning like a fool. The flickering candlelight casts a gentle glow, and the once closed rosebuds have bloomed significantly. The living room is adorned with breathtaking beauty, yet Ruoxi finds herself devoid of the inclination to appreciate it. Silence envelopes the space, as it has consistently done. To her surprise, it is Fu Yunma who breaks the stillness, his voice trembling slightly. Little diva, will you abandon me? Ruoxi straightened her spine, her entire body gradually stiffening. Her throat constricted as she swallowed hard. No, as long as you do not abandon me. I shall not forsake you first. This was a phrase spoken by Fu Yunma when they had just begun their journey together. She never anticipated that she would now echo those very words back to him. It felt like an eternity ago, and some of it had faded from memory. But I will resort to emotional distance, compelling you to cast me aside. Fu Yunma chuckled to himself, his voice hoarse, lifting his gaze to meet Ruoxi's eyes. In this moment, Fu Yunma returned the sentiment to her. Ruoxi began to feel remorse, regretting why she had uttered such a foolish statement at that time. As Ruoxi lifted her gaze, she realized that despite her utmost efforts to maintain composure, her fingers trembled uncontrollably, much like her disintegrating emotions spiraling in a direction beyond her control. Fu Yunma chuckled softly, remarking that after knowing her for so long, this was the first time he witnessed her in such a state of disarray. He added with a hint of irony that it was rather unfortunate it occurred just before he was to become a zombie. I find great pleasure in seeing you lose control. It seems that in those moments, you love me the most, he mused, speaking to himself while Ruoxi gazed at him. Her naturally expressionless face gradually crumbled, as if the vibrant essence of a blooming rose had transferred to her countenance. At this moment, the expression on Ruoxi's face was one of sorrow, deep affection, but predominantly a profound determination. Suddenly, she grasped Fu Yunma's chin with her fingertips and lifted it gently. Under Fu Yunma's incredulous gaze, She leaned in closer. In that instant, all her facades crumbled, and her emotions surged forth uncontrollably. Now, she understood her heart better than anyone else. She was in love with Fu Yunma. She would never abandon him. With every ounce of her strength, she would protect both Fu Yunma and Tutu wholeheartedly. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and whether it was the influence of alcohol or not, both of them felt enveloped in warmth, softening under the embrace of heated water. Wrapped in love's tender embrace, it was akin to savoring ice cream, requiring slow and deliberate enjoyment time and again. Ruoxi entwined her arms around Fu Yunma's neck, her entire being nestled against him. Fu Yunma rose, taking deliberate steps as he leaned against the wall. In an unfortunate mishap, he accidentally tripped over a nearby potted plant. The startled rabbit, awakened by the commotion, expressed its discontent with a chorus of cries, wah wah wah. Yet the couple remained oblivious to the ruckus, lost in their own world. After a considerable time of wailing, the rabbit, clutching its bottle, rolled over, eventually tiring itself out. Even in slumber, it murmured the words of encouragement it had first learned to say, "Keep going." As Ruoxi awakened first, she surveyed the disarray that filled the room and shook her head in resignation. She had advised Fu Yunma to drink less, yet he stubbornly insisted on pouring liquor down his throat. Now, here he was inebriated and causing a ruckus in the dead of night. Exhausted, Ruoxi, with heavy dark circles under her eyes, slowly rose to her feet. However, just as she stood, Fu Yunma pulled her back into his embrace, mumbling softly, though the content of his murmurs remained a mystery. Ruoxi felt a twinge of discomfort as she was pulled, casting a glance at the slumbering Fu Yunma. After a struggle that lasted several moments, she finally extricated herself from his embrace. She opened her laptop, her mind brimming with thoughts, albeit not many. Approaching the bedside, she called out to Fu Yunma several times, only to discover that he slept as soundly as a log. Turning over to resume his slumber, Ruoxi elegantly rolled her eyes. It was likely that Fu Yunma would sleep until noon, just as he did last time. The rabbit's milk must have been consumed. She needed to prepare some fresh milk for her. Ruoxi retrieved the formula milk, clumsily preparing it. This time, she added just the right amount of powder, neither too much nor too little, a notable improvement. The exquisitely sculpted little rabbit clutched the railing, embracing the milk bottle, beaming with delight. Ruoxi gazed at the little bunny, a rare smile gracing her lips. After all, her typical interactions with the bunny involved either amusing it or provoking it to tears. Now, the bunny turned its back to her, hands tucked away, its entire demeanor exuding indignation, capable of ignoring her for an entire day. Raising a child can indeed be a source of joy, though Fu Yunma found little happiness in it. Almost every night, he was disturbed from his slumber by the bunny's antics, required to change its diapers, and spent sleepless nights by its side when it caught a cold and vomited. Suddenly, as the bunny sipped on its milk, its elegantly arched brows lifted, and its eyes shimmered with a hint of curiosity. Ruoxi. Chapter 46. Joyful Hot Pot. The little rabbit gazed intently at Ruoxi, clutching a large milk bottle, her expression somewhat peculiar. She slowly extended her tiny hand, seeking to caress her mother's face, but Ruoxi evaded her touch. Ruoxi merely regarded the child's antics as playful and did not ponder them deeply. After taking a bite of chocolate to stave off hunger, she made her way to the lounge. It was time to meet Fu Yunhai. If Fu Yunhai truly were to become a formidable figure in the impending apocalypse, he would undoubtedly be revered as a hero. Keeping him confined could lead to unforeseen circumstances. Who could say? All remained shrouded in mystery. As she passed a small dark room, Ruoxi paused at the doorway. This chamber was where Fu Yuan and his companions were held. The thought of Fu Yuan struck her. She realized it had been several days since she had attended to those individuals. Over the past few days, it had been Fu Yunma who had been looking after them. She wondered how they had been faring. Intrigued, Ruoxi stepped inside. Fu Yuan, who had been leaning against the wall in a despondent state, suddenly awoke at the sound of her entrance. His eyes widened with uncontainable joy upon seeing her. Xiaoxi, dear, this game is utterly unamusing. Uncle and aunt are aging and in poor health. They cannot withstand such torment. Please, let me out, he implored gently, as if his every word were crafted for Ruoxi's benefit. Mali Su chimed in, Sister, I know you despise me, but if you wish to punish me, let be just me. Spare my father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother. After all, they are your elders. The two began to create a ruckus, and soon the four elderly individuals joined in with their own grievances, resulting in a cacophony. Ungrateful wretches, you have the servants deliver meals daily, yet there is not a morsel of proper food. Are you trying to starve your father? And what kind of place have you put us in? Why are we confined here? What on earth? Ruoxi absent-mindedly scratched her ear, her impatience evident. Her tone was frigid, as if conversing with a stranger. Be quiet, or I shall not extend the same kindness to you as I have to him. She cast a cursory glance at the 6 individuals, who appeared to be in relatively good spirits. To her astonishment, Fu Yunma had evidently refrained from resorting to violence, even providing them with sustenance. How absurd! She had only given Fu Yunhai and Bai Jingjing a mere bun each day. Providing them with food was already a lavish gesture, and yet they dared to be picky, as if on holiday. Fu Yuan, feeling overlooked, spoke up with displeasure. You claim that Fu Yunma treats us well? Ha! You truly are deceived by appearances. Behind your back, he refuses to give us water, has struck me, and hurled insults at me. Fu Yuan began to recount her grievances against Fu Yunma, her words flowing incessantly. So, why did you choose to ally yourself with Fu Yunma? Was it a threat that compelled you to do so? Deep down, do you truly wish to rescue us? If you're being coerced, just blink. Ruoxi, wishing to avoid conversing with the dim-witted, found a seat and retrieved a chocolate from her bag, savoring its sweetness. Mali Su, with her malicious gaze, seethed with jealousy, her features contorted in rage. She was undeniably the favored daughter of her parents. She and Brother Fu shared a genuine love. It should have been her indulging in that chocolate. Why was Ruoxi allowed to sit there in peace? Why, indeed, over the past few days, she had attempted to entice Fu Yunmo, employing every trick in her arsenal, yet he had scarcely acknowledged her existence. She could not fathom what enchantment Ruoxi had cast to command the attention of such a handsome man. Mali su forst agentos mal, sister. Are you and that brother? Her prolonged tone dripped with curiosity. Fu Yun had never considered this notion, for he held a fair amount of confidence in his own allure. After all, Ruoxi would forsake everything for him. However, upon Ma Li Su's insinuation, Fu Yun's demeanor shifted to one of suspicion. Ruoxi, have you truly betrayed me? The 6 individuals, each consumed by their own thoughts, engaged in a cacophony of voices. At that moment, Ruoxi felt that the plans of the poisonous mute had evidently been hastened. Leaning against the table, she opened her computer and began to play a game. Before long, Fu Yunma awoke, unbeknownst to her, and brought over a steaming hot pot, placing it before Ruoxi, the enticing aroma wafting upwards. The 6 individuals nearby couldn't help but salivate. Since the apocalypse, they had subsisted solely on compressed biscuits, and on rare occasions had managed to snatch some bread. Never had they encountered such a fragrant hot pot. Fu Yunma cast a cold, piercing glance at the 6, who promptly fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Subsequently, he lowered his head and tenderly tied a protective cloth around Ruoxi, the warmth of his breath gently caressing her earlobe. Ruoxi was enveloped in a wave of tingling sensations, her irritation boiling over as she cast a furious glare at the instigator of her distress. This wretch had known all too well that her earlobes were her most sensitive spot, relentlessly tormenting her the previous night. And now he was brazenly toying with her in front of her 400 billion. Fu Yunma relished Ruoxi's mortified expression, a pleased smile gracing his lips. My dear, enjoy your meal. I shall attend to the baby now. Ruoxi understood that his words were not directed at her, but rather served as a proclamation of dominance. How childish. As expected, after Fu Yunma departed, Fu Yuan no longer possessed the previously unyielding demeanor. In a fit of rage, he approached the edge of the cage, pointing an accusatory finger at Ruoxi and demanding answers. Engrossed in her indulgence of the hot pot, Ruoxi was utterly disinterested in the nonsensical tirade. After exhausting their lifetime's worth of expletives, The four elders realized that Ruoxi remained indifferent to their outburst. Tempted by the enticing aroma of the lamb from the hot pot, they exchanged glances and resolved to adopt a gentler approach when force proved ineffective. As Ruoma weakly collapses into Ruoba's embrace, she recalls the days of her pregnancy, when she endured sleepless nights filled with excruciating pain after giving birth to you. The thought of you was what kept me tethered to this world. Ruoxi unhesitatingly revealed, saying, "Did not grandmother mention that I was a premature birth, arriving 7 months early?" Mother was taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face as she gazed confusedly at old Zhang. Observing the situation had escalated. Old Zhang had no choice but to maintain the facade, deceitfully asserting, "Perhaps I have made a mistake in my recollection." Ruoxi took a sip of the sweet, creamy milk tea, letting out a contented sigh. Beside her, 6 onlookers gazed enviously, their faces twisted in jealousy as they ground their teeth in frustration. Ruoxi elegantly wiped away her sweat, realizing she had erred. Those who do not speak the truth cannot survive beyond the second night, she proclaimed with a glaring threat. Zhang, clenching his golden teeth, felt his eyes bulge with fury. Could this wretched girl truly dare to take her life? Previously, Ruoxi had not even dared to step on an ant, fearing it would bring her to tears for quite some time. "You insolent girl! Hurry and bring your grandmother the hot pot. Are you attempting to drive me to my grave?" As Ruoxi finished her meal, she was nearly nauseated by such a repugnant remark. Yet, with a flicker of amusement in her brows, she declared, "From now on, each of you shall receive but 1 bun daily, neither more nor less." As she passed them, she offered a slight nod, adding, "No need for excessive gratitude." With that, she turned on her heel and strode away. Chapter 47. I grant you 3 minutes. Seeing that Ruoxi was not jesting, old Zhang was utterly alarmed. Could it be that if she remained silent about the truth, this reckless girl might truly resort to murder? "Wait, I must inform you, you are not our biological child. We merely adopted you to secure a substantial adoption fee. However, upon taking you in, we discovered it was all a deception." Ruoxi paused, intrigued, and gestured for Elder Zhang to continue. However, before he could speak, her father covered her mouth. It was evident that he did not wish for her to proceed. Ruoxi had grown weary. If she chose silence, so be it. After all, none of those trapped within could escape. In her past life, her demise had been tragically lamentable. In this life, she would seek 100-fold retribution. In a corner, Molly Sue observed Ruoxi's silhouette, silently channeling her water-based abilities to strike at her. "Get away!" For reasons unknown, Fu Yuan instinctively shouted, surprising even himself. Yet, Ruoxi had already sensed the disturbance a second before Li Su launched her attack, adjusting her stance and sidestepping. The wall merely bore a superficial mark. Li Su gazed at Fu Yuan in disbelief, tears brimming in her eyes. "Brother Fu, why did you warn her? She is the one who has brought us to this lowly state." Fu Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Ruoxi's neck, where several crimson marks were visible. Were these the remnants of her entanglement with that wretched man? His expression hardened as he chose to disregard Li Su, yearning to confront Ruoxi, only to realize he was currently restrained. He clenched his teeth in frustration. As they engaged in their petty squabble, Ruoxi was not inclined to squander her time with them. Certainly, she would not let Li Su's earlier ambush go unpunished. Ruoxi cast a condescending glance at Li Su, as if observing a wretch destined for a cruel demise. With a subtle smile, she remarked, "Li Su, a week of fasting awaits you." She then turned elegantly and departed. Li Su, feeling utterly drained and numb, leaned against the wall and gradually sank to the ground. Her gaze filled with resentment directed at Fu Yuan and remained silent. Ruoxi, however, was indifferent to what transpired next. Yet, Li Su inadvertently reminded her of a crucial point. Those who had awakened their abilities were difficult to control, necessitating a strategy to subdue them. As Ruoxi stepped out, Fu Yuan re-entered, brandishing a whip that struck the wall with a chilling sound. Fu Yuan's cold gaze narrowed, and the previously raucous group fell silent, huddling together tightly in a corner. Zhang, trembling with fear, pleaded, "Please spare us." Fu Yunmo replied with a sneer. The moment you dare to raise your voices against her, you should have anticipated this outcome. Under Fu Yunmo's insistence, the construction progress in the basement continued steadily. As long as Fu Yunmo was present, those few would toil relentlessly, fearing to slacken their efforts. Fortunately, the walls were soundproofed. Otherwise, Ruoxi would have been driven to madness by the noise. Ruoxi arrived at the lounge, the very location where Fu Yunhai and Bai Jingjing were detained. In recent days, she had provided them with a relatively decent meal, replacing the unpalatable steamed buns with rice. Unlike the buns, which were difficult to poison, the rice was laced with a slow-acting toxin. The more they consumed, the swifter their demise would be. Ruoxi meticulously regulated the dosage to precisely control the timing of death. Although Fu Yunhai was destined to become a formidable figure in the impending apocalypse, what concern was that to her? Death was merely an end. Undoubtedly, there would emerge leaders far more capable than he in the future. The two disfigured individuals bore grotesque expressions, their spirits revitalized by the voice emanating from the broadcast, trembling with anticipation. Initially inclined to engage them in conversation and provoke their ire, she soon lost interest upon witnessing their demeanor. Truly, it was utterly tedious. Thus, she opted to venture outdoors to gather herbs. After all, how could one remain cooped up indoors during the summer, forsaking the joys of an outing? With an abundance of supplies at her disposal, she stepped out empty-handed. As she passed by the door where Fu Yuan and his companions were confined, she overheard their anguished cries. It appeared that Xiao Fuzi was not as merciful as one might presume. Just as she exited, she encountered a familiar face, Chun Xuanbei, who was stealthily searching for something in the courtyard. He had been scouring the ground for quite some time, yet remained undeterred, inching ever closer to the entrance of the basement. As she leisurely indulged in her ice cream before the surveillance monitor, she suddenly noticed that one of the camera feeds had gone dark. Coupled with Chun Xuanbei's actions, it became evident that he had discovered someone was residing in the courtyard. A sudden sound echoed from the basement door. To his surprise, he found a hidden space beneath the wooden bed in the courtyard. However, she remained unfazed, for she was aware that Chun Xuanbei lacked the means to unlock the door. Even if he managed to gain entry, she had set a self-destruct mechanism in place. Beneath the wooden cabin lay explosives that would obliterate the entire courtyard. This was precisely why she had established several bases. Should one be compromised, she could simply abandon it for another. After numerous unsuccessful attempts at cracking the code, Chun Xuanbei had no choice but to retreat and summon reinforcements. It seemed he was determined to penetrate this location, refusing to relent. As she sat before the electric fan, with ice cubes placed in front of it. She relished the refreshing coolness. It was only after the ice had completely melted that she proceeded to click the next step on the control panel. Meanwhile, Chun Xuanbei stared at the door before him, which remained stubbornly shut despite his attempts to pry it open, his brows furrowing in frustration. I'll give you 10 minutes to force this door open. His subordinates wiped the sweat from their brows in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a screen on the door illuminated, displaying a message. There are bombs buried beneath the courtyard. You have 3 minutes to vacate the premises. Following this, a countdown began to flash ominously. The mention of bombs sent Chun Xuanbei's men into a frenzy. Young master, what should we do now? This is not a trivial matter. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, Chun Xuanbei felt a surge of exhilaration. Ignore it. Keep prying the door open. None of his subordinates dared to comply. Instead, they hastily grabbed their equipment and retreated a few steps, intent on escape. Infuriated by their cowardice, Chun Xuanbei scolded, "A bunch of fools. In such a small courtyard, how could he possibly have planted bombs underground?" One subordinate timidly suggested, "What if there's another exit underground?" Chun Xuanbei fell silent, his expression darkening, as his men hesitantly probed. "So, young master, are we leaving or not? There is only half a minute left." Chun Xuanbei pressed his lips together in reluctance. Retreat. No sooner had the command escaped his lips than they bolted for the exit. Just as they stepped out of the courtyard, an explosive roar erupted as the entire wooden structure blew apart. Flames surged forth, engulfing everything in a ferocious blaze. Chun Xuanbei furrowed his brow in disbelief. The bomb was indeed real. This is bad. It will attract zombies. We must run. Chapter 48. Fu Yunhai's surprise attack. Watching the frantic escape of Chun Xuanbei on the surveillance screen, Ruoxi felt a twinge of boredom. However, how did Chun Xuanbei know about the basement and the presence of cameras? As Ruoxi took a couple of sips from her milk tea, her thoughts drifted to Fu Yunhai. When Fu Yuan and the other 5 were confined, he had thoroughly scanned his body and found no trace of a locator. However, Fu Yunhai, as the formidable figure from the last life apocalypse, would undoubtedly not be as simple as he appeared. He was certainly concealing something. Ruoxi suddenly stood up, nearly spilling her milk tea onto the ground. The groundhog would never call out so loudly upon seeing an acquaintance so. Ruoxi's expression remained composed as she swiftly approached the door of the surveillance room, securing the lock with a decisive motion. She leisurely sipped her milk tea, suddenly struck by a craving for durian. At the entrance of the space, 2 formidable durian trees stood, laden with hundreds of fresh fruits. She selected the largest durian, making a modest incision, approximately 10 pounds in weight. If her intuition served her well, Fu Yunhai had already devised a means of escape. Wait, it seemed that Xiaofuzi was still supervising Fu Yuanan and the others in the confinement room as they excavated. Cursed be the circumstances. In an instant, the color drained from Ruoxi's face, and she suddenly found the milk tea in her hand to be devoid of flavor. Without hesitation, she wrapped the durian in a double layer of newspaper and dashed outside. Sure enough, there was Fu Yunhai, his countenance twisted with fearsome intensity, crouched at the door of the holding cell, wielding an object with which he was attempting to pick the lock. Ruoxi's instinctive reaction was that Xiaofuzi was inside. She absolutely could not allow any harm to come to him. As Fu Yunhai clicked open the lock, Ruoxi stepped forward, raising the durian high, poised to strike. However, from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar figure. Fu Yun Mo descended from the room. It turned out that Xiaofuzi was not in the confinement chamber, and Ruoxi breathed a sigh of relief, then made several gestures to signal him to hide. Fu Yunhai, not seeing anyone, harbored a flicker of darkness in his gaze. Although the door had been pried open, he did not enter. After creating a small gap, he suddenly turned, pressing against the door, scanning left and right for quite some time, alert and vigilant. Fortunately, Ruoxi had already concealed herself in the surveillance room and remained unseen. The last time she had encountered Fu Yunhai, she had presented herself with a face resembling that of a Mary Sue. This time, she extracted a pig gelatin mask from her space, donned it, and changed her attire, ensuring her disguise was perfect. The reason for concealing her true identity from Fu Yunhai was straightforward. In the future, she undoubtedly intended to confine 8 individuals together. And if these 8 shared too close a bond, they might concoct schemes to escape. At present, she was unaware of what dangers Fu Yunhai concealed, aside from the blades he possessed. Just then, it seemed as if Ruoxi and Fu Yun Mo shared a telepathic connection, both charging out simultaneously to apprehend Fu Yunhai. Taken by surprise, Fu Yunhai swung his weapon through the air, and Ruoxi, positioned closest to him, endured several cuts, blood oozing from her wounds. Ruoxi noticed Fu Yunhai's blood-stained trousers. Could it be that he has killed his own mother? Fu Yunma restrained Fu Yunhai, gripping his arms tightly, while Ruoxi produced handcuffs to secure him, this time not only on his wrists but also on his ankles, forcing him to shuffle forward in small, constrained steps. A brief farce swiftly came to an end. Fu Yunhai's gaze fixated on Ruoxi's retreating figure, under Fu Yunma's touch. He unexpectedly awakened his wood-based supernatural abilities. Vines erupted from the underground walls, relentlessly advancing towards Ruoxi. Mischievous little one. Fu Yunma kicked Fu Yunhai aside and rushed to shield Ruoxi from the impending attack. The vines pierced through Fu Yunma's chest, creating a gaping, bloody wound. His once clear eyes began to blur, his body faltering as he slowly slid down the wall. With a sense of joy, he thought this time, "It is I who have saved you. This mischievous little one now owes me a life, while I owe you too. Can you love me wholeheartedly?" even if it is only half of my love for you. Fu Yunhai, smashing against the wall, was also gravely injured, blood spewing from his mouth as he clutched his chest and without hesitation turned to flee, quickly vanishing into the depths of the underground passage. Ruoxi was taken aback, supporting the barely conscious Fu Yunma, feeling utterly helpless. I will fetch the medical kit for you. Please wait for me. Fu Yunma grasped her hand, pleading, "Do not leave me." Ruoxi trembled as she crouched down, her brows knitted and her gaze cast downwards. In that moment, words eluded her. Yet, simply being by his side felt inadequate, for his body had already been pierced through. She could only watch helplessly as the one she cherished fell before her in a desperate attempt to save her, utterly powerless to intervene. She could not save him. Suddenly, a faint sting coursed through her arm. As Ruoxi slowly lifted her head, she discovered that the seemingly lifeless Fu Yunma was now fervently sucking at her wound, drawing her blood. Fu Yunma resembled a sorrowful puppy, licking its master's hand with an insatiable yearning. His cheeks were adorned with two rosy clouds, his eyes tinged with red, as though he had been wronged. She momentarily forgot that Xiao Fuzi had transformed into a zombie, impervious to death for the time being. A sudden, forceful pull startled Ruoxi's nerves, nearly prompting her to reflexively slap Fu Yunma several times. Fu Yunma blinked with innocent eyes, donning a face of unadulterated guilt, switching from one wound to another like a desperate addict. Seeing him in such a state, Ruoxi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. She wanted to strike him, yet feared damaging his crystal core. In the corner of the wall, Fu Yunma sat with his back against it, while Ruoxi leaned down, her left hand propped against the wall, straddling him with her legs. They maintained this position for an indeterminate amount of time, and Ruoxi's arms began to grow numb, feeling as if her blood was being entirely siphoned away. Yet Fu Yunma showed no sign of relinquishing his grasp. Ruoxi was thoroughly enraged. "Xiao Fuzi, if you continue to annoy me, I shall become truly upset." To her astonishment, Fu Yunma stubbornly retorted, "I refuse." The little troublemaker was now genuinely angry. Having embraced her ire, she decided to see it through to the end. Ruoxi. He even has the audacity to argue. Ruoxi straightened her posture, firmly pressing her left hand against Fu Yunma's taut jaw, finally separating his lips from her hand. If she did not manage to free herself soon, she felt as though she might be drained entirely. And in that scenario, Fu Yunma would survive while she would perish. Fu Yunma tilted his head back, his voice soft and almost playful, laced with a hint of petulance. "Are you beginning to find me distasteful?" Chapter 49. An explosive reunion. Ruoxi reluctantly released her grip on Fu Yunma's chin, propping herself against the wall as she attempted to rise. Since that rascal, Xiao Fuzi, was unharmed, she needed to handle Fu Yunhai's affairs properly. However, Fu Yunma was not one to easily let her go. He tightened his embrace around her delicate waist, nuzzling his fluffy head against her. Ruoxi forcefully pressed down his restless head, violently unfastening the restraints on his hands, and successfully rose to her feet. "Stay still. If you move again, I shall strike you." Fu Yunma could only obediently comply. The gaping wound in his chest, which he had so recklessly opened, began to heal, new flesh sprouting within a minute, the dark lines on his skin becoming increasingly evident. Lowering her gaze, she beheld his tantalizing abdominal muscles, prompting Ruoxi to clear her throat discreetly before turning away. "You should change your clothes first." Fu Yunma's handsome face flushed with warmth. Even after all these years, he still found himself shy in her presence. Ruoxi, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "Humph. Take a good look in the mirror at your own flushed face before you mock me." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned on her heel and left, not even attempting to help Fu Yunma to his feet. Fu Yunma sat there on the ground, pulling out a small mirror to examine his reflection. To his dismay, he realized that his face was indeed quite red, and upon this realization, it seemed to grow even redder, as if it might burst. In the next moment, he suddenly noticed something alarming. Staring intently into the mirror, he saw that his irises were marred with dark lines, rendering him more grotesque than a robot. The more agitated he became, the more these lines multiplied, Yet upon regaining his composure, he found them completely vanished. Would this little diva truly disdain his ghastly appearance? Ruoxi entered the chamber where Fu Yunhai and Bai Jingjing were imprisoned, only to discover Bai Jingjing lying lifeless on the ground, her eyes wide open in eternal rest, a dagger protruding from her chest, surrounded by a pool of fresh blood. The cage had been violently dismantled, and even the alarm system lay in disarray. It appeared that Fu Yunhai had awakened a dual-type ability, showcasing remarkable talent. With just a touch from Fu Yunma, one could awaken an ability, truly. He was destined to be a formidable figure in the future. Ruoxi felt no bitterness. She was not lacking in worth herself. After a meticulous examination of the corridor, she followed the trail of blood, gradually arriving at the exit of a courtyard. It was evident that Fu Yunhai had already made his escape. Ruoxi clenched her fist, only to suddenly release it. She found a spot to sit down and pulled out the durian she had originally intended to use. A sense of disappointment washed over her. Alas, she had initially planned to crack open the durian using Fu Yunhai's head, but now that he had fled, she lamented that she should have acted decisively. In a fit of frustration, she hurled the durian to the ground, causing it to shatter into countless pieces. Ruoxi picked up a plate and began to savor the delectable taste of durian. Why did Fu Yunhai escape as soon as Chun Xuanbei arrived? Firstly, it is inconceivable that they conspired together, for Fu Yunhai could not possibly communicate with the outside world. Suddenly, realization struck her. The courtyard that Chun Xuanbei had summoned was precisely the place where she had kidnapped Fu Yunhai, the very same courtyard from which he had vanished. Thus, did Chun Xuanbei and Fu Yunhai have an acquaintance? As if summoned by fate, Chun Xuanbei appeared at the door, his expression grave, yet he discerned nothing amiss. Are you certain there are no explosives within? Having been rattled by the bomb earlier that day, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Fu Yunhai, reclining in the armchair, narrowed his piercing gaze, causing the scar on his face to become even more pronounced and menacing. I cannot be certain. However, it was that woman who disfigured both my mother and me. I managed to escape by sheer luck, while my mother fell victim to that vicious woman's cruel murder. Ruoxi, in displeasure, tossed her head aside, skillfully shifting the blame as if she had done so numerous times before. Chun Xuanbei pressed his lips together, seemingly contemplating the credibility of Fu Yunhai's words. He wondered if he could see her, if she was indeed that woman. A strong premonition surged within him. This woman might very well be the one involved in the previous hostage exchange. One of his subordinates produced a photograph, which turned out to be of Ruoxi, though it was unclear when it had been taken. In the image, Ruoxi appeared striking and poised, focused intently on driving, exuding both beauty and resilience. Despite her fair complexion, she radiated a remarkably healthy aura. Fu Yunhai's heart stirred at a mere glance. Ruoxi remained remarkably composed, leisurely savoring her durian, even going so far as to prepare durian pizza in the air fryer. After all, Fu Yunhai had never witnessed her true appearance, and she harbored considerable confidence in her disguise. Fu Yunhai, entranced by her beauty, found his heart racing wildly. It appeared as though he had fallen head over heels for this woman he had never encountered before. Not her. Chun Xuanbei's brow furrowed deeply. It was astonishing that it was not her. Yet, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Show him photographs of others. His subordinate produced images of Fu Yuran and 6 others. Fu Yunhai's gaze immediately landed on a photograph of Ma Lisu, his pupils contracting in shock as though he had encountered a grotesque apparition. It is her. This woman, cruel and vile. She deserves to perish. His aversion to viewing Ma Lisu's photograph was palpable. Chun Xuanbei gestured for his subordinate to withdraw the images, though his expression remained troubled. Unable to restrain his curiosity, the subordinate inquired, "Her name is Ma Lisu. She is known to be a fragile woman. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Fu Yunhai nodded vehemently. "She is the one who caused my disfigurement. Ma Lisu. Even if she were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize her." In the surveillance room, Ruoxi took a bite of her durian pizza, relishing the unfolding drama with great delight, akin to enjoying snacks while binge-watching a series. Her intention in masquerading as Ma Lisu was to create discord among them in the basement. Yet by a stroke of serendipity, she inadvertently used Ma Li Su as a shield. Nonetheless, none of this mattered. Having finished her meal, it was time to bring this episode to a close. Having cleansed her lips and emitted a soft belch, Ruoxi departed, retrieving the detonator. Farewell, my erstwhile trading partner, Chun Xuanbei. Woe betide you for associating with that simpleton. Fu Yunai. Meanwhile, Chun Xuanbei, standing on the ground, was seized by an inexplicable unease. This disquiet intensified with each passing moment. The organization's healing adept was tending to Fu Yunhai's wounds, and all appeared normal. Yet, a nameless dread gnawed at his heart, an ominous premonition of impending misfortune. His palm pierced by his own nails, Chun Xuanbei jolted into action, casting his gaze upward and sprinting towards the courtyard's perimeter. Everyone, evacuate this place immediately, he commanded. His subordinates, initially bewildered, swiftly obeyed their young master's decree, following in his hasty retreat. Fu Yunhai, though reluctant, recognized his future dependence on Chun Xuanbei and propelled his in pursuit. With a mere 3 seconds remaining, the above the doorway flickered to life, displaying the final countdown. Only those bringing up the rear witnessed this countdown, but escape was now an impossibility. Chapter 50. Hear my plea, a deafening roar erupted behind them, catapulting Chun Xuanbei through the air, where he landed heavily, his mind reeling. He sustained only minor injuries, a temporary ringing in his ears. Fu Yunhai, however, was blasted from his wheelchair, impaled upon a tree, his garments torn by the branches, his recently healed wounds now gaping anew. Fu Yunhai despaired as his tattered raiment succumbed to gravity, precipitating his fall. Fortuitously, the tree's modest height spared him serious injury, save for a sprained ankle. Chun Xuanbei, with an air of nonchalance, approached Fu Yunhai. Twice victimized by explosions, he had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Yet, the tremor in his fingers betrayed the terror that lurked within. A near-death experience was not easily dismissed. Humph! Delivering this callous pronouncement, he ensconced himself in the driver's seat. Hurry, time is of the essence. His henchmen, casting fleeting glances at the obliterated courtyard, gritted their teeth and reluctantly boarded the vehicle, vowing vengeance upon the perpetrator. Fu Yunai, already seething with resentment, felt further slighted by this neglect, his inner turmoil reaching a fever pitch. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his skin, drawing beads of blood, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Observing Fu Yunhai's sluggishness in boarding the vehicle, Chun Xuanbei issued 2 sharp honks, his countenance hardening with each passing moment. His initial motivation for rescuing Fu was to exploit his technological expertise, harnessing it for his own purposes. However, Fu's recent conduct had proven infuriatingly inept. Fu Yunhai, feeling provoked, slammed the car door shut and turned away, refusing to acknowledge Chun Xuanbei. For the harm inflicted upon Xiao Fuzi, this retribution is but a prelude. Ruoxi clapped her hands, unwilling to let Fu Yunhai off so easily. After tidying up the litter, she exited the surveillance room. To her surprise, she found Fu Yunma still lying motionless on the ground, causing her heart to skip a beat. She hurriedly approached and checked for his breath. Fortunately, he was still alive. It seemed he had merely fallen asleep. As Ruoxi stood up to leave, Fu Yunma reached out and grasped her hand, pleading, "Please don't go." Ruoxi was rendered speechless. The ground was so cold. Why did he choose to languish there and wish for her company? "Get up quickly," she urged. Fu Yunma pouted slightly, an air of grievance surrounding him. "Oh, you little drama queen, I am feeling somewhat unwell," he said, clutching his chest as he uttered those words, his complexion pale and feeble. Had she not just checked his breath, which was undeniably normal, she might have almost believed him. Ruoxi gently pushed aside Fu Yunma's hand and removed the pigskin mask, revealing her true visage. Fu Yunma gazed at her face, grinning foolishly. "You look beautiful now." That previous appearance was quite unappealing. Ruoxi nodded, acknowledging the truth in those words. Thus, she decided to reward Fu Yunma with a warm embrace, pulling him close and holding him for a moment while gently patting his shoulder. They tightly wrapped their arms around each other's waists, finding solace in one another's presence. The earlier incident had genuinely frightened Ruoxi. She was deeply terrified that Fu Yunma might have sacrificed himself to shield her from harm. Had that been the case, she would have been burdened with guilt for a lifetime. Ultimately, it was the sound of the alarm clock that drew them apart. Fu Yunma reluctantly released his hold on Ruoxi's slender waist as the clock indicated it was time for the little rabbit to be fed. Ruoxi waved her hand and said, "You go ahead and feed the rabbit. I will prepare the meal." Fu Yunma looked as if he had seen a ghost. "You cook?" Ruoxi stood tall and confident, exuding an air of determination. What else could it be? Surely, you would be overwhelmed otherwise. Her self-assurance stemmed from the delightful discovery of a treasure, an air fryer, capable of preparing a myriad of dishes with ease. A simple evening meal sufficed, a sandwich filled with succulent meat, eggs, crisp lettuce, and ripe tomatoes, accompanied by a pancake. Fu Yunma hesitated, casting a few questioning glances at Ruoxi, yet the unwavering confidence in her expression ultimately swayed him. "Very well, just remember to use less salt and wait for the water to boil before adding it." Ruoxi hurriedly urged Fu Yunma, "I understand, you should go and tend to the baby. The little bunny is nearly starving." After finally sending Fu Yunma away, Ruoxi entered the confinement chamber and activated the automatic switch. Bai Jingjing's lifeless body was mechanically transported out, destined to be disposed of on the mountain. In another confinement chamber, upon seeing Ruoxi enter, Fu Wan stood up joyfully, seeking reconciliation. "Xiaoxi, please do not be angry. It was my fault. In my preoccupation with work, I neglected your feelings. But this is all for our future home. I beseech you to allow me to explain." Ruoxi took a bite of chocolate, seemingly oblivious, as she examined the monitoring system of the detention room for any issues. Having completed her inspection, she turned and departed with a sense of duty. Her child's father was eagerly awaiting the meal she had prepared. Fu Yuan shouted, "You cannot possibly forget me. If you no longer harbor feelings for me, then why do you imitate Xiao Su's fashion, donning a white dress when it is evident that you prefer red? You must be feeling jealous now. Listen to my explanation. My relationship with Xiao Su is purely platonic. I regard her as your sister and thus treat her with care. Please do not misunderstand." Ruoxi's silhouette stiffened. In Fu Yuan's eyes, it confirmed his suspicions. Undeterred, he pressed on. "I was unaware of your aversion towards Xiao Su and your parents, which is why I drew close to them. Now that I am enlightened, I shall sacrifice for you." Even clad in a white dress, her commanding and alluring aura could not be concealed. Fu Yuan found himself momentarily breathless, fixated on Ruoxi. Ma Lisu slumped against the wall, her body marked by several lashes, visibly battered, her lips chapped and peeling. Yet, the gaze she directed at Ruoxi was devoid of pretense, sharp and venomous, brimming with envy. "Ha ha!" Ma Lisu's laughter was maniacal. "Are you satisfied now, sister? You have taken what rightfully belonged to me. Does your conscience not stir? Can you truly sleep soundly at night?" Ruoxi gazed down at Mary Sue with an expression of utter indifference, as though observing a mere ant. In her previous life, she had placed unwavering trust in these relatives, only to be betrayed and cast into a horde of zombies, leaving no trace behind. Mary Sue had harbored malice from the very beginning. Her current treatment of Ruoxi could be considered lenient. Outside, numerous starving individuals longed for the opportunity to work here, if only for a meager meal and a semblance of peace. It seemed that Mary Sue had become so idle that her mind had unraveled. Chapter 51. Who will wash the dishes, Mary Sue? Your workload will double tomorrow. You shall not sleep until it is completed or face punishment. At this moment, Ruoxi resembled a judge presiding over a courtroom, while Molly Sue and her companions stood as the defendants awaiting their fate. Molly Sue was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of imbalance, completely losing control. "You are nothing but a thief, a bandit. It should be I, standing proudly outside. But you have usurped my rightful place, my kin. You deserve to perish." The air thickened with moisture, launching an assault towards Ruoxi. With a nonchalant smile, Ruoxi snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the water that had been aimed at her redirected towards Fu Yuan. Quick to react, Fu Yuan ducked just in time. But poor Molly Sue was not so fortunate, drenched entirely by the water conjured by her own abilities. The salinity of the water was painfully high, akin to sprinkling salt on an open wound. Not only was Ma Li Su taken aback, but Fu Yuan and the others were equally stunned. What kind of ability did you just use, Xiaoxi? They had never witnessed such a power capable of controlling objects. An unsettling chill coursed through them. In truth, Ruoxi herself was uncertain about how she had awakened her powers. Perhaps it was due to her frequent interactions with Fu Yunmo. While moving items, she had suddenly discovered her immense strength, able to manipulate objects with mere thought, without even needing to touch them. Little Fu Zi was indeed a treasure. Although they'd been chastised by Fu Yunmo and dared not to be too boisterous, they could not help but whisper among themselves. With their own predicaments to contend with, there was little concern for Ma Li Su's feelings, her injuries, or her soaked clothing. Ma Li Su's expression cracked, contorted with rage. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her. Fu Yunmo, who had been indifferent towards her for the past few days, crouched down to dry her face and helped her to her feet. In that instant, Ma Li Su's heart fluttered, nearly leaping from her chest. Fu Yuan possessed a gaze full of deep affection, effortlessly conveying emotions, even looking at a pig with tenderness. Yet despite this, Ma Li Su found herself utterly captivated. Ruoxi laughed disdainfully. Perhaps this was the reason why Mary Su had always harbored feelings for Fu Yuan, attempting to snatch away this worthless man from her grasp. It seems that on the surface, one cannot attain true love, dear sister. Mary Su might have felt a tinge of jealousy, and thus began to murmur once again. Ruoxi was disinclined to engage in further conversation. Exiting, she found Fu Yunmo waiting at the door. It was evident that Fu Yunmo harbored a dislike for Fu Yuan. Ruoxi felt fatigued. Today's exercise had been rather strenuous. How about you have some bread for dinner? I wish to retire for the night, she suggested. Fu Yunmo, with a sigh, gently ruffled Ruoxi's fluffy head. I knew it. How could you possibly cook? Allow me to take charge of the kitchen. Hey, what do you mean by that? Ruoxi retorted, indignant with her playful spirit. Fine. Tonight, I shall take on the role of chef. And you can simply relax and watch television. With that, she rolled up her sleeves and headed towards the kitchen. As Ruoxi departed, Fu Yunmo's smile gradually faded. He turned to lock the door and cast a meaningful glance at Fu Yuan. Just that simple gaze made Fu Yuan shiver and avert his eyes. Ultimately, Ruoxi conceded, as she was utterly incapable of cooking, and Fu Yunmo insisted on supervising her, fearing she might set the kitchen ablaze. Oh, rest assured, it's merely cooking, a trivial matter. She resolutely pushed Fu Yunmo out of the kitchen and retrieved the versatile air fryer, commencing the preparation of dinner. Half an hour later, Ruoxi curiously observed Fu Yunmo as he savored the sandwich she had prepared. How is it? Is it delicious? Fu Yunmo chewed a few times, pausing for 2 seconds. Indeed, it was exquisite. Although it was ostensibly a roasted chicken drumstick sandwich, it surprisingly exuded a rich aroma of durian. Remarkable. Ruoxi, why do I suddenly feel a bit guilty? Fu Yunmo directly remarked. Little troublemaker, why are you sweating? Is it hot? Ruoxi hurriedly shook her head, using a couple of tissues to dab her sweat. However, Fu Yunmo continued to inquire, surely you are not secretly indulging in durian behind my back. Feeling guilty about it? Ruoxi was rendered speechless, silently nodding her head. I shall partake in just a small portion. Fu Yunmo opened his mouth, yet hesitated to articulate his thoughts. Ruoxi spoke before him. All right, I confess. I indulged in a durian weighing over 10 pounds, so I find myself unable to eat dinner. And now I feel a bit dizzy and sleepy. Fu Yunmo was mild gently. So, it seems that tonight it is your turn to wash the dishes. What a little glutton you are. Ruoxi retorted with righteous indignation. I haven't eaten anything tonight. It was solely you who dined. And I was the one who prepared the meal. Whoever eats must wash the dishes. Fu Yunmo, with an air of mystery, suggested, why don't we let Rabbit decide? Whoever she calls first shall be the one to wash the dishes tonight. With a petulant tilt of her head, Ruoxi declared, I shan't engage in such childish games. Casting a glance at the little bunny, who was engrossed in play, frolicking with the ball in sheer delight, Ruoxi felt an overwhelming desire for her to grow up swiftly. Yet, this little creature was merely 8 months old, far from the maturity she yearned for. Ruoxi ultimately acquiesced. Very well, it is settled then. Let Tutu determine who shall wash the dishes this evening. After all, it is usually Xiao Fuzi who tends to Tutu, even feeding him milk formula. Their bond is indeed unbreakable. When calling out, it is certain that Xiao Fuzi's name will be uttered first. Fu Yunma's lips curled slightly, a smile playing upon them, as he brought Tutu before him. Ruoxi, why does it feel as though I've been ensnared once more? The path I tread the deepest is precisely that of Xiao Fuzi's schemes. Beside me, the little rabbit rises with a series of playful sounds, only to tumble down again. Such a little trickster. Keep it up. Fu Yunma chuckled, covering his mouth. Haha, I never anticipated that the little trickster would concede so swiftly. Thus, tonight, you shall wash the dishes. May you honor the wager. Before Ruoxi could react, she had already lost and began to protest. This doesn't count. I hadn't called start yet. This time, it was her turn to call. But next time it should be Xiao Fuzi's turn. Fu Yunma smiled helplessly, his expression infused with deep affection. All right, if it doesn't count, then it doesn't. The competition officially begins now. Ruoxi playfully raised an eyebrow and concealed herself behind the sofa, ensuring that Tutu would not gaze upon her or call her name. Yet, mere moments later, Tutu's innocent voice rang out once more, exclaiming, "Little troublemaker, I love you." Oh, the intensity of such affection, which Ruoxi was reluctant to accept. With a pained expression, she emerged and questioned, "Why do you only call my name and not your own? And what is this I love you nonsense? I don't recall teaching you to say that." As she spoke, she suddenly paused, realizing something. Tutu had been restless throughout the night, accompanied by little Fuji. Could it be that little Fuji often talked in her sleep at night? Regardless of the reason, she had lost. Accepting her defeat, she declared, "You go rest. I shall do the dishes." Chapter 52. Unexpected visit from Wu Weigua. Fu Yunma deftly picked up the dishes, jesting, "How could I bear let you wash the dishes? You should go watch television. I will take care of it." Ruoxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Fu Yunma wanted to continue ruffling Ruoxi's fluffy hair, but she skillfully evaded his hand. "Let me give it a rub. If you refuse, I shall not assist you with the dishes." Ruoxi was so engrossed in the conversation that she failed to notice Fu Yunma playfully ruffling her hair. How could someone treat her like this? With her worth of 400 billion, it should be she who tousled Xiaofuzi's hair instead. Pressing her lips together, she feigned seriousness and asked, "Are you threatening me?" Fu Yunma shook his head while reaching for Ruoxi's head, saying, "You are my girlfriend. How could I dare?" With the advantage of height, he easily made contact, but as soon as he did, Ruoxi swatted his hand away. Ruoxi turned away, her entire being brimming with indignation, unwilling to acknowledge him. "Why don't you dare?" she exclaimed, intending to retreat to her room, wishing to leave without further ado. But her true intention was merely to evade the chore of washing the dishes. However, she never anticipated that Fu Yunma would obstruct her path, physically barring her passage with his presence. With a face full of remorse, he apologized. "I'm sorry. I failed to consider your feelings just now. You may strike or berate me, whatever it takes to alleviate your anger." Ruoxi silently grumbled to herself, desiring nothing more than to evade the chore of washing dishes, and had no inclination for any head pats. Her demeanor was sufficiently tranquil. She was certainly not angry. She simply wished for Xiao Fuzi to cease speaking, allowing her to focus on the task at hand. Ruoxi wore an expression of utmost seriousness, while the fawn-like eyes blinked in confusion. Trouble? Could it be that this little diva was so incensed that she wished to treat him as a mere stranger? Fu Yunma felt an overwhelming tide of regret coursing through him. Had he known, he would have refrained from brazenly tousling her hair and instead indulged in the act while she peacefully slumbered. "Ruoxi, why?" she inquired, her soul probing for answers. Fu Yunma's fingers tightened involuntarily, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. In a romantic relationship, disputes ought to be resolved on the same day. If a girlfriend is upset, she must be consoled without delay, for allowing grievances to linger until the following day may erode the bond between them. Thus, my dear, heed my words. I shall no longer tousle your hair in your presence. Are you hungry? I can prepare a cup of lemon water for you, or bake a fruitcake. Perhaps it would be harmless to stroke your hair while you sleep. For reasons unknown, Ruoxi found herself inexplicably convinced by Fu Yunma's rationale, momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. However, she truly was not angry. She replied calmly, "I am not angry." Fu Yunma shook his head. "No, you are angry." Ruoxi's tone grew increasingly impatient as she insisted, "I am truly not upset." Fu Yunma continued to shake his head, his voice growing more resolute as he countered, "You are indeed angry." Ruoxi, "I am truly not angry." I retrieved a packet of spicy strips from the drawer, tore it open, and took a couple of bites to calm myself down. However, Fu Yunma also approached, saying, "Did you not claim to be full? Why are you eating again?" Ruoxi took another couple of bites and turned her back, unwilling to behold Fu Yunma's infuriatingly handsome visage. "Let me eat 2 packets of spicy strips to calm down. You should just keep quiet." Fu Yunma replied with unwavering confidence, "I can tell you're angry. However, the book states that when a girlfriend is upset, one must never leave her to cool off alone. Regardless of her words, one should approach her and comfort her, lest it jeopardize the relationship." With her emotions clearly written on her face, Ruoxi tossed the remaining spicy strips to Fu Yunma, declaring that she could not consume any more. Seizing the moment, she dashed into her room. By the time Fu Yunma turned around, her silhouette had vanished. All that could be heard was Ruoxi's voice from within, reminding him, "Don't forget to wash the dishes." Fu Yunma merely stood there, speechless, leaning against the door. Ruoxi exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, she had managed to shake him off. After indulging in over 10 pounds of durian, she felt a bit lightheaded and resolved to retire early that evening. As she checked the surveillance footage in the monitoring room, she noted that it was now 7:30 in the evening, and darkness had enveloped the outside world. However, the cameras surrounding one of the courtyards revealed a white light drawing nearer. Ruoxi surmised it was likely a group of fleeing passersby. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, she spotted a familiar figure. "Wu Weigua, Brother Wu?" she thought, as she observed Wu Weigua leading a team towards the small courtyard. After surveying the area, they proceeded to set up a tent within the house. Upon magnifying the surveillance footage, she discerned the tools they carried, shovels and other implements for digging, stored in their backpacks. A news report echoed in Ruoxi's ears, stating that numerous bases had discovered methods for subterranean survival, opting to excavate basements and emulate historical tunnel warfare. Could it be that Brother Wu intended to dig a basement here? No, he had personally overseen the entirety of the basement construction, and logically, he should be aware of its existence. So why not directly locate the entrance and devise a means to access the basement? Their team, now reduced to approximately 30 individuals, had been diminished by more than half. Inside, there remained a dozen or so injured patients, wrapped in bandages, likely victims of a zombie attack who had sought refuge here. Each of them bore a pallid expression, appearing frail, with several hunched in corners, clutching their abdomens. Not a single person brought forth food. Instead, they quenched their hunger with water and alcohol. A middle-aged worker approached Wuegwa, inquiring, "Boss, we have only 5 packs of compressed biscuits left. Should we venture up the mountain for provisions at dawn, or rest and set off directly?" Once plump and good-natured, his visage was now gaunt, resembling a mere skeleton. Strikingly unsettling, Wu Weigua took a swig of strong liquor, grimacing, the refined and robust aura he once exuded now a distant memory. "We'll discuss it later." The worker nodded gently, his gaze fixed upon the moon, devoid of sparkle, only bearing the weight of exhaustion wrought by the apocalyptic turmoil. For months, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night's sleep, now enduring a grueling routine of starvation, subsisting on mere 3 meals every 9 days. Wu Weigua retrieved an old mobile phone, while the worker established a signal line at the entrance. As he typed on the antiquated device, the surveillance footage remained too blurred to discern his writing. Suddenly, Ruoxi's phone chimed with a message notification, and recalling Wu Weigua's earlier actions, she braced herself. In this destitute situation, what could he possibly want to communicate? Supplies. Wu Weigua messaged, "Ruo, where are you now? Before the apocalypse, you mentioned stockpiling considerable provisions. Could we arrange a trade? Any food will suffice. I can exchange firearms for it." Chapter 53. Supplies and Favors. Ruoxi furrowed her brows. She currently possessed ample firearms and provisions, rendering any exchange unnecessary. Yet, should she decline? Or should she extend a helping hand to Brother Wu and his companions? It appeared that Brother Wu was aware of her presence concealed in the basement, along with her supplies, but he had chosen not to disclose this information to others, maintaining a discreet silence. He had resorted to seeking her assistance only when he found himself in a dire situation, and even then, he approached her with a proposal for an exchange rather than outright requesting assistance. Were it anyone else, they would have likely formed factions and brazenly invaded the basement to plunder her resources. Ruoxi hesitated, yet ultimately resolved to assist them. After all, Brother Wu had treated her well in the past. She felt a sense of obligation to repay his kindness. It was imperative not to emerge directly from the basement. They would need to venture into the mountains at dawn in search of sustenance. Thus, she would regard this provision as a fortuitous blessing from the heavens. Ruoxi tidied up and emerged from another small courtyard, making her way to a path that wound up the mountain. She dug a pit beneath a large tree growing by the stream and marked the tree with an arrow, inscribing the character Wu. This way, whenever they ascended the mountain in search of food, they would inevitably pass by the stream and discover this mark, unearthing the supplies buried beneath the ground. Once she completed this series of tasks, Ruoxi's ears perked up, catching the faint sounds in the distance. It was the sound of footsteps. Hiss! Brother Wu has ascended the mountain so swiftly? Without a moment's hesitation, Ruoxi concealed herself among the bushes. The footsteps drew nearer, soft and careful, suggesting the presence of only a few individuals. Ruoxi sensed something amiss. The approaching individuals were undoubtedly not Wu and his companions. Inside, a voice murmured, "Young master, I distinctly saw that woman slip into this grove. As a solitary woman, she shouldn't have ventured far." Chun Xuanbei, with a composed expression, nodded slightly, harboring an inexplicable anticipation within. He eagerly awaited the moment he would encounter that woman once more, curious to see the expression on her face when she fell into his grasp. Since their last parting, a persistent itch had lingered in his heart. No woman had ever rebuffed him. It was always women who willingly approached him. Reflecting on this, he irritably tugged at his shirt, loosening 2 buttons, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. He exuded an aura of mature charisma, a refined rogue. Ruoxi gazed quietly at the scene before her as Chun Xuanbei and his companions swiftly passed by the thicket where she concealed herself. Suddenly, Chun Xuanbei halted, turning around, and exclaimed, "Wait!" His subordinates, puzzled, inquired, "What is the matter?" "Someone is coming." Ruoxi then witnessed them stealthily hide within the adjacent bushes. Yet, their concealment was far from complete as they stretched their necks, brazenly peering to discern the identity of the newcomer. Ruoxi fell into silence, uncertain whether to weep or to smile. This time, the visitors were Wu Weigua and his companions, numbering over 30, of whom only a dozen had arrived, while the others presumably remained in the courtyard to recuperate. The injured were not abandoned by the base. Rather, they were tended to with care, revealing the inherent kindness in Wu Weigua's character. Yet, it is precisely such individuals whose noble intentions may lead to unforeseen misfortunes in their paths. Ruoxi felt a twinge of pity for Brother Wu. How could there still be writing on this tree? A flashlight swept across it, revealing a large character for Wu inscribed upon it, accompanied by an arrow beneath. Wu Weigua, deep in thought, crouched down to touch the soil below, which was loose and fresh, with even some recently uprooted weeds scattered atop. It was a pit that could not be newer. "Boss, should we dig it up and see what lies beneath?" The usually audacious Wu Weigua hesitated, having heard of 2 recent explosions in the area, uncertain of what dangers might lurk below. The workers perceived his apprehension and one by one stepped forward, declaring, "It's fine. I'll test for traps. You all stay back. I'll do it. You are still young. I am old, so it matters not to me. You all have loved ones in the shelter. If you were to perish, how would your families cope? I came into this world alone, and I shall depart the same way. It is most fitting that I discover what lies beneath." This time, there was a profound silence among them. Perhaps we should refrain from digging and seek food elsewhere? There are some reasonably intact yam roots on this mountain, but we have been subsisting on roots and tree bark for nearly half a month. It offers no nourishment. Some had already unearthed revolting, wriggling white worms from the tree. grabbing them with their hands and popping them into their mouths, chewing as if savoring a delicacy. Wu Weigua maintained a grim expression, feeling the weight of all the pressure upon him. Someone had called them to the mountain, claiming to exchange supplies, and the inscription on the tree bore his surname, while the pit appeared freshly dug, as if it had just been excavated. Thus, there was an 80% chance that it contained provisions. Ultimately, Wu Weigua chose to trust Ruoxi, dismissing the workers and opting to excavate the pit alone. Soon, the supplies revealed themselves, nearly 500 packages of compressed biscuits, along with some snacks, dietary fiber supplements, and even a large bag of the most coveted fruit in this post-apocalyptic world. A rare smile broke across Wu Weigua's face, and in an instant, the weight of all his worries dissipated like leaves carried away by a gentle breeze, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. The workers, seeing that all was well, gathered around to quietly celebrate, wary of attracting zombies and monsters. Ruoxi felt grateful that she had sent a message to Brother Wu before she ventured out, summoning him to the mountain. Otherwise, even if they had discovered this pit, they would have lacked the courage to excavate it. A faint rustling sound emanated from the adjacent thicket. Wu Weigua clearly heard it. Who could it be? With heightened vigilance, he gathered the supplies behind him, swiftly took cover behind a tree, and fixed his gaze intently on the thicket. The thicket before Ruoxi was also classified within a perilous range, leaving her unable to evade it for the time being. She chose to observe the unfolding situation, curious about Chun Xuanbei's reaction next door. A distinct imitation of a cat's meow resonated clearly. Ruoxi stifled a laugh, finding them utterly unreliable. Sure enough, the cry of cat made Wu Weigua and the others fully aware of someone lurking in the bushes, prompting them to seize their machine guns in preparation for a sweeping fire. Ruoxi, elder brother, I have just delivered the supplies to you. I had no choice but to venture out. Yet just as I was about to rise, someone beside me was swifter. Chun Xuanbei clapped his hands and boldly stepped forward. Wu Weigua, I have long admired your reputation. We are members of the 5-Star Assassin Organization, and the supplies below are our offering to you. We wish to negotiate a transaction. Ruoxi was thoroughly baffled by Chun Xuanbei's audacious maneuver, assuming another's identity and utilizing the supplies she had provided as a means of barter. Wu Weigua's expression was one of skepticism, questioning these supplies. Did you truly bring them? Chapter 54. Two tigers clash. Chun Xuanbei maintained a facade of earnestness as he impersonated another, asserting, of course, who else could it be? After all, the individual who buried the supplies must have departed long ago. What harm was there in donning another's attire? Wu Weigua, however, appeared unconvinced by his claims, probing further. How did you know I would come here and preemptively bury the supplies? Are you surveilling us? His tone was decidedly hostile, as if he were convinced that Chun Xuanbei was monitoring their every move. Chun Xuanbei pressed his lips together, responding, I am merely seeking those destined to cross paths with me. I am Chun Xuanbei. You may have heard my name. These supplies are but trifles to me. If you assist me, I shall provide you with even greater resources. What you currently possess is merely a deposit. Wu Weigua recognized that he was being sold a grand illusion, yet the name Chun Xuanbei resonated powerfully within the base community. Known for his penchant for thrill-seeking, he was the general manager of the 5-Star base, a veritable heir to vast fortunes before the apocalypse. Such a figure seemed unlikely to deceive them. Fortune Xuanbei had no need for these meager supplies. What sort of transaction do you propose? Wu Weigua inquired. With a devilish grin, Chun Xuanbei declared, the underprivileged are so easily swayed. He produced a photograph and handed it to Wu Weigua and his companions. Wu Weigua accepted it nonchalantly, but his pupils dilated in shock. Even the workers peering at the image gasped. Isn't this raw? Wu Weigua continued to scrutinize the photograph, his hands trembling slightly from the long absence of Ruoxi. Observing their reactions, Chun Xuanbei noted their recognition and smiled even more radiantly. This woman, do you know her? Where is she now? He bombarded them with 3 consecutive inquiries, his eyes brimming with an insatiable desire to unearth more information about Ruoxi. As Ruoxi found herself embroiled in a situation that had turned against her, her emotions remained surprisingly stable, for she had never disclosed her whereabouts to Brother Wu. Even though he was aware of her underground hideout and familiar with all the maps, she held a firm belief in Brother Wu's integrity. He would never harm the innocent for personal gain. His unwavering commitment to those injured and unable to fight was a testament to his noble character. True to form, Wu Weiguo paused for a few seconds before shaking his head, indicating he did not recognize the matter at hand. The workers fell silent, refraining from uttering a word. Chun Xuanbei, however, could not allow such an invaluable piece of information to slip away so easily. Suddenly, Wu Weiguo discovered a postcard within a supply box. Upon seeing the handwriting, he was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation overtook him. The postcard bore 2 bold lines. Brother Wu, given our friendship, the supplies are yours. As a woman, I have no need for a firearm. Wishing you safety out there. This was written by Ruoxi, which confirmed that the supplies were her gift. The man before him was lying. Wu Weiguo felt a surge of anger. Had Ruoxi not penned those words, he might have been duped by these scoundrels. Enraged, he drew his gun, declaring, "You are deceiving me. Those supplies were not sent by you." Chun Xuanbei was evidently taken aback by how swiftly his deceit had been uncovered. His cold gaze fixed upon the postcard. What could it possibly contain that revealed the truth to the man standing before him? Maintaining his composure, Wu Weiguo managed a faint smile and remarked, "I was merely jesting. Surely you didn't take me seriously?" His eyes seemed to convey a fierce message. What do you think? Since the supplies were not his to give, Wu Weiguo decided to let the earlier transgression slide. But he urged Chun Xuanbei to leave promptly. Feeling cornered by the gun in Wu Weiguo's hand, Chun Xuanbei's rebellious instincts flared, and he retorted coldly, "Is it merely supplies? What others can provide, I can offer 5-fold. All I ask is for the whereabouts of the woman in that photograph. We can negotiate any deal, and I will ensure to look after your brothers in the future." Before he could finish, Wu Weiguo cocked his pistol, warning, "I have told you. I do not know the woman in the photo. If you do not leave, I shall not hesitate to put a bullet in your head." Seeing Wu Weiguo's resolve, Chun Xuanbei felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, he had brought only a handful of men with him, and a confrontation would not bode well. He took a step back and proposed in a conciliatory tone, "Let us discuss other transactions. You all seem to be struggling, with barely any flesh on your bones. Would you like the supplies that have come your way? Come to our base, and I shall provide for you." Ruoxi concealed herself within the thicket. Having grown weary of the spectacle and no longer paying heed to their conversation, which was merely a string of superfluous chatter. At this late hour, her hearing remained remarkably acute, and she discerned a rustling sound in the jungle, neither distinctly human nor entirely animalistic. The noise was faint, yet upon closer inspection, it bore a resemblance to footsteps. Could it be zombies? This is bad. Upon hearing this, Ruoxi realized that Chun Xuanbei and the others were still engrossed in their conversation, oblivious to the urgency of the situation. If they were to wait until they discovered the truth for themselves, it would already be too late. They would have to ascend the mountain on foot, as none of them had driven there. While Chun Xuanbei's fate might be of little consequence, Ruoxi felt a moral obligation to assist. After all, Brother Wu had treated her with such kindness, safeguarding her whereabouts and the secret of her underground refuge. To turn a blind eye in the face of imminent peril would be rather unethical, despite her own belief that she was no saint. Ruoxi strode forth, the underbrush crackling beneath her steps. In an instant, Wu Weiguo and Chun Xuanbei's men turned their gazes towards her, their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions upon seeing her visage. At long last, Chun Xuanbei laid eyes on the woman he had been searching for over the past few days, gesturing for his subordinates to aim their weapons at Ruoxi. Wu Weiguo, filled with astonishment, witnessed the peril faced by Ruoxi and resolutely commanded his workers to direct their firearms at Chun Xuanbei's men. "Lower your weapons at once, lest I put a bullet through your leader's head," Wu Weiguo menacingly threatened, his gun trained upon Chun Xuanbei. Meanwhile, Chun Xuanbei's thoughts were entirely consumed by Ruoxi, his eyes glimmering with a multitude of emotions, shrouded in ambiguity. Clearly, he paid little heed to Wu Weiguo's threats. Gazing at Ruoxi's beautiful, fair face, Chun Xuanbei flashed a roguish grin and waved for his men to lower their weapons aimed at her. After a moment's hesitation, they complied, albeit reluctantly. Under the piercing gaze of Chun Xianbei, it appears we meet again. Have you given it thought? Are you interested in joining our organization? I assure you, you would be our cherished darling. Upon hearing this, Wu Weiguo bristled with discontent. Ruoxi will be with us, and she too will be our darling. No one would willingly follow a deceitful and unreliable man like you. Chapter 55. Surrounded by zombies as the two began to argue, Ruoxi interjected decisively. Zombies are approaching. Enough chatter. We must ascend the mountains swiftly. Wu Weiguo, taken aback, first wondered how she knew, and then unconditionally trusted her, promptly holstering his weapon and trailing behind her. Although Chun Xianbei harbored doubts, he too followed suit, asking, "How do you know the zombies are drawing near?" The darkness enveloped them, rendering the beam of their flashlight woefully inadequate, obscuring much of the path ahead. To avoid falling into traps set by hunters, they advanced cautiously through the forest. Ruoxi currently has no inclination for idle chatter, merely guessing. With 2 words, she concluded the conversation, leaving Chun Xianbei at a loss, though he bore no resentment. Ruoxi was quite familiar with the area and quickly descended the mountain via a shortcut. Standing atop a 4-meter-high cliff, she had a clear view of the small courtyard not far away, which was besieged by a swarm of zombies, their dark forms writhing against the walls. Wu Weiguo's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat beating at his temples. "This is bad. We still have people in the courtyard," Chun Xianbei remarked nonchalantly. "How many are there? If it's not many, then let it be. No need to play the savior. And besides, even if you go to rescue them, you won't succeed." Ruoxi found herself in complete agreement with this sentiment. Wu Weiguo frowned, his fingers tightening into a fist, remaining silent. Chun Xianbei teased, "What's wrong? Are you thinking of hitting me? If you lack the ability to save them, why take it out on someone else?" He was deliberately stirring the pot. Ruoxi cast a penetrating glance at Chun Xianbei, suspecting that his mind was likely filled with malice. Ruoxi gently patted Wu Weiguo's shoulder, momentarily soothing his turbulent emotions. It is undoubtedly distressing to witness a brother in peril, helpless to render assistance. Such feelings of despair are entirely understandable. Ruoxi's voice was soft and gentle as she leaned closer to Wu Weiguo, whispering to him, "Brother Wu, do you remember the plans for the basement I constructed?" Wu Weiguo was taken aback, surprised by Ruoxi's direct inquiry. Of course, he remembered. He was acutely aware of every construction site he supervised, especially the substantial basement project that supported a large number of disabled workers. He knew that there was indeed a basement beneath the courtyard. However, it was highly likely that this basement served as Ruoxi's hideout, and revealing its existence carelessly could jeopardize her safety. Wu Weiguo discreetly glanced at Chun Xianbei, wondering why this unwelcome presence had not yet departed. Chun Xianbei observed the intimate exchange between Ruoxi and Wu Weiguo, his lips pressed tightly together, his brows furrowed into a single line. An inexplicable sense of jealousy surged within him. Why were they so close? In her heart, Ruoxi contemplated sending a message to Fu Yunmo, urging him to open the door and allow those individuals entry into the underground chamber to join the excavation efforts. Such an action would significantly expedite the progress of the project, increasing the workforce from 6 to nearly 15. Naturally, this approach bore considerable risks. Should any of them harbor malicious intentions, it could become challenging to manage the situation. Complete control was indeed feasible, as Fu Yunmo had previously studied psychology and possessed methods to hypnotize them into compliance, albeit with some inconvenience. She briefly outlined her plan to Brother Wu, focusing solely on the rescue aspect, promising to discuss further arrangements later. Should they refuse to be of service to her, she would not permit their departure. It was not out of cruelty. Rather, if she allowed them to leave, they would likely expose the location of her underground hideout. Wu Weiguo nodded appreciatively, while a worker nearby held a cross signal frame. Ruoxi sent a message to Fu Yunmo using a sporadic internet connection. If Fu Yunmo did not respond, it would mean that these individuals had met their fate, and the Grim Reaper was unwilling to spare them. In any case, Ruoxi had done her utmost. Nearby, a cave loomed, and Chun Xianbei feeling neglected, sought to assert his presence by suggesting, "Why don't we take refuge in the cave? What if zombies ascend the mountain?" Ruoxi spoke slowly. "The zombies have long ascended the mountain, and once they enter the cave, it truly becomes a dead end." Wu Weigua furrowed his brows repeatedly, questioning how there could be so many zombies in this mountainous suburb. Chun Xuanbei found a stone to sit upon and remarked, "A couple days ago, 2 courtyards experienced explosions. The explosions and the corpses attracted the zombies." As he uttered these words, he cast a meaningful glance at Ruoxi. Ruoxi chose to act as if she had not seen it. After all, as long as she remained silent, no one would know who was responsible. Wu Weigua's expression was tinged with surprise. "How did you know?" The 6 words seemed to be forced through gritted teeth, unable to suppress his amusement. Wu Weigua let out a chuckle. Ruoxi, with her expressionless face, leaned against a tree, seemingly enjoying the trust bestowed upon her by Brother Wu. Her mood appeared quite pleasant, allowing her to engage in playful banter with Chun Xuanbei. However, there remained a considerable possibility that Fu Yunma had not seen the message she sent, or perhaps he was deliberately feigning ignorance of it. Ruoxi shook her head, dispelling her fanciful thoughts. Her gaze shifted to the small courtyard, where the zombies had already overwhelmed the door, infiltrating the yard through the entrance, the walls, and even a back door. Meanwhile, a faint yellow light flickered within the wooden house, indicating that someone still remained inside. Ruoxi seemed to have anticipated the outcome. Whispering to Brother Wu, perhaps he didn't have time to save them. Wu Weigua's expression suddenly stiffened, without uttering a word. He attempted to leap from the small cliff to rescue his brothers. It must be said that Brother Wu, typically composed and unflappable, was driven by emotion when it came to his comrades, allowing his sentiments to take precedence. Ruoxi symbolically halted Brother Wu twice, urging him to regain his senses. Descending now would be tantamount to courting death. In an instant, Ruoxi's body suddenly stiffened as her keen ears caught the ominous sound once more. The zombies were approaching. The zombies were coming. She swiftly grasped Wu Weigua's hand, pulling him along the ridge, yet she realized that it appeared as though zombies were emerging from 3 directions. Chun Xuanbei remained in a daze, with the undead now upon them. They needed to flee, yet why had he stopped? Ruoxi's gaze was deep and inscrutable as she fixed her eyes on Chun Xuanbei, concealing her true thoughts and shimmering with a cold light. Chapter 56, Expansion. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over Chun Xuanbei. "What do you intend to do?" Ruoxi gestured towards the precipice below, remarking on his bravery for daring to confront her with 2 companions in tow. Chun Xuanbei sensed the unusual tone in her voice, yet found himself with no alternative but to leap into the abyss. The very thought of the plunge made him realize, in the blink of an eye, Ruoxi had mercilessly thrust him over the edge. "Since you are so courageous, do kindly descend and scout the path for us," she quipped. Chun Xuanbei, a man of intellect and composure, refrained from uttering a cry despite the sudden turn of events. To do so would only summon the undead to seal his fate. His 2 subordinates hesitated, contemplating whether to follow suit and safeguard their young master. Ruoxi called down, "Are you doing well down there?" Ruoxi heard no sound and was uncertain about her safety. However, at that moment, the zombies atop the mountain were drawn by the scent of humans and were closing in. There was no time left to hesitate. Suddenly, Chun Xuanbei spoke in a chilling tone, almost gritting his teeth as he said, "There's nothing down there. Jump without worry." Ruoxi began to shift her position. "Your words suffice. Let us leap to the left and refrain from jumping here." Chun Xuanbei effectively eliminated one erroneous option for them. He shone his flashlight to the left, revealing a patch of air. The ground was overrun with weeds, scarcely a trace of soil in sight. Clenching his fists, his face nearly turned the color of a liver in anger. Knowing that Brother Wu was currently in a state of deep despondency, Ruoxi gently patted his shoulder and said, "I will go down first. You stay here for now." Wu Weigua nodded, clearly devoid of any enthusiasm, as if he had lost half of his soul with the death of his brother. A few seconds later, Ruoxi landed safely, and everything below appeared to be in order. At that moment, Chun Xuanbei stepped aside, intent on using a knife to subdue Ruoxi. Ruoxi regarded it as a mere child's play. She casually snatched the weapon from his grasp and bound his hands with a rope. It was not that Chun Xuanbei did not wish to resist, but he found himself, a robust man, utterly subdued by the strength of a woman. Moreover, he sensed an otherworldly power emanating from Ruoxi. What kind of ability do you possess? Ruoxi secured Chun Xuanbei to a tree stump and blindfolded him with a mask. What on earth is the control system? Is it immensely powerful? Chun Xuanbei could not comprehend. He was rendered completely immobile. Initially, he wished to shout for help, but he feared attracting the zombies, so he could only patiently await his companions to rescue him. At that moment, he had even forgotten what his original intention was. He had been interrupted while attempting to win Ruoxi over and was now desperately evading the undead. After being ensnared by Ruoxi, he sought to subdue her, only to be effortlessly overpowered instead. A control-type ability, perhaps. Brother Wu, please hurry and come down one by one. As Ruoxi retreated before Wu Weigua and the others arrived, she wished to avoid lingering with them any longer. She took a detour to a nearby courtyard and discovered a moderately sized horde of zombies still foraging in the dead of night. It was uncertain whether the sheer number of zombies had increased or if this area had become a veritable red disaster zone. Fortunately, there was a dry well outside, which also had an entrance. Standing on a wooden barrel, she firmly grasped the rope and slowly descended, soon reaching the bottom of the well. The living room was dimly lit, suggesting that Fu Yunma was asleep and had not seen her message. The little rabbit slept soundly, while Ruoxi opened a bottle of beer and settled in the living room. The heat outside clung to her skin. Suddenly, a figure approached her silently from behind, although Ruoxi caught a hint of movement. Why had she woken up in the middle of the night? Fu Yunma sat across from her, also pouring himself a drink. Ruoxi heard this and nodded, continuing to enjoy her meal with delight. Fu Yunma asked with a profound meaning, "What does that text message signify?" Ruoxi was taken aback by his unexpected inquiry. She had assumed he had merely overlooked the message. It became clear that he was reluctant to save those individuals, which was rather typical of his demeanor. It held little significance. The intention was solely to rescue them, to have them toil for our cause. As the progress on the underground construction was exceedingly sluggish, and we required additional manpower, Fu Yunma fell into a contemplative silence before responding, "I concede that you are correct. However, this also implies that we may invite greater peril. Should we be exposed, hypothetically speaking, any misstep could potentially lead to irrevocable consequences, jeopardizing even the underground facility." Ruoxi was aware of his thoughts. In fact, she had contemplated this aspect from the very beginning. What if their secret were to be exposed? "Xiaofu, do you trust me?" Ruoxi continued her discourse, asserting that if he believed her, she would reveal the truth. If not, it mattered little, for he would inevitably come to trust her. Given her insistence, Fu Yunma acquiesced with a nod. "I believe you. Aside from you, I trust no one." At that moment, Tutu, who had unknowingly awakened, began to wail, yet Fu Yunma had no desire to soothe her. As he refrained, she rose to attend to the child. Upon discovering the source of the distress, she donned gloves and a series of protective measures, expertly changing Tutu's soiled diaper despite the unpleasant odor. "Indeed, I possess the ability to foresee the future. I know that one day, the Earth will fracture into countless fragments, each forming small celestial bodies, adrift in the ethereal cosmos." This revelation was undeniably true. Yet she pondered whether these recurring nightmares that had plagued her dreams were genuinely prophetic. However, given her prior foresight regarding Fu Yunhai's ascendance as a formidable figure in the impending apocalypse, she surmised an 80 probability of her visions being prophetic. Upon hearing this explanation, Fu Yunma fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly weighing the veracity of her words. In the presence of strangers, such claims would undoubtedly be met with skepticism. Yet, he understood Ruoxi. Her earnest demeanor was hardly indicative of deceit. "Are you certain your words hold truth? Could it merely be a fanciful dream?" Ruoxi shook her head, expressing that she had been plagued by these dreams almost every night for over half a month. This persistent unease was the very reason she had been eager to recruit more people to excavate an underground base. she feared that during a potential division of their base, they might be unfortunate enough to be split apart. A larger area would provide them with some assurance. At that moment, she felt there was no need for deceit. Moreover, aside from this rationale, Fu Yunma could hardly conceive of any other explanation that would persuade him. Concerning the matter of recruitment, rest assured and proceed boldly. I will do everything within my power to assist you. If anyone proves disobedient, I can subdue them with psychotropic medication. This was precisely what Ruoxi had in mind, as drug control or mental manipulation would only be necessary if someone, after joining, harbored intentions of betrayal. Chapter 57. The Mist. As Ruoxi returned to the main topic, she inquired, "So, those workers, did you truly not save them?" Fu Yunma fell silent, then shook his head. "I presumed you were being overly compassionate. I feared that it might bring you trouble, so I refrained from rescuing them." Ruoxi's mood remained largely unchanged. After all, when the zombies invaded the wooden cabin, the lights were still on, and those workers had indeed been unable to be saved. She had mentally prepared herself for this outcome. Brother Wu seemed intent on entering to search for his brother's body, but he was blocked. Now, Ruoxi faced a conundrum: how to utilize these workers for her purposes. At this moment, Chun Xuanbei was closely following Brother Wu and his group, seemingly having anticipated her intention to seek out Brother Wu once more. All she could do now was wait and observe the unfolding events. She re-entered the monitoring room to review the footage from the basement. The workers had been rescued and were now assigned to rest in the rooms beneath the courtyard. It was truly an unexpected delight. Ruoxi had not anticipated that Fu Yunma had a significant plan up his sleeve. However, the rooms in the courtyard contained very few plants, and those that were present were barely alive, making it difficult for the workers to breathe. As Ruoxi arrived at the threshold of the room, she discovered, as expected, that every door stood ajar. The workers lay sprawled at the entrance, their bodies trembling from a lack of oxygen. As Ruoxi arrived at this place, she was immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth that left her feeling somewhat breathless. She proceeded to place a dozen or so pots of plants on the ground. The workers, noticing her presence, quickly rose to their feet, their vigilance directed towards her. Some recognized her, while others did not. Who is she? The wife of the Savior? She is the true proprietor of this basement. I have participated in its construction. They hurried over, extending their hands in greeting, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for rescuing us. We shall repay this life-saving grace. Ruoxi, uninterested in the pleasantries, gestured towards the plants on the ground, lifting them and offering them to the workers. Her tone was neither warm nor cold, yet it exuded a subtle gentleness. You are injured. Please stay here for now. Place these plants in your room, and should they wither and cause you difficulty in breathing, do not hesitate to seek me out. The workers expressed their profound gratitude, nearly bowing to her in thanks. Fortunately, Ruoxi managed to prevent them from doing so, as each of them was 2 or 3 decades her senior, even older than her parents. She feared it might shorten her own life. There is no need for such formalities. If you are willing, I have work available. Should you prefer not to venture outside, I can provide you with shelter and sustenance, ensuring you are never hungry, along with entertainment options such as playing mahjong. One of the workers inquired with curiosity, "Mahjong? Do you have a mahjong table here?" Ruoxi nodded, aware that she could not divulge too much, as revealing too much would be unwise. The workers, initially quite pleased, suddenly seemed to falter in their expressions. However, we have our leader to consider. We must seek his opinion, and only with his consent can we proceed. Forgive us, dear benefactor. The workers displayed looks of discomfort. Ruoxi comprehended the nature of their lingering concerns. Your wounds are merely trifling. A touch of ointment will suffice. I hold no disdain for you. Should I engage your services in the future, barring any fundamental issues, I shall not dismiss you lightly. The workers' spirits finally found solace. We have grown accustomed to our injuries. Each of us is a rugged man, requiring no salve. The current prices of medicine are exorbitant. The funds for purchasing such remedies could sustain us for an entire week. Ruoxi remained silent, quietly placing just the right amount of alcohol and bandages. Upon returning to her room, she spent a sleepless night contemplating how to effectively manage the individuals under her care. Ultimately, she decided to implement a point system, allowing individuals to earn points through regular attendance or overtime work. The utility of these points was akin to currency. They could be used to purchase items or wager in games of mahjong. Additionally, there was a need for a manager, as the workers' dormitory lacked a supervisor. It was also imperative to establish rules, rewards, and penalties. For instance, if someone engaged in rowdy behavior, a certain number of points would be deducted. For more severe infractions, confinement would be enforced until remorse was exhibited. Persistent offenders would face the indignity of being shackled while working, enduring a series of lashes as punishment. These notions were merely preliminary ideas. The immediate challenge lay in establishing contact with Brother Wu on the ground. Chun Xuanbei had been trailing him, and a strategy was necessary to divert their attention. It was 4 a.m, and Ruoxi found herself unable to sleep any longer. So she resolved to rise and engage in some good deeds. Wu Weigua and Chun Xuanbei's men lay asleep on the lawn. Neither side had managed to drift into slumber, gazing at the starry sky as the first light of dawn began to emerge in the distance. However, a white mist began to waft through the air, and by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. What was that smell? Witnessing his comrades succumbing one after another, Chun Xuanbei covered his mouth and nose and attempted to flee. Yet, after just a few steps, his legs grew weak and his eyelids felt heavy. With a thud, he too collapsed. As everyone fell into unconsciousness and the mist dissipated, Ruoxi gradually emerged from the shadows. She produced a syringe and aimed it at Wu Weigua's arm, piercing it with precision. In that instant, Wu Weigua was jolted awake by the sharp pain, rising to rub his head. Wu Weigua. In that moment, it felt as if a half-dead fish had suddenly flopped back into the pond, gasping for air, overwhelmed with joy. In order to prevent Chun Xuanbei from feigning unconsciousness, Ruoxi preemptively administered an anesthetic injection, anticipating that it would be quite some time before he regained consciousness. However, to maintain a semblance of humanity, she refrained from administering the anesthetic to his 2 other subordinates, allowing them to awaken early to attend to Chun Xuanbei. With Wu Weigua, the total number of individuals present in the basement reached approximately 20. Thus, it became imperative to ensure a steady supply of oxygen. Ruoxi also arranged over 50 pots of plants. Upon the arrival of the first batch of workers, they spotted their leader and rushed towards him, exclaiming, "Boss, you're here too." Chapter 58. The rules. Ruoxi maintained a composed demeanor as she suggested they sit down and deliberate at a leisurely pace. You have endured hunger for so long, and even last night, upon receiving supplies, you hesitated to eat, fearing that Chun Xuanbei might snatch them away. This place feels secure. Please, satiate your hunger. Her considerate words deepened the respect the workers held for her. They had indeed been famished for several days, and their bodies had become weak from deprivation. Previously, they could nibble on tree bark to stave off hunger, but now the mere thought of food made them nauseous, akin to suffering from anorexia. Yet, in a struggle for survival, they compelled themselves to eat, even if the sight of food turned their stomachs. Only after Wu Weigua nodded in agreement did the workers dare to begin their meal. Sister Ruoxi, you have been a tremendous help. I cannot thank you enough. Ruoxi spoke directly and to the point. I have a project that requires approximately 20 workers for its construction. Would you be willing to join? Without asking any questions this time, Wu Weigua readily agreed. Certainly. Ruoxi appeared somewhat taken aback. Does he not fear that she might betray him? Would you not inquire about the rewards and other matters? Ruoxi handed a freshly washed, large apple to Wu Weigua, indicating that he could enjoy it while they conversed. Wu Weigua accepted it with a sincere and hearty smile that radiated authenticity. Your matters are my concerns as well, he declared. Moreover, you have rendered me such immense assistance by saving my brothers and providing us with shelter and supplies. We should be expressing our gratitude rather than expecting anything in return. Indeed, Ruoxi was aware that her actions had greatly aided them. Yet initially, she feared that Wu Weigua harbored aspirations of venturing out into the world. However, it now appeared that his benevolent heart was steadfastly devoted to his brothers, lacking any ambitions of personal advancement. Wu Weigua's conduct before and after the apocalypse, addressing employment issues for the disabled, and his unwavering loyalty to his injured comrades demonstrated his profound sense of duty. At last, Ruoxi's anxious heart could finally find solace. The working hours were from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., with a 1-hour lunch break, totaling merely 6 hours of work each day, and 4 days off each month. The remuneration was based on a point system. With perfect attendance, one would earn 900 points monthly, and, combined with working hours, each individual could approximately accumulate 6,000 points per month. Wu Weiguo listened in a daze, baffled by the concept of points and their purpose. Ruoxi patiently elucidated at that time, I shall allocate a room to establish a small supermarket, along with a designated counter where purchases can only be made through the redemption of points. Naturally, we will also implement a system of rewards and penalties. Theft and fighting will result in point deductions, and offenders will face disciplinary measures, with more egregious transgressions leading to confinement in a small dark room, reminiscent of the jails in America during the last century. Wu Weiguo couldn't help but applaud, exclaiming, Sister Ruoxi, your intellect is truly remarkable. Ruoxi continued in a nonchalant manner, Of course, your assistance is essential in this matter. Otherwise, I cannot manage so many individuals alone. They are primarily workers you have brought in, and they generally heed your words. It is necessary for you to solidify their loyalty. Whether this will bring about any complications remains uncertain, as the future is rife with possibilities. Ruoxi exchanged a few pleasantries before waving her hand and departing, thus solidifying the matter at hand. You all barely slept throughout the night. It would be prudent for you to rest for a while. I shall arrange for someone to deliver your daily necessities shortly. As for the subsequent remarks made by the workers, Ruoxi paid little heed, for she too had not closed her eyes all night and was indeed weary, longing to collapse upon her bed and drift into a deep slumber. Just as she emerged, she unexpectedly encountered Fu Yunma. Did you not assert that there was no hope for their rescue? Ruoxi raised an eyebrow, her gaze tinged with a hint of playful amusement. Fu Yunma tilted his head, muttering, You big fool, you actually believe the lies. TCH, that stubborn and proud man. Ruoxi smiled gently. I will place the daily necessities into the cart shortly. If you are free, you could assist me in delivering them. Fu Yunma, takenabak, seemed momentarily speechless, as if his throat had constricted. After a pause, he slowly replied, Are you truly considering taking them in? With so many people, the cost for food, supplies, and drink will be substantial. You must not succumb to a misguided sense of compassion. Please reconsider your path. Ruoxi shrugged nonchalantly, for she was not in want of resources. The supplies she had hoarded were sufficient to last her for several lifetimes. Moreover, she had employed them to expand the basement. It would be unthinkable to confine them just as one would an enemy, offering them merely a steamed bun a day. The responsibility for the basement expansion now rested with them, so there is no need for you to concern yourself. Simply relax and take it easy. Fu Yunma opened his mouth to speak but ultimately swallowed his words. What about Fu Yuant and the others? Oh dear, she almost forgot about those 6 individuals. As Ruoxi entered a room, she pushed a cart filled with everyday necessities out. Deliver these items to the workers first. I will handle those 6 individuals. Fu Yunma gazed at Ruoxi's graceful silhouette, filled with concern. The sudden influx of people in the basement heightened the atmosphere significantly. Was this truly for the best? Fu Yunma turned and prepared to head towards the workers' quarters. He opened his mouth, intending to call out to her, Little mischief maker. After Ruoxi waved her hand. The little rabbit was crying. You should comfort her, or perhaps I shall take her away. Alas, I almost forgot that when Xiao Fuzi becomes overly emotional, her skin develops corpse spots. If those workers were to discover the presence of zombies in the basement, it would surely incite chaos among them. The workers gazed in astonishment at the plethora of everyday items, towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and the like, rendering them speechless. Wu Weiguo also fell into silence, eventually managing to utter a few words. Sister Ruo, how do you possess such an abundance of supplies? You even have toothpaste. When they were on the ground, even clothing was a luxury. They wore only a single garment. If they needed to change after bathing in the river, they would scavenge clothes from the deceased. After all, without factories, clothing had become exceedingly rare. Ruoxi, unwilling to divulge further details, merely smiled and said, Brother Wu, as you are aware, I am quite the homebody. During my periods of not traveling, I typically remain indoors. Hence, I have accumulated a rather excessive stockpile of supplies. Wu Weigua picked up a toothbrush that, even before the apocalypse, cost 10 yuan apiece, his hand trembling slightly. However, this is rather excessive, isn't it? Ruoxi tilted her head in confusion and replied, "Is it a lot?" "It's manageable." As she prepared to leave, Wu Weigua hurriedly caught up with her and inquired, "I heard there is another man here. What is his relation to you?" Ruoxi cast a calm glance over Brother Wu's entire figure. His muscular physique, paired with a pair of glasses that lent him an air of scholarly elegance, seemed to be in stark contrast with his appearance and demeanor. Coupled with his current bashful expression, the sight became even more peculiar. Chapter 59, Seizing Water. Ruoxi also noticed that Brother Wu's face had flushed, as though he felt a twinge of embarrassment in posing the question. She could not comprehend the meaning behind Brother Wu's expression, yet she was resolute in her decision to prevent him from encountering Fu Yunma. Furthermore, she would strive to keep Fu Yunma away from the workers whenever possible. After all, the term zombie evoked sheer terror, and she feared that the workers would oppose Fu Yunma's presence. "Oh, him? My husband usually stays at home with the children. He is quite the homebody and does not relish going out. It's likely that you won't see him for another 6 months." The expression on Wu Weigua's face was laden with disappointment. "Oh, I see. So, you actually have a husband and children? You look rather young, though." Ruoxi ceased her attempts at conversation, turning on her heel to depart, for there were more pressing matters awaiting her. "Wait," Wu Weigua called out, halting Ruoxi in her tracks. Inside, Ruoxi had begun to feel a growing impatience. What was wrong? Her tone was laced with annoyance, evident to anyone within earshot. Wu Weigua furrowed his brow, pondering when they might commence work. The workers were brimming with enthusiasm, eager to start earning points immediately. To prevent them from idling, Ruoxi led Wu Weigua to a neighboring locked room and retrieved a key to unlock the door. Inside was a mahjong room where the workers could entertain themselves without spending any points. Wu Weigua's eyes widened in astonishment. The workers were not merely fantasizing. There truly was a mahjong table. Amidst his shock, Ruoxi tossed him a spare key to the mahjong room, leaving him with a parting comment before darting away like a shooting star. He realized that if he mislaid the key, the opportunity for mahjong would be lost forever. Suddenly, he slapped himself. Could this possibly be a dream? Finally free from Wu Weigua's incessant inquiries, Ruoxi longed for a peaceful slumber. Lying on the soft bed, her mind drifted back to the engineering plans, rendering sleep impossible. Now that they had workers, what should be done about Fu Yuan's 6 sluggish laborers? Should they be eliminated outright? Lost in thought, Ruoxi found herself at the door of the holding room and stepped inside. Upon seeing her, Fu Yuan had already exhausted his strength to resist, slumped against the wall like a marionette devoid of spirit. Meanwhile, Zhang Lao was pestering Ma Lisu for water, his lips cracked and bleeding. Among the 6, only Ma Lisu possessed the awakened water-based ability, leading the others to seek her out when parched. However, Ma Lisu had also collapsed on the filthy ground from starvation, motionless and devoid of energy. "Grandmother, I truly have no strength left. I've exhausted all my energy." Zhang Lao mercilessly struck Ma Lisu with his cane, his rage palpable, and the air was filled with dull thuds, yet no cries of anguish could be heard. They were all too weak to respond, except for Zhang Lao, who still had the energy to strike others for their buns. At that moment, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, "Do you wish for water?" The 6 turned in unison, their eyes brimming with intense desire. Of course they wanted it. Yet, recalling the atrocities Ruoxi had inflicted upon them over the past month and a half, they fell into collective silence. Rather, it was Fu Yuan, his face etched with exhaustion, who leaned forward towards the cage, questioning her sincerity. "Will you truly give it? Stop pretending to be a benevolent person. Isn't it exhausting to feign compassion? Haven't we reached this pitiful state because of you? Had it not been for you, we would be enjoying a feast outside, reveling in our freedom, instead of being reduced to this wretched existence. What have we done to deserve this? At least I have done nothing to wrong you. Yet you have so ruthlessly plotted against me, even sending someone to infiltrate our team and bring us here, despite their deteriorating physical condition." Fu Yuan managed to voice his grievances, prompting Ruoxi to applaud encouragingly. Well said. Were you not initially drawn to me with ulterior motives? She chose not to elaborate further. The events of her previous life were a tale only those who had experienced it could comprehend. She was a person who believed in retribution, and she would exact it with deadly precision. Struck by the truth of her words, Fu Yuan's face flushed with anger, a torrent of curses swirling in his mind. Yet he ultimately lacked the strength to articulate them, yearning instead to rend his throat in frustration. Ruoxi produced a bottle of water, shaking it before them with a teasing smile playing on her lips. Would you like some? All 6 individuals nodded eagerly. Their expectations for food had diminished to mere wishes for a bottle of water to quench their thirst. The sweltering summer heat was unbearable. The humidity was suffocating, making them feel as though their heads might explode. Ruoxi smiled lightly, playfully splashing water. Meanwhile, the other 6, like marksmen, focused intently on the bullseye, shifting their aim in perfect synchrony with its movement. With a swift feint, Ruoxi tossed the bottle of water into the fray. The water tumbled to the feet of Fu Yuan, who quickly crouched to retrieve it. In an instant, the light before him was eclipsed by shadows. This afternoon, we indulged in hot pot, and I discovered an extraordinary combination of broth. We must give it a try. We opened 2 bottles of beer, complemented by a refreshing mint lychee soda, utterly delightful. Beside us, the surveillance screen displayed a chaotic scene as my once haughty parents and grandparents grappled over a single bottle of water. Ma Lisu endured quite the beating, her face bruised and frothing at the mouth. Fu Yuan appeared to be in distress as well, clutching his lower body in agony, crouched in a corner attempting to regain his composure. In a moment of distraction, the 4 fighting over the bottle inadvertently kicked him, leaving him no respite to recover. Suddenly, Ruo's father gained the upper hand, triumphantly raising the water, intent on pouring it into his mouth. In a bid for the prize, Zhang Lao forcefully struck his hand, sending the already opened bottle crashing to the ground. Time seemed to freeze as the 6 of them wore varied expressions. Zhang Lao hurriedly picked up the water and drained the last drop, leaving none for anyone else. Even Zhang Lao's partner, Ruo Lao, bore a rather grim expression. The scene was indescribably chaotic and bloody. Oh dear! Ruoxi, with a face full of disdain, switched off the surveillance, finding it utterly revolting. She took a couple of sips of milk tea to calm herself. Chapter 60, Theft. As Ruoxi made her way towards the workers' dormitory, Fu Yunma suddenly appeared and called out to her. You've been frequenting that place lately. May I inquire what keeps you so occupied? Would you like me to assist you? Fu Yunma felt a twinge of grievance. You seem to be dismissive of me. Before the arrival of those workers, he was the sole man by her side. But now, a horde of unpleasant men. Moreover, Ruoxi had recently engaged in conversation with him less and less, spending nearly every day there. Fu Yunma had initially intended to accompany her to discern what she was so busy with, but she resolutely forbade it, even resorting to the silent treatment as a threat. Had she truly lost her novelty for him? Fu Yunma resolved to intensify his efforts in the coming days, experimenting with various dishes that would appeal to Ruoxi's palate, aiming to win her heart through her stomach. Ruoxi nonchalantly tousled Fu Yunma's hair. Sigh. This marks her inaugural foray into the realm of romance. She yearned to consult someone. Are all men this melodramatic, this infatuated? I am doing this for your own good. You are on the brink of succumbing to the undead. If they discover your state, it could prove detrimental. Fu Yunma pressed his lips together and remarked, Ultimately, you still disdain the fact that I am a zombie. Oh dear, this little temper of his is quite stubborn, a habit she has indulged. Fu Yunma was frantically banging on the door from within. You little drama queen. What are you doing? Let me out. Ruoxi no longer wished to engage in conversation with him. This infatuated lover had reduced her intellect to a mere shadow of its former self. She was undeniably correct in her assertions. The current appearance of Fu Yunma, if discovered by the workers, would undoubtedly incite a wave of unwarranted panic. Ruoxi now harbors grave suspicions that Fu Yunma's transformation into a zombie has been accompanied by a gradual decline in his intellect. Upon arriving at the small shop near the workers' dormitory, Ruoxi retrieved her key to unlock the door, a task that should have been straightforward. However, she inadvertently noticed a long white streak on the lock. Could it be that someone attempted to pick the lock? After a brief moment of hesitation, she opened the door and began to inventory the goods, confirming that indeed 2 bottles of beer and 3 packs of cigarettes were missing. Ruoxi's expression grew serious, perhaps due to the fact that some workers, noticing her youth, felt emboldened to indulge their desires. However, this response is not unexpected. Among 20 workers, it is unlikely that all possess amiable dispositions, and 1 or 2 may indeed have unscrupulous intentions. Yet, such behavior cannot be overlooked. The occurrence of one transgression often paves the way for another. This presents an opportunity for Ruoxi to assert her authority before the workers, thereby reminding them of her current standing. At that moment, Wu Weigua happened to pass by and noticed Ruoxi lost in thought at the entrance. Concerned, he inquired, "What troubles you, Ruoxi? You seem rather disheartened. Is there an issue with the construction materials?" Ruoxi shook her head and calmly stated, "Last night, someone picked the lock and stole items from the convenience store." Wu Weigua, who had initially been smiling, suddenly became rigid upon hearing her words, his pupils dilating slightly as they transformed into a glare of fury. "Damn it, which scoundrel did this?" Wu Weigua immediately summoned everyone, including those still engaged in a game of mahjong. Reluctantly, they set aside their tiles and stepped forward at the call of their leader. Ruoxi cast a glance at the idle workers, each of whom belonged to the lower echelons of society. In their moments of ennui, they resorted to smoking, drinking, or engaging in card games and mahjong to pass the time. Moreover, the absence of mobile phones exacerbated this addiction. In recent days, she had indeed overlooked this fact. After enduring hardship for so long, the workers were undoubtedly eager to savor the sweetness of their labor and yearned for more. The workers chattered animatedly, speculating about why Wu Weigua had summoned them so unexpectedly. What could this be about? He called us out of the blue. Let's wrap this up quickly so I can finish my last game. My luck is quite good tonight. Upon hearing this, Ruoxi's expression darkened. Wu Weigua, growing increasingly incensed, pulled out his belt and struck the worker who had spoken. "The boss has something to say, and this is your attitude? You are to be punished with 1,000 push-ups, and 2 days' worth of food will be withheld." The workers, now confronted with the prospect of punishment, turned pale, their demeanor shifting dramatically. "I was merely speaking up. Is it really necessary to punish me?" One dared to retort, but Wu Weigua, having previously held back, was now prepared to unleash his full wrath. Ruoxi thoughtfully handed over a long whip adorned with thorns, advising, "Don't ruin your belt. Use this instead." Wu Weigua naturally accepted it, his movements slightly delayed for a moment, yet he summoned all his strength to swing it, striking the worker, who cried out in pain and pleaded for mercy. "I was wrong. Truly, I genuinely understand my mistake. Please, boss, don't." The other workers exchanged glances, retreating a step in unison. Ruoxi waved her hand dismissively, her voice resonating with authority, akin to a resilient and formidable general, starkly contrasting her usual amiable demeanor. "The reason for convening you all here today is to discuss the rules. There are regulations for survival, just as there are for the workplace." Someone interjected, "But we haven't even started working yet. This is leisure time, and playing mahjong is not wrong." If Ruoxi had foreseen the presence of such an impolite contrarian, one who interjects before allowing others to finish their thoughts, she would have felt utterly disregarded. Thus, her tone grew increasingly severe, her gaze icy, fixed upon the worker as if he were a wretch on the brink of death. "Should you dare to interrupt while the boss speaks, do not expect to partake in even a morsel of my sustenance for the next 7 days," she declared. "Before you utter a word, consider the shelter you inhabit, the food you consume, and the belongings you possess. Who is it that provides for you?" The worker, stung by her sharp retort, felt his face flush with indignation. Yet upon reflection, he recognized the truth in Ruoxi's words and chose to remain silent. In the aftermath, he expressed deep regret for his foolish outburst, acknowledging the absurdity of his earlier remarks. Ruoxi's piercing gaze, dark and unsettling, swept over the workers, causing them to tremble in fear. Ruoxi continued, "Although I have yet to assign you any tasks, do not presume that you can act without decorum. The rent for your dormitory amounts to 400 points per month. and your daily sustenance costs 20 points. I shall keep meticulous records of these expenses, which will be deducted from your first month's salary. There is no such thing as a free lunch. In my domain, I am the law. If you choose not to comply, feel free to venture outside and deliver supplies to the zombies. There are plenty of individuals eager to step into your shoes. Ruoxi, taken aback by Ruoxi's unexpectedly cold demeanor, found himself at a loss for words. Finally, Ruoxi produced a pair of shackles and requested Ruoxi's assistance in distributing them. The crowd was puzzled as to the purpose of these shackles, yet after witnessing her earlier display, no one dared to voice their concerns, fully aware that disobedience would lead to dire consequences. Chapter 61. Fear when they refrained from questioning her. Ruoxi took the initiative to explain. Each of you will wear one of these shackles. They merely restrict your ability to run. Walking normally poses no significant issue. I do not wish to control you, but I must guard against any treachery among you. With that, she surveyed the workers once more. Among them was Liu Biao, who wore a disdainful expression throughout Ruoxi's speech, exuding arrogance. I won't heed your empty words. You merely provided us with some food while imposing limitations on our freedom. Do you take us for your slaves? Ruoxi had likely caught wind of his attitude. Liu Biao, being the second in command among the workers, had followed their leader, Ruoxi, from the beginning, and his demeanor was that of a brash character, akin to a domineering serpent. It was likely that this disobedience stemmed from Liu Biao's instigation. As Ruoxi prepared to respond, several workers could no longer tolerate Liu Biao's insolence and stepped forward to defend her. What do you mean by that, Liu? Though she may be younger than us, she is our boss. You consume her provisions and reside under her roof. Who gives you the right to speak so rudely? Calling her you? How shameless can you be? Indeed, how can you treat her this way? You seem confused. Perhaps a few days of hunger and cold will teach you a lesson. It is not her fault. You are the one who cannot even discern your direction due to your empty stomach. Ruoxi had a distinct impression of these workers. They were the first to save their lives. Finally, there was a group of reliable individuals. Liu Biao, witnessing so many workers rallying around Ruoxi, grew increasingly furious and bellowed, "Silence. Stop chattering like a nagging woman." His arrogance was palpable. Ruoxi realized how volatile his temperament was. She could not indulge him. For if she did, he would only become more brazen, ultimately attempting to dominate and act with impunity. Liu Biao, through malicious provocation and verbal abuse, was sentenced to 15 days in a confinement room. Everyone was taken aback. What exactly was the confinement room? Ruoxi spoke in an indifferent tone, likening the situation to a prison cell, confined for 15 days, with only the means to eat, drink, and relieve oneself. The daily sustenance amounted to merely 3 buns and a bowl of water. Liu Biao, naturally, would not acquiesce. He stormed forward, intent on seizing Ruoxi's collar in an attempt to intimidate her. Are you intending to treat me like a dog? How dare you? I refuse to comply. As Ruoxi unleashed her extraordinary abilities, the long whip lying behind her unexpectedly levitated in midair, striking fiercely towards Liu Biao. After enduring the first lash, Liu Biao, in pain, released his grip on Ruoxi. However, the whip showed no sign of ceasing its assault. The workers, having never witnessed such a phenomenon, stood in astonishment. What kind of ability could possibly control objects with mere thought? Regardless of its classification, this power was utterly terrifying. Had she desired Liu Biao's life, his head would have surely tumbled to the ground. Alas, Liu Biao had encountered a formidable opponent. In her eyes, he was merely an insignificant insect, a fool who had embarrassed himself greatly. The agony coursing through Liu Biao intensified, and with the humiliation from the onlookers, he cast a venomous glare at Ruoxi. His malice lay bare. This woman must pay. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his fire-based abilities in a sudden ambush against Ruoxi. Ruoxi shouted urgently, "Ruoxi, get out of the way!" Yet, as if foreseeing the attack, Ruoxi effortlessly dodged and intensified the force of the whip against Liu Biao. With her stunning beauty, she loomed over him like a pristine flower atop a lofty peak, while Liu Biao resembled a toad wallowing in a muddy pit. At that moment, battered by the whip, Liu Biao writhed in agony, casting a desperate glance at Ruoxi for salvation. After all, he was still his brother, having stood by him for so long. It would be disheartening if he were to perish like this. Wu Weiguo approached Ruoxi, pleading, I believe after this beating, he should understand his mistake. Perhaps we could let this matter rest? He glanced at Lu Biao, who lay on the ground, his legs drenched in blood. As Ruoxi observed the education of others nearing completion, she decided to halt. If a lesson was not imparted, he would undoubtedly become increasingly audacious in the future. I hope you can comprehend my intentions. Wu Weiguo nodded earnestly, expressing his understanding. I understand, truly I do. Please do not misconstrue my words. I merely fear that if someone were to harm him, we would lose a laborer. Wu Weiguo was indeed commendable, as he recognized his place. Ruoxi, initially feeling a surge of anger, managed to suppress it. Approaching Lu Biao, she wore a gentle smile. This is merely a minor lesson. Should there be a next time? Oh, no, there will not be a next time. I shall take your life before you err again. Though her words dripped with a fierce undercurrent, her tone remained soothing, embodying the essence of a captivating yet unpredictable beauty. Lu Biao shivered, his body instinctively shrinking as he nodded fervently. Rest assured, there will not be a next time. I genuinely recognize my mistake. Since he acknowledged his fault, Ruoxi chose not to press further. After all, her harshness was intended to establish authority, to conquer these individuals with formidable strength and bend them to her will. Reflecting upon her own stance, in a world where the strong prevailed and the weak suffered, she would not yield to a powerless woman. However, a woman of considerable strength would certainly command her respect. The purpose of gathering everyone was not solely to occupy their time. Rather, it was to address the recent theft at the convenience store. Last night, a thief had intruded and made away with 2 bottles of liquor and 3 packs of cigarettes. And that thief was among you. The workers began to murmur among themselves, casting suspicious glances. I saw you lurking by the convenience store entrance last night. It couldn't possibly be you. Do not speak nonsense. I was merely curious about what the store looked like and glanced in through the window. Moreover, if you make such accusations, then you too are a suspect. Your knowledge of my curiosity implies that you... And thus, the argument erupted once more. Ruoxi commanded with an authoritative voice, silence. In an instant, the workers fell silent, clearly intimidated by the recent punishment meted out by Ruoxi. This was splendid, precisely as she had desired. I have installed surveillance cameras in the small shop, equipped with night vision capabilities. I can simply review the footage later. As for the workers, it suffices to monitor the surveillance directly. Ruoxi smiled, for I wish to offer the thief an opportunity. Should he step forward voluntarily, the punishment would be lenient. However, if he waited until I reviewed the surveillance footage to expose him, then the consequences would be far graver. Chapter 62, Rebellion. Ruoxi cast a meaningful glance at the departing Lu Biao, as if to convey that this is the inevitable outcome. Soon, someone inside began to panic, cowering in a corner with an expression of guilt. He resembled a student dozing off in class, convinced that the teacher could not discern his drowsiness. Yet in reality, the teacher observed everything in the classroom with unwavering clarity. Ruoxi immediately noticed the thief, who appeared to be even younger than herself, likely around 18 or 19 years of age. Ruoxi was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated the presence of such young individuals among them. Most likely, he was the darling of the workers. It was no wonder then that, having been indulged, he began to act with impunity. However, she would not excuse him simply for his youth. Even Wu Weiguo, when he erred, was no exception in her eyes. Ruoxi cast a glance at Wu Weiguo and inquired about the name of the individual in the corner. Wu Weiguo was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "That is my cousin, Wu Xiaojun. Although he tends to be a bit mischievous, he should not engage in such." Before he could finish his sentence, he turned to observe his cousin's expression, which was unmistakably one of guilty conscience, leaving him feeling profoundly disheartened. Ruoxi gently patted Wu Weiguo's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. After all, parental discipline can often be the most severe. However, this gesture did little to quell the simmering anger within Wu Weiguo. It was utterly humiliating to have his sister present during such an incident. He strode purposefully towards the crowd, his expression darkening as he zeroed in on Wu Xiaojun. Sensing the impending confrontation, Wu Xiaojun, quick-witted as ever, instinctively turned on his heel and fled. This escape only served to confirm that the thief was indeed Wu Xiaojun, igniting Wu Weigu's fury. "You little rascal, dare you run? Just wait until I break your legs and arms." The area designated for the basement workers was already quite confined, and with the assistance of the other workers, Wu Xiaojun was soon apprehended. Wu Weigua seized a nearby feather duster and began to strike Wu Xiaojun. Held firmly by others, had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure the punishment. Ruoxi stood by calmly, her mind occupied with other thoughts. Although this group of workers did not harbor ill intentions, their clumsiness and lack of discipline posed a significant issue that warranted resolution. Indeed, it was essential to employ shackles to restrict their actions, coupled with stringent penalties. Otherwise, incidents of theft would likely recur. Once the situation had been sufficiently addressed, Ruoxi spoke up to call a halt, deeming the punishment a mere trifle for him. A few days of hunger would suffice to impart the lesson. Wu Weigua adjusted his collar, still brimming with energy, his face swollen to a hue reminiscent of liver from indignation. Ruoxi was right. He ought to be confined to a small dark room for a fortnight to learn his lesson. Ruoxi cast a fleeting glance at Wu Xiaojun, who stared back defiantly, clearly aggrieved. In this stage of adolescence, such youths often exhibit a hint of rebellion. Confining him to a small, dark room was a waste of youthful potential, leaving him idle and unproductive. If he were to pilfer 2 bottles of liquor and 3 packs of cigarettes, totaling 100 points, then a deduction of 1,000 points from his first month's salary would be appropriate, a tenfold penalty for his theft. Wu Xiaojun, rising in resistance, was swiftly subdued. "No way. 1,000 points deducted? Are you robbing me?" His defiance further incensed Wu Weigua, who promptly delivered 2 sharp slaps. He had caught the essence of Ruo Mei's earlier suggestion, which was an attempt to spare Wu Xiaojun's dignity. Yet the boy continued to spout nonsense and refused to acquiesce. At that moment, Wu Weigua felt as though a herd of green horses galloped across his mind. "You little rascal, why not express your gratitude to Sister Ruo?" Wu Xiaojun, having been coddled since childhood, was unaccustomed to such treatment. His eyes reddened instantly, his voice quavering as he struggled against Wu Weigua's grasp. "My parents entrusted me to you, not for you to strike me. You have no right to lay hands on me." In that instant, the boy's pride felt trampled beneath the weight of humiliation, shattering like glass. He shot a few resentful glances at Ruoxi before turning to flee. Initially, Ruoxi had attempted to intervene when Wu Weigua struck, exclaiming, "In this day and age, do children still have the audacity to steal?" Why was he venting his frustrations on her? Was he merely a bully who preyed on the weak? After all, it was Wu Weigua who had struck him. She had not laid a finger on him. Wu Weigua, upon hearing Wu Xiaojun's outburst, felt a pang of regret and guilt. After all, Wu Xiaojun had lost his parents at a tender age, and it was Wu Weigua who had raised him. Despite the boy deserving some reprimand, he was still family. Blood is thicker than water. And inflicting pain on Wu Xiaojun also caused him sorrow. When he noticed a worker attempting to console Wu Xiaojun, Wu Weigua intervened with a stern tone. "Do not approach him. He is being coddled. He acts like a victim despite being in the wrong. Who is he trying to fool?" Though worry gnawed at his heart, his words betrayed a different sentiment. Ruoxi seized the opportunity to declare, from this point forward, anyone caught stealing shall not only face monetary penalties, but shall also be confined in a dark room for a duration determined by the quantity of their theft. Do you all comprehend this? The workers replied in unison, "We understand." After the recent incident, who would dare to engage in such behavior? Once their wages are distributed, wouldn't it be far more enjoyable to revel in freedom rather than risk a tenfold deduction of their earnings and confinement? Ruoxi gently patted Wu Weigua's shoulder once more, for she understood the predicament he faced. On one hand lay justice, and on the other, the bond of blood with his cousin. Indeed, Brother Wu found himself in a challenging position. However, this experience imparted a crucial lesson. Within the workforce, it is imperative that there not be a singular manager. One must identify another capable individual to rival Brother Wu, fostering a competitive spirit between them. Should there be only one leader, it is highly likely that they may overshadow their superior, which could prove detrimental to Ruoxi. casting her gaze over the workers. She acknowledged that she needed to spend the coming days getting to know them better. Wu Weigua, with his head bowed in embarrassment, expressed his regret, saying, "I am truly sorry, Ruoxi. Our family has produced such a disappointing individual. Thank you for your kindness in supporting Xiao Jun just now." Ruoxi smiled innocently, assuring with a light-hearted tone that if there were to be another occasion, the circumstances would not be as lenient. Wu Weigua straightened his back, pledging with resolute conviction, "Rest assured, I shall take good care of him. There will certainly not be a next time." Yet, who could truly foresee what lay ahead? As Ruoxi cast a glance at Wu Xiaojuan's obstinate and rebellious silhouette, she couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Having a relative in a leadership position at work truly offers an invaluable safeguard. "Cherish this opportunity, you foolish boy." Wu Weigua inquired again, "By the way, how many days until the project commences?" The brothers have been idle for far too long and are eager to get to work. Such eagerness is palpable. Ruoxi's eyes sparkled with amusement. The 6 individuals under Fu Yuanan's oversight were confined to a separate darkroom, situated far from the construction site. Yet, the filth within remained stubbornly uncleaned, necessitating another day or two of waiting. Particularly concerning were the claw marks and bloodstains on the walls, which must remain concealed from the workers. Thus, a fresh coat of paint was imperative. Chapter 63. Secrets. Ruoxi took a bite of chocolate. "Do not fret. It will take a day or two." Wu Weigua nodded, visibly relieved, his shoulders shifting as if he could hardly contain his anticipation. "Is it possible to purchase on credit at that small shop? We currently possess no points at all." "Ruoxi, I shall advance each of you 400 points, with all meals and accommodations provided at no cost. Consequently, the daily expenses for the workers will be minimal, and the amount will be deducted from your salaries in the first month. Of course, Liu Biao and Wu Xiaojun, who have committed infractions, will certainly not receive any advance on their wages." Wu Weigua nodded in agreement. "But what about the issue of meals? Who will take on the cooking duties? It cannot be that you, Ruoxi, will personally step into the kitchen, can it? Yet, it seems this is indeed the only possibility. As Ruoxi, she is the sole woman among a group of rough men." After finishing her chocolate, Ruoxi took out 2 bananas and offered one to Wu Weigua. "Here, have a banana, won't you?" Wu Weigua quickly declined, and Ruoxi, feeling no obligation, consumed both herself. "You need not worry about this matter. I assure you, you will not go hungry. As for her cooking, one might jest about the potential mishap of poisoning the workers with a culinary blunder. Naturally, it would be best entrusted to her beloved Xiao Fuzi, who relished the act of cooking, aligning perfectly with his preferences. However, it was imperative that the workers did not see Xiao Fuzi. He must complete his task before she delivered the meals. Soon, the project commenced, and, on the first day, the workers appeared invigorated. To uplift their spirits, Ruoxi played an energizing song. It had been quite some time since they had dealt with mud and water, and they were somewhat unaccustomed, but after a busy morning, they soon adapted. Ruoxi sat in the kitchen, indulging in snacks, while Fu Yunma busied himself with various tasks. Surprisingly, the usually unhelpful Ruoxi rose to her feet this time, assisting Fu Yunma by washing the vegetables. Fu Yunma, with an expression akin to witnessing the sun setting in the west, inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "May I ask if your name is Ruoxi? Why does it feel as though you've been possessed today?" Ruoxi rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "What nonsense! Could it be that what you see before you is a ghost?" Fu Yunma stifled a laugh, delighted to have someone to share in the banter, unlike those workers who toiled day in and day out with not a hint of amusement. Decided to immerse herself in the task of washing vegetables, dismissing the cheerful fellow beside her who was grinning widely. Eventually, unable to contain herself any longer, she scooped water with her hands and splashed it towards Fu Yunma, exclaiming, "Focus on cooking properly and stop staring at me." Fu Yunma, while dodging the water, retorted cleverly, "I cook quite well, you know. Is it such a crime to steal a glance at my beautiful and amiable girlfriend in my leisure time? Amiable, you say? Just concentrate on your cooking." Suddenly, a strange noise emanated from behind, causing her to wonder if a worker had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Did he catch a glimpse of Fu Yunma's current disheveled appearance? As Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat, She pressed down on Fu Yunma's eager head and instructed, "You start cooking. I will secure the door." Fu Yunma remained composed and unafraid, even secretly reveling in the situation, confidently asserting, "That child definitely saw my face." A child? Ruoxi furrowed her brow slightly. It could only be Wu Xiaojun. That fellow still harbored resentment towards her. If he caught sight of her, he would undoubtedly spread the news far and wide. However, what Ruoxi did not anticipate was that when she delivered the meal, the workers, drenched in sweat and laughing, greeted her with nods, as if they were oblivious to everything. A mist of confusion enveloped Ruoxi's heart. Could it be that Wu Xiaojun had not been indiscreetly spreading rumors? The worker picked up his lunchbox and took a few bites. To his astonishment, it contained both meat and vegetables, and even fruit. The quality of the meal was simply extraordinary. Indeed, this was something we could scarcely have imagined during the apocalypse. Am I truly not dreaming? It feels as though everything is a mere illusion, yet awakening would still evoke profound emotions. Upon witnessing their exuberance, Ruoxi, in a misguided attempt to dampen their spirits, interjected, "This evening, we shall only have vegetarian dishes and steamed buns, so make sure to eat heartily at noon." Yet, the workers' faces remained illuminated with genuine joy, their expressions a blend of simplicity and sincerity. "It's all right. We can manage without meat. Previously, we could scarcely find compressed biscuits, so steamed buns are already a considerable luxury." Nevertheless, Ruoxi's unease grew, prompting her to ponder Wu Xiaojun's true intentions. Was he attempting to intimidate her? As anticipated, Wu Xiaojun seized a moment when no one was around to approach Ruoxi, his face bearing the unmistakable imprint of a red slap, grinning in a rather comical manner. "I need to discuss something with you regarding your zombie husband." His audacious demeanor was unmistakably that of youthful fearlessness. Ruoxi curled her lips in displeasure, taken aback by the audacity of the young brat who dared to threaten her. A glimmer of amusement flickered in her usually indifferent eyes. "Perhaps you should first take a look in the mirror to see the wretched state you are currently in before attempting to converse with me." This remark undoubtedly infuriated Wu Xiaojun, who deliberately raised his voice and declared, "Do you believe I will reveal your husband's secrets to others?" If his intention was to draw attention, he certainly succeeded. Nearby workers gathered, assuming a confrontation was imminent, and one stepped forward, saying, "Boss, you possess both beauty and kindness. Do not stoop to the level of this brat. He simply has become too brazen lately and is in need of a lesson." The worker then turned to Wu Xiaojun, attempting to mediate. "Xiaojun, don't act impulsively. Otherwise, the boss will have to teach you a lesson again." As if ignited by a fuse, Wu Xiaojun clenched his fists in fury, his gaze fixed intently on Ruoxi. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Should you persist in this manner, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The worker, caught between the two, found himself utterly perplexed. What exactly had transpired? Ruoxi silently maneuvered a nearby stick, bringing it down forcefully upon Wu Xiaojun's head. Before uttering such words, one should first assess whether their abilities are sufficient. Upon hearing of the situation, Wu Weigua hurriedly arrived, his mouth still smeared with remnants of his meal. Upon witnessing Wu Xiaojun unconscious on the ground, he promptly offered his apologies to Ruoxi. As Ruoxi took a bite of the succulent peach, its sweet juice cascaded down, instantly filling her with delight. "It's nothing. It's normal for young people to act impulsively. But I hope there won't be a next time," she remarked. A nearby worker interjected, unable to contain himself. "But didn't Xiaojun just mention something about the secrets of Boss Ruo's husband?" It seemed rather confidential. They had quarreled over this matter. Wu Weigua sternly rebuked, "Their family affairs are none of your business, so why meddle?" The worker nodded, somewhat embarrassed, and apologized. "Boss Ruo, I hope you won't take it to heart. I accidentally spoke out of turn." Ruoxi, with a serene expression, took a bite of the fragrant pear and calmly thought to herself, "Let us deduct half of your first month's salary." The worker was taken aback, his previously relaxed demeanor now tense. "What? Surely not. I was merely speaking casually. I truly want to say another word. Boss Ruoxi, you must believe me." As Ruoxi walked over to the water dispenser, nonchalantly filling her cup, the worker panicked and cast a pleading glance towards Wu Weigua. Wu Weigua also felt that deducting half the salary was rather excessive. What if the worker objected and decided to leave? Nevertheless, he felt compelled to respect Ruoxi's wishes and refrained from intervening. With their superior remaining indifferent, the worker felt his legs weaken. After all, that was half of his salary. Just imagine how many rounds of mahjong that could buy. As Ruoxi concluded her teasing, she finally spoke up, saying, "It was merely a jest. You shall not be penalized. However, you must learn to restrain that loquacious mouth of yours." The talkative worker before her, known as Zhang Wu, was an ardent enthusiast of mahjong, often regarded as the king of the mahjong parlor. He was quite earnest, albeit rather garrulous. Zhang Wu let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. "That is a relief. I shall certainly manage my tongue and refrain from speaking out of turn in the future. If there is nothing further, I will take my leave for now. I have but an hour for my midday rest, and if I do not sleep, I shall lack the energy to work this afternoon." Initially, there had been no intention to grant the workers a midday break, as allowing them to rise at 9 in the morning was already a considerable concession. However, after Brother Wu raised the matter, it was noted that without a midday rest during the summer, the workers would lack vigor in the afternoon. Thus, the working hours were adjusted to commence at 8 in the morning and conclude at 5 in the afternoon, allowing time for both meals and a brief respite. Ruoxi cast a cold glance at Wu Xiaojun, who lay sprawled on the ground. "I suspect that your cousin may not be entirely sane," she remarked. Wu Weigua was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "What?" Ruoxi solemnly patted Wu Weigua's shoulder and remarked, "My husband is a psychology major. Children like Xiaojun, at his age, may experience a degree of depression that leads to rebelliousness during puberty, which is entirely normal. However, if we do not allow a psychologist to guide him gently towards a correct worldview, it is possible that at just 18, Xiaojun may develop psychological distortions." Unbeknownst to her, Ruoxi had become accustomed to referring to Fu Yunma as her husband in front of others, yet she had never done so in his presence. Thus, this afternoon, I granted Xiaojun a half-day off so my husband could provide him with proper guidance to rectify his negative mindset. Wu Weigua opened his mouth to speak, but Ruoxi interjected. "In light of our relationship, let's not deduct his salary." As Ruoxi has expressed her thoughts so candidly, Wu Weigua felt compelled to acquiesce. He acknowledged the validity of her reasoning. This was indeed a crucial moment for nurturing Xiaojun's worldview, and he could not afford to be negligent or indulge him in reckless behavior. "Thank you, Ruoxi. I shall treat you another day." Wu Weigua intended to suggest a drink or a meal, but as the words lingered unspoken, he realized that all his sustenance was provided by her. Ruoxi certainly did not require such trivialities from him, causing his intended words to become lodged in his throat. "If there are any other tasks or errands you need assistance with, I will certainly do my utmost to fulfill them. I owe you several favors now." Ruoxi smiled graciously, and although she was clearly a head shorter than Wu Weigua, her presence exuded a far more formidable intensity. "It's perfectly fine. After all, we are friends. It is only natural for friends to show concern for one another. Furthermore, my husband has been rather idle lately, so it's an opportune moment to keep him occupied instead of merely lounging around with the baby and watching Barbie." As she spoke, the clattering of pots and pans echoed from the kitchen, immediately capturing Wu Weigua's attention. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Was there someone else in the kitchen? Ruoxi, maintaining her composure, replied, "Not at all. It's likely just the mischievous antics of a playful kitten." A rustling sound echoed from the kitchen. Truly, a cheeky little kitten indeed. Wu Weigua, with an innocent belief, did not delve deeper into the matter. "May I be so bold as to inquire," he continued. "I recall that in the past year, you either remained at home or traveled across the country. Each time I encountered you, there was no indication of pregnancy. How is it that a child has suddenly appeared?" Wu Weigua chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. "It's just that you seem so young, barely in your 20s. How could you already be married and have a child?" This was indeed a pertinent question, and even Ruoxi felt a twinge of surprise. Yet, matters of fate are often shrouded in mystery. While traveling along the coast at university, she fortuitously discovered a rabbit in a trash bin. Had she not rescued it, the poor creature would have been cast into an orphanage to meet its demise when the world fell into chaos. In her previous life, the rabbit likely perished long ago. as did Xiao Fuzi. Both were individuals she had pulled back from the brink of death. Naturally, the origins of the rabbit must remain a secret. Ruoxi had no desire for it to be known as a child found in a garbage bin. Only she, as its mother, could claim such a narrative. I have been staying at home to raise the child. Why would I squander my good fortune and wealth on leisure? She mused. I see now. You truly take good care of yourself. You hardly appear to have given birth. Wu Weiguo pondered. What your brother-in-law? I have scarcely seen him. Has he been at home, tending to the child? Ruoxi squinted her eyes, evidently disinclined to continue the conversation. She spoke slowly. Yes, he is an introverted otaku, rather shy and unwilling to meet strangers. He only feels comfortable with me. Wu Weiguo wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though he had been force-fed a mouthful of dog food. Before departing, he kicked Wu Xiaojun twice, stating, "This rascal will be your responsibility this afternoon. If he misbehaves again, tie him up with a rope. If he speaks out of turn, stuff a filthy rag in his mouth. If he falls asleep, give him a few slaps. Do not be lenient." The confidence in his words did not resonate with Wu Weiguo. After all, he was all too familiar with this rascal's temperament. If it were possible for him to turn over a new leaf in just one afternoon, he would not have remained such a scoundrel for so long. Chapter 65. Black screen. After Wu Weiguo left, Ruoxi levitated Wu Xiaojun and placed him in a wheelchair, forcefully knocking on the kitchen door. Fu Yunmo reluctantly opened the door, grimacing at the sight of the man before her. Is this ugly face really whom I must converse with? Ruoxi offered him no chance to resist, resolute and unwavering. She directly bypassed Fu Yunmo and strode inside, where lay a small dark room, conveniently situated between the first and second levels of the basement stairs, quiet, sealed, and stifling. Ruoxi removed half of the plants from the room, intending to instill a sense of suffocating helplessness in Wu Xiaojun, thereby facilitating Fu Yunmo's hypnosis of him. As Wu Weiguo had advised, Wu Xiaojun was bound to a wheelchair, with additional precautions in the form of foot and hand restraints to prevent any escape. Let me handle this. As Ruoxi prepared to fasten the handcuffs on another man, Fu Yunmo stealthily approached from behind and snatched the handcuffs away. Bring them here. Do not even think of touching another man. Especially, Fu Yunmo cast a glance over Wu Xiaojun's entire being, his youthful features unmistakable. A man younger than he. With a rough motion, he clamped the handcuffs onto Wu Xiaojun, then donned a fox mask and seated himself 2 meters away, directly in front of him. Ruoxi understood that this man was serious. She found a seat, eager to witness firsthand how Xiao Fuzi hypnotized others, as she had never seen it before. However, Fu Yunmo spoke in a cool voice. Little diva, could you step outside for a moment? I know you find it difficult to part from me, but I have important matters to attend to. Ruoxi's lips curled slightly as a flock of crows soared overhead. How could this rascal, Xiao Fuzi, manage to maintain such a serious tone while uttering words that are anything but grave? I am curious to witness your hypnotic prowess. I have yet to see this other facet of you, and it intrigues me not to miss the opportunity. Despite Ruoxi's earnest entreaty, Fu Yunmo steadfastly declined. I merely worry that you too might fall under my hypnotic spell, for in the realm of the heart, anything is indeed possible. She was frightened, and rightly so. Who wouldn't be? As Ruoxi held a lollipop, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she shot a glare at Fu Yunmo. Fine, I will go play games with Bunny. The smile concealed beneath Fu Yunmo's mask faltered. Play games with Bunny? Wasn't it supposed to be Bunny playing with her? Bunny, innocent yet caught in the fray, was initially engrossed in her cartoon car, wiggling her little bottom joyfully, indulging in her solitary play. However, mere seconds later, she plopped down onto the carpet, her round eyes widening in surprise. Once she regained her senses, her eyes squinted, her little mouth opened, and she began to wail wah, 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 lamenting her grievances, desperately seeking to awaken a shred of conscience in the villain who had usurped her rightful place. After all, she was merely a 9-month-old infant. How could someone dare to snatch her toy away? At that moment, the villain, Ruoxi, sat triumphantly atop the toy car, her legs gliding effortlessly in circles around Bunny, flaunting her superiority. Bunny, who was unable to move her car forward and could only spin in place, observed in dismay as her mother effortlessly maneuvered the toy. With a dramatic gesture, She threw her hands down and let her little legs flop, beginning to roll around on the floor in despair. Seeing Bunny's plight, Ruoxi paused and retrieved a cotton candy from the drawer. In that instant, Bunny's eyes sparkled, her cries ceased abruptly, and she fixated on the sugary treat in her mother's hand. Candy. Manga. It was a rare moment when Bunny called out to Ruoxi, and warmth surged through Ruoxi's heart. As she tore open the cotton candy's wrapper and extended it towards Bunny, the latter's joy was palpable. Her eyes lit up with scattered, twinkling stars, and her mouth dripped with milk-sweet saliva. Oh dear, why are you drooling? Mama is merely asking about the candy's fragrance, just to show you how kind I am. Unlike your father, who hides the candy and doesn't he even let you catch a glimpse. The little bunny couldn't grasp a single word. The sight of the cotton candy slowly drifting away from her mouth made time feel as if it had come to a standstill, inflicting a profound sense of heartbreak upon her tender spirit. As if already anticipating the situation, she covered her ears, helplessly nibbling on cotton candy. Well, her daughter had once again been brought to tears by her antics. She switched on the television, which was broadcasting Barbie. The little milk bun's chubby cheeks quivered slightly, her cries subsiding as she became enraptured, fixating intently on the exquisite Barbie princess displayed on the screen. As Ruoxi turned on the television, she felt as though her very soul had been struck. Who would dare to believe that there are a staggering 38 series of Barbie dolls? To her astonishment, Fu Yunma and Rabbit had apparently spent countless nights engrossed in them, and they were now watching a second round with insatiable enthusiasm. Covering her face, she found it unbearable to watch. Thus, Ruoxi pressed the next button. Hello, everyone. I am Peppa Pig. This is my little brother, George. This is my mother, Mummy Pig. And this is my father, Daddy Pig. Once again, it was Peppa Pig. Ruoxi felt tears welling up in her eyes, while Rabbit, beside her, clenched his tiny fists in delight, even breaking into applause. Ruoxi forcefully pressed down on the bobbing head of the rabbit, pausing for a brief 2 seconds before ultimately yielding. Very well, she decided not to fuss over trivial matters with the child. She opened her computer and made her way to her room to observe the real-time surveillance of the small dark room. Wu Xiuyun claimed mischievously, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, as if lost in his own realm. I adore adorable and soft girls. What about you? I am married, he replied. A hint of envy flickered in Wu Xiaojun's eyes, despite the mask-obscuring Fu Yunmo's features. Ruoxi's mind effortlessly conjured an image of Fu Yunmo's strikingly beautiful expressions. She had always known that Fu Yunmo looked captivating in any demeanor. His natural attributes were undeniable. Yet, at this moment, Wu Xiaojun and Fu Yunmo were seated face to face in an unusually tranquil manner, even engaging in a conversation about their preferences as if they were long-time, close friends. Ruoxi furrowed her brows slightly. What had she just missed? A shadow flickered past with a soft thud. In just 2 seconds, Ruoxi found herself pinned to the edge of the bed, her lips pressed tightly together in silence. When did you arrive? Chapter 66. Thoughts. As Ruoxi gazed upon the divine visage before her, her mind swiftly pieced together the puzzle. The black screen of the computer was undoubtedly the handiwork of Xiaofuzi. However, if he had been hiding in the room from the very beginning, the scene she had just witnessed must have been a pre-recorded surveillance feed, rather than a live transmission. She suddenly awakened to a realization, asserting her claim to Wu Xiaojun. Or perhaps she feared that Wu Xiaojun might develop an affection for her. Wanted to make it clear that she was neither the charming type nor the kind that Wu Xiaojun favored. You little vixen, are you lost in thought about another man? Fu Yunmo remarked with displeasure, nuzzling Ruoxi's neck, his warm breath caressing her skin. As she was tickled. She forcefully pushed Fu Yunma away, her expression filled with indignation. Did you tamper with my computer? Fu Yunma winced, shrugging his shoulders with an innocent demeanor. I did on purpose, I'm sorry. Only this fellow could articulate such audacity in front of Ruoxi. Fu Yunma blinked his large, innocent eyes and leaned in closer, saying, Yet, as he approached again, Ruoxi pushed him away once more. It's really nothing. I merely glanced at what you were browsing and adjusted the surveillance, and then it disappeared. Ruoxi turned her head and declared resolutely, I do not believe it. Never mind. I cannot find it. You are right here. Quickly restore the surveillance footage and uninstall the equipment. Fu Yunma gently rubbed the rabbit doll, wondering if the bear had cried again. Ruoxi felt a sense of novelty. At the beginning, when it came to naming, she was quite disdainful of the name Xiongbachi, but now what had changed? No longer Tutu, but rather Xiongbachi? In the next moment, she quickly realized he was attempting to divert the topic. I am discussing serious matters with you. I demand to see the surveillance footage. Her assertive words elicited a disdainful smirk from Fu Yunmo, who had instilled such audacity in this little troublemaker, allowing her to speak so arrogantly. Oh, it was he himself, after all. It had been quite some time since he had last engaged with her. Oh dear, that little face appeared so aggrieved. One might think she was the one bullying him. Ruoxi furrowed her brows, insisting that the surveillance be adjusted immediately. She needed to ascertain how Xiao Fuzi managed to render Wu Xiao Jun so obedient. It was imperative that she preemptively understand this phenomenon, lest she remain oblivious to the ways in which Xiao Fuzi might hypnotize her in the future. Fu Yun murmured softly. You only refer to me as your husband in front of others, yet you have never done so in my presence. As Ruoxi took a bite of the grape, she pondered whether Fu Yunma's words were a veiled threat. If you call me, will you really check the surveillance footage? Fu Yunma feigned surprise, widening his eyes and forming his mouth into an Ah shape. How could you possibly summon me to my face? That would be quite embarrassing. He then added, however, if you truly wish to call out to me, feel free to do so. After all, I am entirely at your beck and call, and I cherish whatever name you choose to call me. Ruoxi, in exasperation, covered her face. Such an overt display of feigned seduction and extreme tension genuinely made her want to roll her eyes. Xiao Fuzi just now, Tutu was incessantly humming, seemingly hungry. Why not prepare her a cup of milk? Fu Yunma nuzzled his furry head against Ruoxi's palm. Do not divert the conversation. As soon as you call upon me, I shall retrieve the surveillance footage and present it to you in its entirety. Ruoxi clenched her molars, nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Husband. Ugh. The mere utterance of those two syllables almost cost me my tongue. Fu Yunma lay quietly in Ruoxi's embrace, resembling a lively little puppy, and sweetly remarked, That's not quite right. The tone should be gentle and tender. Such a little diva sounds overly rigid. Ruoxi extended the computer towards Fu Yunma, declaring, I don't care. I've already shouted for help. You must assist me in retrieving the surveillance footage. Fu Yunma murmured in response, but my head is pounding here. I've momentarily forgotten how to access it. Perhaps we could. His gaze shifted towards the Rolls-Royce parked nearby, then back to Ruoxi. The presence of a car within the room was merely an indication that Ruoxi had spent too much time indoors without driving. Her hands, as they gripped the steering wheel, felt somewhat unaccustomed, prompting the decision to place a Rolls-Royce in the room, an opportunity for her to regain her driving sensibility, whether for a purpose or simply to find her rhythm once more. As Ruoxi followed Fu Yunma's gaze, she spotted the car, her red lips pressed together even tighter. What peculiar antics was Xia Fuzi planning this time? Fu Yunma rose to his feet, pulling Ruoxi up alongside him, gently guiding her towards the vehicle by her shoulder. Once inside the car, her thoughts would flow freely. She was certain that the moment she sat down, her fingers would swiftly restore the computer's surveillance footage. Ruoxi expressed her confusion, questioning the relevance of reviewing computer surveillance footage while in the vehicle. Reluctantly, she boarded the car, directly opening the driver's side door and taking a seat. Fu Yunma gracefully performed a slight bow, remarking, It is my honor to have such a charming companion in the passenger seat. Ruoxi spoke coldly, Stop with the nonsense and restore the surveillance footage. Fu Yunma chuckled mischievously, then deftly maneuvered his slender fingers over the keyboard, swiftly accomplishing the task. The computer screen turned toward Ruoxi, his face brimming with pride. I told you it would be clearer in the car. It was done in an instant. Ruoxi chose to ignore him, her gaze fixated on the screen. Upon awakening, Wu Xiaojun anxiously inquired about his whereabouts and invoked the name of his cousin, Wu Weigua. Do you know who my brother is? He is the boss around here. Who do you think you are to dare to kidnap me? Just as the video reached this point, it abruptly went black, leaving Ruoxi, who was already teased by suspense, displeased as she lifted her head, only to inadvertently collide with something soft. Her entire body was pinned down. The already cramped space of the car became even more constricted as Fu Yunma leaned closer, leaving Ruoxi with even less room to maneuver. Fu Yunma tightly wrapped his arms around Ruoxi's waist, his breath erratic, burying his head in her embrace. Wasn't the atmosphere in the car more charged with emotions and sensations? As Ruoxi's lips curled into a faint smile, she mused that her inspiration was overflowing, enough to pen an entire novel. She gently nudged the towering Fu Yunma, tilting her head slightly to discover that his right hand was propped against the car door, precisely at the opening mechanism. It was evident that Fu Yunma was reluctant to allow her to exit easily. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Ruoxi inquired, as Fu Yunma's luscious lips grazed her fair collarbone. "I have no ulterior motives. If the little darling does not consent, how could I dare to proceed?" His warm breath, moist and tantalizing, caressed her already sensitive collarbone. Ruoxi endeavored to sit upright, yet a tingling sensation enveloped her entire body. "You know I prefer not to be beneath." Fu Yunma's back stiffened momentarily before he chuckled softly, his voice husky as he replied, "Very well, I shall heed your wishes." In that instant, as he rose, Ruoxi surged forward with an assertiveness that surpassed his languid demeanor by a significant margin. Chapter 67. Forgetfulness. Ruoxi was unaware of when she had awakened. She simply lay with her eyes open, gazing at the white ceiling for an extended period. It was not that she lacked the desire to rise, but rather that she was utterly exhausted, devoid of the energy to make any unnecessary movements. Fu Yunma approached, carrying a fragrant and spicy dinner, gently scooping the dishes with a spoon and bringing them to Ruoxi's lips. He had initially intended to blow on the food to cool it, but upon encountering Ruoxi's disdainful gaze, he refrained. In a soft and soothing tone, he coaxed, "My little diva, would you please eat? You still need to deliver dinner to the workers later." The latter part of his statement struck Ruoxi like a thunderbolt, leaving her pale as she resignedly accepted Fu Yunma's offering. Indeed, dinner time was approaching, and given Fu Yunma's current condition, he could not appear before the workers. It fell upon her to deliver their meal. How frustrating! As if she were not already weary enough, she had to force herself to rise. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma continued to murmur something, but Ruoxi, overwhelmed and fatigued, found it difficult to engage. "I know you're upset, but I'll be more attentive next time. I promise it won't be as harsh as this time. After all, it's been so long since you touched me." In the end, Fu Yunma had somehow turned the blame back upon her. Ruoxi puffed her cheeks in irritation and shot a few glances at Fu Yunma, who obediently closed his mouth and refrained from speaking further. By the way, how did Wu Xiaojun ultimately resolve the matter? Ruoxi had lost interest in discovering what transpired after the surveillance footage. The longest journey she had traversed was indeed through Fu Yunma's schemes. When the conversation turned to other men, Fu Yunma took a generous scoop of meat and stuffed it into Ruoxi's mouth. He had injected a small dose of sedative, and it was estimated that it would take around 10 hours for her to awaken. Should she regain consciousness, she would completely forget all of us, cleansing herself of all clutter, transforming into an utterly innocent being akin to a newborn. As Ruoxi chewed her mouthful of meat, it took her a considerable time to swallow, and she reproached, "You wouldn't have made him foolish, would you? If he becomes dull-witted, I shall find it difficult to explain to Brother Wu. I fear that Brother Wu might think it was I who tormented him into such a state." Fu Yunma gently ruffled Ruoxi's hair, reassuring her, "Rest assured, I will ensure that your esteemed Brother Wu encounters a cousin who truly meets his expectations." Ruoxi, speaking is one thing, but why the clenched teeth? "I still desire to savor my meat. Unbeknownst to me, the meat on my plate has been entirely flaunted away, leaving only a pile of vegetables and carrots." However, despite Ruoxi's words, Fu Yunma did not heed her request to add more meat. Instead, he scooped up a red carrot and offered it to her lips. Such a little imp is not behaving well. A balanced diet of both meat and vegetables is essential for good health. One cannot solely consume meat while neglecting their greens. His voice, sweet as honey, enveloped her in a sense of comfort and tranquility. Ruoxi pursed her lips with a helpless air, before she could utter a complete sentence. "All right, munch." Fu Yuma had already stuffed a carrot into her mouth, and before she could finish that one, he was already forcing his second upon her. Ruoxi gazed into the mirror, concealing the blemishes on her neck before she felt at ease, donning a mask as she stepped outside. Sister Ruoxi, was my younger brother behaving well this afternoon? Wu Weigua, nibbling on a steamed bun, stared intently behind Ruoxi for quite some time. Yet not a single shadow was in sight. Could it be that he was still sulking, unwilling to see me, and hiding within? Ruoxi twisted her neck slightly, assuring that he would emerge shortly. However, there was a matter she wished to discuss. Upon noticing the mask concealing Ruoxi's face, Wu Weigua felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Could that rascal have done something reprehensible to Ruoxi? What has happened to your face? Ruoxi touched her mask, concealing her face. The summer was plagued by an abundance of mosquitoes. After suffering 2 large bites, she decided to don a mask. Your cousin may have changed significantly, perhaps even forgotten some of his memories. I trust you won't mind, as it is ultimately for his benefit, aiming to cultivate his temperament anew from scratch. Wu Weigua quickly shook his head, exclaiming, Ruoxi, you are being too courteous. If it could truly be so, it would be splendid. I regrettably lacked the time to accompany him during his childhood, failing to impart the values of life. It is no wonder he has grown so rebellious. If only I could have the opportunity to begin anew. At that moment, Wu Xiaojun emerged with a dazed expression, and Wu Weigua rushed towards him, gripping his ear and shouting, Speak up. Have you been tormenting your Ruoxi sister again, you little rascal? Wu Xiaojun's eyes were innocent and wide, reminiscent of a 3-year-old child, as he squirmed in pain and protested, Ouch! Who are you? Why are you bullying me? I will tell my mother. Wu Weigua stood frozen in disbelief, repeating incredulously, What did you just say? Seeing the grip on his ear loosen, Wu Xiaojun's eyes darted, and he managed to break free. Wu Weigua then pondered, could it be that his cousin had truly forgotten him? Or was this little rascal merely feigning ignorance? His gaze shifted to Ruoxi, who calmly remarked, Do not worry. He has simply forgotten both you and me, retaining only the memory of his mother. However, he still remembers the foundational knowledge he learned previously. He has merely forgotten everyone else besides his mother. Wu Weigua was left speechless, his throat tightening as he questioned how everything had suddenly transformed so drastically. Ruoxi tossed a banana to Wu Weigua, leaving him no room for refusal. My husband remarked that the root cause of his current rebelliousness, even resorting to insults when apologizing, lies in the influence of those around him and his environment. To truly help someone reform, one must erase their memories of others. Now that these memories have been cleansed, Wu-de-go, you must diligently educate him, instilling in him a sound moral compass anew, ensuring he does not revert to his former ways. It is particularly imperative to keep a close watch on Wu Xiaojun's friends, for one must be wary of negative influences. Wu Weigua stood there, momentarily stunned before stammering, So, you mean to say that the current Xiaojun will no longer steal or curse? Ruoxi nodded, unable to suppress her inner thoughts, pondering how slow-witted brother Wu truly was. To her surprise, Wu Weigua grasped her again, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. I am immensely thankful to you, Ruoxi. You are indeed a remarkable person, showing such kindness to me, even sacrificing an entire afternoon of your and your husband's time to deal with this troublesome lad. He continued to murmur a plethora of words. Yet Ruoxi found herself utterly oblivious to his ramblings. All right, Wu Xiaojun has fled. You should hurry after him. Irritated, she brushed Wu Weigua's hand away and entered the kitchen. Inside, Fu Yuma was casting a dark look at her wrist. Chapter 68. Sister, this was the first time Ruoxi had witnessed Fu Yuma display such an expression in her presence. Xiao Fuzi, why are you lost in thought? Yet Ruoxi remained unfazed, casually brushing past Fu Yuma. Have you been too exhausted lately? Perhaps you should take a break these next few days. I can look after Rabbit. Fu Yuma, with his head bowed, replied, No need. I prefer to handle the childcare myself. You have been quite busy lately, and I do not wish to burden you. Ruoxi, she murmured softly, how considerate. Then she entered her room to sleep, paying no further heed to Fu Yuma. Fu Yuma abruptly lifted his head. His eyes, once innocent, now brimming with malice, were laced with dark, zombie-like veins, resembling a vampire lord who had stepped forth from the pages of a comic. He bit down hard on his lower lip, drawing blood, which trickled down the curve of his lip as the surrounding atmosphere thickened with an eerie dread. The small shop in the basement has officially opened, and Ruoxi spent her days inside, tapping away at the keyboard, tallying the total number of items, overwhelmed with busyness. Suddenly, Wu Weiguo arrived, followed closely by Wu Xiaojun, who was hiding behind him. "Sister Ruoxi, I have something I wish to inquire about." As Ruoxi momentarily lifted her gaze amidst her busyness, she fortuitously locked eyes with Wu Xiaojun's clear and innocent orbs. She anticipated their inquiries, knowing full well what they wished to ask. "What is our relationship? If you have any questions, feel free to ask directly. There is no need for such restraint and formality." Wu Weiguo exhaled in relief. Prior to the apocalypse, he had never felt such trepidation in Ruoxi's presence. However, after witnessing her formidable control-type abilities, an inexplicable fear had taken root within him. Perhaps it was simply a natural fear of the powerful. Will Xiaojun's amnesia lead to any adverse effects in the future? That was indeed a thought-provoking question, but alas. Ruoxi shook her head. She was also bewildered. This matter should be addressed with Zaifuzi. There should be no issue, right? Wu Weiguo brought Wu Xiaojun before him, which was reassuring. "In fact, I have another matter to discuss during my visit, one that may seem a bit presumptuous, but I believe it would be beneficial for both you and Xiaojun." Ruoxi was beset by an ominous premonition. As fate would have it, Wu Weiguo nudged the neatly dressed Xiaojun forward once more. "My cousin is 2 years your junior. Although he may have forgotten many people and events by now, his intellect is quite sharp, and he is neither foolish nor lacking in appearance. I wonder what your impression of him might be." Ruoxi stared in astonishment, bewildered by the revelation. Was Brother Wu truly introducing her to potential suitors, fully aware that she was married with a child? She found it incomprehensible and utterly perplexing. Who would dare to encourage their own kin to become a mistress? Although she was the sole woman in this basement, Wu Xiaojun was merely 18 or 19. Surely, he was not in a rush to pursue romantic entanglements. Her moral compass felt once again shattered. "I have a husband and a daughter. This is the time for your cousin to cultivate his values. Yet you teach him otherwise." She contemplated uttering some harsh words, but hesitated, fearing it might bruise Brother Wu's pride, despite the fact that broaching such a topic was undeniably lacking in decorum. "What is so inappropriate about it?" Wu Weiguo chuckled heartily. "Isn't life meant to be enjoyed, to have someone accompany you in the future? I am aware of the dynamics in your affluent circles. Which wealthy woman has but a single man?" Though Wu was ostensibly praising Ruoxi, she still felt a sense of discomfort. She recalled a woman whose sister had divorced her brother-in-law, only for the children to remain with the latter. Not long after, the woman began cohabiting with her former brother-in-law. During a trip to a coastal city, she encountered a bun shop owner who ran a business to support her husband, while his mistress worked elsewhere to sustain him. The wife and the mistress coexisted harmoniously, jointly caring for the man. When Ruoxi first learned of such matters, her worldview had crumbled into pieces. Now, she was witnessing this astonishingly shocking reality firsthand. Society is indeed a tapestry of contrasts, with an array of peculiar occurrences. Despite Brother Wu's earnest demeanor at work and his consideration for the disabled, his perspectives on daily life, particularly regarding marriage, left much to be desired. It is no wonder that Xiaofuzi was so certain that she was harboring another man in her room from the very beginning. Ruoxi's demeanor was exceedingly frosty this time. "I apologize, but our family of 3 is currently doing quite well, and we do not require the unwelcome intrusion of someone oblivious to their own standing." Wu Weiguo attempted to extol Wu Xiaojun once more, but Ruoxi decisively slammed the window shut. Faced with the unyielding barrier, Wu Weiguo gestured for Wu Xiaojun to utter a few kind words. Having imparted much wisdom to him over the past few days, Wu Xiaojun timidly began, "Sister, cousin said he no longer wants me, and wants me to follow you." Just listen to that pitiful tone. Ruoxi donned her earplugs, unwilling to hear a single word. It was no wonder that when Wu Weiguo had inquired about her single status, his face had flushed. She had found it quite curious at the time. It was also clear why Wu Xiaojun had always harbored such disdain for her, and had even pushed her away. It turned out that Wu Weigua had instructed him to abandon his masculine pride and become a kept man, reliant on a woman for sustenance. Ruoxi rubbed her temples, a sharp pain coursing through her head. It seemed imperative that she swiftly find a second worker to assume the role of manager. Scattered across the table were photographs of the workers. After scrutinizing them for quite some time, she realized that few possessed distinct personalities or aspirations for advancement. The only individual capable of contending with Wu Weigua was Liu Biao, who lay injured in bed. Thus, Ruoxi resolved to visit Liu Biao for a conversation. As she opened the door, she discovered that Wu Weigua was absent, leaving only Wu Xiaojun standing there. He anxiously twisted his fingers, sister. Initially, it would have taken Wu Xiaojun over 10 hours to awaken. Yet after a brief intervention from Fu Yunma, he roused quickly. It must be said that without his previous sharp edges, Wu Xiaojun appeared significantly more agreeable, but Ruoxi felt no interest in him. Ruoxi disregarded him as if he were air, striding directly towards the workers' dormitory. Wu Xiaojun followed closely behind, calling out, "Sister, wait for me. Cousin told me to follow you." He had heard that his sister was the boss around here, which sounded rather impressive. How did she achieve such status? I too aspire to be as formidable as my sister. With incessant chatter of sister to the left and sister to the right, the boy's tongue never ceased its movement. Ruoxi covered her ears, feeling overwhelmed, and exclaimed with irritation, "You are so loud. Be quiet." Wu Xiaojun, taken aback by her outburst, had no choice but to obediently fall silent. He fidgeted with his fingers, his right leg tracing circles on the ground, tilting his head as if to feign interest elsewhere. "Sister, what did you say? I was merely talking to myself, not addressing you at all." "Ah, such a convincing act." Ruoxi, a person of few words yet resolute, promptly secured the lock on the iron gate of the workers' dormitory, leaving Wu Xiaojun unable to enter without a key. Chapter 69. Tomato. Liu Biao was utterly taken aback by Ruoxi's visit, although he had managed to feed himself with some difficulty over the past few days. Any significant movement sent waves of pain through his entire skeletal structure. As he observed Ruoxi striding confidently towards him, a shiver ran down his spine. "What brings you here, Miss Ruoxi?" he thought apprehensively. Ever since the last incident, the mere mention of Ruoxi's name filled Liu Biao with trepidation. After all, it was the power of control. If Ruoxi casually struck the back of his head with a wooden stick, he might not even be able to evade it. Ruoxi sat down, her face devoid of its previous sharpness, smiling like the gentle spring breeze. "I came to discuss something with you." This smile was less reassuring than silence. Liu Biao, trembling with fear, inquired, "What is it?" "I have been behaving well these past few days, staying right here and going nowhere. I haven't done anything wrong." Ruoxi shook her head. "I wish to promote you to a managerial position, equivalent to that of Wu Weigua, with a salary that mirrors his. I wonder if you would be inclined to accept?" Liu Biao believed he had misheard her. "What? Surely not. Just a few days ago, this woman despised me. How is it that she suddenly wishes to elevate my status, placing me on equal footing with Wu Weigua?" Everyone knew the close rapport she shared with Wu Weigua, akin to that of brothers. "Is what you say truly the case?" With a cautious demeanor, Ruoxi preferred candor in human interactions. "Of course it is. Do I strike you as one who enjoys jesting?" She replied, "If you perform better than Wu Weigua, I may even promote you further, with a significant increase in your remuneration." By drawing a comparison to Wu Weigua, she aimed to guide Liu Biao's thought process, encouraging him to measure his actions against Wu Weigua's. Such an approach would not only motivate Liu Biao to strive for excellence, but also keep Wu Weigua in check, thereby ensuring the project's progress would become increasingly smooth. A boss who cannot paint a vision is not a worthy leader. Liu Biao's eyes flickered with a sense of urgency. It was evident that he was intrigued. After all, his current predicament left him injured and unattended, feeling like a forsaken soul, devoid of wealth and influence, utterly desolate. Moreover, having been humiliated by Wu Weigua in front of so many, he bore a deep-seated resentment towards him and yearned to avenge his wounded pride. Ruoxi glanced at Liu Biao's expression, capturing all his subtle thoughts, remaining as steadfast as a mountain. She understood that although Liu Biao had not spoken, his heart had already stirred. After all, Lu Biao and Wu Weiguo were natural adversaries. She merely needed to elevate the former's status to incite a rivalry between the two. I am merely here to inform you. You have no right to refuse. Lu Biao nodded eagerly. Yes, yes, thank you, Boss Ruoxi, for your promotion. I shall undoubtedly toil for you without hesitation. While he was still waxing lyrical, Ruoxi had already risen to leave. This matter is settled. Once you recover and are able to work, I will announce it to everyone. Until then, refrain from discussing it with others to avoid unnecessary complications. Only then did Lu Biao notice the array of precious medicines on the table, realizing that using them would surely expedite his healing. Boss Ruoxi is truly a great person. Ruoxi, not far off, heard this and scoffed softly. A slap followed by a sweet, and one's heart could be easily won over. Unfortunately, Ruoxi did not smile for long. Wu Xiaojun was still foolishly squatting at the door, and upon seeing her, he rushed over, panting, "Sister, where are we going now?" Hiss! Hadn't Fu Yunma merely erased Wu Xiaojun's memories? How could he have become so foolish? Left with no choice, Ruoxi had to take out handcuffs, forcibly securing Wu Xiaojun's hands to the iron door. "Sister, what are you doing?" Wu Xiaojun attempted to follow, but could not unlock the handcuffs, his eyes brimming with tears from anxiety. As they passed a construction site, Wu Weiguo happened to be at the entrance and was somewhat surprised to see Ruoxi alone. "Sister Ruoxi, why are you by yourself? Where's that foolish boy of mine? I've locked him in his dormitory. Don't entertain any of your little schemes. If there's another incident, half of his salary will be deducted. All right, since you disapprove, it must be this way." Wu Weiguo's persistence was unclear to Ruoxi. She was only eager to inquire about what Fu Yunma had done to Wu Xiaojun to render him so dim-witted. Upon opening the door, she found Fu Yunma standing rigidly at the entrance, staring ahead with an inscrutable emotion in his eyes. "You startled me. Why are you standing at the door?" Though she sensed something amiss in his tone, Ruoxi chose to disregard it, as the pain from the previous days still lingered. After entering the bathroom to shower, as she prepared to remove her clothes, she sensed a gaze upon her. Looking up, she found Fu Yunma had not left. "I'm going to shower. Are you certain you want to stay here?" Fu Yunma responded, "Since I've already seen, I wish to linger in your room a while longer." As Ruoxi unwittingly felt her cheeks flush with anger, she let out a cold huff, suppressing her irritation. What was the condition of those individuals in the laboratory? How many days could they possibly survive? Fu Yunma still wore plastic shoes on his feet, suggesting he had just emerged from the lab. What had transpired to compel the fastidious Fu Yunma to rush to the door, still clad in those plastic shoes? Standing there in a daze? Could it be that Fu Yunma had learned about Wu Weiguo's explanation regarding the third party? Indifferently toying with a fountain pen, Fu Yunma mused that within a month, I would soon extract their supernatural energy cores, and then I could prepare a delightful meal for you. Ruoxi shook her head, remarking that perhaps it was best to refrain from consuming human hearts for survival, as she had not yet reached such a dire state. "By the way, how did you injure your lip?" she inquired. Fu Yunma touched the scab wound on his lip and replied with a faint smile, "I accidentally bit it while eating." He could not allow the little imp to know that he was no longer able to consume human food. Prior to bathing, Ruoxi opened the refrigerator in hopes of retrieving a piece of fruit to supplement her vitamins, only to discover that the section designated for tomatoes was nearly barren, with merely 1 or 2 small tomatoes remaining. Did the workers have scrambled eggs with tomatoes for lunch these past few days? The tomatoes seemed to vanish so quickly. She mused, having paid little attention. Fu Yunma, maintaining a calm demeanor, deceitfully stated, "There were some yesterday at noon, but when I checked today, they were all gone, so I didn't prepare any." "Oh, I see," Ruoxi replied, as she made her way to the bathroom with her nightwear. "Then I shall retrieve a few more tomatoes." Suddenly, Fu Yunma interjected, "No need for that. Where is the storage? I will get them myself. You are unwell and should not exert yourself too much." The only response he received was the cold glass door, slightly translucent, revealing the enigmatic silhouette of a woman within. Fu Yunma turned his head awkwardly, picking up a book of letters to occupy himself. The little imp remained quite wary of him. In a laboratory, Fu Yunma was engrossed in disassembling a body when he heard footsteps approaching from a distance. He slowly set down his scalpel and strolled over, patiently waiting at the door. As Ruoxi opened the door, her gaze fell upon the imposing silhouette of a tall figure. In truth, there was no need for you to remain standing there. Ignoring Fu Yunma, she strode directly towards the chamber where the 6 individuals were confined. During her passage, a fleeting glance at the operating table revealed something obscured, causing her brows to furrow slightly. "Whose hand have you removed?" Her tone was chillingly indifferent, as if she were discussing a newfound toy of her pet dog. Devoid of any astonishment, Fu Yunma offered a gentle smile. "Take a guess." "Guess, you foolish creature." Ruoxi had no inclination to engage in guessing games with him. She directly entered the holding chamber to uncover the truth. Upon stepping inside and surveying the surroundings, her initial thoughts were confirmed. Fu Yunma had indeed severed Fu Yuhan's entire arm. "What'd he do to provoke you?" Fu Yunma fixed his gaze on the figure within reach, smiling as he gently shook his head. "No, I'm simply in a rather foul mood. Would the little diva truly become angry with me on his behalf?" There was something unsettling about the way those words resonated. Ruoxi spoke softly. "He is but a dying man. You may play with him as you wish, provided you exercise restraint and do not allow him to escape." Fu Yunma nodded, appearing to comprehend her words. Ruoxi surveyed the surrounding equipment, and upon confirming everything was in order, cast a glance at the 6 individuals who had long since lost their human forms. "So, you intend to cultivate the zombie virus within Fu Yuan's body?" Fu Yun morimarked, gently ruffling Ruoxi's head, who bore an emperor-like demeanor. "No need for that. I already harbor the zombie virus within me. You may study me alone in the future." If Ruoxi evaded his teasing, how could that be acceptable? "I shall study the virus within you, and in the future, I might resort to more drastic measures." "Should you?" The ominous thought remained unspoken, but Fu Yunma could easily infer it, his face alight with a joyful and contented smile. "Is this little troublemaker genuinely concerned for me? It seems that after all this time, you have finally developed feelings for me. How delightful." Ruoxi's expression remained icy, and she added, "Do not overthink. I merely fear that you might perish under my whims, leaving no one to care for the rabbit. After all, the bear's audacity is not to be trifled with, and I cannot manage her alone." As soon as she finished speaking, Ruoxi pushed Fu Yunma outside and locked the door. Fu Yunma hesitated, words caught in his throat, ultimately choosing silence. As long as that man, Fu Yuhan, was not inside, it sufficed. The former fiancé? Huh. In the already cramped space, only Ruoxi stood, while the feeble and exhausted Mary Sue struggled to crawl toward her. Her hands were smeared with dark filth, intermingled with crimson stains, and it seemed that white maggots had taken residence in her wounds, writhing amidst the agony. Ruoxi, with an expression of disdain, withdrew a handkerchief to cover her mouth and then kicked her hand away. Despite being trodden upon, Malisu extended her hand once more, tugging at her taut vocal cords, producing a shrill sound akin to a saw tearing through wood, utterly unpleasant. "Sister, water, water, I beseech you to show me some water. I should not have contended for a man with you. It was my error. Cough, cough, cough. I implore you to spare me, if you'll be so kind." Were an ordinary person to witness this pitiful scene, they might resolve to soften their heart and assist her. Ruoxi was not in the mood. She lacked any remarkable qualities, save for her tendency to harbor grudges. She could etch a single betrayal into her memory, as if it were inscribed in a ledger. She rummaged through her pockets in search of something. A flicker of hope ignited in Ma Li Su's otherwise dull, ashen eyes. At last, had this woman finally been stirred by a glimmer of compassion? After all this time, this woman had become utterly unhinged over a deceased man, even subjecting her own parents to torment alongside her. Could it be that this infatuated mind had finally undergone a transformation? However, in a swift turn of events, a chilling reality descended upon her. She produced a small vial of liquid, its vibrant red and green hues unmistakably signaling that it was no benign concoction. She crouched down, prying open the cap of the vial, and brought it close to Molly Sue's lips. "Drink this, and I shall forgive you." This was the last remnant of the zombie virus she had casually pocketed while passing by the lab table. It was imperative that they selected the individual with the most robust constitution among the six, as this person would be the one to endure until the end, regardless of whom Xiao Fuzi intended to inject the virus into. Fu Yuan, having lost an arm and without tending to his wound, would not survive for long. The other four, being elderly, had been worn down over the past month and were now on the brink of death, barely able to speak. They wouldn't even notice if steamed buns were stuffed into their mouths, resembling mere vegetative states. Only Ma Li Su remained capable of movement and speech, undeniably the most suitable candidate among them. Ma Li Su tugged at her stiffened lips, questioning, "What is this? Surely it cannot be poison?" Her gaze turned venomous, and in a sudden frenzy akin to a seizure, she lunged at Ruoxi, baring her teeth in an attempt to bite her. For that worthless man Fu Yuan, we sisters are driven to mutual destruction, and if I cannot survive, neither shall you. However, before she could reach Ruoxi, the latter deftly sidestepped her. Ma Li Su's face collided with the door, crushing her nose. She pinched her nose, which now tilted awkwardly to one side, the artificial structure glaringly apparent at a glance. Ruoxi gazed at her ludicrous appearance, yet lacked the inclination to mock her. Impatiently, she grasped Mary Sue's chin, forcefully administering the medication. The fact that she refrained from shoving the outer glass into your throat for you to swallow was the greatest act of mercy. I have not forgotten how you gradually usurped my parents, stealing my family and marriage in the previous life. I am all too aware of your temperament. Mary Sue coughed heavily several times, unable to comprehend what Ruoxi was saying. You lunatic, what do you mean by this life and the next? Overindulgence in lavish feasts has driven you mad. You must be ill. She ground her teeth, the sound of her molars echoing, wishing she could bite into Ruoxi's flesh and swallow it whole. Ruoxi nonchalantly tugged at her collar, her enchanting visage and demeanor inadvertently evoking a particular phrase. A cultured rogue. Chapter 71, Misunderstanding. Do you not recall? Haha, you all lack the memories of your previous lives. Why should I alone endure the shadows of the past in this lifetime? Why is it that I perished while you continue to thrive? None of you shall enjoy peace. Ruoxi admitted that when her emotions surged, she indeed became somewhat incoherent. However, at this moment, she simply wished to let her feelings pour forth. Ma Li Su, startled by Ruoxi's outburst, gazed at her haunting expression, trembling in fear, her mind buzzing with confusion. Although she could not comprehend a single word, she understood that Ruoxi was furious, and this would not bode well for her. Good days? What good days could possibly remain at this point? Leaning against the wall, Ma Li Su's face turned ashen, stirring not a single ripple of emotion within her. I no longer wish to live, she thought. You, madwoman, may do as you please. It would be best if you killed me swiftly so that I can reunite with Brother Fu in the afterlife. Ruoxi curled her lips into a disdainful smile. Do you truly believe that Fu Yuan has long since perished? At this nonchalant inquiry from Ruoxi, Ma Li Su's eyes widened in disbelief. Is he not dead? He was clearly taken away by the man you are currently entwined with. Ruoxi's lips curled into a smile, for she had discerned what truly mattered to Ma Li Su at this moment, and she was determined to extinguish her light personally. Oh, you speak of Fu Yuan? My husband, seeing my infatuation with him, has consented to let Fu Yuan go. He is likely out there indulging in affection with other maidens. Impossible. How could you so easily let him go? Fu Yuan is mine in life and in death. How dare I perish while he continues to live, engaging in those nauseating acts with other women? Ma Li Su roared, her voice piercing, causing Ruoxi to furrow her brow. Ma Li Su wept inconsolably overman, while Ruoxi could only find amusement in her plight, reflecting on the past, when Ma Li Su had stolen her beloved. Ruoxi's anguish had been no less than that of Ma Li Su's, having endured the betrayal of both family and fiancé. As Ruoxi turned to leave, calculating the time, she realized that Ma Li Su was on the brink of being completely overtaken by the zombie virus. She had come to terms with her past life and reconciled with herself. However, Ma Li Su was not inclined to let her depart. She lunged forward in a frenzied manner, tears streaming down her face. You cannot simply let him go. He was the one who seduced me first, and he confided in me that his engagement to you was solely for your wealth. It was he who orchestrated your fall down the slope, masquerading as a hero to rescue you. You must not succumb to romantic folly. You cannot so easily forgive him. Ruoxi raised her eyebrows with intrigue. So what? I have already let him go. Ruoxi's gaze was laced with mockery, while Molly Sue seemed intent on indoctrinating her. I apologize for your disappointment. From the very beginning, I have never held any affection for Fu Yuan. My heart belongs solely to my current husband. With a playful inflection, she cast aside her words, decisively slamming the cold door shut. Molly Sue slid down the wall, collapsing to the floor as if struck by lightning. What? Perhaps she was merely imagining things, mishearing. How could Ruoxi possibly not have feelings for? A shrill, piercing scream erupted from the confinement room, reminiscent of the anguished cries heard during slaughter. Ruoxi distanced herself with a sense of disdain, brushing off the dust that had settled on her clothing and spritzing it with disinfectant. As she lifted her gaze, she found Fu Yuan staring at her intently, his eyes shrouded in darkness, perhaps a consequence of his transformation, with black strands creeping over his irises. In his eyes, there was not a trace of emotion to be discerned. Xiao Fuzai, what troubles you? Fu Yuan shook his head. I've simply been feeling a bit weary lately. What did you discuss with them just now? Did the conversation touch upon Fu Yuan? As Ruoxi removed her protective gear and stepped out of the laboratory, Fu Yuan followed closely behind. I have injected the last zombie virus into Molly Sue, she informed him. She asked me to bring Fu Yuan to keep her company. However, Fu Yuan remained composed and proceeded to pose a third question. You used to have a fondness for Fu Yuan. What was it that you liked about him? This inquiry struck Ruoxi as rather perplexing, prompting her to curl her lip in disdain. Who told you that I liked him? He is merely my nominal former fiancé, and that is a matter of the past. Goodness, could you not be so sentimental? All the lessons I imparted to you were in vain. With a hint of irony, she continued, I have personally disassembled Fu Yuan's corpse, and I assure you, my emotions are not significantly stirred. Fu Yuan seized upon the crux of her statement. Disassembling the corpse. Are you suggesting you wish to see his body? Is it his physical form that you are attracted to? A mere wisp of a figure. It is unfortunate that you have misjudged. Ruoxi. All right, she resolved that from this moment on, she would engage in a 3-hour Cold War with a man surnamed Fu, as Fu Yuan attempted to assist her in removing her garments. Ruoxi deftly evaded his advances without leaving a trace. Ruoxi abruptly flung open the door and strode towards the construction site, declaring that from this moment forth, the little artisan would engage in a 3-hour Cold War with Xiaofu, urging not to be disturbed. In truth, she herself was uncertain about the precise nature of her anger. Was it directed at Fu Yuan's lack of self-assurance, or was it his incessant melancholy and sensitivity? Yet, these traits were a product of his tumultuous upbringing, leaving him bereft of security. At this moment, Ruoxi felt a compelling urge to remain by Xiaofu's side, offering him solace and affirming his inherent goodness. However, one can only endure so much. A few instances of support may suffice, but ultimately, Xiaofu must embark on his own journey of self-transformation. Fu Yuan stood, gazing at the resolute figure retreating into the distance, frozen in place. Had he erred in some way? His fingers fidgeted aimlessly against the door, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Wu Weiguo remained undeterred in his attempts to promote Wu Xiaojun to Ruoxi. Ruoxi's brows slightly knitted in displeasure. One cannot deny that Brother Wu is indeed a self-made man, well-versed in the nuances of human nature and adept at navigating the complexities of capital. He understands that finding a spouse has always been a challenge for men. However, in this post-apocalyptic era, women with frail health are no longer among the living, exacerbating the already severe imbalance between the number of men and women, making the search for a partner even more arduous. Wu Xiaojun blinked his innocent eyes, tilting his head in a display of feigned innocence. Sister, do you find me unworthy? He lamented. Ruoxi felt a shiver run down her spine at his words. Brother Wu, don't you have important matters to discuss? Why have you brought along those who are unrelated? She questioned pointedly, directing her inquiry towards Wu Weiguo, who sheepishly scratched the back of his head in response. This young lad is quite fond of you. Upon hearing your name, he joyfully decided to follow along. Ruoxi could not accept this excuse and demanded that he be sent away immediately. Her words were laden with an irresistible command. Wu Weiguo had no choice but to comply, instructing the other workers to escort Wu Xiaojun away. Now, this matter is resolved. Let us proceed to the construction site, for our workers have uncovered a cavity. Chapter 72. Corpse Transformation. Ruoxi lightly furrowed her brow as she followed Wu Weiguo into the construction site. Before them lay an opening of modest dimensions, resembling a drainage pipe. One would not expect such a feature in this desolate countryside, where the norm would be open cesspools. Moreover, this pipe appeared remarkably new, as if it had only been completed a few days prior, with signs of recent construction still evident. Wu Weiguo seemed to recall something, exclaiming, "Ah yes. Just before I entered, there was a frenzy outside for digging underground bases. This must have been excavated by others and has now reached us." As if summoned by the mention of his name, a plump face suddenly emerged from the other end of the pipe, dark and unkempt. It seemed that he had just finished some work. "Is someone speaking over there? You could just call me Old Wang. I'm your neighbor. I look forward to your kind attention in the future." Ruoxi, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "May I ask if there are any other neighbors?" Old Wang bellowed in response, "Let your man speak. What business does a woman have to interject?" His words were laced with disdain for women. Yet Ruoxi's expression betrayed no change. His boastful tone practically radiated his arrogance. Ruoxi's gaze restrained Wu Weiguo, urging him to refrain from being overly conspicuous. Initially, she regarded a kilogram of apples as insignificant. However, upon encountering Chun Xuanbei, she realized the rarity of fruit in the apocalypse. Should the neighbors discover the valuable resources here, it is difficult to fathom the lengths to which a malicious individual might go to steal or plunder. After all, just because there is harmony underground does not imply that the interactions among people outside are equally amicable. Old Wang was skeptical, sneering, "A boss, huh? I might as well be a big boss myself. In this day and age, a man toils for a woman. How absurd." His tone dripped with disdain and contempt. Wu Weiguo clenched his fists, the muscles in his shoulders tensing. Yet Ruoxi restrained his eager arm. "We shall not converse with those on the brink of death, lest we be tainted by their uncleanliness." With a dismissive remark, Ruoxi turned on her heel, leaving behind a straight silhouette. Since the boss had spoken thus, Wu Weiguo naturally refrained from taking any action. He shot a few glances of disdain at Lao Wang before securing the entrance with some objects. Lao Wang, having been reprimanded, hurriedly retorted, yet his adversary paid him no mind, leaving him quite disgruntled. In a fit of anger, he clamped his mouth shut, but a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Ruoxi appeared to possess an uncanny ability to read minds, commanding Wu Weiguo to set up 5 or 6 traps around the cave's entrance. Should he attempt to sneak in, he would not only find himself ensnared in a cage, but also caught in a powerful clamp that would surely sever at least 2 of his toes. Wu Weiguo followed behind, pondering, "Sister Ra, how can you be so certain that he will crawl through the tunnel at night? He is well aware that we are not alone here. He can accomplish nothing on his own." Ruoxi appeared despondent. When one reaches the end of the road, they may resort to any means, clinging to even the slightest hope of survival. I observed his current condition, despite the fleshiness of his face. His brow was furrowed with exhaustion, his lips chapped, and he was incessantly swallowing, indicative of a prolonged period without sustenance. Moreover, his continuous digging suggested he was likely excavating a burrow, hoping to capture a gopher for sustenance. Earlier, you inadvertently revealed to him that our food resources are abundant. Given his nature, would he truly neglect such a bounty to instead toil endlessly in search of nourishment? Wu Weiguo experienced a moment of clarity, as if enlightened. Ruoxi's observations were indeed astute. I had completely forgotten what he looked like. Ruoxi dismissed the notion, recalling that recognizing a person was merely a matter of remembering their unique traits. Upon seeing Fu Yunma standing at the door, she suddenly remembered a question she had yet to pose. "Did you not claim that you only erased Wu Xiaojun's memories of others? Why has he become so foolish now? What exactly have you done to him?" Fu Yunma's body appeared somewhat rigid, his complexion long having turned a ghastly pallor. With strands of dark hair clinging to half his face like the web of a spider, a sight both terrifying and unsettling. Accentuated by the pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, his former handsomeness utterly vanished. Even Ruoxi could not recall when he had transformed into such a state. Has the little diva begun to find me distasteful? Fu un uttered inarimarcably wudenton. As Ruoxi was about to decline, Fu Yuma spoke first. He is introducing you to a new man. Is it Wu Xiaojun? He may not possess the same charm as I once did, yet he appears to surpass my current appearance. When Fu Yuma uttered these words, she could not bear to look at him and averted her gaze. She feared that Fu Yuma might suddenly break into a smile. Regardless of how he smiled, it would only appear sinister, revealing no true emotion. During these days, Ruoxi had been preoccupied with work at the construction site, neglecting Fu Yunma's feelings, and she recognized that this was indeed her fault. As Ruoxi remained silent, Fu Yunma continued to speak, moving closer and bending down to present his face to her. Do you know, he began, I just want to feed the little rabbit, and it seemed my visage frightened her. She knocked over the milk bottle, wailing and calling for her father. But I am her father. Why can't she recognize me? The moment I approach, her cries intensify. You were right. She shouldn't be called Rabbit, but rather Bear of Bravery. She is truly mischievous and rather unruly. It is because of her that I muster the courage to gaze into the mirror, confronting the ghastly reflection I now possess. Oh, little diva, why do you shy away from me? Just cast a glance, will you? Are you avoiding my gaze because you've grown weary of watching other men outside and have begun to find me wanting? Ruoxi directly rejected the notion, saying, no, don't overthink it. Let's sit down and have a proper conversation, shall we? Surprisingly obedient, Fu Yunma complied and took a seat across from Ruoxi. All right, I'll be very good. Please don't dislike me, if you would. His eyes sparkled with hope and sincerity. As Ruoxi felt a sudden pang in her heart, she spoke in a hushed tone. Rest assured, it won't happen. If you have been feeling down lately, I can spend more time with you at home. Fu Yunma chuckled softly, bemused by her antics. Wasn't it said that the little shop required someone to act as the cashier to watch over the store? What would happen to the shop in her absence? Chapter 73. Old Wang Ruoxi gently ruffled his hair, embracing her insecure little boyfriend in her arms. What significance does a relationship hold compared to a small shop? Besides, I opened the store and expanded the underground base for you and the bunny, all to ensure our future days are more bearable. If you're unhappy now, then what value is there in contemplating the future? In the art of comforting, Ruoxi had become quite adept. Whenever her beloved felt insecure, she knew just what to say. Initially reluctant to console him, she could not bear to witness his red eyes and pouting lips, looking so pitiful. Oh, that little expression, reminiscent of a tearful puppy scratching at her door in the middle of the night, evoked a deep desire to shower him with affection. Such is love. Both individuals strive to adapt, showing mutual understanding and compromise, which ultimately leads to a lifelong partnership, hand in hand until the end of the world. It is akin to the notion that a prideful boy and a stubborn girl will not yield favorable outcomes. This is a universal truth. One must release all pent-up negative emotions rather than suppress them. Love is a sanctuary, not a tempest. Ruoxi gently comforted the exceedingly sensitive and self-deprecating Xia Fuzi in her embrace. One was dull-witted, the other acutely perceptive. Why did they initially believe they could never find harmony? It was merely a reluctance on both sides to embrace change. It was simply a matter of insufficient love. At this moment, Ruoxi has come to understand her own feelings. This night is destined to be one of sleeplessness. In the living room, a little rabbit, still yearning for milk and trembling with fear, tightly wraps itself in its small blanket. Daddy, I want a drink. Yet, no one remembers her, and she turns over, whimpering softly. In the dark construction site, a chubby figure struggles to crawl through an opening. The instant he lands, the cage emits a clattering sound, sealing him in. What follows is a series of anguished cries. Indeed, upon entering the site, old Wang lies in a pitiful state on the ground, trapped by the cage, with 3 or 4 of his toenails painfully torn off, blood oozing profusely. Surprisingly, he casually tears some fabric to bandage his wounds and then falls asleep, snoring deeply, utterly undisturbed by his current predicament. Wu Weiwei cannot help but be astonished. This fellow is truly formidable. Ruoxi sauntered over, a lollipop held delicately between her lips. Knowing it hurts, do you dare to return? Lao Wang opened his eyes and, upon recognizing the woman, let out a cold snort. I must commend your superior, employing such ruthless measures, setting up 5 or 6 traps. One might think you are guarding something of great value. Yet, the surroundings appeared rather unimpressive. Lao Wang cast a disdainful glance around. The unfinished walls were caked with dirt, with portions hastily covered in cement. Were it not for Ruoxi's presence, Wu Weiguo would have lunged forward to deliver a beating to this scoundrel long ago. How many times must I tell you? She's our boss. If you are deaf, there's no need to have eyes. Speak to Ruo like that again, and I shall gouge your eyes out. Such bloody words indeed reflected a man hardened by his experiences in constructing a base outdoors. A trait that Ruoxi found appealing in Wu Weiguo. He was fierce towards others, yet protective of his superior, open to suggestions. Yet, when it came to the matter of introducing men into a room, Wu Weiguo remained obstinately unyielding. Ruoxi cast a cold, indifferent glance at Wu Xiaojun, who had been staring at her with a foolish grin throughout. Lao Wang's expression momentarily registered shock, but it was swiftly overshadowed by a provocative demeanor, exuding an air of a petty rogue. Well, who would have thought that a woman like you possesses such prowess, managing to secure 2 obedient male companions? Hardly had the words left his lips when a series of dull thuds echoed through the air. Wu Weiguo launched a punch, aiming for second, yet hesitated as he turned to seek Ruoxi's approval. Miss Ruo, may I strike him? Seizing this opportunity, Lao Wang swiftly moved in, targeting Wu Weiguo's vital points with precision. Ruoxi, with remarkable agility, deftly lifted a nearby stick and struck the old king twice upon the back of his head, drawing blood with each forceful blow. The old king, caught in a moment of astonishment and disbelief, raised his index finger to point at Ruoxi before collapsing weakly to the ground. You actually dared to. Wu Weiguo, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, swiftly hoisted the old king, securing him with handcuffs and leg irons. Thank you, Miss Ruo. Ruoxi shook her head, deciding to confine him, and then summoned a few workers to accompany me to investigate the risks at Old Wang's residence. Wu Weiguo was perplexed by this course of action. What if there were an ambush? Perhaps it would be wiser for me to lead my brothers to scout the path instead. However, since Wu Weiguo insisted on this request, and Ruoxi, being inherently lethargic, relented, saying, "Fine, you may go," Wu Weiguo was taken aback, exclaiming, "Ah, just like that, you've agreed?" With a slight arch of her brows, Ruoxi inquired, "Well, what else could it be? Do you expect me, your benefactor who has provided you sustenance and saved countless lives, to venture forth and scout the path ahead? Humanity often reveals its selfish nature when confronted with personal interests. Thus, regardless of how steadfastly Wu Weiguo may feign loyalty, Ruoxi's decision to elevate another, Lu Biao, to an equal standing with him becomes evident. In ancient times, positions of authority included the left and right prime ministers, as well as the minister of rights. Despite their unwavering loyalty, the emperor still appointed numerous officials, enabling them to engage in intricate power struggles, including vying to send daughters into the imperial harem. Given the circumstances, Wu Weiguo had no choice but to grit his teeth and step forward, leading a few of his brothers behind him. It was apparent that he held his comrades in high regard, having shared life-and-death experiences together. As he retrieved the key to unlock the door, he paid little heed to the marks left by Wu Xiaojuan's previous tampering. However, upon entering the small shop, her keen perception immediately detected a small bloodstain on the edge of a nearby table. Blood? The only one injured now is... Don't move. A sharp blade was pressed against Ruoxi's neck, slicing through her skin as Lao Wang menacingly tightened his grip on the knife. I never expected you, woman, to hoard such a wealth of food and even a considerable amount of daily necessities. No wonder your 2 male pets are so obedient to you. Ruoxi remained calm and composed. Speaking slowly, you are not too shabby yourself. You managed to effortlessly pry open the bracelet and anklet, and within a short span of time, you managed to pick the lock and infiltrate the convenience store. Though I must say, you are somewhat foolish. In the next moment, Ruoxi, with remarkable agility, executed a clever maneuver reminiscent of a golden cicada shedding its shell. She swiftly removed her outer garment and, from below, ensnared Old Wong by the neck. Before he could react, she brandished a knife, pressing it against his throat, causing blood to seep out. Old Wong, a formidable character in his own right, disregarded the blade at his neck and resolutely turned to subdue her. Yet, he found himself unable to overpower her. At that moment, a flicker of unease finally appeared in Old Wong's eyes. Your strength surpasses mine. Are you also an ability user of the strength type? Yet why do I sense no energy emanating from you? Ruoxi did not grant him the opportunity for further chatter. With a swift kick, she sent him sprawling 3 meters away, where he collided forcefully with the wall, letting out a muffled groan. It seemed he had struck a sensitive spot. Upon entering the confinement room, Ruoxi realized that Wu Weigua had merely locked the door without any additional security measures. It was no wonder Wu Weigua had been so careless. Her lack of trust had led her to withhold the code and the instructions for setting up facial recognition. She had already configured the fingerprint, facial recognition, and password locks. Old Wong, regaining his wits, forcefully pried the door lock open right before Ruoxi's eyes, exhibiting an audacity that knew no bounds. Yet, to his dismay, after breaking the lock, he discovered that the door remained shut, as there were several other locks in place. Old Wong let out an enraged roar, demanding his release, proclaiming himself a member of the 5-star organization. If our leader discovers my absence, you shall all face dire consequences. The 5-star organization? Ruoxi curled her lips, the name sounding familiar, as if it belonged to Chun Xuanbei's organization. One could only wonder if Chun Xuanbei would awaken with a countenance resembling that of a liver, considering how effortlessly she had rendered him unconscious. Wu Weigua shot several glances at Old Wong, whose face bore a camouflage-like pattern, marked by streaks of dark gray. Ruoxi shook her head, disobediently, having just pried the lock open. Did you find anything? Her gaze swept over their hands, noting the absence of any items. It seemed they had uncovered nothing. However, Wu Weigua nodded. We did not discover any food, only a few nearly spoiled buns. Yet, judging by his equipment, he must not be alone. It is likely that others have visited that place as well. Wu Weigua contemplated resorting to violence against Old Wong, hoping to extract some information from him. Ruoxi intervened, cautioning against the cunning individual before them. Do not enter. His current facade of honesty surely conceals ulterior motives. Inside, Old Wong chuckled with an air of arrogance, beckoning, come, let us see you try to take me down. As Ruoxi remained steadfast in her refusal, Wu Weigua clenched his teeth, suppressing his frustration. Old Wong's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment, muttering under his breath, "Humph, a spineless fool, utterly tiresome." Noticing several workers trailing behind Wu Weigua, a fleeting glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by a brazen, scrutinizing gaze directed at Ruoxi. Who would have thought that such a petite woman could manage so many men, overseeing an entire base? The gravity of the situation was akin to witnessing a meteor strike or the sun rising from the west. Clearly, Ruoxi paid him no heed, engrossed in conversation with Wu Weigua. This individual is associated with Chun Xuanbei. Upon hearing the name of their young master, Old Wong's demeanor transformed, radiating an indignant pride akin to that of a lion whose mane was ruffled. How audacious to utter the name of our young master so brazenly! If our leader were to... Ruoxi interrupted sharply. Defeated wretch, comprehend your current predicament. Should you incite my displeasure, extinguishing your life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. I shall fill in the very hole that harbors your existence, and your organization will merely attribute your demise to a rain-induced collapse, assuming you perished by misfortune. No one shall mourn your worthless life. Initially brimming with enthusiasm, Old Wong was now visibly intimidated, his once erect spine slightly bending. Indeed, Ruoxi's words struck a chord deep within him. With so many individuals in the organization, should such a fate befall him, they would likely not even retrieve his remains. He had always believed that no lock in this world could withstand his prowess. Yet today he found himself confronting an unexpected adversary. Could it be that the Lock King of Jiangnan would bow before this young girl? No, he refused to accept such a fate. Desperately clutching the door, Old Wong reached for Wu Weigua's attire, exclaiming, "I possess a multitude of skills. You cannot simply dispose of me. I can assist you in numerous endeavors, and my organization holds me in high regard. Should I perish?" They would not rest until they uncovered the truth, and once they learn of your existence, they will undoubtedly obliterate this place with explosives. Ruoxi couldn't help but laugh at his desperate attempts to both promote himself and threaten her simultaneously. Ruoxi posed a series of incisive inquiries. Which employer in the world would willingly recruit an individual who poses a threat to their own employees? What nutritional value can you offer me? What purpose does the abbreviation serve? If I were to truly make you one of my own, would you obediently comply and forget your former affiliation with a five-star organization? Such pointed questions left not only Old Wong, but even Wu Weigua utterly bewildered. What? Could it be that Ruoxi actually intends to recruit this individual into their team of workers? Ruoxi found the situation rather tedious and a waste of time, glancing languidly at the watch on her wrist. Having promised Xiao Fuzai to set aside more time each day to keep him company, she could not afford to break that commitment. With a self-mocking smile, she declared, "I shall grant you just one day to ponder this matter thoroughly." With that, she turned and strode away, executing her tasks with utmost efficiency and without delay. Old Wong was shouting something from behind, but Ruoxi merely adjusted her ears, absorbing none of it. Wu Weigua caught up with her, inquiring about the situation regarding the hole in the pipeline where he resided. Ruoxi spoke lightly, suggesting that they bury it in the earth, as they had an abundance of soil and were at a loss for where to place it. The soil excavated during the basement expansion would be discreetly tucked away into the space when no workers were present. Now it saved some effort, allowing them to directly fill the hole dug by Old Wong. Wu Weigua nodded and commanded the workers to commence their task. Ruoxi intervened, suggesting that they have their meal first since it was noon, and then resume their work afterward. Wu Weigua nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Ruoxi recalled something and called out to him. The workers took turns eating in front of Old Wong during their meal breaks, allowing him to savor the aroma of the food without permitting him to taste even a single grain of rice. Wu Weigua praised her ingenuity, exclaiming, "Wow, Ruoxi, this tactic is truly brilliant." Wu Xiaojun appeared from nowhere, but Ruoxi chose to ignore him and proceeded to the kitchen. "Cousin, does my sister dislike me?" Wu Weigua encouraged Wu Xiaojun, saying, "It's all right, keep your spirits up. You are still young. You will eventually outlast the old man." Inside the kitchen, the old man, Fu Yunmo, remained silent. Chapter 75, The Map. As Ruoxi stepped inside, she overheard Wu Weigua's remark from outside, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter, doubling over in amusement. Even Fu Yunmo, whose face was darkened, found himself chuckling, holding a spatula in his hand. "Stop laughing. This is not amusing at all," he exclaimed. Ruoxi endeavored to suppress her laughter, asserting, all right, I shall not smile," accompanied by a fit of giggles. Fu Yunmo, visibly irritated, turned away, subtly nudging the cart with his leg. "The vegetables are inside. I am weary, and I shall take a rest now. By the way, the little rabbit has grown distant from me. She cries whenever I approach, so you shall be responsible for her daily care from now on." Initially, Ruoxi felt indifferent, but upon hearing that she was tasked with looking after the little rabbit, a sense of dread enveloped her. The smile gradually faded from her face. The poor little rabbit, having gone hungry for an entire day, was in a state of distress, crying incessantly. Ruoxi could only hastily prepare the milk formula and present it to her. To her surprise, upon seeing Ruoxi's face, the rabbit's large eyes overflowed with tears, resembling pearls cascading down. "Mama Bat." It seemed the little one still harbored a grudge for the time Ruoxi had unplugged the television. Ruoxi had no choice but to turn on the television, cradling the rabbit plushie as she reclined on the sofa to watch Barbie Princess. It was hard to imagine that not long ago, it was Fu Yunmo who held the rabbit plushie in this very spot, watching fairy tales while she herself was engrossed in a computer game, secretly scoffing at their childishness. Now, the rabbit plushie was bouncing on the sofa, clapping its tiny hands, captivated by the television show, where the princess performed a graceful curtsy towards the rabbit. In a playful imitation, The rabbit clumsily attempted the same, resulting in an awkward tumble that nearly ended in a disastrous fall. Fortunately, Ruoxi reacted swiftly, catching her by the scruff of her neck. Otherwise, she might have bumped her head against the table corner, causing a serious injury. With no other option, she confined the little one in her embrace and continued watching the fairy tale. Initially, she felt drowsy, but the rabbit's energetic movements jolted her awake. Since she had nothing else to do, she decided to indulge in the enchanting world of Barbie Princess. Eventually, when Fu Yunma called her to bring meals to the workers, Ruoxi felt a twinge of reluctance, not wanting to leave. "Just one more episode, please?" she pleaded. Fu Yunma raised an amused eyebrow, recalling how she had previously declared it to be mere childish nonsense, claiming that as an adult, she could not possibly enjoy such frivolities. Ruoxi felt a twinge of guilt, but after all, it was not her. Stubborn as a dead duck, she insisted on her stance. Fu Yunma, with a sigh of resignation, turned away, stating that since she was unwilling to deliver the meal, he would have to undertake the task himself. Otherwise, the buns would surely grow cold. Upon hearing that he intended to go personally, Ruoxi hurriedly called out to him, "Oh dear, in your current state, how can you possibly go? If they see you, it would create quite a commotion." After a few moments of procrastination, Ruoxi finally tossed the remote control to Tuesday. "You stay back, I will go." The workers, upon seeing Ruoxi's arrival, gathered around her. Wu Weiguo gave a thumbs up, remarking on how impressive Ruoxi was. Indeed, after we took turns flaunting our sumptuous lunch in front of old Wang, he could no longer contain himself. He confessed that he knew the locations of Chun Xuanbei's bases and could point them out on the map, but insisted on waiting for her arrival to disclose this information. I pondered, what relevance does Chun Xuanbei's bases have to me? I harbored no animosity towards him. His matters are of no concern to me. At that moment, Ruoxi resembled a leader venting her frustrations on subordinates after a domestic disagreement, her mood decidedly sour. Yet, deep down, she was aware that her irritation stemmed from the unfinished business with her Barbie dolls, while Wu Weiguo insisted on dragging her into discussions about Chen Xuanbei. Sen Xinbei. Suddenly, Ruoxi was reminded of someone, Fu Yinhai. She recalled that Fu Yinhai had seemingly been rescued by Chen Xuanbei in the end. Could they have joined forces? Indeed, he held a grudge against her. Fu Yinhai would relish the thought of devouring her flesh, eager to strike her down himself. Off she went to meet old Wang, curious to see how much wisdom could emerge from his foolish lips. Upon arriving at the detention room, old Wang's eyes lit up at the sight of Ruoxi, dispelling the disdain he had initially shown. His face was now adorned with a sycophantic grin. "Boss, it was my folly not to recognize your greatness before. I implore you for a chance at redemption. I assure you, I will divulge every location of Chun Xuanbei's bases that I know." Ruoxi seemed to have spotted something intriguing. "Speak, what is it that you desire?" Suddenly, his demeanor shifted to one of servility, which hardly suggested that he merely wished for her to spare his life. Perhaps having witnessed the workers' sumptuous lunch, he was tempted by the appetizing fare and yearned to join them. Old Wang pushed the door aside, declaring, "I possess strength, I am diligent, and I am of honest character. Why not consider taking me in as well?" Ruoxi appeared to have heard an utterly ludicrous joke. "You honest? Consider your actions today before uttering such words." Lao Wang smirked with a sly charm, exuding a rather greasy demeanor. "I meant honest in that particular regard." Ugh! Ruoxi nearly retched at the implication. Did she appear to be the kind of woman who was indiscriminate in her affections? Such a parade of unsavory characters dared to approach her. Before Ruoxi could respond, Wu Weiguo reacted with even greater fervor. "What kind of man do you think you are? There are many here who surpass you in virtue, and besides, Ruoxi has a husband and children." Ruoxi's complexion turned ashen as she shot a glance at Wu Weiguo. "You are aware that I have a husband and children, yet you still persist in trying to place someone in my bed?" Upon hearing that Ruoxi was taken, old Wang's expression shifted to one of regret. "Alas, I have arrived too late." Ruoxi could no longer endure the conversation. It was an assault on her senses. With a voice laced with authority, she commanded, "Quickly mark all the locations on the map. Spare me any devious tricks." They finally bypassed the previous topic. After a considerable time, when Ruoxi obtained the map and glanced at the marked addresses, she immediately discerned a flaw. Unfortunately, one of the designated courtyards was precisely one of the small yards connected to her basement, rendering it impossible for it to be Chen Xuanbei's base. Old Wang was deceiving her. Ruoxi scoffed, declaring that she had granted him an opportunity, yet he failed to cherish it. Lao Wangis Alaum Belhong. Sensing an ominous atmosphere, though outwardly he maintained an appearance of unwavering loyalty. The addresses I marked above are indeed accurate. I cannot have misremembered, I assure you. I am not deceiving you. Wu Weigua took a moment to examine the map. As the principal overseer of the basement construction, while he was unfamiliar with the renovation's intricacies, he recalled the precise locations and, upon closer inspection, discerned the flaws within. Ruoxi intercepted Wu Weigua, who almost divulged information about the basement. Without further ado, he proceeded with the props. Chapter 76, Hostage-Taking. The sound of anguished cries echoed within the detention room as Ruoxi emerged with a stern expression. Since Old Wang was able to dig his way over here, it indicated that Chen Xuanbei and his associates were not far from this place. As Ruoxi examined the surveillance footage, she indeed spotted the figures of Chen Xuanbei and others near a courtyard. However, Fu Yanhai was conspicuously absent. Alas, what a pity. Had he been present, she would have pressed the bomb switch and taken his life. Sister, we need to buy something. Hurry and open the door to the convenience store. Wu Xiaojun exclaimed, fervently knocking on the door from outside. As Ruoxi opened the door, she was greeted by several workers standing outside. Among them was Lu Biao. She was slightly taken aback, surprised that Lu Biao had recovered so swiftly from his injuries. Lu Biao, enduring the pain, stood up. With each step he took, a sharp ache coursed through his back. He managed to muster a faint smile and inquired, Ruo, do our previous discussions still hold weight? Wu Xiaojun, perplexed, looked around in confusion. Uncle Biao, what did you discuss with my sister? Under the glow of the light bulb, Ruoxi proceeded to settle the bill at the small shop, subsequently keeping Lu Biao behind. Wu Xiaojun insisted on staying as well, but Lu Biao promptly kicked him out. Bang! Ruoxi cast a fleeting glance at Lu Biao before returning her focus to the calculations in her hands, choosing not to look at him again. Have your injuries healed? Lu Biao's lips were pale, and he clenched his molars tightly, attempting to maintain an air of composure as he replied, Yes, I am fit to return to work now. As Ruoxi cast a sharp glance, Lu Biao's slightly hunched back straightened abruptly. He pondered the implications of working while injured. What would happen if an incident were to occur? Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Rest assured, I shall not encounter any mishap unless someone deliberately inflicts harm upon me. Ruoxi continued to tap away at her keyboard, finally reconciling today's accounts. During tomorrow's morning meeting, I will inform the workers and allocate the areas for manpower. In the meantime, should you injure yourself again, do not come to me seeking compensation. No work equates to no pay. Lu Biao nodded, beginning to take an oath. Meanwhile, Tutu was crying again. Ruoxi put on her earbuds and turned on the television, reluctantly handing over the remote. Xiao Fuzi, would you mind donning a mask to tend her? However, it was Ruoxi herself who had grown lazy. Caring for a child was exhausting, and she could truly empathize with the hardships that Fu Yunma had endured in recent days. In the room, Fu Yunma had entirely disregarded Ruoxi. Oh, what are you doing in there? Upon opening the door, she found him engrossed in a solo game of Angry Birds on his computer, thoroughly enjoying himself. With a platter of fruit and juice beside him, he was in sheer bliss. Ruoxi initially contemplated intervening by yanking out his computer's power supply. Reflecting on her past actions, she sighed and decided against it. To her surprise, Fu Yunmo extended the power cord himself, his expression earnest, playfully inviting her to pull it out. Indeed, they shared an uncanny understanding. Ruoxi waved her hand, saying, You carry on with your game. I shall tend to the little bunny. Just moments after departing, the bunny scrambled back from the mat to nestle at Ruoxi's feet, blinking its large, innocent eyes. One word comes to mind, tender. The little one is truly delightful. Ruoxi clumsily lifted the little rabbit, asking, What's the matter? Are you hungry? The rabbit, with a pacifier in its mouth, could not utter a word, its tiny lips pouting adorably. Ruoxi gently pinched the soft cheeks of the bunny, causing a couple of droplets of saliva to fall onto her apron. The tactile sensation was delightful, and she found herself indulging in the act. The bunny's eyes widened in surprise, and its mouth opened in a silent gasp. Before it could even begin to cry, Ruoxi pressed down on its upper and lower lips, rendering it unable to move its mouth. Once her grip loosened, the bunny seemed to be activated, letting out a series of whimpers. Ruoxi pressed down again, saying, "Don't cry." The little bunny, with tear-filled eyes, looked utterly pitiable, wishing to weep but unable to do so, as the wicked mother had covered its mouth. As the grip loosened, woo-woo. Thus, the cycle of pauses and sobs continued, and Ruoxi played with great delight. Ultimately, Fu Yunma could no longer bear to watch. He donned a mask and emerged, taking the bunny from Ruoxi's embrace. Both were dear to his heart, and Fu Yunma glared at Ruoxi with palpable anger. Ruoxi playfully pouted her lips. "I was merely engaging her in a game, not intentionally making her cry. It was quite deliberate." Just as Fu Yunma was about to utter something, a cacophony of knocking resounded from the door outside. It was Wu Weiguo's voice. "Ruomei, Old Wang has fled." Ruoxi's complexion changed dramatically, no longer resembling her earlier mischievous demeanor. However, she did not rush outside in haste, for she sensed an unusual tone in Wu Weiguo's voice. There was no urgency, yet his voice trembled ever so slightly. Something was amiss. Peering through a crack, she caught sight of the scene outside. Indeed, Wu Weiguo was being held hostage by Old Wang, a knife pressed against his neck. Ruoxi gently pressed her brow, pondering how he could be taken hostage while scrutinizing a mere individual. If he fled, so be it. After all, it is but one life. Lao Wang's expression suddenly shifted, and Wu Weiguo's countenance was equally grim. "Ruo, dear sister." Ruoxi took a bite of the potato chip, feigning ignorance. What was the matter? It appeared that Wu Weiguo's hands were restrained by handcuffs, rendering him unable to move. A sense of doubt arose in Ruoxi's heart. Even if Wu Weiguo had been taken hostage, what about the other workers? With the power of the ability system, could it be that the other workers had been silenced as well? Just as Ruoxi found herself at a loss, a familiar figure rushed towards her. He was large in stature, only slightly slimmer than the robust Old Wang. Upon a single glance, Ruoxi instantly recognized the individual. As Lu Biao rushed over, Old Wang also heard the commotion behind him and abruptly shoved Wu Weiguo to the ground, engaging in a struggle with Lu Biao. Wu Weiguo spat out several mouthfuls of blood, collapsing onto the ground, his condition far from favorable. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ruoxi stealthily emerged, directing the nearby plants to strike at Old Wang's head. However, just as it was about to make contact with the back of his skull, Old Wang deftly shifted his position, causing Lu Biao's head to encroach upon the trajectory. "Quick, get out of the way!" Ruoxi urgently alerted. With a resounding thud, Lu Biao managed to react swiftly thanks to Ruoxi's timely warning, and evaded the impending impact. Glancing at the mangled potted plant beside him, Lu Biao felt a lingering sense of dread. "Boss Ruo, do be cautious with your aim. You nearly struck one of your own." Ruoxi smiled awkwardly, her neck shrinking in embarrassment. "I apologize." Lao Wang initially intended to jest at Ruoxi's expense, but unexpectedly, Lu Biao seized the moment and launched several punches. He stubbornly withstood 2 blows. Ugh! Lao Wang's face became disfigured, twisted in pain, and though his eyes reflected resentment, they were more imbued with admiration. "You, like me, possess a power-based ability, and yours surpasses mine." Lu Biao, shaking his shoulders and suppressing the pain from his back, arrogantly declared, "Defeated opponent, you have no right to speak." As he spoke, he raised his middle finger at Lao Wang, who, infuriated, spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. At this point, Ruoxi, the harbinger of mischief, added, "Oh, by the way, Brother Biao is still injured. He should have been bedridden for over half a month, yet he got up and worked after just a week. You couldn't even best an injured man." Upon hearing this, Lao Wang coughed up more blood and promptly fainted. Not only Lao Wang, but Wu Weiguo also spat blood, as he had just been captured by Lu Biao's defeated foe. Had it not been for Lao Wang's treachery. Chapter 77. Reward. Ultimately, the task of interrogating Lao Wang was assigned to the still healing Lu Biao, which Wu Weigua vehemently opposed. "Sister Ru, leave it to me. I assure you I won't be deceived by him this time." Lu Biao interrupted him. "Come on, your life was saved by me." His teeth clenched. He gazed at Wu Weigua with fiery intensity. Lu Biao could not forget that his injuries were inflicted by this very man. If it were possible, he would have preferred not to save Wu Weigua, but upon witnessing him approaching Ruoxi in an attempt to showcase his skills, he reluctantly chose to rescue him. Wu Weigua was rendered speechless. Indeed, his life had been spared by Lu Biao, and he could not afford to act like the farmer who rescues a snake. "Xiao Lu, I'm just concerned about your injuries. I know your condition. The vigorous activity earlier must have reopened your wounds, and it's rather burdensome to have you, an injured person, conduct the interrogation." Wu Weigua raised his hand, intending to pat Lu Biao's shoulder, only to have Lu Biao dodge it. "I appreciate your kindness, but I've been lying here for so long that I fear you might forget me. It's been 3 days without food. I've been subsisting on stale buns. At this rate, I worry that I won't recover from my injuries, but rather starve to death." This was an unabashed complaint, as Ruoxi sat nearby. Engrossed in the unfolding drama of two tigers clashing, the worker slumped to the ground, convinced that Lu Biao's temper would render him unlikable, and thus he had selfishly consumed Lu Biao's meal. To his astonishment, Lu Biao had somehow forged a connection with the esteemed boss Ruo. "Boss, perhaps I've been overly fatigued from work these past few days and simply forgot. Sincerely apologies, Biaye." Lu Biao turned his head away, clearly rejecting the worker's apology. Wu Weigua's countenance fell. The atmosphere had become quite awkward as he noticed Ruoxi's inquisitive gaze upon him. "I shall deduct half a month's wages from you," Ruoxi interjected at an opportune moment, adding, "and let us confine you to the small black room for a week as well." Upon hearing this, not only did the worker's expression shift, but even Wu Weigua furrowed his brow. Lu Biao was merely an ordinary worker. Forgetting to deliver a meal for 3 days warranted a deduction of half a month's wages. But why such a severe punishment, including confinement? Since the establishment of this rule, no one had ever truly been imprisoned in the small black room. Lu Biao himself had only spent a day there due to fears of infection before being released. The dust within that room surpassed even that of the construction site, teeming with rodents, including the kind of pet gophers kept by Ruoxi. Should someone sleep there overnight, those gophers would surely gnaw at their clothing and flesh, rendering sleep impossible. Coupled with the abysmal conditions, one would struggle even to swallow a bun. For any ordinary individual to endure a week in such a place would be akin to a death sentence. The worker fell to the ground, grasping at Lu Biao's pant leg in desperation. "Biao Gu, I truly recognize my error. I implore you to intercede with Boss Ruo on my behalf." Lu Biao had endured enough disdain from this worker in recent days and held a rather unfavorable impression of him. Yet disliking someone did not equate to wishing them harm. He had painstakingly cultivated a positive image before Boss Ruo that he could not allow to be tarnished. Ultimately, it was Wu Weigua who stepped forward to plead for the worker. "Ruomei, Lu Biao is but an ordinary worker, and he has only gone hungry for 3 days. It's sufficient to deduct half a month's wages without the need for confinement. That is tantamount to a death sentence. We have a small workforce. Losing even one member would be detrimental for us in the future." One must admit that Wu Weigua possessed a certain eloquence in his persuasion, and Ruoxi was indeed swayed. "To clarify, starting tomorrow, Lu Biao shall become the second manager of the site. I will assign him half of the workers to oversee, and I hope you all can support one another in your progress." Wu Weigua was taken aback, glancing between Ruoxi and Lu Biao. "Ruomei, you cannot be serious, can you?" Ruoxi encouragingly patted Wu Weigua's shoulder, not jesting. "I will issue a notice tomorrow morning, which will include the list of teams. You all just need to follow the instructions provided." Wu Weigua, having been a leader for many years, had never experienced equality with anyone, especially not with a former subordinate. He cast a meaningful glance at Lu Biao, questioning, "You sly fellow, when did you manage to win over Ruomei?" Lu Biao had long harbored ambitions to eliminate him and ascend to leadership, a desire that had not arisen overnight. Wu Weigua found this unremarkable, but he was taken aback by Ruoxi's sudden promotion of Lu Biao. After all, Just a few days prior, Ruoxi and Lu Biao had been at odds. Since May has made her decision, I shall heed your wishes without question. I would never dare to oppose your thoughts. This statement was sincere. Although Wu Weigua had intentions of introducing his cousin to Ruoxi, he would honor her decisions. For it was May who had saved both him and his brothers. Ruoxi gently clapped her small hands and departed, leaving the expansion project in the capable hands of the two of you. The little bunny is still awaiting her milk. Wu Weigua and Lu Biao exchanged glances, then turned their heads in opposite directions. Oof. Suddenly, Wu Weigua recalled something and called out to Ruoxi, have you forgotten? Tomorrow marks the end of the month. Ruoxi could not recall what was to be done at the end of the month. What was the matter? Wu Weigua expressed a sense of helplessness, reminding her that she had mentioned taking the 3 most diligent employees out for an excursion at the end of each month. It was only then that Ruoxi recalled the situation. Now she understood. To ignite the enthusiasm of the workers, she had devised a series of incentives, such as the Diligence Award and the Effort Award. The Effort Award. At the end of each month, the 3 most industrious workers would be organized for an outing. However, during such excursions, the workers' chains would certainly need to be unfastened, as safety considerations had to be taken into account. Sometimes, when it came to crafting the perfect circle, the efforts seemed haphazardly assembled. Wu Weigua presumed that Ruoxi was concerned about the number of attendees. Rest assured, among those taken down by Old Wong, there was one worker who was supposed to join the outing tomorrow, but had sustained an injury, thus leaving only 2 workers for the trip. Chapter 78. The Outing Upon Returning Home. Fu Yunma gazed at Ruoxi with the expression of a slighted spouse. Had she overheard their earlier conversation? Fu Yunma nodded obediently, her lips pouting in a display of grievance. Wasn't she supposed to spend more time with the 2 of them? Now, with the prospect of joining that rough band of men for the outing tomorrow, it seemed she would be unable to attend. Ruoxi gently rubbed the restless head of the big fellow. Be quiet. Stop overthinking. It's merely a necessary occasion for work. Fu Yunmo fell silent, obediently evoking a sense of tenderness. His eyes reddened, as if he had been wronged. Although he uttered not a word, it felt as though he had expressed everything. Ruoxi helplessly shoved a mouthful of raisins into his mouth. If Zaifuzi finds it amusing, in a few days, our family of 3 will embark on another outing together. Tomorrow, I shall take it upon myself to scout the path in advance. The little puppy that was just bullied now stands tall, its ears perked up at the offering of a grape. You, my dear boy, how is it that you are so easily satisfied? This is hardly a commendable trait. Fu Yunma assisted Ruoxi in changing her attire. It is precisely because it is you that I find such ease in my contentment. As for others, they do not warrant my attention. This statement, indeed, held a kernel of truth. Ruoxi had repeatedly witnessed Ma Li Su and her mother deliberately attempting to seduce Fu Yunmo. Generally, men tend to show at least a modicum of sympathy in such situations. However, Fu Yunmo reacted as though he had stumbled upon cow dung, displaying an expression of utter disdain as he unceremoniously kicked it away with a stick, where his clothing was inadvertently brushed against. Ruoxi never saw him wear that particular garment again. It was only after that incident that Ruoxi discovered Fu Yunmo's obsessive cleanliness, which, curiously, did not extend to her. After tidying up the items for their outing, Fu Yunmo donned a mask at home while tending to the child. Although Ruoxi was outside, she still cared deeply for her family. Sister, what are you daydreaming about? Wu Weigua had secretly brought Wu Xiaojun along. It turned out that the injured person had not come. Instead, he had sent his cousin out for an outing. Ruoxi cast a meaningful glance at Wu Weigua. Take good care of your cousin. Do not let him wander off. Both workers and the Wu brothers were clad in bulletproof vests. Ruoxi declared to them that it was a bulletproof vest, when in fact it was a real-time bomb. The moment she pressed the detonator, the designated individual would be obliterated into countless pieces. Although they had ostensibly come out for a picnic, Ruoxi had no intention of risking her life. If any one of them turned traitor and posed a threat to her, exposing the location of her underground lair would spell disaster. Anyone who betrayed her would meet an explosive end. Wu Weigua, his chest swollen beneath the weight of the vest, laughed and nodded, pulling Wu Xiaojun closer. Rest assured, Miss Ruoxi, I will take good care of him. Sigh, indeed, there was no joy in this outing with such brutish men. Ruoxi gazed at the men frolicking amidst the branches, her expression languid and dispirited. The act of searching for birds' nests seemed utterly tedious. In this day and age, what birds could one possibly find? Only empty nests, perhaps. She found herself reminiscing about Fuzi and Tutu. Wu Xiaojun, unbeknownst to her, had gathered a bouquet of wildflowers from somewhere and, brimming with anticipation, presented it to Ruoxi. Sister, these flowers are for you. As Ruoxi found herself ensnared in boredom, she picked up a wildflower and began plucking its petals, counting them one by one. 1 petal, 2 petals, 3 petals. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaojun squatted nearby, observing with utmost seriousness, as if he had stumbled upon some extraordinary curiosity. His eyes sparkled with childlike innocence, which made Ruoxi feel a tinge of embarrassment. With a swift motion, she pushed Wu Xiaojun aside. Suddenly, a gust of wind whispered past her ears. It was uncertain whether it heralded the approach of zombies or humans. Alas, before Ruoxi could fully comprehend the situation, it was too late. A worker attempting to retrieve a bird's nest from a tree was bitten by a shadowy figure and plummeted to the ground. Wu Weigua shouted a warning, but it was already too late, compounded by the fact that the intermediate zombie moved with alarming swiftness, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary human. Another worker sat paralyzed nearby, seemingly horrified by the gruesome fate of his fallen colleague, his legs trembling with fear. As the intermediate zombie turned around, Ruoxi finally beheld its true form, an abomination with a single eye, grotesque teeth, and wings, a terrifying amalgamation of a wild beast and a bat. It lunged viciously at the worker's neck. Damn it! Ruoxi wielded a nearby stick, striking the zombie's back with force, momentarily diverting its attention. However, the intermediate zombie glanced at Ruoxi's frail figure and dismissed her with disdain, utterly disregarding her presence. It turned back to continue its assault on the worker. Wu Weigua, ever loyal and principled, understood the gravity of the situation and shielded Wu Xiaojun behind him. Uncertain of the intermediate zombie's capabilities, he refrained from acting recklessly. Ruoxi commanded sharply, "Wait!" A large bird, having observed from a nearby cliff for some time, noticed Ruoxi's gaze directed towards it. The bird soared into the air and descended before Ruoxi, from which a man emerged. Ruoxi fixed her gaze upon him. This man had been observing the spectacle for quite some time. How could she possibly be ignorant of his identity? He was none other than Fu Yunhai, the one who had escaped from her grasp. With a mere wave of his hand, Fu Yunhai commanded the colossal bird, which then lifted its foot, crushing both the tree and the intermediate zombie beneath it, along with the hapless worker still alive. Wu Weigua bellowed in fury, "Cease at once. Our people are still there." But it was too late. As the great bird lifted its foot, the worker was reduced to a mere pulp. Remarkably, the zombie, despite being flattened, stubbornly raised its head. Such resilience in a mere intermediate zombie. In front of Fu Yunhai, Ruoxi disguised herself in a manner reminiscent of a typical Mary Sue, rendering her completely unrecognizable to him. Similarly, Wu Xiaojun had never encountered Fu Yunma before, and thus, when faced with Fu Yunhai's visage, a mirror image of Fu Yunma, he regarded him as a stranger. Given that none of them were acquainted, Ruoxi had no choice but to feign modesty, retreating behind Wu Weigua, her head bowed, pretending to be an inconspicuous individual. Fu Yunai smirked, raising his chin and interlacing his fingers. "I just saved your lives. I am your benefactor, and yet you treat me with such disdain? TSK, had I known, I would not have intervened." His words undoubtedly acted as a spark, igniting the flames of anger within Wu Weigua. Even without this insolent individual, they possessed the capability to seek refuge in the basement. Moreover, his sister had yet to reveal her true prowess. "Spare us your condescending remarks. Without your interference, we would have survived just fine." Chapter 79. Entering the base, Fu Yunhai surveyed Wu Weigua and his companions with a mocking gaze. "You think you can protect them? A delicate beauty and a fool. Can you truly safeguard them alone? How absurd." After delivering his scornful remarks, he cast a flirtatious glance at Ruoxi. "My dear lady, associating with them is a gamble. Why not accompany me instead? I could whisk you away to enjoy a carefree romance." Ruoxi shook her head in confusion, her exquisite features adorned with a deliberately feigned expression, reminiscent of an innocent flower unaware of the world's cruelties. As she lowered her gaze, a flicker of malicious amusement flashed at her eyes. If Fu Yunhai were to discover that she was the mastermind behind his torment for over half a month, he would likely be rendered speechless in terror. Having endured the apocalypse for such a protracted period, Fu Yunhai had never encountered a beauty so delicately fair. He had seen beautiful women before, but they were all disheveled, having gone days without a bath, which failed to pique his interest. Yet this young lady before him was different. A gentle breeze wafted by, and he could even catch a whiff of the fragrant aroma emanating from Ruoxi, instantly drawing him in. As he leaned in closer, yearning to caress her face, Ruoxi, startled by a sudden movement, took several steps back. Wu Weiguo promptly seized Fu Yunhai's inappropriate hand. "Dare to harbor any intentions toward Ruoxi? I shall not be kind to you. Just look at your age. Clinging to such a young girl without even considering her feelings. Perhaps she no longer wishes to be with you." Fu Yunhai was quite confident in his appearance. After all, within the base, his striking persona and abilities had garnered the attention of numerous women with just a smile. Wu Weiguo scoffed. "You have completely misunderstood. She already has a husband and children, and there are plenty of men surrounding her. She does not lack for a man like you." He thought of his own comrade, Xiao Jun, who had yet to make any advances toward Ruoxi, and now here was another man harboring desires for her. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of a worker behind Fu Yunhai, Wu Weiguo's expression darkened. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed an increasing number of brotherly deaths. The sight of corpses had long since numbed his heart. However, he was grateful that only 2 brothers had accompanied him today. Otherwise, the losses would have been too great, adversely affecting future plans. Yet, with the recent formation of groups, losing 2 workers would certainly place him under Lu Biao's harsh scrutiny in the days to come. He leaned closer to Ruoxi, whispering softly. Ruoxi shook her head, and an amusing game came to my mind. Upon hearing Ruoxi's subsequent words, Wu Weiguo was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Are you certain you wish to proceed this way? What if he?" As Ruoxi lifted her gaze, she locked eyes with Fu Yunhai. She feigned a sorrowful expression, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, the words that escaped her lips bore no trace of emotion. Rest assured, upon encountering an amusing pet, one must engage in delightful conversation. After all, having previously let him slip away, how could she possibly allow him to escape so easily this time? A prize so tantalizingly close. After much deliberation, Fu Yunhai, growing increasingly impatient, urged, "You've been conversing for quite some time. What, pray tell, are you discussing? Speak honestly." Wu Weiguo shot Fu Yunhai a furious glare and, with evident reluctance, pushed Ruoxi forward. "The woman you desired, I present to you." Ruoxi bit her lower lip, a delicate beauty that evoked a sense of tender sympathy in those who beheld her. Fu Yunhai's eyes brightened as he watched Ruoxi approach him step by step, eager and ready. "Dear sister, fear not. Follow your brother. And, whenever I have a morsel of meat, I promise to ensure you receive a bowl of broth." Such emotional intelligence is truly concerning. Ruo gently approached Fu Yunhai, who swiftly drew her close, lifting her by the waist and cradling her onto the magnificent bird. Ruoxi feigned shyness, covering her face, which perfectly satisfied Fu Yunhai's masculine desire to protect. The women in the base were too coarse, lacking the delicate charm of femininity. His heart felt soft and nearly melted. Fu Yunhai cast a triumphant glance at Wu Weiguo, thinking, "You know your place." As for Wu Weiguo's earlier claim that a young woman could have a husband and children, he dismissed it as mere falsehood. How could someone so youthful possibly be married or have children? Clearing his throat, Fu Yunhai cautiously inquired, "Sister, may I ask your name?" He regarded Ruoxi as a fragile vase, fearful that even a slightly harsh tone might shatter her. Most importantly, if Ruoxi were to shed tears, his heart would ache in sympathy. Fu Yunhai believed he had perhaps fallen in love at first sight. The delicate figure in his arms trembled, seemingly afraid of heights. Sure enough, Ruoxi quivered her lips, her starry eyes shimmering. "Big brother, my name is Xiao Su. You can call me Su Su." Fu Yunhai's heart bloomed with joy, his spirits lifted by Su Su's expression. Gently and soothingly, he reassured her, "Su Su, my dear, do not fear. I shall protect you, with me around. I will ensure you suffer no harm whatsoever." Ruoxi gently nodded, her anxious gaze drifting downward, her beautiful eyes tightly shut. Though she outwardly appeared fearful of heights, she felt utterly pitiful. Yet inwardly, she mused, "Wow, this grand bird is surprisingly comfortable. Can we soar even higher?" Before long, Fu Yunhai escorted Ruoxi to their base. It seemed that he held a significant position here, as someone approached him with matters to discuss. Who would have thought that so little time had passed since he had emerged from her palm, and he was already thriving so remarkably? Moreover, that disfigured face had mysteriously reverted to its original visage. If Ruoxi wishes to infiltrate the inner circle, she must shroud herself in secrecy and proceed with caution. Upon the arrival of a newcomer, especially one as striking and fair as she, the inhabitants of the base reacted with a mix of intrigue and mischief. The men whistled lewdly, while the women brandished their bows and arrows, gesturing menacingly towards Ruoxi to intimidate her. Ruoxi feigned a demeanor of great fear, hunching her shoulders as she followed the individuals arranged by Fu Yunhai, trailing behind them. However, although those women pretended to intimidate her, no arrows were released from their bows. In a lawless apocalyptic world, a small woman without any connections would have long since met a grim fate, leaving no trace behind. Ruoxi obediently entered Fu Yunhai's tent, awaiting his arrival. Had she chosen to wander aimlessly in this unfamiliar realm, it would undoubtedly arouse Fu Yunhai's suspicions. Moreover, it could potentially expose her to the ill intentions of others. It is not that Ruoxi fears being bullied. Rather, she simply wishes to conceal her brilliance for a while longer. The commencement of her inaugural life at the base is on the horizon, and she finds herself rather eager for it. She intended to feign sleep for a moment, yet a familiar voice suddenly echoed from outside the tent. Could it be that Chun Xuanbei is also here? Chapter 80, Moon Viewing. Listening closely, it seemed as though someone was about to enter. Ruoxi cast a glance around for any potential hiding spots and slipped into the cupboard. Moments later, Chun Xuanbei and Fu Yunhai entered together. The expansion project has been temporarily halted, and one of our scouts has gone missing. Logically, it is inconceivable for someone to vanish underground, especially since the tunnel has collapsed. Are you suggesting that there are other creatures down below that pose a threat to us? The person they referred to as missing is likely Old Wang. In the cramped confines of the wardrobe, Ruoxi found her breathing somewhat constricted. She cautiously opened a small gap, allowing a breath of air to drift in, thus alleviating her suffocation. The conversation outside became clearer to her. Chun Xuanbei furrowed his brow, inquiring about the progress of the virus research. Fu Yunhai, shedding his previously nonchalant demeanor, responded with utmost seriousness. "The situation is not favorable. We require more viruses for our studies. My recommendation is to directly procure them from human subjects, as this would enable us to gather a greater array of viral data." Upon hearing this, Ruoxi silently scoffed, considering the absurdity of the situation. "Your identity is merely an imitation of another's. You possess neither genuine talent nor knowledge, so why pretend?" Chun Xuanbei's expression soured as he fell into a moment of silence before stating, "No, if this matter were to leak, it would be detrimental to our organization. We cannot afford to deter powerful ability users from joining us, or our organization shall inevitably meet its demise." Fu Yunhai, undeterred, urged it's just one person. "We can find someone with poor health, a person of no consequence, to take the fall. There are always solutions to difficulties." Yet, Chun Xuanbei shook his head once more. "Did you not bring a woman from elsewhere? Utilize her for the experiment. After all, her demise would serve your purposes as well." In his eyes, women were all the same. Once their usefulness had expired, they could be discarded. If you use that woman for your experiment and others notice her absence, simply claim she fled. She has only just arrived. No one will care about her. As Ruoxi's heart sank, she couldn't believe her misfortune. "You, with the surname Fu, it would be best if you could lend me a hand and allow me to linger a little longer." Fu Yunhai resolutely refused, declaring it unacceptable. Anyone could be granted such a privilege, but not her. It seemed he had struck a nerve, and Fu Yunhai's demeanor grew increasingly assertive. Chun Xuanbei chuckled, surprised to witness this romantic side of him. I wonder what kind of woman could make you fall head over heels at first sight. After all this time, I have yet to see her. You wouldn't be keeping a hidden beauty, would you, unwilling to let other men gaze upon her? Fu Yunhai glanced around, scratching his head in confusion. I distinctly remember instructing someone to bring her to my tent. Where could she be? Chun Xuanbei, thinking he truly was hiding a paramour from prying eyes, attempted to ease the tension. Never mind, perhaps she is simply shy and hiding away. Do not be so secretive. She is merely a woman, and you, a man who nearly met his demise, are reduced to indulging in such trivial earthly matters? Ruoxi felt a sudden sense of speechlessness. What does it mean to be mired in the vulgarity of the earthly realm? It is nothing but disdain for women. Yet, you have been outmaneuvered by women on multiple occasions. Alas, she is now hiding in the wardrobe, unable to speak. After much difficulty, Chun Xuanbei finally departed, while Fu Yunhai, in a state of urgency, was eager to venture out in search of Ruoxi. Su, where are you? Ruoxi emerged from the wardrobe, calling out, "Hello. Dear brother, I am here." Ruoxi, with a bashful expression, lowered her gaze, unable to meet Fu Yunhai's eyes, noticing the dust clinging to the hem of her garment. Fu Yunhai kindly brushed it off for her. How did you end up hiding in the wardrobe? It's so dirty. Ruoxi anxiously twisted her fingers and said, I'm afraid of strangers. Her soft, melodious voice stirred something deep within Fu Yunhai's soul. Afraid of strangers? Did Su consider him an acquaintance? No worries. Su can simply enjoy herself around here in the future. I shall ensure that others maintain their distance. Ruoxi shyly nodded. Fortunately, that rascal Fu Yunhai harbored no improper intentions towards her for the time being, and they were not sharing the same tent. Otherwise, his little brother would not survive the second night. The night at the base was not as quiet as one might imagine. A group of people gathered around the bonfire, holding hands and dancing. Although there was no music played from a phone, someone sang, and the atmosphere was filled with joy and merriment. However, Fu Yunhai seized her hand. Su, it's quite lively outside. Shall we go to that crooked tree and enjoy the festivities? There are fewer people up there. Goodness. He even considered the sparsity of people in the tree. Ruoxi nodded eagerly, feigning a delicate physique that rendered her incapable of climbing the tree without the support of Fu Yunhai. In the fleeting moment when his arm encircled her waist, she bit her lip, suppressing the overwhelming urge to kick him into the air. Yet, one must admit, the view from the tree was indeed splendid. It may not be particularly accommodating for those with myopia, but fortunately, she was not among them. Fu Yunhai pointed towards the moon above, embarking on a grandiloquent discourse. Look, the moon is exceptionally beautiful tonight, yet it pales in comparison to your radiance. Ruoxi's eyes seemed to possess a will of their own, yearning to roll in exasperation. But no. In a swift motion, Fu Yunhai lowered his head, gazing at Ruoxi with a fervent yet unctuous expression, clasping her hand against his chest. Ruoxi hastily slammed on the brakes, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Gazing upon the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Yunmo, she found herself, for the first time, harboring the urge to leave a few slap marks upon it. Su, do not be modest. In my eyes, you are the epitome of beauty. Ugh! Ruoxi suppressed the turmoil in her stomach and managed to muster a touch of heartfelt smile. Is that so? I believe you, young sir, are the best as well. It was her first experience with the clamping sound, and Ruoxi felt an overwhelming discomfort throughout her body. In contrast, Fu Yunhai, upon hearing her words, had a smile that seemed to reach the heavens, his spirits soaring with delight. Ruoxi sensed that, in the next moment, he would lean in to kiss her. Unconsciously, her hand withdrew, wishing to incapacitate this fellow as soon as possible. Ahem! Someone below the tree coughed, abruptly interrupting the bubble of pink atmosphere. Fu Yunhai, filled with ire, bellowed at the individual below. Who is it? Are you unaware that we are admiring the scenery? Have you no sense of awareness? Chun Xuanbei, who had been engrossed in the scene, spoke up teasingly, It seems someone often loses focus during experiments, yet becomes utterly attentive when flirting with a girl. Oh, the men of this era. Chun Xuanbei. Ruoxi calmly tilted her head, grateful for the shade provided by the branches, which concealed her features from Chun Xuanbei, who could only discern her silhouette. Otherwise, she would have been exposed in no time. After some pushing and shoving, Chun Xuanbei was finally led away. Seizing the moment, Ruoxi rubbed her temples, her expression slightly wan. "Young man, I have hypoglycemia and cannot stay up late. I feel I might faint." She jested, for she was the queen of the canyon, capable of enduring sleepless nights without a hitch. As Ruoxi swayed precariously, Fu Yunhai felt an immediate pang of concern. Chapter 81. The Blueprint. Having achieved her objective, Ruoxi unsteadily entered the tent. Was it mere coincidence, or did that woman's silhouette seem oddly familiar? The following day, Ruoxi could no longer bear to remain idle. Seizing the opportunity when the area was deserted, she stealthily slipped into the hall where discussions had taken place, which also housed a study. The handwriting and title indicated it was penned by Chun Xuanbei. After a diligent search, she still could not locate the sampling site of their base. If the sampling site were in proximity to Ruoxi's basement, she would need to exercise caution. Hearing footsteps, she realized someone was approaching. Ruoxi concealed herself in a small corner. It was Fu Yunhai. After entering the study, he inadvertently triggered some mechanism and vanished within moments. Presumably, he had gone to the laboratory they mentioned. Now that Fu Yunhai was inside, Ruoxi certainly could not act recklessly. She had been squatting at the door for an indeterminate length of time, to the point where even the cicadas in the grass had grown weary of their calls. Before Fu Yunhai finally emerged, she needed to act swiftly. After ensuring there were no further mechanisms, she donned gloves and casually fiddled with a few items on the bookshelf. Good. Very well, it would not budge. Consequently, Ruoxi employed her telekinetic abilities, forcefully splitting the bookshelf in two and unveiling the entrance to the laboratory. The interior was quite modern, resembling a laboratory from before the apocalypse. Samples and such were quite ordinary, until she beheld her own name. Her name, Ruoxi, was prominently inscribed on the wall. Judging by the handwriting, it appeared to belong to Chun Xuanbei. Ruoxi felt utterly speechless. What on earth was this guy doing? If he could draw, would he go so far as to paint my portrait and cover the walls with it? After a thorough search, she found nothing particularly intriguing. As she casually stepped around, she discovered the floor was hollow, suggesting there was another space beneath. The components on the laboratory walls were coated in dust, indicating that Fu Yunhai was merely fooling around when he claimed to be conducting experiments. He couldn't even be bothered to touch the instruments. However, the wall inscribed with Ruoxi's name bore some crumpled papers. Ruoxi sensed something amiss, and after tapping the wall a few times, discovered a hidden mechanism. With a soft click, an endless black corridor unfolded before her eyes. She changed into a pair of shoes that made no sound as she walked, and ventured forth step by step. Groping along the wall, she switched on the light. To her astonishment, the interior revealed a cool-toned living room, bearing traces of habitation. On the table lay an unflattering portrait, unmistakably depicting her, despite her reluctance to admit it. As the inscription read Ruoxi, she felt a wave of nausea. How much better was her home, where Fu Yunma excelled in every art form, from music to painting. After a thorough search, leaving no small corner unexamined, she tapped into her inner detective. At last, beneath the doormat in the entryway, she uncovered the address that Chun Xuanbei and his companions had scouted. A brief glance revealed that two of the locations were not far from her small courtyard. Suddenly, a sound echoed, the arrival of someone. Ruoxi concealed herself beneath the bed, gazing at the shoes and surmising they belonged to Chun Xuanbei. He had been reclining on the sofa for a while, glancing at the portrait for a few moments. Did I fold this before I left? I seem to have forgotten. Ruoxi, what is this fellow babbling to himself about? Why is he playing a roller coaster in front of me? Suddenly, Chun Xuanbei approached the entrance, only to discover that the blueprint had vanished. He hurriedly dashed outside. If Ruoxi were not foolish, she would refrain from venturing out at this moment, lest she encounter an unfortunate coincidence. Ruoxi emerged, ascending the staircase step by step until she reached the doorway. A gun was aimed at her head. "Brother Chun, it's me. Don't be alarmed." Ruoxi smiled as she gently shifted Chun Xuanbei's gun aside. Chun Xuanbei raised an eyebrow with evident intrigue. Initially, she anticipated he would persist in aiming the weapon at her. To her surprise, he holstered it instead and made a gesture of invitation. "So, after much contemplation, have you finally come to the realization that you wish to seek refuge with me?" Ruoxi desperately sought to divert attention. "Indeed, I pondered for a considerable time. The last occasion, I rendered you unconscious and bound you to a tree. You must surely perceive me as an adversary. How could you possibly take me in? My visit this time is merely—" Chun Xuanbei interjected, stating, "Regardless of your actions, I am willing to welcome you. Thus, will you choose to stay?" The objective was unmistakably clear. Ruoxi's lovely eyes were clouded with a layer of dust as she smiled and nodded. She treated this place as her own home, reclining casually on the sofa and even turning on the television. However, the screen displayed nothing but static and garbled signals. Of course, she wanted to stay, after all. Your home appeared quite pleasant. Yet, if I were to remain, I certainly would not be able to occupy such a splendid residence. I would likely have to reside in a tent as shabby as those outside, which I could hardly endure. She agreed, then hesitated. Chun Xuanbei offered her a bowl of peanuts, saying, "As long as you are willing to stay, you may live with me." Ruoxi tilted her head in astonishment. "Isn't this rather inappropriate? If your future girlfriend finds out, she might very well be driven away by me. Copying, why are we still chatting? It's almost mealtime." Chun Xuanbei raised an eyebrow and replied, "It's nothing to worry about. I have no interest in women and therefore shall not have a girlfriend." Ruoxi pressed her forehead, feeling the warmth in the air. "Shall we step outside for a chat?" Chun Xuanbei seemed to perceive her subtle intentions. "Certainly, but first, you must return the blueprints to me. Holding on to that drawing serves no purpose for you, unless you are an undercover agent sent by another base." Ruoxi straightened her back, admonishing, "Do not unjustly label me. I am merely too warm. Now, fan yourself with your blueprints." "Ah, your blueprints." Ruoxi handed over the blueprint in pristine condition. After Chun Xuanbei examined it for a while and confirmed its accuracy, he finally agreed to go out. Ruoxi joyfully shook her head. Once outside, it was her sister's world. As soon as she emerged, Ruoxi eagerly retrieved her sports car and hopped inside. She tossed a note at Chun Xuanbei's face, playfully declaring her presence. Chun Xuanbei wore a sullen expression but refrained from retaliating, knowing from experience that shooting would be futile. The tires would not burst. Fu Yanhai hurriedly arrived, inhaling only a cloud of exhaust fumes, having failed to catch a glimpse of Ruoxi. His face bore a worried expression as he urgently inquired, "Have you seen Susu?" "She's gone." Chun Xuanbei, feeling abandoned, was in a foul mood. Meanwhile, Fu Yanhai continued to flaunt his affections in front of him. "She must have been taken by another man," he scoffed, leaving Fu Yanhai with a cold, indifferent back. Fu Yanhai scratched his bald head, utterly bewildered. Ruoxi sensed something amiss and ventured into the kitchen. Fu Yunma was not cooking either, calculating the time. She realized he should have already rinsed the rice and begun steaming it by now. However, the kitchen was barren, devoid of any activity. As she ascended further, she heard the wailing of the rabbit. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma sat beside, absent-mindedly tapping his fingers, his gaze lost in despair. "What has happened, little Fuzi?" Upon hearing the voice she longed for during sleepless nights, Fu Yunma abruptly lifted his head. Oh dear, what a pitiful sight he was. Even his tears were reminiscent of DIGS' delicate weeping, evoking a pang of sorrow in the hearts of onlookers. "I merely stepped out for a day. Where are the workers?" Fu Yunma pouted, feeling gaburievid. "It seems you carry the scent of another man." Ruoxi yearned to cry out in protest. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she suddenly realized that perhaps he was not entirely wrong. Indeed, she had merely engaged in a few casual conversations, without any ulterior motives. Ruoxi gently patted his shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Fu Yunma furrowed his brows and inquired, "What else have you all done?" Ruoxi furrowed her brows, realizing that there was no way to cleanse herself of this predicament. It was indeed nothing. At that moment, she resembled a scorned woman caught in a scandal. No, a treacherous woman. She straightened her posture and managed to smile. Where had the workers gone? Fu Yunma ultimately sighed, deciding to check the surveillance footage. With individuals who already knew the truth present, what was the point of watching the monitors? Wasn't he that a waste of precious time? Yet, Fu Yunma stubbornly refrained from confronting Ruoxi, leaving her with no choice but to sulkily fetch her laptop. Finally, she spotted all the workers in the dormitory building. Each one bore visible injuries on their mouths and shoulders, evidently having just emerged from a fierce altercation. The sequence of events became clear. It turned out that during the morning shift, Lu Biao incited the crowd's anger by claiming that Ruoxi had left with Wu Weigua, leading to the disappearance of both the workers and Ruoxi. Wu Weigua, unable to defend himself, insisted that the workers had been bitten to death by intermediate-level zombies and that Ruoxi had gone off to another base for amusement. Not a single person believed this account. After a brief dispute, both parties erupted into violence, abandoning their duties to fight to the bitter end. Absurd. Ruoxi stormed into the workers' dormitory, forcefully kicking the door open. The bandaged workers turned their attention towards her in unison. "Boss Ruoxi, you're still alive. Could it be that what Wu Weigua said was true?" In this day and age, there are still employees wishing for their boss's demise. Ruoxi wore a gloomy expression, were Lu Biao and Wu Weigua. The workers promptly escorted her to a private dormitory. The two once arrogant generals now lay in pain, suffering the most grievous injuries. One on the left, the other on the right, both encased in unsightly plaster casts. Lu Biao's pupils quivered, then suddenly constricted. If anything were to happen to Ruoxi, he would blame himself for eternity. He would even be willing to sacrifice his own life for her. Ruoxi directly dealt a few severe reprimands to the two. This punishment left no room for sentiment. Once you both have recovered, you shall be confined in the small dark room for half a month. Lu Biao hesitated to speak, but in the absence of any overseer at the construction site, who would? Ruoxi cast a cold glance at the swollen, pig-headed Lu Biao. This is not a matter that concerns you. Not only was he punished with confinement, but also had half a month's salary deducted. Lu Biao wore a look of profound pain, glaring resentfully at Wu Weigua. How dare you glare at me in my presence?" Ruoxi delivered several sharp blows to Lu Biao's wound. "Take good care of your injury. Stop fixating on fighting. If you have such thoughts, it would be far more productive to channel that energy into managing the construction site and enhancing work efficiency." She was well aware of Lu Biao's underlying intentions. It was merely an attempt to undermine Wu Weigua. This was precisely why she had promoted Lu Biao to stand equal with Wu Weigua. However, no matter how they might contend privately, any disruption to their normal work would be unacceptable. It was a grave taboo. Wu Weigua remained silent, but upon hearing Ruoxi speak on his behalf, he was so moved that he struggled to articulate his feelings. Ruoxi waved her hand, halting the conversation. "If you feel remorseful towards me, then express it through your work. Spare me the superfluous words. You know I only value the final outcome, not the process." Gazing at the desolate construction site, Ruoxi felt overwhelmed. "Well, I suppose I can consider this a long holiday for them, especially with the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching." Fu Yunma, in a rather foolish manner, hung up several red lanterns. Ruoxi remarked, "We are celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival. Just making a few mooncakes will suffice. Why hang this thing?" As she gazed at the swaying red lantern at the doorway, she thought if the light were to dim, it would be quite eerie. Fu Yunma's features radiated with exuberance. "Let us revel in the joy. Our little family of three is doing splendidly." She pondered, why suddenly bring this up? Ruoxi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet the term a family of three undeniably holds truth. In the apocalypse, one can indulge in romance without the necessity of marriage, free from the entanglements that often accompany it, and devoid of concerns regarding in-law relationships. How delightful! Fu Yunma retreated into the kitchen to engage in some culinary endeavor. Ruoxi, who had never ventured into the kitchen before, leisurely followed suit. Upon discovering Fu Yunma crafting dumplings, she attempted to mimic his actions. "Wait, why do your dumplings look so different from mine?" Fu Yunma playfully pinched Ruoxi's cheek and replied, "Silly, this is how you make mooncakes. We'll just pop them in the oven for a while." Ruoxi had never engaged in such an endeavor before, and with a sense of bewilderment, she nodded hesitantly. After a few attempts, she realized she had merely crafted mooncakes resembling dumplings, so she decided to cease her efforts and indulge instead. I should make a few more to take to the workers' dormitory, allowing them to savor the treats while I boast about my exceptionally skilled husband. Let us see who dares to introduce me to a mistress. Realizing she had let slip an indiscretion, Ruoxi quickly covered her mouth. Fu Yunma raised an eyebrow in displeasure and extracted the mooncake from her mouth. What did you just say? Introducing a mistress? You're no longer pretending to be the innocent little puppy. You've transformed into a domineering CEO? Ruoxi harbored suspicions that this individual might be suffering from a form of dissociative identity disorder. One moment, he resembled an adorable puppy, the next a fierce wolf, and then transformed into an overbearing CEO. With a playful grin, she freed herself from his grasp. It's merely a jest among the men on the construction site. Don't take it to heart. I was never truly. Chapter 83. The Third Party. His lips, soft and yielding, exuded the fragrance of orchids. Half an hour later, Ruoxi, utterly exhausted, leaned against Fu Yunma's shoulder, drenched in perspiration. I've nearly suffocated. I could have perished in your embrace. Yet, Fu Yunma appeared unfazed, continuing his conversation as if nothing had transpired, even whistling with a sense of self-satisfaction, driven by a sense of vengeance. Ruoxi exhaled softly against his ear. A subtle stir of curiosity lingers in the air. Who would have thought that after his transformation into a zombie, his strength would only continue to improve? In the kitchen, he wraps his arms around her slender waist and lifts her gently. He nudges aside the bowls on the counter. The oven has finished baking. Are you certain you do not wish to retrieve the mooncakes? As Ruoxi seized a moment of respite, she finally mustered the courage to speak. Her originally fair collarbone had been flushed a deep crimson, adorned with small red spots. Yet, the man beside her displayed no inclination to cease his actions. The further he descended, the more his steadfast frame trembled. Ultimately, it was the sound of Rabbit's cries that interrupted the man's fervor. It seemed that Rabbit was sobbing once more. Perhaps he might console her? A dangerous glimmer flashed in his eyes as he gently set Ruoxi down, adjusting her disheveled neckline. After lingering for a while, he reluctantly exited to tend to Rabbit. Very well. Ruoxi hurriedly made her way to the restroom to splash her face with water, gently patting her flushed cheeks to calm her nerves. How infuriating. When did Xiao Fuzi become so alluring? A mere glance could leave one breathless. After adjusting her rumpled skirt, Ruoxi applied her favorite shade of lipstick. Stepping outside, she took the delicately wrapped mooncake from Fu Yunma. In that fleeting moment when their hands brushed against each other, Fu Yunma deftly grasped Ruoxi's hand, pulling her into his embrace. How maddening. It was clearly just an ordinary sentence. To Ruoxi's astonishment, she could hear her own heart racing uncontrollably. Breaking free from Fu Yunma's embrace, she feared that if she continued to hold on, she might succumb to an impulse beyond her control. Fu Yunma, well aware of Ruoxi's sensitive nature, leaned down and whispered softly in her ear, playfully nibbling on her earlobe, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. Cold sweat trickled down Ruoxi's back, causing her to shiver involuntarily. She felt Fu Yunma's lips grazing her sensitive earlobe, the sensation both gentle and tantalizing, igniting a tingling sensation throughout her body. Reflecting on Fu Yunma's earlier words, Ruoxi began to recall that he, like ordinary zombies, craved blood and had an insatiable desire to bite. If that were the case, was he currently exerting great restraint? It was no wonder that the tomatoes in the refrigerator had been disappearing at an alarming rate lately. Initially, Ruoxi had not paid much attention, but as time passed, she noticed something amiss, though she was too indolent to ponder it further. Ruoxi opened her arms, encircling Fu Yunma's neck, drawing closer. It was an embrace of a passionate kiss. Ruoxi initially intended to merely sample the experience, but unexpectedly, Fu Yunma found himself unable to restrain his fervor. With his breaths growing increasingly rapid, Ruoxi felt a surge of panic as she realized that Fu Yunma seemed to be quite serious this time. Xiao Fuzi, I still need to deliver mooncakes to the workers. No sooner had she uttered these words than Fu Yunma closed in on her, leaving her no chance to breathe. It's all right. The mooncakes are quite hot. It would be better to deliver them once they have cooled. By the time she set out to deliver the mooncakes, it was already quite late. To her surprise, she found Wu Xiaojun squatting at the entrance, which startled Ruoxi greatly. "What are you doing here?" Reflecting on Wu Xiaojun, she recalled that he was perhaps the only one among the workers who could truly be of assistance. However, given his demeanor, it would indeed be somewhat inhumane to ask him to work. Wu Xiaojun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he exclaimed, "Sister, what have you brought?" Yet, Ruoxi couldn't shake the feeling that something about his words was amiss. Ruoxi thought little of it as she handed the meticulously packaged mooncake box to Wu Xiaojun, solemnly instructing, "Inside lies a treasure. It must be personally received by your cousins. You cannot keep it for yourself." Wu Xiaojun obediently nodded in agreement. He yearned to grasp Ruoxi's hand, yet she silently evaded his touch. For a brief moment, his smile faltered, only to be restored instantaneously. Pretending as though nothing had transpired, he waved goodbye. "Sister, do visit Xiaojun often in the future." Ruoxi nodded absent-mindedly, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew! She nearly encountered another man. A few seconds after Ruoxi vanished down the corridor, Wu Xiaojun peeked out again. The once bewildered gaze now shone with clarity. Pressing his lips together, he fixated silently on the direction where Ruoxi had disappeared. "Sister, what should I do? It seems I have developed feelings for you. I wonder if that monstrous zombie, having lost his beloved, will go mad, haha." Upon returning home, as expected, Fu Yunma inhaled deeply, taking in Ruoxi's scent. "There is still the lingering aroma of another man on you." Ruoxi furrowed her brows and exclaimed, "Goodness, this fellow is truly insufferable. I cannot possibly venture into the workers' dormitory. It is filled with rough men. Surely, I wouldn't want to be tainted by their essence. If I were completely devoid of any scent, that would indeed be peculiar." Fu Yunma raised an eyebrow and replied, "Well, it's not entirely composed of rough men. There's also a little brother among them." Ruoxi nonchalantly waved her hand. Fu Yunmo shook his head. "I merely induced a hypnotic state to erase his memories. His subsequent foolishness was an unforeseen consequence, and I had no intention of deliberately causing you any inconvenience." Ruoxi sighed, lamenting the youth of that child, attributing it purely to fate. "By the way, how is old Wang faring in the detention room? Has he confessed?" Fu Yunmo replied, "No, he remains steadfast, his resolve unwavering. It seems he is quite loyal to his master." Ruoxi felt a twinge of envy towards Chun Xianbei, for he possessed such outstanding subordinates. Were it not for old Wang's allegiance to Chun Xianbei, she might have considered recruiting him to compete with Liu Biao and Wu Weigua. She couldn't help but wonder if her own workers would exhibit such unwavering loyalty if they were ever apprehended. Subsequently, Ruoxi retrieved the mining map she had discreetly acquired from Chun Xianbei. Chapter 84, Poisoning. With the entire team on strike, Ruoxi decided to grant herself a brief respite. After ensuring that the surrounding area met safety standards, she lay back to relax. Just then, Fu Yunma emerged from the laboratory, his expression far from favorable. "What is the matter? Is the research not progressing well?" Ruoxi inquired with concern. For although only a few months had passed, they had yet to unravel the structure of the zombie virus. Xiao Fuzi, who had once excelled in this field of study, now faced numerous setbacks, rendering any claim of being in high spirits disingenuous. Furthermore, with his current transformation into a zombie, his intellectual faculties were significantly compromised. As Ruoxi was momentarily distracted for just 2 seconds, Fu Yunmo seized the opportunity to play with the bunny toy, wearing a foolishly delighted expression. Ruoxi helplessly covered her face. She truly questioned whether Xiaofuzi had undergone a transformation into a zombie, resulting in a split personality. Just a few days ago, he was a charming flirt. Now he seemed like a child. Oh well, Ruoxi decided to disregard him and let him be. However, as Xiaofuzi's intelligence gradually deteriorated, conducting experiments would inevitably become increasingly challenging. Ruoxi, having mastered the intricacies of the experiment, sought to learn from Fu Yunma. Upon entering the laboratory, she was enveloped by the suffocating scent of blood. Inside the confinement chamber, the utterly zombified Ma Lisu had bitten the other three, and a chaotic throng of zombies danced wildly within. Ruoxi remained unperturbed, leisurely observing the unfolding drama. On the experimental table lay a fresh arm, evidently severed by Fu Yunma from Fu Yuran. A healthy human specimen was confined alongside one that had succumbed to zombification, facilitating a comparative analysis of human and zombie blood through controlled experimentation. In the midst of Ruoxi's contemplation, an urgent bell chimed, a precautionary measure she had installed due to her infrequent presence at the convenience store. Should any urgent matter arise among the workers, the sound of the bell would summon her post-haste. True to expectation, upon her arrival, she found Lu Biao convulsing, frothing at the mouth, and rolling his eyes back in distress. The situation appeared dire. In her inquiry of the others, Wu Weigua hastily shook his head, stammering, his complexion a ghastly shade. "What have you done to Lu Biao?" Ruoxi demanded. Sensing her suspicion directed towards him, Wu Weigua divulged the truth in one breath. "He ate the mooncake you sent, and it seems he had an allergic reaction or something." Upon uttering this, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Ruoxi retrieved her stethoscope and commenced her examination of Lu Biao. Fortunately, her adoptive parents had sent her to the hospital for a few years of training during her childhood, coupled with her further studies at university. She swiftly identified the cause of his ailment. It was merely a case of simple diarrhea, triggered by the consumption of something unsuitable. She advised him to drink some warm water, compelling him to ingest it even if he found it difficult, and then to take 2 tablets for relief. Lu Biao gradually regained his composure, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, Ruo boss. If it weren't for you, I would have truly faced disaster today." Ruoxi pressed her lips tightly together, gazing intently at the half-eaten mooncake belonging to Lu Biao for quite some time. "You all consumed the same mooncakes. Why is it that only you are experiencing this condition?" For the sake of safety, Ruoxi reluctantly decided to conduct a diagnosis for each of them. Ultimately, she discovered that it was indeed only Lu Biao who exhibited such a peculiar reaction. Could it be an allergic response due to his constitution? Ruoxi cast a fleeting glance at Wu Weigua, who fervently shook his head, insisting, "It truly was not my doing. It must be a genuine allergic reaction." Lu Biao let out a derisive snort, his face flushed from earlier distress. "Brother Wu, I still have half a mooncake left, to avoid waste. Would you care to finish it for me?" This was a blatant test of resolve. Wu Weigua swallowed hard, then confidently patted his chest in a gesture of assurance. "Very well. I have already consumed my share without any allergic reaction. Surely indulging in your mooncake could not elicit such a response. Yours is no more unique than the others." Ruoxi took a seat on a stool, showing no intention of halting Wu Weigua's actions. She cast a glance over the crowd and noticed the absence of Wu Xiaojun. Where could Wu Xiaojun have gone? It dawned on her. She recalled that she had entrusted all the mooncakes to Wu Xiaojun for distribution, as he was the only one unscathed amidst the brawlers. "So, who was it that distributed the mooncakes to you?" Ruoxi's tone was gentle, yet the workers felt a chill run down their spines, involuntarily shivering. With the precedent of the previous punishment, regardless of how gentle Ruoxi might appear afterward, the workers regarded her with the same reverence as a strict teacher, evoking a sense of awe. "It seems to be Xiaojun. Isn't it? Did you not give Xiaojun the mooncakes to distribute to me, dear boss? Have you forgotten?" Ruoxi shook her head. "Oh." In the midst of their idle chatter, Wu Weigua had already consumed the remaining half of the mooncake. For the moment, there appeared to be no issues. However, after a short while, Wu Weigua exhibited the same foaming at the mouth symptoms that Lu Biao had displayed earlier. As Ruoxi allowed him a moment to catch his breath, she simultaneously engaged in analysis. Thus, the issue lay with the mooncakes allocated to Lu Biao. It is not difficult to ascertain that the mastermind behind this was likely Wu Xiaojun. Ruoxi had not worn a stern expression for quite some time. This time, her gaze was sharp as it swept over the workers, each of whom was wrapped in white bandages. "Go fin Wu Xiuyun." Just as Wu Weigua, recovering from his shock, donned an expression of frustration, he still grasped Ruoxi's arm, wishing to plead for his younger cousin. "Xiaojun was taken by you, Ruo Mei Zi, for treatment. He has become quite foolish, Perhaps this time it was an unintentional act on his part. Ruo may you. Such words cast the entire blame upon Ruoxi. Ruoxi smiled gently and said, Brother Wu, I believe that Xiao Jun may have recovered from his foolishness. Do you think someone who is truly foolish would contemplate adding something to a mooncake? If you assert that it's merely a prank among children, I must disagree. That is but an excuse. Her tone was already sufficiently gentle. For a moment, Wu Weigua found himself at a loss for a counterargument and could only sigh silently. Lu Biao, standing nearby, mockingly interjected, Your family members enjoy playing underhanded games. I see this as you instigating your cousin to harm me. Fortunately, it wasn't poison. Had it been, I would now be without evidence. He added, I refuse to share a room with you. What if you were to strangle me in the night? Lu Biao's thick eyebrows knitted together in displeasure. Humph, that is merely an attempt to deflect suspicion and feign ignorance to escape accountability. The two began to bicker once more, while Wu Xiaojun remained unaccounted for, still nowhere to be found. Ruoxi furrowed her brows, her ears plugged with earbuds. The noise was truly unbearable. Employing a dozen workers, each day unfolded with the drama reminiscent of ancient palace intrigues. For the first time, she felt it was inappropriate to label it as 3 women make a play. Rather, it should be 3 men can also stage a spectacle. Chapter 85. Identity revealed, I am weary. If I find Wu Xiaojun, I shall simply imprison him and ponder his punishment at a more convenient time. Lu Biao nodded. Individuals of such despicable character deserve to be dealt with severely. Damn it, don't utter another word. Were it not for Ruoxi's presence, the two would have likely engaged in a brawl, still nursing their injuries. Initially, she had intended for them to balance each other out. Yet, she never anticipated they would obsess over fighting, neglecting their duties. Fu Yunma gently massaged Ruoxi's temples. What calamity have the workers encountered now to cause you such distress? What else could it be but trivial matters? This time, I did not misjudge you, did I? Fu Yunma's hand paused. Perhaps he had forgotten many things lately. The last hypnosis session had not been conducted effectively. Ruoxi, Fu Yunma leaned closer, attempting to bypass the topic through physical contact. Ruoxi gave him a sharp slap, sending him away. Meanwhile, Tutu, observing the quarrel between Mama and Papa, clapped her hands joyfully, cheering them on. Go for it. However, the argument was abruptly interrupted, and Ruoxi fell asleep instantly. No matter how much Fu Yunma shook her, he could not rouse her. Oh, this little troublemaker, what am I to do with you? Ruoxi awoke once more, clad in delightful dinosaur pajamas, lying on the grand bed of her own room. She felt invigorated and utterly comfortable. A peculiar sensation lingered. Had she actually taken a bath? Lifting the collar of her pajamas to investigate, she found nothing underneath. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Fu Yunma, what have you done to me? At that moment, Fu Yunma was in the kitchen preparing soup. Upon hearing Ruoxi's voice, he strode over with his long legs. What's the matter, little troublemaker? I am currently making your favorite corn and rib soup. Ruoxi's eyes sparkled with delight at the mention of corn and rib soup. Wait, don't change the subject. What exactly did you do to me last night? Why do I, even though we have been together for quite some time? This is still rather embarrassing. Did you help me bathe? Fu Yunmo blinked innocently, his large eyes wide with curiosity. Oh, what's the matter? Ruoxi was filled with indignation, exclaiming, How could you treat me this way? Fu Yunma, momentarily perplexed, inquired, In what manner? I shan't engage in idle chatter with you any longer. If I don't monitor the soup properly, it may not turn out well, and then it will all be for naught. You, little troublemaker, should rest for a while. Once I finish my tasks, I shall return to assist you with your grooming. With that, he swiftly departed, leaving no trace behind. Ruoxi felt a surge of indignation coursing through her. It was one thing to assist her with a bath, but to offer help with her morning routine? What ist? She was no oversized infant coddled by a nanny. However, rising from bed proved an arduous task. Fatigue enveloped her, and she longed to linger in the warmth of her sheets a while longer. She resolved to grant herself just 2 more minutes of repose, promising to rise thereafter. Yet, with a soft thud, she succumbed to slumber once more. An hour later, Ruoxi found herself at the dining table, having been thoroughly prodded by Fu Yunma. She sat there, tears brimming as she devoured the ribs before her. Oh, how delightful it was to lean on another for care, to relish the convenience of being pampered. Fu Yunma, seated beside her, wore a blissful smile, gazing at her with an adoring countenance. Truly, a love-struck soul. Once her meal concluded, Ruoxi contemplated returning to her horizontal position. Just when she thought Fu Yunma would remain obediently at bay, he suddenly leaned in, tilting her chin for a morning kiss. The kiss deepened, their breaths quickening, escalating to an almost irresistible fervor. Ruoxi panted, "No, I'm tired, I want to sleep." Yet, Fu Yunma nibbled on her earlobe. "Darling, this is just how it is. There's no need to be nervous. You sleep, and I shall take care of everything." This left Ruoxi utterly bewildered. "You can help with bathing and grooming. Is that even possible?" Her legs clung to his waist like ivy, while her hands entwined around his neck. The temperature in the living room suddenly soared to an extreme. At that moment, the little bunny surprisingly did not cry. Even if she had, no one would comfort the little one. They would merely offer her 2 hefty pacifiers. The 10-month-old bunny declared, "Bunny must be strong." Slowly, she leaned against the door, pushing it open with her back. The two had lost track of time, forgetting that the earth continued to spin, oblivious to the cruel apocalypse raging outside. Meanwhile, at Chun Xuanbei's base, a horde of intermediate zombies was wreaking havoc. Fu Yunhai was enraptured in his tent, meticulously sketching Ruoxi's likeness, capturing her essence with remarkable precision. It seemed as if a real figure would step out of the drawing at any moment. As an art major, his skill was vastly superior to Chun Xuanbei's hasty sketches. He could even recall the exact number of Ruoxi's eyelashes and rendered them in his artwork. Chen Xuanbai rushed in, observing Fu Yunhai, who was passionately lost in his artistic endeavor, resembling an ancient literary genius, his face stern. "With the zombies attacking, what are you still doing here? We need to take refuge in the emergency passage." Upon seeing the portrait of Ruoxi before Fu Yunhai, Chun Xianbei was momentarily speechless, his pupils dilating as he fixated on the image. Fu Yunhai downed a bottle of wine in one gulp, noticing Chun Xianbei staring blankly at his cherished portrait. He quickly tucked it away. "Susu is mine alone. No other man shall covet her." He patted Chun Xuanbei's arm, who was blazing with fury, his icy gaze piercing through Fu Yunhai. "That portrait, does it depict your Susu? The one with whom you admired the moon in the tree?" Fu Yunhai's face contorted in anguish. "Yes. Do you know where she is now?" Chun Xuanbei's question caught him off guard, initially leading him to believe that his Susu had arrived, filling him with a sense of joy. However, the words that tumbled from Chun Xuanbei's lips in the following moment left him in stunned silence. "Ruonthe Susu." It turns out this woman has been deceiving him all along. Behind his back, she has been entangled with Fu Yunhai. They even admired the moon together. A surge of jealousy enveloped him, gnawing at him like ants, causing Chun Xuanbei to feel an unbearable anguish. "That night, did she share a bed with you?" Fu Yunhai, a seasoned player, recognized Chun Xuanbei's demeanor and understood that his Su had caught the attention of this man. He retorted defiantly, "So what if we slept together? She has abandoned me now. Who knows which scoundrel has seduced her away?" Chun Xuanbei's fingers tightened gradually, forming a fist. The taste of iron filled his throat. Silence. "She is not that kind of person." Chapter 86. Reporting Chun, "What madness has taken hold of you? The zombies are here, and I have no inclination to spar with you." Fu Yunhai clutched Chun Xuanbei's arm tightly, suspended in midair. His eyes reflected confusion and impatience, as if questioning, "What nonsense are you up to now? Fine, I will settle the score with you later." Fu Yunhai, already in a foul mood after losing the woman he had fallen for at first sight, felt provoked. Had it not been for Chun Xuanbei's current status as his superior, he would have unleashed a flurry of punches. "What are you playing at?" Chun Xuanbei shot a meaningful look at Fu Yunhai before departing, as if gazing at a fool, though a flicker of envy and jealousy passed through his eyes. Amidst their conversation, they were encircled by zombies outside. Flames erupted, and Fu Yunhai's magnificent bird soared into view. It was a firebird, capable of breathing flames. Thus, these two men, who were at odds, were reluctantly forced to collaborate. Despite mobilizing everyone, they could not locate Wu Xiaojun. In the detention room, They discovered that Old Wang was also missing. He must have been released by Wu Xiaojun. Wu Weiguo limped to the scene, his face filled with guilt after understanding the situation. That wretch. Had I known, I would have locked his hands and confined him to his room. Day after day, he only brings me trouble. Lu Biao, chuckling. Ruoxi glanced at the damaged lock, pressing her lips tightly together. They were all shackled, and every exit was obstructed. They must still be in the basement. Everyone should continue searching. Wu Weiguo, wishing to express his apologies, was silenced by Ruoxi's upward glance, which signaled him to desist. She pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a slight headache and irritation. Enough, she stated. I am quite busy at the moment and have no time to squander on unnecessary entanglements. Tell the brothers to be cautious, lest Wu Xiaojun ambush us. Wu Weiguo reassured her. Rest assured, Ruomei, although Xiaojun may be troublesome, you would never resort to murder. With furrowed brows, Ruoxi brushed off Wu Weiguo. Wu Xiaojun is not capable of such a deed. Then, why did he poison Lu Biao's mooncakes? If it were a lethal substance, what responsibility would you bear on his behalf? Furthermore, even if he is incapable of murder, what about Old Wang, whom he rescued along the way? Don't forget, you nearly met your end at Old Wang's hands, were it not for Lu Biao's timely intervention. So, cease your quarrel and offer Lu Biao an apology, and this matter shall be resolved. Your ignorance is of no consequence, but Wu Xiaojun shall certainly not evade accountability. Wu Weiguo was taken aback, not expecting Ruoxi's forthrightness. He cast a glance at Lu Biao, who stood to the side, head bowed in dejection. Brother Lu, I owe my life to you. I am deeply sorry for what Xiaojun has done to you. I failed to keep him in check. I apologize. Since Ruoxi had spoken thus, Wu Weiguo lowered his head and apologized to Lu Biao. Lu Biao chuckled magnanimously, scratching the back of his bald head. It's nothing, Brother Wu. We are all in the same boat, merely doing our jobs. As long as you didn't actually kill me, I'm sturdy enough. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Disappointed, Lu Biao pursed his lips. In a dimly lit area, a hand suddenly landed on Wu Weiguo's shoulder. Wu Weiguo's instinctive reaction was to execute a shoulder throw, but upon recognizing the person behind him, he proceeded with the throw nonetheless. Gently, it hurts, brother. Wu Xiaojun clutched his arm in pain, drooping as if on the verge of dislocation. Brother, hear me out. Old Wang resurfaced and coerced me into this. Wu Weiguo paused, his brow furrowing sternly. Old Wang emerged from hiding, threatening you to poison Lu Biao, and with a non-lethal substance at that? What was his motive? I know not. I only know that your only kin, me, nearly perished. I figured it wasn't a lethal dose, so I complied to save my own skin. Wu Xiaojun's face was downcast, his expression listless and contorted. Wu Weiguo fell silent. Between his cousin and an outsider, his allegiance naturally lay with his own kin. Grabbing Wu Xiaojun's hand, he pulled him along. Come, I shall explain everything to Ruoxi, and you shall reveal Old Wang's whereabouts. Wu Xiaojun interjected, perhaps not. That woman's husband is a zombie. She likely keeps us around as fodder for him. Furthermore, were I to speak, I lack evidence. She knows I haven't lost my memory and that I am privy to her secret, her husband's zombified state. She would undoubtedly frame me and kill me without hesitation. Wu Weiguo's brow furrowed. Ruoxi's husband is a zombie? How did you come to know this? He vaguely recalled Wu Xiaojun muttering something about Ruoxi's secret before collapsing on the morning he was sent for treatment. Ruoxi promptly subdued Xiaojun and took him for medical attention. Wu Xiaojun pouted aggrievedly. I inadvertently witnessed her hideous zombie husband preparing our lunch in the kitchen. Ruoxi claims to cook the meals herself, but it is her zombie husband who does. We haven't seen her husband in days because he is photosensitive. A zombie. There seemed to be a semblance of truth to this. Wu Xiaojun continued to fan the flames. She is deceiving us. She is utterly useless and incapable of anything. I wish to leave. I cannot bear to remain below. I fear becoming a zombie's meal. Wu Weiguo's brow furrowed, his face etched with seriousness as he pondered. You wish for me to help you escape? Wu Xiaojun's expression froze. What do you mean, brother? You are aware of that woman Ruoxi's true nature, yet you still wish to remain here? Do not be foolish. Let us flee this cage together. He grasped Wu Weiguo's hand urgently, shaking it with a look of earnest persuasion. Wu Weigua subtly disengaged Wu Xiaojuan's hand, his expression aloof. Ruoxi saved my life. In fact, she saved all of us, including you. Were it not for her providing us with sustenance, we would have long become maggots' food. One must not be ungrateful. You are but 18, still young. I understand your desire to venture out and broaden your horizons. Confining you here is indeed not ideal. If you truly wish to leave, I can assist you. If not, I can plead on your behalf before Ruoxi. She is kind and will undoubtedly spare you. Wu Xiaojun nearly ground his molars to dust, seething with resentment. He ultimately uttered, "Very well, but do not regret this." Still acting like a child, Wu Weigua sighed helplessly. What can I do? He's a child I watched grow up. I can only indulge him. Upon locating a relatively secluded and nearby exit, Wu Weigua cautiously opened the door. His hands were nearly ruined in the process. Had he not possessed supernatural abilities, his hands would certainly have been broken. Wu Xiaojun appeared to lack any awakened abilities and merely watched indifferently. Despite being the one eager to escape, he now wore an air of detachment. Wu Weigua had underestimated the lock's sturdiness. He struggled for a considerable time without success. Wu Xiaojun impatiently urged him on, "Brother, what is taking so long? When did your strength become so diminished after your injury?" With a crack, the newly healed wound on Wu Weigua's hand reopened, blood flowing uncontrollably. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Wu Xiaojun yawned listlessly, leaning against the wall, feigning sleep. "I was held captive by Old Wang last night and haven't rested. I shall lean against the wall and rest for a while. Keep at it, brother. Wake me when you are done." Wu Weigua strained silently, his heart growing cold. Once he had helped his cousin escape, they would sever all ties and become strangers. He would no longer concern himself with Wu Xiaojuan's fate. He had even exerted himself to push him onto Ruoxi's bed, yet the ungrateful brat showed no appreciation. Suddenly, he sensed a distinct gaze upon him. Wu Weigua abruptly raised his head, meeting a pair of beautiful eyes that could freeze one's soul. His heart sank, and he instinctively began to explain. However, he found himself caught red-handed, unsure of how to even begin. Wu Xiaojun remained immersed in his anticipation of escape, oblivious to the unease surrounding him, until a chillingly beautiful female voice echoed from behind. Without a sound, she suddenly appeared. "Wu Xiaojun, where do you think you are going?" Ruoxi stood behind them, her laughter bright and cheerful, her eyes narrowed in a seemingly amiable manner. However, this was merely a fade, for the air around them had begun to grow frigid. Wu Weigua was the first to turn away, while Wu Xiaojun felt a chill creep down his spine, as if he were ensconced in an ice cellar. "Ruo, please allow me to explain," he stammered, his words choking in his throat. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the moment. Reluctantly, Wu Xiaojun turned to glare at Ruoxi. "Hey, you wretched woman, your husband is a zombie, and quite an unsightly one at that. How do you manage to endure such a sight each night?" His disdainful remark echoed in the air, reminiscent of something he had heard before. Ruoxi smiled, her grin radiating an ethereal beauty akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an otherworldly charm. Even her fairy-like attire seemed to pale in comparison. However, behind that enchanting smile, her expression swiftly transformed, becoming as frigid as the depths of winter. Ruoxi commanded, "Lock them up." The workers hesitated upon seeing Wu Weigua. After all, he had once been their leader. Boss Wu-Lao-De was merely momentarily confused. Should we not show him some mercy? Ruoxi let out a cold laugh. One person interceded on behalf of Wu Weigua, and soon followed another. Had it not been for the surveillance, if she had arrived even slightly later, Wu Xiaojun would have escaped. Should Wu Xiaojun manage to flee, the consequences would be unimaginable. He could very well return with others to launch an assault here. By then, the underground chamber that Ruoxi had painstakingly cultivated would be utterly destroyed. Ruoxi gazed calmly elsewhere. Fortunately, there remained another faction, Lu Biao's side. Lu Biao, catching a meaningful glance, began to voice his dissent. "Who exactly is the leader here? Why is it that each of you stand with Wu Weigua? Reflect upon who has provided you with your sustenance, your comforts, and your shelter. That fellow Wu Weigua has contributed nothing, yet seeks to misuse his authority to protect wayward youths. Indeed, understand your position. Yes, indeed. Those of you who disregard the directives of our esteemed leader, dare you to shed your garments. Can you not discern who provided you with your bitter tea? Yet you still have the audacity to retort. The workers who previously voiced opposition fell silent, tightening their belts, casting glances at one another. Yet none dared to remove their clothing. The brothers on Lu Biao's side laughed heartily, their mockery unabashed. Unexpectedly, it was Wu Weigua who stepped forward in the end. Ruoxi, this time I was in the wrong. I implore you to spare Xiao Jun's life, for he is still young. Ruoxi smiled lightly, casually twirling a strand of hair. At this moment, no one remains eternally 18, yet there will always be someone who is. Brother Wu, do you not agree? With such a mention, Wu Weigua buried his head low, never before feeling so embarrassed and humble. However, Wu Weigua remained silent, prompting Wu Xiaojun to quiet down as well. Struggling against the bonds that restrained his hands, Wu Xiaojun spoke audaciously. Ruoxi, do not overstep your bounds. Regarding your husband, do not think that just because you once caught me off guard, I have forgotten. He paused dramatically to gauge Ruoxi's reaction. Regrettably, Ruoxi merely regarded him with mild interest, her expression devoid of the response he sought. Gritting his teeth, he blurted out, "Your husband is a zombie." At this revelation, the room fell into a profound silence. One could have heard a pin drop. Xiaojun, you must be jesting. How could that be? If Boss Ruoxi's husband were indeed a zombie, then how could they have spent so much time together without her appearing distressed? Wu Xiaojun sneered, stepping forward. Yet, as he neared Ruoxi, she swiftly obstructed his path, frowning as she declared, "Do not come too close. I find you repugnant." Taken aback for a moment, Wu Xiaojun angrily retorted, "Have you not considered why Ruoxi's husband has never been seen? Aside from that initial appearance, are you all so easily deceived by her lies? How can one be so reclusive, never stepping outside their own door?" Initially, few believed him. However, as the crowd grew, more began to accept his claims. Many took a few steps back from Ruoxi, including Lu Biao, who watched the unfolding drama in silence. Chapter 88. The Golden Cage. Better to believe it exists than to dismiss it outright. Lu Biao was the first to inquire, "Boss Ruoxi, surely what was Xiaojun claims cannot be true." Wu Weigua kept his head lowered, murmuring, "I am sorry, O sister." Wu Xiaojun defiantly raised his head, glaring at Ruoxi. "If you do not admit it, let us see your husband. That will reveal the truth of my words," he proposed, and the other workers nodded in tacit agreement. In an instant, Ruoxi became the focal point of blame, attracting the attention of everyone present, each harboring their own thoughts. Yet, Ruoxi appeared unfazed, maintaining an air of detachment, silently observing their inquiries. This demeanor led some to believe in Ruoxi, for if Wu Xiaojun spoke the truth, she ought to be as restless as an ant on a hot pan, in a state of utter disarray. Could it be that Ruoxi thought she alone could appease these numerous men? Boss, do not waste time. If your husband truly poses no issue, a mere appearance will suffice. Ruoxi initially intended to confine these individuals without further ado, unwilling to waste her breath. Regardless, she would never relinquish Fu Yunma. However, at this moment, her gaze shifted to the workers behind her. The workers turned their attention to where Ruoxi was looking, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Fu Yunma had arrived. The dark lines on his face had faded, leaving a pallid hue. His lips were a vivid red, betraying no hint of the undead. As Ruoxi smiled gently, a look of disbelief washed over Wu Xiaojun's face. It was inconceivable. He had witnessed Ruoxi's husband in his zombie form with his own eyes. This could not be her husband. It must be another man whom Ruoxi had kept in the basement. Before Ruoxi could expose Wu Xiaojun's fallacy, a worker who had encountered Fu Yunmo interjected, "We were surrounded by zombies in the yard, and the person who saved us bore an uncanny resemblance to him. This must undeniably be Ruoxi boss's husband." Indeed, Wu Xiaojun, in your desperate attempt to evade blame, you are sowing discord and undermining our trust in Ruoxi boss. My life was spared by her, and regardless of the circumstances, I stand by her. Do not entertain any treacherous thoughts of framing Ruoxi boss. Fortunately, Upon learning of Wu Xiaojun's disappearance, Ruoxi had foreseen this predicament. After all, if Wu Xiaojun was not foolish, it meant he would surely disclose the sighting of Fu Yunmo in his zombie form. Thus, she had prepared a gelatin mask for Fu Yunmo in advance, one that bore an indistinguishable resemblance to a real human face. Moreover, Wu Xiaojun could not escape the basement alone. His only kin here was Wu Weiguo. All that was needed was to have someone follow Wu Weiguo, and it would not be difficult to ascertain Wu Xiaojun's whereabouts in a short span of time. Ruoxi leisurely settled into her seat, embracing Fu Yunmo as they enjoyed the performance together. A picture of carefree romance, they drew envious glances from many single onlookers, including Wu Xiaojun struggling to hold back tears. He stared intently, his eyes bulging in disbelief, biting down on his lower lip in frustration. It couldn't be. What I witnessed with my own eyes must be true. Wu Xiaojun was somewhat entranced, repeatedly murmuring these words to himself. Ruoxi languidly curled her finger and turned to sit on Fu Yunmo's lap. In her eyes, Wu Xiaojun seemed nothing more than a mere buffoon. I told you to play less and study more, yet you refused to listen. Now look at the consequence, such a young age afflicted with presbyopia. Lu Biao chuckled, while several workers stifled their laughter behind their hands. Isn't that myopia, rather than presbyopia? Denying Wu Xiaojun any opportunity to chatter, instructions were given to take him away. Take him down, confine him, and he shall not be released without my command. Lock him in a small dark room. Huh? Wu Wei was suddenly knelt down, pleading, Sister, I implore you, for the sake of our friendship, please go easy on Xiaojun. He is a human life. As Ruoxi suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, she spoke with intensity. Do you realize that if I had arrived late today, and you had truly let Wu Xiaojun go, the consequences would have been dire? The outcome would be that Wu Xiaojun would attract others, leading us all to a grave fate. You speak so eloquently, claiming that Wu Xiaojun's life is but one life. Yet are our lives not valuable as well? The workers erupted in applause, their support unwavering. Lu Biao, shedding any lingering doubts, joined in the clapping, positioning himself protectively in front of Ruoxi to prevent any impulsive actions from Wu Weiguo or Wu Xiaojun. Fu Yunmo stole a brief kiss from Ruoxi, departing almost instantly, casting several meaningful glances at Wu Weiguo, as if to assert his claim. Wu Weiguo trembled, his legs shaking, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. Ruoxi, can you truly not grant him one last chance for redemption? He is still so young. If, in a post-apocalyptic world, youth could serve as a shield, then would my 10-month-old daughter not be the pinnacle of existence? Wu Xiaojun had been confined to a small, dark room for 6 months, while Wu Weiguo faced a week's punishment in addition to his previous sentence, totaling half a month. Should another mistake occur, his life would be forfeit. The notion of forfeiture seemed to weigh heavily upon Wu Weiguo, who collapsed to the ground, surrendering to the workers who dragged him away. Wu Xiaojun continued to create a ruckus, prompting Ruoxi to render him unconscious. At last, tranquility enveloped her ears. In the end, Fu Yunmo lifted Ruoxi in a princess carry, removing her from the prying eyes of the crowd. Upon returning home, Ruoxi rewarded him with a prolonged kiss, exhaling a sigh of relief. The situation had nearly spiraled out of control. Fortunately, his timely arrival had averted disaster. Fu Yunmo playfully nibbled at Ruoxi's alluring collarbone. And what would you have done had you not arrived in time, my mischievous little one? Would you have confronted them head-on? Ruoxi shook her head, expressing that she lacked both the stamina and the inclination to engage in battle. The mere act of enjoying food paired with exercise was exhausting enough. Therefore, there was no room for speculation. You would undoubtedly arrive just in time. Fu Yunmo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are you so readily placing your trust in me? This truly reflects a certain level of confidence in Fu Yunmo. Ruoxi disdainfully pushed Fu Yunmo away. Oh, the smell of the pig's glue mask on you is simply unbearable. Keep your distance. How can that be? I distinctly sprayed your favorite perfume, he replied. Now, do tell swiftly, what were you planning to do if I hadn't arrived in time? She was initially lying on the sofa with her eyes closed. Now she opened them as if basking in the sunlight. The underground passage contained a cage mechanism, a golden cage, no less. If they were wise, they would obediently continue to work for me, enjoying a lavish meal and engaging in recreational activities. Should they refuse? Ruoxi smiled coldly, her demeanor akin to that of a cold-blooded creature. Yet, it was precisely this aspect of Ruoxi that captivated Fu Yunmo regardless of her behavior. His affection for her remained unwavering. Oh, a gilded cage. Might this little troublemaker allow me a glimpse to ascertain the beauty of the golden enclosure? Chapter 89. The Trap. Ruoxi, please speak properly. What strange and peculiar things are you saying again? Ruoxi, feeling exasperated, clenched her fist, adorned with goosebumps, and struck Fu Yunmo on the head. Fu Yunmo, nursing a bump, embraced his head with a look of grievance. Just then, the red alarm blared once more. Ruoxi activated her computer to examine the surveillance footage and discovered the figure of Lao Wang, who had been released by Wu Xiaojun. Lao Wang stealthily trailed behind the workers who were detaining the Wu brothers, evidently intent on orchestrating Wu Xiaojun's escape. Ruoxi fixated on the figure above, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. Ha, this old Wang is rather loyal. He is not in a hurry to flee and instead goes to rescue Wu Xiaojun, who once saved him. Fu Yunmo inquired from his side, "Little troublemaker, do you intend to capture that man?" He removed the pigskin mask and shed the naturally toned glove. The grotesque black lines on his face re-emerged, yet his eyes retained their usual hue. "I shan't don color contact lenses. My eyes are terribly painful. It seems this brand of lenses is ill-suited for me. Little troublemaker, could you assist me, please?" He grasped Ruoxi's hand, preventing her from departing. Ruoxi, feeling helpless, pinched her brow and reassured, "You must remove the contact lenses yourself. If someone else does it for you. Are you not afraid that a slight movement on your part could result in me accidentally damaging your eyesight?" However, Fu Yunmo stubbornly refused to take out the lenses himself, despite the discomfort in his eyes. With no other choice, Ruoxi had to proceed with utmost caution, steeling herself as she leaned in closer, their eyes almost touching. Ruoxi expressed that this was a torment, to the point where her eyes nearly crossed in distress. Yet, oddly enough, Fu Yunmo resembled a mischievous child, delighting in fidgeting restlessly. Ruoxi scolded fiercely, "Don't move. If you do, I'll devour you." However, Fu Yunmo remained unfazed, responding, "Sure. Little diva, you can eat me anytime, anywhere. After all, zombies possess remarkable stamina. This can be considered a metaphorical drive, right?" Ruoxi was utterly taken aback by the shamelessness of Fu Yunmo, her face flushing with embarrassment. "To hell with you, shut up," Fu Yunmo retorted. "Are you asking me to be silent because you wish to kiss me?" At this moment, Ruoxi finally mustered the resolve to remove her contact lenses, pressing them forcefully aside. "As you wished." The security measures in the small dark room were far more stringent than those of a typical detention facility. This was a conclusion drawn by old Wang after a prolonged period of covert observation. Clearly, rescuing Wu Xiaojun was an arduous task, nearly impossible. Yet old Wang relished the challenge of the impossible, embracing the thrill. At worst, he could return in 18 years, still a valiant hero. Old Wang noted that each time the workers delivered food to the inmates, they merely opened a small aperture, while the outer door was fortified with a fingerprint lock and a password lock, among other defenses. The door itself was crafted from indestructible diamond. Thus, any attempt to liberate Wu Xiaojun would necessitate an approach involving the meals delivered daily. After all, gaining access from the outside was fraught with difficulty. It should be significantly easier from within. Having witnessed Wu Xiaojun's impressive lock-picking skills, which seemed to be innate, old Wang not only sought to repay his debt of gratitude, but also aspired to take Wu Xiaojun as his apprentice to learn the true essence of his craft. Accompanying the workers who brought steamed buns each day, he discovered that the buns were placed directly on the table, indicating that the worker had temporarily stepped away, likely to use the restroom. Fortune indeed smiled upon him. Approaching the door, he pried it open to enter the break room, stashing his long-preserved lock-picking tools within a bun, covering it with a cloth to avoid detection by the delivery worker. However, just as old Wang prepared to make his exit, he discovered that the break room door had locked behind him. Alas, he had fallen into a trap. Unfortunately, The realization came too late. Ruoxi perched upon a stool, leaning against the lofty window, gazing mockingly at old Wang. As he unleashed a torrent of invective against her, employing a plethora of vile epithets, she remained unperturbed. With a snap of her fingers, she looked down upon him, akin to observing a corpulent pig ensnared within a cage. Suddenly, the wall above fissured, and a gilded cage descended, ensnaring old Wang with an unyielding grip. Oh, old Wang, do exercise a modicum of caution next time. Such folly. Truly believing I had forgotten you? Even if you had not walked willingly into this trap, I possess the means to ensnare you, for escape is an impossibility. Yet, there was no need for you to hasten your demise, was there? Pray, do share your final words. Ruoxi's tone resembled that of someone bestowing a favor. Old Wang was not her subordinate and remained steadfastly loyal to his former master, Chun Xuanbei. Therefore, he could not be utilized for her purposes. If he was not her own, what purpose did he serve? Naturally, it was imperative to eradicate any potential threats completely. Ruoxi resembled the king of the underworld within her realm, capable of arbitrarily deciding the fate of a soul with a mere clap of her hands. Her heart was as cold as ice. In her eyes, old Wang was but a mere mortal. Thousands upon thousands had perished in this apocalyptic world. What difference would his life make? If she did not eradicate the root of the problem, she could very well be the next to meet her demise. Furthermore, the information she sought from old Wang had already been acquired through her own endeavors. He had become utterly useless, a mere shadow of his former self. Upon receiving Ruoxi's death decree, old Wang could no longer remain still. I can reveal to you the location of our base's resource point. This time, I assure you, it is the absolute truth. I stake my future happiness and life on it. I will never deceive you again. Ruoxi had already descended from the stool. Upon hearing old Wang's words, she let out a disdainful snort. TSK, I had previously afforded you an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Old Wang, in a state of panic, pleaded, I implore you to grant me one last chance. I assure you that I shall not lie again, truly. Ruoxi smiled faintly, offering him but 2 words, too late. Lao Wang felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, his very soul momentarily escaping him, his eyes vacant and devoid of life. In the next instant, the cage that bound him was once again lifted. A flicker of hope ignited in Lao Wang's gaze. But it was fleeting, vanishing in an instant. The walls, closing in from all directions, began to constrict towards the center, reminiscent of a confined space in an escape room, rendering the atmosphere increasingly claustrophobic. With the absence of vegetation, the air grew scarce, and the pressure became suffocating. Each moment of waiting for death felt like an agonizing eternity for Lao Wang. In such an oppressive environment, even the mightiest heart could not endure. The sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him entirely. Wait, I realize what Chun Xuanbei's vulnerability is. He has a girl he cherishes. If we capture her, Chun Xuanbei will be at your mercy. Ruoxi leaned against the wall, feigning sleep, yet a glimmer of amusement flickered in her eyes. Did Chun Xuanbei not claim to have no fondness for women? Chapter 90. Punishment. As Ruoxi remained silent, old Wang felt increasingly uncertain. The surrounding space grew smaller, and the unyielding walls threatened to crush him into oblivion. Chun Xuanbei's affection lay with a girl of rather unattractive appearance, broad-nosed, small-eyed, and sparsely haired. A visage only those with peculiar tastes might find appealing. Yet, I could conjure an image of her for you to seek out. Once you locate that girl, you will have leverage over Chun Xuanbei. Upon hearing this, Ruoxi let out a derisive laugh. How unfortunate, for I harbor no grievances with anyone surnamed Chun. Thus I have no need to manipulate him. This was undoubtedly a death sentence for old Wang, who stood frozen in place, clawing at the wall in a desperate attempt to reach the window. However, the window was firmly shut, and even if he could reach it, it would be of no avail. In a fit of determination, he struck it with his elbow, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through. Suddenly, the window opened on its own, dropping a pencil and a sheet of paper. Ruoxi, draw it for me, as I am curious to see what a broad-nosed, small-eyed person looks like. Since you describe it so unflatteringly, it shall serve as a source of amusement. Old Wang, Sensing a glimmer of hope, cautiously inquired, "If I draw it for you, will you let me go?" As Ruoxi settled into her seat, she gazed listlessly at the computer monitor. Indeed, there exists no absolute loyalty in this world. When one's life is gravely threatened, one is capable of resorting to any means for survival. The anguish of both body and spirit can drive a person to the brink of despair. Observing my own mood, old Wang's eyes grew dim, and the surrounding walls ceased their shifting, meticulously sketching a portrait with deliberate slowness. Ruoxi discerned that he was deliberately stalling for time and promptly exposed his ulterior motives. Do not indulge in futile fantasies. No matter how much you procrastinate, no one will come to your rescue. If they were coming, they would have arrived by now. Lao Wang gritted his teeth and nodded, resuming his drawing. However, this time his movements were markedly swifter. At last, he rolled up the completed portrait and cast it aside. "A promise made must be kept. You must release me." Ruoxi smiled lightly and, while saying she would let you go, harbored no intention of raising a wolf to guard her. What she sought was absolute safety. No matter how small, any threat to her security would be intolerable. Opening the blank sheet, she was momentarily taken aback after discerning the contents. In disbelief, she leaned in closer to examine it further and hoarsely inquired, "Are you certain this is a portrait of the person Chun Xianbei is fond of? There must be some mistake." Old Wang nodded vigorously. "Of course. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Chun Xianbei clutches this portrait daily, taking it to bed and gazing at it during meals, lost in thought whenever he has a moment to spare. I too pondered how it was possible for him to fancy a girl so plain in appearance. Perhaps he has grown weary of conventional beauty and now finds a lure in the unique, the extraordinary, even in those whose appearance is exceptionally unconventional." Ruoxi wished to silence old Wang. The figure depicted in the painting was none other than the portrait she had seen previously at Chun Xianbei's residence, signed by Ruoxi herself. She was truly exasperated with Chun Xianbei, who, despite his lackluster artistic skills, dared to emulate portraiture. However, one might misconstrue the situation. Perhaps Chun Xianbei harbored animosity towards the woman in the painting, leading to his perpetual state of melancholy. Old Wang vehemently denied this. It was impossible, for she was undoubtedly the girl he admired. Moreover, an enemy's enemy is a friend. Should this indeed be Chun Xianbei's foe, one could consider allying with this young woman to confront Chun Xianbei together. In a bid for survival, Old Wang exerted considerable effort in his defense. Ruoxi cannot believe that she is the one Chun Xianbei favors. It is more plausible to consider her as his adversary. However, should Chun Xianbei not provoke her, she would never seek him out herself. "Oh, is that so? Then you shall not survive either." Ruoxi smiled faintly and pressed the continuation button, prompting the sound of shifting walls to echo within. Accompanying this was the irate cursing of Old Wang, which reverberated through the space. The passing workers, upon hearing the anguished cries and the grotesque squelching of flesh, quickly made way, overwhelmed by the horror of the scene. As the mechanism released its hold, the worker assigned to clean today stepped inside, only to be greeted by a gruesome sight of a pool of blood and mangled flesh. The air hung heavy with a pungent metallic odor, far more repulsive than the corpses they had previously encountered in the apocalyptic wasteland. At least those bodies had merely bled. Here, the entrails had been violently expelled, reduced to a gruesome slurry. Two cleaning workers were struck by the horror of the scene. One retched violently, while the other fainted on the spot. Hearing the commotion, more workers ventured in, yet none could withstand the ghastly sight. Only the bravest managed to clear the floor before succumbing to unconsciousness. Ultimately, Ruoxi descended into the fray herself. Though she did not engage directly with the filth, she had yet to summon the courage to confront such squalor. Instead, she employed two advanced robotic cleaning machines which, after much effort, restored some semblance of cleanliness, albeit at the cost of the machine's functionality. As night fell, Ruoxi, weary from the ordeal, found herself entwined in Fu Yunma's embrace. He whispered teasingly, "I heard today you turn a person into a mere pulp." No one dared to approach the scene. Who would have thought that this little diva harbored such a ruthless side? Ruoxi raised an eyebrow, continuing to indulge in her solitary video game. You've never been outside. How could you possibly know? Are you spying on me through my computer? Fu Yunma's body stiffened momentarily before he feigned nonchalance with a grin. I merely wish to ensure that no one causes you any trouble. If you require my assistance, I can arrive promptly. The playful demeanor shifted abruptly, and I realized that I seem to have never truly understood you. Ah, there you go, putting on a performance again. Ruoxi abruptly exited the game, forcefully prying apart Fu Yunma's restless hands. He was attempting to arouse her interest, but she warned him, "If you continue this way, I shall confine you. You are being quite disobedient. I am engaged in a game, and you should dutifully share bedtime stories with the rabbit and then retire to bed. Do you comprehend?" Fu Yunma shook his head, expressing his reluctance to understand. "You can be so ruthless towards that person. Will you treat me in the same manner afterwards?" Ruoxi, with rare patience, listened to his words, pressing her index finger against Fu Yun's lips. "As for you, little zombie, should I choose to be ruthless, it would only be in response to your betrayal. How could I so easily allow you to perish? Instead, I would confine you and administer slow, deliberate punishment." Fu Yunma feigned ignorance with a nod, yet his hands grew restless once more. This time it was not just one hand. The other was also engaged in a tender caress. Chapter 91. Affection. Ruoxi was caught off guard and easily ensnared. The fabric of the dress she wore today was quite sheer, allowing Fu Yunma to effortlessly pull down the zipper. Ruoxi glared at Fu Yunma with indignation, exclaiming, "Wretched man, I shall never don a skirt again. No, I still wish to indulge in some single-player games." To her surprise, in the very next moment, Fu Yunma indeed ceased his actions. Ruoxi's body suddenly stiffened, leaving her frozen in place. Fu Yunma looked at her with a teasing expression, asking, "What's the matter? Didn't the little diva say she was going to play a game? Go on, I'll be waiting for you." In an instant, Ruoxi's face flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes glaring at Fu Yunma, her lower lip bitten in reluctant defiance. "You know what I desire at this moment." A hint of delight curled at the corners of Fu Yunma's mouth. He then turned, opening the wardrobe and rummaging through its contents. Ruoxi found herself in a dilemma, unable to move or remain still. Just as she contemplated pulling up her zipper, Fu Yunma extended his hand to halt her. Ruoxi noticed that he was holding a tattered item with several holes, resembling a fishing net. "Did you cut this yourself? It looks quite unsightly." Ruoxi discreetly cast a few glances before swiftly averting her gaze. "You ought to be a tailor, a self-taught prodigy." Fu Yunma proudly lifted his head. "Indeed, who am I, if not the object of this little imp's affection?" Ruoxi. "Silence, come over here." This left Fu Yunma momentarily bewildered, but he quickly grasped the situation. "At your service, my master." In a semi-transparent state, Ruoxi's alluring figure appeared even more enticing. The rhythm fluctuated between haste and languor, reminiscent of the early stages of romance. One partner remained aloof, while the other exhibited fervor. As the encounter progressed, the one who had been most passionate grew indifferent, while the initially detached partner began to succumb to the allure, unable to resist. "Xiao Fuzi, what is it about me that you truly adore? I cherish you as a person, regardless of your form. I adore you, simply because you are you." "Ah, your words are rather kitsch. You wouldn't be a scoundrel, would you? And when did that little diva begin to harbor feelings for me? What is it that you like the most about me? Oh dear, why is it that whenever I pose a question, you always counter with another? Very well, I confess I must have been the first to fall for you. From the very moment I laid eyes on you at the dumpling shop, when you tumbled from the tree and nearly struck me, my initial impression was that you were incredibly handsome, precisely my type, and my heart fluttered at once. Otherwise, do you think I would have helped you for no reason and risked my life to save you later? Not a chance." Ruoxi lied without a trace of guilt. She merely predicted that Fu Yunma was destined to become a powerful figure in the impending apocalypse, hoping to secure a connection. Little did she realize that she had mistaken him. The true overlord of the future wasteland was none other than his identical twin brother, Fu Yunhai. Had she known back then that Fu Yunma was not the future leader, she certainly would not have come to his aid. After all, she was rather busy and slow to warm up to others, not one to be swayed by mere appearances, and certainly not someone to fall in love at first sight. No matter how handsome a person may be, in a world teeming with individuals, there will always be someone even more attractive. Ruoxi primarily evaluates this individual based on excellence. Fu Yunma is well-versed in various arts, including music, chess, and calligraphy, and possesses the ability to amuse her during leisure moments. His temperament is gentle. Should Ruoxi become upset, he would never allow the matter to linger until the following day, opting instead to soothe her face-to-face. He is also a skilled cook, adept at preparing a diverse array of delectable dishes. Furthermore, he excels in childcare, alleviating Ruoxi's boredom by caring for their child, while sparing her the burdensome worries of tending to a young one. In essence, Fu Yunma is exemplary in every regard. It is likely that no one else in this world embodies such perfection. However, he does possess two shortcomings: a tendency towards sarcasm and a sensitivity that leads to unfounded thoughts. His insecurities and sensitivity are deeply ingrained within him, immutable yet somewhat restrained. It seems the little darling only appreciates my appearance, which leaves me feeling a tad disheartened. Nonetheless, I do not wish for Ruoxi to harbor affections for me first. Rather, a desire to cherish her first. At some point, Ruoxi managed to rise and gaze at her reflection in the mirror. After receiving some nourishment, her lips regained a much healthier hue. However, fatigue lingered, her eyes half closed, reluctant to fully awaken. Venturing outside, she beheld Fu Yunma clad in an apron, cooking, his posture strikingly upright. Nearby, the little bunny was tugging at its crib, its large eyes fixed on Ruoxi, head tilted in confusion. It seemed to inquire, "Oh dear mother, why is your face flushed?" While suckling, it called out, "Mom, I need to go potty." In that moment, Ruoxi was momentarily perplexed, but upon realization, she understood the little one meant, "Mother, I need to relieve myself." Ruoxi's gaze towards the little bunny softened considerably. She suddenly realized that children are not as mischievous and bothersome as they seem. In fact, they possess a certain adorable innocence that is quite endearing. Ruoxi astonishingly approached, gently lifting the rabbit and removing its diaper. Ruoxi, with her flowing locks cascading down to her waist, found herself in a rather vexing predicament. Suddenly, the little hands of Tutu were tugging at her hair, refusing to let go. This infuriated Ruoxi, who realized she had misjudged the situation. The mischievous little rascal was as playful as ever. Despite her petite stature, Tutu possessed an unexpected strength, pulling Ruoxi's hair with such force that tears were nearly drawn from her eyes. As Ruoxi attempted to pry Tutu's hands away, the little one engaged in a tug-of-war, only managing to ensnare more of Ruoxi's hair. All the while, she was simultaneously attending to her own business, all the while mercilessly tugging at her mother's tresses. Ruoxi, I am utterly exasperated. After much effort to free my hair from the grasp of the little rascal, I can't help but gaze at the small tuft of hair in her hand, wishing to deliver a playful smack to her forehead. Little bunny, should you dare to tug at mama's hair again, when yours finally grows back, I shall shave it all off for you. Though Bunny may not comprehend my words, her tiny frame instinctively shivered a few times. Chapter 92. Out for a stroll, Fu Yunma set down Ruoxi's beloved barbecue grill on the table, a look of exasperated affection illuminating his face. Do not frighten Bunny any further. It is already quite unfair for her to live in your shadow. As Ruoxi stood up, she questioned, "What do you mean? Do you find me distasteful?" Fu Yunma replied, "I am merely stating the truth. Do you believe me?" As the days grew increasingly monotonous, Ruoxi sought amusement in her pet rabbit. For instance, when the rabbit drank milk, she would deliberately snatch away its bottle, delighting in its tears. She found endless joy in this mischief. At the construction site, with Wu Weigua confined to a small room, Lu Biao took charge, thriving the role and becoming increasingly adept at various tasks. With Lu Biao in command, Ruoxi need only deliver meals punctually at noon and night. The once peaceful days were disrupted by an unexpected guest. As Ruoxi gazed at the computer surveillance, she observed that the entrance to the winery had been discovered by Chen Xianbei. Within the grand hall, Their associates were recklessly searching, and it would not be long before they uncovered the entrance to the basement. However, it seemed that Fu Yunhai and Chen Xianbei were at odds, standing 10 meters apart, neither daring to glance at the other. It was indeed a peculiar sight. Suddenly, Fu Yunma approached with a tray of fruit, and upon seeing the figures within, a shadow of uncertainty flickered in his eyes. Fu Yunhai, is he still alive? As Ruoxi lifted her gaze, she nearly became ensnared in the profound depths of Fu Yunma's eyes. The last time, she had allowed him to escape. However, during the outing at the end of the month, she encountered him once more, and he had taken her to Chen Xuanbei's base, where the blueprints were revealed. Fu Yunhai's expression had returned to its former state, and she pondered whether, if the sight displeased her, she should inflict further harm upon his visage. Fu Yunma jested. There's no need. If you truly wish to, you would have done so long ago. I would never compel you to engage in actions that do not bring you joy. It seemed that this fellow had indeed spent time alone with that little drama queen, which was rather irksome. Ruoxi shook her head and gently tousled Fu Yunma's hair, soothing his restless heart. It's nothing, just a minor matter that can be easily resolved. I merely sought your opinion in advance. Even if you disagree, I shall discreetly deal with Fu Yunhai for the sake of avenging you. How delightful it is that her sweet words flowed with such ease now. Keeping an eye on the time, she seized the opportunity while Chen Xuanbei and the others were taking a break, appearing quite relaxed, and set off. As she passed the room where Wu Weiguo was confined, he called out to her from the window, his gaze filled with desperation. What's wrong? Do you need something from me? Wu Weiguo nodded fervently. Xiao Jun isn't well. He was bitten by a rat last night, and I fear the wound may become infected. Could you bring us some iodine and alcohol? Even if infection were to lead to death, Ruoxi remained indifferent. Noticing her lack of response and her unwillingness to comply, Wu Weiguo steeled himself and said, Your husband resembles the person we encountered during our last outing in the countryside. Don't you wish to offer an explanation, Ruoxi? Ruoxi remained remarkably composed, gently fanning her face with a small electric fan, feeling quite at ease. Oh, is that so? Why should I feel compelled to explain? The resemblance is evident. It is quite obvious they are twins. Wu Weiguo, no, your husband surely cannot be human. Perhaps he truly is. So this is the intention behind it all. Is it meant to intimidate her? Ruoxi interrupted him sharply. I am aware of your thoughts. You must trust what your own eyes perceive and refrain from wild conjectures. Your cousin has lost his sanity. Cannot you see that? How can you still place faith in the words of a madman? If my husband were truly a zombie, why would he not bite me? His eyes are as normal as any human's. Wu Weiguo remained silent for a considerable time. Just as Ruoxi felt there was no need for further words, Wu Weiguo called out to her. Ruoxi stood with her back to Wu Weiguo, reluctant to speak too harshly. Ever since the moment Wu Xiaojun witnessed the true face of Fu Yunma's zombie, and from the instant Wu Xiaojun began to use this as leverage against her, she and Wu Xiaojun had become adversaries. Wu Xiaojun was neither foolish nor mad. In the end, it would be her who suffered the consequences. Wu Weiguo, being Wu Xiaojun's cousin, was understandably affected by the situation, and Ruoxi did not wish to elaborate further, fearing she might inadvertently reveal too much. In truth, she preferred to sidestep the topic altogether, believing it better for Wu Xiaojun to be foolish than to resort to thievery and become a pest. Ruoxi turned around without the slightest hesitation. Wu Weiguo watched as her figure grew smaller until it vanished from sight, the faint glimmer in his eyes gradually dimming, becoming hollow and devoid of expression. Ruoxi pressed her fingers against her temples, a sharp pang of headache surging through her. It had taken considerable effort to cultivate Lu Biao to a point where he could maintain equilibrium with Wu Weiguo, yet now Wu Weiguo was gone. Given the extent of Wu Weiguo's animosity towards her, absolute loyalty was now an impossibility. She would have to find someone else to elevate, to balance Lu Biao once more. This individual must be honest, capable, and experienced, but most crucially, they should have no relatives or acquaintances among the workers, someone entirely devoid of personal desires. Lost in thought, she unknowingly arrived at the door, ensuring no one followed her before unlocking it and stepping outside. However, it was imperative not to appear directly at the winery. as such a coincidence would surely arouse the suspicions of the overly cautious Rebirth. She made her way to a small courtyard near the winery, where remnants of the undead were still evident, and the water was contaminated. In such a disheveled environment, it would be implausible for someone like Ruoxi, pristine in appearance and clad in what resembled a princess dress paired with little black shoes, to blend in. She applied a pale, ghastly green tea makeup, donned simple garments, and slipped into a pair of somewhat dirty shoes, letting her hair fall into disarray. As she walked along the rural path, she sought a tall tree to climb. Ruoxi found it hard to believe that all of Rebirth's people remained within the confines of the winery, with none venturing out to survey the surroundings. She reclined upon a tree, feigning sleep while basking in the sunlight, awaiting a fateful encounter with an unfortunate soul. Soon enough, her awaited misfortune arrived. With an audience now present, Ruoxi's demeanor transformed entirely. She appeared utterly pitiable, and in her overwhelming fear, one of her shoes tumbled from the lofty branches above, landing squarely upon the head of the hapless individual below. Ah, who dares to toss objects from such heights? Ruoxi's eyes brimmed with tears, as the gentle sunlight bathed her face in a golden glow, creating an aura of beauty and purity. Her weeping was reminiscent of the delicate and refined manner of DIGS tears, devoid of any unsightly traces. The unfortunate fellow was instantly captivated. "Little sister, what are you doing up in that tree? Come down quickly, it is perilous up there." Ruoxi shook her head, recalling the terrifying chase by the zombies. Her legs trembled slightly, and she fell directly from the tree. The unfortunate fellow below did not hesitate and managed to dodge. In midair, Ruoxi shouted, "What the heck? You old fool! How can you let such a beautiful girl fall without a rescue? Don't you understand the heroic act of saving a damsel in distress? No wonder you're single." Chapter 93. Forced to stain, there was no way Ruoxi could truly fall and risk breaking her leg. Thus, she resorted to manipulating the objects around her to cushion her fall, ensuring that she only felt a slight pain, just enough to elicit sympathy. Ruoxi was unwilling to be reduced to mere pulp. Just as the objects were about to be moved closer, she caught sight of a familiar figure rushing towards her. No! Wait, it was two figures, Rebirth and fiancé. Both had their arms outstretched, eager to catch her. For a moment, Ruoxi hesitated, contemplating whether to trust them. Ultimately, she decided that her life was not worth gambling. Although it was true that if either Rebirth or fiancé managed to catch her, they would undoubtedly sustain injuries, which, in a way, could be seen as beneficial for Ruoxi. However, the risk was too great. If they merely feigned their intent to catch her, she would be the one to suffer the consequences. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Ruoxi wrapped her hands around the tree trunk and swiftly began to descend. Finally, she managed to support herself on a branch with one hand, gritting her teeth as she placed her other hand on it. Fortunately, her recent commitment to fitness had endowed her with a toned physique, allowing her to effortlessly perform a pull-up and stand on the branch. She exhaled in relief, realizing how close she had come to disaster. Currently, she was situated about 6 or 7 meters above the ground. Fiancé and Rebirth, still with arms extended, were awaiting her descent. After a prolonged silence, they looked up, only to discover Ruoxi perched safely on the branch, swinging her slender legs. Rebirth called out, "Stop playing up there. Jump down to me. It's too dangerous up high." Fiancé pushed past Rebirth and exclaimed, "Susu, I'm your big brother. Hurry, come to me. Be good." Ruoxi feels as though she is a little lamb, while the two individuals beneath her resemble fierce tigers. She is apprehensive. She has no desire to leap into the fray with either of them. She must rely on her own strength. As Ruoxi donned her non-slip gloves, she descended slowly. "No need. My physical fitness is excellent, and I can manage on my own." Fiancé gaped in astonishment. Was this truly the delicate and fragile woman, Susu, as he had perceived? Rebirth, however, was unperturbed, for his impression of Ruoxi had always been this way. He queried directly, "Aren't you called Ruoxi? How did you come to be Susu? Oh my goodness, the disguise has slipped." Yet, Ruoxi remained unfazed. With Fiancé still present, she felt compelled to appease him. "Susu is just a more affectionate nickname. My parents usually call me that." This was precisely the kind of sentiment Fu Yunhai relished, and it brought him joy. Conversely, Chen Xuanbei's expression darkened immediately. So, you prefer those with the surname Fu? Ruoxi, with a composed demeanor and steady heart, nodded slightly, inquiring, "What is it?" Fu Yunma also bore the surname Fu. Was she truly being dishonest? If Chen Xuanbei regarded me as an adversary, then her affections would undoubtedly align with those whom Chen Xuanbei despised. She could hardly bear to witness the camaraderie between Fu Yunhai and Chen Xuanbei. Nevertheless, Ruoxi remained resolute, fully aware of the purpose of her visit, to disfigure Fu Yunhai's visage. Ruoxi's instinctive reaction was to execute a shoulder throw on him. But upon hearing the sound of the trigger being pulled, Ruoxi effortlessly discerned that the firearm was devoid of ammunition, leaving her quite astonished. Had Chen Xuanbei truly forgotten to load it? It appeared he was prone to such elementary blunders. Nevertheless, she had to maintain a facade of fear, presenting herself as a delicate woman incapable of defending herself. "What are you doing? I bear you no grudge." Fu Yunhai attempted to pry the gun from Chen Xuanbei's grasp, but a mere glance from Chen Xuanbei deterred him. After all, he was the leader. Fu Yunhai could only stand by, consumed with worry, unable to intervene. A fleeting glimmer of bloodlust flashed in Chen Xuanbei's eyes, brimming with menace. He tightened his grip on the gun. "Be silent, and swiftly express your disdain for Fu Yunhai. Ruoxi, it seems she has stumbled upon some extraordinary revelation. Chen Xuanbei actually, he harbors feelings for Fu Yunhai. Oh my." Ruoxi feels a surge of excitement and is ready to support him. Yet, Fu Yunhai intervenes with a word of restraint. Ruoxi gazed at Fu Yunhai with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. "You imbecile. The person Chen Xuanbei truly adores is you," she thought. "If you continue to provoke him, be wary of his wrath. He may very well cast you aside and confine you, claiming you as his own." As anticipated, Chen Xuanbei's countenance darkened, reflecting a visage as repugnant as if he had ingested something foul. "For heaven's sake, silence yourself. When did it become your turn to speak?" Ruoxi had been enjoying the unfolding drama, yet now Chen Xuanbei's gaze shifted toward her. Reluctantly, she feigned innocence, inwardly protesting, "Do not involve me. I have done nothing." Chen Xuanbei then inquired, "What is it that you admire about Fu Yunhai? I could easily strip him of that which you find appealing." Ruoxi's emotions were in turmoil. The situation was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Chen Xuanbei harbored feelings for Fu Yunhai, yet was resolute in inflicting harm upon him. If that was the case, she would not hold back. "I am fond of that young man's visage. It is exceptionally handsome. It was the most." Before she could finish her thought, Chen Xuanbei suddenly lowered his gun, releasing Ruoxi. He produced a sharp, reflective knife with swift and decisive movements. With a few swift slashes, he marred Fu Yunhai's face, blood splattering onto Ruoxi, stark evidence of the depth of the wound. Fu Yunhai let out several agonized cries. Crouching on the ground, clutching his face. "Oh, my face hurts so much. Quickly, summon a nurse." The initially unfortunate soul panicked, intending to comply and call for assistance. Chen Xuanbei intercepted him, a cold, sinister smile playing at his lips. "Do not go. Fu Yunhai's life is mine to save, and how I choose to deal with him is my affair." His face? Since Ruoxi's enamored with Fu Yunhai's appearance, it seems only fitting to disfigure it. Chen Xuanbei's gaze swept over to Ruoxi, who was leaning against a tree, exuding a languid beauty as she observed the scene. "Do you still harbor feelings for him?" What on earth was Chen Xuanbei's intention with such actions? Why were they turning against each other? She need not lift a finger. Ruoxi shook her head, indicating that it was sufficient to touch upon the matter lightly. She had lost interest. Chapter 94. 3 questions. Fu Yunhai struggled for a moment, but ultimately, Chen Xuanbei summoned someone to effortlessly subdue him. "Susu, where are you?" Just as Ruoxi was about to sneak away, she was unexpectedly called out. Chen Xuanbei inquired sternly, "Where do you think you are going?" "Understood. Please provide the text you want me to refine and translate into elegant English. I will focus on removing irrelevant punctuation, promotional content, and subtle advertisements, while enhancing the language with sophisticated vocabulary and sentence structures. preserving the original meaning. Without uttering a word, Ruoxi swiftly tossed a white cloth over herself and made a dash for freedom. However, Chun Xuanbei, seemingly anticipating her move, deftly swatted the cloth away just before it could envelop his face. With a snap of his fingers, a net designed to ensnare fierce beasts ensnared Ruoxi tightly. What do you intend to do? Despite being restrained, Ruoxi remained unperturbed. Leaning against the tree trunk, Chun Xuanbei remarked with a smile, "This is your true nature. Well, I suppose this is merely another opportunity to experience the various facets of life." Upon arriving at the wine estate, Ruoxi found herself in familiar territory, as she was indeed the proprietor of this vineyard. Inside the grand hall, she was bound at the hands and feet, kneeling on the ground with her shoulders pressed down. Above her loomed Chun Xuanbei, surveying her from his elevated position, holding an object in his hand. Ruoxi tilted her head in confusion, somewhat astonished. How did this object end up in Chun Xuanbei's possession? During her moments of boredom at the vineyard, Ruoxi delighted in crafting slingshots from peach wood, using them to amuse herself by shooting at birds. She had even taken the time to engrave her initials, RX, upon it. After relocating everything to the basement, she recalled the slingshot when an abundance of gophers appeared, and she thought to use it for fun. However, despite rummaging through every corner, she found nothing but the original bag that once held the slingshot. Ruoxi assumed it had simply been misplaced and did not dwell on it further. Now, with the peachwood slingshot in Chun Xuanbei's hand, the letters upon it were strikingly conspicuous. "What is this? Surely, you do not intend to use this against me?" Ruoxi continued to feign ignorance. During this time, Chun Xuanbei closely observed the subtle expressions on Ruoxi's face, hoping to catch a glimpse of panic. Unfortunately, he found nothing, only confusion and a hint of fear. This object, though capable of inflicting harm, did not seem to cause pain if it were to be utilized. It should be employed differently. Chun Xuanbei descended from his elevated position to scrutinize Ruoxi from a closer vantage point. However, despite his prolonged observation, he could discern no flaws. It was as though Ruoxi truly did not recognize the slingshot engraved with her initials. Ruoxi tilted her head, feigning a reluctance to meet Chun Xuanbei's gaze. What else could there be? Suddenly, Chun Xuanbei unexpectedly reached out, grasping Ruoxi's chin, compelling her to look into his eyes. What else indeed? This slingshot bears the initial of your name, which I discovered within the winery. Will you not offer an explanation? Ruoxi's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Is it truly so peculiar that there are numerous individuals in this world whose names begin with the letters RX? This is my first visit here. It is not mine. She yearned to break free from Chun Xuanbei's grasp, yet she realized that he held her tighter. Her jaw felt as though it had been struck by a meteor hammer, on the verge of cracking. Damn it, you little man. Once she has thoroughly enjoyed her time here, she will undoubtedly deliver a few kicks as she departs, leaving you sprawled on the bed, unable to move. Chun Xuanbei gazed at the woman before him, who was flailing her arms, and couldn't help but smile coldly. Ruoxi, you consider yourself so noble and remarkable, treating me as nothing more than a joke. Ruoxi inquired, what if things do not go as you wish? I am not one to lie if... Chun Xuanbei interrupted coldly. Then you shall never escape from the palm of my hand. Ruoxi felt a whirlwind of emotions and nodded slightly. Ask away. Chun Xuanbei suddenly tightened his grip with his fingertips, causing Ruoxi to cry out in pain. He appeared to take great pleasure in Ruoxi's pliant demeanor, his expression filled with delight. How perverse! Ruoxi's gaze darkened as she fixed her eyes intently on Chun Xuanbei. First question, you deceived me last time. You promised to join our base, yet you fled. How do you intend to compensate me for this? Oh my, how quickly the tables have turned. She had just claimed that she would not lie. Ruoxi slightly furrowed her brow, but soon relaxed again. I mentioned that I had pressing matters to attend to, assuring him that I would seek him out once I was finished. Do you believe me? Chun Xuanbei propped his chin on one hand, a clear smile evident in his sharp eyes. Yes, I believe you. However, Chun Xuanbei instructed someone to present a piece of paper for Ruoxi to see. It was the very paper she had carelessly tossed at Chun Xuanbei's face before her departure. With someone obstructing her view, Ruoxi nonchalantly rolled her eyes. Why have you kept this paper? In this apocalyptic world, paper is a rare commodity. One must resort to plucking leaves from trees for personal hygiene. She had freely given Chun Xuanbei a piece of paper, and he had not even utilized it. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Ruoxi's mind. Could it be that Chun Xuanbei intends to hoard paper for the generations to come after being deprived of it for so long? This seems rather unnecessary, doesn't it? Given that Chun Xuanbei oversees such a vast base and possesses an abundance of free labor, is he unaware of the means to produce paper himself? A flicker of intrigue danced in Chun Xuanbei's eyes as he coughed twice and remarked, is the first time I've been provoked in such a manner, and I wish to retain this for a proper reckoning with you. Is that not permissible? Ruoxi shook her head honestly, conceding, do as you wish. A woman whose words and actions do not align. Chun Xuanbei's lips curled slightly. He would never reveal to Ruoxi that during their days apart, he had been gazing at this piece of paper, reminiscing about her. Objects remind one of people. Alas, this was the only item he possessed that belonged to Ruoxi, unique and irreplaceable. How could he bear to tarnish it? As Ruoxi recalled something, she retorted, right, if you like someone, just tell them directly. After all, we're in an apocalyptic world. Why be so restrained and subtle? What if your unrequited love is taken by someone else after a long time? Upon hearing this, Chun Xuanbei felt a surge of blood coursing through him, words of protest bubbling at the tip of his tongue. Yet, Ruoxi had not finished speaking. Do not fear the gaze of the outside world. There is nothing wrong with loving a man. Chun Xuanbei, can you possibly be more outrageous? In an instant, his expression darkened. The others, stifling their laughter, reflected on all the sorrows they had ever experienced, but ultimately, they could not contain their mirth, smiles breaking across their faces. Chun Xuanbei shot a cold glare at them, dismissing all irrelevant onlookers. Soon, the vast hall was left with only Ruoxi and Chun Xuanbei. After kneeling for so long, Ruoxi's legs had gone numb, and she lamented, "Please hurry and ask. My legs are starting to ache. This could lead to muscle growth in my calves, making it difficult to lose weight in the future." Chapter 95. The ineffectual man Ruoxi confidently remarked, "Did you not previously state that you dislike women and would never have a girlfriend or a wife? Does that not imply that you are a—" Chun Xuanbei was rendered speechless, his laughter escaping in disbelief. "I truly wish I could crack open your head to see what thoughts reside within." Ruoxi wore a cold expression, teetering on the brink of slumber. At this hour, if she were not out, she would likely be at home indulging in a midday nap and savoring ice cream. Yet, regrettably, she found herself bound and kneeling on the filthy ground. However, human nature craves novelty. Initially, regardless of how arduous and exhausting the situation was, she persevered, for it was a fresh experience. Yet, as the novelty began to wane, even if the task at hand became relatively effortless, her desire to continue dissipated. It felt utterly tedious. Life is meant to be enjoyed, is it not? Ruoxi resignedly curled her lips. Only a sister could endure such hardship. Once she grows weary of it, she will simply depart. I care not whether you favor men or women. Now, there are 2 questions remaining, so ask swiftly. Ruoxi's demeanor was exceedingly cold, imbued with a hint of coercion. Surprisingly, Chun Xuanbei did not react with anger to such a tone. The second question was, if I were to release you, would you choose to remain here by my side? It was a question laden with the weight of potential demise. Yet, Ruoxi had no desire for that outcome. Perhaps a small lie would suffice, as deceiving Chun Xuanbei was not an unfamiliar venture for her. Of course, I would be willing, following you to enjoy the finest delicacies and comforts, something countless individuals yearn for yet cannot attain. How could I possibly refuse? Sensing Ruoxi's fleeting thoughts, Chun Xuanbei continued, if you dare to deceive me once more, you shall never find happiness in your life. I demand you swear an oath. Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback. You rascal, don't push your luck. A lifetime devoid of happiness. A pun, indeed happiness. If one cannot attain happiness, then so be it. I have grown weary of it. I have indulged in every conceivable position. Thus, I have no regrets in this lifetime. Very well, I vow that if I deceive you, I shall never experience happiness. Chun Xuanbei was caught off guard by Ruoxi's forthrightness. After a brief hesitation, he made a vow, his Adam's apple subtly bobbing, pledging to include her name in his oath. O.S. Sigh, men truly bring forth a myriad of troubles. It is utterly vexing. I swear that if I deceive you, I shall never attain happiness in this lifetime. Only when satisfaction is achieved does countenance begin to ease. The third question. Ruoxi perked up her ears, eagerly anticipating the moment she would be released from her bonds to venture outside. Yet, Chun Xuanbei hesitated, stumbling over his words as he struggled to articulate the final question. Do speak up. Your stammering is a malady that needs remedy. Chun Xuanbei lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes concealing his expression. In a husky and indistinct voice, he inquired, Do you have feelings for me? At this, it was not only Chun Xuanbei who faltered in speech. Ruoxi was equally taken aback. Could it be? Despite a tempest of thoughts raging within her, she maintained an outward appearance of serene composure. But what serenity was there, really? It was merely the facade of someone bearing the weight of unspoken burdens in silence. This was the true essence of a fatal dilemma. Ruoxi feigned calmness, furrowing her brow. Although she found herself beneath Chun Xuanbei, her presence was not diminished in the slightest. The two appeared to be on equal footing. Each of Chun Xuanbei's inquiries came laced with presupposed answers. Do you not fancy men? Are you attempting to deceive into a marriage? Using me as a faade for your lover, Fu Yanhai? If so, you have miscalculated. I'm already married and have child. Reflecting on it now, adopting Rabbit was indeed a commendable choice. Had she not taken Rabbit in, the little one would be in an orphanage and, during the apocalypse, with no one to care for her, she would have perished long ago. Now, with Rabbit by her side, she could occasionally use the little one as a shield against unwelcome suitors. Chun Xuanbei suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide with disbelief, betraying a hint of disarray. Impossible. You appear so youthful. How could you have married and born a child? He stepped closer to Ruoxi, encroaching upon her personal space. He slowly extended his hand, and the air around them grew noticeably colder. As Ruoxi exclaimed, if it were a bit colder, it would perfectly alleviate the summer heat. She initially thought Chun Xuanbei intended to strike her, and she had already prepared herself to evade the blows. However, to her astonishment, Chun Xuanbei did not strike. Instead, he boldly reached beneath her clothing. In a moment of desperation, Ruoxi broke free from her bindings. Concealed within her palm was a small blade, which she had discreetly wielded to sever her restraints while Chun Xuanbei sent the others away. The earlier display had merely been a ruse, a mere formality. With the blade tightly gripped, she prepared to slice through Chun Xuanbei's throat, aiming for a lethal blow. Yet, to her surprise, he merely lifted her garment slightly, glanced at her abdomen, and then released her, his face radiating joy. You bear no scars from childbirth. You have never given birth, and yet you deceived me. Ruoxi's expression was indifferent. Oh, I had a natural birth, not a cesarean, so there are no scars, which is perfectly normal. With the use of skincare products, they have long faded. In that moment, Chun Xuanbei's gaze settled again. His eyes were as cold as a shark lurking in the deep sea, fierce and brutal. So what? You are now in my grasp. Trust me, follow me, and I will never wrong you. I do not believe that your so-called husband can take care of you. After all, every time I see you, you are alone and in quite a disheveled state. Xiaoxi, come with me. That spineless man is of no use. It is better to be with me. I wield power and am not without my charm. Upon hearing this, Ruoxi could not help but interject, compared to my husband. You belong to the category of men who are quite unattractive. Her words were indeed the truth, and not merely a case of beauty seen through the eyes of a lover. Ever since she met Fu Yunma, Ruoxi felt that his visage was the pinnacle of beauty. There was no man in this world more ethereal than him. Chun Xuanbei tightened his grip on Ruoxi's shoulders, slowly applying more pressure. You will never escape from my palm. Ruoxi could no longer contain herself. This individual was truly peculiar, frequently grasping her chin and pinching her shoulders, treating her as though she were mere modeling clay. Ruoxi launched a sweeping punch, but Chun Xuanbei deftly evaded it, creating some distance between them. A fleeting glance fell upon the severed rope on the ground. When did you manage to break free? He inquired. What business is that of yours? She retorted. My people are all around outside. Do not squander your energy. You cannot escape my grasp. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind, suggesting that it was not merely one individual approaching. Hiss! Chun Xuanbei's reinforcements arrived with remarkable swiftness. As Ruoxi turned her head, she unexpectedly encountered an unfamiliar individual. Chapter 96. The Exasperation of Soothing Others. Chun Xuanbei instinctively positioned himself in front of Ruoxi upon spotting the stranger. Who are you? He inquired. Fu Yunma fixed his gaze intently on Chun Xuanbei. Adorned with gloves, enhanced by colored contact lenses and a pig-shaped mask, there was not a trace of a zombie to be discerned upon his person. Fu Yunma remained silent, his eyes scrutinizing Ruoxi behind Chun Xuanbei, as if questioning the identity of this man. Ruoxi kicked Chun Xuanbei aside and seized the opportunity to slip beside Fu Yunma. Darling, what brings you here? I asked you to wait for me at home obediently. Fu Yunma's furrowed brows softened slightly. I missed you, so I came. Who is he? Fu Yunma inquired, gesturing towards Chun Xuanbei. Ruoxi instinctively disregarded Chun Xuanbei's distorted expression, her tone imbued with a hint of playful petulance. I was brought here by him when I came out to have some fun. I am not well acquainted with him. How could Ruoxi be unaware of her little fuse's hidden feelings? Upon witnessing her in solitary company with a stranger, one could surmise that jealousy would ensue. Indeed, this was the case. Fu Yunma and Chun Xuanbei exchanged glances, their sharp gazes clashing, neither willing to yield. So, you are her spineless husband? The one who possesses the marriage certificate? Chun Xuanbei inquired with an air of presumptive authority, as though he were the rightful husband of Ruoxi, while Fu Yunma merely occupied the role of an interloper. Ruoxi was also bewildered by his words, making it seem as though he held a significant position in her life. Ruoxi instinctively sought to clarify to Fu Yunma, stating that she had only encountered him a few times and had even forgotten his name, urging Xiao Fuzai not to heed his nonsensical remarks. This anxious demeanor, fearing any misunderstanding from Fu Yunma, initially saddened him. However, he now resembled a jubilant pup, his heart already reveling in delight. His gaze towards Chun Xuanbei was tinged with a hint of pride. Chun Xuanbei, utterly incensed, realized that these two were treating him as though he were invisible. He called out repeatedly, attempting to summon his men, but despite his persistent shouts, no one came. Finally, a blood-soaked figure crawled in slowly. What have you done to my people? Ever since Fu Yunma's entrance, Chun Xuanbei had been surreptitiously assessing him, and the sight before him suggested a fragile disposition. The notion of hidden depths? This thought only served to further irritate Chun Xuanbei. It was vexing that the one he favored had found a husband, and one potentially more formidable than himself. Such sentiments would irk anyone. Consequently, Chun Xuanbei's displeasure was plainly etched across his face. He swiftly approached, intent on delivering a lethal strike to Fu Yunma's throat. Yet, Fu Yunma did not evade. Instead, it was Chun Xuanbei who halted his advance. The corpse that had just crawled and began to darken, revealing an array of dense black veins. This was a sign of corpse transformation. Could it be that outside? As this speculation surfaced, it was swiftly confirmed. One by one, zombies shuffled in, their movements stiff and erratic, evidently the recently deceased. This meant that this group of zombies comprised those he had brought along. In a moment of distraction, Chun Xuanbei realized he was utterly alone. The two previously living individuals had simply vanished. Meanwhile, Ruoxi obediently followed in Fu Yunma's wake. Why did the zombies arrive so suddenly? How could it be that none of Chun Xuanbei's numerous subordinates stationed outside noticed? Had even one of them sensed the danger and alerted Chun Xuanbei, he would not now be ensnared by the zombies. Fu Yunma's pupils, enhanced by colored contacts, rendered his emotions less discernible. After pondering for quite some time, Ruoxi remained uncertain about his current emotions. At last, a thought struck her, prompting her to inquire once more, those zombies, they cannot possibly be your acquaintances, can they? Did you summon them? Indeed, threats proved effective, for it was then that Fu Yunma finally spoke. I did not summon them. They followed of their own accord. Ruoxi said with a look of envy. I truly envy and resent you. You can casually chat even in the presence of zombies, whereas I can only hide when I encounter them. Just as she spoke of the devil, a large group of intermediate zombies appeared before them. Run! Ruoxi grasped Fu Yunma's arm, attempting to perform a maneuver akin to uprooting a willow tree. But to her dismay, Fu Yunma remained as immovable as an iron rod, resistant to her efforts. What are you trying to do? Fu Yunma's expression was rigid as he slowly raised his hand and waved it, causing the group of intermediate zombies to disperse. Ruoxi stood there in astonishment, her jaw dropping in disbelief. How can you act like an emperor, so self-assuredly dictating matters of the realm? Ruoxi gently nudged Fu Yunma, her tone laced with playful teasing. Could it be that she is feeling envious, still harboring some lingering resentment? In her heart, Ruoxi secretly lamented how increasingly petty this young man had become. Transforming into an old zombie, not only had he lost his vitality in every aspect, but even his heart seemed to have shrunk. Such a Fu Yunma, Tisk truly lacks excitement. Clearly, Ruoxi had uttered not a single word. Yet Fu Yunma's back suddenly stiffened. His gaze towards her was shrouded in ambiguity. Little diva, what are you insinuating? I haven't said anything at all. Ruoxi murmured softly, feeling inexplicably guilty. She truly wished to deliver a few blows to him. His erratic behavior, oscillating between warmth and coldness, had been thoroughly mastered by him. If this Mr. Fu continues in this manner, I may find myself losing affection for him and seeking the attention of another suitor. As a queen, how could I allow a man to dictate my emotions? He pretends to be a domineering CEO, but in my eyes, merely a petty annoyance? Fu Yunma once again tentatively called out Ruoxi's name. Ruoxi's expression was frigid. What was the matter? Fu Yunma took a deep breath. First and foremost, I am quite capable now. I am not lacking in confidence. Secondly, you are not permitted to harbor any dislike towards me. Ruoxi was utterly petrified, her large eyes blinking dryly. Why do you suddenly say that? Of course, I know you are capable. A man should never claim otherwise. But must you explicitly state it? I simply do not like it. I no longer harbor affection for you. Can you truly dictate whom I choose to love? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Ruoxi spoke again. I am quite devoted. I truly do not know that man from earlier. You must believe me. My affections are solely for you. No other man captures my attention. Sigh. It is quite troublesome to placate a man. This time I have indulged him. Perhaps next time I shall simply give up. What a hassle. It gives me a headache. Fu Yunma tightened his fingers slowly, clenching his jaw. Is that so? If you're deceiving me, my little drama queen, you will never win at games in the future. Ruoxi stood as if struck by lightning, momentarily halting her steps. In contrast to Qin Xuanbei, who remained oblivious to her, Fu Yunma possessed a deeper understanding of her, recognizing that the outcome of the game was in essence her lifeblood. Of course, I am not deceiving you. You, scoundrel, had better be ready for me tonight. Fu Yunma suddenly broke into a joyous smile. Does the little drama queen find me bothersome, needing to coax me each time? Chapter 97. Mind reading? Ruoxi seized the opportunity to change the subject. Wow, has it arrived so soon? She exclaimed. No, I've told too many lies today. If I continue, I might end up in a terrible situation. She was rather superstitious. The day after being with Xiao Fuzi, she spent quite some time consulting horoscopes. Upon confirming their compatibility, she decided to embrace love wholeheartedly. Upon entering, Fu Yunma was inexplicably ignited, his anger surging like a lit fuse. Ruoxi's delicate hand was firmly grasped by Fu Yunma, drawing her closer into the vehicle. Despite the imposing aura, his strength was surprisingly gentle as he effortlessly propelled Ruoxi into the car. He opened the door and slid inside. This time, she occupied the front seat, in contrast to the last occasion when she sat in the back. Compared to their previous encounter, this moment felt more exposed. Every subtle movement and stillness within the car was laid bare. The key was inserted, igniting the red light. It seemed as though in the next instant, he would press the accelerator and race to the finish. Yet, the key was merely inserted and withdrawn, opening and closing repeatedly. Ruoxi impatiently inquired, Are you going to drive or not? If you choose not to, please return the car keys to me. Ruoxi extended her hand, grasping the key, and found herself in a standoff with Fu Yunma. Fu Yunma chuckled softly, his 8 sculpted abdominal muscles captivating all of Ruoxi's attention. Ruoxi, goodness, this fellow is tempting me again, yet refuses to hand over the car keys. The space here is quite confined, and I fear I may collide with the walls. The basement could sustain damage, and I am merely looking out for your well-being. Ruoxi, unable to restrain her emotions, gently grasped Fu Yunma's chin. Her cheeks tinged with a delicate crimson hue, mirroring the blush that adorned Fu Yunma's earlobes. Feel free to speak. Should anything go awry, I shall take responsibility. I am rather warm at the moment and yearn for a drive in the breeze. If you are unwilling, there are countless men in the basement, and I could easily seek companionship elsewhere. Before her words could fully dissipate, her soft, tender lips drew near. Ruoxi was on the verge of tears. Do you truly not understand a word I say? I demand the car keys, she exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Why are you leaning in so close? At that moment, Ruoxi feigned calmness, yet before long, she succumbed to defeat. All right, fine, if I can't have the keys, so be it. On this sweltering summer day, even the breeze feels like a hot wind, offering no relief whatsoever. Fu Yunma let out a low grunt, inserting the car keys back into the ignition. As if preparing to drive off, catching her off guard, Ruoxi leaned her head out of the window, tilting it backwards, and inexplicably felt a sense of ease. Fu Yunma continued to drive and inquired, So, do you have an answer to the questions I posed to you earlier today? Ruoxi's feet extended out of another car window, her hands firmly gripping the rearview mirror. At this moment, it was Ruoxi who was utterly bewildered. Subsequently, she continued to stammer and hesitate. Ruoxi could not recall the question that Fu Yunma had posed. However, Fu Yunma remained unperturbed, persistently pressing her for an answer. It was the same inquiry, repeated time and again. Upon hearing this question, Ruoxi felt utterly despondent. To her dismay, Xiao Fuzai continued to echo this relentless query. How could it be that, despite her illustrious wisdom, she found herself at the mercy of Fu Yunma in such a trivial matter? Infuriating. In this moment, he seemed to have the upper hand, while ordinarily, he could not sway her emotions. That vexatious man, I implore you not to be so ungrateful. Exert some effort. If you haven't tea, had your fill. Perhaps a nourishing drink would restore your strength. After all, fatigue driving could lead to mishaps. If you were to meet with an accident, that would be one thing, but do not involve me in your misfortunes. Fu Yunma paused his actions. Sister, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend a single word, he exclaimed, bemused by her self-dialogue, which seemed to oscillate so dramatically. Ruoxi's heart was struck by the address of sister from Fu Yunma. You little brat. Do not presume that your youth grants you the privilege to bully your elder sister. With your remarkable talents at such a tender age, you must surely have no shortage of admirers. Eventually, the car came to a halt, leaving Ruoxi drenched in perspiration. The sweltering heat of the summer in the apocalyptic world was unbearable, and even the air conditioning offered little respite. Ruoxi felt exhausted. Fu Yunma lifted her in a princess carry and placed her gently onto the lounge chair to rest. Ruoxi glared at Fu Yunma with a mix of resentment and dissatisfaction. You are clearly driving while fatigued. How is it that you still possess the strength to carry me? Fu Yunma gently ruffled Ruoxi's fluffy hair, attempting to soothe her restless spirit. I noticed you fast asleep in the passenger seat, completely unresponsive to my calls. It was unavoidable. I had to carry you out and find a place for you to rest. My exhaustion is inconsequential. How could I allow my sister to feel weary? Ruoxi has given up resisting, surrendering to slumber. Go away, you pesky little brother, she muttered. After sleeping for a full 12 hours, Ruoxi still showed no inclination to rise. After all, this affair had left her quite drowsy. Ultimately, it was Fu Yunma who prepared an extravagant feast, the tantalizing aroma of delicacies wafting through the air. As Ruoxi finally followed the enticing aroma, she had no inclination to spare a glance at Fu Yunma. Instead, she indulged in the delectable feast before her, devouring it with fervor. After a day of hunger, she felt utterly exhausted. Fu Yunma, in a daze, merely observed Ruoxi as she ate, choosing not to pick up his chopsticks. During this time, Ruoxi cast a fleeting glance at Fu Yunma, as if regarding a lunatic. She was in no mood to engage with him now, yet he seemed eager to approach, wearing an expression reminiscent of infatuation. This illustrates the notion that men are often drawn to those who do not reciprocate their affections. The more unattainable a woman is, the more they tend to cherish her. As Ruoxi munched away, her cheeks puffed up, she found herself lost in conjecture. Yet, she remained oblivious to the deepening gloom etched upon Fu Yunma's countenance, which seemed to darken with each passing moment. I have decided that you are the one for me in this lifetime. You cannot cast me aside. Fu Yunma suddenly declared, leaving Ruoxi momentarily bewildered. Recently, Xiaofu had been speaking with a perplexing lack of logic, uttering whatever came to mind. Nevertheless, when love wanes, it truly wanes. Thus, although Ruoxi felt a burgeoning affection for Xiaofu, it had not yet reached the point of being utterly indispensable. Fu Yunma, lost in his own thoughts, continued, "That shall not happen. I am unlike other men, and you are, indeed, a unique little sprite." Ruoxi suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic. How could Xiaofu seem to hear her thoughts as if he were attuned to her very soul? Has he come to understand her so well? It appears she must cultivate an air of mystery, lest he unravel her secrets too quickly, leading to a waning of novelty that could jeopardize their bond. As I have often stated, my fascination for you shall always remain boundless. Fu Yunma delicately placed a sweet and sour chicken leg into Ruoxi's bowl. At that moment, Ruoxi was truly rendered speechless, her silence enveloping her. She dared not even contemplate the thoughts swirling in her mind, her head buzzing with confusion. Can you hear my thoughts? This cannot be true, can it? Fu Yunma furrowed his brow slightly. What are you babbling about, little diva? I cannot comprehend. How could I possibly hear your inner musings? Ruoxi let out a sigh. Chapter 98. A Feigned Escape. It must have been her overthinking. Ruoxi took a deep breath and exhaled, offering herself quiet solace in her heart. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma, seemingly unfazed, tilted his head and gazed at Ruoxi. What's wrong? Ruoxi silently gnawed on a large bone, remaining uncommunicative. After finishing her meal, she proceeded to the exercise room. There, she spotted a familiar little figure, the mischievous child. Engaged with the athletic equipment, he glided about on a skateboard, his hands moving up and down in an animated manner. With a moment's carelessness, he risked tumbling off the edge. Ruoxi hurriedly rushed over and grasped the little rabbit's bottom. She then cast a glare at Fu Yunma, questioning, "Is this how you care for the rabbit?" Once again, it was the moment of intimidation, a time when she always wanted to frighten Xiaofu a few times. She relished the sight of Xiaofu on the verge of tears, yet holding them back, completely ensnared by her playful whims. However, she acknowledged that such methods of childcare were indeed improper. How could one allow a child to linger in such perilous surroundings alone? Fu Yunma's eyes sparkled with barely contained amusement, almost overflowing, yet he suppressed it just in time, pressing his lips together to stifle his laughter. I was in the wrong. I shall be more mindful next time. It turned out that her fierce reprimands were mere theatrics, deliberately feigned, and she was never truly angry. Ruoxi pinched her brow, wincing. How could this fellow deviate from the expected script? He even dared to smile, which was utterly unamusing and tedious. Ruoxi relinquished the rabbit to Fu Yunma and ventured out on her own. Now, coaxing little Fu to cease his tears had become increasingly arduous. Oh dear. In the surveillance room, the man on the screen, Chun Xuanbei, was originally surrounded by zombies. Yet, in an instant, he inexplicably vanished from sight. A thorough review of all the winery's cameras yielded no trace of him. Furthermore, Fu Yunhai, amidst the throng of zombies, scanned the area and even zoomed in for a closer look. Not a single disfigured zombie was to be found. This implies that Fu Yunhai was still alive. Just as Ruoxi was about to turn off the surveillance and abandon her search for Fu Yunhai, she suddenly discovered signs of human activity at the back door. The fleeting figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Fu Yunhai. Ruoxi's spirits plummeted to an abyss. Indeed, it seemed imperative to eliminate Fu Yunhai without delay. Regardless of Fu Yunhai's past as a formidable figure in the apocalypse, he must not survive to witness the future, naturally. New characters would rise to assume his role as the dominant force in the world. By failing to eradicate the root of the problem, she would only invite greater troubles in the future. She disabled the surveillance of the winery and delved into an unfamiliar domain. The footage did not belong to Ruoxi, but rather to Chun Xuanbei's stronghold. During her previous infiltration, Ruoxi had not been idle. She had strategically installed several miniature cameras. As she began to play the video in reverse, Chun Xuanbei appeared at the entrance, looking somewhat disheveled yet largely unscathed. Following closely behind him was none other than Fu Yunhai. He glared at Chun Xuanbei's back with an expression steeped in bitterness, as if wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. They huddled together, engaged in a conversation shrouded in secrecy. Their expressions darkened, as though they had consumed something utterly distasteful. Witnessing this, Ruoxi lamented her missed opportunity. Had she known, she would have taken the chance to strike Chun Xuanbei. She had assumed Chun Xuanbei would not allow Fu Yunhai to live. Yet here they were, harboring mutual disdain while feigning normalcy, engaging in amicable discussions as if nothing had transpired. Ruoxi couldn't help but feel that she might benefit from emulating their ability to mask intentions. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, she found Lu Biao, his expression fraught with urgency. Ruoxi, I bear bad news. Wu Weiguo may have escaped. Ruoxi's expression shifted dramatically. The lock on the small dark room was impenetrable. Only she possessed the key to unlock it. How could Wu Weiguo possibly have escaped? And what about Wu Xiaojun? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. Wu Weiguo could not have fled. Ensure that personnel are stationed at every passage in the basement. Should any irregularity arise, inform me immediately. Lu Biao hesitated, as if he wished to speak further, yet he refrained from voicing anything. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Ruoxi felt an overwhelming urge to slap him a few times in frustration. However, she restrained herself. She could not afford to be a superior who resorted to violence to assert her authority. If you have something to say, then speak up. If you choose to remain silent, then bear the consequences. Lu Biao, taken aback by her outburst, timidly remarked, Boss Ruo, is it true that your husband is not human, but rather a zombie? Upon hearing this, Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback, yet she feigned annoyance and retorted, How many times must I reiterate? He is a living, breathing individual. If he were a zombie, do you think I could have survived this long? Or do you believe I, too, am a zombie, nurturing and providing for you all, only to fatten you up for my own consumption in the end? Lu Biao hastily shook his head. No, no, no. After spending so much time with you, I am quite certain that you, Boss Ru, are not a zombie, but a very much alive person. How could I ever doubt you? Moreover, it is you who has saved the lives of us brothers. If you wish to do something to us, it would only be just, for our lives are currently borrowed from you. His flattery was abundant, and his praise was skillfully delivered. Then why do you still harbor doubts? She inquired, despite the fact that her husband truly was a zombie. Ruoxi inwardly grumbled, feeling a sense of discontent. The last time, Fu Yunma had appeared in human form. How could there still be doubts about his humanity? Could it be that Fu Yunma had inadvertently revealed some flaw? As long as you are aware, that is sufficient. Surely, it must be Wu Xiaojun who has uttered some nonsensical remarks again. What are you still doing here in a daze? Ruoxi pointed to Lu Biao's current position, blocking the entrance to the monitoring room, his gaze intermittently drifting towards the screens within. Fortunately, Ruoxi had just turned off the computer display. Lu Biao shook his head, offering an awkward smile. Oh, it's nothing. Just taking a look around to see if there are any signs of Wu Weiguo's escape. The only response he received was the creaking of the door, firmly shut, nearly striking his flat nose. Startled, Lu Biao gingerly touched his nose, carefully stepping back before slowly departing. Ruoxi observed Lu Biao's subtle movements with clarity from the computer screen. The reason she did not immediately rush out to search for Wu Weiguo after realizing he was missing was to first review the surveillance footage. At the entrance of the small dark room, aside from the delivery workers, scarcely anyone approached, often avoiding the path as if fearful of being even slightly associated with Wu Weiguo. Lu Biao, however, frequently exploited his role as an administrator to seek out Wu Weiguo. engaging in conversations for quite some time before making his exit. Ruoxi understood Liu Biao's character well. He was a man driven solely by self-interest. The surveillance continued to rewind, abruptly plunging into darkness for 2 seconds. After that brief blackout, the feed returned, unchanged. Ruoxi harbored suspicions that someone had obstructed the surveillance. In Chapter 99, Discovery, she examined the camera discreetly concealed within the potted plant. The overhead camera was overt, yet it was evident that someone had intentionally evaded its gaze. Consequently, Ruoxi had taken precautions, likely something few would anticipate. The camera within the pot possessed a wide-angle lens, capturing a fleeting shadow during the moments leading to the black screen. The footage revealed Liu Biao's shoes, gradually panning upwards to his face. Liu Biao was deliberately obstructing the camera, leading her to believe that during the brief moment of blackness, Wu Weigua had managed to escape. In truth, he should still be ensconced within the small darkroom. Ruoxi speculated that Liu Biao's actions were premeditated in collusion with Wu Weigua, as she was the only one capable of unlocking the door to the small black room in the entire basement. When she presumed Wu Weigua had escaped from it, she would open the door to enter. What did they intend to accomplish during this opportune moment? Ruoxi inquired about Wu Xiaojun's current condition, which was dire. It is inconceivable for a relative on the brink of death to be left to perish before one's eyes. Thus, Wu Weigua and Liu Biao joined forces, intent on saving Wu Xiaojun's life, believing that approaching Ruoxi directly would yield no favorable response. Ruoxi was rendered speechless. Is this truly the subordinate she has nurtured for so long? How could she be so heartless, unwilling even to provide a remedy? Well, it certainly aligns with her capabilities. After reviewing the surveillance footage, she noted that it was already late at night. Once she confirmed that there was no one lurking outside, Ruoxi ventured out. Upon returning home, she immediately inquired of Fu Yunmo regarding his perspective on the matter and how to discipline the 2 individuals who had taken matters into their own hands. Moreover, what should be done about the ailing Wu Xiaojun? This dilemma greatly troubled Ruoxi. If she were to act solely based on her own desires, she would have no qualms about eliminating Liu Biao, Wu Weigua, and Wu Xiaojun. They were exceedingly bothersome, spending their days in idleness and engaging in brawls. An incompetent manager would be better off dead. However, if they were all to perish, the workers would harbor resentment, leaving her solely responsible for management, which would be utterly exhausting. Fu Yunmo gently ruffled Ruoxi's hair. Then let us eliminate them all. I happen to be quite hungry. Ruoxi raised an eyebrow, playfully incredulous. No, if that were to happen, it would only be you and I left to handle all the work. Though, it would certainly simplify things. And you would have to prepare such an abundance of meals every day. Ruoxi gazed sorrowfully at the little bunny. The bunny, engrossed in playing with its toys, sensed the disapproving gaze of its mother and quickly concealed its precious toy behind its back. "Mama, how naughty!" exclaimed the little creature, taken aback by such audacity to speak of her in that manner. Ruoxi forced a smile that appeared somewhat rigid. She yearned for the little rascal to grow up swiftly. She had no expectation of her inheriting her legacy, but merely wished for assistance in her endeavors. Fu Yunmo cooperatively cradled the little bunny in his arms. "Come, my little diva, take care of the bunny while I attend to those workers." "Oh, surely not, dear sir." She merely intended to jest and share her grievances. Ruoxi awkwardly tugged at the corner of her mouth. There was no need for such haste. At times, when I discuss this matter with you, it is not out of a desire to expedite its resolution, but rather a wish for you to simply listen to my ramblings. It is comforting to have someone to hear my nonsensical chatter. In the future, when the earth fractures into countless fragments, we must prepare for that eventuality, perhaps even expanding our underground sanctuaries. Yet, Fu Yunmo was woefully unprepared, lacking even the most basic disguise, a crude pig mask, before he approached the door, eager to step outside. Had Ruoxi not intervened in time, he would have dashed out without a second thought. Glancing back, she noticed that the little rabbit, who had been joyfully playing moments ago, suddenly erupted into inconsolable tears, its small face flushed with distress. There was no choice but for Fu Yunmo to look at Ruoxi. "This is your doing. You left her for merely 2 seconds, and already you have reduced her to tears. Ruoxi innocently waved her hand and said, I haven't done anything. I merely took the little bunny's toy, but I will return it to her. I borrowed it for just a couple of seconds. Fu Yunma shook his head in exasperation and quickly put on a mask before approaching. However, he soon discovered that no matter how he coaxed, the little bunny continued to cry, even letting out a hearty burp. Fu Yunma cast a questioning glance at Ruoxi, inquiring, What have you fed her? With a cold scoff, Ruoxi seized the opportunity to lock the door, preventing Fu Yunma from leaving. Oh dear, what a worried little expression. One might mistakenly think that the rabbit is your daughter, when in fact she is mine. I am, after all, a wicked stepmother. Fear not, for I shall not offer her a poisoned apple. Fu Yunma cast a glance at the apple on the table, which was smeared with a hint of chili sauce. Ruoxi has a penchant for indulging in apples with a rather bold twist, relishing them dipped in mustard or chili garlic sauce, a fact well known to Fu Yunma. The apple on the table bore a small bite, contrary to Ruoxi's usual habit of consuming nearly half of the fruit in one go. This could only imply that it was nibbled by Tuesday. Being still quite young, Tutu is not accustomed to such spicy condiments. Must you be so reckless? Ruoxi found herself feeling rather ridiculous, yet it was all in an effort to retain Fu Yunma's affection. Besides, she had merely added a scant amount of ketchup for the rabbit, who relished it so much that it desired a second bite, which she denied. It was the rabbit's tears that ensued. Fu Yunma had misinterpreted the situation and even raised his voice at her over this trivial matter. It seemed that this man was no longer worth her time. She ought to swiftly seek another. Chun Xuanbei appeared quite satisfactory to her. Fu Yunma overheard and exclaimed, How dare you? Chun Xuanbei, that man who had been rather intimate with you last time? Are you betraying my trust emotionally? As he spoke, the corners of his eyes flushed crimson, and a faint hue of red crept onto his earlobes. Strikingly, it was Fu Yunma who shouted, yet he was the one shedding tears in the end, while Ruoxi, the target of his ire, remained remarkably composed. Resting her chin on her hand, she observed Fu Yunma with minimal fluctuation in her feelings. How peculiar! She had never noticed this tempestuous side of him before. Previously, he had been so cautious, barely raising his voice. Was this a manifestation of his arrogance born from her affection? Who had bestowed such indulgence upon him? Ah, it was indeed she. Well then, perhaps it was beneficial for him to vent his frustrations. Yet wait, hadn't she said nothing at all? How did Fu Yunma come to know of her jesting thoughts of replacing him, or even the name Chun Xuanbei? She had clearly deceived him, as she hardly remembered Chun Xuanbei's name. He was merely a stranger to her. Could he possess the ability to read minds? Fu Yunma felt that with someone like this, engaging in an argument was futile, only deepening his sorrow. Yet upon hearing Ruoxi's inner musings, his mood shifted from tempestuous to cloudy. He defiantly turned his head away. So what if it was true? Ruoxi now only wishes to bestow a few resounding slaps on Fu Yunma's forehead. When will you begin to hear the thoughts that dwell within my heart? Chapter 100, Amnesia Test Tube. Fu Yunma had been feigning ignorance, but upon witnessing Ruoxi's earnest demeanor, he had no choice but to reveal the truth. Just a few days ago, the silence in the air suddenly became the most daunting of all. Ruoxi's emotions were intricate. In other words, would Fu Yunma be able to discern her thoughts in the future? Suddenly, Fu Yunma inquired, Little troublemaker, do you have no thoughts at all? What thoughts could I possibly have? You would know if you just listened. Ruoxi cast a displeased glance at Fu Yunma. Yet, it seems that I can no longer discern your thoughts. This ability appears to be intermittent rather than constant. Is there truly any distinction between a sudden assault and a continuous one? They are essentially the same. Ruoxi departed, leaving behind a silhouette. Lu Biao stood waiting at the door, uncertain of how long he had been there. In Fu Yunma's dim eyes, a fleeting spark of light suddenly flickered. Have you forgotten to take me with you? Ruoxi casually ruffled Fu Yunma's hair, displaying a profound sense of indifference. Upon entering the laboratory, she beheld a severed leg resting upon the examination table, drenched in blood. Ruoxi involuntarily furrowed her brows. Next time, you may simply draw blood. Extracting skin tissue is rather excessive. Fu Yunma nodded in agreement, obediently trailing behind her. Very well, I shall be more mindful next time. Within the confines of the holding chamber, several utterly zombified creatures lay sprawled on the ground, crawling forward, engaging in a savage struggle and gnawing at one another. Their hunger was insatiable, yet it was imperative not to provide them with blood. Should they become addicted, their strength would amplify, posing a significant risk of breaching the door. Ruoxi nodded in agreement and then meticulously examined Fu Yunmo's experimental report. After all, Fu Yunmo was no longer the same as before. He occasionally exhibited erratic behavior, causing disturbances and uproar. He even lost control and resorted to strangling others, which inevitably introduced some discrepancies in his experiments. As expected, she soon discovered flaws. For instance, one pair was missing from the control group, rendering the results inaccurate, and the blood had likely become stale, exhibiting a certain level of acidity. After Ruoxi completed her examination, she noticed that Fu Yunma had been gazing at her intently the entire time, to which she responded with a dismissive roll of her eyes. "Focus on your experiment. Your data is all incorrect. Wow, you're so fierce. I adore it." In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to slap him, hoping to jolt him into realizing the ghastly expression he wore, and to recognize the utter sleaziness that accompanied his words. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly recalled that Fu Yunma possessed the ability to read minds. Tentatively, she stole a glance at him, only to find that his emotional state remained largely unchanged, his eyes sparkling with affection. Ruoxi let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that what Xiaofuzi had just mentioned was indeed true. Mind reading was merely intermittent. That was a comfort, alleviating the constant anxiety she had been feeling. Suddenly, the red alarm blared once more in her ears. Upon checking the surveillance monitor, she discovered it was Liu Biao who had pressed the button. As expected, even though Ruoxi was avoiding him, he still took the initiative to seek her out. It seemed they needed to sit down and have a serious conversation. Ruoxi retrieved a golden key from the depths of her storage and unlocked the door of the space safe. Inside, numerous test tubes bubbled with a green liquid, appearing quite unpalatable. Ruoxi inserted the needle, drawing out a small amount of liquid with a hissing sound. In that moment, she resembled a malevolent nurse, poised to torment an innocent victim. However, Fu Yunma cheered and clapped in encouragement. Finally, the little schemer was about to put her research to use. After such a long period of study, it was time for her efforts to bear fruit. Ruoxi remained silent, meticulously counting the quantities, including Wu Xiaojuan's share. There were a total of 16 doses. She placed them into the medical box, then twisted open the vent at the door to release the anesthetic gas. After incapacitating Liu Biao, she swiftly proceeded to sedate all the workers in the dormitory. One by one, she administered the injections, allowing the tranquilizing fluid to take effect within them. Finally, she arrived at the threshold of the small dark room. Ruoxi was aware that Wu Weigua, upon hearing the commotion within, would undoubtedly lie in wait before the door. Ruoxi approached with an air of calm and engaged in conversation with Wu Weigua. "I am aware that you are inside. There is no way for you to escape. Given our long-standing acquaintance, speak freely. What is it that you desire?" The person across from her remained silent, caught in a moment of hesitation. Ruoxi added another remark. "Since you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave. Who knows what we might discuss next time, perhaps in a distant year." This statement undoubtedly struck a nerve with Wu Weigua, compelling him to speak up. "Ruomei, I implore you, please take Xiao Jun outside. I am willing to bear his punishment twofold." After all, he was a brother who had previously offered assistance. Ruoxi sighed. "But why must you indulge him so? By coddling him, he cannot endure even the slightest hardship. His current disposition is entirely a product of your leniency. Be wary, for he may betray you in the future." Wu Weigua disregarded Ruoxi's counsel entirely. "So does that mean you agree?" he queried, realizing his words had fallen on deaf ears. This man truly was obstinately stubborn. Ruoxi feigned rummaging through her bag for something, taking a moment to search. "I cannot compel him to emerge, but for your sake, I can provide him with some urgent medication. You must shield him. What if you perish? The medicine is extended towards you through the window, if you desire your cousin to have even a glimmer of hope for survival. Come and collect it, for it is surely better than having nothing at all." Wu Weiguo was persuaded, crouching down to retrieve it. Seizing the opportunity, Ruoxi released the anesthetic gas inside. Soon, the sound of a heavy object collapsing echoed from within. She fumbled with the key and slowly opened the door. The stench of decay was unbearable. In the corner lay the corpse of a dead rat. After administering the liquid to both Wu Weiguo and Wu Xiaojun, Ruoxi diligently cleaned the interior. The now tidied small dark room, aside from a lingering hint of blood and its dim light devoid of brightness, posed no significant issues. Ruoxi also blocked the rat hole with stones. Exiting, she secured the door once more. Approaching her home, Lu Biao stood there, swaying slightly as he rubbed his head. Ruo, what has happened to me? How did I suddenly awaken on the ground? Could it be that I have sleepwalked again? Ruoxi remained composed and unperturbed. It appears that the memory-erasing potion researched by Xiao Fuzi has proven to be quite effective, with results manifesting so swiftly. I suppose that must be the case. By the way, Wu Weiguo and Wu Xiaojun have been confined to a small dark room due to their transgressions. You ought to be cautious and maintain your distance from them. Lu Biao wore a perplexed expression, akin to a question mark. How could that be? Isn't Wu Xiaojun a fool? How could he possibly commit a crime? It turns out it was theft. Lu Biao continued to mutter something behind her, but Ruoxi lacked the energy to concern herself with his ramblings. Completing such an extensive amount of work in one go was indeed quite exhausting. Tomorrow, the construction site will resume normal operations. For now, it is under your sole management, so please inform the others. Soon enough, Lu Biao's confusion was replaced by elation. The boss position he had long coveted had seemingly been bestowed upon him overnight. Chapter 101, Reminiscing the Past. Chun Xuanbei seemed to genuinely regard her as an adversary. Ruoxi gazed at the screen, where the enlarged image captivated her attention. The depiction was of herself, rendered with far greater realism than before, even enhanced in beauty. Chun Xuanbei was using this portrait for a bid, but regrettably, he did not secure a single win. Alas, his aim was truly askew. Ruoxi wore an expression of disdain, then nestled Fu Yunma's head in her embrace. My little Fuzi is truly remarkable. Fu Yunma's face flushed with embarrassment as he nodded vigorously. Of course, I am far superior to him. Suddenly, an object tumbled out of Ruoxi's pocket. As it emerged, the atmosphere soared dramatically. Is it permissible not to wear the small pouch today? Absolutely not. Why not? Sister, do you harbor a strong dislike for me? Ruoxi was filled with questions, pondering what peculiar obsession this fellow had conjured up again. Be good, little brother. You must heed your sister's words. Whatever I say is absolute. Fu Yunma could only feel aggrieved, persistently asking why. I shall devise a pain-free potion, allowing you to give birth without suffering. Ruoxi exclaimed. I can't believe you. Go away, you scoundrel. You only pursued me to have a child. Your true affection lies with the baby, not with me. Upon realizing that his previous words had struck a nerve with her, Fu Yunma hastily clarified. No, I'm simply afraid that you will leave me in the future. Having a child would ensure you stay. This statement left Ruoxi feeling rather disheartened. She pushed Fu Yunma away, choosing instead to embrace the adorable, drooling bunny, Tuesday. One bunny is more than enough for me. I don't need any other children. And if I had more, I would get rid of them. Unfortunately, Fu Yunma persistently pursued her for an explanation, refusing to let her rest. The real issue was that while Fu Yunma's incessant questioning was bothersome, it was Tu's cries that were truly unbearable. The double assault on her ears was overwhelming. Even if Ruoxi placed Tu in the farthest corner of the living room, nestled in a cradle, it proved futile. The wails echoed as if they might lift the very roof off the house. Ruoxi could only slowly explain to Fu Yunma. This tale is long and cannot be recounted in a brief moment. It necessitates a journey back to my childhood. After uttering the first half of her sentence, Ruoxi anticipated that Fu Yunma would lose interest, yet to her surprise, he became even more intrigued. What an enigmatic man. I suppose I have never shared with you the reason behind confining my biological parents and grandparents. Such treatment is rather unthinkable, is it not? Fu Yunma, looking bewildered, shook his head. Though I do not comprehend the reasons, it is evident they must have wronged you deeply. Whatever path you choose to pursue, I shall support you unconditionally. A warm current flowed through Ruoxi's heart, filling her with joy and delight. In truth, I had been tossed around like a mere plaything since childhood, embodying the saying that my parents were true lovers, while I was an unanticipated consequence. After my birth, they entrusted me to my grandparents and thereafter ceased to inquire about my well-being. My grandparents, driven by their own interests, refused to engage in any arduous tasks and ultimately sent me to an orphanage. It is rather absurd. I assenti it. Each of my relatives was alive, yet they feigned death and abandoned me. Fu Yunma listened attentively, gently patting Ruoxi's back, yearning to utter some comforting words, yet found himself at a loss for speech. In silence, he offered solace to her resilient spirit, which had endured much anguish. Eventually, I was adopted by a wealthy couple who were childless by choice. They would never consider having biological children. They treated me with immense kindness, nurturing my skills and interests in various fields. Yet they never imparted the knowledge of how to love another. However, that was of little consequence, for their generosity had already left me profoundly grateful. Fu Yunma inquired, "Were they now?" Ruoxi fell suddenly silent, her gaze shrouded in ambiguity, with the corners of her eyes glistening with the faintest traces of tears. Perhaps they, too, have embarked together on a journey to another realm, to continue living the life of the divine eagle couple. I believe that each of us possesses an independent consciousness that does not perish. Once the tasks of this world are fulfilled, we transition to the next, beginning anew, albeit with no recollection of the events that transpired here. Yet, they shall reunite, come to know one another, fall in love, and vow to cherish each other until old age. Reflecting upon her parents, Ruoxi felt a profound ache in her heart. After all, they were the ones who genuinely devoted themselves to her, the ones who treated her with kindness. They were like deities in her heart. Their presence illuminated Ruoxi's life with vibrancy. Without them, there would be no Ruoxi as she is today. Ruoxi should have perished in the desolate backyard of that orphanage many years ago, without even an identity card, her remains hastily interred in some forgotten place. Upon hearing these tales, Fu Yunma fell into silence. From that moment on, he took the initiative to use bags, refraining from any further discussions about having children. The two shared an unspoken understanding, allowing the matter to drift into the past. Indeed, having a delightful little bunny was quite sufficient. At least they were spared the agony of childbirth. With abundant resources and a cozy underground sanctuary shared with a beloved partner, acquiring a soft, adorable baby without pain became one of life's most exquisite blessings. Ruoxi ultimately became a reflection of her adoptive parents. She experienced a different kind of joy, free from stress and worries. The majority of the burdens associated with raising children fell upon Fu Yunma, for he was ever so inclined to take charge and oversee matters extensively. Ruoxi reclined on the sofa, cradling her rabbit while indulging in delectable snacks, utterly at ease. Fu Yunma, exasperated, dragged the mop across the floor and hurled it onto Ruoxi's head. Exhausted, he lamented the lack of assistance. Upon seeing this, Ruoxi immediately sprang up with an air of servility. "Oh dear, my husband is upset," she thought to herself, realizing she must soothe him properly. Such trivial matters could easily be resolved with a few kind words and some effort. Only a fool would escalate it into a quarrel or worse, a physical altercation. Noticing Ruoxi's attentive demeanor, Fu Yunma felt his anger dissipate significantly. A gentle smile graced his face as he held the bunny, watching television. With a mask covering his face, he couldn't allow the bunny to see him, so he begrudgingly played the role of a servant, pouring milk for the bunny. Deprived of any for himself, although Ruoxi claimed to be working, her gaze remained fixated on the television. Only when Fu Yunma cast a supervising glance in her direction did she feign productivity by dragging her feet a bit. "Little rascal, focus on your work, otherwise, I shall unplug the television. You wouldn't dare. What if you make the bunny cry? This is her favorite show, Peppa Pig. Mommy and Daddy are arguing, and the innocent bunny is caught in the crossfire. Oh dear Mommy, you are truly a gem. Do not attempt to divert the topic. Do not think you can slack off during our conversation. Work diligently, or you shall go without dinner tonight. If that is the case, I shall feast upon Bunny's share. Bunny, you two are such troublemakers. Chapter 102. Animal-type supernatural abilities. The first day of work was exceedingly busy. Ruoxi served as the second manager, constantly mindful of everyone's emotions to prevent any mishaps with the potions. Lu Biao was diligently painting the walls, and he inquired, Boss Ruo, what exactly did Wu Weigua do wrong to warrant confinement in the little black room? I am quite curious, considering how obedient he usually is to you. Being such a teacher's pet. Ruoxi curled her lips in disdain and turned to step outside for a respite, advocating for her cousin. She reflected on the principle of collective responsibility among kin. When one brother erred, all were held accountable. This familial bond of shared accountability proved rather convenient. By binding Wu Weigua and Wu Xiaojun together, any transgression by either would result in joint punishment. Such a system would compel them to exercise restraint and self-discipline. Lu Biao was taken aback. Really? How fortunate I am to have no relatives here. Otherwise, I would have to oversee him to prevent his mistakes from affecting me. Ruoxi went to meet Wu Weigua, who posed the same question. Yet, in the end, their mouths merely opened and closed, uttering not a single word. As he nodded in agreement, behind Wu Weigua stood Wu Xiaojun, who had administered a substantial dose to him. Nevertheless, this was for the best, a fresh start. This was the most favorable outcome they could hope for. The conflicts that followed originated from Wu Weigua's insistence on having Wu Xiaojun accompany her. To prevent Wu Weigua from coercively sending Wu Xiaojun to entice her, Ruoxi devised a precautionary strategy. By the way, I am married now, and you are aware of my baby, correct? Wu Weigua nodded, deliberately glancing at Wu Xiaojun. Acknowledged, what is it? Ruoxi, are you seeking another man? The question was indeed unexpected. Ruoxi was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head fervently. Then, feigning fear, she cautiously covered her mouth with her hand and whispered to Wu Weigua, If he ever inquires whether I've spoken with you, just say we only exchanged a few notes and didn't engage in much conversation. Wu Weigua's lips curled into a smirk. He hadn't anticipated that this young lady was so strictly monitored by her husband, seemingly fearful of him. Ruoxi's features were in disarray as she fervently nodded in agreement. There was no denying it. My affections are solely reserved for my husband. He is possessive, and I find joy in that. Should anyone dare to intrude, I would unhesitatingly eliminate that shameless interloper. Wu Weigua felt a chill run down his spine as he discreetly took a step back. The interior was shrouded in dim light, preventing Ruoxi from discerning their expressions. Yet she could feel Wu Xiaojun's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. Now, Wu Weigua would not insist on having Wu Xiaojun deliver her, thereby provoking his disdain and animosity towards her. Would he? Ruoxi considered herself quite an unremarkable little genius. Wu Weigua, with a resolute demeanor, remarked in this era, individuals as Navi as you are quite rare. Nave? We possess a remarkably upright worldview. Thank you very much. Ruoxi pouted in displeasure. You have 10 days left for the punishment in the small dark room. Let us extend it by 2 days. I see that Lu Biao is quite energetic in his work, so allow him an additional 2 days of rest. Wu Weigua quickly interjected, No, I wish to work. Without work, there is no money. Ruomiziu. The door of the delivery room closed, plunging the interior into complete darkness. Typically, there were only 2 steamed buns, but today there were 2 additional packets of shredded pickled vegetables. It's all your fault, you rascal. Why did you have to learn to steal? Now look, you failed at stealing and lost even more. Wu Weigua exclaimed. Why are you silent? What is wrong? Can't you endure hardship? A few days of eating buns will render you foolish? Wu Xiaojun quietly took a bite of his bun, which surprisingly contained a piece of meat. Though it lacked the grandeur of a hamburger, in this era, being able to enjoy such a substitute was quite commendable. Suddenly, I found myself thinking that perhaps that woman wasn't so bad after all. Wu Weigua delivered a light punch to the top of his head. Speak properly. Address her as Elder Sister Ru. Now you realize your worth? She doesn't even care about you. She is so devoted to her husband. I remarked it's true. She possesses so many resources. She could easily indulge in a lover if she wished. Yet, she remains committed to just one man. Even if he is handsome, eventually she will tire of him. Truly, she is foolish, like a blockhead. Wu Xiaojun quietly interjected. She has a proper worldview. Wu Weiguo was suddenly incensed. Are you implying that your cousin is morally misguided? As Ruoxi observed the night vision function of the surveillance camera, she was finally relieved after discerning the conversation between the two individuals. As long as Wu Weiguo refrained from forcibly introducing anyone into her room, she felt at ease. Fu Yunma, restless and inquisitive, leaned closer, his keen nose sniffing the air. Little vixen, why do you carry the scent of another man? Have you been engaging in mischief behind my back? Absolutely not. It was merely a matter of professional exchange. Is her trust in me so minimal? Ultimately, have I misplaced my affections? The sarcastic remarks were something Ruoxi had mastered from Fu Yunma. No shrimp rolls tonight, he huffed, tying on an apron and retrieving a cloth to continue his cleaning. This prideful demeanor struck Ruoxi like a thunderbolt. Curse you, if there are no shrimp rolls, I shall cause a ruckus. Ruoxi picked up a cloth, neglecting her chores, and mischievously pursued Fu Yunma. Outside, it seemed as though a frenzy of zombie cultivation had erupted. Individuals with animal-based abilities emerged. Initially, they could only command small creatures. Now, driven by the ambition to seize others' cores, their energy surged, enabling them to tame even the most ferocious of beasts. A well-organized group has seemingly appeared from nowhere, and an increasing number of animal-based ability users began to imitate them, frantically plundering the cores of other ability users. Consequently, the mere mention of animal-based ability users instilled terror in the hearts of all, prompting swift retreats and a reluctance to engage with them. Fu Yunhai epitomized the archetype of an animal-based ability user. In the surveillance footage, during the sweltering summer, Fu Yunhai clandestinely eliminated numerous individuals from the Chen base. Chapter 103. Future trends for those whose cores he had seized. He handled their disappearance with indifference. On one occasion, Chen Xuanbei caught sight of him, leading to a quarrel. However, Chen Xuanbei ultimately could not take any action against him, merely warning Fu Yunhai to exercise caution and avoid detection, suggesting that Chen Xuanbei still had matters he wished to discuss with Fu Yunhai. Ruoxi spends her days seated before the computer, cradling a fruit platter while engrossed in a captivating drama, akin to binge-watching a series. Each episode proves more thrilling than the last. Chen Xuanbei dispatched someone to seek her out, but alas, they were unable to locate her. Is this not more riveting than the television shows she has already watched countless times? Even in a post-apocalyptic world, there remain numerous intriguing little occurrences, such as the entangled love affairs. You love me, I love him, he loves her, and she loves her dog. Ruoxi gazed at the surveillance monitor, as if witnessing the live broadcast of another person's life. It was a rather delightful experience. Today, Tutu began to learn to walk, managing to do so with a commendable grace. With its chubby little face and sparkling, expressive eyes, it resembled a character straight out of an anime. Alas, one cannot help but wonder which mischievous boy this little rabbit will fall for in the future. Mama, I need to go potty, Tutu exclaimed in a sweet, high-pitched voice, waddling towards Ruoxi with its tiny legs, producing a series of pat-pat-pat sounds. Ruoxi wiped her hands, having become a competent mother, deftly unwrapping the diaper for the little rabbit. Despite having performed this task countless times, she still pinched her nose in distaste, leaning her head as far away as possible. Why does your stool smell so foul? I told you not to sneak any candy, yet you insisted I give you 2 pieces. Upon hearing the word candy, Fu Yunma approached, his brow furrowed and sleeves pulled up. What? Little rabbit, have you snuck some candy again? Did we not agree that Peppa Pig dislikes children who eat sweets? The little rabbit fidgeted awkwardly with both hands, then hid behind Ruoxi, clutching her thigh tightly. Manga. Ruoxi was amused and said, all right, do not frighten her any longer. Peppa Pig's favorite is indeed the bunny. However, the bunny is at risk of being captured by the big bad wolf, for she has a penchant for sneaking treats. The 2 adults were engaged in this utterly serious nonsense, and the bunny, bewildered and unable to comprehend, began to feel anxious. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, poised to spill over, as her soft, plump little face scrunched up in distress. The chubby little figure trembled uncontrollably, gripped by fear. It appeared that they had a specific purpose in mind as they entered the winery, proceeding directly to scan the underground walls with a device, as if they were privy to some hidden secret within. The first person that Ruoxi thought of was Chun Xuanbei. Last time he visited here, he left with a face full of humiliation. Evidently, he was not foolish, as he was certain that the slingshot belonged to her. He suspected that Ruoxi had come to this vineyard harboring some secret. The entrance to the basement of the vineyard was concealed within a desiccated cesspool, offering a high degree of secrecy. When Chun Xuanbei previously sought this place, Ruoxi had been alert and had made preparations for concealment in advance. She had filled the long dry cesspool with human waste. Adjacent to the cesspool was a designated storage space, which she now opened solely for the purpose of creating a cover. However, one cannot help but remark that the first level of the basement had a rather unpleasant odor. Fortunately, there were no leaks. Otherwise, Ruoxi would have been incensed. That group of animalistic ability users arrived riding firebirds, accompanied by various wild beasts. In other words, it was quite extravagant. Ruoxi gazed intently at the rabbit, which was drooling over its toy. Observing the care bestowed upon it by others, she could not help but compare it to the inadequacies of her own pet. The disparity in their vitality was simply undeniable. Ruoxi recalled the gopher confined in the dark room, wondering if it was still alive. If one were to cast a long line to catch a big fish, releasing the gopher might attract its family, potentially allowing for the recovery of a multitude of gopher companions. However, when Ruoxi inquired about the gopher's condition, Wu Weigua was preoccupied with stoking the wooden fire, having mastered the art of friction fire. Above him lay a gopher, its eyes cruelly gouged out. "I apologize, dear Ruoxi, but we're simply too famished. It has been ages since we last savored meat, and the aroma of our comrades' meals wafting from outside is unbearable. Moreover, this gopher is quite unruly, incessantly gnawing at our garments." Ruoxi, in exasperation, covered her face, reluctantly making a painful sacrifice. "You truly are remarkable. Did I not place a piece of meat within your bun? Did you not partake of it?" Wu Weigua set down his mouse leg and shook his head. "Was there? Oh, right. I noticed that my bun appeared larger than Xiao Jun's, so I let him have it." "Xiao Jun, did you taste the meat?" Xiao Jun was out of sight. She could not see him, but could only hear his voice. "I did taste it, but it was too small. I swallowed it in one bite and couldn't be bothered to tell you. I assumed we all had meat." Ruoxi harbored considerable prejudice against Wu Xiaojun. How could she possibly offer him meat? Astonishingly, the meat intended for Wu Weigua was consumed by Wu Xiaojun instead, who even complained that the portion was too small. That piece of meat was layered twice. A single bite would have been enough to choke him. The notion of attracting a family of gophers with a single gopher seemed rather impractical. Gazing at the piece of gopher meat marred by unplucked fur, Ruoxi felt a wave of nausea. This gopher had been with her for several months, cared for as a pet, lavished with the finest food and drink. One could say she had not devoted such attention even to her rabbit, as the rabbit had the attentive care of Xiao Fuzi. And yet, Ruoxi departed without uttering a word. These two individuals, day after day, contributed nothing yet lay idle, causing disturbances. Despite her internal grievances, she still added a modicum of meat to the meals prepared for Wu Weigua and Wu Xiaojun, ensuring a nutritional balance. She feared their well-being might falter due to inadequate sustenance. The teacher, in this instance, was Ruoxi, imparting essential survival knowledge pertinent to the apocalypse, which would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Ruoxi could not possibly support them for a lifetime. When the earth fractures into countless small islands, she will arrange for them to reside in the courtyard she has prepared, allowing them to fend for themselves. "Boss, do you no longer wish for us?" "No. It's merely that in the future, should the need arise, you will possess the skills for survival. A multitude of skills opens various pathways. Having many talents is never a burden. Just focus on your studies diligently." Ruoxi, in the depths of the basement, was far from idle. Occasionally, she ventured outside to explore, strategically installing several cameras to monitor the slightest movements in the environment. The phrase "lying flat," yet unable to lie flat, perfectly encapsulates her nature. At present, certain trees in some areas have begun to grow in reverse, while withered branches gradually ascend towards the heavens, distancing themselves from the earthly realm. This phenomenon heralds a transformation in the Earth's magnetic field, suggesting that the division of the planet is imminent. Unexpectedly, the workers were quite engaged in the lectures, eagerly participating in discussions. The teaching of Ruoxi has also gained momentum. Chapter 104, The Dilemma. That group of animal-type ability users found nothing, yet they remained encircled, unwilling to depart. Ruoxi, feeling disinterested, had grown weary of observing and her eyes had become blurred. Fu Yunma kindly took over her watch, allowing her the opportunity to engage and play with the little rabbit. However, the rabbit persistently retreated, unwilling to approach Ruoxi. Through the experiences of recent days, she had developed a sixth sense, aware that her mother harbored ulterior motives once again. Ruoxi had no choice but to give up, munching on sunflower seeds while watching television. She intentionally avoided animated shows, much to the dismay of the little rabbit. The rabbit, gnawing on its fingers, surprisingly did not cry. Instead, it sat in a corner, playing with its toys. Suddenly, the red alarm in the basement blared. The flashing lights were not from the workers' dormitory, but from the entrance of the estate. Ruoxi had concealed alarm cameras around the entrance to the basement of the winery. As soon as anyone approached, they would alert her. Ruoxi glanced at Fu Yunma's expression, sensing that the situation was rather dire. Leaning closer, she noticed that Chun Xuanbei and Fu Yunhai had simultaneously appeared in the vicinity. How audacious of Chun Xuanbei to confront this group of animal-type ability users, who were notorious for hunting down others for their ability cores. Or perhaps he was the leader of these animal-type ability users. Such conjectures were impossible to verify. They briefly cast a disdainful glance at the sewage pit before covering their mouths in disgust and walking away. Upon seeing the screen, Ruoxi took out an air purifier and sprayed it a couple of times. Do you think they will discover the entrance to the basement? Fu Yunma shook his head. It is sufficiently concealed. No one would descend from such a foul sewage pit, nor would they even consider this place. The mechanism and location of this door are cleverly devised. Then why do you furrow your brow so tightly? Ruoxi observed that Fu Yunma was staring at the screen, his brow furrowing increasingly tighter. Ruoxi perceived nothing of significance within, merely a handful of men. Unexpectedly, Fu Yunma interjected with a remark. Could you refrain from monitoring the surveillance so much in the future? I could take care of that myself. Ruoxi inquired why. Are you concerned about my hardships? Fu Yunma nodded, then shook his head. He muttered softly, is it not because you're always gazing at other men? I might just kick you away, just looking at another man's face, and he thinks he has a say in it. Ruoxi playfully tapped him on the forehead. Day after day, her little mind was consumed with thoughts of him, nothing but thoughts of him, endlessly. It was rather sweet, yet somewhat exasperating. The little bunny beside her huffed in discontent. Why do Mommy and Daddy always stick together? Have they ever considered my feelings? Mommy, I too desire affection. Ruoxi perfunctorily bestowed a couple of kisses upon her, before gently placing the little bunny meatball into the cradle. Be good, little bunny, and wait here. I have some delightful matters to attend to with your not-so-bright father. The bunny found itself devoid of the power to refuse. It could only wave its tiny hands, watching as Mama and Papa ventured further away. They moved into that small, confined room. The tightly shut door was frigid and unwelcoming. Tonight was destined to be an extraordinary night. When Ruoxi awoke once more, she felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a couple of slaps to the man surnamed Fu. How was it that this man seemed to grow more vigorous as time went on, his energy seemingly boundless? Exhausted, she had collapsed. Vaguely, she recalled succumbing to sleep due to sheer fatigue. In her hazy consciousness, she sensed herself basking in the sun like a dried fish, flipping over to tan the other side. Remarkably, Fu Yunma had somehow procured a large plush toy. Ruoxi knelt, her head nearly spinning from the overwhelming sensations. Just when she thought it would come to an end, she found herself suspended once more. In the bathroom, amidst the sound of running water, she remained occupied. Supported at the waist, she perched on the sink, and the reflection in the mirror revealed another image opposite her. The feeling of weightlessness jolted her awake, her eyes widening in surprise. Yet, Fu Yunma appeared like a cunning little fox, a sly smile gracing his lips. This is the last time, my dear. Ruoxi felt utterly exhausted, contemplating that this would be the final time. However, the outcome was unexpected. Even on the brink, she leaned her head against the edge, her arms exhibiting remarkable strength. Grasping her delicate, fair legs, they were pulled apart. Time seemed to blur as the moments unfolded, leaving her unaware of how long it had lasted. Ruoxi still wished to struggle, but with each attempt, the man became increasingly exhilarated. Upon exiting, Ruoxi found herself utterly exhausted, collapsing onto Fu Yunma's back. As for Fu Yunma, whether driven by a sense of retribution or not, he abruptly tossed Ruoxi onto the bed with force. Ruoxi was abruptly awakened, exclaiming a vehement curse at the perceived madness. However, soon after, she felt a pang of regret. She found herself being lifted onto the roof of a car, her movements becoming agile and adept. Ruoxi could only cry out in despair, hoping to be spared. Little did she know, it was precisely her soft and plaintive voice that failed to elicit mercy. With no other recourse, she resorted to shedding small pearls of tears. Fu Yunma swiftly took Ruoxi into his arms and placed her inside the wardrobe, closing the door with a definitive click. As Ruoxi's sobs abruptly ceased, she was left bewildered by Fu Yunma's intentions. She yearned to open the wardrobe door, yet fear of being seized by Fu Yunma restrained her. Thus, she obediently crouched before the wardrobe, peering through the narrow crack. Fu Yunma feigned a game of hide-and-seek, calling out, "Little mischief maker, where are you? Let me discover you." "Ruoxi, who is this? I do not recognize him. Woe is me." In the end, Fu Yunma gradually approached the wardrobe. Hidden within it, Ruoxi clenched her fists, inexplicably filled with trepidation. Her heart raced, pounding fiercely. Just as he was about to open the wardrobe, Fu Yunma unexpectedly turned and departed. Seeking elsewhere, Ruoxi exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, in the next moment, a sudden brilliance enveloped her as the door swung open, revealing that Fu Yunma had found her. That despicable man. How dare he intentionally frighten her? Ruoxi was lifted up and then fiddled with for a while. Adorning her head was a rabbit ear headband, and around her neck was a delicate pink ribbon tied in a bow. A sheer black mesh enveloped her form, covering 50% of her body. Her feet were adorned with tiny bells that jingled melodiously with every movement. Ruoxi was on the verge of tears. "For heaven's sake, it's already 3 o'clock. Are you still not going to sleep?" Fu Yunma then lifted Ruoxi's legs. "Sleep you?" Ruoxi was left speechless, her heart heavy with despair. She felt as though death itself beckoned her. What more words could she utter? Otherwise, Fu Yunma would only intensify his cruelty. Ruoxi leaned against the car, her graceful figure straightening in the presence of its allure, resembling a stunning car model. "Sir, may I inquire about this vehicle? It appears quite satisfactory. However, I shall consult my wife when she arrives, for she is the one who holds the authority in our household." After a brief exchange, Fu Yunma broke character, gesturing animatedly towards Ruoxi. Ruoxi gently nudged him. "Sir, please don't do this. Your wife will be here soon, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to see this." Chapter 105, I Dislike You. 2 days later, Ruoxi found herself utterly immobilized. Exhausted, she could only stare blankly as Fu Yunma brought her meals to the bed. Even the simplest tasks, such as washing up, became a cumbersome ordeal. She was swollen and in pain when propped up. Sitting in a wheelchair, she was unable to walk, and the mere sight of Fu Yunma rendered her legs weak. Ruoxi glared at Fu Yunma with indignation, swatting his hand away. "Stay away from me. I loathe you." Fu Yunma stiffened, his back rigid, pouting in a pitiful manner as he lingered by the bedside. He remained silent, merely sobbing softly. Ruoxi, feeling rather drowsy, opened her eyes upon waking and was greeted by the sight of Fu Yunma. She nearly believed she was on the brink of departing this world. At last, Ruoxi found herself devoid of the strength to glare. She harbored no desire to encounter Fu Yunma and chose to evade him. This fellow had no benevolent intentions. Ever since he had transformed into a zombie, the hormones within him had undergone a mutation. The virus proliferated at an accelerated rate, possibly awakening the latent potential within each little zombie. Wu Weigua was also present inside. It remained a mystery who had provided him with a deck of playing cards, as the two of them, in their boredom, resorted to playing cards to pass the time. Ruoxi cast a fleeting glance, not behaving like an ordinary superior who would reprimand an employee for idling. With a gentle smile, she simply walked past. Wu Weigua had already braced himself for the confiscation of his playing cards, only to be met with this unexpected leniency. Liu Biao's performance was increasingly commendable, with the project advancing at an impressive pace and the workers' morale soaring. As a token of appreciation, Ruoxi played their favorite music over the intercom during work hours, creating an atmosphere of fervent enthusiasm. Sister, you sit at the bow of the boat. Later that evening, Fu Yunma blocked her at the door, and Ruoxi sought every conceivable excuse to visit the rabbit. Ultimately, she found a vacant room to stay in, alternating accommodations each day. With the door securely locked, Fu Yunma could not enter. Consequently, Fu Yunma began to devise a plan to obtain the keys to all the rooms. While enjoying some fruit, Fu Yunma suddenly approached. Ruoxi swiftly picked up the snacks, shifting her focus, nearly forgetting the large bunch of keys on the table. In the end, Fu Yunma could only helplessly watch her retreating figure, chasing after her. The only response he received was the cold, unyielding door. What are you doing? Don't come in. Don't think I am unaware of your sordid little thoughts. Fu Yunma innocently pawed at the door, resembling a small puppy scratching at Ruoxi's door in the middle of the night, whining softly. I did not. I merely wished to hold you while I sleep. Otherwise, I cannot adjust and will be unable to slumber. Little drama queen, can you truly sleep alone? As Ruoxi donned her headphones, she chose to ignore Fu Yunma. Engrossed in a comedic variety show, she burst into hearty laughter. Her cheerful mirth resonated throughout the room, intensifying Fu Yunma's discomfort. In response, he fetched some bedding and settled down right at Ruoxi's doorstep. In the dead of night, Ruoxi suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. Glancing at the visual doorbell, she noticed the absence of Fu Yunma's figure within its view. Ruoxi finally opened the door. However, as she took her first step, she stumbled over a large object, nearly losing her balance. Immediately, a pair of eyes glimmering with a faint red light appeared right before her. In that instant, Ruoxi felt her heart leap to her throat. Her first reaction was to wonder if she had traversed into a terrifying supernatural realm, perhaps an apartment or a dormitory. The little troublemaker, you've finally decided to show yourself, she thought, just as Fu Yunma's familiar voice resonated in the air. Ruoxi was nearly driven to kick him. With a snap, she turned on the light, revealing Fu Yunma cocooned tightly in his sleeping bag, resembling a fuzzy caterpillar. Seizing the moment while Ruoxi gritted her teeth in frustration, Fu Yunma darted into her room, enveloped in his bedding like a swift gust of wind. At this moment, Ruoxi was in urgent need to relieve herself, and she hardly cared about anything else. She would let Fu Yunma do as he pleased. However, Fu Yunma should never have held onto her hand so tightly, refusing to let her go. Ruoxi was once again rendered speechless, delivering a few kicks to Fu Yunma. Yet, Fu Yunma clung to her leg as if facing a life-or-death separation, holding on with an iron grip. No matter how hard she tried to shake him off, he remained steadfast, like an adhesive plaster, stubbornly attached. Ruoxi pinched her brow, her mind ablaze with fury. She endeavored to temper her tone with gentleness, yet impatience seeped through. Rest assured, I merely went to the restroom. I have not departed from you. Fu Yunma became ensnared in his own thoughts. I cannot believe it. This little drama queen is undoubtedly deceiving me again, you great liar. I shall no longer trust your words. Ruoxi could no longer contain herself and urgently inquired. But I truly need to use the restroom. What must I do for you to trust me and let me go? Fu Yunma lowered his head, rendering Ruoxi unable to discern his expression. Coupled with his sweet, melodious voice, Ruoxi imagined his face must be quite scrunched up. Then give me a copy of the keys to all the rooms, and I will believe you. So this young man was harboring such intentions. It was a clever ploy, but unfortunately, Ruoxi was not easily swayed. Not a chance. I possess only one set of keys, with no duplicates. I cannot give them to you. Even if I had spare keys, I would not part with them. Otherwise, how could I find a tranquil place to rest or reflect in the future without my own private space? However, you may accompany me to the restroom, and you can supervise me. This way, it would be mutually beneficial. Fu Yunma hesitated, contemplating whether to acquiesce. Ruoxi hastily urged, "Hurry up. I warn you not to overstep your boundaries." Fu Yunma promptly complied, following her closely and observing her attentively. As a result, Ruoxi, who typically spent over half an hour in the restroom, managed to finish in mere minutes this time. It was quite embarrassing. Furthermore, being scrutinized in such a manner made it quite difficult to relax. A spritz of air freshener revitalized her senses. Yet the imposing figure beside her cast a shadow of discomfort. Ruoxi pouted in discontent and obediently walked ahead. As she approached the door, she attempted to shut it behind her. However, Fu Yunma was quicker. With a decisive push, he slipped inside. There was no helping it. Fu Yunma had managed to intrude. Just then, the little rabbit outside began to cry, likely startled awake by the earlier commotion. Ruoxi, disinclined to rise from her slumber, gave Fu Yunma a kick. Her force was so great that it sent Fu Yunma tumbling down. The little rabbit began to weep. "You must hurry and comfort her." Fu Yunma, nearly propelled into the heavens by the unexpected kick in his dreams, was left bewildered. Ah, splendid. Today is yet another delightful day. Thus, he could only stand forlornly outside, incessantly knocking and calling out. Ruoxi initially had no intention of intervening, yet his incessant noise became unbearable. He even resorted to sentimental appeals, recounting every detail of their experiences since their acquaintance. Upon opening the door, he was instantly enveloped in an embrace. Chapter 106. A Public Humiliation. For reasons unknown, Chun Xuanbei's group lingered at the winery for 2 or 3 consecutive days, refusing to depart. Ruoxi harbored grave suspicions that these individuals were merely idling about, having not satisfied their hunger, wandering aimlessly with their machinery. The sheer volume of foot traffic, coupled with the absence of electric fences or any form of protection, left the gate ajar, displaying a blatant disregard for the potential intrusion of other entities. Alternatively, they may have been more inclined to encounter such beings. Should anyone dare to approach, they would seize the opportunity to plunder the crystal cores, precisely the outcome they sought. In a frenzied quest for others' crystal cores, this cadre of animalistic ability wielders exhibited pronounced dark circles beneath their eyes. Some, grotesque in appearance, resembled malevolent specters, clawing and gnashing as they foraged. Each moved with rigidity. Yet upon sensing activity, their agility transformed, charging forth with the ferocity of wolves or tigers. Witnessing this, Ruoxi felt an ominous premonition. Reports indicated that the wave of subterranean base excavations persisted. Although Chun Xuanbei had initiated digging at his own base, they consistently relocated to the vineyard. Could it be that they were enticed by the geographic advantages of the vineyard, intending to excavate a subterranean base beneath it? However, Ruoxi was currently beneath it, her headquarters situated in the basement, the very core of their operations. Should this location be discovered, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Ruoxi was suddenly drenched in cold sweat, her mind racing to devise a suitable plan to drive away the group of people. If she were to reveal herself again and be discovered by Chun Xuanbei, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to track her down. This would only raise his suspicions further, compelling him to linger and making it even harder for her to escape. However, if she did not take action herself, who else could she rely on? Fu Yunma was currently engrossed in watching cartoons with Tutu, the soft, warm glow of the lights creating an inviting atmosphere, complemented by a fresh bouquet of flowers on the table. This bouquet had been thoughtfully arranged by Xiao Fuzi during Ruoxi's tranquil tea brewing moments, marking the half-year anniversary of their acquaintance. Ruoxi had little to offer Fu Yunma, finding herself in possession of a considerable amount of cash. Regrettably, it proved to be of no use in the current circumstances, and she reluctantly presented the entire room full of currency as a gift to commemorate their half-year anniversary. Fu Yunma, engulfed by the overwhelming scent of wealth that filled the space, could only shake his head in resignation, having grown accustomed to it. Indeed, regardless of the changes around her, the playful little girl remained steadfastly a straightforward woman. In this tender moment, Ruoxi took a sip of her tea, the bitter taste lingering on her tongue as it flowed down her throat into her stomach, leaving a tart and astringent sensation. Ruoxi is under considerable pressure. In recent days, Fu Yinimo has been burdened with stress as well, managing the care of Tutu at home, overseeing the progress of experiments in the laboratory, and attending to Ruoxi's needs. Ruoxi has indeed been keenly observant, yet has she not also endured similar trials? Below her, a multitude of laborers navigate the myriad intricacies of daily life, their burdens accumulating steadily. Furthermore, with Wu Weigua currently facing consequences, the construction site has become increasingly frenetic. Occasionally indulging in a modest drink may provide some relief, yet each time the revelry concludes, Xiao Fuzi, as if infused with boundless energy, disturbs the night with relentless fervor, leaving Ruoxi further fatigued. How infuriating it is that Xiao Fuzi, refusing to let her partake in drinking, resorts to such vexing tactics. Nevertheless, Ruoxi has indeed been dissuaded, opting to drink tea in place of alcohol with increasing frequency. As Ruoxi pondered, she lost track of time in her reverie. Suddenly, a shadow fell before her, and she realized that Fu Yunma had approached without her noticing. Meanwhile, Tutu slept soundly on her little bed. The two of them, one standing and the other seated, indulged in snacks and tea. "What are you doing?" she remarked. "Stop staring at me, or I might just kick you away." Ruoxi feigned nonchalance as she jested with Fu Yunma, even offering him the spicy strips she held in her hand. In truth, this gesture was merely for show, as she was well aware that Fu Yunma did not relish spicy snacks, and she was reluctant to part with the delectable morsels so close to her lips. "I know you don't enjoy them." Just as she was about to savor one herself, her wrist was suddenly seized, the icy touch sending a shiver coursing through her entire being. In the blink of an eye, the once full bag of spicy strips lay empty. Looking up, she met Fu Yunma's cunning gaze. "Who says I don't like them? What the little diva enjoys, I too find delightful." Ruoxi clenched her fist and hurled the empty spicy snack bag into the trash bin. "Xiao Fuzi, have you eavesdropped on my thoughts again? I'm beginning to seriously doubt whether this ability is within your control, as you seem to read my mind at will. Please, deactivate that skill of yours." Ruoxi casually reached out and produced a feather duster, swishing it through the air a couple of times before directing it towards Fu Yunma. The two engaged in a spirited chase, culminating in a playful duel. Eventually, both grew weary, collapsing in a heap, playfully stacking upon one another in perfect harmony. Ruoxi joyfully set off for work, engaging in pleasant conversations with the workers. Everything was proceeding smoothly. However, one worker's gaze towards her became increasingly peculiar, ultimately fixating directly on her neck. Subsequently, more and more eyes turned in her direction, but after a fleeting glance, they hurriedly returned to their tasks. As Ruoxi lowered her gaze, she found herself unable to discern what lay above her neck. Nonetheless, an unsettling premonition lingered within her, particularly concerning Fu Yunma. Seeking an excuse, she ventured to a small shop, retrieving a mirror to inspect her reflection. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedded themselves into her palms. How could Fu Yunma be so infuriating? Upon exiting, the oppressive heat made even the act of merely supervising arduous, prompting her choice of a sleeveless dress that bared her collarbone and calves. Initially, everything seemed perfectly acceptable until an unforeseen interruption emerged in the form of Fu Yunma, who insisted that her attire was excessively revealing and deemed inappropriate for public wear. Even when Ruoxi took a step back in concession, donning a light beige sun-protective vest, Fu Yunma remained obstinate in his disapproval. Frustrated, Ruoxi wordlessly decided to leave, only to be halted by Fu Yunma, who playfully drew closer, unabashed by his actions. With bystanders still present outside, he pressed her against the door with an intensity that was both fierce and prolonged. It was only after Ruoxi delivered a couple of punches that he reluctantly released her, initially believing that her lack of lipstick and makeup would leave no trace. She planned to simply dab at her face with a tissue. However, Fu Yunma's fervent actions left a conspicuous mark on her already fair skin, amplifying her feelings of humiliation. She felt utterly mortified. "Oh dear, social death is indeed a reality. I shall indulge you. What a predicament. I cannot bear to face them again." Ruoxi delivered a few playful punches to Fu Yunma, seeking to vent her frustrations. Although she did not exert her full strength, the impact was nonetheless considerable. And yet, just look at the expression of contentment that adorns Fu Yunma's face now. Chapter 107, Reflecting in Solitude. Little troublemaker, you wouldn't understand. This is the nature of humanity. Fu Yunma spoke with a straight face, uttering nonsensical remarks. His hair, having gone untamed for far too long, was gathered into a small bun atop his head with a little hair tie, forming a charming little tuft. Typically, had it been someone else, such as Ruoxi, their appearance would have suffered greatly. However, upon closer inspection, Ruoxi was taken aback. How could this fellow, with his disheveled look, still appear somewhat handsome? Ruoxi found herself at a loss for words. Fu Yunma shook his head, his tall figure of over 1.8 meters swaying beside Ruoxi like a playful giant. He seemed quite fond of his little tuft. This reminded Ruoxi of a peculiar video she had previously seen, featuring a child striking unique poses while flaunting flashy, non-mainstream shoes, radiating an aura of confidence that declared, "Sister is the queen." Now, looking at Fu Yunma before her, his head bobbing and striking playful poses, she couldn't help but smile. Ruoxi tugged at the corner of her mouth. Are boyfriends around the world all like this? Love-struck peacocks consumed by infatuation. Yet I must admit, Fu Yunma is truly handsome. Ruoxi, savoring a plump grape, gazed at the striking beauty of Fu Yunma with lingering reluctance before rising to head to the laboratory. The lab was filled with an abundance of data that required examination. However, Ruoxi only occasionally checked in, as it was Fu Yunma who predominantly handled the intricate processes. Today, an unusual stillness enveloped the space. There were no sounds, only an eerie silence. Ruoxi stood still, contemplating the intricacies of life, refraining from stepping into the confinement chamber. Yet, she had already surmised the outcome. It was highly probable that the control group subject, Fu Yuan, had perished. In other words, with the absence of the control group, if the experiment were to proceed, it would be imperative to procure another living individual for the undertaking. Ruoxi felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself, her mind clouded by confusion. How could she have taken the life of Lao Wang, a perfectly living man? What had compelled her to commit such an act? The body was a cumbersome problem to dispose of. Had she spared Lao Wang's life, even with Fu Yuan's demise, she could have utilized him for her experiments. Now, she found herself in a predicament with no one left to turn to. Should she venture to the surface to capture a living being? Such an action would be morally reprehensible and invite divine retribution. Her only option was to wait for someone to unwittingly walk into her trap. The key lay with the group of animalistic ability users led by Chun Xuanbei. They had consumed numerous ability users' cores, likely endowing them with considerable energy, which could expedite her experiments. Instead of directing her frustration inward, Ruoxi found herself yearning to strike Fu Yunma instead. She attempted to temper her tone, fearful of causing the others to weep. Did I not instruct you to proceed with caution? Why did you so hastily bring about his demise? Fu Yunma stood in the corner, aware of his misjudgment, and faced the wall, beginning to confess his transgressions. Little troublemaker, I apologize, it was unintentional. However, upon seeing his face, I was reminded of my unfaithful father, the man who once sought to end my life because of his betrayal. I could not bear to gaze upon that visage while conducting experiments. My hands trembled uncontrollably. He continued to ramble on, expressing his regrets. Ruoxi grasped the gist of it. In 2 words, it can be summarized as playing the victim. However, Xiao Fuzi's talent for eliciting sympathy has indeed become increasingly sophisticated. She could hardly find any counterarguments. It seemed that if the conversation continued in this direction, it would be akin to piercing Xiao Fuzi's very heart. Aware that Ruoxi disliked seeing her distressed, Xiao Fuzi employed this tactic to deflect her. Such a little green tea. Does she seem like the type to swallow her grievances? If only you had mentioned this earlier, it could have been easily resolved. I could have simply scratched Fu Yunhai's face, just as I would with Fu Yuan. You've been trembling during the experiment and didn't tell me. Wasting over half a month of time. Fu Yunmo remarked. Would you really be willing to scratch Fu Yuan's face? Hearing this, Ruoxi was not pleased. How dare you question her interest in other men? Is it that my recent kindness has emboldened you, Mr. Fu? You are mistaken. A mistake is a mistake. Do you understand? From now on, share your thoughts with me. Don't bottle them up. Keeping things to oneself can be detrimental to a relationship. Surely, you wouldn't want to see our feelings deteriorate, would you? Alas, why is it that Xiao Fuzi possesses the ability to read minds? Why can't it be her? I truly wish to comprehend the myriad thoughts that occupy Xiao Fuzi's mind. Her radiating aura is simply too extensive. The final statement was the trump card. Upon hearing it, Fu Yunma, who had been holding his head high, eager to know Ruoxi's opinion about Fu Yuan, promptly cast that thought aside. Of course, I would want that. Rest assured, I am exceedingly obedient and will keep nothing from you. Ruoxi gently massaged her temples and consoled. Moreover, Fu Yuan is already deceased. Why engage in a contest with a corpse? You're the only man by my side now. Fu Yunmo weakly replied. It is precisely because he is dead that I am terrified. The living can never surpass the dead. Ruoxi was momentarily at a loss for words. Why did this phrase sound so familiar? Was it not the concluding line from one of those short stories she perused late at night, featuring a character reminiscent of a moonlit substitute? She recalled that there were numerous romantic encounters within those pages. Have you been secretly reading my books? A cherished piece of literature she had treasured for years had been exposed in public. No wonder she felt that recently, Fu Yunma had been unusually spirited. Fu Yunmo remarked, Sister, staying up late to read such books. Could it be that you were trying to suggest something to me? Smiley face. Thank you very much. I truly appreciate it. No wonder she insisted otherwise, while little Fuji claimed she was merely putting up a fade, wearing an expression of utter understanding. At that moment, she feared she had been read like an open book, feeling utterly embarrassed. However, it was rather embarrassing that little Fuji had caught on her late night reading escapades. If Ruoxi truly wished to find a burrow to conceal herself in, the situation would become even more awkward. Fu Yunma cleared his throat a couple of times, attempting to alleviate Ruoxi's embarrassment. However, the reality was that Ruoxi felt even more uncomfortable. Do not utter a sound. Reflect upon your actions in silence for an hour. I am weary now and shall retire to rest. Ruoxi uttered a fleeting remark before hastily retreating. Though her departing figure appeared somewhat flustered in Fu Yunma's heart, she was utterly endearing. After such a prolonged period of intimacy, it was delightful to witness the little diva's shyness. Her earlobes flushed crimson as she concealed her face and dashed away. Oh dear, how charming his girlfriend was. How could such a delightful creature exist? He felt like the happiest little zombie in the world. From now on, he vowed never to argue with the little diva again. Should they ever quarrel, he would chastise himself with a few slaps. Household chores were also not to befall her. Those hands were meant for gaming and manicures, and he must protect them at all costs. Chapter 108. Unable to relieve oneself. Water, I need water. Early in the morning, Ruoxi called out twice. Ruoxi could only sit up slowly in a daze. Xiao Fuzi, I am parched. Where are you? Ruoxi rubbed her eyes and reluctantly rose to seek some water. At that moment, Tutu was also roused by the commotion of Ruoxi getting up. The little one was crying incessantly, prompting Ruoxi to groggily fumble in the dark to turn on the light. With her eyes still half closed, she prepared milk powder for Tutu's day. As she busied herself with the task, she couldn't help but grumble, Xiao Fuzi, where have you scampered off to? You couldn't spare a moment to prepare some milk for Tutu? Look at this poor little bunny. It's so famished and thin. Ruoxi gently pinched the bunny's face, which was soft and possessed a peculiar rubbery texture. Rubber-like? Ruoxi suddenly opened her eyes wide. What on earth is this? At this moment, Ruoxi finally discerned that what she held in her arms was the new plush toy of the rabbit, a rotund doll. Upon a closer inspection, she realized that the real rabbit was sprawled on the ground, sobbing heavily. Even in this circumstance, she still could not spot Fu Yunma. Ruoxi's muddled mind suddenly became alert, and she hurriedly placed the baby bottle into the arms of Tutu's day. Just a moment ago, Tutu had been crying, but upon receiving the desired bottle, she eagerly began to suck on it. After a couple of sips, however, she set the bottle aside and burst into tears once more. Exhausted from her weeping, she picked up the little bottle again and resumed her sucking, producing soft, gurgling sounds. Ruoxi gazed at the scene, gently pinching the bridge of her nose. Why are you behaving this way? Crying while drinking milk? Cease your tears. Yet, to her surprise, the little bunny flung the small milk bottle away, sending it rolling to rest at Ruoxi's feet. Do not be obstinate with your mother. Your father is absent, and this tactic of yours is futile. Even while watching television, the little one wept, her eyes unwaveringly fixed on the screen, merely letting out a few feeble cries. Ruoxi, feeling utterly bored, clutched her rabbit in her arms, initially intending to casually nibble on something to quell her hunger. To her surprise, she discovered that lunch had already been prepared for her by Xiao and was kept warm in a thermos box. Where on earth had that rascal Xiao gone? Ruoxi could not help but be taken aback. Very well. It is likely that he is in the laboratory, engrossed in his experiments due to a significant breakthrough. He must be preparing to dedicate the entire day to his research. Ruoxi comprehended the situation. As the lab workers were all similarly consumed by their research, heedless of their well-being, entranced by their pursuits despite any attempts at persuasion. Although Xiao, after becoming a zombie, frequently forgot various things, her dedication to research remained unwavering. Ever since she discovered even the slightest flaw in her work, her experimental reports had seldom contained any errors. Rabbit, somewhat exasperated, nudged Ruoxi, her tiny hands flailing in the air. Manga, I need to go potty. Rabbit, being quite young and with only a few small teeth, had not yet fully developed her speech. Ruoxi misheard. Mama, I want to go potty. Oh, so she wishes to relieve herself in her diaper. No wonder she has been fussing and crying incessantly since she woke up. Just wait. Ruoxi procured a diaper, disregarding the little resistance from Tutu's tiny hands, and rummaged through the pocket. Despite pinching her nose and leaning back as far as possible, she found nothing inside. Completely clean. At that moment, Ruoxi felt perplexed and playfully patted Tutu's fair little bottom. You little rascal, you seem to have quite the ability to hold it in. How long have you been holding back your business? Ruoxi believed that the little rabbit was holding back, not wanting to upset her. This notion stemmed from a previous incident. 2 weeks prior, while Ruoxi was cuddling the rabbit and watching television, the tranquil little bundle in her arms suddenly shivered. Following that, a series of explosive sounds erupted, akin to a long-suppressed gas being released. At that moment, Ruoxi caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Upon investigation, she was taken aback to discover that the rabbit had relieved itself in her embrace. Ever since that incident, Ruoxi refrained from handling the rabbit, even avoiding holding it, for fear that it might indiscriminately relieve itself once more. In her frustration, she admonished the rabbit. A child of 11 months would be apprehended by the police for such behavior while in their mother's arms. I recall not having such mishaps at your age. When Ruoxi was merely 11 months old, she was oblivious to whether she had defecated. She would need to inquire with her adoptive parents. Now, unable to ask, she could quite earnestly fabricate a response. It is still fresh in memory how the little bunny was terribly frightened, enduring several consecutive nights plagued by nightmares. Consequently, Fuyuma sternly reprimanded Ruoxi, stating that as a mother, she ought not to be so mischievous. Such mischief should be left to him, the father. The bunny, nestled in a small corner, timidly peeked out like a tortoise, quietly observing Ruoxi while wringing her tiny hands. With wide, longing eyes and a pouting mouth, it seemed as though she might burst into tears at any moment. Ruoxi could only helplessly wave her hand. Yet the odor emanating from the child's excrement was truly unbearable. Do you comprehend that scent? It is akin to a noxious blend of cow dung, pig manure, and chicken droppings. Ruoxi initially believed that she would rather endure the unpleasant odor of her own excrement than hold the rabbit, for the creature had a tendency to relieve itself indiscriminately in her embrace. However, after a few days, upon beholding the rabbit's adorable, plump form, she could not resist the temptation to cradle it in her arms while watching television. Thus, you have not relieved yourself, and have been holding it in. How pitiful. Ruoxi gently patted the soft, delicate backside of the bunny, then proceeded to retrieve a trash bag, placing it beneath. She squatted down, aiming carefully. However, after a considerable amount of time had passed, there was still no sign of movement. Ruoxi expressed profound bewilderment and confusion. Do not wander aimlessly. Are you truly intent on scattering excrement in every direction? Ruoxi restrained the little rabbit, only to discover that it still lacked the desire to relieve itself. Oh dear, could it be that her approach to encouraging the rabbit to defecate was misguided? Thus, Ruoxi attempted to imitate the elderly she had once observed, who adeptly guided their children in such matters, whistling softly and softly urging. Yet, the rabbit remained unresponsive, growing increasingly restless and even tugging at Ruoxi's hair, pulling out several strands. Ruoxi, feeling helpless, allowed a deep sigh. Oh, rebellious daughter, for your sake, I have squatted for so long, my legs nearly numb, only for you to produce nothing at all. Have you no regard for your mother's dignity? In the next moment, a soft sound emerged, as if the little bunny had finally relieved itself. Ruoxi wept bitterly, her tears mingling with her sorrowful sobs. Oh, at long last, you have brought forth what I longed for, granting me the dignity I so desired. Ruoxi placed the rabbit down and gazed at the thumb-sized excrement within a plastic bag, which still bore traces of strands. She fell silent. Chapter 109. Coming and Going with Ease. Ruoxi pointed at the thumb-sized feces and then extended her finger before the little rabbit, making a gesture of international friendship. Is this all your mother's dignity is worth, little rabbit? The chubby cheeks of the rabbit playfully quivered as it shook its head vigorously. Daddy! It cried out with a wide-open mouth, exerting all its strength, shedding tiny tears like precious pearls. Ruoxi pinched her brow and released the rabbit. What do you call me, Daddy? I am your mother, though calling me Mom is futile. She sighed, deciding not to stoop to the level of a child. Perhaps it was merely a case of hemorrhoids, causing persistent discomfort and tears, yet unable to relieve herself despite the exertion. Only under her pressing insistence did a minuscule amount finally emerge. Ruoxi pondered that the discomfort of being unable to relieve oneself was indeed quite distressing. I understand that. Deep down, you too yearn for release, feeling the urge, yet finding it impossible to do so. As she turned around, suddenly with a thud, the rabbit tumbled down. Fortunately, it was a close call without any harm. As Ruoxi supported the delicate body of the little rabbit, cradling the soft, plush bundle in her arms, she was just about to embrace it when Ruoxi gazed upon the visage of the little rabbit. At this moment, there was a smudge of blackish substance. Excrement, not only at the tip of its nose, but also at the corners of its lips. The rabbit ought to feel fortunate. Thankfully, it had not encountered its mouth, especially considering it had been wailing with its mouth agape. Had the mess landed precisely on its mouth and then been hastily shut, the consequences would have been dire. The rabbit wept more fervently, attempting to seek solace in its mother's embrace. Meanwhile, Ruoxi, the mother, found herself in a state of, oh dear, wait a moment. Stay right there. Ruoxi attempted to contemplate the life of the rabbit, yet the door to existence appeared firmly shut, barring her entry. Thus, she swiftly retrieved her mobile phone. In times of uncertainty, one must remain composed. Capturing a moment with a photograph would suffice. With a simple click, both video and images were secured. Ruoxi laughed with such abandon, covering her mouth, while the little bunny rolling on the ground cried with immense sorrow. Ultimately, Ruoxi too harbored a disdain for the excrement of human infants. Previously, someone had commented online, "Human infants are so adorable. Oh my, I would love to raise one. Their poop must surely smell like sweet milk." Excrement, sweet milk? If there is milk poop, are there also milk burps and milk farts? Ruoxi felt a profound sense of despair, as if tears had eluded her. The odor was truly unbearable. She held her breath and carelessly swiped at the rabbit's face a few times. Although it was merely a few strokes, Ruoxi found herself engaged in the task for an extended period. She feared that in the future, whenever she held the rabbit, the unpleasant scent would resurface in her mind. After thoroughly washing her hands in the restroom, Ruoxi lay down, utterly exhausted. She took a deep breath of air. But wait, why was there still a lingering stench of excrement in the living room? She had cleaned everything, and it was merely a small pile, such a tiny morsel, yet it unleashed an astonishingly potent odor. At that moment, Fu Yunma entered the room, dressed not in loungewear, but in a casual ensemble complemented by a black cap and sneakers. He only donned such attire when heading out. His demeanor appeared somewhat weary, with a slight furrow forming on his brow. As Ruoxi cast another glance at the door through which Fu Yunma had entered, she realized at the moment it closed that it did not seem to originate from the laboratory. It resembled more of an underground passage. "Where on earth did you go?" Ruoxi casually inquired, having taken a stroll outside. With Fu Yunma's unwavering honesty, Ruoxi felt a sense of embarrassment that hindered her from continuing the conversation. What Ruoxi truly yearned to comprehend was the purpose behind his outing. Yet, upon further reflection, she dismissed the thought. What else could Xiao Fuzi possibly be engaged in? Undoubtedly, he was off assisting her. This lad seemed perpetually devoted to her, eager to remain by her side, and the fact that he had been absent for over half a day only suggested that his endeavors were intricately tied to her. His confidence was unassailable, impervious to any force that might attempt to undermine it. Ruoxi began to frown, lamenting the peculiar antics of the little rabbit today. "You cannot fathom how audacious that little rascal has become in your absence. It's as if he were almost ready to defile my head." When the subject of the rabbit's unfortunate incident arose, Fu Yunma doubled over in laughter, clutching his stomach. "Poor little rabbit, how amusing." With a pouting expression, the rabbit dropped his little pearls and tilted his head. "There is no love left, despite the fact that there is only one living room. It feels as though there is a door separating two worlds of contrasting emotions." After the laughter and tears subsided, each returned to their own pursuits. Ruoxi gently wiped away the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes with a tissue, a smile breaking through as she confirmed that Xiao Fuzi was currently providing psychological counsel to Tuesday. Only then did she leisurely open her computer, searching for the morning surveillance footage. At 5 o'clock, the monitor revealed Xiao Fuzi serving Ruoxi her lunch, ensuring it was properly insulated before offering milk to Tuesday. After attending to Tutu's needs, he changed into casual attire and stepped out the door. Although he was facing away, for some inexplicable reason, Ruoxi found herself conjuring the tender visage of Fu Yunma in her mind. The surveillance in the underground passage confirmed that Fu Yunma had indeed ventured into a small courtyard and exited through its door. Curiously, despite the facial recognition system having recorded only Ruoxi's face thus far, Fu Yunma was able to enter and exit with such ease. Ruoxi had forgotten that Fu Yunma had once dabbled in programming. He effortlessly unlocked Ruoxi's phone upon their first meeting. Damn, this fellow is quite adept at concealing his true abilities. Ruoxi glared furiously at Fu Yunma's retreating figure, suppressing the urge to kick him. Fortunately, she had installed numerous surveillance cameras outside, tracing Fu Yunma's movements step by step. Ruoxi ultimately deduced that he had only visited one location, the vineyard above the headquarters in the basement. What could he possibly want there, especially with that group of animal-type ability users still present? Suddenly, all the cameras in the vineyard went black. Despite the extensive coverage, none were operational. Chapter 110. The zombie friend Ruoxi immediately confronted Fu Yunma, positioning the computer to face him. Explain why the surveillance footage went dark as soon as it reached the winery. Was it your doing? Fu Yunma innocently shook his head. How could that be? I didn't do anything. I merely went out for a stroll. Truly. Ruoxi gazed at him intently. Yet Fu Yunma's expression appeared less than earnest. In fact, it bore a semblance of insincerity as he averted his gaze, unable to meet Ruoxi's eyes. Typically, when a man repeatedly insists on the veracity of his words, it suggests that, in 90% of cases, he is indeed deceiving. Fu Yunma could no longer maintain his facade and reluctantly raised his hand in concession. All right, I confess, I have indeed done something, but I assure you, it is far from a nefarious act. I stake my very life on it. I have not committed any wrongdoing against the little diva. However, he still refrained from revealing the exact nature of his actions. Ruoxi rolled her eyes elegantly. Do you think that by delaying, you can conceal the little tasks you have accomplished? Ruoxi began to employ her intellect, retrieving surveillance footage concealed elsewhere, in hopes of uncovering any clues. You are to remain seated across from me. Do not venture anywhere. Upon receiving such a command from Ruoxi, The ever-obedient Fu Yunma dared not defy her. He could only lower his head, resembling a child who had erred, his hands fidgeting restlessly. At a loss, he fixated on Ruoxi's fingers as they danced, his eyes wide in a daze. It must be said that Fu Yunma concealed his emotions remarkably well. Even after a prolonged scrutiny, Ruoxi could not uncover any flaws. Meanwhile, at the back entrance of the winery, a few figures of zombies were spotted. Judging by their trajectory, they seemed to be moving deeper into the winery. A question mark appeared above Ruoxi's head as she glanced up at Fu Yunma. He sat there like a well-behaved child waiting for his girlfriend to finish class, maintaining a straight posture as their eyes met. Although there were merely a few small zombies, it was quite impressive that Fu Yunma, who had been cloistered at home, could still manage to make friends upon venturing outside. Ruoxi silently gave Fu Yunma a thumbs up. This left Fu Yunma utterly baffled. How could this little imp know that my trip to the winery was intended for a confrontation? This foolish lad has truly become more dim-witted since his transformation into a zombie, his intelligence seemingly regressing. Is there even a need to guess? It's evident that your exit was solely for my sake, and what purpose could that serve if not to eliminate those possessing animalistic abilities? Fu Yunma nodded and remarked, "You are indeed quite astute, little imp." To which she replied, "Of course, I am clever." Ruoxi scrutinized Fu Yunma's entire being once more, noticing that he appeared unscathed, his garments intact, devoid of even a speck of dirt. This was perplexing. How could one emerge from a brawl in such pristine condition? Surely, your altercation entailed more than merely summoning a few zombie acquaintances. How have you amassed such a multitude of companions? Fu Yunma, with an air of pride, raised his chin. They followed me of their own accord. I did not threaten them. Perhaps it is due to my striking appearance. Had Fu Yunma not mentioned threats, Ruoxi would not have considered the notion. While it was true that Xiaofu might indeed belong to the more dashing faction of zombies, something still felt amiss. How could zombies possibly choose to follow Fu Yunma in a battle solely based on his looks? Moreover, it seemed Fu Yunma had not engaged in the fray, merely observing from the sidelines. There could only be one explanation. Fu Yunma threatened those zombies. Ultimately, Fu Yunma could not withstand Ruoxi's coercive inquiries and gradually divulged the sequence of events, taking advantage of the respite among the animalistic ability users. Fu Yunma and his zombie brethren infiltrated, causing chaos. You have no idea. I nearly met my demise at their explosives. They were exceedingly fierce. My zombie friends perished, and I could not prevail. Upon hearing this, Ruoxi felt no sympathy. Instead, she coldly inquired, "So, you toiled all morning for naught, causing the demise of your zombie brethren, only to flee in disarray?" Ruoxi gently pressed her brow, letting out a deep sigh. This little Fuzai, instead of being of assistance, had inadvertently brought her considerable trouble. Now, it was already rather peculiar that I had suddenly appeared at the vineyard, and to make matters worse, Chun Xuanbei had discovered the slingshot engraved with my initials. Today, Fuzai has once again stirred the pot, successfully drawing the attention of Fu Yunma and his companions, who have begun to sense that this vineyard is far from ordinary. After all, an unexpected surge of zombies has assailed this place. Ruoxi truly wished to deliver a few sharp raps to Fu Yunma's forehead. "Forgive me, dear little one. I acknowledge my mistake and shall not act impulsively again." Nevertheless, considering the sincerity of the little darling, Ruoxi reluctantly quelled the anger that simmered within her. Outside, the sky had grown nearly dark, and today, with the little one's sudden raid, Chun Xuanbei and his companions might lower their guard. After all, having been visited once within a single day, it seemed unlikely they would be troubled again so soon. As Ruoxi tidied her attire, she began to make her way outside, but Fu Yunma insisted on accompanying her. Ruoxi hastily covered his mouth. "Do not speak recklessly, to insinuate danger before we have even embarked. Could it be that this fellow is an undercover agent sent by the opposition?" Helplessly, Fu Yunma continued to shadow her, and Ruoxi understood that even if she did not acquiesce, he would stealthily trail behind. Should he follow her, she would need to divert her attention, glancing back occasionally to ensure Fu Yunma was not unexpectedly confronted with peril. Thus, she had no choice but to concede. "Very well, but you must behave and refrain from wandering about. Fu Yunma nodded fervently, trailing closely behind her, seemingly quite delighted. Ruoxi secured a red string around Fu Yunma's wrist, tethering them together to prevent him from wandering off. Fu Yunma gave his wrist adorned with the red string a playful shake. This seems akin to the strings of the matchmaker, a bond that ties us together. Upon uttering these words, Ruoxi swiftly pressed a mask onto Fu Yunma's face, ensuring he would not be recognized by Chen Xianbei and others. Although Chen Xianbei might identify her by her silhouette, the same could not be said for the others. Some had glimpsed Ruoxi's visage at the base, but those encounters were fleeting, making it unlikely for them to remember her back. Hence, wearing the mask was a prudent choice, provided they did not encounter Fu Yunma. Chapter 111. The winery. The path was shrouded in darkness, devoid of streetlights. The two advanced slowly, their flashlight illuminating a 10-meter stretch ahead, ready to conceal themselves at the slightest sound of voices. In the distance, a vehicle seemed to be approaching, its headlights piercing through the night. Ruoxi hurriedly pulled Fu Yunma behind her, crouching behind the stone to observe the passing vehicles. They were not precisely cars, but rather small trucks with their backs open, comprising 4 or 5 of them. Noticing the tracks on the road, it became evident that the soil was mixed with the kind of construction dirt she was all too familiar with, as it was present on her own construction site. This indicated that the group had commenced transporting materials, preparing to excavate an underground base. Once they began digging, it would not be long before they uncovered tunnels beneath, potentially breaching the first layer of Ruoxi's basement. Ruoxi must seize the moment to thwart them. Outside the winery, there were patrolling guards. Ruoxi signaled Fu Yunma to be silent. Yet he incessantly chattered about how delightful the air was outside, suggesting that they should not linger in the basement, attempting to sway Ruoxi's thoughts. Ruoxi directly presented Fu Yunma with a substantial reprimand. Still unconvinced? Let me offer 2 more substantial admonishments. Ruoxi resembled a fierce tigress, exuding an air of intimidation. In contrast, Fu Yunma appeared akin to a bullied puppy, with his hands tucked into his pockets, hesitant to retaliate. Dare you utter another word? Ruoxi inquired. Fu Yunma nodded slightly, only to shake his head in response. I shall not dare this time, but perhaps I shall summon the courage next. As Ruoxi could not hear Fu Yunma's innermost thoughts, she mistakenly believed that he was genuinely afraid upon witnessing his timid demeanor. She gently ruffled his hair as a gesture of comfort. Fu Yunma, reciprocating her kindness, shook his head appreciatively, seemingly enjoying this display of affection. It was Ruoxi's customary approach to scold someone briefly before offering them a sweet treat. Clearly, Fu Yunma was quite fond of this method, remaining silent throughout the encounter, no longer indulging in idle chatter. Upon entering, they found others engaged in merriment, singing and dancing around a fire. A large piece of meat was being roasted, yet, due to the crowd size, it appeared that each person was allocated only a small morsel. It was evident that Chen Xianbei was quite invested in this gathering. Ruoxi was thoroughly familiar with the layout of the winery. A figure of Chen Xianbei's stature undoubtedly possessed a designated area for relaxation. In the sweltering heat of summer, the best refuge within the winery was none other than the wine cellar, where it remained the coolest. It was highly probable that Chen Xianbei was residing there. If Ruoxi were to safeguard her interests, she would need to eliminate this group of anomalous beings, including Chen Xianbei himself. Without hesitation, she kicked the cellar door shut and summoned a massive stone from afar to seal it. Given that Chen Xianbei possessed healing abilities and was situated below, he likely lacked the strength to escape from the sealed cellar. As for the bonfires, they conveniently provided Ruoxi with an opportunity. She felt a headache coming on, pondering why this fellow always seemed to wander off. However, she was not overly concerned. After all, Fu Yunma had been confined underground for quite some time, and it was only natural for him to seize the chance to socialize with the numerous zombie acquaintances he had made that day. Much like how, after marriage, men tend to gather with their brothers to share tales of their wives' shortcomings, women, in turn, would convene with their sisters to gossip about the latest scandals, such as who had been caught with a mistress. Ruoxi willingly granted Fu Yunma his personal space, It is only natural for him to have friends. Initially, she simply shrugged her shoulders in indifference. However, at this moment, she found herself plagued by numerous mosquito bites, her entire body itching incessantly, and nearly depleting a bottle of insect repellent. Yet, Fu Yuma's figure remained elusive. How presumptuous of him, she mused, as if he were taking advantage of her kindness. Could he really be sharing drinks with his zombie comrades? Anger surged within her, prompting Ruoxi to swat another mosquito with a resounding clap. Even flies had begun to taunt her. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance, the heavy thud unmistakable. It was clear to Ruoxi that it was not Fu Yunma, yet she had no intention of hiding. One person was manageable. A brazen hand settled on Ruoxi's shoulder, pulling her close with an unsettling familiarity. Well, where did this beauty come from? Are you interested in joining us tonight? Though Ruoxi wore a mask, her eyes unreservedly displayed impatience and disdain. Do you wish to court death? The man, infuriated by humiliation, attempted to lay hands on Ruoxi, but she offered him no opportunity, executing a swift shoulder throw. However, this man was not an ordinary adversary. He promptly grasped a black whistle and raised it to his lips, intending to blow a signal. You are not one of us. Which base do you hail from? Indeed, it is often said that villains meet their demise through excessive chatter. Ruoxi rolled her eyes, unable to suppress her disdain for the man's utter foolishness. He had been given the opportunity to blow the whistle, yet stubbornly chose to speak instead. If he was unwilling to seize the chance presented to him, then Ruoxi would not hold back. Silently, she had manipulated a stone from a distance, suspending it in midair directly above the man. With remarkable agility, at the very moment he blew the whistle, the stone came crashing down with unyielding force. Ruoxi had already leaped several meters away, while the bloodied head, now reduced to a gruesome mass, lay shattered, its rear pulverized, and the eyes obscured in a mosaic of horror. Fortunately, the blood did not splatter onto Ruoxi's attire. Otherwise, she would have rolled her eyes in exasperation once more. Diverse footsteps echoed from all directions, yet the sounds bore no resemblance to those of human beings. Ruoxi's ears twitched as she confirmed her suspicion once more. Indeed, it seemed to be an animal. As if on cue, several wild boars suddenly emerged from the shadows. With their sharp tusks glinting in the light, they let out mournful cries upon noticing the lifeless body beside Ruoxi. Then, to her astonishment, two of them knelt down on their front legs, seemingly engaging in some sacred ritual, paying homage to the man's corpse. Ruoxi had yet to encounter an animal-based ability user and was astonished to discover that those possessing such powers could still exert control over animals even after death. It was akin to an irresistible force, akin to the surrounding ions sensing the atmosphere. Ruoxi remains oblivious to the myriad of supernatural abilities that exist. Clearly, she must delve deeper into understanding them. Otherwise, in a world teeming with wolves and scant prey, conflict is inevitable. To know oneself and one's adversaries is the key to triumph in every battle. Given that those endowed with animalistic powers can freely consume flesh, seize others' crystal cores, and even slay their own kind, the commotion here has undoubtedly attracted the attention of other animalistic supernatural beings, who are now converging towards this location. Ruoxi must first seek a place to conceal herself. Once these individuals discover the body, the intensity of the patrols tonight will undoubtedly increase. Thus, Ruoxi must hasten to set the winery ablaze completely. Ruoxi discovered their gasoline storage point and scattered it around. Grateful for her ability to control, she realized that without it, the vastness of the winery would eventually exhaust her strength. In Chapter 112, titled The Slaughterhouse of the Apocalypse, Xuanbei's gasoline storage was conveniently located at the parking lot where Ruoxi used to park. The numerous barrels and containers provided ample opportunity for concealment. However, midway through her plan, Ruoxi sensed something amiss and recognized that she could not proceed in this manner. The pungent odor of gasoline was too overwhelming. If she continued to spread it, the animal-type ability users would undoubtedly take notice. She had no choice but to wait until they were asleep, incapacitating the patrolling guards with knockout gas. Otherwise, Facing so many alert animal-type ability users would leave Ruoxi utterly outmatched. She covered the gasoline, and, as she did, someone approached, likely drawn by the noxious fumes. A man wielding a submachine gun advanced towards her, followed by several subordinates. The surrounding darkness obscured their features. Yet she could discern from their movements that the leading man possessed greater authority than the others, likely holding the rank of a squad leader within the base. Ruoxi remained concealed behind the oil drum as the group approached ever closer. One of the men appeared to have stepped upon gasoline pooled on the ground. He crouched down to inhale the scent, uttering something indistinct. They shifted into a defensive posture, forming a square around their leader, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. They maintained this stance for a considerable duration, displaying no signs of fatigue, while Ruoxi herself felt wearied from merely observing. Her legs, having been crouched for so long, began to tingle with discomfort. In an effort to divert their attention, Ruoxi gently stirred a nearby branch, causing the group to hesitate for a few moments. The man at the forefront issued a command, prompting them to dash towards the source of the disturbance. Ruoxi let out a momentary sigh of relief. She always sensed that the man was anything but ordinary. Just as he was leaving, he unexpectedly turned his head to glance in her direction. Ruoxi rose, her keen ears twitching as she detected the footsteps behind her. With a swift motion, she darted behind another oil drum, crouching low and cautiously shifting in a different direction. As anticipated, the sounds of departure from the area she had just vacated reached her ears. Those individuals had been completely misled by Ruoxi's feigned diversion, only to circle back behind her. What? I just saw a hand. Where has the person gone? Perhaps I am merely imagining things, having been excessively busy without adequate rest. That might be the case. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced the silence. There is someone here. It was Chen Xuanbei. How could this be? Ruoxi distinctly recalled observing the cellar's entrance, ensuring that she had sealed it off. She had indeed seen Chen Xuanbei's figure inside. With such a massive stone blocking the cellar door, could even Chen Xuanbei, despite his strength, shatter it? Behind Chen Xuanbei, there was something bound together. Could it possibly be explosives? Why had she not heard any explosion? Had the roars of those wild boars masked the sound? Or had a silencer been employed? It was impossible to ascertain. Now that Chen Xuanbei was aware of the intruder's presence, her plans had become significantly more complicated. With a furrowed brow, Ruoxi remained tense. As the patrolling group had yet to disperse, scouring the area, Chen Xuanbei was certain that someone was present, likely due to his keen observational skills. Having noticed her earlier gaze directed at him, the current predicament was far more precarious than before, when captured by Chen Xuanbei in the past. She could afford to jest and maintain a playful demeanor, as she had kept him guessing, leading him to believe she might align herself with their base. However, the situation had irrevocably changed. She had severed all ties with Chen Xuanbei. If he were to see her now, he would likely unleash a barrage from his machine gun, ending her life in an instant. Continuing to retreat, Ruoxi carefully monitored her footing, determined not to disturb any small branches underfoot. Drawing from her extensive experience of rewatching old dramas, she recalled that during such crises, one often inadvertently steps on a twig, creating noise that betrays their location. Indeed, her caution proved futile. Despite her best efforts, she found herself reenacting a scene from a television show, inadvertently stepping on a small branch. There was no remedy for the darkness enveloping her, as she could not use a flashlight. The ground was obscured in pitch blackness, rendering it impossible to see clearly. Ruoxi gazed helplessly at the sky, filled with sorrow. Ruoxi concealed herself behind the neighboring oil drum and, by mere coincidence, collided with someone, leaving her no time to discern what he was holding. Hurry, she is over here. Ruoxi refrained from screaming to attract attention. Although her position had been compromised, she could not allow Chen Xuanbei to discern her identity from the sound. Like a slippery loach, she darted forward, seizing the assailant's arm, twisting the head with a sharp crack, dislocating it. During the struggle, the assailant fired several shots. Under normal circumstances, Ruoxi's agility would have enabled her to evade them flawlessly. However, the surrounding darkness obscured her vision, preventing her from identifying the model of the submachine gun in the man's grasp. Ultimately, she could only perform a few somersaults, emerging with a face full of dirt, having narrowly escaped the bullets. After incapacitating one foe, Ruoxi swiftly concealed herself behind another oil barrel. Fortunately, her chosen direction aligned with the grove within the vineyard, and she soon reached its entrance, slipping inside. At that moment, she caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow, though the figure's features remained indistinct. Yet, an unsettling intuition whispered to her that it was Chun Xuanbei. Once in the grove, she could not afford to let her guard down. The area was rife with wild beasts and animal-type ability users might be able to track her by scent. After narrowly escaping, Ruoxi sought refuge in a small cave. A quick inspection with her flashlight revealed signs of a fire, but no animal droppings, suggesting it was relatively safe. Nevertheless, the occasional chilling cries of bats echoed within the dark cavern, causing her body to involuntarily tremble. Fu Yunma had vanished without a trace, leaving her without any means of communication to reach him. Ruoxi rested momentarily in the cave before retracing her steps along the path etched in her memory, making her way towards the back entrance of the winery. The journey back was relatively smooth, yet as she approached the rear door, a cacophony of anguished screams reached her ears. The cries of infants mingled with the desperate wails of men and women, creating a scene of utter devastation. It resembled the mournful cries of a battlefield during wartime. Within the turmoil, the growls of wild beasts could also be heard. Their ferocious roars silenced the cacophony, extinguishing even the cries of the infants. Ruoxi initially intended to leave, but suddenly recalled that this group of animalistic ability users enhance their own energy by seizing others' crystal cores. Could this place be their slaughterhouse? With this conjecture in mind, Ruoxi inexplicably halted her steps, compelled to investigate further. Chapter 113. The first encounter of the two children, if she were to find an opportunity to set the winery ablaze in a few days. Then surely this group would be liberated. In the apocalypse, with so many lives lost, what could her visit possibly achieve? It would undoubtedly result in mere lamentations followed by a spell of gloom, merely adding to her own anguish. She could not save them, and visiting held no significance. She could only hope that when the time came for her to ignite the winery, these unfortunate souls might regain their freedom. As Ruoxi continued forward, a piercing wail erupted from the direction of the previous sounds, reminiscent of the anguished cries of slaughtered pigs. She was not a legendary hero. According to the narrative of her past life, this world was destined to be saved by Fu Yunhai. Despite having tormented him numerous times in between, it was likely that Fu Yunhai's trajectory would remain unaltered. Yet, whether it would change or not was of little consequence now, as events had already unfolded beyond her control. In the absence of Fu Yunhai, another would surely rise to take his place. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted, accompanied by the approach of hurried footsteps. As they drew nearer, Ruoxi sensed something amiss. Glancing at the firmly shut back door, she was poised to retrieve a ladder from her space to escape. However, the back door was nothing more than a wall, leaving her no choice but to find a hiding spot. The figures rushing in were ragged, their clothing in tatters, revealing far too much. Ruoxi could not help but furrow her brow. Fortunately, having watched a great deal of television, her slight myopia rendered the scene before her a mere mosaic. Additionally, a throng of men emerged, clutching small children, rushing forth in a frenzy as if a tiger were pursuing them. To her astonishment, two actual tigers indeed appeared, darting forth with astounding speed, and in an instant, one of them sank its teeth into a man's neck. As Ruoxi traversed the path just moments ago, the surroundings were pristine. Now, however, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies, stained crimson with blood. Fortunately, the tiger exhibited a preference for adults, while the children, when cast to the ground, went unnoticed by the beast. The tiger circled ominously around the heap of corpses, its razor-sharp teeth glinting ominously. Whether it was the brilliance of its fangs or the flesh and blood hanging from them that captivated the eye, it was unclear. In an instant, the once ferocious creature transformed, adopting a docile demeanor as it lay prostrate on the ground, akin to a reverent offering to the divine, as several individuals approached. One man seized an inconsolable infant by the scruff of its neck and delivered several harsh slaps. "Cease your wailing, you wretched child. Who knows which beast sired you? But your noise is unbearable." From the shadows, Ruoxi clenched her fists, cursing under her breath. As a mother herself, albeit not of her own flesh and blood, she had always nurtured the child as if it were her own. Those who have experienced motherhood cannot fathom such a scene. The child, after being struck, fell silent. The man then carelessly grasped its neck and tossed it to the ground with an air of disdain, as if he intended to trample it underfoot. Thankfully, he refrained from doing so. Otherwise, Ruoxi would have been ill for days. Their figures receded into the distance. Apart from the unfortunate child who had just been struck, all other youngsters had been taken away. Ruoxi beheld the small child, lying motionless on the ground like a withered leaf. Beside the child, a hand extended, belonging to the man who had initially cradled the little one. This must be a relative of the child, despite his neck bleeding profusely and rendering him immobile. The man kept his eyes wide open, fixated on the direction of the child. He gazed in that manner, his hands slightly raised, only to fall heavily, signifying that he had succumbed completely. Ruoxi confirmed that those around had vacated before she approached to investigate. She surmised that the doll might still be alive and delivered a few slaps. When that scoundrel discarded the doll, she distinctly observed the small hand move slightly. As expected, upon testing for breath, she detected a faint trace of life and embraced the doll. Awkwardness ensued. She had not scrutinized it closely earlier, for the little doll was clad in torn shorts, and only now did Ruoxi realize it was a boy. A small lucky pouch was tied around its neck, but the contents were beyond her scrutiny. All she could discern was the character "Ze" adorning the exterior. The stench emanating from the corpse was overwhelmingly pungent, prompting Ruoxi to carry the doll away. Yet, the doll's pant leg was suddenly tugged. Looking down, she saw the boy's relative. He appeared to be gripped by fear over what Ruoxi might do to the child, lingering on the brink of death, yet still tethered by concern for his offspring. Such is the compassion of a parent's heart. Ruoxi crouched down and reassured, "Rest assured, I shall nurture your child and ensure his safety." This little boy, in contrast to the girl in his own household, ignited the notion of a childhood romance blossoming. Even before the nurturing commenced, Ruoxi found herself captivated by the idea. Alas, such is the nature of humanity, forever enamored with the concept of couples. The man, unwilling to release his grip, tugged at Ruoxi's pant leg. However, after a brief moment of contemplation upon the boy, his gaze shifted downward to his own pocket. "Are you indicating that there is something within your pocket?" As Ruoxi posed her question, the man's gaze became completely still, and he released his grip. He reached into his pocket and fumbled around, retrieving a ring. The design on it struck Ruoxi as remarkably familiar, evoking a sense of déjà vu that she could not quite place. The doll in her arms had fainted, but after a few gentle taps on its acupoint, it finally regained some color. Its lips were pale, and its frail body bore numerous bruises, indicating it had suffered from hunger for an extended period. With no hot water available, Ruoxi had no choice but to pour pure milk into a baby bottle and offer it to the boy doll to stave off hunger. She feared that the doll's weakened state might lead to a dire collapse midway. To prevent its cries from attracting animal-type ability users, Ruoxi placed the doll into her spatial pocket. Upon returning home, she still did not find Fu Yunma. Ruoxi felt a twinge of concern. Nevertheless, upon arriving home, she decided to tidy up the boy doll first. Since the necklace in the fortune bag bore the character Ze, she shall name him Ruoxi. She picked up the sniffling rabbit and introduced it with great flair. "This is your little friend, Xiong, affectionately known as Rabbit. And this is Ruoxi, affectionately called Xiaoze." The initial encounter of childhood sweethearts certainly warranted a sense of ceremony. Ruoxi deliberately recorded the moments, as any devoted mother would, capturing the growth of her two little ones. However, the two children paid her no mind. One was engrossed in playing with toys, quietly observing the newcomer, while the other, though awake, was fervently nursing as if it had been an eternity since his last meal. In Chapter 114, The Burning of the Winery, Xiaoze's frail body bore the marks of past injuries, and Ruoxi meticulously tended to his wounds before wrapping them up. She had never been this careful when caring for Tu, yet witnessing Xiao Zhe's feeble state tugged at her heartstrings, making it impossible for her to simply stand by. Fortunately, Xiao Zhe displayed remarkable resilience, vigorously sucking, his will to live proving tenacious even after enduring a few slaps. Given Xiao Zhe's emaciated frame, Ruoxi was uncertain of his exact age and months. Ruoxi gently brought the bunny closer to the cradle to gaze upon Xiao Zhe. With patience, she said, "Bunny, this is your little brother. You must learn to get along with him." The bunny blinked its large eyes, staring blankly at Xiao Zhe, who could barely open his eyes. His little face scrunched up in an unappealing manner. The bunny shook its head, seemingly unable to comprehend what Mama was saying, yet feeling a strong reluctance. It turned away and went to play with its toys in a corner. As a mere observer, Ruoxi witnessed the scene, which appeared tranquil on the surface. Yet her inner thoughts raced. Oh my, a May-December romance. Xiao Zhe's breathing was shallow, leaving Ruoxi hesitant to depart, though she harbored concerns for Fu Yunma's safety. Anxious turmoil swirled within her, and only when Xiao Zhe succumbed to slumber did she venture forth in search of Fu Yunma. However, just as she reached the threshold, an unsettling dissonance caught her attention. An acrid scent of charred remnants filled the air. Accompanying this was the haunting wails of humanity drawing nearer, the cacophony of frantic footsteps creating a disorienting symphony. In that moment, Ruoxi was at a loss, uncertain from which direction the chaos emanated. Perhaps it could be said that individuals were scattering in all directions, fleeing in desperate haste. Ruoxi first sought a concealed spot to hide, as a fiery crimson cloud ignited on the horizon, standing out brilliantly against the inky darkness of the night. The flames did not wane. Rather, they intensified, spreading outward with fervor. In comparison to the direction, it appeared to be a winery. The panicked individuals fleeing were none other than the humans imprisoned by the animal-type ability users. Before Ruoxi, she could ponder who had instigated the inferno. She realized that she had unintentionally drawn the attention of Chun Xuanbei and his companions, making the act of arson rather challenging. A horde of intermediate zombies approached the entrance of the small courtyard, evidently lured by the blaze. She initially assumed they would merely pass by, but to her astonishment, they headed directly towards her courtyard. Each one bore a fierce visage, oozing with pus and blood, their eyes entirely black, and their sharp fangs exposed. It was too late for Ruoxi to retreat to the basement, so she had no choice but to follow the eaves at the back of the house and ascend to the rooftop using a ladder. After a few swift movements, she reached the top and was in the process of retracting the ladder when two zombies suddenly emerged, grasping the bottom of the ladder. As Ruoxi ascended the ladder, the task already tested her physical endurance, and now she found herself encumbered by two additional burdens. Cursed fate! With swift reflexes, she decisively discarded the ladder. Without a moment's hesitation, she cautiously traversed the aged wooden roof, acutely aware that the deteriorated structure posed a significant risk. A single misstep could send her plummeting into the abyss below. As her pace slowed, the horde of zombies began to scale the walls, and when she glanced downward, she discovered herself encircled by the undead. She was surrounded. The intermediate zombies were far more advanced than the lesser ones, possessing the ability to discern human presence through their keen sense of smell, a revelation that dawned upon Ruoxi only now. The long absence from encounters with the outside world zombies had rendered her unacquainted with their behaviors. What should she do now? As Ruoxi suddenly recalled how Xiaofuzi often relied on tomatoes to stave off hunger, she impulsively hurled several large tomatoes outside. Yet astonishingly, none of the zombies were distracted. It seemed these zombies were of a higher caliber, unlike the lesser ones like Xiaofuzi. Nearby, a tree stood tall. Ruoxi prepared herself, contemplating a daring leap to its branches. Though this maneuver carried inherent risks, before she could fully assess the danger, her body instinctively surged forward. Fortunately, her hands caught her weight, drawing the attention of a few zombies. Seizing the moment while the others remained oblivious, Ruoxi swiftly drew her firearm and unleashed a barrage upon the undead, then gracefully slid down the tree branch. However, her delicate arms suffered a grievous scrape, tearing away a significant patch of skin, leaving her bleeding profusely. In a bid to delay the zombies, Ruoxi retreated toward the well, beside which sat a sturdy barrel she had previously crafted as a mechanism, capable of supporting her weight. Beneath the well lay another contraption, a door leading to an underground passage, akin to an emergency exit, which she had designed for urgent situations and now proved invaluable. Upon entering, she unexpectedly encountered Fu Yunma, who was in the midst of changing clothes. The words slipped out with an unexpected acidity, even surprising Ruoxi herself. Fu Yunma's immediate focus fell upon her injured arm, where a large wound marred her skin, exposing raw flesh. Frowning deeply, he hastily abandoned his attire and rushed to her side. With remarkable efficiency, Fu Yunma retrieved a first aid kit to tend her injury. The moment he touched the wound, Ruoxi winced in pain, biting her lip to suppress any cries. Her other hand clenched into a tight fist. "It's nothing. Just went out to find you and unfortunately encountered a horde of mid-level zombies," she managed to explain. Fu Yunma lifted his gaze. "Zombies?" He scoffed softly, muttering to himself. "What would any zombie dare to do to you?" Ruoxi, unable to decipher his thoughts, soon realized the underlying irritation. That pesky little zombie, both inept and playful. Suddenly, Fu Yunma's demeanor shifted to one of sternness, leaving him flustered as he nearly brushed against her injury. Reluctantly, he conceded, "I'll assist you." What could Xiaofuzi possibly mean by that? Memories of the Great Fire and the humans they had rescued flooded her mind. She wondered whether those animal-type ability users were still alive. If so, they would undoubtedly seek vengeance in the future. Ruoxi reflected on her own shortcomings, questioning whether Xiaofuzi had managed to achieve what she could not, especially after Chun Xuanbei and the others had heightened their vigilance. "That fire was your doing, quite impressive. Hiding your talents so well," she thought. A sudden movement of her arm inadvertently grazed the wound, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. "Be careful," Fu Yunma cautioned, deftly tying a perfect bow in a bandage. The subtle nuances of their exchange hung in the air, leaving an enigmatic tension lingering between them. Ruoxi, feeling slightly embarrassed, gently pinched the tip of her nose. "Well, one should consider whose girlfriend they are." Fu Yunma paused momentarily, and upon grasping the implication, exchanged a knowing smile with her. As she recounted the origins of Xiao Zhe, she became animated, portraying herself as a grand hero, bravely battling those with animalistic powers and rescuing the little child from their clutches. Even when the child was on the brink of death, she had still managed to save him. Despite the embellishments, she narrated the tale with such vividness that she almost convinced herself of its authenticity. Fu Yunma, however, was aware that the reality differed. After all, he had been watching from a distance at the back door when she found Xiao Zhe. Whenever she faced danger, he would step forward to protect her. "By the way, did you take out the items from the wine cellar when you set fire to the distillery?" Suddenly, she was drenched in cold sweat as memories of the cellar's contents flooded her mind. The alcohol was not far from the basement. If the explosives had not been thoroughly removed, a raging fire could ignite and obliterate the entire underground. Fu Yunma shook his head. What was inside? If it all burned, wouldn't that be for the best? Who cared about it? Before he could finish his thought, Ruoxi's expression turned grave as she seized Fu Yunma's hand and fled. Each cradled a child, desperate to escape this perilous situation. Their home lay beneath the winery, and should those explosives detonate, this place would be reduced to rubble. Fu Yunma, that foolish donkey. If time permitted, Ruoxi truly wished to deliver a few well-deserved reprimands to him. Ruoxi approached to embrace the child. Yet unexpectedly, Fu Yunma remained utterly still, lost in confusion. Where shall we go from here? Why must we depart so abruptly? She commanded. Bring this scoundrel down and execute him. There are explosives. Flee at once. Do not linger here at the cost of your lives. Yet, Fu Yunma remained unperturbed, leisurely donning the garments he had previously discarded. It matters not. Let it explode. Let death come. To perish alongside this little troublemaker is worth it. As she was about to unleash a torrent of invectives, she suddenly came to a realization. Her gaze abruptly shifted, fixating on Fu Yunma, and the fury in her eyes dissipated like mist in the morning sun. Ruoxi wore a facade of laughter while her heart remained heavy. She set down her 2 children and picked up a feather duster. "You little rascal. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? If there were explosives, you wouldn't be so leisurely. Surely you would have dealt with them by now." She realized that in her earlier haste, she had overlooked something significant. After she had departed from the winery, Fuzzy had set it ablaze. It was impossible for him to have followed her the entire time she was there. She would have certainly noticed another set of eyes upon her. Yet, she had not detected Fuzzy's presence, which implied he must have ventured elsewhere and engaged in other activities. Those explosives had undoubtedly been relocated by him. Now, he was simply toying with her. Fu Yunma, who had initially relished in his playful deception, wore a broad smile. However, the moment Ruoxi grasped the feather duster, his grin vanished instantly. "What are you doing, you little troublemaker? Weren't you planning to leave? Why aren't you packing your things?" The 2 of them were in a delightful ruckus, while Tutu, accustomed to the commotion, nibbled on her little finger nearby. Xiaoza, having been roused from slumber, did not cry, but instead blinked his wide eyes quietly, sipping his milk with utmost adorableness. However, Tutu was less restrained, being of short stature. She could only tug at Xiaoza's clothing. Naughty little brother. Ruoxi and Fu Yunfan were drawn to the commotion nearby, both glancing over. Was it a stinky little brother or an ugly little brother? She had never taught Tutu that phrase. She had merely referred to him as brother once. It was already summer, and with the blazing heat above, the temperature soared even higher, making Ruoxi feel as though she might melt away. Tutu was also unable to sleep, not wanting to refrain from wailing and throwing a tantrum on the ground. Although Xiaoze remained silent, Ruoxi was acutely aware of his discomfort. Given Xiaoze's frail health, she feared the heat might provoke an illness. Ultimately, she and Fu Yunma reached a unanimous decision. Of course, Fu Yunma's agreement was of little consequence. Once Ruoxi had resolved upon something, it was settled. They decided that the family of 4 would relocate to a smaller courtyard further away, nestled by the mountains and water. Though damp and considerably less spacious than their original home, it offered a much cooler respite. Fu Yunma packed boxes with great diligence, and one might mistake him for someone who had once worked in a moving company. "Are you inherently destined to be a busybody, unable to remain idle?" Ruoxi remarked with a smile. This forced smile was all too familiar to Fu Yunma. It signified her irritation. He blankly scratched the back of his head, perplexed. For despite his diligent efforts, he had committed no wrongdoing. Fu Yunma leaned closer to Ruoxi, adopting an expression that pleaded for praise. Ruoxi swiftly swatted him away, exclaiming, "Go, go, go. Take the 2 children and follow me without any luggage." Previously, she had discreetly activated the mechanism to transport her belongings to their new home during a time when no one was around, leaving only items that were either essential or dispensable. She had forgotten to inform Fu Yunma about this, and as a result, he had efficiently worked to the point of nearly dismantling the house. Although Fu Yunma did not comprehend the reasoning behind this, he obediently trailed after Ruoxi. He carried a small cage on his back, securing the rabbit within to prevent any erratic movements. In his arms, he cradled Xiaoze, who required careful attention due to his frail health. It was not that Ruoxi intended to torment Fu Yunma. Rather, the rabbit had refused to let her hold it since its last mishap. What a rebellious creature. She wished to embrace Xiaoze, yet her clumsy handling often resulted in unintentional bumps. After a few steps, Fu Yunma could no longer bear the sight and swiftly snatched Xiaoze from Ruoxi's grasp. Ruoxi walked ahead with her hands tucked into her pockets. It seemed she had forgotten something. It was only upon arriving at the new house that she remembered she had neglected to prepare a meal for the workers at the construction site, and they had yet to have their lunch that day. Ruoxi suddenly sprang up and dashed to the construction site, as if in a hurried race, where the workers were quenching their thirst with water. Ruoxi had no choice but to procure some food from the supermarket to satiate the hunger of the group. Occasionally indulging in a snack was inconsequential. It was merely a means to stave off hunger, to prevent the workers from succumbing to sudden hunger pangs during their afternoon tasks. She placed a box nearby, filled with small snacks, allowing them to help themselves when in need. Lu Biao, with a face full of curiosity, leaned closer to Ruoxi and remarked, "Boss, why do you have such prominent dark circles today? Did you not have time to cook during lunch? Surely you weren't up all night playing with your husband?" Ruoxi nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. After toiling away, spending an entire night setting fire to the winery, what were these people even thinking? She smirked slightly and remarked, playing games one-on-one. He can never outmatch me, yet he insists on dragging me into it." Lu Biao, adopting the demeanor of an experienced individual, interjected, "Engaging in this manner incessantly is not advisable. I happen to possess a family heirloom of kidney tonic. Would you care for some?" She was taken aback, realizing that this conversation was merely a pretext to peddle a product. But wait, how did he know that she and Fu Yunma frequently engaged in such games? Ruoxi frowned in confusion. Chapter 116, The Mutant Mouse. Ruoxi pushed Lu Biao away, bestowing upon him a distant gaze. "Are you not feeling excessively idle of late?" Initially, she contemplated expressing her thoughts more bluntly, questioning his sanity. Yet she opted for a more refined approach. Lu Biao scratched the back of his head, pondering, "Isn't this simply human nature?" Ruoxi harbored a distaste for such jesting. Thus today, she meticulously scrutinized the progress at the construction site. Upon discovering any discrepancies, she summoned Lu Biao and delivered an admonishing reprimand. As the proprietor, her dissatisfaction inevitably affected Lu Biao. It appeared that her recent preoccupations had diverted her attention from the site, allowing the workers to act with impunity. Throughout the day, Ruoxi maintained a vigilant watch, and the sluggish pace of the laborers instilled in her a sense of urgency. This could not continue. By the time she returned home, she had resolved to release Wu Weiguo sooner than anticipated. Leaving Lu Biao to manage the site alone would grant him unchecked autonomy, leading to increasingly reckless behavior and a lack of discernment. The new residence, while significantly smaller than before, remained somewhat acceptable, albeit with a hint of dampness. "What are you up to?" Had Ruoxi not intervened in time, Fu Yunma would undoubtedly have succumbed to his primal craving for flesh and devoured the live mouse. Eating a live mouse. If little Fuzai truly went through with it, Ruoxi believed she would never wish to associate with him again. Fu Yunma, feigning a pitiful demeanor, leaned closer. "I'm hungry." As Ruoxi gazed at Fu Yunma's once luxuriant crown of hair, now seemingly thinning after being tied into a small bun for such a duration, she realized she could no longer tease the poor fellow's head, lest he truly become bald. "You should cook for yourself. Surely you do not expect your kind, beautiful, generous, and charming girlfriend to prepare meals for you?" Fu Yunma blinked, harboring a glimmer of hope. "Is that permissible?" Ruoxi nodded with a smile. "Of course, but you must be prepared to savor the taste of charred coal. I will also regulate the amount of salt." "Never mind, I'll handle it myself." Upon hearing Ruoxi's words, Fu Yunma hesitated. Indeed, he had witnessed the culinary skills of this little culinary artist. Even using an air fryer sometimes led to disastrous results, and combining two incompatible ingredients nearly resulted in poisoning. Ruoxi gazed at the few mice within the cage, each no larger than half an infant, lost in contemplation. What would be the consequences if the zombie virus were injected into these rodents? Can humanity truly substitute mice for experimentation? Without initiating practical operations, all remains shrouded in uncertainty. By the way, remember to securely lock your door and disguise your appearance on your daily journey to the laboratory to prevent any workers from stealthily escaping the construction site. Although the dormitory area for the workers has been cordoned off, rendering it impossible for anyone to exit without Ruoxi's consent, one can never be too cautious. Should someone awaken an extraordinary ability and clandestinely emerge to encounter Xiao Fuzi, it would spell disaster. Fu Yunma nodded, yet lamented the absence of a control group of humans, rendering the experiment impossible to proceed. Should I continue my research on the zombie virus? He pondered aloud, while Ruoxi remained fixated on him. Ruoxi now harbors some doubts. Could it be that Fu Yuan met his untimely demise at the hands of Xiao Fuzi? After all, it seems improbable that a zombie would be devoid of any desire upon sighting flesh. If Xiao Fuzi were unable to resist the temptation to consume human beings, would it still be feasible for him to partake in this experiment? Recently, Ruoxi has not been idle, she has acquired a considerable amount of experimental knowledge and skills. Nevertheless, when it comes to personally conducting experiments, she remains inexperienced. For the time being, we shall not require her assistance, as our vegetable garden must continue to rely on your unwavering efforts. After all, you are the sole labor force at home. The new house boasts a patch of fertile land, which is quite bountiful. However, Ruoxi quickly loses interest in tilling the soil and will need to depend on Fu Yunma. Reluctantly, Fu Yunma shoulders the hoe to tend to the garden, while Ruoxi resembles a mother reluctantly sending her child off to school after summer vacation, feeling a pang of sorrow at their parting. Once Fu Yunma has completely disappeared from view, Ruoxi lets out a light-hearted laugh, turns on the television, and reclines on the couch. Today, the little rabbit is unusually quiet, playing with toys without causing much noise, and Xiao Zhe's complexion has significantly improved. Ruoxi spread her hands, exclaiming that she felt like a victor in life, effortlessly attaining the joy of having both a son and a daughter, creating a harmonious existence. However, the bond between her children may not necessarily lead to a romantic conclusion. They might end up as mere siblings in the future. Even so, Ruoxi remained largely indifferent to this possibility. She was aware that a new type of ability user had emerged, one capable of generating air, colloquially referred to as an air ability user. This revelation had come to her ears through the gossip of a group of animal-type ability users. The fate or whereabouts of Chun Xuanbei was completely cast aside in her mind. She was uninterested, just as she was reclining in comfort. A sudden loud noise erupted from the front door. "Oh no, there's a giant rat in the vegetable patch. I'm so afraid." Ruoxi cast a bewildered glance at Fu Yunma, urging him to comprehend the situation on his own. How could someone capable of setting a winery ablaze fear a mere rodent? Just moments ago, he had successfully captured a mouse. Let us refrain from frivolous banter. I am engrossed in a television program. Be good, and if you feel fatigue, perhaps you might indulge in a brief afternoon slumber. Ruoxi's gaze remained fixed on the television, showing no inclination to observe Fu Yunma. She lazily ran her fingers through Fu Yunma's hair, offering a perfunctory gesture of comfort. "I am speaking the truth. It is indeed substantial." Fu Yunma's tone was filled with urgency, devoid of any semblance of deceit. Ruoxi gazed at him for several moments, and upon confirming with a 90% certainty that he was not deceiving her, she slowly rose to her feet. In this day and age, how large could a rat possibly be? A rat the size of a half-baby from the south was already quite substantial. How could it possibly be much larger than that? Where are the rats? My goodness, you never mentioned there could be one of such size. As Ruoxi emerged alongside Fu Yunma, she unexpectedly encountered a colossal rat, its eyes a terrifying crimson hue, gleaming with an unsettling brilliance. Its two incisors were remarkably sharp. The most alarming aspect was its size, nearly comparable to that of a human, almost rivaling that of a young bear. The creature's tail swayed ominously, sweeping towards Ruoxi, while it pounded its chest and roared, seemingly summoning its companions. Ruoxi and Fu Yunma narrowly escaped the tail's attack. "It is shaking the mouse. Do you know how many brothers it has?" Ruoxi inquired. Fu Yunma shook his head. "Oh dear, what shall we do now? What else can we do? We must eliminate it. Are you suggesting we let it consume us instead?" Ruoxi pulled out a hand grenade and threw it at the feet of the giant rat. Chapter 117, Battling the Rat. Strangely, even when several bombs exploded simultaneously, the rat remained unscathed and, instead, roared with even greater fury due to Ruoxi's actions. Has this rat mastered the golden sampan technique? How incredibly tenacious. Ruoxi hastily retrieved a weapon and tossed it to Fu Yunma. To her surprise, he cowered behind her, too afraid to step forward, clutching the weapon tightly, yet unable to wield it. Frustrated, Ruoxi felt a surge of irritation as iron lumps began to form on her knuckles, struggling to suppress the urge to kick Fu Yunma away. "How does one operate this gun? Why can't I seem to pull it apart?" Fu Yunma murmured from behind her, but Ruoxi paid him no heed. "Be quiet." Ruoxi had been observing the mutated mouse for quite some time and discovered that as long as they remained silent and changed their positions, the creature was utterly oblivious to their presence. There was only one plausible explanation. This mouse was blind. It was likely a side effect of its mutation, with both of its eyes turned crimson, impairing its vision and forcing it to rely solely on hearing and a distorted sense of sight to discern the direction of its enemies. With no time to ponder the creature's diet during its days underground, Ruoxi swiftly pushed Fu Yunma into the house and locked the door from the outside, preventing him from emerging. Initially, she had hoped that Xiao Fuzi, being quite vigorous, could assist her in restraining the mutated mouse. However, to her dismay, she realized that it was not merely a small zombie, but also incapable of wielding a weapon. What was the point of keeping him around? He was a liability, and during her confrontations, she would have to constantly worry about both his safety and Xiao Fuzi's, which was exceedingly troublesome. Inside, Fu Yunma was pounding frantically on the door, demanding Ruoxi to let him out, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. The commotion was too loud, forcing Ruoxi to retreat in another direction. She had anticipated that the mutated mouse would charge at the door upon hearing Fu Yunma's frantic knocks, but to her astonishment, it seemed to have completely disregarded his cries, simply bypassing the scene entirely. If Ruoxi had already devised a contingency plan, should it attempt to gnaw at the door, she would launch an assault from behind. However, it suddenly deviated from her expectations. Although she was unaware of the reason, Ruoxi remained vigilant, not overly concerned. For capturing the mutated rat was her primary objective. Ruoxi had 2 blades strapped to her waist, one long and one short, while wielding a gun in her hand. She fired several shots, swiftly repositioning herself and controlling the volume of the sound she made. However, she soon realized that shooting was futile. It did not inflict the slightest harm on the mutated rat. With no other options, Ruoxi focused intently on observing the creature's every move, studying its habits and weaknesses. The mutated rat pounced upon the spot where Ruoxi had recently lingered. Although it detected the noise, it did not come close to her in the slightest. This only exacerbated its already irritable temperament, causing it to pound its chest repeatedly and emit a sound akin to a supersonic wave. At that moment, from her vantage point, Ruoxi caught sight of the rat's silhouette. That particular orifice. Yes, that very orifice which unleashed its excrement in a fit of rage. The path traversed by the mutated rat was marked by a trail of droppings, creating a foul circle wherever it went. The stench was unbearable, and Ruoxi nearly retched. Ruoxi pinched her nose, stowed away her firearm, and drew a small knife, making a harsh cut against the wall that produced a sharp, unpleasant sound. The mutated rat's speed had doubled, racing towards Ruoxi's position. Fortunately, she had anticipated the need to flee and narrowly avoided being captured by the creature. After confirming the knife's sharpness, Ruoxi concealed herself nearby, poised to seize an opportunity to strike. If circumstances permitted, she wished to don gloves, fearing that a single thrust could unleash the contents of the mutated rat's belly, resulting in an indescribable mess. Ruoxi felt an overwhelming sense of inner turmoil. Utterly disgusted by the recent encounter where she nearly stepped on the excrement of that mutated rat. Aside from the anus, the only other vulnerable point was the eyes, as it was highly improbable that the neck could be targeted. The instant one approached the neck, one would also need to prepare for the grim possibility of having an arm bitten off by the mutated rat. Such an action was far too perilous. There was no need to take such a reckless gamble with an arm for the sake of a mere mutated rat. Ruoxi fixed her gaze upon the eyes of the mutated mouse, which were a deep crimson. It was already blind to the world. Her efforts to pierce it with a few strikes seemed utterly futile, merely a matter of whether its blindness was complete or not. Ruoxi readied her stance, lurking behind the mutated rat. After thorough deliberation, she pinpointed the precise moment to strike, having envisioned the subsequent actions countless times in her mind. She confirmed her proficiency and confidence before proceeding. 3, 2. As Ruoxi counted down the seconds, her gaze was fixed intently on her target, feeling as though her eyes had been insulted. Yet, in that very first second of her charge, she heard a voice exclaim, "Stay right there, my little darling. I shall protect you." Fuyumobarst fort, wielding a firearm. The mutated rat, initially turned away from Ruoxi, suddenly pivoted upon hearing the commotion. Now, directly facing her, She nearly stumbled in a most undignified manner. No, it was a situation befitting a lady's misstep. If she did indeed fall, the ground would be littered with the droppings of the mutated rats, transforming the mishap into an unfortunate reality. At this moment, Ruoxi silently extended countless well wishes to Fu Yunma's mother, only to realize that she had long since met her demise at his hands. Regardless of the insults hurled, they proved futile against Fu Yunma. Observing the present scene, Fu Yunma felt a stiffness creep into his back, and a forced smile escaped his lips. He then hurriedly approached Ruoxi, enveloping her in his protective embrace. "Fear not, my little darling, for I am here to safeguard you." Ruoxi wore a facade of laughter while concealing her true feelings, casting a glance at the door that had been forcefully shattered. Truly impressive. She had locked the door from the outside, yet little Fuzai had managed to simply rip it off its hinges. With such strength, what was the pretense of weakness earlier? The mutated mouse tilted its head in confusion, moving slowly until it stood a meter in front of Fu Yunma, who was wildly brandishing his weapon with his eyes closed. "Ruoxi, this fool, I do not know him." Just as Ruoxi was about to act, pulling Fu Yunma behind her and readying the knife in her hand, the mutated rat suddenly became motionless. Even in the presence of Fu Yunma's continuous sounds, it simply stared at him, remaining utterly still. Ruoxi paused, her hand halting. Fu Yunma wildly waved a small knife, unexpectedly managing to carve a line across the face of the mutated rat, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Yet, the wound swiftly began to mend, and the blood that flowed solidified, cascading down to the ground and transforming into crimson stones. Ruoxi currently wears a look of utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend the reasons behind this peculiar behavior. Why are the mutated rats so irritable towards her, yet exhibit such gentleness and lack of temper in the presence of Fu Yunma? Could it be that zombies of the same kind refrain from mutual slaughter? Chapter 118, Straightening Her Back. Ruoxi felt quite bewildered, unable to comprehend the relationship between Fu Yunma and the mutated rat. Perhaps it was due to the fact that zombies do not engage in mutual slaughter, she mused internally. No other explanation seemed to emerge in her mind. This singular possibility appeared to be the only viable one. As Fu Yunma and the mutated rat playfully exchanged blows, dodging each other's advances in a seemingly trivial skirmish, they gradually retreated to the front of Ruoxi's home. Ruoxi gazed at the tragic scene of the fallen gate, a faint smile tugging at her lips. If that mouse were to linger any longer, this place might very well become a nest of rodent droppings. Fu Yunma, intent on maintaining his charade, feigned innocence and shook his head in bewilderment. "I don't know it. Little diva, come and assist me. I seem unable to contend with him," Fu Yunma panted, resembling an idol who had just concluded a vigorous performance on stage, while Ruoxi's gaze, akin to a camera lens, captured him and prompted his theatrical display. "I'm afraid the content you provided contains inappropriate language and themes. Please provide a different text for editing and translation." As Ruoxi turned her back and walked inside, she cast not a single glance at Fu Yunma. Before leaving, she added, "Remember to fix the door. Otherwise, do not dare to sleep in bed at night." Fu Yunma blinked in confusion, his mind racing but failing to uncover the flaw that had been detected by the little mischief maker. Nearby, the mutated mouse bowed its head submissively, resembling a pet owned by Fu Yunma. Despite having been struck several times, it bore no resentment. With his hands resting on his shoulders, Fu Yunma turned, his cold gaze sweeping the room. Having just been scolded by the little trickster, he found himself in need of an outlet for his frustration and the sight before him. The mutated mouse, perhaps endowed with an uncanny sixth sense, trembled and took a few steps back, shaking its head vehemently. "Oh dear, why must the boss act this way?" It was he who had been instructed to perform, yet now he seemed intent on retaliating. The mutated mouse retreated a few steps, and Fu Yunma advanced slightly, slowly extending his hand. Expecting a slap to land upon its face, the mouse braced itself for evasion. But in the next moment, something unexpected appeared in Fu Yunma's hand. A hoe. "The vegetable patch remains unfinished. Go dig, and do your utmost to complete it within these 2 days." Fu Yunma assigned the gardening task to the mutated mouse and then, with a casual clap of his hands, departed. The mutated mouse stood still, gradually petrified. Oh, how did it come to serve such a master? Ruoxi bit into an apple and inquired. Ruoxi, could you possibly be any more absurd? Do you genuinely believe the lies you utter? Are you treating her like a 3-year-old? She must be your zombie friend. No wonder you've refrained from introducing her to me. However, mutated rats are hardly something to be ashamed of. They merely have a propensity for defecation, much like yourself. Fu Yunma, with a perplexed expression, retorts, I do not defecate excessively. What do you mean by saying I am like that? You little drama queen, kindly elucidate. Ruoxi raised an eyebrow and switched the channel to play the beloved Peppa Pig, instantly capturing the attention of both children. Who is it that, during every family gathering or outing, remains ensconced in the bathroom until the very last moment? The odor is both pungent and excessive. Ruoxi once believed that even a handsome man's excrement would possess a fragrant allure. However, she is now compelled to confront a stark reality. The feces of a handsome man bears no distinction from that of an ordinary individual, reeking just the same. Fu Yunma, feeling disgruntled, engaged in futile attempts at justification for quite some time, but upon realizing that Ruoxi was entirely indifferent to his words, he ultimately fell silent. During dinner, Ruoxi surveyed the array of dishes on the table. Alas, none of them appealed to her palate. It turns out that Xiao Fuzi had remained quiet all along, pondering over this very matter. When Ruoxi's temper flared, she cast aside her chopsticks with a flourish. I have no appetite. I shall not eat. She then proceeded to rummage through the snacks, unabashedly doing so in front of Fu Yunma. Unfortunately, she stumbled upon the sight of Tu stealthily pilfering some candies. Despite her cautious efforts, Tu, having finally managed to extract 2 pieces of candy, was caught, her lips pursed tightly. The little round figure visibly stiffened, nearly losing her balance in a precarious stumble. As Ruoxi snacked, she grasped the hand of Rabbit to prevent her from falling. Do not fret. It is merely a couple of candies you are pilfering. Simply slip them into your mouth quietly, and your father would never pry them from your lips. Initially, Fu Yunma's attention was solely on Ruoxi, but now, prompted by her words, he noticed Rabbit indulging in her sweet theft once more, his expression growing increasingly indignant. Rabbit, Ruoxi gently nudged her, speaking in an encouraging tone. Tu, go on. Your father is calling for you. Stand tall, do not fear him. Tu, filled with a sense of despair, replied with a forlorn expression. Ruoxi intentionally sought to provoke Fu Yunma's ire, all because the evening's menu lacked her favored dishes. In moments of self-reflection, she would chastise herself for her fastidiousness, pondering why she was so particular about her food. After all, the dishes were not poisonous. Surely, she could endure a meal without her preferred items. She often reminded herself of the countless souls outside who might not have a morsel to eat, urging herself not to be so finicky. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. She had earned the right to be a little spoiled, especially since Fu Yunma delighted in indulging her whims. It seemed that over time, she had increasingly embodied the persona of a little diva. As she watched the rabbit lose its candy, a satisfied smile graced Ruoxi's lips. The rabbit appeared somewhat discontent, squatting before Xiao, contemplating the life of human offspring. It babbled incomprehensibly to Xiao, and though Ruoxi could not discern a single word, she surmised that it was likely lamenting about its parental figures, branding them as unfair for their teasing. Since that incident, the rabbit had forsaken its toys and ceased watching television, resisting the allure of Peppa Pig. Each day, it would rest its little hands on its chin, engaging in soliloquies before Xiao, gazing at him expectantly. Even in its still-developing speech, Ruoxi could intuit that the rabbit awaited Xiao's maturation so they could play together, for toys and cartoons no longer held any charm for it. With the child no longer causing a commotion, Ruoxi reclined lazily on the sofa, sweeping her hands aside to dismiss Fu Yunma, who was attempting to assert his presence. Little diva, she mused, I am managing both little ones splendidly on my own. I may not be seeking accolades, but surely my efforts deserve some recognition. Might I request not to sleep on the sofa again tonight?" Ruoxi let out a soft exclamation, as if I had suggested she sleep on the sofa. With so many spaces available, she could simply find a spot on the floor to rest. Chapter 119. Inheriting the love-struck mind that night, Tutu was abruptly awakened by a noise in the living room. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she noticed that the sound had ceased. She moved to the bedside, slowly stepping out of her crib, which was enclosed by rails. Her movements were fluid, suggesting a familiarity with the routine. Approaching Xiaoza's bed, she switched on a small yellow lamp, casting a gentle glow nearby. She brought over a small stool and sat down. Watching as Xiaoza was adorned with several little yellow duck stickers on his cheeks, her chin resting in her hands, filled with a sense of anticipation. "Brother, you must grow up quickly. Then it won't just be me who gets bullied by Mama and Papa," she mused. That silly Mama thinks she can bully me just because Papa dotes on her. When you're older, I'll take you to sneak some candy. I've already devised a plan for how to do it. But if we get caught, you must take the blame for me. You're still so little. It's only right that you accommodate your sister." Xiaoza, who had been sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Upon awakening, he found only a dim light and an unexpected presence beside him. Had it been Tutu, she would have been frightened to tears upon seeing someone next to her while she slept, but Xiaoza appeared as if he were incapable of crying, simply staring blankly and inching away slightly. When Tutu realized she had been caught peeking, she felt a wave of awkwardness. She kicked her short legs in the air, jumped down, and turned off the small lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness. The two little ones remained silent, caught in a stillness. After a while, in the dark, Tutu was about to switch the lamp back on, thinking that Xiaoza must have fallen asleep. However, as soon as she turned on the light, their eyes met once again. Tutu was nearly startled into tears, her little face flushed with embarrassment. Xiaoza's face had matured a bit, and he had also grown fairer over the past few days, looking quite handsome. The nearby fan whirred, sending warm summer breezes through the room. Whether it was psychological or due to the warmth, Tutu tossed and turned several times before finally dozing off. Even children have their worries. It's just that she could not articulate them, and no one could comprehend her thoughts. In the corner of the living room, next to the sofa, Ruoxi and Fu Yunfan remained in a stalemate for quite some time. Having frozen in place ever since their disturbance awakened the little rabbit. They dared not move, fearing detection. Initially, they presumed that the rabbit merely sought a drink of milk, but to their astonishment, it ventured to Xiao Zhe's side in the dead of night, staring at him intently for quite a while. Such familiarity with the action suggested that the little one was no novice. Moreover, it carried a small lantern, which explained why it cherished the light so dearly during the day, forbidding any interference. Yet, in the next moment, the rabbit switched on the lantern again, turning its back to them, seemingly absorbed in whatever captivated its attention about Xiao Zhe. Should Xiao Zhe awaken suddenly and discover someone standing at the foot of his bed, he would likely be utterly terrified. Ruoxi felt that Tutu's habit of secretly watching Xiaoza at midnight, despite being her own brother, was rather inappropriate. She resolved to subtly address this issue with Tutu the following day. Fu Yunmo raised an amused eyebrow, thinking to himself that she was indeed his daughter, having perfectly inherited his romantic inclinations. Ruoxi sensed the joy radiating from the person beneath her, and with a frown, she sat up uncomfortably. Alas! Having remained in that position for so long without daring to move and make a sound, her entire body now felt numb. Ruoxi leaned closer to Fu Yunmo's ear and whispered softly, "Has the little rabbit truly fallen asleep this time?" Ruoxi playfully pinched Fu Yunmo's waist and prepared to rise. Yet, before she could fully straighten up, Fu Yunmo pulled her back down. His tone was laced with ambiguity as he leaned closer, enveloping them in a hazy atmosphere. Wasn't this permissible? Ruoxi, is this fellow perverse? What if the rabbit wakes up again? He is shameless, yet she still has her dignity. As Ruoxi vehemently resisted, Fu Yunmo had no choice but to acquiesce. They drew closer together, gradually making their way towards the master bedroom. The following day, Ruoxi appeared at the construction site with prominent dark circles under her eyes. Although she had attempted to conceal them with concealer, a discerning eye could still detect their presence. Lu Biao stood nearby, wearing an expression that conveyed understanding. Boss Ru, are you sure you won't try a bottle of Shen-Duo Bao? It's a family heirloom of mine. Ruoxi received no news, her spirits not particularly elevated, and she swiftly silenced Lu Biao's incessant chatter with a single remark. Engaging in discussions unrelated to work will result in a deduction of 1,500 from your salary. Oh. This proclamation struck Lu Biao like a bolt from the blue, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Isn't there still 4 or 5 days left? Why has it been announced early? Have you perhaps misremembered the date?" "Dear boss?" Ruoxi maintained her composure. "The reason for this must be evident to you. It is unclear who bribed the worker delivering meals to Wu Weigua, instructing him to secretly lace the steamed buns with laxatives to harm Wu and his companions. Given the circumstances, there was no choice but to release Wu Weigua prematurely. Otherwise, I feared he might perish within those confines before ever having the chance to emerge." Lu Biao clenched his fists in silence, enraged that Wu Weigua had the audacity to report to Boss Ruo. Ruoxi silently absorbed Lu Biao's subtle expressions. Wu Weigua, being astute, understood that reporting Lu Biao's misdeeds to her would inevitably lead to severe repercussions for him once Lu emerged. Thus, despite numerous opportunities to voice his grievances, Wu Weigua chose discrétion. However, Ruoxi, undeterred, made her own discoveries. Her words in Lu Biao's presence were intentionally crafted to exacerbate the animosity between Wu Weigua and Lu Biao. It was essential that these two remained in a state of irreconcilable conflict. Even if such enmity did not exist, Ruoxi was determined to stoke the flames of discord. Ruoxi took a few steps to assess the situation, concluding that it was nearly time to act. She planned to wait for Wu Weigua to point out Lu Biao's engineering flaws the following day. Standing before the holding room, she released Wu Weigua. Wu Xiaojun attempted to follow him out, but Ruoxi decisively locked the door with a resounding click. "You still have 4 or 5 days left. I will release you when the time comes, so be patient." Wu Xiaojun nodded, feeling an inexplicable emotion towards the indifferent woman before him. He could not articulate this feeling, which lingered in his heart, perplexing him. Wu Weigua had initially intended to speak on Wu Xiaojun's behalf, but upon seeing his nod, he ultimately refrained from speaking further. After all, his status had changed significantly. Even Lu Biao had begun to bully him, compelling him to tread carefully and comply with Ruoxi's orders. Chapter 120. The desire for victory in games. In a previous scenario, Wu Weigua might have continued to advocate for Wu Xiaojun, but circumstances had shifted. Upon entering the laboratory, he noticed a layer of dust accumulated from his long absence. The zombies, despite not having fed, remained alive, writhing on the ground. With the absence of a control group of living humans, the experiment could not proceed, leaving Ruoxi feeling anxious. In contrast, at the new home, Fu Yunmo remained unconcerned about the experiment, reveling in the joys of fatherhood. He was undoubtedly the quintessential super dad, Ruoxi mused as she sat beside him, enjoying sunflower seeds. "How is the vegetable garden coming along?" Fu Yunmo raised an eyebrow, an expression of pride illuminating his face. "Of course, everything has been taken care of. Could I possibly neglect the tasks assigned by our little mastermind?" Ruoxi pointed at the dilapidated door. This was the very door that Fu Yunmo had damaged a few days prior. Absurdly, Fu Yunmo had simply patched it up with tape, for he was incapable of assembling a door. Ruoxi pinched her brow, exasperated by the incessant troubles caused by this young man. Not only could he not repair the door, but he had also taken it apart, inviting his own misfortune. "Look at the trouble you've caused. Instead of idling, you should fix the door." Fu Yunmo began to argue. "I have my own responsibilities, caring for the child while you recline over there, and you dare to criticize me." Yet, she had just gone to work earlier to address issues at the construction site. Ruoxi squinted and smiled, yet her smile did not reach her eyes. However, upon reflection, she realized that if she were to speak directly, it would inevitably lead to a quarrel. After their arguments, Fu Yunmo would end up in tears, curled up in the corner of the sofa at midnight. Alas, there was no other choice, since they both harbored feelings for one another. Perhaps it was time to consider things from each other's perspective. Witnessing the sorrow of someone you cherish ultimately brings anguish to oneself. Very well, you need not concern yourself at the door. Speechless. "Aren't you angry, little diva?" Fuyuma inquired tentatively. Ruoxi, in a state of utter boredom, was munching on sunflower seeds while engaging in solitary computer games. She refrained from expressing her irritation, aware that anger would only lead to unnecessary quarrels. Fuyuma, visibly displeased, curled his lip in response. Ruoxi perceptively grasped the subtle thoughts of Fuyuma. Little Fuzai, the diminutive zombie, no longer concealed her intentions, laying them bare for all to see. In the realm of romance, the initial provocative remarks exchanged by partners often serve as a prelude to conflict. There exists a multitude of reasons behind the desire to argue. Firstly, boredom may compel one to seek conversation. Secondly, sensitivity may lead to an attempt to gauge one's significance in the other's heart through discord. Thirdly, long-standing dissatisfaction with the partner's behavior may prompt an opportunity for venting frustrations. Fourthly, personal anger may be deliberately directed towards provoking the other. However, such disputes do not signify a lack of love. Rather, the presence of conflict often underscores the emotional investment both parties have in each other. If one cannot even engage in a quarrel with someone, the relationship loses its allure. Currently, little Fuzai embodied the third and fourth reasons, intentionally seeking to irritate her. Typically, she would respond to such provocations with the usual banter. However, today, fatigue prevailed, and she outright refused to engage in an argument. In truth, little Fuzai was aware of her exhaustion from the construction site, which is why he refrained from pressing her further. Ultimately, this individual was simply too bored. Fuyuma feigned nonchalance and inquired, "What shall we do if we do not repair this door?" Ruoxi's slender fingers danced upon the keyboard, leaving no time for contemplation. The moment her words escaped her lips, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. However, Ruoxi paid no heed to it. A formidable creature had emerged within the game, and she deftly maneuvered her skills. Unbeknownst to her, Fuyuma had carried Rabbit and Xiaoza into the room at some point, leaving only the two of them in the living room. Ruoxi was engrossed in her game when Fuyuma stealthily approached from behind, extending his mischievous hand. Due to the sweltering summer heat and the absence of visitors, Ruoxi wore only a white tank top, a longer version that gracefully concealed her backside, reminiscent of a short dress. With a gentle motion, Fuyuma lifted the tank top, revealing the allure beneath. "I'm busy gaming, please don't disturb." Ruoxi brushed aside Fuyuma's restless fingers and continued her gaming. She possessed an insatiable desire for victory. A man could be cast aside, but triumph in her game was imperative. Otherwise, her entire day would be marred by discontent. If she were to lose in a single-player game, her unhappiness might linger for an entire week. Fuyuma embraced Ruoxi from behind, resting his head on her shoulder, whispering tenderly in her ear. His husky, magnetic voice penetrated her ear canal, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. "Sister, why not stop playing and spend some time with your brother?" This was maddening. Ruoxi felt an overwhelming urge to slap Fuyuma. "Hold still. I must finish this round." She acknowledged her straightness. Under ordinary circumstances, one would hardly continue playing during such a moment. Yet, Ruoxi harbored an obsession with gaming. Defeat was simply unacceptable. Although she had raised her voice at him, Fuyuma remained unperturbed. Ruoxi quickly shook her head, resembling a heartless machine tapping away at the keyboard, the game graphics continuing unabated on the screen. Presumably, a single game round lasts over 20 minutes, and this was just the beginning. Perhaps it would be wise for her to hide in the bushes for a while. Idling in a single-player game should pose no issue. As the game on the computer had yet to conclude, she felt compelled to finish this round before attending to the young boy before her. Her fingers, weary from incessant typing, struggled to maintain the last vestiges of consciousness as she guided her in-game hero through battles and upgrades. However, due to her weakened fingers, what should have been a 20-minute game extended far beyond its intended duration. A different sensation enveloped her, with the final thread of rationality completely unraveling. Ruoxi allowed her hero to crouch in the bushes, disregarding the ongoing game on the computer. Chapter 121. Indulging in bed, the computer game played on in the background, the music still echoing. On the sofa, The once upright figure of Ruoxi had vanished. At the rectangular dining table, she sat, mundanely consuming her lunch. A spoon clattered to the floor, and Fu Yunma crouched beneath the table to retrieve it, inadvertently brushing against Ruoxi's ankle. Ruoxi emitted a delightful hum. Her legs relaxed as she nonchalantly continued to devour the large chicken drumstick. She deliberately showcased this for Fu Yunma's benefit. Suddenly, her spoon clattered to the ground once more. In the dead of night, having lost a game during the day, Ruoxi's competitive spirit compelled her to stay up late playing video games. Fu Yunma, concerned for Ruoxi's well-being, brought her a nourishing chicken soup. Your constitution is already fragile. Staying up late like this will inevitably harm your health. Ruoxi cast a disdainful glance at the chicken soup, observing the grease floating atop the surface. Who, in the dead of night, indulges in such a nourishing broth? She mused. Take it away. I refuse to partake. Despite her rejection, Fu Yunma stubbornly remained by her side. If you won't eat, then I shall, he declared. I've simmered this soup for 2 hours. It must not go to waste. Consequently, Fu Yunma audaciously savored the chicken before Ruoxi, deliberately waving his hand as he drank the soup to disperse the savory aroma. The entire room was filled with the delectable scent, and coupled with Fu Yunma's exaggerated expressions of delight, Ruoxi found herself swallowing hard. Fine, she was tempted. This insufferable little rascal was purposefully eating before her, enticing her. Go away, do not eat that in my presence. Ruoxi pushed Fu Yunma out without a trace of compassion, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Standing outside, Fu Yunma could only knock innocently on the door. Oh, my little diva, I truly regret my actions. But I did this for your sake, you know? I worry about your health if you stay up late. I specially made you chicken soup, hoping it would nourish you. Please don't leave me locked out here inside. Ruoxi gazed at the bowl of chicken soup on the table. When she had expelled Fu Yunma moments ago, she had deliberately not allowed him to take the soup with him. Ruoxi gazed at the delectable chicken soup, scooping it into a bowl to savor. After indulging in a succulent chicken leg, she cleared her throat and feigned indifference, remarking, You forgot to take the chicken soup with you when you left. Make sure to bring it along when you come in tomorrow. Despite her casual tone, Fu Yunma outside the door had already concluded that the little troublemaker had indeed partaken of the soup. He exhaled in relief, but continued to maintain a pretense, saying, It's all right, just open the door now, and I'll take it out for you. Otherwise, it won't be good for you to have it lingering beside you. Ruoxi savored a sip of soup, her face radiating delight. At this moment, she was indeed content, relishing a bowl of black-boned chicken soup. After engaging in 10 rounds of gaming, she emerged victorious in each, stretching languidly before covering the now-cooled soup and setting it aside. A quick wash-up, and then off to slumber. Her previous residence was spacious, with her own room featuring a private bathroom. In contrast, this new abode felt rather cramped. Equipped with only a single restroom located outside, a rather bothersome inconvenience. As Ruoxi opened the door, she discovered Fu Yunma seated at the entrance on a small stool, propping his chin on his hand, seemingly in slumber. Ruoxi tiptoed past him and made her way to the restroom. Upon her return, she discovered that the entrance was deserted, and Fu Yunma was nowhere to be seen. Ruoxi. This fellow must have stealthily entered her room while she was engaged in her morning routine. As expected, Fu Yunma sprawled across Ruoxi's bed in a commanding manner. His arrogant demeanor made Ruoxi want to drag him down, but he clung stubbornly to the headboard, refusing to budge. Go sleep on the sofa. I won't. My patience is limited. I've been sleeping on the sofa for quite some time now, and I'm starting to feel stiff. Fu Yunma employed both soft and hard tactics, yet Ruoxi remained resolute. I will give you 5 seconds. 5. Fu Yunma buried his head, ignoring Ruoxi's countdown, adamantly refusing to leave the bed. Fine, if you won't leave, I won't either. In the middle of the bed lay a doll, dividing the space like the demilitarized zone, with the two of them turned away from each other, neither willing to acknowledge the other. Regardless of how Fu Yunma felt, Ruoxi fell into a deep slumber without a care. This left Fu Yunma alone to stew in his own anger, consumed by a whirlwind of thoughts that only fueled his irritation. Unable to contain himself, he discreetly poked Ruoxi's back with his little finger. Stop pretending. You must be awake. Let us have a chat. You can't keep shoving me onto the sofa to sleep. It's unfair to me. He rambled on, only to realize that Ruoxi had not uttered a single word. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he nudged her once more. To his surprise, the slumbering Ruoxi turned over, facing him, and murmured, "Don't be troublesome. Let us sleep." Fu Yunma's expression was a tapestry of emotions, a blend of frustration and disbelief. How could she, amidst their quarrel, find such peace in her sleep? While he tossed and turned, plagued by insomnia, she remained blissfully unaware. Sound asleep, not a word escaping her lips. His face contorted as if he had swallowed a fly, and he spent the entire night awake. The following morning, he awoke with dark circles under his eyes, rising early to hover beside Ruoxi, seeking a semblance of acknowledgement. "Get up, stop lazing around. I'm already awake." Ruoxi casually remarked, "Why are you up so early? Are you in a hurry to be reborn?" After saying this, she patted the space beside her, suggesting that Fu Yunma should indulge in a bit more slumber. Insufficient sleep could lead to a mental short-circuit, slowing the speed of thought processes. "You should rest a while longer," she added. Her dark-ringed eyes, framed by heavy circles, were hardly a pleasing sight. After mumbling for a while, it seemed as though Ruoxi was speaking in her dreams. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma remained nearby, occasionally making some noise. He suddenly felt discontented with being in the basement. A regular room above ground would have sufficed. The simplest way to rouse the little diva from her slumber was to abruptly draw back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to flood in. Observing Ruoxi's fair, plump face, with her adorable lips moving as if engaged in a dream conversation, Fu Yunma, in resignation, sat down and urged, "If you don't get up soon, those workers will miss out on breakfast. Hurry up, we need to get to work." Ruoxi was too lethargic to even lift her eyelids, extending her hands to beckon me closer. Fu Yunma complied, pulling her up, but as soon as he loosened his grip, she slumped back down in the afternoon light. This futile cycle repeated several times, proving utterly ineffective. Ruoxi remained unresponsive, even turning on her side and covering her face with a pillow, continuing to slumber. Fu Yunma removed the pillow, observing Ruoxi's delicate visage up close, and, with a hint of playful retribution, pinched her cheek. "My little princess, rise and shine. We shall be late." Ruoxi, with a huff, swatted away Fu Yunma's hand. Her voice, still tinged with the remnants of sleep, was melodious and captivating. In a sweet, almost honeyed tone, she whimsically declared, "You must carry me to the bathroom." The inflection of her words dripped with an enchanting playfulness that tugged at his heartstrings. In that moment, the frustration Fu Yunma had felt the previous night dissipated into thin air. Indeed, he was hopelessly ensnared in the throes of love. He found himself utterly defenseless against her charming antics. Chapter 122. Wu Xiaojun is released from the dark room. Adjacent to their new home lay a river. Ruoxi was in the surveillance room, scrutinizing the scenery outside. She observed that not only was the abundance of supplies remarkable, but the variety of zombies was also extensive. The mutated creatures and zombies appear to have formed two opposing factions, each considering the other as their adversary. Most humans seem to be burrowing underground, while those mutated animals, once residing beneath the surface, sought ways to ascend. It seemed as if the roles of rats and humans had been reversed. Within the surveillance footage, the conflict between the mutated creatures and zombies raged on, with not a single human figure in sight. The only evidence of humanity lay in skeletal remains. Oddly, the river's water had taken on a deeper shade of blue, despite the sky exhibiting a spectrum of colors. The reflection remained as dark blue-black as ever. Fu Yunma speculated. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming number of corpses, resulting in an abundance of hydrochloric acid. An absurd yet earnest conjecture. Ruoxi felt the gentle kneading of her shoulders as Fu Yunma massaged her, softly thumping her back. Suddenly, the red alarm blared once more. It was the warning signal from the construction site nearby. Ruoxi furrowed her brows, clearly displaying her displeasure. This marked the third occurrence today. What on earth were Wu Weigua and Lu Biao up to? She was aware of the discord between the two. But was the construction site truly a battleground for their rivalry? It was time to focus on work. Intertwining personal grievances with professional responsibilities was simply unacceptable. Each time, a deduction of $1,500 from her salary. If this continued, there would be nothing left. One would think they could exercise a modicum of wisdom. As Ruoxi hurried to the construction site, she wasted no time on trivial chatter and immediately reprimanded the two individuals with fervor. Just observe for yourself. There are numerous individuals eyeing the managerial position with great interest. Do not test my patience. Wu Weiguo lowered his head, clearly aware of his wrongdoing. Meanwhile, Lu Biao, like a sycophant, approached tentatively. No, please don't be upset, Boss Ruoxi. It's the first time I've witnessed you reprimanding someone. I have a good relationship with Brother Wu. We are not quarreling. Ruoxi took a few steps back, creating some distance. Please keep your distance from me. What is the purpose of pulling the alarm without any quarrel? Is it merely for amusement? From now on, anyone who maliciously triggers the red alarm and wastes my time will face a deduction of 1 month's salary. A whole month's salary. Lu Biao's eyes widened, his lips curling slightly, his gaze somewhat unfocused. I did not pull it indiscriminately. It was because Brother Wu miscalculated the soil ratio, causing us to waste time. He refuses to admit his mistake, claiming it was not his doing. That is why I summoned you to help check the surveillance footage to determine who is truly responsible. Lu Biao and Wu Weiguo were two extremes. One held his head high, while the other wished to bury his face in his elbows. As for Brother Wu, I understand that you have not worked for a long time and your skills have become a bit rusty, but you must take your responsibilities seriously. A mistake once made should not be repeated a second time. Ruoxi unleashed a torrent of scolding upon the two individuals. Both of them lowered their heads, quietly enduring the reprimand, having learned to refrain from retorting this time. They recognized that this was a prime opportunity to present themselves favorably before Ruoxi. Any defiance would undoubtedly tarnish their image in her eyes. Both leaders aspired to ascend, and the other workers shared the same ambition. In the evening, Ruoxi would conduct classes for the workers, inadvertently revealing her desire to promote an ordinary worker to become the third site manager. Upon learning this, the workers became notably more diligent and vigorous in their tasks, all aspiring to ascend the ranks. Observing the now orderly construction site, Ruoxi exhaled a sigh of relief. Each day was indeed quite tumultuous. As she was about to leave, Wu Weiguo approached her to strike up a conversation. Miss Ruo, my cousin Xiao Jun is due to emerge from the small dark room now. When will you be available? His inquiry was marked by a cautious demeanor, as the prolonged absence of interaction had rendered Wu Weiguo somewhat unfamiliar to her. This situation was precisely what Ruoxi had intended to achieve. Ruoxi's demeanor was icy. Very well, I shall release him shortly. Wu Weiguo promptly nodded in gratitude. In the dim confines of the small black room, Wu Xiaojun leaned against the wall, feigning sleep. With a creak, the iron door swung open, and a blinding beam of white light pierced the darkness. Wu Xiaojun had not encountered such brightness in a long time. During his half-month confinement in the black room, he had been enveloped in utter darkness, needing to lean against the wall even to shift positions. It could be said that apart from the brief moment when a small window opened for his meager meals, he had scarcely glimpsed the light. Shielding his eyes with the back of his hand, he allowed them to adjust. Upon seeing that exquisite yet aloof face, he took a few tentative steps forward. May I inquire if I am permitted to leave? Ruoxi cast a glance at Wu Xiaojun, whose already pale complexion had become even more so from prolonged exposure to the sun's absence. He resembled a delicate, fair-skinned youth. Indeed, it must be acknowledged that after such an extended period of confinement, Wu Xiaojun had learned his lesson well, treating her with considerably more courtesy. Ruoxi nodded, saying little more. Wu Xiaojun obediently followed behind her. Upon reaching the workers' dormitory, Ruoxi opened the door, breaking the awkward silence. You may take the day off today. Just report for work tomorrow. Your fingerprint has not yet been removed from the clocking machine. Wu Xiaojun nodded, his eyes clear and bright, shedding the murkiness they once held, now resembling a true 18-year-old youth. May I inquire if there is anything else you wish to convey to me? He suddenly posed this question to Ruoxi's retreating figure. Ruoxi pressed her lips together in contemplation for a few seconds, then spoke with a profound tone. From now on, Focus on your work diligently. If you violate the basement rules a second time, regardless of your relations, I will dispose of you without hesitation. Though it was a clear threat, she infused her words with a gentle inflection at the end, as if reciting an incantation that ensnared the heart and mind. Wu Xiaojun gazed at the figure of the aloof beauty, tilting his head in bewilderment, his eyes still remarkably clear, reminiscent of a child's innocence. Perhaps he simply hadn't tea-rested well. Ruoxi reclined on the sofa, gazing vacantly at the rabbit. This fellow, Rabbit, spent his days revolving around Xiaoze, incessantly murmuring about some enchanted magical beings, urging Xiaoze to grow up swiftly. It was bemusing to witness such a young child indulging in such whimsical thoughts, prompting Ruoxi to shake her head in exasperation. She grasped Rabbit by the scruff of his neck and headed toward the bathroom. "Mommy, I want Xiaoze. I don't want Mommy." Ruoxi pinched the bunny's face and said, "If you don't wish to bathe, just say so. Why all this fuss about Xiaoze? If you keep fixating on him, he will surely be frightened away." Suddenly, the bunny fell silent, refraining from speaking, only to retaliate by splashing water onto Ruoxi's face during the bath. After all, she had merely assisted the bunny in getting a wash. Yet she herself ended up nearly drenched. Ruoxi expressionlessly placed the little rabbit onto her small bed and then carried Xiaoze to another location. The little rabbit was startled, and the tiny fluff ball scurried after her, its short legs pattering behind. This little rascal, it seems, will grow up in the shadow of the rabbit throughout Xiaoze's childhood. In Chapter 123, The Little White Rabbit and the Big Gray Wolf, everything in the new home was settled. Ruoxi lingered in the monitoring room of the winery for quite some time. Due to the catastrophic fire set by Fu Yunmo, not a single blade of grass remained in the vicinity, and many of the previously installed small cameras had been destroyed, rendering them utterly unusable. Only 2 distant monitors still displayed some footage, albeit flickering, likely on the verge of failing completely. One could vaguely discern the surrounding charred remains, with the house having collapsed and no signs of life evident. Even though the fire had not reached the ground, Ruoxi felt compelled to inspect the equipment, as some of it was linked to the basement, such as the cesspool, which served as the basement's main entrance. If exposed, it would attract the attention of passers-by. Fu Yunmo, reluctant to let go, tugged at Ruoxi's clothing. "What more do you need to check? You've been out several times today. Can't you just stay at home? I don't need you to take care of the child or do housework." Observing the redness in his eyes and his aggrieved demeanor, Ruoxi had long since grown immune. "No, I must check. Are you going to support me?" Fu Yunmo fell silent, quietly tying Ruoxi's hair into 2 playful pigtails, skillfully braiding them and adorning them with glittering star clips. His dexterity indicated extensive practice. Ruoxi's voice was laced with a hint of laughter. "No wonder she had been frequently observing you fussing with a wig these past few days. It turns out you were secretly practicing this." Fu Yunmo tilted his head, avoiding eye contact with Ruoxi. "No, I haven't. It's merely that I'm concerned that when the rabbit grows up, there will be no one to help her with her hair. You, even if you can manage in the morning, would hardly be able to rise early enough. Surely, you wouldn't want her to suffer with a messy hairstyle while waiting for you to wake." Ruoxi pondered thoughtfully, her fingers delicately pinching her chin. It was not entirely out of the question. Fu Yunmo remained silent. Ruoxi turned to the mirror to inspect her hairstyle. Quite satisfactory, although the accessories were somewhat extravagant. Zaya Fuzzy had a commendable sense of aesthetics, not having to rack her brains every day over how to style her hair, and having a boyfriend who not only made decisions for her, but also possessed a good eye for beauty, was, in fact, rather delightful. Ruoxi gazed into the mirror, admiring her own beauty for quite some time. Just before leaving, she cast a glance at Fu Yunmo and suddenly found him much more agreeable. Although she had been incessantly urging him to rise from bed these past few days, which had become rather bothersome, she could not help but appreciate how every time she struggled to awaken, Xiao Fu would gently lift her up in a princess carry to the bathroom. For her morning routine, she merely needed to comply a little, and, after sitting patiently for a minute or 2, she would be greeted with the delightful aroma of her favorite breakfast. Goodness, why did she suddenly feel like a colossal infant? Ruoxi glared at Fu Yunmo with palpable resentment. With a fatherly boyfriend by her side, how could she not feel as though she were tending to an oversized infant? "I am leaving," You stay at home and behave yourself, do not wander about. Fu Yunmo, with an innocent expression, nodded in understanding, then bent down to bring his head closer to Ruoxi's, lifting his gaze. He fixated solely on Ruoxi, resembling a great dog eagerly seeking nourishment. Ruoxi's heart skipped a beat, and her breath caught in her throat. Goodness, how could someone oscillate between being a fatherly figure and a puppy-like companion? It was truly driving her to the brink. Coupled with the cartoon apron and slippers adorning Fu Yunmo, the allure was simply irresistible. Ruoxi's cheeks flushed with an unnatural shade of peach, and she cleared her throat softly a couple of times. Then, she gently ran her fingers through Fu Yunmo's hair, playfully tousling it. Fu Yunmo, akin to a child receiving a cherished toy, radiated a blissful expression, obediently shaking his head in response. Even though Fu Yunmo lacked a tail, Ruoxi's imagination whimsically conjured one behind him, swaying back and forth. To hell with work, I'm not going. As Ruoxi raised her hands, she relentlessly cornered Fu Yunmo against the wall, pressing him firmly with her palm. A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in Fu Yunmo's eyes, swiftly replaced by a sense of confusion and unease. Sister, what are you doing? He questioned. How audacious of him to call me sister. Does he not realize what I intend to do? Ruoxi tugged at her collar in frustration. The JK skirt she wore, combined with her youthful visage, truly made her resemble a formidable leader. Adorned with a blue bow tie, it was too tight, constraining her freedom of movement. Ruoxi reluctantly removed the bow tie and secured it around Fu Yunmo's slender neck. The fit was just right, neither too tight nor too loose. Fu Yunmo resembled a startled, innocent fawn, cautiously inching along the wall, attempting to free himself from Ruoxi's grasp. Yet Ruoxi was resolute. She pressed her right leg against the wall, lifting Fu Yunmo's body in the middle to prevent him from slipping away. With her other hand, she assertively grasped his chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Sister, what exactly do you intend to do? We're in a living room. What if someone unexpectedly walks in? Ruoxi's voice was hoarse as she let out a light laugh. Isn't this precisely what you desired? Fu Yunmo, feeling bashful, attempted to lower his head, but Ruoxi grasped his chin, redirecting his gaze. Is it enjoyable to play the game of feigned pursuit and retreat with your sister? The fuse was lit, and Fu Yunmo's eyes grew increasingly obscure. Ruoxi initially believed that her stamina was commendable. However, she was taken aback to discover that Fu Yunmo had been secretly training his muscles behind her back, thus enhancing his physical prowess. Exhausted, she collapsed and sought a moment of respite. Yet, Fu Yunmo remained relentless, declaring, "Call me brother, and I shall grant you mercy." Ruoxi, you audacious little brother, have you gained the audacity to speak to your sister in such a manner? Fu Yunmo quicken dispace. Ruoxi is truly exhausted and wishes to avoid further entanglements. She can only speak with a hoarse voice, yet her words unexpectedly emerge sweet and tender, imbued with a delicate charm. Brother, I implore you, please let me go. Fu Yunmo's emotions remain ambiguous as he calls out several more times. After a moment of hesitation, Ruoxi complied. Fu Yunmo. An hour later, a piercing scream echoed from the kitchen. Fu Yunmo, you deceitful scoundrel. I shall never again place my trust in your fabrications. Yet, Fu Yunmo tenderly whispered in Ruoxi's ear, the breeze caressing her earlobe, sending delightful shivers down her spine. Little treasure, I am here to assist you. All you need to do is lie back and indulge. Ruoxi felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes, yet she found herself devoid of the strength to resist. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the ceiling, filled with regret for having ever entangled herself with Fu Yunmo. This man had initially played hard to get, all the while feigning reluctance and shyness. Before she could fully articulate her grievances against Fu Yunmo's misdeeds, an intense wave of emotion surged within her, leaving Ruoxi on the verge of tears without the ability to cry. The double ponytail she had initially styled was now in disarray. Her lips, plump and inviting, combined with her current soft and adorable demeanor, resembled a chibi version of Cupid. Oh, how the little rabbit mourned, having been taken away by the big bad wolf. Chapter 124. Confrontation at the Winery. Due to the prolonged commotion in the morning, much time had been squandered, and Ruoxi only arrived in the afternoon to oversee the various affairs of the winery. The air quality measurements were alarmingly poor, failing to meet standards, with the atmosphere laden with numerous harmful elements. As Ruoxi swayed for a while, she suddenly discovered traces of human excrement. Observing it, she noted that it was not particularly dry and appeared quite fresh, indicating it had likely been deposited recently. This suggested that, despite the devastating fire, there were still individuals who ventured to this winery, which had long since been reduced to ashes. Ruoxi inhaled sharply, feeling exasperated. Why do they incessantly intrude upon this place? Is there some hidden treasure awaiting their discovery? Observing the hurried footprints on the ground, still remarkably intact, it seemed they had departed only recently, perhaps not yet gone. To err on the side of caution, Ruoxi sought refuge in a concealed spot, monitoring the surveillance in the small room, attempting to glean any trace of evidence from the scant footage available, regardless of who the intruders were or their intentions. If their actions conflicted with her interests, they ought to be dealt with immediately. It was the disfigured Fu Yunhai and Chun Xuanbei, accompanied by several lackeys. Even with their faces smeared in grime, they remained oblivious, searching for something. As Ruoxi gazed at their retreating figures, she couldn't help but yearn to deliver a few kicks, sending them flying. "Boss," she exclaimed, "there's nothing left here. Most of the gasoline and oil we've stored has been consumed. What are we still doing in this desolate place? Searching for people? This barren land is devoid of life. Which oblivious soul would dare venture here? Ruoxi, is you few who lack discernment." After a brief moment of hesitation, Ruoxi chose not to seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, she remained composed and unhurried. Several winged beasts descended nearby, their vigilance palpable as they surveyed their surroundings. They paused momentarily to glance at the stone where Ruoxi was concealed, before resuming their watch in other directions. Ruoxi truly yearned to inflict a few grievous wounds upon each of these individuals. They were simply unbearable. A cadre of animalistic ability users had mercilessly slain countless innocent beings with no vendetta against them, advancing upon their current position not solely through strength, but largely through cunning and treachery. Initially, she had presumed the situation to be straightforward. However, upon witnessing the horde of zombie dogs charging forth, she sensed an unsettling shift. These individuals had undoubtedly acquired objects imbued with her scent, utilizing the dog's olfactory prowess to track her down. To avoid detection now, the most prudent course of action was to swiftly access the basement, ensuring that this group did not behold the entrance to her sanctuary. This was no trivial challenge. Ruoxi had no choice but to bravely venture to the back of the house. Listening to the chaotic sound of footsteps, she realized that the pack of zombie dogs was also approaching this way. Ruoxi swallowed hard. If these zombified canines possessed truly keen senses, it would only be a matter of time before they uncovered the basement. After a moment of hesitation, Ruoxi ultimately resolved to eliminate these individuals to prevent any future repercussions. It was better to sever their path now than to face the consequences alone if they were to be discovered later. In the charred remnants of the Black Forest, where Ruoxi treaded cautiously, an abundance of noxious gases lingered in the air. However, she perceived none of their distressing effects. To her astonishment, she unexpectedly encountered a group of ordinary abilities users who had been abducted by Chun Xuanbei's men. Their garments had been consumed by the flames, leaving them in a state that was best left unobserved. Ruoxi furrowed her brow and turned away, but to her surprise, the humans gazed upon her as if she were a wild boar that had intruded into their pigpen. Their eyes blazed with fervor, and some even drooled, eagerly rubbing their hands together, longing to pounce upon her and devour her. Alas, it seemed this ravenous group had endured too long without sustenance, succumbing to hallucinations, yearning to consume anything in sight. Ruoxi took a few steps back, her foot inadvertently brushing against something sticky and repugnant. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of it, and a cold sweat began to trickle down her spine. What on earth is this? It was a grotesque and mangled human corpse, its flesh grotesquely peeled away as if not with a knife, but rather clawed off bit by bit with fingers. The sight was utterly horrific, making it nearly impossible to fathom the torment this body must have endured in life. Raising her gaze, she beheld a group of individuals resembling wild beasts, saliva dripping from their mouths. Their fingers bore nails that were deeply embedded, long and sharp, threatening to snap off at the slightest touch, yet sharp enough to plunge into a neck, resulting in instantaneous suffocation. Ruoxi's lips curled slightly as she caught sight of the approaching zombie dogs in the distance, with Fu Yunhai and Chun Xuanbei trailing closely behind them. This situation had become rather complicated. There was no escape, and engaging in combat would inevitably lead to injuries. It was not the pain of wounds that frightened her. Rather, it was the possibility of one among these humans succumbing to a zombie bite, gradually transforming into a zombie themselves, thereby posing a dire threat to her. As Chun Xuanbei and his companions drew nearer, the group of humans, previously captured by them, suddenly exhibited a stark terror, their pupils dilating in fear as they took several steps back, seemingly wary of Chun Xuanbei. They were observing the dynamic between Ruoxi and Chun Xuanbei from the shadows. Should their relationship be one of camaraderie, they would not dare to act recklessly. Conversely, if it were adversarial, they could simply stand by and watch the conflict unfold, ready to swoop in to claim the bodies regardless of which side emerged victorious. Chun Xuanbei fixed Ruoxi with an inscrutable gaze, entirely dismissing the nearby humans. "You are alive. That is reassuring." He realized he still had a chance. Relying against a tree, Ruoxi remained unperturbed. "Ah, you have not perished after all. What a stroke of misfortune. Despite the raging inferno that day, it failed to consume you. Truly, you are as resilient as a cockroach." The sunlight bestowed a delicate blush upon her fair visage, enhancing her youthful allure, and coupled with the dress she wore today. Chun Xuanbei's gaze grew increasingly shadowed. "You are now all alone and cannot contend with them. If you choose to accompany me, I can ensure your safety." If Ruoxi were interested, she would surely have pretended to agree before, following Chun Xuanbei to deceive him, and then using him to eliminate this group of humans. But now, Ruoxi could distinctly perceive the oppressive dark aura emanating from Chun Xuanbei, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to a lack of rest or other underlying reasons. It was certain that he had mercilessly slain numerous ability wielders to seize their cores and augment his own power. Chapter 125, Being Used. Ruoxi remarked, "I would rather not. Given Chun Xuanbei's current mental state, should I deceive him once more, the pent-up resentment would undoubtedly erupt. Although he appears rather dim-witted at this moment, directly refusing him seems prudent." Chun Xuanbei let out a cold snort, stating, "I have offered you an opportunity which you failed to appreciate. When your time comes, should you call for me, I may not be inclined to extend another chance." He then commanded the group of humans, "This woman is of no concern to me. You may handle her as you wish, whether by devouring her alive or slaughtering her for a barbecue." Ignoring Chun Xuanbei's expression, as dark as coal, Ruoxi stood before Fu Yunhai. Fu Yunma observed her with a complex gaze for quite some time, his initial joy gradually transforming into disappointment. The calm demeanor of Ruoxi before him was not the sweet and delicate girl who would affectionately call him Big Brother. She had completely changed, and he realized that he had been deceived by her performance all along. A mix of anger and helplessness welled up within him, leaving him in silent sorrow. He yearned to confront Ruoxi, to demand why she had provoked him only to leave without a word, questioning whether he no longer possessed anything she desired. Despite the fervor of these thoughts, Fu Yunhai gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and restrained himself. He was bound by Chun Xuanbei's authority, compelled to obey his commands. Otherwise, he risked losing his very life. Reluctantly, he cast another glance at Ruoxi, only to find her gaze fixed upon him as well, causing him to feel flustered and lower his head in response. Ruoxi had no intention of summoning Fu Yunhai to assist her. She merely wished to observe the dismal state of this future overlord of the apocalypse. It was impossible not to feel a twinge of sentiment, considering that a person capable of allowing his own brother to impersonate him, a man of such questionable character, could indeed ascend to become a formidable figure in a post-apocalyptic world. It is evident that the apocalypse has eliminated many frail individuals, yet it has also preserved a multitude of morally deficient beings. As Ruoxi tilted her head, a group of humans charged towards her, aiming a vicious strike at her lower abdomen. Fortunately, she managed to evade their attack. Otherwise, she would have been grievously injured. The strength of those endowed with power-based abilities is indeed formidable. Ruoxi's gaze turned icy, and she raised her hand to manipulate objects nearby, levitating them in midair and directing them to assault the advancing humans. To the eyes of these individuals, stones and wooden fragments floated eerily, leaving them bewildered as to who was attacking them. They mistakenly believed that Ruoxi had summoned reinforcements. Even Chen and others were witnessing Ruoxi's control abilities for the first time. Since the apocalypse began, they had never encountered such a power. Were you deliberately concealing your capabilities? This was a question laced with incredulity. Ruoxi couldn't be bothered to engage with Chen, unwilling to squander time on this self-satisfied individual. How absurd! Hadn't she merely lacked the opportunity to showcase her true abilities? The group of humans, having been thoroughly beaten, regarded Ruoxi with an increasing sense of trepidation. Yet their physical hunger became even more pronounced. The acidic pangs of hunger rose to their throats, and saliva dripped incessantly from their lips. If they did not consume something soon, they would truly perish. Desperation compelled them to take one last gamble. The fear in their eyes was swiftly supplanted by a fierce, predatory hunger, akin to a swarm of venomous scorpions eager to penetrate the flesh of their prey and siphon its lifeblood. At first, Ruoxi possessed a commendable stamina, but as time progressed, her endurance dwindled, leading to the demise of numerous humans who charged at her. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Chen and his companions reveling in the spectacle. It suddenly dawned on her that this man, surnamed Chen, had ensnared her in a cunning trap. After she vanquished these supernatural beings, his minions would come forth to extract the crystal cores for their own benefit. What a truly calculation-driven maneuver. Ruoxi suddenly raised her hand, gesturing for a halt. I have food here that can alleviate your hunger. After speaking, she pretended to retrieve some provisions from her bag, but in reality, she summoned them from a spatial realm, items capable of swiftly quelling the pangs of hunger. She cast them at the feet of the group of humans who, having not seen sustenance for a long time, rushed forward without a moment's hesitation to share the meager offerings. However, it was evident that even though this amount might suffice to satiate some, it was far from adequate. Several individuals received nothing, casting resentful glances at Ruoxi, as if to convey, "You useless being, how could you provide only this little food?" There was not a shred of gratitude in their demeanor, as if Ruoxi were inherently obligated to supply for them. The moral compass of these individuals had been eroded by Chen, leaving them devoid of any sense of shame, stripped of their dignity and, in essence, their very humanity. Ruoxi pouted in displeasure, yet she did not exhibit the slightest hint of irritation or impatience. "I still have some here, but you must do me a favor," she stated. They responded eagerly, "Please, do tell." Ruoxi's gaze shifted with keen interest, prompting them to follow her line of sight. It was Chen and his companions, who shook their heads frantically, their bodies seemingly recalling muscle memory, as they beheld Chen, whose legs trembled uncontrollably. It appeared that these individuals stood no chance against Chen, Ruoxi pondered, pursing her lips in contemplation. Chen turned his attention towards her, questioning the origin of her food, noting the scarcity of packaged items, and wondering how she had acquired so many. "Silence! You are insufferably verbose," Chen roared, veins bulging on his hands. "Ruoxi, do not presume that I will refrain from taking action against you." Upon hearing these words, Ruoxi felt as though she had just encountered a grand jest. "I certainly understand that you would dare to act against me, if you so desired. Who could possibly impede your will?" As Ruoxi's voice dwindled, she deftly shifted the topic, engaging the other group in conversation. "I have hidden my remaining provisions in a cave, the location known only to me. Would you like me to guide you there?" Those who were famished resembled ravenous beasts, their sharp intellect dulled, neglecting to ponder the true motives behind Ruoxi's actions. Very well, lead us. Yet a nagging concern lingered. What if these individuals, driven by desperation, seized the food I intended to reserve for you? In this apocalyptic world, they would snatch anything, especially scarce resources like food. Previously, they had openly sought to incite discord between this group and Chun Xianbei, and now they employed subtler tactics. Even if a confrontation did not erupt, they could foster animosity, thereby allowing Ruoxi to confront only one faction, significantly enhancing her chances of escape. It was anticipated that Chun Xianbei would express dissatisfaction, particularly with Fu Yunhai closely trailing Ruoxi, seemingly unwilling to part ways. However, Chun Xianbei merely offered a serene smile in response. You go ahead, we shall not follow. Ruoxi, the unfolding events are proceeding too smoothly, which feels rather suspicious. The famished humanity expresses boundless gratitude towards Chun Xianbei, almost eager to bow down and serve him like a beast of burden. Clearly, it is Ruoxi who has provided them with sustenance. Their lack of appreciation towards her is one thing, but to extend their gratitude to the very culprit who has inflicted harm upon them and brought about their current plight is utterly bewildering. Chapter 126, Lord D. Indeed, one should always pick the softest persimmons to squeeze. Ruoxi did not anticipate that Chun Xianbei would indeed not follow her. The coarse individuals behind urged, hurry up. You old hag, do you wish to starve us? Indeed, I would almost prefer for you to perish along the way. Ruoxi pursed her lips, remaining silent. Upon ascending the mountain, the air became significantly more fragrant. The cave, situated halfway up the slope, was shrouded in darkness as dusk settled in. Having visited this cave numerous times, Ruoxi was well acquainted with its layout. At a bend in the path, she deftly eluded the individuals trailing behind her. The rhythmic sound of dripping water echoed within the cave, and their footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Nevertheless, Ruoxi did not let her guard down. It was highly plausible that Chun Xianbei and his companions lay in ambush outside the cave. Ruoxi held her breath, straining to discern the distant sounds. Those cries seemed to emanate from a group of humans. What could they have encountered that provoked such terror? The screams persisted as Ruoxi remained rooted to the spot. She knew that if she ventured outside, based on her understanding of Chun Xianbei, he would undoubtedly be waiting to ensnare her. Yet, what manner of specters lurked within the cave, and what had transpired? Could it be that the bats had mutated into zombies? With a heart laden with unease, Ruoxi listened intently to the commotion. The cries for help gradually subsided, and the cave fell into an eerie silence, starkly contrasting the earlier cacophony. In the desolate cavern, footsteps drew ever closer. A creature approached Ruoxi, uncertain whether it was drawn by scent or merely unaware of her presence. Seeking to escape the confines of the cave, Ruoxi concealed herself at the corner, hesitant to make any rash movements. Her back pressed tightly against the stone wall. It felt damp, likely from water, though she paid little heed to it. However, as the metallic scent of blood intensified, she cautiously dipped her finger to sample it, and upon smelling it, she realized with alarm that it was indeed fresh blood. It was seeping down from above the cave, where moments ago, it had merely appeared to be ordinary spring water. A chilling breeze swept through, and in the oppressive heat of summer, Ruoxi felt a sudden coldness within the cave, causing her shoulders to shudder involuntarily. She retrieved a shawl from her belongings to drape over herself. The cave was devoid of anything but small pebbles, leaving her without means to defend against an attack. Footsteps halted at the corner, as if someone were gazing intently in her direction. The dusk had settled. Despite the dimness within the cave, faint traces of twilight lingered, casting a yellow hue from the maple leaves onto the blood-soaked ground. Ruoxi discerned what else was mingled within the blood. In that moment, she also beheld her own reflection in the sanguine pool upon the ground. That person noticed her shadow and realized her presence. "Little mouse, what are you doing there?" Ruoxi's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed as a larger shadow loomed over her. A deep voice resonated above her. "I am right here. Do you wish to court death?" Ruoxi's fingers gradually tightened, her spine erect, refraining from any rash movements. If the person behind her so desired, her head would have already met the ground. The figure outside purred with feigned charm. "Ah, it is Lord D. My apologies for the intrusion. I shall take my leave." Yet, despite this declaration, the individual lingered, their shadow remaining. "My lord, I detected the stench of foul humans emanating from your direction. Exercise caution." Lord D's voice dripped with irritation. Am I to be instructed by you on how to conduct my affairs? Forgive my impertinence. I shall take my leave at once." The individual, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, vanished in an instant. Now, only Ruoxi and Lord D remained. With silence enveloping them, Ruoxi dared not move. After a tense standoff, Lord D finally inquired, "Are there others in your company?" His tone was frigid, akin to a venomous scorpion poised to strike at Ruoxi's delicate neck. Ruoxi obediently nodded. With no one else around, silence engulfed the atmosphere, an unending stretch of quietude. Ruoxi was oblivious to the visage of Lord D, nor was she privy to his thoughts. The blood upon the ground was exceedingly murky, failing to reflect the countenance of Lord D. On Ruoxi's forehead, beads of hot sweat emerged as she maintained her posture for quite some time, scarcely daring to move a muscle. After approximately half an hour had passed, with no one uttering a word, Ruoxi tentatively inquired, "Are you still there?" Lord D had seemingly departed without her noticing. Ruoxi exhaled deeply, leaning against the wall as she twisted her legs, which had grown numb. Moments ago, she had sensed the formidable strength emanating from Lord D, a power that radiated from within with unparalleled depth. Despite being unaware of his reasons for saving her, Ruoxi vowed to remember this act of kindness. Upon her exit, she encountered the scattered remains of the previous group of humans, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. They shared a gruesome commonality. Their heads were missing, leaving only protruding necks with severed tracheas. Some were even still spurting blood, a testament to the killer's brutal methods, which not only severed heads, but also allowed the blood within to seep out, draining their bodies of life. The cave had fallen into silence once more. It was no place to linger. Ruoxi swiftly approached the cave entrance, extracting her sports car as she neared the mouth of the cavern. Drawing upon her intimate familiarity with the mountainous terrain, she accelerated, surging forth with vigor. Descending from the patch of grass devoid of towering trees, she effortlessly navigated over the obstacles posed by rocks, trees, and shrubs. As anticipated, Chun Xuanbei and the others emerged from the thicket, pursuing her closely. The distance between them gradually widened. She could not discern Chun Xuanbei's expression, yet she could surmise the darkness that clouded his visage. Just as Chun Xuanbei and his companions were on the verge of disappearing from her rearview mirror, they ventured into the very cave she had just escaped. If they were to encounter those enigmatic creatures within, survival would be a formidable challenge. However, such matters were not for Ruoxi to fret over. Her garments were stained with blood, the extent reaching a staggering 70%, rendering her a figure of crimson. Upon her return to the basement, Fu Yunma cradled her in his arms, weeping inconsolably. Ruoxi pushed him away and entered the bathroom to freshen up. Upon emerging, she lay on the sofa for a brief rest, only to be awakened by the sounds of Fu Yunmo's sobbing. As she opened her eyes, she was struck by the sight of Fu Yunmo weeping beside her, gasping for breath, evoking a surreal sense of a sovereign's demise. In a fit of exasperation, she delivered 2 sharp slaps to Fu Yunmo. "You're a zombie, for goodness sake. Why are you crying? Look at your pitiful self." Fu Yunmo spoke in stuttered breaths. "Oh, you delicate creature, where are you hurt? Let me see." After much fussing, Ruoxi generously allowed him to inspect her. Ultimately, no injury was discovered, leaving Fu Yunmo puzzled, tilting his head in confusion. Ruoxi gently tapped his forehead. "You silly little creature. How could anyone dare to lay a finger on me? Who do you think I am, your girlfriend?" Whenever she boasted in front of Fu Yunmo, Ruoxi felt no hint of guilt. After all, her little zombie appeared rather clueless and was oblivious to her exaggerations. Whatever she claimed, he always took to heart. In Chapter 127, Little Green Tea, the star sparkled in Fu Yunmo's eyes, fixated entirely on Ruoxi, his expression brimming with admiration as he enthusiastically clapped his hands. My little diva is the best. Just moments ago, he had been on the verge of fainting from tears, yet now, with his eyes glistening red and two tiny beads of unshed tears still clinging to the corners, he burst into hearty laughter. This fellow seemed to increasingly resemble a child. Due to the infection of the zombie virus, becoming a little zombie had seemingly accelerated the onset of senility. Ruoxi let out a helpless sigh, gently stroking the fluffy head of the large dog. With two children and a young partner afflicted by dementia, she lamented her unfortunate fate. The weight of her sorrow was profound, yet beside her, Fu Yunma wore a broad smile, radiating unrestrained joy. As Ruoxi's fists emerged with two small bumps, she struck heavily upon Fu Yunma's head. The sudden blows caused his head to bounce downwards in a rhythmic motion. Shaking his head, his eyes appeared vacant and devoid of awareness, seemingly disoriented as if his mind had yet to catch up, spinning in circles. Only after a moment did Fu Yunma become aware, sluggishly following suit. However, before he could fully enter, he nearly got caught by the door. Bang! Ruoxi locked the door firmly. You'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight. Don't disturb me. In that fleeting moment, Fu Yunma felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, his fingers pressing against the door as he gazed longingly at its unyielding surface. He resembled a forlorn puppy, wandering outside in the dead of night. Exuding an air of pitiful pleading, Ruoxi gazed at the surveillance footage, her face obscured by her hands in exasperation. She cast aside thoughts of Fu Yunma and began to reflect on the day's harrowing events. What manner of creature lurked within that cave? So many had ventured inside, and if they were met with such a grim fate, losing their heads and being drained of blood, what chance did anyone truly have to escape? Moreover, what nefarious purpose did the assailant have for those severed heads? And then there was the enigmatic Lord D, shrouded in mystery. Ruoxi tossed and turned, realizing that sleeplessness awaited her this night. After all, she had narrowly escaped death today. It was the first time in her rebirth that she had come so perilously close to the abyss. Everything felt palpably real, infused with an emotion of dread. Ruoxi was unaware of when she finally drifted into slumber once more, only to find herself ensnared in a familiar dream. In this vision, the earth shattered into countless fragments, giving rise to a massacre of historic proportions. The visage of Fu Yunhai re-emerged, leading humanity in the extermination of the undead, unleashing boundless energy as he fought with fervor, bloodlust in his eyes, surrounded by a sea of corpses. Ultimately, the humans by his side fell one by one, leaving him standing alone in weary solitude. Ruoxi awoke from her slumber, the scene frozen at that moment, leaving her oblivious to what transpired thereafter. She reclined for a while, regaining her composure. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, revealing an overwhelming disbelief within their depths. She had just discerned Fu Yunhai's visage. In her previous life, Fu Yunhai bore no scars. It was this very countenance. In this life, he had first suffered disfigurement, employed technology to restore his appearance, and now, once more he had been marred. Yet, why did the face in her dream remain unchanged, identical to that of Fu Yunma? Perhaps what she dreamt was a scene from her past life, not a prophetic vision of this one. She reassured herself. Lately, she had grown overly sensitive, perpetually sensing that Fu Yunma harbored a secret unknown to her. For instance, the golden spatula he never used for cooking was hidden away like a treasure. The design upon the spatula mirrored that of the necklace around Xiao Zhe's neck. From the moment she found Xiao Zhe, she had concealed that necklace, and Fu Yunma remained unaware of its existence. She straightened her posture, lifting the quilt to seek out Fu Yunma. In the darkness, she switched on the living room light, revealing Fu Yunma curled up on the sofa, murmuring in a daze, "Little troublemaker, do not leave me. I implore you." Ruoxi, rest assured, I shall not leave your side. Ruoxi knelt down, gazing intently at Fu Yunma, enveloped in his nightmare. Fu Yunma appeared quite fearful, his hands fidgeting helplessly, brows furrowed tightly, as he murmured incoherent words in his sleep. Within his ramblings, he repeatedly mentioned a little diva, unmistakably revealing his foolish romantic inclinations. He stubbornly denied being a lovesick fool. despite the evidence to the contrary. Ruoxi gently pinched Fu Yunma's cheek. Spring bug. Do not frown while asleep. It is a bad habit that must be changed. Unbeknownst to her, her tone was imbued with a tender exasperation, her expression as soft as flowing water. Fu Yunma remained ensnared in his nightmares, repeatedly calling out for the little troublemaker. Finally, he uttered the word wife. Ruoxi's fingertips paused, stirring the tranquil lake of her heart into ripples, a faint smile gracing her lips. She then pressed down on his tightly knitted brows, forcefully prying them apart with an assertive touch. Ruoxi remained, as ever, a straightforward and candid woman. Fu Yunma furrowed his brow as she persistently pried him open. With a furrowed brow, she continued her efforts, undeterred by his resistance. Eventually, having grown weary of the game, Ruoxi delivered a playful slap to Fu Yunma's forehead. Stop sleeping. Wake up and play with me. Fu Yunma, akin to a slumbering dog rudely awakened by a sudden kick, jolted upright, bewildered, gazing vacantly at Ruoxi. His eyes still clouded with sleep. As he recognized the figure beside him, a spark of clarity illuminated his expression, instantly rousing him from his stupor. While conversing, Fu Yunma affectionately nudged his fluffy head against Ruoxi's palm, seemingly relishing the gentle caress. Ruoxi disdainfully pressed against Fu Yunma's restless head. Oh, how irritating! Fu Yunma's eyes, once filled with a multitude of twinkling stars, now held only a few scattered remnants. Alas, he drooped his ears in dejection. In that moment, Ruoxi found herself at a loss as to whether to liken him to a drenched chicken or an abandoned puppy. To her, this fellow resembled more of a delicate beauty yearning for her compassion. She entwined her arm around Fu Yunma's neck, leaning closer until their noses nearly touched, their lips mere inches apart. Surely, you do not think I rouse you merely to witness your green tea demeanor? Fu Yunma's eyes reflected a flicker of confusion and perplexity. Ruoxi added another remark, playfully tugging at Fu Yunma's white shirt collar with an air of refined mischief. The motion was somewhat exaggerated, and drawing so close inevitably led to a brush of lips. A crimson hue flared in the corner of Fu Yunma's eye, as if he were stifling something within. Get up and join me for a game. I long to see more of you, to uncover the truer essence of who you are. With a captivating and enigmatic smile playing at the corners of Ruoxi's lips, laced with a hint of provocation, she found herself once again at the forefront. Chapter 128, Mentor Wendy. It was always her who initiated, and only when Fu Yunma was utterly spent did he dare to pursue. She had intended to exercise restraint. Yet upon witnessing Fu Yunma's feigned innocence, resembling a green tea girl, she thought to herself, why hold back? I shall indulge first and consider the aftermath later. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than Fu Yunma descended upon her with fervor, the collar of his white shirt being deftly tugged by Ruoxi. Once their encounter reached its conclusion, Ruoxi straightened her back, coldly rising to adjust her attire, casting a sidelong glance at the weeping Fu Yunma. Let us see if you dare to entice me again. All her efforts in diligently training her physique over the past few days had not been in vain. Her abdominal muscles were well defined. The hours spent in the gym, drenched in sweat and exhaustion, had borne fruit at last. At this moment, Ruoxi resembled a capricious and heartless woman, completely ignoring Fu Yunma as she turned on the television. She picked up some fruits and beverages, indulging in her own enjoyment while Fu Yunma, feeling a mix of pain and sorrow, gazed at her with a heart full of resentment. No wonder the little diva had been frequenting the gym these days. It turned out she was secretly putting in the effort. He attempted to rise, but Ruoxi forcefully pushed him back down. Lying here, I have a question for you. Where is your golden shovel? Fu Yunma was taken aback. Golden shovel? It's in the room, why? With a subtle glance, Ruoxi indicated towards the room. Fu Yunma immediately understood. Slowly making her way to the wheelchair that Ruoxi had prepared for her and reclining into it. I shall push you forward. Ruoxi pushed the wheelchair into the room. Earlier, upon witnessing Xiaofuzi's precious attachment to that golden spatula, she presumed he would be reluctant to show it to her. Yet now, his expression bore a little change, as if it had lost its significance. Fu Yunma still felt a twinge of pain. This woman has been undeniably fierce lately. with a tranquil demeanor. Fu Yunma retrieved the golden spatula from a locked box and handed it to Ruoxi as if it were an ordinary object. The little vixen suddenly wondered what purpose this served, for it could not be used for cooking. Ruoxi gently caressed the golden shovel, noting that it bore a pattern identical to the necklace adorning Xiao Zhe's neck. A slight frown creased her brow. What could this design signify? Fu Yunma inquired what pattern. He seemed utterly oblivious to the golden shovel, as if he had forgotten even the design, showing no interest whatsoever. Taking the golden shovel from Ruoxi's hands, Fu Yunma scrutinized the pattern for a considerable time. This golden shovel was bestowed upon me by my mentor, who instructed me to keep it well hidden for future use. Therefore, I am equally ignorant of the meaning behind this design. Pray tell, why has the little diva suddenly taken an interest in this matter? As Ruoxi retrieved the necklace from her pocket, a fleeting look of astonishment crossed Fu Yunma's eyes upon seeing it. Is this not the necklace of my mentor's wife? How could it possibly be in your possession? Ruoxi shook her head, feeling equally perplexed. This is the necklace I found on Xiaoza when I picked him up. If it truly resembles your mentor's wife's necklace down to the identical pattern, there is a considerable chance that Xiaoza is indeed your mentor's son. Fu Yunma fell into deep contemplation, pondering how such a coincidence could be possible. Ruoxi suddenly recalled something. That's right. There was a man beside Xiao Zhe at that time, rather unremarkable in appearance, with a large and stout frame. Could he possibly be your mentor? Fu Yunma promptly dismissed the notion, stating that although his mentor was in his 40s, he appeared remarkably youthful and handsome, making it impossible for him to fit the description. At this point, the clues seemed to abruptly come to an end. Ruoxi pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking her head. Perhaps it was futile to rely solely on conjecture, regardless of whose son Xiao Zhe was, since she had chosen to adopt him. Her responsibility was to care for him to the best of her abilities. As for this golden shovel, has your mentor shared any insights regarding its various applications? It appears to pertain to experimental uses. My mentor is rather meticulous and refrains from divulging excessive information to anyone, even those who have participated in the experiments, until they are completed. You have taken part in his experiments. What were they about? It seems to involve a novel virus, focusing on antigen research. As this thought crossed her mind, Ruoxi and Fu Yunfan simultaneously lifted their gazes, exchanging a knowing glance before exclaiming in unison, a novel virus. Could it be that this mentor was aware from the very beginning of the impending invasion of the zombie virus upon Earth? Hence, he commenced his research on antigens well in advance. Ruoxi pondered whether there might be others who, like her, had been reborn, perhaps even earlier than her own return to life. What is the name of your mentor? Wendy. Upon hearing this name, Ruoxi gasped in surprise. Wendy? Lord D? Could it be the very Lord D who had saved her life in the cave? At the moment of her rescue, Ruoxi had been left to wonder why someone with no ties to her would come to her aid and what his intentions might be. Now, everything began to fall into place. But how could Wendy possibly know her? Ruoxi glanced around and perceived no extraneous gazes upon her. She was not being surveilled, and to her astonishment, Wendy actually recognized her and came to her rescue. At that moment, Ruoxi became even more convinced that Wendy was akin to her. They were kindred spirits, both having been reborn. As Ruoxi remained lost in thought for an extended period, Fu Yunma gently tapped her hand with his finger. What are you pondering, little trickster? Have you encountered my mentor? Indeed, despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, this fellow was quite astute in crucial moments. Discerning something from her subtle expressions, Ruoxi nodded in affirmation. I believe I encountered him in a cave yesterday. He had a subordinate who referred to him as Lord D. Yet I did not catch a glimpse of his visage, so I cannot ascertain if it was truly him. It might merely be a coincidence of names. Fu Yunma shook his head, his fingertips gently caressing the armrest of his wheelchair. Regardless of his identity, he is of no concern to me now. Do not feel pressured. My dear, even if he finds himself in trouble, do not risk your safety for my sake. Although he is my mentor, our connection is tenuous at best, lacking any profound depth. Ruoxi jestingly remarked. Our relationship is not particularly profound. He entrusted you with his precious experimental shovel, after all. However, he does not require my assistance. It was he who rescued me when I nearly perished yesterday. I owe him a debt of gratitude. As she reminisced about the events of the previous day, the harrowing image of Ruoxi, drenched in blood, flooded Fu Yunma's mind, causing his heart to clench tightly. Are you truly unscathed? Ruoxi felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes, thinking that the man before her was truly insufferable. Did he not realize the extent of his injuries? Who, may I ask, was left bedridden due to my actions, now reliant on a wheelchair for mobility? If I could sustain such vigor despite my injuries, perhaps he ought to reflect upon himself and question why he falls short even in comparison to me. Fu Yunma's voice was slightly hoarse, and he remarked, "Do you understand, little diva, that you are playing with fire?" Chapter 129. The art of language. Chun Xuanbei remained undeterred, lingering persistently near the wine estate. As Ruoxi observed the surveillance footage from Xinan, Fu Yunma, holding a platter of fruits, brought a grape to his lips. Wasn't he supposed to be excavating the underground base? It was evident that this place was unsuitable for such endeavors, and yet he continued to squander time here. Truly a fool. Fu Yunma nodded fervently in agreement. Yes, the little mischief maker was absolutely right. After several days of Ruoxi's training, Fu Yunma no longer dared to challenge her opinions. Instead, he secretly retreated to the gym for his workouts. The two engaged in a subtle rivalry. Meanwhile, at the construction site, Wu Weigua and Lu Biao were locked in a fierce competition, each striving to showcase their command skills and experience before Ruoxi, significantly accelerating the progress of the building. It was once again time for the daily lesson. Ruoxi stood before the blackboard, writing with chalk. Recently, the workers' enthusiasm for the class had waned, with many distracted and whispering among themselves. They presumed Ruoxi was oblivious to their antics and felt no obligation to monitor each individual. Little did they know, from her vantage point, Ruoxi could see everything clearly, even the individual discreetly hiding behind a notebook, secretly munching on spicy strips. Ruoxi, with an air of unyielding authority, exuded an icy demeanor reminiscent of a blade. During class, any momentary lapse in attention or indulgence in snacks would incur a penalty of 100 units from 1S salary, without limit. Once 1S wages were depleted, the deduction would extend into the subsequent month's earnings. With such a decree in place, the previously loquacious workers straightened their postures, refraining from any further frivolous behavior. After all, a reduction in pay is no trifling matter, is it? Upon the conclusion of a lesson, Ruoxi assigned homework, prompting Wu Weigua and Lu Biao, the two prominent representatives, to approach with inquiries. Dear boss, while we can certainly comprehend these fundamental concepts, they seem to pertain more to the outside world in the apocalypse. And given that we have been confined underground, they appear rather irrelevant, do they not? Or should we infer that in the future, you might expel us from this refuge? Remarkably, these two, typically embroiled in rivalry, found themselves united in their quest for clarification. Ruoxi brushed off her hands, dusted with chalk. I cannot possibly support you for a lifetime. In the event of unforeseen circumstances in the future, it is essential for you to acquire a skill that will enable you to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. The art of language. Ruoxi did not directly state that she would wait for the completion of the project. Instead, she entrusted a plot of land to the workers, allowing them to fend for themselves. To rephrase this from the perspective of the workers, one might say that everything she does is for their benefit. Even in the event of her own misfortune, she remains wholly concerned for their safety, truly exemplifying the qualities of a commendable employer. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Lu Biao and Wu Weigua felt a profound respect and gratitude towards Ruoxi. After expressing their thanks, they exited to convey her sentiments to the equally anxious workers. Each individual bowed their heads in shame, reflecting on their previous misconceptions. They had believed that their employer was indifferent to them, intending to discard them once they had served their purpose. In comparison to Ruoxi's magnanimous nature, they realized their own ignorance and narrow-mindedness. From now on, they vowed to exert every ounce of effort in their work to honor Ruoxi's meticulous nurturing. Conversely, even if Ruoxi wished to sever ties with them, what difference would it make? After all, their lives had been saved by her, rendering their plight akin to that of the farmer and the serpent. Indeed, they must repay Ruoxi's earnest efforts from now on If anyone dared to doze off or whisper in class, I, Lu Biao, would be the first to object and would not hesitate to deliver a few punches. The morale among the workers surged, and while Wu Weigua remained silent, tears glistened in his eyes. He pondered that given his friendship with Ruoxi, Wu Xiaojun had merely pilfered some cigarettes and alcohol. A monetary penalty would suffice. Not the prolonged confinement in that filthy, chaotic little room. Moreover, he found it unjust that family members were punished alongside him, reminiscent of the ancient practice of annihilating entire clans. He had been imprisoned for so long, and now, Lu Biao, who had once been under his command, was enjoying a period of freedom, effectively usurping his position. Additionally, he had been subtly undermined by Lu Biao, initially harboring resentment towards Ruoxi. Wu Weigua ultimately shook his head and smiled helplessly. His life had been saved by her. She provided him with better living conditions than he had ever known. If a young lady is always considerate of them, and considering that the theft was indeed a wrongdoing on Xiaojun's part, he deserves punishment, albeit the severity may have been excessive. What right does he have to harbor resentment towards the young lady? The animosity that had lingered these days dissipated in an instant, replaced by laughter, as Wu Weigua interjected, proclaiming, from now on, if anyone dares to speak ill of the young lady, they shall confront me directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Biao cast a sidelong glance at Wu Weigua, astonished. How curious. As far as he knew, this Wu fellow had become quite distant from the young boss since his punishment. Oh dear, it seems that little Fuzai has denied Tutu some sweets, causing Tutu to throw a tantrum on the ground. After a moment, Ruoxi discerned something amiss. This crying? It does not sound like Tutu's at all. Could it be? Ruoxi suddenly rose to her feet, nearly causing her computer to tumble to the ground, but fortunately, she managed to catch it with her hand. Upon entering the living room, she was met with the vibrant cries of a baby emanating from the cradle, which had remained silent until now. In that moment, Ruoxi's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. The baby could actually cry now. Tutu stood nearby, perched on a small stool, leaning over the railing to gaze at Xiao Zhe, her laughter radiating pure joy. Upon seeing her mother, she excitedly pointed with her tiny finger. Mama, brother. She seemed to convey that her little brother could finally cry. What was initially a heart-wrenching scene transformed as Ruoxi witnessed Xiao Zhe wailing with tears streaming down his face, while Tutu danced joyfully beside him. This perfectly captured the sentiment that the louder the brother cried, the happier the sister became. Approaching the crib, Ruoxi observed Xiao Zhe with his mouth wide open in distress, and upon inspection, she found no signs of injury on him. Yet, why was Xiao Zhe crying so sorrowfully? Ruoxi's gaze fell upon the great contributor, Tutu. Tutu proudly lifted her head, her chubby cheeks puffing adorably. It was only later, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, that Ruoxi discovered Tutu had said to Xiao Zhe, "Don't cry, little brother. If you do, your sister won't like you anymore." Chapter 130, Seeking Other Men. Upon witnessing this scene, Ruoxi found herself laughing and crying simultaneously, her emotions in a state of turmoil. Indeed, Tutu has inherited her mother's domineering nature, displaying such traits at such a tender age. However, little Zhe only cried that once. Thereafter, it took quite an ordeal for Tutu to elicit tears from him, as he typically remained silent even when hungry. Perhaps during the time spent in confinement by the animal-type ability user, he learned that crying out of hunger would result in punishment, leading even such a young infant to develop muscle memory. Suddenly, a sound emanated from the door behind her. In recent days, she had not exercised much control over Fu Yunma's freedom. He seemed to venture outside daily, though she remained unaware of his undertakings. Fu Yunma continued to employ his usual excuses, claiming he sought assistance in planting vegetables out of laziness. Could it be that he was truly only tending to a garden? She found it hard to believe. Dressing in a black leisure outfit for the task of gardening seemed excessively elaborate, suggesting he was preparing for something of greater significance. Ruoxi pouted in a self-deprecating manner. Growing vegetables takes time. Cultivating mushrooms underground is quite simple, but planting vegetables poses a bit more of a challenge. Perhaps we could dig a patch of land above ground for our vegetable garden. Ruoxi's thoughts and imagination are always boundless and whimsical, conjuring ideas as they come. Fu Yunma couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this. Can mutated vegetables still be consumed? With so many viruses on the ground, one must be cautious not to fall victim to infection. As Ruoxi switched on the television, she embraced her beloved rabbit with an affectionate demeanor. You fail to comprehend that the essence lies in the joy of the journey. The journey? I fear that merely tending to it for a day or two will soon lose its novelty, much like before when you left the mess for me to handle. Fu Yunma edged closer, positioning himself beside Ruoxi. He shifted away, only to draw near again. Ultimately, Ruoxi tossed the rabbit over to Fu Yunma, remarking as if I always behaved in such a manner. I was merely intrigued by your remarkable physique, a natural talent for cultivating vegetables. It has been proven that my judgment was not in vain. You have indeed developed a fondness for gardening, diligently tending to the fields each day. You ought to express gratitude for my role in your success, you emotionally inept individual. Fu Yunma. Every day, Ruoxi's duties involve patrolling the construction site, inspecting the infrastructure, and managing accounts at the convenience store. Recently, an additional task has emerged, monitoring the surveillance for the elusive Chun Xuanbei. The cameras, for quite some time, have shown no signs of human presence. However, numerous animal-type superhumans have been sighted, mercilessly slaughtering innocent humans and cruelly extracting their hearts. The faces of these animal-type superhumans are a ghastly shade of blue, and they display a grotesque enjoyment while devouring the hearts, their teeth grinding through flesh. They have forsaken their humanity, devolving into primal beasts, brutally exterminating their own kind, and even resorting to cannibalism. As Ruoxi gazed at the screen filled with a mosaic of images, a wave of nausea surged within her, and she nearly retched from the overwhelming revulsion. The sight was utterly repugnant. Fu Yunma, drawn by the commotion, approached her, curious about what could be so grotesque that she continued to stare. In the instant he leaned closer, Ruoxi swiftly shut her laptop and shook her head. It's nothing. Lately, she had observed that Xiao Fu's eye had become increasingly bloodthirsty. He would stand at the foot of her bed late at night, struggling to suppress his primal urge to bite her, his body marred by numerous self-inflicted wounds. Typically, upon encountering pork or beef, Xiao Fu's eye would experience an uncontrollable impulse to attack. If he were to witness this disturbing scene, he would likely succumb to his zombie instincts and descend into utter madness. Ruoxi was not so much afraid of Fu Yunma's potential bite as she was concerned for the delicate constitution of the little one. Children possess a frail resilience, unfit for excessive turmoil. This concern was the very reason she had recently taken it upon herself to care for the child, refraining from allowing Fu Yunma to intervene. While normal interactions with the child were acceptable, excessive closeness was to be avoided. As Ruoxi, she harbored little confidence in Fu Yunma's ability to exercise restraint. It was nothing extraordinary, merely an ordinary novel. Fu Yunma furrowed his brow slightly. Despite Ruoxi's calm demeanor, he sensed something amiss. What sort of novel could evoke feelings of revulsion, yet compel one to continue reading? As Ruoxi opened her computer, she ensured that Fu Yunma could not glimpse its contents. After exiting the monitoring program, she rummaged through the bookshelf for quite some time. To her astonishment, she discovered that none of the books were repulsive. Instead, they were all tales of romantic folly or heart-wrenching narratives of a protagonist's pursuit of a beloved. If one were to label a book as distasteful, would those explicit novels qualify? She had only one such book, which had been discovered by Xiao Fu last time, leading to much laughter and a prolonged bout of teasing. Ruoxi rummaged through the bookshelf, ultimately retrieving a volume she deemed the most captivating to share with Fu Yunma. The title, Sister Walks Upright in the Apocalypse, Hoarding Billions and Digging the Earth, is indeed a remarkable read. Although the author has a penchant for excessive verbosity, they consistently deliver daily updates. The narrative occasionally meanders when it ought to hasten, yet it possesses an undeniable allure. The romantic exchanges between the male and female protagonists are both nauseatingly sweet and awkwardly endearing, leaving Ruoxi feeling quite overwhelmed. Despite having a boyfriend, she finds herself unable to tolerate such saccharine prose, yet she cannot bring herself to abandon the story, yearning to delve further into its pages. Currently, it remains in a state of hiatus, and the infuriating apocalypse has rendered her beloved author unable to provide updates. Ruoxi straightened her posture, opened the book, and turned the computer screen towards Fu Yunma. Here, this is the novel I was just reading. You might find it intriguing. Fu Yunma hesitated and cast a fleeting glance at Ruoxi. When they reached the part about the car, he ensnared her, who was attempting to discreetly slip away, within his embrace. His voice, low and husky, whispered near her ear, warm breath brushing against her delicate pink earlobe. Ruoxi's body trembled slightly. I had never realized that you, the little diva, possessed such literary talent. How long have you been writing? Ruoxi, do you believe me when I say I didn't write this? Fu Yunmo wore a delightful smile at the corner of his lips. I do not believe you. Ruoxi flailed her hands and forcefully pushed him away. Feeling somewhat timid, she opened the novel's comments section. Alas, without internet access, she was unable to proceed. Fu Yunmo, still not behaving himself, was met with a swift slap from Ruoxi as she scooped up the rabbit and dashed towards her room. After much effort, Fu Yunma located the key, and upon opening the door, he found Ruoxi holding a cross signal stand, offering it to him. Taking it, he felt somewhat bewildered. What on earth was this little troublemaker up to? Ruoxi disregarded him, using her foot to kick Fu Yunma out, taking a step while delivering a gentle nudge to his backside. All right, I'll walk on my own. Please don't kick me anymore. What will happen to your future happiness if you damage me? Ruo undicesimo assume da frightful posture, momentarily startling Fu Yunmo. Then I shall seek another man. Chapter 131, Beast-Headed. Human body, Fu Yunma's demeanor softened, and he promptly obeyed, making his way to the exit of the basement. Why did you ask me to bring the signal stand here? Do you wish to go online? Ruoxi nodded and then opened the comments section. She had initially expected the author to at least leave a comment or two, but to her surprise, there was not a single word. After scrolling through a couple of times, the screen turned white again, displaying an endless loading circle that refused to yield any results. Ruoxi glanced at Fu Yunma, who was casually leaning against the door. With a swift motion, she kicked the adjacent door and commanded him to stand upright. Startled by her fierce demeanor, Fu Yunma straightened up immediately, resembling a wayward student reprimanded by a teacher. Too intimidated to move. Why must she be so stern when all she asked was for him to stand straight? Fu Yunma's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as they brimmed with emotion. Ruoxi did not even glance at him, allowing him to perform alone. It might also be due to various reasons that comments could not be posted. In reality, Ruoxi merely wished to divert the conversation away from Fu Yunma. The image of a beastly ability user consuming a human heart was exceedingly brutal. The little zombie would only become increasingly bloodthirsty upon witnessing it. In the dead of night, a shadow stood at the foot of the bed, to which Ruoxi had grown immune. Previously, she would have unhesitatingly thrown a flurry of punches, believing she had encountered a ghost. Xiao Fuzi, have you become thick-skinned? Why do you stand at my bedside in the dead of night to scare me? No wonder Tutu also stood dazed at Xiao Zhe's bedside during the night. It seems she had learned this behavior from you. This is inappropriate and must be changed. The shadow before her remained motionless. Ruoxi reached out to turn on the bedside lamp, revealing the crimson eyes of Fu Yunma. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted in, prompting Ruoxi to sit upright and tug at the hem of Fu Yunma's sleepwear. Yet he remained still, his crimson eyes radiating intense desire, as though he might pounce at any moment and sink his teeth into Ruoxi's fair neck. Teetering on the brink of danger, Ruoxi retreated to the other side of the bed, attempting to escape through the door. She understood that Xiao Fuzi was exercising restraint. Remaining in front of him would undoubtedly be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. He would not attack immediately, but once his reason collapsed, it would be too late to struggle. Suddenly, a noise came from behind her, swift and unexpected. Instinctively, Ruoxi executed a shoulder throw, only to find Fu Yunma had merely embraced her from behind, silent and unyielding. His rising and falling chest and rapid breaths were palpable, while his hands roamed restlessly over Ruoxi's form. Ruoxi's previously tense body instantly relaxed, and she felt an urge to roll her eyes. Goodness, even as a zombie, the man remained driven by primal instincts. At such a critical moment, She had thought he was about to attack someone, only to discover. Although Ruoxi felt a sense of relief, she had not completely relaxed, as she feared provoking Fu Yunma, who was now in a state of zombification and unable to control his emotions. In her helplessness, she acquiesced with reluctance. Chun Xuanbei and the others had not emerged from the cave since their entry, leading Ruoxi to speculate that their situation was dire. To her surprise, while idly watching the surveillance footage, she caught sight of Chun Xuanbei escaping in a state of disarray. His right hand appeared vacant, as if it had been lost. The distance made it difficult for her to see clearly, but she could discern that he was smeared with blood, reminiscent of her own appearance during her last escape. Chun Xuanbei's other subordinates were likely nearby, and it was anticipated that they would soon be discovered. Was Chun Xuanbei the only one to emerge? Fu Yanhai had yet to reappear. Surely he would not meet his demise, as he was destined to become a formidable figure in the impending apocalypse. Awakening from his slumber, Fu Yunma instinctively reached out for Ruoxi, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her closer. There was still ample time. He intended to rest a while longer. Ruoxi raised an eyebrow with keen interest. "Oh, how curious. It's usually me who lingers in bed. Why is it now you?" It seems that the habit of procrastination in the morning can indeed be contagious. Fu Yunma, with his eyes closed, mumbled, "No. I've simply been holding it in for too long. I'm exhausted." Ruoxi kicked him away with a swift motion. Fu Yunma, Wien Singingpoin, scrambled to his feet from the floor, curling himself into a corner, seeking to distance himself from Ruoxi as much as possible. "Look at your computer. You spend all day staring at it. Is it really that captivating?" His voice dwindled, gradually fading into silence. He must have succumbed to slumber. Was he dead? Regardless of his state, Ruoxi had no intention of investigating. It was of no concern to her. Just as she was about to close her laptop, a towering figure suddenly materialized on the screen, dressed in a black cloak. A hood obscured any discernible features. As Ruoxi maneuvered the mouse, pausing to magnify the image, she couldn't help but wonder, how did this person possess a visage so reminiscent of a bat? Uncertain, Ruoxi meticulously examined it several times. Indeed, the head bore a striking resemblance to that of a bat, albeit magnified several times, while the body remained distinctly human. A creature with the head of a beast and the body of a man, a grotesque amalgamation of humanity and animality. Ruoxi's palms inexplicably began to sweat, as she felt an uncanny familiarity with the silhouette before her, yet she could not quite place where she had seen it before. After a moment of contemplation, it struck her that this figure resembled her late adoptive father's. It seemed implausible. Her adoptive parents had tragically perished in an accident over a decade ago, having meticulously arranged her inheritance, which was to be distributed in installments, allowing her full access only after achieving independence. Yet, upon reflection, one could not help but wonder how her adoptive parents could have foreseen such a tragedy and devised a plan for the allocation of their estate in advance. As Ruoxi became increasingly anxious, she realized the depths of the situation were far more profound than she had initially imagined. Several figures clad in black emerged, their hats obscuring their features. Yet when they turned their faces towards the surveillance camera, Ruoxi distinctly recognized their heads, those of a tiger, a dog, and a cat. How had these corpses been dealt with? Could it be that they had been possessed by animals, amalgamating into something grotesque? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, what could truly be deemed absurd? Suddenly, Ruoxi found a semblance of understanding, her turbulent emotions gradually settling. The black-clad figures seemed intent on severing Chun Xuanbei's head, aiming to claim his body as their own. How would they execute such a gruesome act? Even though she anticipated the forthcoming scene would be violent, she remained transfixed on the screen, eager to witness their next move. Abruptly, the leading figure turned, his gaze locking onto the camera, his eye sockets devoid of light, his bat-like head expressionless yet terrifyingly fierce. It seemed he had detected the camera. He approached with swift strides. Despite the barrier of the screen, Ruoxi's heart tightened in trepidation, her hand gripping the mouse motionless. Chapter 132, Foster Parents. Suddenly, everything went dark. The screen went completely black. Hiss! Ruoxi inhaled sharply, her breath caught in disbelief as she accessed the computer's backend, ultimately confirming that the camera was indeed malfunctioning. The black-clad figures possessed formidable counter-surveillance skills, effortlessly discerning the presence of even the most discreet miniature cameras. As she continued to scrutinize the remaining footage, she realized that the shadowy figures had vanished the moment when they approached, lingering as the final scene. Fortunately, Ruoxi had configured the surveillance system for automatic backups, allowing her to revisit the recordings repeatedly. After countless viewings, she confirmed her observations. Although the image quality left much to be desired, the figure of a beast-headed man was unmistakable. It seemed likely that Chun Xuanbei and the others had met a grisly fate, their heads severed, their lower bodies overtaken by animalistic traits, transforming them into half-beasts. But what of Fu Yanhai? He was destined to become a formidable figure in the impending apocalypse, yet his absence thus far suggested dire consequences. In this life, Ruoxi had altered so much, enshrouded in a thick fog of uncertainty and enigma. As was customary, Fu Yunma greeted her with a morning kiss upon awakening. Before departing on some unknown errand, Ruoxi quietly followed behind and arrived at the underground vegetable garden, a barren expanse devoid of any vegetation. Yet an abundance of mushrooms thrived. The mutated mouse emerged, observing Fu Yunma with utmost respect, clearly intimidated by him. Nevertheless, it continued to relieve itself wherever it pleased. Ruoxi chuckled in astonishment. It was no wonder that not a single vegetable could be found in the garden, while a multitude of mushrooms thrived. It appeared that these two were engaged in some form of communication, though Ruoxi, standing at a distance, could not discern their words clearly. However, it mattered little, for just as she was poised to step out, Fu Yunma opened the door and exited. Without a moment to ponder, she hastened to follow him. Strangely, the surrounding flora had proliferated significantly. In the wake of the apocalypse, how could it be that plants were flourishing while humanity dwindled? In the blink of an eye, Ruoxi quickened her pace to catch up with Fu Yunma, but he vanished from sight in an instant. This fellow certainly had a knack for slipping away swiftly. Ruoxi pouted in displeasure, feeling the unsettling sensation of being scrutinized by numerous pairs of eyes. She surveyed her surroundings, yet found no signs of life. The stillness only heightened her unease. Having frequently observed the surveillance footage, she was accustomed to the sight of zombies engaging in their typical antics. However, now not a single zombie was in sight. This area appeared to be claimed by someone, as the zombies lingered at the periphery, hesitant to encroach. Even when they spotted Ruoxi, a living being, they refrained from entering this territory. Upon returning home, Fu Yunma greeted her nonchalantly, saying, "Where have you been, little troublemaker? The bunny at home has gone unfed, crying until its voice is hoarse." The little one beside him indeed had red-rimmed eyes. Though not quite as exaggerated as Fu Yunma had described, it was still enjoying a lollipop despite its tears. Ruoxi fixed her gaze, her dark eyes staring at Fu Yunma. "I followed you out, yet you abandoned me. Where did you go?" This straightforward inquiry momentarily left Fu Yunma at a loss for words. As Ruoxi sat beside Fu Yunma, she finally discerned that he was observing the surveillance on his computer. The footage had paused at the moment a figure clad in black leaned into the camera, vividly displaying its enlarged bat-like visage. "Have you finished watching?" Fu Yunma inquired. Glancing at her computer, Ruoxi, rather than feeling anger, found herself more attentive to his expression. He seemed composed, which was reassuring. She had anticipated that the gruesome images might provoke him to lash out at her again. "I believe I recognize the individual in the footage," she remarked. Fu Yunma gazed intently at her, then clicked the button to replay the video, pausing it at the moment depicting the figure's silhouette. The revelation was startling. A flicker of astonishment crossed Ruoxi's eyes as she scrutinized the shadowy outline, which appeared increasingly familiar. "This truly resembles someone I know. Do you recognize this person as well?" "My adoptive father, Master Wendy." The level of astonishment between them escalated once more. After a brief silence and a whirlwind of thoughts, Ruoxi was the first to break the stillness. "Wendy, Lord.The. So, the one who saved my life is indeed your mentor. I have no recollection of Master Wendy, yet he is acquainted with me. My adoptive father is named Wenjizhou. My adoptive mother's surname is Li. He has a prominent black mole located between his neck and collarbone, and a scar from a knife wound on his wrist. Does your mentor's wife fit this description? Fu Yunma nodded affirmatively, confirming her observations. In that instant, Ruoxi felt as though the very floor beneath her was drawing her in, as if walls were closing in around Fu Yunma. All her previous conjectures seemed to flip upside down. She had always believed that her adoptive parents had perished in an accident many years ago, only to suddenly find out that they might still be alive, merely living under a different identity all these years. What did this revelation imply? She had been abandoned by her biological parents, left to her grandparents, who subsequently sent her to an orphanage, from which she was adopted by her adoptive parents, who ultimately faked their deaths and abandoned her once more. A suffocating sense of despair engulfed her, rendering her breathless, as her spirits plummeted to their lowest point. Yet, a final thread of solace lingered within her. A comfort she clung to. At least her adoptive parents had bequeathed her a fortune of $4 billion, ensuring her financial security. In her eyes, her adoptive parents had shown her kindness. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity and conflict. Fu Yunma sensed the atmosphere had turned somber and attempted to shift the conversation. What shall we have for dinner tonight? I will cook while taking care of the child. You can watch some television for now. He thoughtfully turned on the television and selected the last unfinished episode of series. Ruoxi's gaze became vacant and scattered, her lips pressed tightly together as she succumbed to the whirlpool of memories. Her throat felt constricted, hoarse, and muffled. Whatever, I'm fine with anything. Once filled with anticipation for food, she now found herself devoid of interest, her mind inundated with a multitude of questions. Each inquiry surfaced one after another, occupying her heart, yet none bore an answer. Ultimately, she relaxed her entire being and let out a silent laugh. Why ponder so much? They no longer held any relevance to her. If they had needed her assistance back then, she would have made every effort to help. But the bond they once shared had faded, no longer as intimate as it had been over a decade ago. Life is inherently selfish. Seeing too clearly can be detrimental. It is better to simplify one's concerns. Chapter 133. The Vegetative and the Animalistic. A life perceived too transparently lacks intrigue. Ruoxi briefly succumbed to a moment of melancholy, but upon noticing a grand array of her favorite dishes laid out before her, her eyes sparkled with delight as she dove into her meal with fervor. Covering her face with one hand, she squinted and smiled. Her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel. The two children, Tutu and Xiaoze, sat in their high chairs, blinking curiously at her with wide, innocent eyes. Fresh flowers adorned the vase, and the atmosphere was imbued with warmth, while the fan whirred gently in the background. She wished time could stand still. After tonight, the arduous routine of the construction site awaited her the next day. Reclining in a pink princess chair, she was enveloped by the soothing ambience of a comforting film projected on the wall, the sound of cicadas mingling with the gentle breeze, creating a cozy atmosphere. Xiaofuzi, tell me about the stories of my parents over the years. It would be a lie to claim she was not curious. She yearned to know how their lives unfolded after abandoning her. In the past, every instance of rejection had left her reflecting on her own perceived faults, believing herself to be a bad child. Everyone seemed intent on discarding her, and indeed they had. Yet now, she had found peace. She no longer considered herself lacking. She believed wholeheartedly in her worth, recognizing that she had done nothing wrong, merely suffered from a streak of unfortunate luck. Ruoxi tightly grasped the broad palm of Fu Yunma. Look at her. How fortunate she is to have encountered such a wonderful person. Therefore, during times of misfortune, one should not lose heart. Most occurrences in this world are equivalent, for where there is misfortune, there will surely be fortune as well. Fu Yunma's voice was low and soothing, akin to that of a gentle caregiver. The couple, who served as her mentors, shared a deep affection for each other, yet they adhered to a childless lifestyle, dedicating their days solely to experiments. In truth, I'm unaware of the exact nature of their research. They only share fragments of data with me. They evoke a sense of nameless heroism, having seemingly forsaken their own lives in devotion to a particular belief, tirelessly striving for it. They appear just as I remember them, yet I sense an underlying change. Ruoxi spoke in a gentle tone. Have you ever inquired why they choose not to have children? It was an experiment. As if struck by a wooden stick, Ruoxi's nape tingled with an unexpected sensation. Initially, she believed her father's profound love for her mother had rendered him reluctant to witness her suffering. However, she now discerned a deeper truth. It appeared they had long anticipated a future devoid of hope, wholly dedicating their lives to that experiment. If the enigmatic Lord D in black truly were her father, what could have transformed him into his current state? The answer eluded her. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma's palms were slightly damp, betraying a considerable amount of cold sweat. Ruoxi released her hand, declaring that it was too warm to hold on any longer. As she turned her head, she inadvertently met Fu Yunma's gaze, which was fraught with conflicting emotions. If you have something to say, then speak it plainly. Ruoxi felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her ears ringing to the point where she could hardly hear the subsequent conversation with Fu Yunma. In just half a day, the information she had received was utterly shocking. It felt as if her understanding of the world was being turned upside down, and everything around her had taken on an air of unreality. Initially, upon learning that her adoptive parents were still alive, a flicker of joy had ignited within her. The 6 months leading up to the apocalypse coincided perfectly with the moment of her rebirth. Was this all merely a coincidence? Fu Yunma continued to elaborate at length, but Ruoxi chose to listen selectively. How had she met her demise? That was the crux of the matter. How could a seemingly healthy person suddenly perish? The bizarre coincidences were now too numerous to ignore, and Ruoxi had ceased to believe in accidents. Fu Yunma shook his head, explaining that the mentor had attributed it to exhaustion from experiments leading to a heart condition akin to sudden cardiac death. Ruoxi pondered. Is the experiment truly of such paramount importance that it demands the sacrifice of life? What, in return, does it yield? Meanwhile, a familiar figure appeared within the winery. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, she recognized Chun Xuanbei, who had been captured by the man in black. Trailing behind him were the merciless, grotesque, animalistic ability users, each sharing a singular trait. Their heads had been replaced with those of animals, shrouded in black cloaks, indistinguishable from the ominous figures that ensnared them. From within, Ruoxi discerned the figure of Fu Yunhai, who held her slingshot in hand. She recognized him at once. The formidable figure from her previous life in the apocalypse had not escaped the fate of being assimilated by the shadowy figures. On the screen, something appeared to be moving, though it was too indistinct to comprehend clearly. Suddenly, a small portion of the ground bulged upward, as a tree seemed to wriggle its way up, revealing that its lower half was a person. Could Flora truly merge with humanity? 2 hands reached out to uproot the hollowed tree, exposing its upper half, with a skin etched in a myriad of green pathways and eyes that transformed from black to green, while hair turned entirely green. Terrifyingly, one by one, these plant-human hybrids emerged from the earth. Ruoxi inhaled sharply, a chill running down her spine. No wonder she always felt as though eyes were scrutinizing her. The sudden proliferation of plants on the ground was perplexing. What, indeed, were these plant humans and animal humans intending at the winery? Ruoxi gazed intently at the screen, completely oblivious to Fu Yunma calling her name. What were you just saying? Fu Yunma pursed his lips in mild irritation, observing Ruoxi's innocent expression before finally letting out a sigh. It's nothing. What do you spend your days staring at the computer for? Don't tell me it's a novel. That story has long since ceased its updates. No matter how captivating it may be, can you truly reread it endlessly? Upon witnessing the figure of a comatose individual, Fu Yunma too was taken aback. What is this? How unsightly. Ruoxi raised an eyebrow, unconvinced, and remarked, that may not necessarily be the case. For those who cherish the color green, it can indeed be quite appealing. Fu Yunma opened his mouth, intending to argue, but Ruoxi silenced him. Perhaps not yet fully immersed. Her breathing quickened, coming in labored gasps. As desire was stirred, Fu Yunma lunged forward, pinning Ruoxi down. Ruoxi huffed in displeasure. Don't take advantage of me. How dare he ask her to yield? That insufferable man. The size of the princess's lounge share was already quite limited, and after their antics, it was nearly on the verge of collapse. Thus, They had no choice but to move cautiously as they advanced. Ruoxi had completely forgotten what she had been doing moments ago. The computer and projector remained on. Chapter 134. Signs of Division in the Dead of Night. Ruoxi opened her eyes in a daze, only to find herself ensnared by an octopus. No matter how she struggled, she could not free herself, ultimately resorting to a reluctant kick to dislodge it. With a resounding thud, Fu Yunimo was sent flying once more, landing on the cold, hard floor. After a brief pause, he expertly propped himself up on the edge of the bed and slowly began to crawl back up. Curled up, he sought to distance himself from Ruoxi as much as possible. From his past experiences, he knew that if he drew too close, he would surely suffer the consequences. Ruoxi rubbed her drowsy eyes, her head swaying slightly as she nudged Fu Yunma's back. Does it feel like an earthquake to you? Are you sensing it? Fu Yunma remained utterly unresponsive, lost in a deep slumber. Ruoxi had no choice but to turn on the light, only to discover that the items on the table had been scattered chaotically on the floor, with even the chair that once stood at the entrance now positioned before the wardrobe. Both individuals were utterly exhausted, oblivious to the tumultuous changes in their surroundings. During several tremors, Ruoxi was thrown to the ground, yet she seemed to rise again in a daze, as if in a somnambulant state. As Ruoxi's rationality abruptly returned, she shook Fu Yunma awake as if emerging from a deep slumber. It was an earthquake. This marked the first tremor since the onset of the apocalypse. Could it be that the events foretold in her prophetic dreams were about to unfold? The earth fragmented into countless tiny shards. As soon as Ruoxi awoke, she hurried to inspect whether the infrastructure had sustained any damage. Both Tutu and Xiaoza were also roused from their slumber. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Ruoxi arrived at the construction site, which was nearly completed in its renovations, presenting the option to continue expanding the area. However, it was abundantly clear that further excavation was inadvisable. The earthquake served merely as a preliminary warning. Should they persist in digging, the site could very well fracture before the work was finished. The workers' dormitory buzzed with activity, with some engaged in a game of mahjong. Upon noticing Ruoxi's presence, a worker approached her. "Boss Ru, that earthquake was quite significant. Surely the ground beneath us won't collapse, will it?" The others echoed his concern. Sensing the unease among them, Ruoxi reassured, "It was merely a minor tremor. There's nothing to worry about." In truth, Ruoxi herself harbored uncertainties, for if the earth were to split, she was unsure if her own area would remain intact. And what of Lu Biao and Wu Weigua? They were in their dormitory, engaged in an arm wrestling match. These two were perpetually in competition, even at 3 in the morning. As Ruoxi arrived, the two intensified their arm wrestling contest, neither wishing to concede defeat. However, their contest reached a stalemate, and it was Ruoxi's impatience that ultimately interrupted their struggle. Lu Biao, dissatisfied, complained, "I was just about to win. Why are you interfering, Boss Ruo?" Meanwhile, Wu Weigua remained silent, and Wu Xiaojun unabashedly gazed at Ruoxi. "Gather all the workers for a meeting," she instructed. As the workers stood in orderly rows, Ruoxi coldly scrutinized each individual, attempting to memorize their faces. "This might very well be the last meeting," Wu Weigua busily remarked. "It's not difficult. It's the least we can do." The workers nodded in agreement, listening attentively, a stark contrast to their earlier defiance and unruliness. Initially, they had been resistant and disorderly, but now they listened to Ruoxi's words with utmost respect. "I have a small vacation retreat. Everyone should pack their belongings and prepare for a trip there tomorrow." Ruoxi had long, arranged accommodations for the workers, located within the vegetable plot, where the crops were likely on the verge of sprouting, and the mushrooms above were indeed edible. Lu Biao, not overly astute, did not ponder much, his face blooming with delight. "Boss Ru, you are truly wonderful. You have saved our lives, provided us with work and a home, and even arranged for a vacation. May good fortune accompany you throughout your life." His speech was rather clumsy, lacking in eloquence. The workers were all filled with anticipation, but Ruoxi, with a commanding tone, declared, "It is already 3 o'clock. Hurry to bed. Anyone lingering outside for leisure will not be permitted to go." Her words bore significant weight, prompting one after another to hasten back to their dormitories. Lu Biao nodded at Ruoxi and followed suit. Ultimately, only Wu Weiguo remained, his expression not quite favorable. Is this really just a vacation, Ru? His tone carried a hint of skepticism. Wu Weiguo was known for his intelligence, something Ruoxi was well aware of. If all went as planned, it should be so. However, this statement held ambiguity. In the event of an unforeseen catastrophe, such a situation could indeed be deemed unexpected. Each of the workers possessed formidable physiques, having honed their unique abilities at the construction site. In the absence of apocalyptic threats, they were capable of surviving in a world turned upside down. Ruoxi possessed unwavering confidence in those she had trained. Moreover, she had provided them with a courtyard, stocked with sufficient provisions to assist them in times of emergency. With her assurance, Wu Weiguo silently exhaled, momentarily alleviating the burden from his heart. Thank you. Our lives are in your hands, and you sustain us. Ruomei, you're truly a good person. Ruoxi had lost count of how many times she had received such praise today, and a sudden wave of embarrassment washed over her. After bidding farewell to the workers, the basement was left with only Ruoxi and her family of 4, devoid of any liveliness and eerily vacant. Due to the vastness of the space, daily cleaning proved to be a chore, and dust had accumulated in many corners. The days ahead were to be spent in tranquility, awaiting the day when the earth would shatter into countless fragments, after which they could retire in peace. Just when she thought they could continue living in such ease, an uninvited crowd appeared at the entrance to the basement. Chun Xuanbei and his fellow beastfolk had not yet departed and were lingering nearby. Ruoxi observed that the zombies regarded them with a certain reverence, refraining from attacking. It turned out that even in this apocalypse, there existed a hierarchy. Beastfolk and plantfolk were ranked above ordinary zombies. It remained uncertain which was more formidable, the mutated beasts or the beastfolk and plantfolk. It was undeniably clear that humans occupied the lowest tier of the food chain. At the basement entrance, amidst the cesspool, they lingered for a while, despite the unbearable stench and the swarm of flies. Failing to find what they sought, they departed shortly thereafter. Time flew by, and the 3rd year of the apocalypse was fast approaching. The number of beastfolk and plantfolk on Earth was increasing, rendering humans a rare species. Once every month or two, Ruoxi might catch a glimpse of a human figure on the surveillance footage, but soon the human would either be devoured by beasts or assimilated by plants. Initially, Ruoxi would caution the workers against venturing outside, but as time passed, she began to perceive that becoming beastfolk or plantfolk did not seem to be a dire fate. It had become a trend. Yet, once the merging of animals and plants occurred, did the human consciousness persist? Would they no longer possess independent selves? Chapter 135. The betrayer. Since moving in with Lord D, her adoptive father, Ruoxi had installed several more surveillance cameras. After all, he was her benefactor, and it was prudent to keep an eye on things, or so she initially thought. However, as time wore on, Ruoxi noticed that Lord D was capturing normal humans daily, drawing them into his ranks. She found herself increasingly perplexed by her adoptive father's actions. Zombies and mutated animals were classified as 2nd tier, while beastfolk and plantfolk occupied the 1st tier. Humans were relegated to the lowest 3rd tier. If her adoptive father continued on this path, it was only a matter of time before all humans faced extinction, yet his motives remained a mystery. With a beaming smile, Fu Yunma approached eagerly and inquired, "Little troublemaker, you promised a family outing today. I'm all ready. When do we set off?" Ruoxi, feeling helpless, pinched her brow. With a youthful boyfriend and 2 children, she truly lacked the confidence to care for them amidst the current chaos. Today was not suitable, perhaps another day. Fu Yunma's sparkling eyes dimmed momentarily. "All right, I will heed your wishes. You're being quite obedient today." From that moment on, Fu Yunma began to distance himself from Ruoxi, observing her from a distance of 10 meters. Ruoxi shyly pinched the tip of her nose, for it was indeed she who had initially broken their promise. Her boyfriend was upset, and she needed to soothe him. "You're angry, so please pay attention to me, will you? Just indulge me a little." If Ruoxi said nothing else, she would merely circle around Fu Yunma, reiterating, "You must listen to me. It is perilous outside. Creatures of your size, little zombie, are easily devoured by those monsters. Attempting to frighten him with the same tactics used to scare the rabbit proved utterly ineffective. In the end, Ruoxi had no choice but to concede, urging him to go off and enjoy himself without her and the two children. Fu Yunma's lips curled into a faint smile as he turned his back to Ruoxi. I will ensure your safety, shielding you from harm. Such a declaration seemed rather juvenile, and Ruoxi held no belief in his words, though she feigned agreement. Yes, yes, I trust you. I truly can protect you. I genuinely believe in you. Hence you should embark on this outing alone. What must I say for you to truly believe? No words are necessary. Simply being there is enough for my faith in you. So, you truly wish for me to go alone, and you want to accompany me? Yes, indeed. Ruoxi nodded dismissively. A solitary little zombie, surviving without the company of others, was already quite the feat. How could he possibly safeguard them? In this era, humans were a rare commodity, with numerous adversaries lurking around. Fu Yunma's throat tightened, rendering him speechless. Ultimately, they all huddled at home, becoming couch potatoes, never venturing outside. Indeed, it's exceedingly dull here. There are no games of mahjong. The workers' cacophony echoed in the background. Ruoxi found herself in a difficult position, yet the truth must eventually be spoken. The construction site has been completed. The implication of this statement is unmistakable. We no longer require your services. The atmosphere grew tense as the workers fell into a prolonged silence, until one of them broke the quiet with a remark. I told you, Boss Ru is just a capitalist. Once we have outlived our usefulness, she discards us. Had I known this would be the outcome, I wouldn't have exerted myself so diligently, only to be kicked aside in the end. Lu Biao, surprisingly aligned with Wu Weigua, added, indeed, it has already been quite a feat for Boss Ru to support us for so long. We were originally working for her, and now that there is no work left, why should she continue to sustain us? Besides, we must have faith in ourselves. Haven T, we acquired a wealth of knowledge these past few days. We can surely thrive out there. Oh, what are you babbling about? Someone like you, a coward, deserves to be devoured by zombies. Tensions escalated as the two factions nearly clashed, prompting Ruoxi to interject loudly. The dissenters remained unyielding, and Ruoxi chose to turn away, unwilling to engage with them. Upon her arrival the following day, those who had opposed Ruoxi had departed, leaving only Wu Weigua, Lu Biao, and a few remaining workers in the small courtyard. At this juncture, it was rather striking to observe the two individuals who had previously been at odds standing together, devoid of any resentment towards Ruoxi. Wu Weigua approached her and offered consolation. Ru, do not take it to heart. They have simply been too idle recently. Once they experience hardship, they will come to regret their actions. Ruoxi remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. It seemed they would suffer the consequences, leaving no opportunity for regret. Wu Weigua and Lu Biao stood side by side, almost embracing, truly a testament to friendship forged in adversity. Lu Biao's face darkened. Those wretched scoundrels. Should they dare to betray us, I would personally ensure their demise. For now, we can only indulge in verbal expressions of our frustrations. Ruoxi remained unperturbed, for beneath the courtyard lay buried explosives, ready to be detonated if discovered. Her true concern was the possibility of the basement map being unearthed. During class, Ruoxi had deliberately presented a fabricated layout of the basement, intending to mislead the rebellious workers and safeguard the actual location of the underground chamber. At that moment, Wu Weigua, who possessed the most intimate knowledge of the basement's true configuration, discerned the deception with a single glance and gazed at Ruoxi in astonishment. She signaled to him to keep it to himself and to refrain from disclosing it to anyone. Those workers had transformed into either animalistic or vegetative states. Wu Weigua inquired, "What shall we do now?" Ruoxi led them to the underground passage and then retrieved the detonation button. Just as she was about to press it, she caught sight of a familiar figure, her adoptive father, Lord D. Wu Weigua, puzzled by Ruoxi's sudden pause, inquired, "Sister Ru, what is the matter?" Chapter 136, the grand finale. Ruoxi feigned calmness and sent away Wu Weigua and the others, leaving her alone in the surveillance room. Lord D leaned closer to the monitor, as if he could see Ruoxi through the cold lens, his gaze inscrutable and profound. The grotesque visage resembling a bat was both bizarre and terrifying. "Are you certain someone is inside?" he inquired of the trader leading them. Upon receiving a confirmation, Chun Xuanbei rubbed his hands in anticipation, restless with eagerness. Based on the trader's description of their boss, whose surname was Ru and possessed a striking beauty, it was undoubtedly the Ruoxi he had long sought. "Ah, woman, so you have been hidden here all along." However, despite their efforts to force the door open, it remained steadfastly shut. Chun Xuanbei noticed the camera and addressed it directly. "Ruoxi, I know you're watching us from the monitor. The extinction of humanity is inevitable. If you refuse to change, death is the only fate that awaits you. Join us. Or do you wish to be bitten by a zombie and become a lowly undead, inferior even to us, the animal men? To rise above others, to stand on the heads of the zombies, is but a twist of the neck, and at one T hurt it all." As Ruoxi tugged at the corners of her mouth, she couldn't help but think how reminiscent it was of a pyramid scheme, luring individuals into their fold. Meanwhile, the figure opposite her continued to fumble for an extended period. Ruoxi could have easily pressed the detonation button, yet her adoptive father remained there, lost in his own thoughts. Upon hearing her name, one could only wonder what he might be contemplating. "Sujinli, Lord de commanded retreat." Of course, Chun Xuanbei vehemently opposed this. Why? After all, there were humans inside, such intriguing beings. Through the reflective door, Chun Xuanbei caught sight of his own grotesque visage, an overwhelming sense of revulsion surging within him. This face was utterly repulsive. Why was he condemned to be an animal human while others remained unscathed? Why? His features contorted, a sight most hideous. Lord D regarded Chun Xuanbei with a cold gaze, as if observing a disobedient junior. "Do not act recklessly." Chun Xuanbei had never been addressed in such a manner, and as fury welled within him, he bared his small teeth, the stark emptiness of his mouth accentuating the wrinkles on his face, rendering him a ghastly sight. "I brought you to my base. I have delivered numerous humans to you. What gives you the authority to command me?" The two outside had begun to quarrel, while Ruoxi maintained an expression of tranquility. Was her adoptive father insisting Chun Xuanbei leave to protect her? Thus, he truly harbored some semblance of familial affection for her. Didn't he? After futile attempts to intervene, Lord D chose to stand aside, observing coldly. "Do as you wish." With an icy glare directed at Chun Xuanbei, he departed, leaving only him and his followers. In a fit of rage, Chun Xuanbei yanked at his collar. "Break down the door. If you don't breach it before tonight, you shall not live." The cruel command sent a shiver through his subordinates. With Lord D gone, Ruoxi had no reason to refrain from pressing the explosive button. "Chun Xuanbei, do not indulge yourself so in the next life. Rest peacefully in the earth." Within the surveillance range, a horde of zombies emerged, most of them of intermediate level, led by two advanced animal zombies. Even as Ruoxi sat in the basement, she could sense the fluctuations of nuclear energy surrounding her. The atmospheric pressure was immense. Given the current situation, Chun Xuanbei harbored a certain apprehension towards these abruptly manifesting zombies. Mere verbal expulsion proved futile. Judging by the circumstances, it appeared that a confrontation was imminent. Ruoxi pouted, thinking that Chun Xuanbei was indeed unfortunate. Just as his companions had departed, he encountered such a formidable horde of zombies. Curiosity piqued, Ruoxi patiently continued to observe the unfolding scene. The zombies stood menacingly at the entrance, seemingly forbidding Chun Xuanbei and his fellow beastmen from approaching. After lingering for a considerable time, Chun Xuanbei attempted to discern the nature of this group of zombies. Realizing he was outmatched, he made a hasty retreat from the area. Ruoxi relaxed her grip on the remote control, pressing down on Ruoxi's hand that held the remote, saying, "They are my friends. Do not destroy them." Ruoxi's lips formed an O shape, as she had always believed her boyfriend to be merely a little zombie, unaware of his multitude of zombie friends. Sensing that Ruoxi had numerous questions to pose, Fu Yunma placed his index finger gently on her lips, silencing her impending barrage of inquiries. "My little princess, you need only to revel in the moment. I shall safeguard you." Ruoxi found herself momentarily at a loss for words. That little Fuzi, a mere 0.5, oscillating between 0 and 1. truly made her wish to be rid of him. Don't make a fuss. There are others outside. Don't you enjoy this? If you do, then I'm glad. For I do as well. Heaven knows how mortifying it is to face social embarrassment. By the time she emerged, she had lost all sense of time, only to find Wu Weigua and others stationed at the door. Their gazes upon Ruoxi were laden with understanding. I comprehend. I truly do. Wu Xiaojun felt a flush creep upon his cheeks, and from that moment onward, he never dared to steal glances at Ruoxi again. Ruoxi arranged a new residence for them, reducing the number of workers from 19 to 7. With fewer hands, there were hardly any complications, allowing Ruoxi to adopt a more hands-off approach. Eventually, she had the fortune of encountering Lord D once. Gazing upon his animalistic visage, Ruoxi suppressed the emotions swirling within her. Father, are you well? It is unkind to evoke painful memories. The past should remain unspoken. Lord D, unperturbed by being recognized, took a few steps back, distancing himself from the daughter he had longed for. In his current ghastly state, little she would surely be frightened. His pitch-black eyes betrayed no emotion, fixated intently on Ruoxi, as if attempting to see another person through her face. It is bearable, Ruoxi inquired. Is it true that humanity is on the brink of extinction, leaving only zombies and humanoid beings behind? He replied, that lad can still protect you. I feel reassured. Lord D felt as though a long-buried thorn was piercing his heart, a bittersweet sensation lingering in his throat, rendering his voice hoarse. Concealed beneath the dark sleeves, his hands were tightly clenched, embodying profound restraint. The only means to combat the zombie virus was to become either a humanoid or a vegetative being. Yet, his dear Xiaoxi need not contend with the zombie virus. She could continue her life joyfully, no longer requiring the presence of this irresponsible father. She no longer needed him. In order to converse privately with Lord D, Ruoxi exerted considerable effort to send Fu Yunmo away. However, Fu Yunmo remained apprehensive about Ruoxi's safety, stealthily concealing himself in a nearby corner, keeping a vigilant watch on her. Should his little darling find herself in peril, he would not hesitate to spring into action. With a resigned smile, Ruoxi exuded a hint of affectionate indulgence. He is, after all, sensitive and love-struck. It is a blessing that he does not add to my troubles. Completed. Chapter 137. Epilogue. Past memory. Xiao Su and I are proponents of childlessness, not due to a disdain for children, but because our work does not permit it. Yet, I was unprepared for the revelation that Xiao Su was pregnant. Her health was fragile, and terminating the pregnancy would be detrimental to her well-being. However, bringing the child into the world posed its own risks. I loathe myself for not implementing adequate precautions, resulting in Xiao Su's pregnancy, and the birth was nearly fraught with complications. Thus, from the moment the girl was born, I felt an aversion towards her and chose to place her in the care of a couple unable to conceive. Even when I accompanied Xiao Su to clandestinely visit the girl, who bore a striking resemblance to her mother, my feelings remained unchanged. To me, this unanticipated life that had arrived without warning felt more like a burden. Balancing family responsibilities with experimental work was already exhausting. The thought of caring for a child, nurturing her interests, and worrying about her academic performance was overwhelming. What I did not foresee was Xiao Su's unwavering concern for the child, whom she named Ruoxi. Her name, Ruoxi, possessed a certain euphony. Yet, I harbored a deep-seated aversion towards the girl. Little Su already dedicated an immense amount of time to her experiments. To have to further divide her attention felt irksome. Fostering hobbies? Such a diminutive creature would be instantly submerged and swept away by the ocean's currents. I couldn't fathom the audacity that propelled her to pursue such an activity. Alas, perhaps being carried away by the sea would rid me of a rival for Su's affections. To my surprise, the girl exhibited remarkable resilience. During Su's absences, I couldn't even feign concern and outright neglected her. Yet, she managed to thrive independently, displaying an impressive semblance of self-sufficiency. Her legs were rather short, a feature I found displeasing. How could her smile be so captivating, so enchanting as to bewitch Su? Su's praise of her irked me. The audible eructation following her milk consumption was equally displeasing. Her striking resemblance to Su, I found endearing. Her affectionate appellation of Papa was, admittedly, acceptable. Her gait, a wobbly, teetering affair, culminated in a face-first encounter with canine excrement. A rather unfortunate predicament for the child. I must concede, the chicks she was raising for the experiment met an untimely demise at her hands. I found the child thoroughly detestable. Upon being reprimanded, her countenance would morph into one of aggrieved dejection, her diminutive legs carrying her towards the corner, where she would stand, wringing her fingers in contrite contemplation. Very well, I shall extend my forgiveness. I had anticipated a continuation of this tranquil existence when the experimental directive was suddenly issued, bearing both Sue's and my names on the list of participants. A completely sealed experiment implied greater challenges, potentially consigning us to it for the remainder of our lives. When we acquiesced to participate, Sue was overcome with inconsolable sobs. I knew she was loath to leave the girl. I believed myself to be devoid of sentiment. But upon beholding the girl's diminutive form huddled forlornly in the hospital corner, a pang of anguish resonated within my heart. She was bereft of everything, was she not? Sue's eyes welled with tears as she silently observed her biological daughter from the periphery, her weeping seemingly inexhaustible. I nodded in affirmation. She was now in a similar predicament to us. For some inscrutable reason, Sue appeared to have been struck at her core, losing all composure and attempting to rush forward to embrace the little cherub. I, too, felt the same impulse. However, I restrained Sue. Had I not done so, our fate might have been entirely different. A better fate for me, for her, and for our beloved daughter. The bequeathal of a $400 billion inheritance to the child following our simulated demise served as our only solace. The child was not entirely destitute. With such wealth, she could find superior parents than ourselves. We, who couldn't even control our own lives, were unworthy of parenthood. I had expressed this sentiment to Sue the moment she conceived, but she refused to accept such a fatalistic view. She yearned to create a memento for herself. Whether in life or death, faith was sufficient. The sealed experiment confined us to a monotonous routine, alternating between the dormitory and the laboratory, leaving no time for respite. During this period, Sue repeatedly attempted to contact the outside world, but this was akin to leaking exam answers before the Gaokao. The exam proctors were sequestered without access to mobile phones or external communication. As a result, Sue became obsessed with thoughts of the girl, desperately wanting to withdraw from the experiment. But it was not so simple. The authorities would not permit it, even with a signed confidentiality agreement. As time wore on, Sue's health deteriorated, the aftereffects of childbirth resurfacing, leading to her decline. Witnessing her emaciated frame, I felt like a failure, incapable of doing anything. Sue's final words to me: I regretted being with you. She could have found a stable job after graduation, a happy family, and a considerate husband. It was I who dragged her into this, committing her life to the experiment, to the future survival of humanity. She could have lived a normal life, peacefully and uneventfully. But I disrupted her. Why did she have to fall in love with me? But why did she have to love me of all people? Why did I have to love her? The world is full of people. Without me, the earth would still rotate and the experiment would continue. If Sue and I hadn't participated, there would have been successors to take our place. But I have no regrets. My only regret is involving Sue. She could have lived. Such a beautiful girl would have had many good men pursuing her, not a scoundrel like me who gambled his life on experiments. It was at the funeral that I learned that Sue had given the golden shovel to our student, Fu Yunma. The golden shovel was merely a family heirloom. My family had been chefs for generations, but I rebelled and became an academic fanatic. Later, Fu Yunma actually ended up with our daughter. Sue was so clever. I refused to believe that Sue was gone, so I secretly went to see Xiaoxi and found that she was doing very well. I brushed past her, and she didn't even glance at me. She had completely forgotten me, her father. Later, I was too lonely, relying on medication to survive, and I had a son through surrogacy. But the approved funeral leave was coming to an end, and I didn't even get to see the child born or hold him. Before I left, I named him Xiaozha. The zombie virus antigen experiment ultimately failed, and everything was in vain. Do I regret it? I regret it now. I think if the antigen had been developed, I probably wouldn't regret it. But who knows what would have happened? When the apocalypse arrived, I went to find Xiaoxi. I thought she was dead, but when I saw her in the cave, I suppressed the urge to embrace her and pretended to be aloof. I saw Su's shadow in her. Su, you see, you're a grandmother now, and your daughter is living a happy life. Her man is very, very good. Much better than me. She is now a carefree little princess, and you must be very happy to see that. Chapter 138. The end is also the beginning. After the earth split, Ruoxi's basement was lucky enough to be on the same land fragment. With the protection of the zombie king, Fu Yunma, zombies would not harm her. On the other side, D also suppressed Chun Xuanbei, not allowing them to approach Ruoxi. Thinking of finally compensating Ruoxi, his guilt towards his biological daughter in this life can only be compensated by this. After the split, he was not in the same place as Ruoxi, and in the end, he had no chance to compensate. He became a loner, separated from his daughter, and never met his youngest son, Xiaozhe. He placed his last hope on Xiaozhe, sending his men everywhere to look for Xiaozhe. But he didn't know the appearance, only the age, which was like looking for a needle in a haystack in this chaotic world. The hope he had rekindled was gradually extinguished, and Xiaozhe was probably already dead. He was like a puppet, a walking corpse, trying everything to see Ruoxi again. But when he saw the harmonious and happy scene of Ruoxi's family of 4, he retreated again. He was the one who abandoned Xiaoxi first. So what reason did he have to participate in her future life now? That would be harassment. A few seconds after D fled in embarrassment, he heard a shout behind him. Someone was calling Xiaozhe. It was probably a hallucination. D's bitterness grew wantonly in his heart, and the nightmares these days had entangled him, and his nerves were already deranged. He could no longer distinguish between reality and dreams. In a daze, D engaged in self-hypnosis, convinced that his youngest son, Xiaozhe, could not possibly be dead. He devoted all his energy to the pursuit of finding Xiaozhe. One by one, he encountered children of appropriate age, yet none bore the necklace marked with the family insignia. They were not as Xiaozhe. Hopes rose and fell repeatedly, extinguished like fleeting whispers in the wind. He had long been battered and bruised. After searching through countless children, D had not once sought out Ruoxi, nor did he notice that she cradled Xiaozhe in her arms. He merely cast a fleeting, envious glance from a distance, nothing more. Unbeknownst to him, both Tutu and Xiaozhe had grown up, engaging in playful banter as childhood friends. It was time for them to embark on their own adventures. With a cool demeanor reminiscent of a rare flower atop a lofty mountain, Tutu tugged at Xiaozhe's ear. How many times have I told you to keep your distance from me? Xiaozhe, with a hint of youthful innocence, bit his teeth in pain, his jawline more defined than the life plans of many. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to Ruoxi. Why? My mother said you used to sneak into my bed at night, longing to cling to me. The mere mention of this sent Tutu into a fury. After all, she was the daughter of their parents, and how could Xiaozhe, an outsider, resemble their mother more than she did? So annoying. You said that was when we were kids, and I don't like you anymore. Xiaozhe, indignant, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Then who do you like? Tutu seemed to recall something, her expression momentarily shy. I think Xiao Jun is quite nice. An older man can't compare to a younger brother. Tutu responded, her innocence caught off guard. The innocent target of this banter, Wu Xiao Jun, could only respond with a bemused Ruoxi couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. The three of them played out their daily lives like a continuous drama, bringing endless amusement to Ruoxi. Meanwhile, Fu Yunma draped a cloak over Ruoxi, concerned for her well-being. In this sweltering heat, enjoying the breeze is delightful. What do you mean by catching a chill? Ruoxi shot a glare at Fu Yunma, which appeared to amuse him, causing the corners of his mouth to curve upwards ever so slightly. The lifespan of humans cannot be compared to that of zombies. I shall inevitably perish before you, Ruoxi jestingly remarked, unaware that her unintentional words inadvertently struck a sensitive chord within Fu Yunma. Her voice, husky and subdued, responded, "It can't be." Ruoxi shook her head, aware that Fu Yunma was merely trying to console her. She was certain that she would perish before him. It's all right. I suppose it is better for me to die first. Throughout this life, you have indulged and protected me. In the next life, I shall strive to be your mother and take care of you. Fu Yunma, Only later did Ruoxi comprehend the true meaning behind Fu Yunmo's words, which were not mere comforts. In the year he turned 40, Fu Yunmo fell gravely ill. It was then that Ruoxi realized that even zombies could fall sick, as he had long endured a diet of human food for her sake. Being a zombie, his body gradually deteriorated from the lack of blood intake. For all these years, Fu Yunmo had been silently suffering. As he gazed at Ruoxi's serene sleeping face, he often spent entire nights by her side, watching over her. In countless days and nights, he slowly felt his life ebbing away. During Fu Yunmo's illness, Ruoxi and the little rabbit, Xiaozhe, stood by the bedside. The atmosphere was heavy with gloom. Although Ruoxi felt a surge of anger towards Fu Yunmo for not confiding in her sooner, her greater frustration lay with herself. Why had she failed to notice the signs of her beloved's distress? Why was she always so oblivious in matters of the heart? If only she had paid a little more attention to Xiao Fuzi, she might have discerned the truth, instead of allowing him to bear the burden alone. Fu Yunmo beckoned her closer. Ruoxi wept inconsolably, pressing her ear closer as if she could anticipate what Fu Yunmo was about to convey. In another lifetime, I shall await your return. Yet, Fu Yunmo's voice rang out, infused with a hint of playful irreverence. This mirth carried an underlying bitterness. In the next life, I shall be your father, caring for you, my little drama queen.